Chapter 1. Transmigration. In a dilapidated room, a girl who had been in a deep slumber suddenly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a dazed expression, as if awakening from a dream. Hiss! Ling Tian lifted her gaze, inadvertently aggravating the wound on her forehead, causing her to stifle a groan of pain. What is this? Ghastly place? Ling Tian felt the bandage around her finger, casting a bewildered glance around, her face etched with confusion. Wasn't she just asleep in her dormitory? How did she suddenly awaken in a different location? Could it be that she had been kidnapped? This terrifying thought surged through her mind, and panic filled her clear, beautiful eyes, accompanied by an unprecedented dread. Ignoring the pain in her head, she propped herself up and, noticing that no one was around, hastily attempted to flee. However, the moment she stepped out of the room, a tall figure blocked her path, causing her legs to weaken in fright. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself and avoid falling. "Please, spare me, big brother. I beg you, let me go. Rest assured, if you release me, I will definitely not tell anyone about this except for you." This was Ling Tian's first experience with kidnapping. Her family was neither wealthy nor powerful, and they had no enemies. As for her looks, she had always been rather ordinary, blending into the crowd at school like air, making it utterly illogical. Who knows if this is just a new trick of yours? The man before her snorted coldly, his voice resonant and soothing. His features were chiseled and sharp, reminiscent of a sculpted Greek statue, with bronze skin and deep-set, piercing eyes that emanated a faint disdain. Despite this, one could not deny that he was exceedingly handsome. Ling Tian had never encountered a man so strikingly beautiful, as if she had stumbled upon the male lead of a romance novel. He was far more attractive than the so-called heartthrobs at her school. Though he was undeniably good-looking, Ling Tian was not the type to be easily swayed by mere appearances. Right now, her life was of utmost importance. "Big brother, could you please let me go?" The words that escaped her lips revolted her. She had never imagined she would resort to pleading with a kidnapper. "Big brother?" Cheng Ying's expression stiffened, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he scrutinized his cousin. Noticing the injury on her forehead and her thin nightgown, his eyes darkened, and he sneered, "Cheng Tan, stop pretending. Did you suddenly change your attitude to play a trick on me? Cheng, when did you become a Cheng? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Cheng Ying's brows furrowed deeper. Without further ado, he grasped the still-dazed Ling Tian, his expression impassive. "What on earth are you trying to do? Are you putting on this act to make our grandparents punish me? And now, who are you trying to impress?" Every day, whether it was releasing insects onto his bed or maliciously instigating others to bully her, she had made their relatives believe that he was the one tormenting her in their absence. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to it and had endured. But this time, during the summer vacation at their grandparents' countryside home, with no one to supervise her, she became increasingly brazen, hurling insults at him, calling him a bastard, a good-for-nothing, a parasite living off her family. Not only that, she even cursed his parents. He could no longer tolerate it and pushed her away, causing her to collide with a pillar and lose consciousness. Who would have thought that upon waking, she would not unleash her usual tirade of insults, but instead call him Big Brother? Previously, she would either address him by his full name or call him a nuisance. He had expected her to berate him, as she typically would, but now he was left wondering what kind of trick she was playing. "You're hurting me." Ling Tian shifted her wrist, which he held tightly, her face pale. Whether it was from fear or pain, she felt a warmth pooling beneath her, followed by a wave of discomfort. Biting her lip, her complexion turned a shade of distress, and her legs buckled beneath her, collapsing into the man's embrace. The fragrance of youth enveloped him, causing Cheng Ying's usually calm heart to race inexplicably. He glanced down at Ling Tian, who appeared pale and clear-eyed, devoid of her usual haughty demeanor. This sight stirred something within him, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the depths of his dark eyes. This was his first embrace with a girl, and he had never anticipated it would be with his own sister. Having rarely been close to others, Cheng Yingzhu harbored a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Even casual contact was something he avoided, especially with women, let alone her. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself not entirely averse to it. His throat involuntarily bobbed. He despised her. She should have met a fate far worse. "It hurts." Ling Tian disregarding the gender boundary, lamented her pain, lamenting the timing of her discomfort. Strangely, she had never felt such agony before. Why now? Does it hurt? Chung Yingzhu assumed her wound was the source of her distress and, albeit reluctantly, bent down to lift her. Once placed on the bed, Ling Tian clung to him, gripping his shirt tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. It hurts so much, I think I'm dying. What? Chung Yingzhu swallowed hard, his usually indifferent gaze flickering with concern as he discerned that her pain was not from her forehead injury. His heart unexpectedly filled with worry. His voice softened involuntarily. Where does it hurt? Ling Tian paused, the agony in her body gradually subsiding, and as she regained clarity, she found herself staring at his magnified, handsome face. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively pushed him away, stammering, "I am fine now, thank you." Upon reflection, this scene felt eerily familiar. It resembled a scenario from a certain novel she had read before sleeping, where a minor character met a tragic end. At that moment, she had thought it merely a standard kidnapping. But if it were truly a kidnapping, shouldn't she be restrained and blindfolded like in the movies? This was an unusual level of trust, as if he believed she wouldn't escape. Moreover, aside from the man before her, there was no one else in this room. This place felt more akin to a humble abode of farmers rather than a hideout for abductees. As if anticipating her thoughts, Chung Yingzhu let out a derisive chuckle, his eyes filled with mockery at her gratitude. Ironically, he had genuinely felt a twinge of concern for her just moments ago. Chapter 2. Transmigrated into a dystopian novel. If her suspicions were correct, she now found herself in a world depicted in a novel titled Dystopian Reversal, which she had recently finished reading. One of her roommates had a penchant for the bizarre, frequently indulging in novels of a more grotesque nature. In a bid to find companions, she had recommended this particular book to everyone in their dormitory, including Ling Tian. Curiosity had prompted Ling Tian to read a few chapters, and to her surprise, she found herself engrossed, sneaking off to read under the covers each night until she had completed it. Could it be that she had truly transmigrated into the pages of a dystopian novel? Though she speculated, Ling Tian dared not affirm it. Yet the novel seemed to contain a scenario remarkably similar to her current predicament. Chung Tian, do you think I am oblivious to your little tricks? If it weren't for your parents, do you really think I would allow you to act with impunity? The icy tone of his voice jolted Ling Tian back to reality as she began to ponder her thoughts. Remember, do not cross my bottom line. Sensing his gaze, which held a warning, made Ling Tian involuntarily shiver. It appeared that this young man harbored quite a strong aversion toward her. Chung Yingzhu swiftly brushed off the dust from his clothing, as if he had just come into contact with something filthy, his eyes filled with disdain. May I ask, what is your name? Ling Tian paid no heed to his demeanor. She needed to inquire about his name to determine whether he was a significant character in Dystopian Reversal, thus discerning whether she had genuinely transmigrated. He certainly did not seem like an ordinary character. Chung Yingzhu regarded her with a look of derision. Huh, are you truly that foolish? Come on, don't be coy, just tell me your name. Ling Tian winced at the lingering pain in her abdomen, her lovely face reflecting urgency. Chung Yingzhu observed her unusual demeanor, pursing his lips. Chung Yingzhu. What? Ling Tian was taken aback. It was indeed true. She had encountered the formidable antagonist of the novel, the ultimate boss who would oppose the male and female leads. His power was not to be underestimated. This villain not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also awakened the rare psychic ability and dual-element ice powers later in the story. The psychic ability, as commonly known, allowed the user to manipulate objects from a distance to attack, and they could also spy on others to gather intelligence and locations. With each level gained, this ability grew increasingly terrifying, making it nearly impossible to find anyone else with such powers in the novel aside from the antagonist. As for the ice element, it was beyond comparison. Thus, the villainous overlord not only seized powerful resources ahead of others, but later became an overwhelmingly terrifying existence. Although he amassed a cadre of minions, the harsh reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle led him to endure numerous betrayals. Consequently, he grew increasingly pathological, succumbing to a profound mistrust of everyone around him. He developed a penchant for indiscriminate slaughter, initially deriving amusement from dispatching zombies, yet soon found such pursuits insufficient. He turned his lethal intentions towards ordinary humans, sparing neither those who posed a threat nor the pitiable, stubborn heroine. Reflecting on this, Ling Tian was taken aback as she examined her own body. Indeed, the villainous overlord had a cousin named Chung Tian, who, after a verbal altercation with him, fell victim to his uncontrollable rage and was pushed down. This cousin, having been pampered since childhood, was terrified during their first encounter, fearing he would usurp her parents' affection. In her desperation to drive him away, she relentlessly bullied him. While reading this narrative, she found herself cursing Chung Tian repeatedly. Her behavior was utterly repugnant. Ultimately, she met a grim fate, left alone in the apocalypse, with her family transformed into zombies, and her sole cousin neglecting her. It seems she was ultimately overwhelmed by a gang of thugs. Surely, she would not share a similar tragic end, would she? No. She had to test this. Chung Yingzhua observed the dazed Ling Tian with cold eyes, preparing to head to the market to assist their grandparents. Brother, please don't go. Ugh, how revolting. Ling Tian felt nauseated internally, yet outwardly she wore a facade of charm, quickly tugging at his sleeve. Chung Yingzhuo's expression stiffened, clearly uncomfortable with her calling him brother. What do you want? I have no desire to play games with you. In not playing games, I merely wish to apologize. I realize it was inappropriate to refer to you as brother, and even more so to speak of your parents in that way. I understand my mistakes. Will you forgive me? At this moment, she harbored a profound loathing for the original Chung Tian. Clearly, her cousin possessed remarkable looks. Instead of merely appreciating him, she had to act foolishly. Had she treated Chung Yingzhua with indifference, perhaps he would have considered caring for her out of gratitude to her parents. Instead, she had chosen to provoke him into a deadly encounter. To think she would perish without even preserving her dignity, how tragic indeed. Chung Yingzhua furrowed his brow, unable to shake the feeling that this sister of his was somehow peculiar, almost as if she had transformed into someone else. He pried her fingers away and leaned closer. Her fair, delicate skin and damp, seaweed-like hair framed a fresh face devoid of any makeup, a clear testament to her sheltered upbringing. He grasped her chin, leaving faint imprints of his fingers, and had to admit his sister was undeniably beautiful. Her beauty was not merely the innocence of a pubescent girl. She resembled a beguiling fox, capable of ensnaring others in her allure. He stifled the turmoil within and slowly uttered, "Who are you? Truly?" Chapter 3. Flattery. Ling Tian blinked her doe-like eyes, her soft, pink lips curling into a silent smile of sympathy. She cast her gaze away, then replied, "Brother, I am still me. How could I possibly be someone else?" Chung Yingzhuo's fingers tightened involuntarily, and witnessing her demeanor, his voice grew stern. Tentatively, he called out, "Chung Tian?" "Yes, brother, it is me." Ling Tian obediently responded, a friendly smile gracing her face, exuding warmth. Chung Yingzhuo's expression darkened slightly as he released her. The previous Chung Tian never exhibited such politeness. Ling Tian paused, processing his words before responding, "Brother, after this incident, I have gained profound insight into my wrongdoings. Please believe me, I shall strive to be a good sister henceforth, causing you no further annoyance or trouble. You are a formidable figure regardless of the circumstances. She must earnestly cultivate goodwill to aid the original character." Chung Yingzhua remained skeptical, his gaze fixed on her as if searching for any sign of deception. Could it be that she genuinely recognized her past transgressions and sought to make amends? Although he could discern no evident flaws, Chung Yingzhua chose not to let his guard down. He understood the principle of delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. He was well aware. Sweet date? Chung Yingzhuo's pupils darkened, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as a glimmer of scheming crossed his face. Perhaps it was time to test her sincerity, was it not? He gazed into the girl's glistening eyes, tempted by a malicious whim to slap her, allowing her to experience the plight of being at the mercy of another without the means to retaliate. However, gazing upon her delicate visage, he realized such an action would surely leave her swollen. Chung Yingzhua merely entertained the thought engaging in such foolishness would yield catastrophic consequences, and he remained uncertain if this so-called sister was merely staging this performance to ensnare him. "Brother." Ling Tian sensed an ominous chill emanating from the formidable figure before her, particularly unsettling during his prolonged silence. If you believe I lack sincerity, feel free to strike me. I assure you, I will not retaliate. Being the villainous overlord, Ling Tian dared not provoke his wrath. The original character's arrogance had transformed into her current cautious demeanor. Noticing his reluctance to act, Ling Tian gritted her teeth, rising to seize his arm, attempting to strike herself against him, though her strength felt akin to striking a pillow. Chang Yingzhua was momentarily taken aback, observing her expression, then glancing at the arm she had lifted, his eyes dimming slightly. He effortlessly withdrew his arm from her grasp, his tone indifferent. No need. Had the previous Cheng Tian ever dared to initiate physical contact with him? From childhood, she had warned him against touching her. Should he ever have done so, she would have retaliated with a slap and a disdainful cry of disgusting. Could it be that she had genuinely changed? Recognizing her faults? He dared not entertain such notions, cautiously assessing that she posed no immediate threat. Very well, but I genuinely wish to reconcile. If you doubt my intentions, I shall prove it through my actions. Yet Ling Tian remained wary of the individual before her, a notorious villain who would later become a ruthless killer. A quintessential yandere, utterly unpredictable. If her reactions were too extreme, it could lead to an irreparable rift, especially with merely 3 days until the apocalypse, leaving little time for the villain to alter his perception of the sister. Though her approach might incite suspicion, she recognized the urgency of containing any potential fallout before matters escalated. You still bear an injury on your head. Perhaps you should rest a while longer. If you genuinely wish this, it would be best to maintain this demeanor and not deceive me. I have little tolerance for lies. Cheng Yingzhou's gaze narrowed, his lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, concealing a hint of coldness. It was a profound darkness, as deep as an abyss, yet laced with an unsettling aura. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Cheng Yingzhou turned to depart, casting a final remark over his shoulder, his lips curving into a faint smile. Once he had left, Ling Tian, still seated on the bed, remained in a state of bewilderment. She stared vacantly in the direction of Cheng Yingzhou's departure, her expression one of utter confusion. Chapter 4. Transformation. At this moment, Ling Tian had changed into the clothes and sanitary supplies prepared in the city. She hastily washed up with some hot water, relieved that the original owner had not neglected herself and had brought along the essentials. This fact provided Ling Tian with a momentary sense of ease. The original owner was merely 17 years old, currently in her 3rd year of high school, attending a prestigious school in the city. Ling Tian found herself questioning how someone with such a capricious nature managed to gain admission to such a distinguished institution. In truth, she was entirely unaware of the location of the family home in the city. Fortunately, her phone contained not only the driver's contact number, but also that of her parents. She promptly called the driver, intending to arrange for her departure the following day. For what she gathered, in the event of an apocalypse, 90% of the population would suffer from fever, with 80% transforming into zombies, while only 20% would become superhumans. As for the remaining 10% who did not develop a fever, they were mostly ordinary individuals, either waiting passively for death or utilizing their skills to form reconnaissance teams, proving to be quite formidable. Unfortunately, the original owner belonged to that 10% who did not succumb to fever. Otherwise, her demise would not have been so tragic. Luckily, the original owner came from a wealthy background, allowing her to prepare supplies during these few days. However, she realized she needed to bring along her antagonistic older brother for protection. Why not bolster their relationship while gathering supplies? As for the male lead, he could be left for the female protagonist. Having an antagonistic brother readily available was far more convenient. Grandpa Cheng, having tidied up the vegetable basket, called out loudly within the house. Why are you shouting so loudly? Tian is still asleep. You know she won't wake up without the scent of vegetables. Don't disturb her. Grandma Lu lightly smacked him, concerned about waking their granddaughter. Although this granddaughter was a bit spoiled, she had come to terms with it, understanding that she had to show affection to her own kin. Oh dear, you're awake? Ling Tian nodded obediently. Cheng Yingzhou, standing nearby, couldn't help but tighten his grip on the vegetable basket. Nothing. I just accidentally bumped my head while sleeping. Ling Tian evaded his touch, gently rubbing her forehead while putting on a mischievous expression to soothe the worried gazes of Grandpa Cheng and Grandma Lu. Before they could speak, Her eyes darted quickly toward Chung Ingzwa, who was helping Grandpa Chung with the basket. "Brother, may I assist you?" She brightened her eyes, leaving Grandma Lu's embrace and moving beside Chung Ingzwa, holding his large hand as she looked up at him with a charming smile. Chung Ingzwa paused, captivated by the faint fragrance that emanated from the girl, mingled with the fresh scent of soap from her recent bath. It was refreshing and utterly endearing. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of discomfort flickered across his lips as he replied softly, "No, you should go rest, Dada." "Why not? I can do everything." Ling Tian expressed her disappointment, noticing Grandpa Chung was also cleaning the basket. She swiftly snatched it away, declaring, "Grandpa, let me do it. You must be tired after selling the vegetables. Go rest, my brother, and I will manage here." Everyone present, except for Chung Ingzwa, was taken aback by Ling Tian's unusually considerate behavior. The most surprised were Grandpa Chung and Grandma Lu, who knew that when their granddaughter first arrived in the countryside, she regarded Chung Ingzwa as an enemy, never once calling him brother and openly scolding him in their presence. There were times they even felt a bit displeased with her for being so harsh. Today, however, she suddenly called him brother, took the initiative to help, and appeared quite fond of him, truly astonishing them. Chapter 5. Going back. Ling Tian was aware that her rapid change might seem strange, but time was of the essence, and she could not afford to take things slowly. She urged Grandpa Chung and the others to rest, so she could have the opportunity to be alone with Chung Ingzwa, a perfect chance to enhance their rapport. "Brother, are you leaving tomorrow?" Chung Ingzwa looked at her in confusion and asked, "Why would I leave?" Ling Tian made a pitiful expression, setting aside her work to grasp his sturdy arm. It dawned on her that the man before her stood quite tall, likely around 6 feet 3 inches, with a well-proportioned figure. Though he didn't have bulging muscles, his exposed arms were hard and muscular, exuding strength. As she raised her gaze, she was struck by his striking features. But his piercing eyes bore into her, making her feel slightly uneasy. Ling Tian? Did the big boss discover something? For a moment, she forced herself to remain calm, though her heart was racing. The only option was to feign vulnerability. Was it so strange to be kind to her brother? If so, then so be it. She had vowed to express her intentions through actions, wishing to convey one thing to him. For the past, all she could do was offer her apologies and seek to make amends. That if you find me insincere or detestable, that's fine, just say the word, and I will keep my distance. Staying 5 paces away from you, Chung Ingzwa shook his head indifferently, a fleeting wave of emotion passing through him, though his tone remained unruffled. No need. Ling Tian's personality contrasted greatly with that of the original owner. Although she could be a bit spoiled, her nature was direct and more vivacious. The original owner had been excessively pampered, displaying a spoiled demeanor, and only pretended to be gentle and obedient in front of those she favored. She never concealed her willfulness and dominance toward her family, and was somewhat naive and love-struck, easily deceived and quick to anger. The stark differences in their personalities made it easy for her to slip up in front of those close to her. Ling Tian often felt that the original owner's cousin would eventually discover that she was not the true Chung Tian. "Will you stay with me?" Chung Ingzwa's body tensed, clearly uncomfortable with such close contact. However, he added, "But I have one condition." Before Ling Tian could feel elated, she was immediately taken aback. "After dinner, accompany me to the nearby clinic to check on your forehead injury." Ling Tian's heart soared at the suggestion, but upon hearing hospital, she pouted, recalling her childhood aversion. "Can we not go?" Yet, the man beside her bore a cool demeanor, and under his indifferent gaze, she reluctantly nodded. "Whatever my brother says goes. I'll go." Once they completed their tasks, prepared the meal, and finished eating, as promised, Ling Tian obediently followed Chung Ingzwa to the nearby clinic to tend her injury. Upon arrival, aside from receiving some medication, the most crucial advice was to ensure ample rest. Sensing an ominous noise approaching from a distance, the ever-alert Chung Ingzwa quickly covered Ling Tian's mouth and pulled her into a nearby thicket. Ling Tian was taken aback, her already dizzy head spinning further. "Be quiet." His deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear as in the next moment his warm, long fingers pressed against her neck. Chung Ingzwa half embraced Ling Tian, vigilantly peering through the bushes toward the source of the approaching footsteps. They remained silent, the sounds of footsteps echoing distinctly in the stillness. "Little beauty, you finally arrived. I was worried sick." "Oh dear, don't be like that. We might be seen. Let us go somewhere else," the woman's voice intertwined with the man's, both laced with a hint of age. Ling Tian felt utterly embarrassed, her expression frozen at the sound. The man leered as he made advances toward the woman before him. "Scoundrel, don't you already have me? Are you still seeking others? That wild girl is clearly no good. If you dare flirt with her, I'll spill our secret, and we'll all be doomed." All right, I want tea. I was just joking." "Don T, take it seriously." Upon hearing this, the man immediately fell silent, soothingly patting the woman's shoulder, ingratiatingly saying, "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. That's more like it." The woman seemed pleased with his words, immediately altering her demeanor. Chung Ingzwa, concealed within the thicket, felt his expression darken. His arm around Ling Tian's shoulder tensed, veins bulging. After all, Chung Tian was his sister. How could he allow anyone to? Even the thought was intolerable. Anyone daring to covet her would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Chapter 6. Pinching faces listening to the conversation unfolding nearby, Ling Tian felt a mix of humiliation and rage. What should she do? She longed to smack those two across the face. As the two outside prepared to leave, she hesitated to approach. Given her slender frame, confronting them would only lead to her own disadvantage. "Let us go." Chung Ingzwa's gaze darkened as he released Ling Tian, glancing back at her, urging her to follow. "Oh." Ling Tian paused for a moment before quickly matching his pace, a wave of disappointment washing over her. It seemed her brother truly did not care for her. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed while others spoke ill of his sister? Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Ling Tian, feeling drowsy, fell asleep in bed, sensing that something had subtly changed, though she could not pinpoint what. Since her arrival, she had been filled with anxiety and fear. She had always been a timid person, and if she ever encountered a zombie, she feared she might collapse from fright before even getting the chance to fight back. Uncertain how much time had passed, Ling Tian was stirred from her slumber by a knock at the door. She approached and opened it to find Grandma, Lu, standing there, wearing a warm and gentle smile. "So soon." Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced down at her still warm pajamas, her annoyance evident as she scratched her head. "Grandma, please tell him to wait. I will be out shortly." "All right." Lu Grandma nodded in compliance with her granddaughter's request and stepped outside. After nearly 20 minutes of tidying up, an unavoidable task given the original owner's excessive belongings, she finally emerged, only to find Chung Ingzwa waiting for her outside. "Miss," he greeted, accompanied by a middle-aged driver, whose warm smile addressed her as Miss as well. Ling Tian merely nodded, struggling with the weight of 2 heavy suitcases, and deftly avoided the driver's outstretched hand, directing her gaze towards Chung Ingzwa. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's emotions, Ling Tian sniffled and plaintively said, "Brother, these are so heavy. Could you assist me?" Chung Ingzwa furrowed his brow. Sensing that his sister's actions post-accident were increasingly unexpected to his surprise, he found himself somewhat charmed by her demeanor. Without further ado, he stepped forward to lift her 2 suitcases, placing them in the trunk of the car. "Thank you, brother," Ling Tian said with a smile, her eyes twinkling like blooming peach blossoms. Chung Ingzwa found himself momentarily entranced. The driver, witnessing this interaction, gaped in disbelief. He had been working for the Chung family for several years and knew all too well that the young lady typically held a disdain for her cousin. Their meetings often ended in quarrels or cold indifference, so to see her smile so charmingly at him was utterly unprecedented. Not only was she smiling, but her entire demeanor today was remarkably different. When had she become so polite? Before departing, Lu Grandma had thoughtfully packed freshly made dumplings into a thermos for her to eat on the road, which left Ling Tian touched, prompting several heartfelt embraces before she boarded the car. Originally intending to sit in the front passenger seat, Chung Ingzwa found himself being playfully tugged back by Ling Tian, who insisted on sitting in the rear. Sitting in the back, Ling Tian turned to Chung Ingzwa on her left, nudging him gently and asking with a slight pout, "Brother, do you think I'm quite incompetent?" Chung Ingzwa narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him. she still possessed the same strikingly beautiful features, her figure unchanged. Yet now, she seemed less haughty and cruel, and instead bore a softer, more endearing demeanor. Yes, you were rather incompetent before, but you've improved now. Ling Tian leaned closer, their mutual warmth palpable. Chung Yingzhua felt an unfamiliar stiffness in his body as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl nearly nestled against him. His large hand brushed against her delicate skin, triggering a wave of discomfort within him. Since childhood, he had always been averse to physical contact with others. It not only repulsed him, but also evoked an indescribable unease. While he had thought this was merely a psychological reaction, the sensation of her smooth, tender skin was oddly not unwelcome to in the past. He had experienced similar accidental touches with her, but had only felt deep-seated aversion and repulsion. How could this be? She was his sister, T.O. confirmed his thoughts. Chung Yingzhua suddenly turned to Ling Tian and playfully pinched her cheek. Ling Tian's expression stiffened as she stared at him in bewilderment. Although he hadn't applied much force, she winced in discomfort. "Brother, what are you doing?" "That hurts, stop," she exclaimed, desperately trying to evade his teasing hand. Just as she thought to grab his wrist, he released her. Chapter 7. Parents on business trip. Chung Yingzhua realized that his action was somewhat inappropriate. Clearing his throat awkwardly as he said, "My apologies." Upon hearing the formidable boss apologize, Ling Tian discreetly smirked, stifling a laugh to avoid revealing any cracks in her fade. "It's all right. Brother, just remember to give me a heads up next time you decide to pinch my face. It's quite startling when you do it so unexpectedly." Chung Yingzhua felt his ears heat up at her soft, melodious voice and the captivating sparkle in her eyes, causing him to avert his gaze abruptly to the car window. He responded with a faint, The driver, Uncle Lu, caught a glimpse of their playful exchange in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. "Miss, if the boss sees how well you and young Master Chung are getting along, he will surely be pleased. Yes, from today onward, I will treat my brother well," Ling Tian declared with a bright smile, casting a determined glance at Chung Yingzhua's handsome profile, if memory served her right. The original owner had just returned from a trip to the countryside when her parents left for a business trip. Shortly thereafter, a global pandemic erupted, with many inexplicably exhibiting symptoms of fever and chills. Initially, some believed it to be merely an outbreak, but within days, most of those afflicted transformed into zombies, and the original owner's parents were no exception. The reason the original owner was neglected by her cousin was largely due to her naive belief that this was just a plague. In the countryside, the young lady has changed so much that I can hardly recognize her. Yunjia, the Chung family's nanny, remarked. Given the busyness of the original owner's parents, they had employed Yunji years ago to ensure their daughter's well-being. "No need for that, Uncle Lu. There's no need to call her Aunt Yin anymore to my brother and I can take care of ourselves. Even if Dad and Mom are away, my brother will look after me." "Right," Ling Tian said with a knowing look, casting a meaningful glance at Chung Yingzhua. With just the two of them, such a splendid opportunity, Ling Tian was determined not to let anyone intrude. Besides, in novels, minor characters often ended up becoming zombies, and she had no desire to invite a ticking time bomb into her life. Furthermore, she could collect supplies while simultaneously reshaping her image in the eyes of the formidable boss, not as the malicious, foolish younger sister, but as a fresh, charming, intelligent, and considerate sibling. Chung Yingzhua's gaze lingered for a moment, as if he had been jolted by an electric shock, his body tingling as though he had just been shocked. He suppressed his unusual feelings and turned away from Ling Tian, addressing Uncle Lu instead. "Uncle Lu, please refrain from calling her Aunt Yin and I will take good care of Chung Tian." Uncle Lu nodded. Fully confident in Chung Yingzhua's ability to look after his cousin, that "I knew my brother would always care for me," Ling Tian thought, her heart swelling with joy as she wrapped her arms around Chung Yingzhua's arm, nuzzling against him, creating an exceedingly adorable scene. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Chung Yingzhua's heart surged with warmth and tumult, yet he remained stiff, slowly withdrawing his arm. Though he found her unexpected closeness a bit disconcerting, he couldn't deny that he was beginning to cherish this sensation. The moment such a thought emerged, he felt a twinge of resistance. He feared that once he allowed himself to indulge in it, he would become ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Nonetheless, he acquiesced, his voice rich and magnetic, though his tone remained subdued. aware of the boss's cleanliness and his dislike for others encroaching upon his personal space. Ling Tian wisely chose to leave it at that, not pressing any further. After all, everything would be just fine. Chapter 8. Suspicion. The Chung residence is situated in the most luxurious community in the city center. Where a duplex apartment typically costs several million, the security measures are superb, and it is predominantly inhabited by the affluent. After organizing her belongings in her room, Ling Tian gazed out at the surroundings. The apartments here had distinct boundaries, neither too close nor too far from one another, providing a relatively high level of safety, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief for the moment. At lunchtime, the dining table was already adorned with an array of aromatic dishes. Ling Tian, still rummaging through the original owner's room, was immediately drawn to the enticing scents wafting from the kitchen, where she caught sight of a tall figure. Her eyes lit up. Glancing at the steaming dishes on the table, she nearly drooled. "Brother, did you make all this?" she exclaimed, marveling at her fortunate circumstances. Why could she not have such a wonderful brother in her real life? The original owner had taken him for granted, but she would not. Chung Ingzwa entered with the last bowl of braised pork, casually stating, "Wash your hands and let's eat." Okay, Ling Tian was utterly captivated by the food. Her thoughts consumed by the meal, as a true foodie. Eating was paramount, especially with the impending apocalypse looming. Who knew if she would ever enjoy such a feast again? After washing her hands, Ling Tian unapologetically piled several pieces of braised pork on her plate, devouring them with abandon. "Weren't you always averse to high-calorie foods?" Chung Ingzwa asked, still seated across from her. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he observed her voracious appetite for the braised pork. It seemed she was entirely unconcerned about the potential weight gain from such indulgence. This was quite peculiar. Exceedingly, so did a girl who had always been mindful of her figure would not suddenly change her habits, simply because she had bumped her head. "Because you made it. Regardless of what you cook, I love it," she replied. "Don't you remember? You once said you didn't like my cooking and warned me not to cook anymore. That's so?" Ling Tian's movements paused, her gaze becoming somewhat complex. Indeed, a mere supporting character was reduced to a passing remark, leaving no detailed description from the author. She only knew that before the original owner was sullied to death. The author had depicted the original owner's psychological state as one of being plotted against by someone they cherished. So, does that imply the original owner had someone they liked? The specifics of who that might be were not detailed in the book. Noticing the hesitation in her gaze, Chung Ingzwa's internal confusion deepened. He felt an odd illusion that the person before him might not be Chung Tian, yet there appeared to be no visible flaws in her appearance. Ling Tian pouted in frustration and ultimately presented Chung Ingzwa with an exceedingly shy smile. "Oh dear, things are different now. I like my brother, and naturally, I adore the dishes he prepares." Upon hearing this, Chung Ingzwa's indifferent pupils suddenly constricted, and he fell silent. Averting his face awkwardly, he could only see the skin on the tips of his ears gradually reddening. After finishing lunch, Ling Tian intended to invite her brother to accompany her for a stroll, hoping to uncover some delightful find along the way. Without those containers with built-in space, even a large quantity of food would spoil and become inedible over time. Only certain containers could provide protection and preservation, ensuring that nothing would spoil regardless of how long it was stored. Finding such a container was Ling Tian's primary concern, although her role as a cannon fodder certainly lacked the good fortune of the female lead. How could she know if she didn't try? Moreover, she had the formidable presence of the antagonist boss to bolster her. Before heading out, Ling Tian changed into a white dress. The original owner's wardrobe consisted primarily of skirts that could be deemed somewhat conservative, while the shorts were not only short but excessively so, leaving her without a single pair of comparable long trousers. She was bewildered as to how the original owner managed to go out dressed like that. Her hair was naturally tied into a ponytail, a style Ling Tian usually donned in her daily life. Feeling the softness of the delicate little hand in his palm, Chung Ingzwa's cold expression momentarily furrowed before relaxing. He pursed his dry lips and decisively uttered 2 words, "Not annoying." His large hand involuntarily grasped her slender hand, and the icy barrier within his heart seemed to show signs of thawing. Although he harbored doubts about whether she was truly Chung Tian or someone else entirely, he found that even if he were deceived, it was still a pleasant feeling. What did it matter whether she was Chung Tian or not? What he cared about were the words she had spoken to him. Chapter 9. Playing the victim after a period of deep contemplation and considering future implications, she resolved to inform him of the impending apocalypse. Brother, do you know why I want you to accompany me on this shopping trip? Chung Ingswa gazed at his sister's peculiar expression, his curiosity piqued as he replied solemnly. Why? Ling Tian tugged at his sleeve and stood on her tiptoes, signaling for him to lean closer. Chung Ingswa bent down to draw near her. Ling Tian leaned against his ear and, in a volume meant for just the two of them, whispered, Do you know? Brother, when I fainted that day, I had a terrifying nightmare that I dreamed that many people turned into zombies, even Dad, Mom, and others I knew. Only you remained unchanged and gained extraordinary powers, becoming incredibly formidable. Ling Tian recounted the events in broad strokes, framing the original owner's experiences as a nightmare. Although divulging this could be somewhat perilous, as it might lead the big boss to believe that her kindness stemmed from ulterior motives, she felt no regret. Some things, once spoken, brought her a sense of reassurance. However, the one detail she chose to withhold was the fact that she had transmigrated into a book. Chung Ingswa listened, his expression betraying no visible emotion. Yet the gradual tightening of his fists spoke volumes. The mere thought of his sister instantly darkened Chung Ingswa's countenance. He forcefully pulled Ling Tian into his embrace, gripping her slender waist and pressing her deeply into his chest, greedily inhaling her scent. Fear not. Who dares to bully you? I will ensure they meet their demise, that I will protect you, brother. Ling Tian froze momentarily, warmth enveloping her from all sides, stirring her emotions that I treat you this way. And yet you... Tian. Just as Ling Tian was about to continue, a voice interrupted her, catching her off guard. It really is you. It was a girl with an appealing appearance, yet the affected expression on her face elicited no fondness from Ling Tian. Upon realizing someone recognized her, the two quickly separated, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. The book mentioned that the original owner had a close friend who, during the apocalypse, kept her company out of fear. Her name seemed to be Chun Jinxiang, that if she wasn't mistaken, the original owner's death was likely intertwined with her as well. Tian, is he your boyfriend? Chun Jinxiang asked, gazing at Chung Ingswa, who stood tall and handsome, exuding an aura of coolness that was undeniably imposing. Chun Jinxiang's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of jealousy flashing across her gaze. She had finally managed to capture Yi Jiashu, whom Ling Tian had long admired. Yet standing next to Chung Ingswa, it was evident they were leagues apart. Why did she deserve such beauty and affluent parents? Why could she win the adoration of all the boys in the class simply because of her looks? Even so, had she not captured the heart of her own crush? If she could win Yi Jiashu, then surely this man would be no different. Chun Jinxiang's lips curled into a faint, barely discernible smile, maintaining her facade in front of Chung Ingswa while projecting an exceedingly gentle expression. Tian, you liked Yi Jiashu, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me you secretly got a boyfriend? Though the tone was friendly, the underlying implications were laced with a different flavor. Naturally, Ling Tian was not as naive as the original owner. She easily detected the desire in this woman's gaze towards her brother and the ulterior motives veiled within her words. Yi Jiashu, could this be the person the original owner fancied? Given Chun Jinxiang's demeanor, it seemed she had long been flirting with Yi Jiashu behind the original owner's back. Ling Tian affectionately linked her arm with Chung Ingswa's, not only failing to clarify that he was her brother, but also embellishing her words. It seems my dating a boyfriend is none of your concern, is it? Upon hearing this, Chung Ingswa's lips curled into a slight smile. His mood markedly improved. The term boyfriend appeared rather pleasant. Tian, I was merely concerned for you. Nothing more, that I thought we shared everything as friends. Chun Jinxiang feigned a hurt expression, yet internally she was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the dim-witted girl, who usually succumbed to her sweet words, would suddenly become impervious to her tactics. An ominous premonition flickered within her, as though something had shifted from its original course. Chun Jinxiang covertly glanced at Chung Ingswa beside Ling Tian, knowing that this expression would soften any man's heart. Ling Tian frowned in displeasure, her eyes radiating deep disdain. This performance, did she really think she could compete with her in feigning vulnerability? Had she not spent 8 years watching palace intrigue dramas and novels? Jin Xiang, I certainly regarded you as a good friend. Yet, I fear that you have been eyeing my boyfriend that I thought you liked him. And I cannot allow the person I cherish to be taken from me. I truly like him, and I am sorry. Ling Tian exhibited an expression of profound anguish, her eyes blinking pitifully as if on the verge of tears. An utterly heart-wrenching sight. Chapter 10. Anger. Ling Tian's expression successfully garnered the sympathy of onlookers, igniting a flurry of whispers among the crowd. What kind of friend is this? So disgusting. They had the audacity to linger here, undermining their friend while portraying themselves as the victim. Their shamelessness truly knows no bounds. I initially had a good impression of her, but it turns out she's just a typical green tea. Do you not know to guard against fire, theft, and your best friend? Some people appear harmless, always acting in your best interests, yet might stab you in the back and speak ill of you. Feeling the disdainful and scornful gazes directed at her, Chun Jinxiang's complexion darkened instantaneously. She pinched the flesh on her finger, gradually applying pressure. She had never anticipated that her usual tactics would be mimicked by someone else, especially by the fool who couldn't even conceal her anger. What astonished her further was, she sensed that Chun Tian might have discovered something or realized her connection with Yi Jiaxu. Chun Jinxiang's eyes reddened as she fought to maintain her facade in front of others, especially Chun Yingzhua. She bit her lip, her beautiful face clouded with confusion. Tian, what are you talking about? When did I ever steal the person you liked? Are you misunderstanding something? Jin Xiang, whether I have misunderstood or not. Isn't your heart the clearest? Had she truly been found out? Chun Jinxiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, uncertain. She had concealed her actions so well, and Chun Tian had always trusted her. There was no reason for her to be discovered. Just last week, Chun Tian had asked her to gather information about Yi Jiaxu. How had everything changed so suddenly? She no longer blushed at the mere mention of Yi Jiaxu's name. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Jinxiang panicked and reached out to grab Ling Tian. Tian, I swear I didn't. If you think I'm involved with Yi Jiaxu, I can call him over to clarify everything. I assure you, I have done nothing to betray you. Ling Tian smirked, suddenly intrigued. She had been worried about how to find Yi Jiaxu. Was this not an opportunity delivered right to her doorstep? She was eager to discover what kind of person the original owner had been infatuated with. As Chun Jinxiang was about to touch Ling Tian's arm, she was intercepted by Chun Yingzhua's strong arm. Just looking at his cold, handsome face made Chun Jinxiang feel a bit embarrassed, and at that moment, she thought it was a good opportunity to speak with him. Sir, I merely wish to exchange a few words with her. I assure you, it won't harm her, so please do not worry. Chun Jinxiang endeavored to soften her voice, attempting to infuse it with a delicate timbre to evoke the man's natural inclination to cherish and protect. However, there are always some men indifferent or even averse to such tactics out of course. It all depends on the individual. Chun Yingzhua merely cast her a disdainful glance and coldly spat out a single word: leave. At that moment, Chun Jinxiang's complexion paled, her heart dropped. It was the first time she had ever been scolded by a man, which struck her deeply. Since Chun Yingzhua had glanced at Chun Jinxiang, he did not direct his gaze towards her again. Frowning, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, he swiftly took hold of the still-dazed Ling Tian and departed, leaving Chun Jinxiang alone to grapple with her self-doubt. Along the way, Ling Tian noticed Chun Yingzhua's grim demeanor, seemingly brimming with suppressed anger, which made her anxious. She cautiously inquired, "What is wrong? Are you upset because I refer to you as my boyfriend in front of others?" The straightforward and naive Ling Tian believed that the formidable antagonist was upset for this reason, unaware of the subtle tension hanging in the AI. Why Yi Jianshu? Do you hold a fondness for him? A dangerous voice echoed in her ears, momentarily stunning Ling Tian, who had not anticipated such a question, leaving her momentarily speechless. In the next instant, the large hand gripping her wrist tightened abruptly, enough to make her feel as if her wrist might snap, causing her to wince in pain. No, I no longer like him. It hurts, please don't grip so tightly. Upon hearing her cry out in pain, Chun Yingzhua realized his emotions had gotten the better of him and immediately loosened his grip, feeling a mix of guilt and a hint of exhilaration. You truly do not like him anymore. Indeed, I detest him now. My affections lie solely with you. Hearing this, Chung Yingzua finally allowed a satisfied smirk to grace his lips, his mood gradually calming with her words. Chapter 11. Ancient copper coin. After indulging in a few playful exchanges with Chung Yingzua, Ling Tian resumed her quest for a container. However, after visiting numerous shops, she found nothing that met her desires. Like many stories featuring a background akin to Sulayama, the protagonist in the original tale also hails from a humble family, following her mother's early demise. The only inheritance she received was a jade pendant passed down through generations. This pendant happened to be a spatial artifact, although the protagonist was initially unaware of its capabilities until she sustained injuries during a battle with a zombie, activating its powers with her blood and ultimately saving her life. The pendant functioned as a built-in cheat for the protagonist, capable of storing food and allowing living beings to enter. Once inside, it remained completely invisible, requiring no concern for being discovered. Indeed, the author's favored daughter, even if her family circumstances did not match Xing Tian's, was equally loved. Ling Tian pondered whether such containers were generally relics of ages long past. With this thought in mind, she decided to search for a location in the original text that sold antiques, as such places often attracted a fair number of patrons. She would not venture into auction houses, nor could she afford the prices. Although the original character's family was wealthy, the control over finances did not rest with her. Her parents had always dispensed funds in a regulated manner, fearing that her indulgent nature could lead to exploitation by ill-intentioned individuals. Hence, they carefully monitored her daily expenditures. With this in mind, Ling Tian led Chung Yingzua to the trading market in the Pearl River Delta region. "Brother, do you think we will find what we seek here?" Chung Yingzua's expression remained unchanged, his voice low and elongated. "Rest assured, we shall find it." Yet Ling Tian felt disheartened as she surveyed the porcelain and bronze wares on display, her gaze flitting between Buddhist beads and calligraphy. Amongst so many antiques, locating a spatial artifact felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As a mere supporting character, she lacked the discerning eye of the protagonist for identifying treasures. And even if the author might grant her unexpected fortune, such distinctions were evident. Just as Ling Tian contemplated choosing a few items to inspect, Chung Yingzua's attention was drawn to a small stall ahead. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Brother, have you spotted something of interest?" Chung Yingzua raised an eyebrow and replied, "Let's approach and see." Following her brother's lead, Ling Tian quickly accompanied him to the stall, which, like others, featured an array of bronze and porcelain items, albeit with a greater variety. Chung Yingzua intently examined the offerings, ultimately fixating on an ancient copper coin, his fingers caressing its surface with an inscrutable expression. Ling Tian followed his gaze, initially perceiving it as an ordinary coin. But upon closer inspection, she noticed a minuscule flaw in its outline. That wasn't this the spatial artifact belonging to the male lead in the original narrative? According to the text, this coin had been found on a zombie, which was, in essence, a mere supporting character, a resource gifted to the male lead to simplify the author's storytelling and express affection for the protagonist. Could it be? Ling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this coin possibly be here? "Brother, you're amazing. You found this," she exclaimed with excitement, wanting to embrace him but refraining due to the public setting. "Are you referring to this coin?" Chung Yingzua glanced at it with indifference before turning his attention back to his sister, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he asked, "Are you truly that delighted?" Chung Yingzua nodded, observing Ling Tian negotiating with the vendor, her petite figure exuding a warmth he had never before experienced. As he watched, an unexpected wave of heat enveloped him, and suddenly, the world around him began to blur, his body igniting with fever, accompanied by a heavy dizziness and labored breathing. Chapter 12. Fever. The man emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance, yet the heat of his breath against her skin sent shivers down her spine. "Brother," Ling Tian, clutching the copper coin, glanced in astonishment at Chung Yingzua, whose cheeks were flushed. She quickly adjusted his positioning, ensuring he was stable. "What is happening? Could it be so soon?" Ling Tian touched Chung Yingzua's feverish forehead, her hands trembling. "Brother, you have a fever. Hot." Chung Yingzua gasped, beads of sweat beginning to emerge on his brow. Supporting his arm, she felt his head lean uncontrollably against her shoulder. Chung Yingzua was aware that his weight would burden her, yet he endeavored to stay upright, not wanting to crush her. However, the fever's intensity gradually infused his gaze with a hint of crimson menace. Just as she attempted to help him to bed, his body collapsed onto hers, both tumbling heavily onto the center of the bed. The copper coin slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Ling Tian, pinned beneath him, felt a surge of panic as she pushed against Chang Yingzua's scorching form, discovering she could not budge him. Alarmed, she blinked her doe-like eyes. "Brother, you're so heavy. Could you please move aside? I need to get up." Chang Yingzua clenched his fists, sensing an unseen energy coursing through his body. Surging into his limbs, he fought to suppress his discomfort, propping himself up on his arms, his bloodshot eyes observing his flustered sister with a glimmer of restraint. Ling Tian gazed fearfully at Chang Yingzua, unable to restrain her call for him. "Brother." In the novel, his character was portrayed as capricious, aloof, and possessing an intense possessiveness, harboring a deep disdain for deception. Ultimately, he succumbed to betrayal and became a ruthless killer, instilling a sense of dread within her. Chang Yingzua merely closed his eyes, suppressing the fury brewing within, before ultimately rolling to the side, freeing Ling Tian from beneath him. She exhaled a relieved breath, rising from the bed to retrieve the fallen copper coin, then returned to ensure Chang Yingzua was comfortably settled. Once she had attended to him, concerned he might be thirsty, she fetched a large glass of water from the living room. Chang Yingzua drank it all in one go, quenching his thirst. "So, is this state of mind a normal phenomenon? Does that mean what you said is true?" His voice sounded weak yet remained as indifferent as ever, seemingly unaffected by the impending apocalypse. "Yes, brother, you must stay in this room for the next few days. Only venture out once your fever subsides. This copper coin serves as a spatial container capable of storing anything. When it is opened, it will hide itself, but it requires human blood to activate that. I plan to use this coin to stockpile food. So we need not worry about provisions as she explained." Ling Tian offered Chang Yingzua a reassuring smile. "Moreover, if danger arises, we can seek temporary refuge within the space. Although living beings can enter, remaining there for prolonged periods can affect the body due to the differing timelines and spaces, potentially causing spatial distortions. Otherwise, if it were so simple, the original characters would have long been living happily together." Chapter 13. The opening of space, stepping out of Chang Yingzua's room. Ling Tian switched on the television in the living room. The news, both on the screen and her phone, reported a rising number of fever cases across various regions of the world. Experts speculated that this was a pandemic caused by a peculiar virus, a claim that had yet to be substantiated. Following the announcement, it was likely that many were now restless with anxiety. Ling Tian merely scoffed, a derisive chuckle escaping her lips, with her mind focused on more pressing matters. She rummaged through the drawers in the living room, searching for a sewing needle or utility knife. Holding the utility knife and a copper coin, Ling Tian felt a surge of tension as she took a few deep breaths. Gritting her teeth, she sliced her fingertip, and blood trickled down onto the coin. In the next moment, the blood was absorbed, and the coin seemed to receive a signal. A brilliant white light flickered, followed by an overwhelming force pulling her in. This was the first time Ling Tian had witnessed such a breathtaking scene. It felt as though her eyes were no longer her own. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, she was swept into a space best described as a void. It was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any boundaries, just an endless blank. Upon further inspection, she discovered a small floating window within this space that offered a glimpse of the outside world. After contemplating for a moment, she surmised it might be an exit and ventured towards it. As she emerged, an unprecedented fatigue washed over her. She retrieved the copper coin from the coffee table and pulled out her phone to search for the logistics website that the male protagonist used for stockpiling supplies. Apologies were in order. She had already commandeered this website in advance. Gathering supplies required substantial funds, and the original owner's meager allowance would certainly be insufficient. Thus, Ling Tian devised a plan to feign vulnerability and call the original owner's parents, persuading them to finance her needs. Given the soft-hearted nature of the original owner's parents, she anticipated a swift response. While tending to the feverish Chang Yingzua, Ling Tian placed several orders on the website. With the number of infected individuals on the rise, other countries had begun to impose strict lockdowns. After several days of relentless efforts, She had gathered nearly everything she needed. Ling Tian set the copper coin aside, intending to take a brief respite when a knock echoed from the door. Unable to suppress a frown, she rose from the sofa and cautiously approached the entrance, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a familiar face, Chen Jinxiang, whom she had encountered on the street just days prior, accompanied by a man whose features were indistinct. Ling Tian paused, wondering if Chen Jinxiang had indeed brought Yi Jiaxu. After a brief hesitation, she turned the doorknob and opened the door, curious to see what antics they were up to. Tian, are you all right? As soon as the door swung open, Chen Jinxiang feigned concern, embracing Ling Tian while scanning her surroundings anxiously. The news reports that many have contracted the plague, that I was so frightened. I'm relieved you're safe. It truly terrified me. Had the original owner been present, she would have undoubtedly been moved to tears. However, Ling Tian was well aware of Chen Jinxiang's ulterior motives. This visit was nothing more than a charade to retain a useful pawn. Jinxiang, what is this? She refrained from tearing the facade apart just yet. Ling Tian suppressed her disdain and turned her gaze to Yi Jiaxu, the person Chen Jinxiang had mentioned, that he appeared scholarly and elegant, exuding an air of literary charm. Who would have imagined such a person could align with Chen Jinxiang, even to the point of causing the original owner's demise? Indeed, some individuals seem resplendent on the surface, yet are beasts in disguise beneath. Ling Tian managed a faint smile, her voice cool and detached. So, he is Yi Jiaxu? Yes, Tian, that I brought him here, because you seem to misunderstand my relationship with Yi, that I asked him to come and clarify things with you. Seeing Ling Tian's calm demeanor regarding Yi Jiaxu, Chen Jinxiang felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that Chen Tian was growing more peculiar. Why? Just the other day, had she been humiliated by her, and now, encountering Yi Jiaxu, Chen Tian showed no signs of bashfulness. It made no sense. Wasn't this foolish girl supposed to have a crush on Yi Jiaxu? Surely, she couldn't have changed her affections so swiftly? Ling Tian arched an eyebrow. So, you brought him here? Chapter 14. Trash Chen Jinxiang maintained a gentle smile. Casting a meaningful glance at Yi Jiaxu from the corner of her Yi Jiaxu, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and politely greeted Ling Tian, his tone amiable. So, you are Chen Tian? In that instant, Ling Tian felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, unsure if it was remnants of the original owner's feelings lingering within this body. Her heart raced at the mere mention of this man. She found herself at a loss for words. Despite her lack of affection for him, it seemed this body harbored an obsession that she could not quite shake off. Fortunately, this obsession was merely a mild discomfort, one that would not hinder her actions. Quickly regaining her composure, Ling Tian was disinterested in small talk. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to explain? Chen Jinxiang, having observed Ling Tian's unusual behavior, smirked with satisfaction. Her assumptions had proven correct. This foolish girl still harbored feelings for Yi Jiaxu. Chen Tian, we are now in our senior year, the most critical time for our studies. You know the school prohibits dating, and I have no such intentions. Initially, I had no desire to come, but Chen insisted that I clarify our relationship face to face. We are merely classmates, and that will not change. I asked that so. Ling Tian leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the pair. Then I must have misunderstood you both? Tian, he has made himself clear that it was indeed a misunderstanding. You should feel reassured now, shouldn't you? Chen Jinxiang's eyes darted around, sensing the situation was shifting in her favor. She reached out to grasp Ling Tian's hand, attempting to soften her tone in a bid to dissolve any lingering doubts. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, evading Chen Jinxiang's nauseating touch, regarding them with the expression of one observing a clown. That I have a question for Yi Jiaxu. Why did you agree to come and explain things to someone with whom you have no connection? You've stated that the school prohibits dating, so such matters should be addressed with the teachers, shouldn't they? Moreover, I have no leverage over you, nor do I share any relationship with you. Or is it that Jinxiang has threatened you? Yi Jiaxu, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Jiaxu's gentle features, his gaze occasionally darting toward Chen Jinxiang. Tian, Chun Jinxiang's expression stiffened, her sudden laughter igniting feelings of humiliation. Yet her pitiful facade betrayed none of her internal fury. He initially refused. I had to plead with him that oh. And how did you plead with Yi Jiashu? Ling Tian's face lit up with a mischievous smile as she scrutinized the Chun Jinxiang as a flustered countenance. A glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Chung Tian, she is your friend. You should know when to stop. Yi Jiashu, unable to bear the unfolding drama any longer, dismissed the earlier warnings from the road. What? Are you feeling sympathetic so soon? Weren't you claiming to have no connection to Jinxiang? Ling Tian scoffed, rolling her eyes. I do not welcome your presence. You should leave. The prospect of leaving, coupled with the dangers lurking outside, shattered their prearranged plans. Chun Jinxiang, now frantic, exclaimed, Tian, I assure you that my relationship with him is innocent. Why won't you believe me? And haven't you always had feelings for Yi Jiashu? You are aware of the current dangers outside. What if we contract the plague? Initially, she had intended to observe their antics, but Ling Tian soon grew weary of the pretense. Your facade is as transparent as glass. I cannot accommodate you. Best find somewhere else to linger. Oh, and stop insisting that I like him, that I refuse to accept secondhand garbage. Understood? A flicker of panic and disbelief flashed in Chun Jinxiang's eyes. How could she possibly deny her affections for Yi Jiashu? That was inconceivable. Suddenly, a woman dashed towards the apartment, her clothing stained with blood, a fresh wound evident on her shoulder, and the blood appeared to be congealing. Following closely behind her was a disheveled man. His body smeared with blood, his mouth stretched grotesquely, revealing sharp teeth as he emitted an eerie sound. Chapter 15. Ordinary zombie. As the woman approached, all three were struck with shock. Chun Jinxiang, particularly frightened, immediately hurled herself into Yi Jiashu's embrace, her face drained of color, her pretense of concern vanishing in an instant. Ling Tian, too, was taken aback, her eyes locked onto the advancing woman, noting her pallor and sluggish movements, clear signs of mutation. It was evident that this woman was on the brink of becoming a zombie. Why Yi Jiashu stood rigid, his gentle and refined demeanor replaced by confusion. Don't come any closer, Chun Jinxiang cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Tian, please let us in. I swear we'll leave tomorrow and won't trouble you further. Just allow us to take refuge for now. Help me. Save me. I don't want to die. Just as Chun Jinxiang finished her plea, the woman closed in. She immediately widened her eyes, terrified and aghast. The woman raced towards the nearest Chun Jinxiang and Yi Jiashu, just as her bloodied hand was about to touch them. Yi Jiashu reacted first, delivering a fierce kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Behind her, a man who had caught up let out a discordant howl, tinged with an unsettling excitement. Instead of attacking Chun Jinxiang and the others, he simply opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the fallen woman. The woman cried out in pain as a chunk of flesh was gruesomely torn from her neck. Letting you in is not out of the question, but you mustn't disturb anything inside. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to throw you out. Ling Tian could hardly bear to watch. Anyone bitten by a zombie would inevitably undergo a mutation, transforming into one themselves. The higher the zombie's power, the more susceptible they were to infection. Even the slightest contact could lead to a transformation. This woman had clearly been bitten beforehand, and judging by the speed of her mutation, it seemed the man was merely an ordinary zombie. However, once he tasted the flesh and blood of the living, his strength would gradually increase. While it was true that supernatural beings could level up, so too could zombies. They relied on the flesh and blood of those not yet turned to enhance their energy, that if their prey were a supernatural being, their power would multiply. Yet, even if Ling Tian wished to deny them entry, she wouldn't be foolish enough to invite more zombies in and allow this man to grow stronger. All right. Chun Jinxiang nodded vigorously, disregarding her image. Upon seeing Ling Tian make way, she abandoned her companion Yi Jiashu and hurriedly squeezed through the door. Yi Jiashu looked embarrassed, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Hurry up and get in, Ling Tian snapped at him, irritated by his indecisiveness that if he didn't enter soon, it would be too late. Hearing her words, Yi Jiashu followed suit, and Ling Tian swiftly closed the door behind them. She patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. With the door shielding them, Their presence was obscured. Ordinary zombies should be unable to detect them. And for now, they were safe. Tian Tian. Thank you, Chen Jinxiang said gratefully, her frail face still reflecting fear. Ling Tian felt a wave of disgust at Chen Jinxiang's gratitude. Could you please stop pretending to be a delicate flower? It's truly nauseating in that moment earlier. I witnessed you two embrace. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes from now on. Keep at least 50 meters away from me. Seeing you irks me. The mask had been torn away, and she saw no reason to conceal the truth any longer. Chen Jinxiang's face shifted from green to white, astonished and utterly humiliated, never having imagined that the fool she had manipulated would one day become so sharp-tongued and clever. In the past, all it took was a few soft words to persuade Cheng Tian, especially when it came to Yi Jiashu's name. She knew Cheng Tian's temperament all too well. She responded only to gentle coaxing. Cheng Tian, mind your language that I won't deceive you any longer. Jin Xiang is my girlfriend, and we have been together for quite some time. That why Yi Jiashu, completely taken in by this revelation, clenched and unclenched his fists. Heartbroken as he pulled Chen Jinxiang into his embrace, his eyes filled with tenderness. Rest assured, I don't need you to say it. I've already seen. But could you refrain from calling me classmate? We're not in school anymore. So there's no need for such pretensions. Ling Tian crossed her arms, a smug look on her face as she relished the unfolding drama. Chapter 16. In the same room, Yi Jiashu, equally offended, could not help but frown again. The fleeting fondness he had felt for Ling Tian had dissipated entirely. I'm sorry. This is all my fault, Tian Tian. I truly didn't want it to be this way. I always knew you liked Yi Jiashu, and I was afraid you couldn't handle the truth about him and me, so I kept it hidden. Chen Jinxiang's face was filled with guilt, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if Ling Tian had committed some heinous act against her, making Ling Tian appear the villain. Enough already. I couldn't care less about your relationship with him. How you choose to be with him is of no concern to me. Ling Tian had grown weary of her pitiful facade. Even the sound of her voice made her feel nauseous. Did she not tire of this charade every day? Moreover, she had no time to waste on them. There was a villainous boss she needed to attend to. Let me remind you once more. You're not to touch anything in this house. Should you disturb or take anything, I will not hesitate to throw you out. Regardless of whether there are zombies outside, you may use the sofa in the living room to sleep for one night, but no other rooms are to be entered without my permission. She was eager to see the usually arrogant heiress grovel before her like a dog. How satisfying that would be. Ascending the stairs, as she entered her room, a shadow fell over her head. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, she was momentarily surprised. Brother, why are you up? Did someone come in just now? Cheng Yingzhu still had a fever, his handsome face flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. For reasons unknown, his sensitivity and perception had sharpened lately, the power flowing within him growing more potent. He could hear the rustling of leaves outside in the wind, as well as the distant screams from dozens of meters away. All too clearly. Even when he wanted to think of nothing, he remained acutely aware of his cousin's every move, including her conversations with others that day. That it was a revelation to discover that his usually obedient sister could also possess such a sharp tongue. Ling Tian, taken aback, slightly parted her lips, and upon seeing the crimson in Cheng Yingzhu's eyes, she faltered, confessing, I'll let them in, brother. Zombies have begun to appear outside. If I didn't let them in, once the zombies tasted the flesh and blood of the living, they would become even more difficult to deal with. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Yingzhu felt warmth flood his heart. He no longer concealed his feelings, reaching out to gently ruffle Ling Tian's hair. His tone serious as he cautioned her. I appreciate your concern, but you must prioritize your own safety. Regardless of the circumstances, Tian, it is best to remain vigilant. The situation has changed dramatically. And who knows what kind of people you may have allowed in. If something were to happen to you, I would be unable to save you in my current state. Ling Tian nodded. Brother, don't worry. They won't stir up any trouble. Ling Tian helped Cheng Yingzhu apply a fever-reducing patch, considering the two other people still in the living room, and remembering the horrifying scene she had just witnessed with the zombies. She was too frightened to leave the door unlocked, choosing instead to stay close to the villainous boss. Fortunately, the Cheng family was wealthy, and all the rooms came with their own bathrooms. Ling Tian took a refreshing shower. But upon emerging from a bathroom, she encountered a new dilemma. Where would she sleep for the next 3 days while waiting for the villainous boss to awaken his powers? Returning to her own room filled her with dread. She only felt secure beside Chang Yingzhu. Surely, she couldn't share a bed with her brother. Observing Chang Yingzhu in a dazed state and noting the ample size of the bed, Ling Tian, not one to easily compromise, gritted her teeth and climbed onto the bed to maintain a respectable distance. She placed another pillow between herself and Chang Yingzhu, establishing a boundary to prevent any awkward situations the following day. Chapter 17. Who will save her? The piercing screams, roars, and cries of terror echoed from every household, the air thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. In a matter of moments, the world had descended into chaos. The highest level of emergency alerts had been sounded across the globe, and military forces were dispatched to suppress the already mutated zombies. However, their efforts proved largely futile, only serving to exacerbate the rapid spread of the infection. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated building, a panicked girl fled down the stairs as if possessed. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears, her lips whispering incessantly, "Daddy, I'm sorry." Not long ago, her father had been bitten by a neighbor who rushed in to help her escape. The gruesome scene forever etched in her memory as he urged her to run. Blood from her father's sacrifice stained her clothing. Now, she was utterly alone. Lu Jingli had no idea where to go or what to do. She had lost her home, save for a jade pendant left by her mother. As Lu Jingli stepped outside, she spotted several terrifying zombies roaming nearby, their bodies and faces riddled with festering wounds. Terrified, she clamped her hands over her mouth, fearing that even the slightest sound would attract the nearby undead. In a moment of desperation, she noticed the garbage bin beside her and crouched down to conceal herself. However, zombies were sensitive not only to sound but also to the scent of the living .1 zombie. Catching the scent of life, approached the trash can, sending Lu Jingli into a frenzy of fear. As the zombie moved, she shifted positions to avoid detection, tears streaming down her face. This particular zombie seemed more intelligent and perceptive than the others. Upon hearing the slightest noise, it let out a roar and charged toward Lu Jingli. Realizing she had been discovered, Lu Jingli's eyes widened in shock as she sprang to her feet and fled. As the other zombies detected the commotion, they hastily converged, emitting ghastly howls from their grotesque mouths. The streets and alleys were littered with dismembered human organs, while abandoned vehicles obstructed the thoroughfares, exuding a palpable aura of death. Lu Jingli could not afford to dwell on such grim thoughts. She swiftly picked up a small knife abandoned on the ground for self-defense. Unfortunately, the pursuing zombies were not far behind. Aware of her limited stamina, she spotted a supermarket ahead and dashed inside without a second thought. Fortunately, the supermarket's entrance was an automatic door that opened only upon detecting a heat source. Deprived of her scent, the zombies retreated, save for one particularly astute creature that intermittently cast glances toward the supermarket. Lu Jingli momentarily sighed in relief. But before she could fully relax, a zombie clad in a salesperson's uniform, its mouth filled with jagged teeth, lunged to bite her neck. Lu Jingli gasped in horror upon seeing the reflection of the monstrous face in the glass door. Instinctively dodging the creature's gaping maw, "Stay back." She warily fixed her gaze on the nearest zombie, brandishing the small knife. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a dismembered corpse in the corner by the shelves, sending a chill down her spine. What should she do? Who could possibly save her? Just then, a surge of adrenaline coursed through her. Without fully contemplating her next move, her body acted on its own, thrusting the knife into the zombie's arm. The creature, impervious to pain, let out a deafening roar and swatted her aside, sending her crashing into a nearby shelf, scattering snacks everywhere. Pain coursed through Lu Jingli as she grimaced, feeling as though she had sustained internal injuries. Blood spilled from her mouth, her head spinning and her breathing labored, her vision blurred, an inexplicable energy enveloping her body, overwhelming her with heat as if she were on the brink of death. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth down to the jade pendant around her neck. The zombies, fixated solely on their hunger, paid no heed to whether Lu Jingli was alive or dead. Without a word, they lunged at her, eager for their next meal. Despair consumed her, She had no strength left to resist. Chapter 18. The superpowered one. As Ling Tian awakened, Chang Yingzhu remained in bed, still burning with fever, yet unresponsive. Ling Tian wiped the sweat from his brow before descending the stairs to check on the two individuals in the living room. There, on the couch, Chun Jinxiang sat, her bloodshot eyes betraying a sleepless night, dark circles beneath them revealing her exhaustion. Her appearance elicited an involuntary smirk from Ling Tian. Tian, can we please not leave? Chun Jinxiang was on the verge of breaking down. The previous night, she had been tormented by strange howls and wails from outside, the noise penetrating the soundproof walls. The memory of the blood-soaked scene from yesterday haunted her, leaving her in a state of dread throughout the night. Tian, I beg you, it's too dangerous outside. I can't go out. I'll die. Chun Jinxiang could no longer contain her fear. Despite her resentment toward Cheng Tian, her will to survive outweighed all else. She wasn't ready to perish just yet. Furthermore, yesterday her son had suffered a high fever, and she had been unable to awaken him. Tian, after all, he was someone you once cared for. You can't be so heartless. Ling Tian found the situation amusing. Just moments ago, she had been surprised by Yi Jianshu's sudden fever, and now she found it laughable. Oh, what if I once liked him? Is that your justification for moral coercion? Who decreed that I must take him in just because he is ill? Legally, I have no obligation to do so, and morally, you have no right to demand it, for you are unworthy. Chun Jinxiang, tears welling in her eyes, clenched the hem of her clothing, her gaze revealing a glimmer of intense hatred. She bit her lip, suppressing her fury, and spoke with forced calmness. Tian, are you truly this cruel? Enough with the theatrics, just leave. Ling Tian, growing impatient, began to usher them out. While Yi Jianshu lay on the couch, drenched in sweat, completely unconscious. You should be able to carry him, right? Though Yi Jianshu was taller, he was slender and not as solidly built as Chang Yingzhu. Ling Tian had no doubt Chun Jinxiang could manage. This time, she stood her ground, no longer pleading. Before departing, she openly cursed her. Chang Tian, if you turn a blind eye to his plight, you will surely meet a grim fate. Ling Tian was unfazed, merely responding with a cold smile. It seemed this woman had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. In this world, the weak perished while the strong thrived. The fact that she had not been harmed and had sheltered them for a night was already a stroke of luck. To think she would attempt to impose moral obligations upon her was nothing short of a delusion. Countries worldwide face the onslaught of zombies in a bid to curtail casualties and protect the populace from infection. Governments recognized that even military suppression could not stem the tide of the undead. Some soldiers had succumbed to the transformation, becoming zombies themselves, leading to widespread panic. Nations hastily established safe havens for refuge. Fortunately, not all hope was lost. A small fraction of the fever-stricken populace exhibited extraordinary physical changes, gaining immense powers. These abilities manifested as elemental forces, lightning, ice, flames, and gales, as well as mysterious powers related to time, space, and healing. Moreover, there were those with psychic abilities, such as enhanced vision, acute hearing, instantaneous memory recall, and even an unyielding physique. However, no one had yet awakened mental powers, rendering them enigmatic. These individuals came to be revered as humanity's saviors, commonly referred to as superpowered beings. Not only these extraordinary individuals, but ordinary citizens also joined the fray, forming reconnaissance teams to assist the superpowered in gathering resources and collaborating in their efforts. Following Cheng Yingzhu's awakening of his powers, Ling Tian felt less apprehensive. With the formidable psychic abilities of the antagonist on her side, she no longer feared venturing outside. Accompanying Cheng Yingzhu, she set out to survey the situation. It was an opportunity to gather weapons. With the protagonist's luck, her fortunes would surely surpass her own. Chapter 19. The transaction without hesitation, they proceeded to the Cheng family warehouse, where several vehicles awaited. Ling Tian, lacking driving skills, was fortunate that Cheng Tian's parents had not neglected Cheng Yingzhu. They had ensured he learned everything he desired, including obtaining a driver's license at the tender age of 17. The apocalyptic heat was oppressive, with numerous vehicles abandoned along the roadside, victims of the soaring temperatures and the zombie outbreak. As Chung Ingzu navigated their family car through an intersection, several zombies took notice of the living and began to pursue them. Ling Tian's face paled as she observed the approaching horde. "Brother, the zombies are chasing us!" It was not cowardice, but rather the horrifying sight of the zombies, each one a grotesque tableau of decay. With no intact skin remaining, marred by bite marks, Chung Ingzu remained unfazed, his expression devoid of fear. He pressed his lips together, turning to Ling Tian with a serious tone. Tian, have you fastened your seatbelt?" "Good." With that, Chung Ingzu accelerated, widening the gap between them and the zombies, before abruptly swerving the car toward the pursuing creatures at an astonishing speed. Awe. Ling Tian was taken aback, experiencing firsthand the thrilling blend of speed and terror. The impact sent several zombies tumbling dozens of meters away, while the front of the car crumpled slightly. Before Ling Tian could recover from the shock, Chung Ingzu had already pulled over and urged her to exit the vehicle. Stepping out, Ling Tian swallowed hard, gripped by fear, and reluctantly said, "Brother, I'm scared. I have no powers right now. I'll just be a burden. It's all right. I'll protect you." Chung Ingzu seemed to appreciate her display of vulnerability, a rare smile breaking through his usually cold demeanor. "Don't worry. No one will harm you." Chung Ingzu affectionately patted Ling Tian's head, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching zombies, channeling his psychic energy. He sent shards of debris flying toward the creatures. The zombies shrieked in agony as their bodies became riddled with gaping holes, yet they remained standing. "Hurry, Tian, open the space and fetch the knife." "Okay." Ling Tian recognized the urgency of the moment. Without hesitation, she activated her spatial abilities, retrieving the weapon she had prepared. Before she could even grasp the cold steel knife, Chung Ingzu charged at the nearest zombie, using his psychic power to propel the knife from her hand. The blade flew through the air, landing perfectly in Chung Ingzu's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the zombies fell to the ground. As someone who had grown up in a time of peace, Ling Tian was unprepared for the gruesome spectacle. Her complexion paling further, the glimmer of light emanated from the severed heads, coalescing into a crystalline form resembling a ruby. Chung Ingzu seized the crystal, examining it closely. It's a crystal core. Upon witnessing the valuable find, Ling Tian's fear dissipated as excitement took hold. She dashed over, her earlier trepidation forgotten. Chung Ingzu smirked, extending the crystal toward her. Ling Tian accepted it, cradling it like a precious treasure, her face alight with joy as she beamed at Chung Ingzu and planted a kiss on his cheek. The fleeting softness of the moment caught Chung Ingzu off guard, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as his ears turned crimson, his demeanor slightly flustered. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Not every zombie possesses them, but only those of higher ranks may manifest such gifts. They serve not only to cure old ailments, but also to enhance extraordinary abilities, proving themselves invaluable. With this, even in the absence of mystical healing powers, one can recover from any inflicted wounds. The female protagonist has grown increasingly formidable by utilizing it, assisting numerous individuals along the way. Reflecting on this, Ling Tian yearns to meet the heroine from the original text, curious to see if she truly embodies the strength and positivity described therein. "My friend, you are remarkable. The zombies that elude us have been subdued by you." Yet before Ling Tian could bask in her joy, uninvited guests arrived. 3 individuals, clad like ruffians, approached. The one in the center appeared to be their leader, his arm adorned with a dragon tattoo. Upon their arrival, Ling Tian instinctively hid behind Chung Ingzu, resembling a startled rabbit, though she endeavored to peek out. "My friend, let us converse. How about a trade?" The leader, Jin Biao, smiled meaningfully. "I propose exchanging the supplies I possess for the item you recently acquired." With that, his 2 lackeys produced several bags filled with food and water, a considerable amount. "Indeed, is this all? You do need to offer a truckload of food for us to even consider a trade. Only a fool would barter for such trifles." Ling Tian rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know the value of crystal cores? Did they truly believe they could barter with mere food? Chapter 20. A request for embrace. Sensing the lecherous gazes of Jin Biao and his lackeys upon her, Ling Tian felt unsettled and retreated further behind Chung Ingzu. "Boss, please protect your dear sister well." Chung Ingzu, acutely aware of Jean Biao's scrutiny, darkened his gaze and coldly retorted. No. Jean Biao raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. My friend, are you denying me face? Why waste words with him? Biao Ge, this insolent brat, is simply asking for a beating. Can't we three handle him? Exactly. Seeing the boy's arrogance, Jean Biao's two lackeys could no longer restrain themselves, eager to act without considering the recent display of his prowess against zombies. Thoughts of the alluring girl behind him only fueled their desire to seize her. The base had seen many women, but none matched her beauty, especially at such a tender age. Are we about to fight? Ling Tian pressed closer against Cheng Yingzua's back. Terrified, she preferred to rely on the formidable antagonist to secure victory effortlessly. Alas, she felt utterly inadequate. Cheng Yingzua regarded them with indifference, casually stating, "Feel free to try." "Don't get too cocky." One lackey, with hair dyed a vivid green, could no longer tolerate Cheng Yingzua's demeanor and hurled a bottle at him. Cheng Yingzua merely stood there, a hint of a smirk forming. The bottle, mere inches from him, miraculously altered its trajectory, crashing into the wall to his left, which crumbled under the impact, a display of remarkable force. Ling Tian gasped, astonished. This man was undoubtedly a powerful physical enhancer. Thankfully, her antagonist's ability surpassed theirs. "Enough, let us go," Jean Biao said, his eyes flashing with surprise, signaling his lackeys to cease their aggression. "Since it's come to this, we shall take our leave." The two lackeys, confused and discontented, followed their leader, unable to voice their dissent due to his piercing gaze. "Biao Ge, why do you fear that brat?" On their way back, the green-haired lackey could no longer contain his frustration. Perplexed by their leader's decision to withdraw, is it truly out of fear? No. That boy's abilities are peculiar. He demonstrated unusual strength while dispatching zombies, that we know neither the nature of his powers nor his true strength. It is best not to provoke him recklessly. Jean Biao was the only one in their group with a modicum of sense, unlike his two simple-minded companions, who were all brawn and no brains. Fixated solely on fighting, Biao Ge is indeed wise. The two lackeys, finally grasping the crux of the matter, began to flatter him. After vanquishing the zombies, Ling Tian accompanied Cheng Yingzua to a warehouse, only to discover more zombies within. Ling Tian stood back, observing the antagonist's increasingly adept skills with each kill, her self-doubt creeping in. After 10 minutes of internal struggle, she resolved to cast aside her fear, retrieving a cold steel knife from her space, and approached Cheng Yingzua. "Brother, I'm here to help." Cheng Yingzua, taken aback by his sister's newfound bravery, felt a swell of pride. Tian, do not get too close. Aim for their necks." "Understood." Ling Tian nodded, steadying herself as she selected a seemingly weaker zombie. Though her grip on the knife trembled slightly, she stood her ground. The zombie lunged at her, prompting Ling Tian to swiftly sever its arms. Eyes wide with terror, she then shut them tightly and swung at its neck. As its head fell, the creature collapsed, a vile liquid oozing from the severed neck. After dispatching her first zombie, Ling Tian's legs buckled beneath her, collapsing to the ground, too frightened to open her eyes. Cheng Yingzua, having finished off his own foes, noticed her distress and rushed to her side. Relieved to find her unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, having been anxious for her safety. "You did well. Tian, you killed a zombie. Brother, I feel nauseous. I want a hug." With that, Ling Tian extended her arms toward him, a pitiful expression on her face. Cheng Yingzua's countenance stiffened, seeing her seated on the floor. He frowned, but ultimately suppressed his distaste and bent down to scoop her up. Ling Tian, delighted, snuggled against his neck, her fear dissipating entirely. Chapter 21. The Map. Along their journey, they encountered numerous individuals rushing to seize food from supermarkets and other sources, fearful of missing out. Thankfully, they had ample provisions in their space, rendering such worries unnecessary. After finding a hotel to temporarily settle in, Cheng Yingzua, having just slain zombies, retreated to the bathroom to cleanse himself due to his aversion to dirt. Ling Tian, meanwhile, collapsed onto the bed, examining the crystal core in her hand. The glimmering core radiated a vibrant red, resembling a precious gem. As she pondered its potential uses, she overheard a familiar voice from the adjacent room. The hotel's poor soundproofing betrayed their conversation. likely damaged in the earlier chaos caused by zombies. You little wretch, if I hadn't fed you these past few days, you would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Why didn't you consider him when begging for mercy? Now you pretend to be innocent. Had it not been for his value, I would have long since fed him to the zombies. A coarse male voice echoed, tinged with impatience. Oh, not be angry. I'm not withholding from you. I merely fear that he might discover our connection and cause a conflict, leading to mutual destruction, which benefits neither of us. Indeed, that was the voice of Chen Jinxiang. Ling Tian recognized it clearly, astonished that such a minor character had survived outside and had even received assistance. Moreover, the man conversing with her was not Yi Jiashu. Did this imply a link to the original protagonist's demise? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became, as the original text had provided no specifics about Chen Jinxiang's interactions, nor had it detailed Yi Jiashu's true abilities. After all, they were merely inconsequential figures, and unless they intersected with the protagonist's narrative, they were typically glossed over. What are you so engrossed in? Just then, Chang Yingzhua emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. Clad only in a pair of shorts, his well-defined physique bore none of the exaggerated bulk of typical musclemen. Ling Tian felt her cheeks flush, her earlier thoughts vanishing into thin air. Chang Yingzhua, noticing her soiled face, frowned slightly. Go wash up? I prepared the water for you. Oh, okay. Ling Tian snapped back to reality, heeding Chang Yingzhua's words and enjoying a refreshing bath, after donning the sleepwear she had prepared in advance. She exited the bathroom. The room contained 2 beds. Chang Yingzhua sat on one, his expression serious as he scrutinized something. Curiosity piqued, Ling Tian approached and inquired, "Brother, what is this?" "This is a map I found along the way, detailing the locations of safe bases." Safe bases? Aren't those places the male and female protagonists will visit in the future? Ling Tian paused, her emotions a mix of astonishment and delight. Tian. Do you wish to go to a safe base? Ling Tian hesitated. In the original text, the antagonist had chosen not to pursue the safe base, possessing both the ability and influence to establish his own. Why would he seek refuge in another's territory, subjecting himself to further humiliation? Having experienced the harshness of the apocalypse, he certainly wouldn't place his faith in the concept of a safe base. Otherwise, she wouldn't always be at odds with the male and female protagonists. Brother, perhaps we should refrain from going for the time being? Chang Yingzhu was indifferent, merely patting her head and nodding in agreement. All right. I will heed your wishes. Ling Tianwan smiled softly, yet a flicker of confusion stirred within her. Why did she feel that the antagonist had changed considerably? Previously, he had donned an icy demeanor towards the original protagonist, both harboring mutual disdain. Yet now he was not only gentle, but also utterly compliant. This unnerved her, for the original text had portrayed him as capricious and moody, leaving her uncertain whether his current attitude was genuine. Brother, you must be exhausted after slaying so many zombies. You should rest early to Chang Yingzhu responded gently, actually lying down, closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. Upon seeing him settled, Ling Tian also lay down on another bed. Just as she was about to drift off, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room. Jinxiang, I miss you so much. I could die. Oddly enough, this time the voice belonged not to the man, but to Yi Jiashu. Oh no, don't come over. You're all sweaty. Did you bring back anything good today? By the sound of it, Chen Jinxiang seemed somewhat disdainful of Yi Jiashu. I did. I found plenty of food in a nearby supermarket. It was quite a haul. Ling Tian couldn't help but smirk, feeling a mix of amusement and pity for him, blissfully unaware of his cuckoldry. It seemed that Yi Jiashu was merely being used by Chen Jinxiang. The true culprits behind the original protagonist's demise were not just Chen Jinxiang, but also the man lurking behind her. Regardless of their roles as primary or accomplice offenders, she was determined to teach them a lesson. Chapter 22. The difference between embracing and not embracing in the dead of night. The incessant noise from next door rendered Ling Tian utterly sleepless. Contemplating the antagonist's powers, she pondered whether he was genuinely asleep, or perhaps covertly eavesdropping on the commotion next door. This was no mere fanciful thought, as the antagonist was notoriously vigilant and unlikely to miss the activities occurring beside him. With this in mind, Ling Tian tentatively called into the darkness, Brother, are you asleep? Could he truly be asleep? With that question lingering, she quietly descended from her bed and tiptoed to Chang Yingzu's side, gently prodding his shoulder for confirmation. In the dim light, Chang Yingzu's eyes slowly opened, and the two exchanged gazes in the obscured room. Ling Tian blinked her doe-like eyes, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Brother, you're not asleep? At that moment, Ling Tian wished to retract her words, realizing how redundant they were. Chang Yingzu remained silent, his gaze devoid of any emotion that can't sleep at this late hour. Upon hearing the antagonist speak, Ling Tian's anxious heart finally settled, and she sighed in relief. Yes, it's too noisy next door. Ling Tian felt a tinge of grievance, yet she said it without a hint of embarrassment. Chang Yingzu sighed. Come here. He lifted his hand to embrace her. Ling Tian sensed an uncomfortable tension in the air, perhaps due to the awkward atmosphere. She dared not make any sudden moves and obediently allowed Chang Yingzu to pull her closer, standing at nearly 6'3". Chang Yingzu made Ling Tian feel like a small bird nestled within his arms, particularly since he was bare-chested. Of course, in such sweltering weather, who would wear a shirt to sleep? Just being unclothed was already quite acceptable. Though they had shared a bed before, the distinction between merely lying together and being embraced was undeniable. Ling Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Tian, he murmured softly, if anything happens, you must tell me. Understood? Upon hearing his voice, Ling Tian felt an inkling that he might know something. She had only managed to escape to the supermarket because she had left some people behind. However, the predicament was that zombies still roamed outside, and she was burning with fever. Moreover, having expended considerable energy without food, Lu Jingli wouldn't survive much longer in this condition. Lu Jingli could only hope to encounter kind-hearted individuals on her journey who might lend her assistance. Exhausted to the point of immobility, she succumbed to darkness and collapsed on the road. Biao Gu, there's a woman ahead. Jean Biao looked up to see a striking woman lying by the roadside. Her complexion flushed. Upon sighting her beauty, his two underlings' eyes sparkled with eagerness, competing over who would claim her. Cut the nonsense. This woman belongs to our Biao Gu, the green-haired one. Unlike the others, immediately thought of their leader. Biao Gu, enough! Stop arguing, Jean Biao growled, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the woman, his gaze darkening. What? She has a fever. His two underlings gasped in shock. Though the brothers enjoyed a good time, they weren't inclined towards masochism. I'm doing this willingly. What do you want? Jean Biao narrowed his eyes dangerously, a warning clear in his expression. Naturally, they dared not disobey. Whatever Jean Biao said was law. I'll take care of it. The black-haired underling gritted his teeth but uttered no more. Chapter 23. A pill of assurance before Lu Jingli opened her eyes, she found herself transported to a warehouse base at a dock, surrounded by over 20 men and 8 women, besides Jean Biao and 2 other superhumans. The base housed 10 more superhumans, the remainder being ordinary people. During the day, most of the superhumans ventured out to scavenge for supplies, leaving a few behind to protect the base from resource raiders. After laying Lu Jingli down, Jean Biao and the others departed, instructing the women at the base to take good care of her. What's so special about her? Men are merely seeking novelty. They typically lose interest after a few days. Gao Qian harbored resentment, feeling envious of Lu Jingli's youthful beauty, which she found glaringly displeasing. Don't forget, Biao Gu specifically asked us to look after her. He seems quite concerned. Huang Yanlin, wishing to avoid trouble, kindly reminded her, Gao Qian, could it be that you're afraid this little girl might steal your thunder, leaving you feeling unsettled? Wang Xiaohong mocked, effortlessly seeing through Gao Qian's thoughts. Don't worry. Even without this little girl, Biao Gu wouldn't give you a second glance. Gao Qian, are you unhappy because I'm always at odds with you? Be careful. I might just tear your mouth apart. Gao Qian, incensed by the remark, turned green with fury, warning Wang Xiaohong. What? Are you embarrassed now? It seems I hit the nail on the head. Biao Gu probably hasn't even touched you, and you're left wanting. Gao Qian could no longer contain herself, lunging at Wang Xiaohong and grabbing her hair. Wang Xiaohong yelped in pain, retaliating by grasping Gao Qian's hair, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Can't you handle this? Gao Qian, you're just a washed-up girl. Hasn't every man here had their turn with you? You still think Biaoga would look your way? I'd be embarrassed for you. You think I'm any better? You're the shameless one. Gao Qian, furious, reached out to claw at Wang Xiaohong's mouth. Wang Xiaohong attempted to dodge, but the two women soon tumbled to the ground, wrestling fiercely. The other women, witnessing the commotion, were taken aback and rushed to separate them in the midst of the chaos. Lu Jingli stirred awake, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings, observing the group of women and afraid at your awake. Huang Yanlin was the first to notice, producing some biscuits and water to offer her. You must be starving. This is for you. Lu Jingli, still sweating profusely, gratefully accepted the food and devoured it ravenously. Once finished, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you to, I'm Huang Yanlin. You can call me Yanlin that you're still running a fever. Best you rest for now. Huang Yanlin was quite attentive, urging her to take a break since she appeared exhausted. Having finally pried the two combatants apart, Gao Qian, once neatly dressed, now appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray. Wang Xiaohong was no better, sporting scratches on her chin and cheek, her hair resembling that of a beggar. Observing Huang Yanlin fawning over Lu Jingli, Gao Qian, already in a foul mood from the fight, felt her anger boil over. Huang Yanlin, what are you pretending for? Are you trying to curry favor with this little brat for your own gain? Upon hearing this, Huang Yanlin's smile faltered, her fists clenching in response. Why would you say that about her? Lu Jingli, still lying on the floor, appeared weak and puzzled as to why Gao Qian would speak so ill of Huang Yanlin. This little girl is naive. She clearly doesn't grasp the brutal reality of this world. Gao Qian sneered, surveying Lu Jingli with a knowing smirk. Rest assured, soon enough, you will also find yourself like us, subjected to the whims of men, relying solely on the sale of your body for their favors. What did you say? Lu Jingli could hardly believe it, her feverish state forgotten as she sat up in alarm. You will soon find yourself at the mercy of every man here. Gao Qian, stop! Before Gao Qian could finish, a cold voice interrupted, and recognizing her inability to confront the speaker, she obediently fell silent, finally ceasing her provocations. This cold woman is named Gu Yixi, the only one among women who possesses the natural wood-type superpower. And she is the most recent acquaintance of Jin Biao. The Gu Yixi cast a glance at Gao Qian and Wang Xiaohong and offered a reassuring nod to the still-shocked Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli, being wary of strangers, remained somewhat skeptical despite hearing their conversation. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Chapter 24. The scheme Cheng Yingzuo wished to venture out once more in search of new discoveries. However, to ascertain the situation next door, and to prevent any recurrence of the original host's misfortunes due to Chen Jinxiang, Ling Tian chose not to accompany him. Her current task was to wait for Yi Jiashu to leave, followed by the appearance of that man, in order to uncover the identity of the man behind Chen Jinxiang. Before long, the sound of a door shutting next door indicated that Yi Jiashu had departed, and shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the hallway. Darling, have you missed me? In the corridor, Ling Tian listened to the man's somewhat lewd voice through the door, her brow furrowing in discontent. How annoying. He just went out. Let us go in first. Chen Jinxiang pulled the man inside, closing the door quietly. What's the rush? Can't wait already. Before Chen Jinxiang could respond, the man leaned in and captured her lips, just as Ling Tian anticipated she might overhear useful information. The neighboring room erupted into a series of deliberative exchanges that nearly overwhelmed her patience, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. This was quite impressive. Yi Jiashu was akin to a sheep in a field, sold yet still counting the coins for others. Besides the original host, he could be considered one as well. After enduring the ruckus from next door for a considerable time, they finally concluded their business. So, have you considered coming with me? Why would I go with you? Besides, I still have things to attend to. The man's satisfied voice mingled with the woman's subtly aggrieved tone. What matters? Chen Jinxiang's eyes twinkled as she wore a fawning expression. Hua Ge, could you do me a favor? Ling Tian, overhearing Chen Jinxiang's address to the man, was utterly baffled, unable to recall any character of this sort from the original text, as the author had provided no detailed account of Chen Jinxiang's backing. Since her arrival here, she had sensed a subtle shift in the narrative, making her wary. Considering how obedient you've been today, I suppose I can help you once more. However, you must ensure I am well compensated afterward. Understood? That goes without saying. Chen Jinxiang smiled sweetly, her expression brimming with cunning. Huage, this time it's a good deed. Chao Zihua squinted, a look of amusement crossing his face. How so? One of my classmates. Chang Tian comes from a wealthy family and struts around school as if she's superior to everyone. Moreover, she's quite beautiful. She was the one who forced me out. I want Huagu to gather your brothers and teach her a lesson for me. To avenge this grievance, once this is accomplished, I will follow you closely. Huagu. Wow, that's ruthless. Though Ling Tian had somewhat anticipated Chen Jinxiang's scheme, a trickle of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Indeed, Chen Jinxiang was a harbinger of misfortune, undoubtedly aiming to bring her harm. If only she possessed the abilities of a villainous overlord, she could discern the true appearance of the man next door. Chao Zihua grinned, his expression filled with malicious intent. Excellent. This is a fine task. I know where she lives. I will let her lower her guard, and then Huagu can do as you please. Chen Jinxiang's eyes flickered with hatred, wishing to witness Cheng Tian's humiliation firsthand. It would be utterly satisfying. When will you assist me? I need a timeline. Chen Jinxiang was indifferent to his affairs, her mind solely focused on vengeance. 3 days. After 3 days, I will gather my brothers to thoroughly teach that woman a lesson. Satisfied with the outcome, Chen Jinxiang joyfully embraced Chao Zihua and collapsed onto the bed, completely unaware that Ling Tian had overheard her entire plan. At this moment, all Ling Tian could think of was one word. Absolute. Chapter 25. Infection in a world rife with peril. Cheng Yingzui utilized his psychic energy to survey the surroundings, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, there were not many zombies lurking nearby. Additionally, he sensed an energy fluctuation and detected a department store 20 meters away, prompting him to ride his motorcycle in that direction. Upon arriving at the department store via the shortest route, he gripped his cold steel knife and cautiously entered. The clothing store on the first floor was in disarray, with no suspicious individuals or zombies in sight. However, upon stepping into the food section on the second floor, an alarm blared in his mind. The heavy scent of blood made him frown, accompanied by an oppressive feeling that was exceedingly discomforting. Suddenly, that sense of oppression surged from behind. A particularly hulking zombie lunged at him, its claws poised to seize his throat. With a powerful roar, Channings was swiftly blocked its claws with his knife. This zombie possessed immense strength. It was evident that it was no ordinary undead creature. It was more intelligent and formidable. Sweat beaded on Cheng Yingzuo's forehead as he summoned his psychic energy, directing knives from the appliance section toward the zombie. The creature, enraged, swatted away Cheng Yingzuo's attack, its dark, elongated claws grazing his arm. The zombie narrowly evaded the onslaught. Cheng Yingzuo was pushed back several meters, a gash now marring his arm, the cold steel knife clanging ominously in his grip. Casting a glance at the wound on his arm, he coldly regarded the zombie, his eyes filled with malice. This is your last chance. I want to grant you another. With that, he disregarded the danger and charged directly at the zombie, harnessing the shelves and fallen knives to confine it, leaving the creature no avenue for escape. The zombie was pinned against a shelf, attempting to swat away the knives, but Cheng Yingzue severed one of its arms. One was not enough. He mercilessly hacked off the other as well. In an instant, 2 grotesque limbs fell at his feet, accompanied by the zombie's panicked roars. Although the zombie could not feel pain, it sensed impending danger and recognized its vulnerabilities, frantically attempting to escape. In that moment, an extraordinarily terrifying head rolled away, revealing a shining crystal core within. Cheng Yingzue collected the core, examining the gash on his arm, noticing the dark blood oozing from it. Was he becoming a zombie? What would happen to Cheng Tian? At that moment, Cheng Yingzue found himself unable to articulate his feelings. He gasped for breath, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Sensing an unusual presence nearby, he felt someone watching him. With vigilance, he fixed a fierce gaze in that direction. Show yourself. Do not force my hand. Discovered so soon. Xiao Junjie emerged from the shadows, his deep-set eyes observing Cheng Yingzuo's sluggish form. A look of admiration etched across his handsome face as he smirked. Rest assured, I am not here to seize that crystal core from you. I am not so shameless. Turning his gaze to Chung Ingzwa's injured arm. Xiao Junjie advised that crystal core can purify your wound. Perhaps this infection may not truly be an infection after all. Chung Ingzwa ignored him, pivoting towards the exit, a surge of intense agitation rising within him. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to unleash his fury, his eyes gradually filling with a crimson hue, as if on the brink of madness. Chapter 26. Awakening of the natural ice type upon returning to the hotel. Chung Ingzwa felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Desperately needing an outlet for his simmering emotions, he clenched his jaw, suppressing the impulse, and took a seat on the bed, his expression dark and troubled. Tian, it's best if you don't come near me. I've just been scratched by a zombie, and I fear I might harm you. Ling Tian froze, surprise flickering across her face. Ignoring Chung Ingzwa's warning, she approached to examine his injury. Where is it? Let me see it. As she lifted his arm, she discovered a blackened, scabbed wound, the surrounding flesh beginning to darken ominously. Just that morning, everything had seemed fine. How could it have deteriorated so drastically? Gazing at the wound, Ling Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, in this apocalyptic world, he was the only one who had treated her well, and she truly wished for his safety. Suddenly, she threw her arms around his neck, feeling a pang of sorrow. That I'm so sorry. If I had gone with you, perhaps I could have warned you, fool. Thank goodness you didn't go. If it had been you who was scratched, I wouldn't know what to do. Chung Ingzwa fought against the turmoil within him, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Let go. I have a solution. Ling Tian obediently released her hold, momentarily forgetting that the crystal core could remedy the situation. She retrieved the core from her pocket, and Chung Ingzwa's eyes glowed crimson, the heat within him intensifying. Indeed, he was still too weak. That recent encounter with the zombie had taught him much, and he realized he had been negligent. Overly confident in his abilities, he needed to grow stronger to protect his sister properly. That a person once informed me that this could purify my wounds. So you need not worry. I shall recover shortly. Ling Tian gazed at the dazzling crystal core, glowing with a vibrant red hue. And in an instant, realization dawned upon her, a mixture of confusion and delight stirring within her heart. How could she have forgotten that the crystal core possesses the ability to cleanse the zombie virus? By the way, I have another one here. This can also aid in enhancing your abilities, restoring both stamina and old ailments, she exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the crystal core from her space and placing it into Chung Ingzwa's hands. This little girl must harbor feelings for him in her heart as well. That the faint smile graced his lips as he softly replied, Tian, go wash up in the bathroom. Your brother is feeling a bit unwell. But after using the crystal core, I should be fine. You wanted to help you use the crystal core, brother. Chung Tian, be obedient. Oh, very well. Ling Tian was slightly puzzled as to why he wanted her to bathe so early. Yet she complied due to the firm demeanor of the villainous character. What she failed to notice was the tumultuous surge of emotions in Chung Ingzwa's crimson eyes as he cast a fervent gaze upon her. When Ling Tian emerged from her bath, she found Chung Ingzwa already lying unconscious on the bed, surrounded by scratch marks and signs of destruction. Goodness, could this have been caused by the villainous character? A flicker of fear coursed through her, yet she approached the bedside to check on Chung Ingzwa's condition. The crystal core had already fused with his wound, and she could see the color gradually fading, the surrounding skin becoming considerably more vibrant. So cold. A daring thought crossed her mind, and Ling Tian boldly reached into Chung Ingzwa's collar. The moment her fingers brushed against his skin, an icy chill enveloped her. Despite the perspiration, his entire body felt like ice. Could it be that the villainous character is awakening another ice-type ability? However, this awakening felt distinctly different. Cradled in his arms, the girl, fragrant with the scent of body wash, made Chung Ingzwa's throat feel parched. He squinted, his gaze hazy as he focused on her delicate face. Brother, Ling Tian called softly, shivering slightly from the cold air surrounding them. She felt an urge to escape his embrace. But before she could, Chung Ingzwa buried his face in her neck and pressed a kiss on her collarbone. A wave of tingling sensations cascaded over her, still icy. Ling Tian's eyes widened, her heart racing. Unable to endure the sensation any longer, she struggled free from his hold, clutching her chest with a flushed face as she hurried back to her original bed. What to do? Had she inadvertently been kissed by the villainous character? Chapter 27. Ability upgrade. Uncertain of how long she had slept. The next day, Chung Ingzwa opened his weary eyes and sat up in bed. Outside, the towering buildings glimmered under the scorching sunlight. Yet the light post-apocalypse felt dimmer than usual. The wound on his arm had vanished due to the crystal core's healing properties, and upon waking, he sensed not only an upgrade in his mental abilities, but also the emergence of a chilling power. Contemplating this, Chung Ingzwa waved his hand, instantly conjuring a shard of ice. Could this be another ability? His gaze shifted to Ling Tian, still lost in slumber, as he licked his slightly parched lips, crouching down. He curiously observed her sleeping visage. Her eyelids appeared slightly puffy, and her brows were furrowed, likely due to her worries for him the previous day. The thought that she may have cried for him made Chung Ingzwa's expression darken. It was his fault that the little girl had been so troubled. As an older brother, he felt he had neglected his duties. Before he could ponder further, Ling Tian's tightly shut eyes began to flutter, as if she were on the verge of awakening. Slowly, she opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep, and upon seeing his familiar handsome face, she instantly became alert. Brother. In the next moment, Ling Tian joyfully wrapped her arms around Chung Ingzwa's neck, nuzzling against him with a hint of grievance in her voice. How wonderful. Brother hasn't turned into a zombie. If you had, I would have considered taking care of you. Although she understood that the villainous character was fortunate enough not to become a zombie, her concern for him remained. She had gradually started to view him as family rather than just a character from a novel. That I am fine now, and even if I were to become a zombie, I would still protect you. Chung Ingzwa couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his lips upon hearing her declare her intention to care for him. I not only recovered, but my mental power has upgraded, and I have acquired ice attributes as well. Are you happy, Tian? Feeling the softness of the girl in his arms, Chung Ingzwa's ears turned crimson. This little girl always clung so tightly when embracing him. Yes, I am very happy. Ling Tian released Chung Ingzwa, genuinely delighted for him, her gaze shifting to his arm, recalling the person the villainous character had mentioned the day before. How curious. In this apocalypse, someone would not only refrain from seizing the crystal core, but also kindly remind him of its purifying properties against the zombie virus. Brother, do you know the name of the person who informed you yesterday? At that moment, the villainous character must have been injured. Such a fortunate opportunity made Ling Tian curious about the identity of that person. Thinking ahead, she realized that the male and female protagonists should meet soon, and she was determined to find the female lead before that. I have no interest in knowing. Do you wish to meet him? Chung Ingzwa sensed her curiosity, and his expression turned cold, irritation shadowing his features, his gaze taking on a dangerous glint. Noticing the sharpness in his eyes, and recalling the villain's strong possessiveness, Ling Tian immediately shook her head in denial. No, I have no interest in knowing them. Ling Tian nodded, and, after changing in her clothes, she found Chung Ingzwa had also taken a bath due to the events of the previous day. Yes, they stepped out in the corridor. A situation she had hoped to avoid unfolded. They encountered Chen Jinxiang, who was entwined with Yi Jiashu, seemingly reluctant to part. Upon noticing someone watching, Chen Jinxiang jumped, quickly recovering and exclaiming, Chung Tian, what brings you here? How strange. This fool shouldn't be here in a luxurious neighborhood. Oh, I was just taking a stroll. Didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue. Ling Tian felt slightly embarrassed, straightening her posture as if she had just arrived. Linking her arm with Chung Ingzwa's to leave. She hoped Chen Jinxiang wouldn't grow suspicious, lest she think that Ling Tian lived there. Seeing the handsome man beside Ling Tian, Chen Jinxiang felt a pang of jealousy, especially as he had not even glanced in her direction. Why did Chen Tian get to be so intimately linked with him, while she received not even a glance? Even in the apocalypse, he still carried himself with an air of superiority, leaving others yearning yet unreachable. Remembering the humiliation she had suffered, she felt an inexplicable anger swell within her. No man had ever dared to treat her this way. She refused to believe that in this apocalypse, this seemingly inconsequential Chung Tian, lacking both ability and resources, would retain his presence beside him. Chapter 28. Paying the price. Tian, I am simply surprised to see you here. I was so angry back then. I feel a bit embarrassed now. Will you forgive me? Ling Tian gently pulled her hand away from Chen Jinxiang's grasp, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she marveled at Chen Jinxiang's audacity. Her skin was not only thick but also shameless. Even now, she was attempting to stage a scene of deep sisterly affection. Had she not overheard their conversation yesterday, she might have relished the opportunity to scold them thoroughly. Ling Tian restrained her temper, aware that in the current situation, she could not express too much warmth. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions as long as you're fine. Her neutral response concealed both forgiveness and the hope for continued interaction. A perfect balance. Tian, Yi Jiashu has awakened a natural wood-type ability. I thought he was on the brink of death, but thankfully I did not give up on him. Otherwise, I might not have survived long either. As Chen Jinxiang spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Jiashu, who was engrossed in a display of affection, her tone dripping with false vulnerability as she boasted about his abilities. I was worried about you. Tian, how have you been? Given that there's zombies everywhere, even finding food has become a challenge. Goodness, is she subtly mocking me? Ling Tian inwardly rolled her eyes. Wood type. What is so remarkable about that? It is merely one of the most common abilities within the natural category, hardly worthy of a claim that if it were ice, gold, or lightning types, she would have no arguments. How mundane. What was she even bragging about? She should tend to her own matters first. Chang Yingzhua, on the other hand, sensed Chen Jinxiang's insincerity and frowned in displeasure. I am well. Seeing the two of you so devoted to one another in these circumstances brings me joy. Ling Tian's expression was filled with envy, a smile flitting across her lips as she turned to Yi Jiashu, congratulating him. This ability suits you perfectly. A wood-type ability sounds both green and eco-friendly. Congratulations on being cuckolded. Thank you. Why Yi Jiashu failed to grasp the double entendre in Ling Tian's words, interpreting it merely as a simple congratulation, warmth spreading through him. Ahem. Chang Yingzhua, noticing Ling Tian's gaze lingering on another man, cleared his throat in annoyance, tightening his grip on her hand. Ling Tian sensed the formidable warning emanating from the villainous character and promptly redirected her gaze, avoiding Yi Jiashu. Chen Jinxiang, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Ling Tian's words, found herself nearly weak-kneed at the sound of Chang Yingzhua's deep, magnetic cough. Gazing at the man beside Ling Tian, she felt an insatiable thirst rise within her, determined to possess him. Tian, you haven't told me who he is yet. Is he truly your boyfriend? Chen Jinxiang, without a moment's hesitation, went straight to the point, her face awash with shyness. May I meet him? No, came the cold, melodic reply, shattering all of Chen Jinxiang's fantasies. Chen Yingzhu raised his chin slightly, an air of unyielding frost lingering between his brows, exuding an extreme indifference. He did not conceal the disdain in his eyes, as if he were gazing upon refuse. Tian, let us go, that we don't have time to waste in a place like this. His tone towards Ling Tian was gentle yet tinged with a hint of indulgence, yet it carried an undertone that was distinctly different. Chang Yingzhu offered no opportunity for Chen Jinxiang, abruptly pulling the still dazed Ling Tian away, leaving Chen Jinxiang's face darkened with anger. Noticing that Chang Yingzhu's demeanor remained unchanged from their last encounter, Chen Jinxiang clenched her fists in frustration, directing all her ire towards Ling Tian. Was it merely because she was more attractive than her? Sooner or later, she would make Chang Tian realize that this world was not simply about appearances, competing for a man with her. She would ensure that Ling Tian paid the price. Chapter 29. Disobedience. After several days of recovery, Lu Jingli's health had nearly returned to normal. This bout of fever had revealed to her that her body was now even stronger than before, allowing her to run several kilometers without fatigue. She felt as though she had awakened a powerful ability, a force she could not quite control. Lu Jingli dared not confide in anyone, harboring deep-seated doubts about the integrity of those around her. Her subconscious warned her that the people here were not to be trusted. What troubled her further was the multitude of eyes that sent chills down her spine whenever she walked through the hall. These gazes, rife with jealousy from the women and lecherous desire from the men, were utterly disconcerting. Whether day or night, the sight of men and women together in harmony was commonplace. their moans audible even through closed doors. For the conservatively minded Lu Jingli, this was simply unacceptable. One night, just as Lu Jingli was preparing for bed, Gu Yixi barged into her room, her expression impassive as she stated, "Biao Ge wants to see you." There were 3 other women in the room, including Huang Yinlin, who, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement, thinking it was her being summoned. "This has nothing to do with you. I'm calling for Lu Jingli. Come out, Biao Ge wants to see you." The other women turned to Lu Jingli, their faces twisted with jealousy and malice that, if looks could kill, Lu Jingli would have perished 100 times over. While Huang Yinlin's expression remained somewhat neutral, she bit her lip in frustration. A cold shiver ran down Lu Jingli's spine, her grip on the blanket tightening as fear enveloped her. In the past few days, aside from fleeting encounters with Biao Ge during twilight, she had little memory of him. From what she gathered from the other women, Biao Ge was formidable, always accompanied by a cadre of loyal followers. Under Gu Yixi's relentless urging, Lu Jingli found herself unable to resist. Following Gu Yixi's lead, she entered an opulent room. Before she could fully step inside, Gu Yixi shoved her from behind, propelling her forward and shutting the door behind her. Jin Biao was not particularly handsome. He emanated an aura of intimidation, having once been the leader of street thugs, and now owning a bar. He was far from a good person, having extorted money from others. Now, in this apocalyptic world, he had awakened a fire-based natural ability, making him the strongest in his group, with numerous followers. Lu Jingli looked at the man seated on the couch, her body trembling as she asked, "What do you want?" "Miss Lu, there's no need to feel constrained. Come and sit," Jin Biao replied, placing a cigarette between his lips, gesturing for Lu Jingli to approach, showing no signs of hostility. Lu Jingli scanned her surroundings cautiously, her legs frozen in place as she firmly declined. "I'd prefer not to. Is there something Biao Ge needs to discuss with me?" With a chuckle, sensing her fear, Jin Biao extinguished the cigarette, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "Miss Lu, there's no need to fear me. And even if I wished to do something, you would be unable to resist, wouldn't you? I'm quite curious how a seemingly underage girl like yourself managed to evade zombies and faint on the roadside." Lu Jingli stiffened, her complexion paling. It wasn't that she was unwilling to share. She simply feared the repercussions of revealing that her jade pendant had been stolen, that it was a cherished keepsake from her mother, the only remnant of her family, and even without her spatial abilities, it held profound significance. Thus, upon exiting her spatial realm, she had taken care to hide the pendant within her clothing. Choosing silence, are we? Observing her lack of response, Jin Biao smirked, his brows arching in a menacing fashion as he approached her, grasping her wrist firmly. Lu Jingli panicked, gazing into Jin Biao's fierce face, a flicker of fear crossing her otherwise pristine features. Jin Biao, fixated on her sparkling eyes, conceived an intriguing thought that in truth, I'm not particularly fond of girls who haven't even fully matured. However, my brothers might find you quite appealing that I believe they'd be more than willing to teach you what it means to be obedient. Let go of me. Lu Jingli furrowed her brow tightly, attempting to free her wrist from Jin Biao's grasp, her eyes filled with defiance. Chapter 30. Natural lightning. Jin Biao found her angry outburst intriguing, maintaining a respectful distance, yet keeping his hand firmly on her wrist. "Miss Lu, the consequences of resistance will only worsen. For your own safety, I suggest you consider the alternative. What if I say I wish to choose neither?" Lu Jingli retorted, moving her aching wrist, forcing herself to appear calm despite the rising tension within her. An electric current coursed through her, swiftly traveling between her arms. "Isn't it obvious? I can assist Miss Lu in making her choice." With a faint hiss, Jin Biao's expression shifted dramatically. His hand twitching as if jolted by an unseen force, he released her, his fingers trembling slightly. Had she awakened a lightning ability? As that thought crossed his mind, Jin Biao's gaze darkened, a newfound wariness directed at Lu Jingli. He hadn't anticipated that a delicate woman would possess such power. Regaining his composure, he smiled knowingly. "Miss Lu, it seems you've been faring quite well these past few days, and your ability appears to be rather impressive. A natural lightning ability is a rarity among men, let alone a woman." "Lightning?" Lu Jingli was momentarily stunned, glancing at her palms, where sharp bolts of lightning flickered unexpectedly. Acknowledging her newfound prowess, she feared causing a ruckus. Having never tested her ability before, it was ironic that as she wished for Jin Biao to release her wrist, the lightning chose that moment to act on its own. Lu Jingli bit her lip, tightening her grip on her clothing, summoning her courage to lock eyes with Jin Biao. Biao Ge, thank you for saving me. I understand that for a girl in this situation, survival is exceedingly difficult. My father died fighting off zombies to protect me. I've been cautiously evading them since. Without him, I would surely have perished. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke earnestly. Clutching her clothing, that's all I can share. I hope Biao Ge can trust me. The matter of the jade pendant was something she could never disclose. If it were stolen, she would be left utterly defenseless. Jin Biao, who typically despised seeing women cry, felt an agitation rising within him as he observed her tears. She appeared genuine, and his initial suspicions began to dissipate. He had anticipated some grand revelation, only to find it unnecessary. Having a lightning-based superpower among his ranks would undoubtedly be advantageous. Jin Biao frowned slightly, his voice cool. You may leave. Thank you, Biao Ge. Lu Jingli exhaled in relief, wiping away her impending tears as she swiftly exited this purgatory. Rather than live in fear, with her spatial abilities, Lu Jingli resolved to find a way to escape and seek a new environment. Upon returning home, Ling Tian recounted everything she had heard from Chun Jinxiang to Cheng Yingzhu. After all, the antagonist was her protector, and having a powerful figure backing her was an opportunity not to be missed. Moreover, given Cheng Yingzhu's temperament, withholding information would only serve to irritate him. Don't worry. With me around, they won't harm you. Tian, I'm going to prepare dinner now. Ling Tian nodded obediently, feeling a shiver run down her spine once more. Perhaps it was just her imagination, she thought. Cheng Yingzhu reassured her with a few words before turning, his handsome face darkening in an instant. Gripping the kitchen knife, the veins in his hand bulged as he stared intently at the blade. A flicker of murderous intent flashing across his face, thick with malice. Perfect. Now that he had awakened a new ability without a live target to practice on, he could finally taste blood. How dare they be so foolish as to set their sights on his sister? He would ensure that they experienced a fate worse than death, and not a single one would escape. Cheng Yingzhu smirked, his grip on the knife tightening, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Are you ready? Chapter 31. The nature of humanity in an office at the docks. A man with thick, rebellious eyebrows arched slightly upwards. Beneath his lightly curled lashes, his thin lips curled into a dazzling smile. Beside him stood three men of varying dispositions, contrasting sharply with the formidable figure stationed by the door. Mr. Jin has indeed found the time to seek me out. Xiao Junjie smiled gently, appearing to be in good spirits. Recently, Mr. Jin's subordinates have been somewhat unruly, haven't they? You must have been troubled by this matter for a while now. Jin Biao did not express anger. Instead, he unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Oh, you are aware? Although I don't have a deep impression of your subordinates, I do recall their appearances, particularly that man with a scar on his face. Reflecting on the recent events at the base, where his brothers were secretly incited by Chao Zihua to unite against him, he pretended to be oblivious, yet deep down, he was acutely aware. There are always individuals who may outwardly submit while harboring discontent within. Jin Biao's expression darkened, becoming increasingly grim. This is something I shall handle myself. I did not come to discuss this with you. Rather, I have recently discovered a remarkable individual whose abilities are quite peculiar, allowing objects to move along his trajectory seemingly out of thin air. I have yet to fathom what this ability could be. Oh, Xiao Junjie's countenance became serious, as if he had made a connection, his smile fading considerably. The person you speak of, I've already encountered. If my guess is correct, he possesses psychic abilities. Psychic? Jin Biao pondered, unable to recall any information regarding psychic powers. Although I'm also quite unfamiliar with this ability, from his combat style, it seems he can manipulate any object he wishes with mental force. Furthermore, his vision and hearing must be extraordinarily acute, allowing for a form of X-ray vision. Even in a state of invisibility, I felt an overwhelming sense of exposure that a superhuman with such abilities is best avoided as an enemy. Even if one cannot befriend them. Xiao Junja shared his thoughts, his gentle and sunny exterior concealing an enigmatic smile. Jin Biao nodded in understanding, standing up and preparing to leave. Mr. Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Mr. Jin, are you departing so soon? Do you have any further matters to discuss? Jin Biao paused, frowning in displeasure. Though he could not overpower him, it did not mean he was afraid of Jin Biao. What of a dual ability user? What is there to fear? I refuse to be intimidated. There is no need to be so fierce. Xiao Junja narrowed his eyes, signaling to a nearby brother with a subtle gesture, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I merely wish to present you with something, nothing more. Fan Xingao nodded, handing the map in his possession to Xiao Junja. Xiao Junja took the map and, in a symbolic gesture, approached Jin Biao to present it to him. This is a map of the safe base. Should you be interested, you might consider visiting this location. Jin Biao accepted the map without sparing Xiao Junja another glance. Departing with his subordinates. Lao Jia, what methods do you believe Jin Biao will employ to address the internal divisions? After Jin Biao's departure, Yi Qin curiously broached the topic of another's affairs. That is difficult to say. Xiao Junja gazed out the window at Jin Biao's receding figure, his lips pursed into a graceful curve. Jin Biao is indeed powerful. Although he possesses a keen mind, he still lacks a certain humanity compared to those of the present. It remains to be seen how he will proceed. Such actions would not only serve as a deterrent, but also compel his subordinates to remain compliant. Xiao Junja curled his lips in a faint smile. His deep brown eyes, akin to the purest amber, glinting with a hint of ruthlessness. One can only hope he does not wish to eliminate them all. Otherwise, it would indeed become troublesome. Lao Jia, you wouldn't treat us like that in the future, would you? Upon hearing Xiao Junja's remark, Yi Qin jestingly posed a question that bordered on the audacious. The expressions of the other two, Fan Xingya and Hu Hancheng, subtly shifted. That is quite the question. Xiao Junja seemed to find humor in this inquiry, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face. Speak frankly. Loyalty is mutual. How you treat me is precisely how I will treat you. If you truly wish to betray me, then I shall have no choice but to act decisively against you. It is human nature. After all, who would keep someone around who intends to harm them? That would be inviting trouble upon oneself, would it not? Chapter 32. A warning: the majority of the team consists of those who had followed him before the apocalypse, regardless of whether they possess abilities, as long as they can perform tasks for him. Jin Biao would do his utmost to provide for them out of loyalty to their shared past. He had, however, forgotten that despite all he had done and how he regarded them as brothers, there would always be some who did not reciprocate those feelings. They would merely take it for granted. There are always individuals beneath him who resent him, and he understands. After all, he is not currency that everyone loves. Chao Zihua observed as Jin Biao's companions carried a large sack of supplies. Despite his considerable discontent with Jin Biao, a smile crept onto his face. Brother Biao, how about I help carry some supplies for the brothers? It seems quite arduous for you all. His eyes gleamed at the sight of the supplies, nearly reaching out to seize them. Jin Biao shot him a cold glance, then turned his gaze to the sycophants following Chao Zihua. Dismissing his request entirely, without Brother Biao's explicit consent, how could green hair and black hair dare to hand over the supplies? They too chose to ignore him. Chao Zihua eagerly extended his hand, only to find that Jin Biao and his men bypassed him entirely, not even grazing the supplies, as if he were invisible. Damn, does this bastard Jin Biao truly think he is the boss? Sooner or later, I will crush him beneath my heel. Jin Biao settled into his seat, and Gu Isi approached to report on Chao Zihua's activities within the base. That he scoffed. Chao Zihua, what have you been up to these past few days? At that moment, nearly all the superhumans were present in the hall. Chao Zihua's expression soured immediately. Brother Biao, you told me to remain at the base, so I did. What else could I do? Damn it. I hope nothing has been discovered. That a sense of unease crept into his mind. Indeed, one of Chao Zihua's companions glanced around nervously, weakly coming to his defense. I can vouch for him. Were you even saying? Our brother Biao is asking him. So why do you interject? Green hair, standing to the side, immediately countered upon hearing someone speak up for Chao Zihua. Damn it, I have long found Chao Zihua displeasing. Not only is he unattractive, but he's also untrustworthy. The man, recognizing that green hair was one of Brother Biao's men, dared not retort. Jean Biao raised an eyebrow, his expression contemplative. Very well, in such a short time. Someone has come to his defense. It seems there is more than one or two dissatisfied with him. Chao Zihua bit his lip nervously, palms sweating, yet his heart swelled with pride. Look, Jean Biao, your subordinates have long viewed you with disdain. No matter how strong you are, what does it matter? You are merely self-righteous and loathsome. Before Chao Zihua could revel in his satisfaction for long, Jean Biao's hand shot forth, and before he could react, his head was seized and slammed against the adjacent table with a loud thud. Gasps of surprise filled the room as the table splintered upon impact. Chao Zihua was left dazed, unsure of what had just transpired. A few droplets of blood trickled from his forehead, mingling with the scar at the corner of his eye, creating a rather unsettling sight. And one dared to step forward to defend him. And even breathing became an exercise in caution. Jean Biao forcefully turned his head to the side, his voice low and menacing. Chao Zihua, your every action is under my control. It would be wise not to play any tricks. The consequence of opposing me, Jean Biao, is nothing short of death. Consider this a warning. Releasing his grip, Jean Biao disdainfully glanced at the blood on his hands before surveying the room once more. Under his scrutinizing gaze, and witnessing Chao Zihua's pitiful state, even those who had harbored thoughts of opposing Jean Biao broke into a cold sweat, their hearts filled with trepidation. Those present exchanged glances. Silently communicating their apprehensions, Guec handed Jean Biao a tissue, which he accepted and wiped his hands vigorously. Shall see, you, and they shall distribute the food to the others below. Jean Biao referred to green hair and black hair, for he still trusted them. After all, they had been with him for so long, and he understood their personalities. Chapter 33. Affection is cheap. After Jean Biao had delegated his tasks, he did not spare a glance at the scheming individuals in the hall and ascended the stairs. Some people left, leaving only a few behind. After a while, Chao Zihua finally regained consciousness, the blood on his forehead showing signs of coagulation. He touched the now drying blood on his head and glared at the few timid subordinates beside him, gritting his teeth in anger. What are you standing there for? Come help me. They hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding and stepping forward to support his shoulders. Chao Zihua, if you lack the ability, do not call on everyone to take risks. After all, things are quite good right now, with food and drink ensuring our survival. I have no desire to die alongside you. A slightly older man stepped forward, glancing at Chao Zihua with a hint of amusement. While I may not be fond of Jean Biao, he is still our leader. Your petty squabbles will only lead to greater misery. You should know that Jean Biao is not someone to be trifled with. Now that he has uncovered your little schemes, we may all be dragged down with you. A younger superhuman chimed in, their expression heavy with resentment toward Chao Zihua. Shut up. Chao Zihua cast a fierce glare at those several individuals, feeling dizzy and lacking the energy to quarrel with them. Cowards, he muttered disdainfully, his frustration boiling over towards these fence-sitters. Jean Biao, you shall pay for today's humiliation in double. Is it merely a competition over resources? I shall stir up a tempest. He intended to make Jean Biao understand that in this world, there exists no brotherhood, only interests and capital. Do you comprehend? Brother Hua has been beaten by Brother Biao. Indeed, I witnessed it. How tragic. He even bled. I in the room. The women were also discussing the incident involving Chao Zihua's beating. They felt little sympathy for him, as he often presented a lewd demeanor, exhibiting crude behavior. And it was apparent he had not received much education. He even resorted to violence against women when angered. Although Jean Biao was rather fierce, he would never strike a woman. For this reason, they deemed Jean Biao a better person than the scoundrel Chao Zihua. Lu Jingli, having overheard their conversation, felt curiosity arise. Who is this Brother Hua you speak of? At the base, Lu Jingli generally kept to herself. Occasionally, she would hide in secluded places to secretly practice her abilities. Among the women, she only recognized a handful, especially avoiding the men at the base. That it was not that she feared men, but rather that she felt uncomfortable. perceiving them as rather lecherous, leaving her with no favorable impressions. TSK, aren't you close to Brother Biao? Why are you inquiring about Brother Hua? Many women had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lu Jingli, and upon seeing her, they naturally did not offer her a friendly countenance. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Jingli frowned at their hostility. I have no relationship with Brother Biao, nor do I like him. Do not conflate him with me. Upon hearing her words, the women erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke, laughing until tears nearly flowed. Little sister, do you know where this place is? One woman, unable to hold back, retorted sarcastically. Just look at the zombies outside. Surviving is already commendable, and you speak of liking? Love is the most trivial of sentiments that to us, as long as there is a man willing to protect us and provide food. We care not how unattractive or aged he may be. Even so, do you not find this rather lamentable? Lu Jingli's gaze deepened, and though she understood, everything here felt increasingly alien to her. Whether it was her lack of understanding of the rules of this world or her naivety, she simply refused to submit to such individuals. Rather than languishing in despair, she preferred to live freely and die without regret. We are content. Do not think that just because you have Brother Biao backing you. We fear you. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel. Huang Yanlin, noticing the commotion, quickly pulled Lu Jingli aside and whispered, You should say less. They are already displeased with you because of Brother Biao. It would not be good to stir up trouble. Huang Yanlin was the peacemaker type, and few women in the group were willing to converse with her, as she had an unremarkable appearance and lacked confrontational spirit. Lu Jingli regarded her without uttering a word, and Huang Yanlin led her to the side of the bed, gently advising her, Brother Hua is not a good person. Just keep your distance from him and do not get entangled with him. Understood. I appreciate your warning. Lu Jingli nodded, suddenly feeling that not all individuals in this base were devoid of kindness. Perhaps Huang Yanlin was different from the others. Should she truly leave this place, she might take her along. Huang Yanlin smiled, unaware that her smile bore a hint of stiffness. Chapter 34. All that is unknown. Xiao Zihua had just completed a rudimentary bandaging of his head, hardly paying heed to the words of such minor characters. Even with the system's abilities, as long as he maintained his distance, he could easily deal with them. His fear of Jin Biao did not imply that he feared these insignificant individuals. Yet upon contemplating Jin Biao, he abandoned the thought of retaliation. Hey, don't go overboard. Brother Biao hasn't driven our brother Hua away, so who are you to tell him to scram? Hearing his subordinates speak up for him, Xiao Zihua felt no joy. Instead, his expression soured. He shot a sudden glare at the speaker. Realizing he had misspoken, the individual felt a surge of guilt and obediently fell silent, aware that Brother Hua had just been beaten by Brother Biao. Mentioning him now was akin to reopening old wounds, was it not? Apologies, this is merely the will of our esteemed Brother Jin Biao. If you wish to follow Xiao Zihua, I shall not hinder you. But he must vacate this place. The green-haired man smirked while pointing at Xiao Zihua beside them, having anticipated their response and thus invoking Jin Biao's name. Witnessing Xiao Zihua's humiliation before him brought him a modicum of satisfaction. We are fortunate that Brother Biao has not killed you. Do you genuinely believe this is a refuge where you can be coddled and fed? The green-haired man's gaze was filled with disdain as he sneered. Now, pack your belongings and get lost immediately. Brother Biao's good temper does not extend to me. How can this be? How can this be? Xiao Zihua clenched his fists, veins bulging, his anger simmering within with no outlet for release. Everyone recognized it was Jin Biao's command, and since the green-haired man was among those closest to Jin Biao, they dared not question its authenticity, swiftly retreating from his vicinity. Thus, Xiao Zihua was expelled, leaving without taking anything. Ultimately, he laughed heartily, revealing a set of somewhat yellowed teeth, his smile both sinister and fierce. Jin Biao, do not think you have triumphed. Do you believe that by driving him away, you have succeeded? Do you think the members of this group genuinely hold loyalty to you? A person as arrogant, self-righteous, and indecisive as you, even your most trusted allies will betray you upon returning to the luxurious apartment complex. Ling Tian did not remain idle, sometimes accompanying Chang'ing Zhu to eliminate zombies nearby, and at other times visiting the supermarket to gather supplies. Although they had food in their space, who would complain about having an abundance of resources? After all, their space could accommodate IT the very least. She was no longer as fearful of the grotesque zombies, except for those of higher levels. Zombies were classified into first, second, and third tiers, with the most formidable being third-tier zombies. These possessed their own consciousness, could summon hordes of zombies, and exhibited abilities akin to superpowered individuals, all while emanating the toxic aura of zombies. Even a mere touch could result in infection, and engaging with such zombies demanded utmost caution. Could it be Chen Jinxiang and her group? Ling Tian rubbed her eyes, suspicion stirring within her. Had they seized the neighboring duplex apartment, or had they found another location after leaving that hotel? Yet, it had already been 3 days without encountering the ruffians Chen Jinxiang had mentioned. Had they altered their plans? Ling Tian felt uncertain, as she had not placed her trust in Chen Jinxiang to the same extent as in the original narrative. Having not been easily deceived into seeking out Ye's family to confess her feelings, the novel had strayed from its original path, leaving all future events shrouded in uncertainty, making it impossible for her to predict Chen Jinxiang's next move. Moreover, even if the story followed its original trajectory, the limited omniscience granted to Qing Tian by the author would not reveal much. Chapter 35. Who are you? Ling Tian felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in her heart, not due to Chen Jinxiang's prowess, but rather because she perceived herself as exceedingly weak. Once the villainous overlord was absent, her abilities seemed utterly insufficient for resistance. Could it be that she truly lacked powers? Yet, when Qing Tian met her demise in the original narrative, she did not linger long. Perhaps the right moment had yet to arrive? That night, Ling Tian turned restlessly in bed, unable to find sleep. In recent days, Chang Yingzhu had been making breakthroughs in his abilities, while she remained stagnant, albeit capable of dispatching a few ordinary zombies, lacking the strength to contend with those possessing powers. Suddenly, she recalled the crystal cores. How could she have forgotten this? In the original narrative, crystal cores were described as panaceas, capable of directly enhancing superpowered abilities that if she absorbed one, could awaken her latent powers, just as Ling Tian intended to sit up and access her space. She found herself meeting a pair of profound eyes. She was taken aback. Brother, Chang Yingzhu simply inquired with mild surprise. Why are you still awake? Ling Tian felt a twinge of guilt, avoiding his scrutinizing gaze as she tugged at the thin blanket, anxiously asking, I was wondering why you have powers, yet I do not. You will have them. Do not worry. Chang Yingzhu gently ruffled her hair, his tone indescribably tender. And with your brother's protection, what do you have to fear? That made sense. Ling Tian smiled in response. She shifted her position slightly, suggesting to Chang Yingzhu by the bedside, Brother, come here. There are some things I wish to discuss with you. Chang Yingzhu subtly curved his lips in the dim light, finding nothing amiss, and, shedding his outer clothing, joined her on the bed. Speak. What do you wish to tell me? Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian softly began. I think I saw Chen Jinxiang here today. Brother, if possible, could you use your psychic abilities to check on the neighboring apartment? Why is it that she understands her powers better than he does? Is it merely coincidence, considering her series of odd behaviors and observations, or is it merely related to that dream? Chang Yingzhu's expression subtly shifted, as he had not previously disclosed that his abilities included clairvoyance. And that dream. Who are you really? He suddenly pressed towards Ling Tian, his large hand resting upon her slender neck, as if it could be constricted at any moment. Although I harbored disdain for the former Chang Tian, it must be noted that Chang Tian and I had grown up together. I was well acquainted with her temperament and personality. I am certain you are not her. Under normal circumstances, a person's character cannot change so dramatically in such a brief span of time, let alone possess knowledge of so many matters due to a dream. It is as though you know me intimately and are fully aware of this world. Even if this were a dream, it is far too vivid. Ling Tian's face was a picture of astonishment as she gradually widened her eyes, gazing at Cheng Yingzhu's cold visage, and a sense of fear began to creep in. Indeed, he had long suspected she was not his sister. Truly, he was the quintessential antagonist. With his intellect, it was no surprise he could deduce such truths. Yes, I am indeed not Cheng Tian. She recoiled slightly in trepidation, her voice filled with apology. Ever since I awoke after that bump on the head, I've been like this. I sincerely apologize for usurping your sister's body, but it was unintentional. I only arrived in this world after her demise. In my original world, I was known as Ling Tian, a sophomore student, and I was merely asleep in my dormitory when I suddenly found myself in your sister's body. Fool, I do not harbor any ill will towards you. Why are you so afraid? Chang Yingzhou smiled gently, raising a hand to pinch her cheek, his gaze deep and enigmatic. I am fond of you, and it has nothing to do with Chang Tian. I simply wish to know who you are. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, and disbelief coursed through her. The villainous figure harbored feelings for her. Was it a brotherly affection for a sister? By the way, judging by your words, you're not from this world, so how do you know of its impending doom? Chang Yingzhou enveloped her in his embrace, caressing her soft form, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Feeling the heat of his embrace, Ling Tian's face turned beet red, and as she contemplated speaking, an overwhelming and mysterious force constricted her, rendering her speechless. If you cannot speak, then do not. Noticing Ling Tian's pained expression, Chang Yingzhou refrained from pressing her further. After all, knowing her identity had become inconsequential compared to her well-being. Chapter 36. Not by blood. Ling Tian quietly exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved. It would be amusing to suggest that this was merely a story, and that the villainous figure was a character created within it. She could only wonder what his reaction would be. Not to mention, she had just sensed a powerful invisible force restraining her from revealing too much. Chang Yingzhou, seeing her calm down, felt reassured and without hesitation utilized his mental prowess to probe the neighboring apartment a dozen meters away, uncovering the woman who sought to harm Tian. Indeed, it was her. Are there others besides her? Ling Tian regarded him earnestly. Chang Yingzhou's gaze darkened as he nodded slightly. Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of gravity, unsure of what to say. Chang Yingzhou remained silent, merely gazing down at her with his penetrating eyes, unable to resist the urge to nestle his head against her neck. The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine, completely disrupting her thoughts, causing her to involuntarily retreat from his embrace. She felt this was surpassing the bounds of mere sibling affection, verging on something more inappropriate. Unaccustomed to such proximity, her body stiffened as she cautioned. "Brother, please do not come so close. It feels rather inappropriate." "What is inappropriate? Did I not express my affection for you?" Chang Yingzhou appeared displeased with her attempt to distance herself, tightening his hold. "What?" Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, a sense of shock overtaking her. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow loomed above her, and before she could react, Chang Yingzhou leaned in, his cool lips, faintly scented with grass, descended upon hers. As realization dawned on her regarding his actions, her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet, burning with embarrassment. Blast it! Her first kiss had been stolen, just like that, coupled with the ambiguous glint in the villain's gaze. It was abundantly clear that this was not the innocent affection of a brother for his sister. Overwhelmed, Ling Tian could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed to the villain, "Brother, I am your sister." Yet, Chang Yingzhou merely smiled softly, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. But we are not related by blood. While aware that the villain had emerged from an orphanage, does that really negate their familial bond? Who knows who despises Chang Tian? Regardless, this body belongs to Chang Tian, and he could still find it in himself to be affectionate towards this face. To utter such shameful words was utterly confounding to Ling Tian, who considered him family. Yet he dared to, "I love you, Tian," not merely as a brotherly affection, but as a man's desire for a woman. His heated breath fanned across her flawless face, invoking a cascade of goosebumps along her skin, leaving her mind blank. In the dim light, Ling Tian's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with both innocence and bewilderment, igniting a longing within Chang Yingzhou to kiss her once more, leaning down to brush his lips against her cheek before trailing towards her ear. Ling Tian felt tears prick her eyes as if ants were crawling near her ear. She quickly raised her hand to push against his head, her voice tinged with a quivering plea. "It tickles. Please, brother, allow me a moment to think. Just a little time, please." Who could endure such advances from someone they regarded as a brother, coupled with a series of declarations that left her reeling? Surely, she needed time to process this overwhelming sensation. Chang Yingzhou halted, his eyes aflame with a predatory intensity, realizing this was inappropriate, for his sister was still young and must not be frightened. Very well, I shall wait for you. Sleep now. Once again held tightly in Chang Yingzhuo's embrace. With no strange actions occurring, Ling Tian finally felt at ease. Henti, the original text, indicated that the villain had no such desires. She knew better than to harbor hopes in such a dark narrative. Chapter 37. With a protector following that night, Ling Tian found herself at a loss on how to face Chang Yingzhou. She felt as though the once timid gaze he cast upon her had transformed into something bolder, his intense stare leaving nothing to the imagination. This morning, she awoke feeling somewhat disconcerted, a hint of shyness lingering. Ling Tian endeavored to cast aside her discomfort, activating her spatial abilities to retrieve a crystal core. Holding the shimmering golden core in her palm, she felt the potent energy emanating from within. Without further ado, she mimicked the method described in the text for absorbing energy, gradually tightening her grip on the core. It seemed the core sensed the pressure, beginning to release its internal energy. Energy flowed from her palm throughout her body, but within less than a minute, Ling Tian found herself overwhelmed by the surge of energy and had to halt. Having absorbed only a fraction, her complexion had improved significantly, now radiating a healthy glow, yet she opened her palm to reveal the crystal core. The core contained immense power, the higher the level of the zombie. The deeper its color and energy, superpowered individuals were always cautious before absorption, for exceeding one's energy capacity could result in catastrophic consequences. She recalled instances from the novel where individuals, unaware of the risks, blindly consumed crystal cores and met their demise. Given her petite frame, barely qualifying as a superpowered individual, even the little she absorbed was commendable. She wondered if this energy would aid in awakening her abilities. One could only hope. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chang Yingzhou was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Ling Tian lounged on the sofa in the living room, lost in contemplation about her powers. Outside, impatience seemed to grow as the knocking continued. Reluctantly, Ling Tian rose from the sofa and headed to the door. This time, in addition to Chun Jinxiang, 3 shifty-eyed men accompanied her, and there was no sign of Yi Jielu. However, the redness and swelling on Chun Jinxiang's face, along with the ambiguous marks on her neck, were quite conspicuous. Ignoring Ling Tian's puzzled expression, Chun Jinxiang eagerly grasped her hand, asking with concern, Tian, are you all right? I am quite well. Fortunately, Chun Jinxiang remained unaware of her newfound protector, mistakenly believing she was still vulnerable. Thankfully, the villain was by her side. Observing Ling Tian's lack of cooperation, Chun Jinxiang's expression darkened. Though she forced a smile, Tian, why not come to my place? I found a wonderful place near your home, where you'll not only have protection, but also never have to worry about food and drink again. Go to your place? Does she think me a fool? That seems inappropriate. Ling Tian replied tactfully, glancing at the trio of men whose eyes gleamed with predatory intent, her body instinctively trembling. It appeared that the moment she expressed a refusal, they would undoubtedly seize her. In contrast, she found Chang Yingzhuo's gaze far more comforting. Chun Jinxiang frowned at her response, while one of the more unscrupulous men remarked, Little sister, you're all alone in this environment without a man to protect you. How can you possibly survive? You would be better off with us, and your good friend can accompany you to... As he spoke, his hands began to wander, his leering smile making Ling Tian's skin crawl. He had never encountered a girl like her before. He thought the girl brought by Biao Gu was beautiful, but this one was even more alluring. This time, he had struck gold. Ling Tian recoiled in fear. But before the man's hand could touch her, it had already turned to ice. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Who allowed you to touch my woman? Chang Yingzhuo's frigid voice emerged, his face a mask of icy wind. Chun Jinxiang's gaze flickered with obsession. She too had heard Ling Tian's call of brother. Initially, she had speculated about the identity of this individual, only to discover, to her astonishment, that he was the detestable brother Ching Tian had incessantly mentioned. That moment, she genuinely believed he was Chang Tian's boyfriend, never suspecting he was indeed her sibling. Hadn't Ling Tian always abhorred him? Tian, is he truly your brother? What business is it of yours? Ling Tian's tone turned sharp. Chun Jinxiang's face darkened, and the man beside her, whose hands had frozen, recognized the true culprit's presence, his temper flaring. You little brat. Restore my hand to its original state, or I swear you'll regret it. Oh, is that so? Chang Yingzhou replied with a cold smile, his large hand covering Ling Tian's eyes, his voice frigid, since this hand is so unruly. It shall be severed in the next instant. Chang Yingzhou summoned his psychic energy to manipulate the kitchen knife, severing the man's frozen arm. A wail of agony erupted, the man weeping in pain, blood gushing forth. The frozen state causing signs of coagulation. Chapter 38. She is mine. With his entire left arm severed, Chun Jinxiang and the other men were horrified by the scene before them. They had initially believed that only this woman posed a threat, never anticipating such a formidable, superhuman presence. Ling Tian's vision was shrouded in darkness. She could see nothing, yet the man's heart-wrenching cries led her to infer that the villain had indeed taken action. Chun Jinxiang's expression soured, a mix of fear and jealousy in her eyes. She had not expected Ling Tian's brother to be so powerful. It was known that among the people she had brought, while there were also superhumans, none could rival the Yi family's prowess. The other two men, sensing danger, abandoned their companions and fled in terror. By the time Chun Jinxiang regained her wits, only the man with the severed arm remained, wailing for his mother. Chang Yingzhou made no effort to stop the two frightened ruffians from fleeing. To him, their presence was inconsequential. Anyone daring to covet Tian would not be spared, had it not been for her presence. He would have made them wish for death. Unbeknownst to him, a cold steel knife was now clutched in his hand, his handsome face radiating an aura of chilling resolve. Chun Jinxiang, paralyzed by fear, cast a glance at the bloodied, severed arm on the ground, her face paling. Chang Yingzhou did not spare her a glance, raising the cold steel knife, aiming it at the neck of the previously arrogant man. His demeanor transformed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Am I not handsome enough? A mere flick of the blade would sever the man's head from his body. Initially, when Brother Hua approached him, he had anticipated good tidings. Upon hearing that following him would not only lead to women, but also rewards, he had eagerly joined his brothers. Last night, Chun Jinxiang had informed him of a classmate who was exceptionally attractive and, more importantly, unprotected. She claimed that, even if someone protected her, they would not stand a chance against their numbers. Upon hearing this, he and his brothers had readily agreed to her request. Who could have foreseen that the woman Chun Jinxiang spoke of would possess such a powerful ally? This wretched woman must want him dead. Let me tell you, she is mine, that if you dare to lay a hand on her, I will ensure your leader meets the same fate. Chang Yingzhu's voice took on a tone of authority. His handsome visage devoid of any coarseness, he curled his thin lips, resembling a demon from hell, enunciating each word. Since this is the apocalypse, killing you vermin incurs no legal repercussions. The onlookers shuddered involuntarily. Though Ling Tian's eyes were covered, she too felt a chill run down her spine and could not help but admire the villain's audacity. The man, terrified, proclaimed he would never act again, disregarding his bleeding shoulder, kneeling and bowing 3 times in quick succession. Once the door was closed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chun Jinxiang, still reeling from the horrific scene, was met with a fierce slap from the man, the sound echoing with brutality. Wretched woman! Chun Jinxiang's face swelled rapidly. Her previously swollen cheek was now even more inflamed after the blow. She clutched her face in resentment, tears streaming down her cheeks. Guangge. I did not mean to. I had no idea. You wretched girl. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state? The man, infuriated at the thought, pressed his hand against his bleeding shoulder, his complexion pale with rage. Initially intent on delivering another slap for relief, but reconsidering due to his own injury. Wretched girl, hurry and help me. Chapter 39. Awakening of Abilities. Finally regaining consciousness, Ling Tian beheld the man's handsome face. Seemingly displeased with the outcome, pouting slightly, she remarked, "Brother, are you really letting them off so easily?" Although she abhorred violence, She felt no sympathy for those scoundrels, especially since it was their ilk that had caused the original owner's demise. No need to ask so much. This is not suitable for you. Chung Yingzhua gently ruffled her hair, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Let them live a little longer. It would be less amusing otherwise. Tian must be hungry. I prepared your favorite braised pork. Wash your hands. Let us dine. All right. Seeing he was unwilling to divulge further, Ling Tian decided against pressing him for answers. After this lesson, Chen Jinxiang would undoubtedly think twice before provoking them again. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen to wash her hands, Ling Tian suddenly felt a surge of heat enveloping her body. Perhaps it was due to her previous state absorbing the crystal core's energy. But now an unknown power flowed through her, filling each of her cells. She felt as if she were being scorched by an intense fire, discomfort radiating throughout her body, making even breathing feel searing. Ling Tian recognized the sensation. She had not anticipated that awakening her abilities would be so excruciating, an ordeal not befitting a normal person. Her face flushed crimson, and in a haze, her legs weakened, threatening to succumb to the floor, only to collapse into a familiar embrace. Upon seeing Chung Yingzhua's chiseled features, her nose tinged with a sense of grievance as she murmured, "Brother, I feel unwell." Ling Tian trembled slightly, her voice frail and weak. "Brother, I just want to sleep." Chung Yingzhua examined her thoroughly. Feeling her feverish skin, he found no signs of injury. His expression turned anxious. "Don't sleep. If anything feels wrong, tell your brother, don't frighten me." How peculiar. There were no wounds or infections, yet she was burning with fever. Ling Tian's consciousness began to blur, and seeing Chung Yingzhua's worried gaze, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "It's all right. Brother, I think I'm about to awaken my abilities. You needn't worry. Just let me sleep for a bit." Chung Yingzhua raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had not anticipated his sister, who had never awakened her abilities, would do so now. That's fine. Sleep. However, she would miss out on the braised pork he had prepared. "Foolish girl, once you're better, I'll make it for you again." Chung Yingzhua scooped her up, gently laying her on her bed, and retrieved a fever-reducing patch from the drawer, placing it on her forehead. She was already delicate. He couldn't afford for her to fall. The coolness of the patch soothed her. Ling Tian let out a soft sigh of relief and drifted into sleep. Once he saw her peaceful sleeping face, Chung Yingzhua exited the room, glancing at the food laid out on the table, but he approached the window of the neighboring apartment, his eyes sharp with intent. Back in the apartment, Xiao Guang had just finished bandaging his wounds, his face contorted in agony. The others bore expressions of fear, reminiscent of their recent ordeal. "Damn it, it's all your fault. You wretched woman. If it weren't for you, would my arm be in this state?" The more Xiao Guang thought about it, the angrier he became, swinging his right hand in a powerful punch. Had he known of such a formidable superhuman, he would have never listened to this woman. Just as he finished bandaging Xiao Guang, Chen Jinxiang was caught off guard. She never anticipated his fierce punch would send her crashing into the wall. As a fellow superhuman, Xiao Guang's physical prowess had increased dramatically, his strength formidable. Chen Jinxiang was instantly knocked back, suffering internal injuries, blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground, nearly incapacitated by pain. Xiao Guang, indifferent to her plight, still seething with anger, pressed on. Those witnessing the scene attempted to intervene. The one who lost an arm wasn't you. So, of course, you'd defend that wretched woman." Xiao Guang's eyes flared with rage. Having lost a hand, how would he deal with zombies or face the people at the base? "What do you expect me to do?" Despite his resentment, Xiao Guang found some reasoning in their words. Reluctantly conceding, "Fine." Chapter 40. Wind Attributability. Ling Tian's sleep was far from restful. Her body felt as though it were burdened by thousands of pounds, both hot and parched, her eyelids refusing to part. In her daze, she sensed someone using a cool towel to wipe away her perspiration and offering her water. She thought to herself, this must be her brother. Gradually, her fever subsided, leaving behind only a mysterious power coursing through her every cell. Without yet opening her eyes, she succumbed to slumber once more. Chung Yingzhua remained vigilantly by the bedside, watching as the flush on his sister's face gradually faded. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, lying down beside her and closing his eyes to replenish his energy. When Ling Tian awoke and glanced towards the light streaming in through the window, she rubbed her forehead and picked up her phone from the bedside table to check the time. To her astonishment, she realized she had been in a deep slumber for 2 days. However, she now felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. The room was empty, leaving her all alone. A smile curled at the corners of Ling Tian's lips as she eagerly anticipated testing her newfound abilities. She raised her palm, channeling the energy within her to gather in her hand, her gaze filled with anticipation. What extraordinary power might she possess? Would it be a formidable, natural, lightning ability akin to the protagonist's? Or perhaps an ice-based ability like that of the antagonist? The male lead's invisibility was also quite intriguing. Just as Ling Tian was lost in her eager thoughts, a gust of wind erupted from her palm, tousling her hair and making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Startled, Ling Tian quickly retracted her powers, laughter bubbling forth in delight. She had unexpectedly awakened her natural wind-based ability. How splendid! While it may not match the antagonist's abilities and strength, it was still impressive overall. What is going on? Outside the door, Cheng Yingzhua, hearing Ling Tian's laughter, pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing her joyful expression, he surmised that something wonderful must have occurred. Ling Tian, I've awakened my wind attribute ability. It's fantastic. Now I can fight alongside you. Ling Tian exclaimed, her excitement palpable, yearning to rush out and engage in battle against zombies. Indeed, our little Tian is the best. Cheng Yingzhua smiled, pulling his still exuberant sister close, pinching her cheek playfully as he took her hand and led her outside. That you've just woken up. Surely you're hungry. I've prepared a meal for you. Let us eat first. As they approached the dining table, Ling Tian shook her head and dashed toward the bathroom, saying, I need to brush my teeth and wash my face first. After lying in bed for 2 days without washing up, she did not wish to dine with the cleanliness-obsessed antagonist in such a state. Moreover, she could hardly tolerate it herself. By the way, what had transpired with the protagonist during these 2 days? And what about Chun Jinxiang, that white lotus? She wondered what scheme she might be concocting since the last encounter. Ling Tian was genuinely famished, devouring several bowls of food, and after indulging, she sighed contentedly. After wandering around the living room to aid digestion, she approached Cheng Yingzhua, eager to head out and battle zombies. Before leaving, Ling Tian opened a portal in her space, retrieving a few articles of clothing for both herself and Cheng Yingzhua. She wanted to check on the protagonist as well. However, upon exiting the community, she saw no sign of Chun Jinxiang or her companions. Perhaps it was for the best. Out of sight, out of mind. On their way, they encountered several zombies, and Lu Jingli finally spotted a dessert shop, her eyes lighting up instantly. Sister Gu, I see a dessert shop. Lu Jingli pointed excitedly in the direction, glancing at Gu Yixi, but just as she was about to rush over, Gu Yixi stopped her. Let me check for any dangers first. You stay here. Lu Jingli hesitated, but ultimately agreed. Ever since she awakened her abilities, Jin Biao had forbidden her from remaining at the base and insisted she accompany Gu Yixi daily to practice battling zombies and gather supplies. Previously, it had been inconvenient with only Gu Yixi as the sole female, superpowered individual. But now they could look out for one another. In recent days, Lu Jingli had also grasped her abilities quite well, yet in terms of proficiency, she felt she was no match for Gu Yixi, who remained more vigilant. Although they had collected a fair amount of supplies, Lu Jingli would sometimes take advantage of Gu Yixi's inattention to sneak a few items into her own space. She harbored no ill intentions, especially since Jin Biao and the others had once saved her. She was merely preparing to escape that place. She could no longer endure the cutthroat intrigues and suffocating atmosphere there. Plagued by nightmares every night. Chapter 41. A bit foolish, please. Don't abandon me. I don't want to die. A pregnant woman ran down the street, clutching her belly as she struggled to keep pace with her companions. With another child on the way, she found herself unable to keep up. Just then, a horde of zombies began to pursue her, and tears streamed down her face as her companions had long since fled. Before Gu Yixi could emerge, Lu Jingli, hiding in a corner, faintly heard cries for help. Annoyed, she scratched her head, initially intending to ignore it, but ultimately sighed and went to investigate to her dismay as she located the woman. The pregnant lady slipped and fell to the ground, clutching her painfully swollen belly as blood trickled down her thigh, attracting the excited growls of the zombies. Seeing the woman in danger, Lu Jingli rushed to save her, nearly being scratched by an approaching zombie. Cursing herself for her foolishness, she summoned her powers, unleashing a surge of electricity at one of the zombies, incinerating it instantly. Yet how could she fend off the onslaught of several zombies alone? The scent of blood drew them in like moths to a flame. The pregnant woman was soon overwhelmed, bitten on the neck by the zombies, and a swarm quickly surrounded her, feasting upon her. Hearing the woman's agonizing screams, Lu Jingli's eyes widened in horror, leaving her frozen in place. Gradually, her fists clenched as she contemplated using her powers to save the woman, but just as she was about to act, a man stepped in front of her. "You'd best not. Otherwise, you're as good as dead." Xiao Junja stood before her, his bronze-hued features exuding a rugged handsomeness, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Even if you save her, she will have already turned into a zombie." Lu Jingli stumbled back in fear, regarding the man with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "When did you appear? How did I not notice you? This doesn't seem like a friendly place." Xiao Junja's gaze flickered towards the restless zombies as he grasped her wrist and urged her to flee. "We should run. Otherwise, once they finish, they'll notice us, and it won't end well." Lu Jingli wanted to protest, but found herself being led away by a stranger, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. Once they reached a safe distance, she shook off his hand without hesitation. "Who are you? Why are you telling me this?" Xiao Junja chuckled lightly. "I am Xiao Junja. I simply didn't want to see a lightning-type, superpowered individual perish so needlessly. How rare it is to show a bit of kindness. Besides, you're a bit foolish. In this apocalypse, compassion is the greatest cruelty to oneself. If you can't even protect yourself, how do you expect to protect others? Even if you saved her, do you think a pregnant woman could survive long? Would she even be grateful, or might she stab you in the back to save her own life? You're insane." Lu Jingli frowned, unwilling to engage in further conversation. She thought of Gu Isi waiting at the dessert shop. If she emerged and didn't see her, it would be a disaster. "I have things to do. I must go." With that, Lu Jingli cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Noticing no zombies, she hastily departed from the scene. For the first time, a woman had encountered him and didn't fawn over him, even scolding him. Xiao Junja watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of interest in his eyes. It was rare to save a woman and not be appreciated. He had always thought women were a burden, unworthy of rescue, but now found it quite amusing. However, she was a bit foolish. He doubted she would last long. On her way back, Lu Jingli encountered Gu Isi, who had been searching for her. Seeing that she was unharmed, Lu Jingli felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Shaoli, where have you been? I didn't see you when I came out," Gu Isi inquired, her brow furrowed in concern, but upon confirming Lu Jingli's safety, she relaxed. This girl typically harbored no ill intentions and was meticulous in her endeavors. With her rare abilities, she would surely become an invaluable ally to Biao Gu, provided she didn't encounter any mishaps. "I nothing. I was just checking around for any good finds," Lu Jingli replied with a smile, not wanting to disclose the full truth. After all, if she explained, sister, you would surely echo that man's sentiments, calling her foolish. Chapter 42. Seeking assistance, casting a deep glance at Gu Isi and noting her lack of suspicion, Lu Jingli felt a sense of relief wash over her. Upon reaching the base, she sensed something was amiss. Observing the signs of conflict around them, Gu Isi abruptly halted, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Something isn't right. Someone has used their powers at the base. What happened?" Seeing Gu Isi linger at the entrance, Lu Jingli also sensed the tension in the air. There's an issue. Something must have happened at the base. "We should hide and observe the situation." Gu Isi furrowed her brow tightly, pulling Lu Jingli into a nearby corner to conceal themselves. "Old Hey, you did a great job this time. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to deal with Jin Biao," Chao Zihua exclaimed, patting the shoulder of a man with dark hair, his face beaming with pride. "And finally, that Li Xiaoquan is out of the picture. I've not only settled my grudge, but also felt a sense of relief." Indeed, Li Xiaoquan was the green-haired individual who had been by Jin Biao's side. Upon hearing this, Gu Isi was taken aback, disbelief washing over her as she shook her head in shock. For the first time, her resilient spirit felt deeply wounded. The trusted ally of Biao had betrayed them, and worse still, Xiaoquan had been killed. This series of revelations ignited a fierce urge within her to confront Chao Zihua and that traitor immediately. Why? Biao treated him well. Why would he do this? What about Biao? How is he now? Lu Jingli discerned that her emotions were askew, and she gently patted her shoulder in a comforting manner, softly saying, Isi, do not be agitated. There will be a solution. Let us first listen. Chao Zihua, with insatiable greed, licked his lips, feeling a sense of vindication at the mere thought of that scene. He longed for Jin Biao to witness the sensation of being publicly humiliated. It must be quite gratifying. However, He Mao could not help but furrow his brow, seemingly disapproving of his methods. Fear not, in gratitude for your assistance. Do you not desire that beautiful girl? I shall relinquish her to you for a taste. What do you say? Naturally, Chao Zihua noted his displeasure and, without a moment's hesitation, cast out his temptation. Upon hearing this, He Mao's eyes brightened immediately, revealing a wicked grin. Thank you, Huagu. It appears I made the right choice in selecting you. This traitor. Gu Isi clenched her fists, her fingers leaving red imprints from her grip, and she did not relent. Little did she expect that someone who appeared so honest could be so vile. Lu Jingli, too, gleaned the implications of their conversation and was acutely aware that they harbored ulterior motives regarding her. The immediate priority was to locate Biao. It seemed that Chao Zihua had not killed him, but rather concealed him somewhere within the base. No, we cannot enter like this. We would be discovered, and it is perilous. Lu Jingli shook her head. That I understand your concerns. Aside from sneaking in, do we really need to call for assistance? Who would come to our aid? Gu Isi also found herself in a quandary, unable to conceive of anyone who might lend a hand. With Biao Ji's life hanging in the balance, he must be placing his hopes on her. If you feel it is too dangerous, you may leave, for your abilities are nearly wholly developed. Lu Jingli was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say, though her powers could handle a few minor zombies. Her proficiency and control remained inadequate, and her abilities could only emit small electrical currents. After a lengthy pause, she glanced at Gu Isi, whose expression had also darkened, and with a deep sigh, Lu Jingli looked at her resolutely. Isi, wait here. I will go find some help. I refuse to believe there is no one willing to assist us. Moreover, she possessed leverage. It had to work. Let this be her repayment for rescuing her that time. After this, they would be even. Before Gu Isi could call out to her, Lu Jingli took off, vanishing from her line of sight. Gu Isi furrowed her brow, unsure of what to do. In the urban district. Lu Jingli spotted a few zombies and, gritting her teeth, directed electric currents towards them, causing several to collapse to the ground. This electricity would only incapacitate them momentarily, so seizing the opportunity, Lu Jingli dashed towards another intersection. Utilizing her abilities was quite taxing on her stamina, and having just dispatched several zombies, employing such potent powers again, coupled with her lack of control, would soon exhaust her energy. There should be no superpowered individuals here. Where could they possibly be? Ah, the dessert shop from earlier. The places with food naturally attracted people. Chapter 43. The original female lead Lu Jingli proceeded towards the dessert shop she had encountered earlier. Lacking a vehicle, she could not afford to disregard the zombies as some did. Without Gu Isi's oversight this time, Lu Jingli moved with even greater caution. In the face of adversity, she had grown considerably. At last, she reached the dessert shop's entrance, and just as she was about to push the door open to assess the situation inside, several panicked individuals burst forth, screaming in terror. Lu Jingli stepped back in confusion, witnessing their terrified expressions, and seized one of them, inquiring, "What is happening? Quickly escape. There's a monster inside. If you do not flee now, it will be too late." The individual, desperate, broke free from her grasp and attempted to flee, only to be seized by a dark figure emerging from the door, grasping his throat. In a flash, the man rolled his eyes, blood gushing from his neck as he was brutally torn asunder. Blood splattered onto Lu Jingli's face, and in shock, she froze in place, utterly horrified by the scene. The speed was astonishing, she had not seen when this entity had emerged. The creature raised its head, revealing a face devoid of color and eyes without pupils, a sight most terrifying. Lu Jingli nearly screamed in fright. Her gaze locked onto it, the distance between them a mere meter, completely forgetting to utilize her space manipulation. The zombie merely took a bite of the remaining flesh on the neck before discarding the head along with the spine onto the ground. What terrified Lu Jingli further was the zombie's triumphant, guttural roar, seemingly exhilarated. This particular zombie appeared to have a greater interest in living beings, ignoring Lu Jingli's proximity and instead lunging for the panicked individuals fleeing in all directions. Those who managed to escape were undoubtedly superpowered individuals themselves. And they were not so easily subdued. They swiftly employed their abilities for defense. The zombie's strength was formidable, exhibiting no fear towards their defenses or attacks. It not only evaded them, but also systematically dismantled them at an incredible pace. A cacophony of horrifying screams filled the air, and Lu Jingli, jolted back to reality by this nightmarish spectacle, felt her heart racing with anxiety. She yearned to assist. Having finally discovered superpowered individuals, she absolutely could not abandon them. This zombie was undoubtedly powerful, its agility and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary undead. The journey had been much smoother today, with no zombie encounters. However, Ling Tian and the others were now faced with a new predicament. Their vehicle was nearly out of fuel. The travel of the past few days, compounded by their oversight regarding fuel consumption, necessitated that they locate a gas station en route. Yet, they had yet to find a station, and now they stumbled upon a dessert shop not far ahead where zombies were wreaking havoc. Lu Jingli's forehead glistened with perspiration. Despite having unleashed electric currents moments ago, why had it proven ineffective against this creature? The zombie emitted an ecstatic roar, its cavernous eyes fixed on her, poised to shred her to pieces. Originally, Ling Tian intended to ignore the situation, yet she could not bring herself to be so callous. Perceiving the impending attack from the zombie, she urgently called out, "Brother, stop it! Quickly!" This zombie was certainly no ordinary one, and with her offensive capability, she knew she could not halt it. Chengxu swiftly halted the vehicle, activating his ice powers to freeze the zombie's arm as it reached towards Lu Jingli. The zombie, displeased by this interference, let out a discordant roar. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian employed her powers to conjure wind blades, severing the zombie's arm. Lu Jingli collapsed to the ground, her complexion paling. Chengxu gripped his cold steel knife, exchanging a glance with his sister, and then charged into battle. Ling Tian rushed over, crouching beside Lu Jingli to assess her condition, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Once again, the weight of her inability to save others crashed down upon Lu Jingli, and she finally succumbed to tears, each droplet a complex tapestry of sorrow, resignation, and helplessness. "Hey, don't cry." Ling Tian, taken aback, had not anticipated the girl would burst into tears. Perhaps it was just overwhelming fear. She had never realized that a girl's tears could embody such despair. Finally comprehending the plight of men with girlfriends, "It's all right. It's not your fault." Lu Jingli sniffled. Her eyes reddened as she looked up at the stunningly beautiful face before her. Feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, "I'm sorry." Lu Jingli stood up nervously, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Ling Tian. "Thank you for saving me." Seeing that she had ceased her tears, Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief. "It's nothing. I just happened to see it and intervened. By the way, what is your name? How did you end up here?" Ling Tian surveyed Lu Jingli. Noting that this striking girl appeared to be around her own age, she sensed there was something extraordinary about her. "My name is Lu Jingli. I came seeking assistance, but unwittingly stumbled upon such a formidable zombie." Under the gaze of such a beautiful young lady, Lu Jingli felt her heart race with nervousness. "You are Lu Jingli?" Ling Tian was both astonished and delighted. Who would have thought that in saving someone, she would encounter the original protagonist? What a delightful surprise. Lu Jingli nodded, somewhat anxious. Ling Tian's excitement grew, though she felt something was amiss. Even if the female lead lacked the strength to combat a zombie initially, the male lead would undoubtedly swoop in for a heroic rescue. Yet the narrative had unexpectedly flipped. Now, she was the one saving the damsel. Why did it feel so peculiar? From the ongoing battle, Chuningzu caught sight of his sister, smiling so happily at another woman. And his expression turned icy. Why are you seeking assistance? What has occurred? My companions have run into some trouble. They've been captured, and the others in the base have turned against us, leaving me unable to find anyone to help. So I ventured out to seek aid. Chuningzu's attacks on the zombie grew increasingly fierce, ultimately severing its head and retrieving the crystal core. What's wrong? Is someone upset? Brother, have you dealt with the zombie? Yes. Chuningzu cast a cold glance at her, then shifted his gaze to Lu Jingli, his icy demeanor intensifying. Lu Jingli involuntarily shivered. Sensing the drop in temperature around them, Ling Tian felt a shiver run down her spine. She leaned closer to Chuningzu, whispering, "What's wrong, brother? Are you angry?" Do not smile at her. Chuningzu's expression soured, his frosty glare a clear warning. Ling Tian obediently nodded, realizing she had no choice but to comply with his wishes. For a man to feel jealous over a woman was truly unprecedented. Are you siblings? Lu Jingli sensed something unusual in their relationship, and a man beside her appeared rather fierce. Ling Tian became aware of someone's piercing gaze. With a smile, she remarked, "He is my boyfriend. I merely referred to him as brother for a touch of whimsy." It was the first time she had uttered such words, and it left her feeling quite embarrassed. A sentiment she had not intended to convey. Chuningzu, however, appeared pleased, a faint smile curving his lips. It seemed there were indeed different ways to address a partner. Lu Jingli, in her innocence, nodded in understanding, realizing that couples could refer to each other in such a manner. Unfortunately, this beautiful young lady had chosen an icy companion. Chapter 44. Drugged. The building comprised 3 stories and numerous rooms. Yet nearly 30 individuals resided here, making it impractical to search each room individually. Guec was quite familiar with the layout, and seizing the opportunity while the base was somewhat lax in vigilance, she stealthily navigated her way inside. Upon reaching the second floor's room area, Guec was about to venture further when she noticed 2 individuals approaching from down the corridor. "Hey, do you think Jean Biao and the others could escape? What should we do if they do? What are you worried about?" One thug chuckled lightly, as if he had heard a joke. "Jean Biao and his crew have all been drugged, even if they had the capability. They lack the strength. Otherwise, do you think Hua Ge would have captured him so easily?" "True." The other thug nodded, dismissing any concerns. Could it be that moment? Guec's expression shifted. She intended to find a place to hide, but was suddenly pulled into a room by a hand. She shook off the grasp, and, upon recognizing the person, her usually calm demeanor was replaced with fury. "I don't need your help. I can escape on my own." The dark-haired man showed no sign of anger. His expression held no malice. She regarded him with disdain, feeling repulsed. "Chun Xiaohong, you and Chao Zihua are cut from the same cloth. I see you for what you truly are now." "Sister Ec, you truly understand nothing. Jean Biao pretends to be brotherly with me, yet he looks down on me. He will always favorably Xiaokuan and confide in him while shutting me out that I know some people ridicule me behind my back. I foolishly thought he would speak up for me. But what happened?" The dark-haired man suppressed his inner resentment, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "You can never rely on others in this world. You must depend on yourself. Is that all it takes?" Guec scoffed at "Oh, you even realize how ridiculous you sound." "Huh." Just then, Chao Zihua entered, a sinister smile etched across his face, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Old Hay. No need to think any further. Seize her." The dark-haired man hesitated, lingering in his decision. Chao Zihua frowned and signaled to those behind him. Guec was taken aback, just as she was about to unleash her powers. Chao Zihua summoned an earth spike, hindering her concentration and swiftly dodging his attack. Soon, more of his subordinates joined, and ultimately, one punch could not withstand 4 hands. Guec was captured, with her hands restrained. Guec looked into the dark-haired man's eyes, which were clouded with despair. "If Biao Ge truly looked down on you, he would never keep you close. If he despised you, he would never trust you enough to drink water laced with your poison. Do you understand?" The dark-haired man was shaken, his gaze fixated on her, his emotions a tumultuous blend. How did she know? "Take her away." Chao Zihua, growing anxious, commanded his men to escort her out, chuckling, "You can't possibly believe her words. Can you? Remember how Jean Biao treats you." "Think carefully. No," the dark-haired man replied, lost in thought. "Good." Chao Zihua smiled, a glint of malice in his eyes. As he exited, he glanced at the throng of subordinates and coldly stated, "It seems this Chan Xiaohong cannot be spared. So Hua Gu intends to deal with him after finishing off Jean Biao and his men." The subordinates exchanged glances, understanding their leaderess' intent. Before long, a doctor approached, whispering in Chao Zihua's ear, "Hua Gu, we have administered the drug as you instructed. She is now too weak to resist." "Huh, splendid. Take her to the room where Jean Biao is confined." Chao Zihua was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the taste of her essence. In the corner, several women eavesdropped on Chao Zihua's words, all wearing expressions of intrigue. "What should we do? Hua Gu must have some nefarious plans for Sister EC." Huang Yanlin expressed her concern. "Perfect. She always acts so high and mighty. If she weren't a superpowered individual, I wouldn't even fear her." Gao Qian smiled with satisfaction, having long harbored disdain for Gu Isi. Why should she, as a woman, enjoy such freedom while Biao Gu favors her? Just because she is a superpowered being. These past few days, I've been enduring much just to deal with these men. If I can torment Gu Isi, it would be a form of solace. I agree. Let her experience the taste of being trampled upon. Wang Xiaohong finally found common ground with Gao Qian. Guec, feeling utterly powerless, was carried onto the bed, facing a cage made of railings, within which lay the weakened Jean Biao. Seeing him, she weakly reached out her hand, her voice barely a whisper, "Biao," before Jean Biao could respond. Chao Zihua entered, his tone laden with meaning. "What do you think, Biao Gu? Are you pleased to see your old flame? There's even more joy awaiting you, so don't blink. What are you planning?" Jean Biao felt an ominous premonition, his eyes reddening with anger. Chapter 45. The provocative potential. Chao Zihua scoffed at Jean Biao. "You'll find out soon enough." His gaze fell upon Gu Ec's fair skin as he raised his hand to tear open her collar. Eliciting her resistance, "Beast!" Chao Zihua effortlessly seized her feeble arms, pinning them to either side of the bed, stealing a glance at Jean Biao behind the bars. Jean Biao's fists clenched, his face ashen with fury. Dark lines of rage etched across his features. Chao Zihua smirked, lifting Gu Ec's wrist above her head while his other hand began to unfasten her clothing. Gu Ec, filled with terror, attempted to kick him with her legs. But he held her firmly down, lacking the strength to wield her powers. She feared she would be violated by this brute. Just as he unveiled her undergarments, one of his subordinates interrupted. "Not good. Not good. Hua Gu, someone has barged into the base, and they're fierce. They've already killed several of our brothers." "What?" Chao Zihua paused, casting a reluctant glance at Gu Isi before heading out to assess the situation. If he found out who was interrupting his pleasure, they would surely regret it. In the hall, Cheng Yingzhu, wielding a cold steel knife, glared icily at them. "Call your boss out, or die." The thugs, realizing the man's prowess, hesitated, paralyzed with fear. After a tense moment, Lu Jingli finally managed to speak. "Your brother is really impressive. He is much stronger than I am." Naturally, Ling Tian felt a surge of pride, noticing Lu Jingli's slightly disheartened tone. She softly reassured her, "My brother's strength comes from his training. With your abilities, if you practice diligently, your powers will surely evolve as well. That I'm not lying." After all, she was not just the protagonist, but also possessed the protagonist's aura. It would be hard not to excel, and perhaps it was she, the supporting character, who ought to reflect on these matters. How infuriating. She regretted having said those encouraging words. Lu Jingli felt a bit bashful. Grateful for the encouragement. "Thank you. I will do my best." Her gaze shifted back to the hall, worry etched on her face. "I wonder how Sister EC is faring. It would be disastrous if she were captured." Before leaving, she had overheard Hua Ji's sinister plans, which were truly repugnant. Ling Tian remained silent, feeling assured in her brother's capabilities. Indeed, the female lead was as charming as in the original text, though she was a touch too benevolent in the early stages. Seeing a young punk before him, Chao Zihua dismissed him with arrogance. Surrounded by his subordinates, he swaggered over. Who do you think you are, daring to act recklessly on my turf? Chung Ingzu smirked, his eyes darkening, and replied in a deep voice. So you're the boss here? Yeah, you scared now, punk? You've interrupted my fun. I won T let you off easily. Chao Zihua grinned with overconfidence, his scarred face resembling an ugly centipede, evoking disgust. One of his subordinates, feeling uneasy about their leader's bravado, timidly warned, Hua Gu, he is very strong. After all, he had taught many of their brothers a lesson. Scared of your mother. Chung Ingzu raised his cold steel knife and swiftly slashed forward. For the first time, he believed he had maintained his composure, but this individual possessed an irritating potential that provoked him into an outburst of foul language. As he watched the blade gleam ominously as it sliced through the air towards him, Chao Zihua hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, a few strands of his hair severed in the process. Chao Zihua was horrified. Had he been even a moment slower, he could have been cleaved in two when he looked back at Chung Ingzu. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Damn it, if I don't kill you today. I want to bear the surname Chao. Chao Zihua summoned earth spikes to thrust toward him, realizing he was up against an earth-type ability user. But unfortunately for him, he had met his match. Chung Ingzu smirked with a hint of mockery, effortlessly evading the attack. Is that all you've got? Damn it, don't get too cocky. Chao Zihua glanced at his hesitating subordinates and felt a surge of anger. What are you waiting for? Get in there together. I refuse to believe that we can't overpower a single individual with our numbers. Once some of the ordered individuals regained their wits, they rushed forward, though a few remained paralyzed by fear. Chung Ingzu coldly observed the assailants, his expression devoid of any panic, that he dodged one person's lunge and raised his blade to strike at the person's abdomen. A man seized his arm, clutching the knife. But Chung Ingzu deftly shook him off and delivered a kick that sent the man howling in agony. Moreover, as several others attempted to unleash their abilities against him, he preemptively froze their hands. Outside, Ling Tian wished to assist but feared that her still immature powers might cause more harm than good, leaving her anxiously watching from the sidelines. After all, their numbers were considerable. In the midst of the fray, Chao Zihua noted his subordinates succumbing one by one, while the cunning Chung Ingzu had already slipped away. Ling Tian and Lu Jingli seized the opportunity to rush over, anxiously inquiring, Brother, are you all right? By the way, the person you're looking for is in room 205 on the second floor. This remark was directed at Lu Jingli, her tone markedly colder, contrasting sharply with her demeanor towards Ling Tian. Lu Jingli shivered. Is your brother made of ice? He's formidable, but I don't particularly enjoy being around him. Ling Tian. All right, she conceded that sometimes the villainous overlord does resemble a block of ice. Upon reaching the second floor, Ling Tian swiftly grabbed hold of the doctor, noting his shifty demeanor, which immediately raised her suspicions. Speak. What are you sneaking around for? Ling Tian brandished a knife at his throat. Upon seeing the blade, the doctor quickly confessed. I'm only trying to save my own life. Please don't kill me. It was Brother Hua who instructed me to administer the sedatives. I was coerced. Lu Jingli's expression darkened as she sternly asked, What about EC and Biao Gu? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian struck the doctor unconscious with the hilt of her knife. Let's head to room 205. Lu Jingli nodded. Upon opening the door, they found only the unconscious Gu EC and the weakened Jin Biao in a cage, with no one else in sight. Lu Jingli approached the bed and gently nudged Gu EC. EC. Wake up! Ling Tian scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting Jin Biao behind the bars, was taken aback. What are you doing here? No way. Isn't this the thug who fought them for the Crystal Core that day? What a coincidence. Chapter 46. The jade pendant. Chao Zihua was utterly terrified. He had not anticipated the prowess of that pretty boy. Noticing Chung Ingzu closing in from behind, he panted anxiously. Damn it. He's relentless. Suddenly, a rock tripped him, and he fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. As he looked up at Chung Ingzu, who approached wielding a knife, his face was still marked by unrestrained panic. Spare me, oh brave hero. I beg you. Let me live. It was only then that Chao Zihua comprehended the meaning of fear. This man was nothing short of a demon. Chung Ingzu lightly traced the blood-stained blade with his fingertip. Sneering, What do you think you are? Why on earth would I spare you? I can offer you my supplies, just let me go. Chao Zihua crawled on the ground like a dog tugging at Cheng Yingzuo's pants, pleading, "I have women. Anything you desire. I can't provide." "Ah," Chao Zihua screamed in anguish, tears streaming from the pain. "Apologies, but I'm not interested in your possessions. Your life is what piques my interest." A cold smile graced his lips as he regarded Chao Zihua with disdain. "Do you know? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my sister will wish they were never born. You, along with that woman and your subordinates, will be my playthings. And as for you, you'll serve as nourishment for the zombies." Chao Zihua wailed, suddenly struck by a thought, gazing up at him in terror. "Could it be? How is that possible? You've never seen me. How could you remember my face? Also, why are you saving Jin Biao and the others? What is your connection to them?" He had never considered that the world could be so coincidental. That day, after Xiao Guang stirred trouble next door, he had forgotten about his promise to Chun Jinxiang due to the situation with Jin Biao. Only after hearing Xiao Guang's account did he realize there was a formidable individual involved, prompting him to abandon the notion. Little did he know that trouble would come knocking at his door. Does it matter whether we've met before? Moreover, shouldn't the dead be oblivious to such matters? Cheng Yingzuo's eyes gleamed with chilling intent. He was not foolish enough to engage in idle chatter with him. "Chao Zihua, is it? I won't let you die so quickly. A single strike wouldn't convey the agony you deserve. I shall first sever your feet, then your hands, and finally your neck, to ensure you do not reanimate as a zombie." Realizing that stalling would be futile, Chao Zihua was paralyzed with fear, wetting his pants. "Please, brother, I beg you, I don't want to die. I can give you anything." "Anything?" Cheng Yingzuo disdainfully kicked him away, his eyes filled with malice, his expression as frigid as ever. After severing his feet, he moved on to his hands. "Ah!" Chao Zihua's screams echoed violently. Finally, it was his neck. With a swift swing of the blade, his voice was silenced forever. His head fell away from his body, thudding against the ground, blood spraying everywhere. Cheng Yingzuo looked at the pool of blood, his face contorted in distaste. Even a few drops splattering onto his clothes, a quick glance around revealed the distant, eager moans of zombies. His brows knitted in concern. They must have caught wind of the fresh blood and were drawn to it. After sharing the events that had transpired, Ling Tian speculated that the man named Chao Zihua might indeed be the brother Huang mentioned by Chun Jinxiang. She nodded and asked, "By the way, a doctor mentioned that someone instructed him to provide you with an antidote. Have you seen this person?" Jin Biao replied casually. "That SM, Chun Shao Wei, he has fled. Regardless of the circumstances, I must capture him myself." Ling Tian noted his fierce demeanor. Although he did not appear to be a good person, having been betrayed by his most trusted companion suggested that humans could indeed possess dual natures. It seemed that treachery was a common occurrence in this apocalyptic world. Guec pulled Lu Jingli aside and whispered, "Shaoli, I truly didn't expect. You could enlist help. You didn't promise her anything. Did you?" "Hey, I heard that." Ling Tian rolled her eyes, realizing that doing good deeds would invariably lead to suspicion. The IT made sense, though. Had it not been for the female protagonist's involvement, she might not have offered assistance at all. Lu Jingli frowned, displeased, and turned to Ling Tian with a charming smile. "You see, don't say that. Tian is very kind." This compliment flustered Ling Tian, who had anticipated that the female protagonist's smile could be so captivating. Her voice equally compelling, explaining the male protagonist's infatuation with her. Just as Guec seemed to recall something, Lu Jingli suddenly pulled her down the corridor, nervously producing a jade pendant from her clothing. Ling Tian gasped in surprise. Wasn't this the female protagonist's spatial artifact? She hesitated to part with the pendant, summoning considerable courage to present it to Ling Tian, saying, "I told you, if you help me, it won't be in vain. This is my jade pendant, capable of opening a space to store anything. This, I imagine you would find it quite useful." Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, but refrained from accepting. "I assume this jade pendant something your mother left you? How could you bear to give it to me? How did you know?" It was obvious. Noticing her astonished expression, Ling Tian smiled. "Moreover, this pendant clearly appears to be an antique, aged yet gleaming beautifully." Naturally, all of this was merely a fabrication. She knew nothing about antiques, simply concocting a lie. She couldn't very well admit to her knowledge from a novel, lest others think her mad. Lu Jingli enlightened. So that's how it is. Since it's a keepsake from your mother, you should cherish it. I'm not in need of it. This assistance is voluntary on my part. Lu Jingli's eyes lit up. You possess a jade pendant as well. Ling Tian cautiously scanned the surroundings for eavesdroppers, leaning close to Lu Jingli's ear, whispering, "It's not a jade pendant, but it is a spatial artifact. It's best if you don't discuss the jade pendant with anyone here." A little extra caution is always wise at AS for the female protagonist. She was someone Ling Tian trusted. Those who survived in this apocalypse must possess a certain level of intelligence. Unbeknownst to them, just around the corner, someone had been secretly listening to their conversation. Though unaware of the specifics of the new woman's words, Huang Yinlin had heard clearly about Lu Jingli's jade pendant in the shadows. A smirk crept across her lips, her eyes darkened with intent. She hadn't anticipated such a windfall. If she could stealthily seize Lu Jingli's pendant, it would mean acquiring spatial abilities. Thus, her struggles would be alleviated. Chapter 47. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks. Well, aside from you, I have not confided in anyone regarding the jade pendant. Lu Jingli understood her implication and seemed to have realized something. I have a request. Her face gradually flushed crimson, and her large eyes blinked nervously. After taking a deep breath, she appeared to have composed herself and smiled shyly at Ling Tian. "May I accompany you?" Lu Jingli felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Ling Tian might decline, and hurriedly enumerated her merits. "I can do anything, whether it's cooking or cleaning. I'm capable. I can also protect you." Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clutching her chest and stepping back in surprise, as if struck by a million points of sweetness. Being a devoted reader of this novel, she had not anticipated such an adorable female lead. Even her shyness was enough to melt one's heart. Who could possibly refuse? All right. Without a second thought, Ling Tian agreed. Seeing her acquiescence, Lu Jingli was overjoyed, instantly finding her purpose. She was determined to hone her abilities so she could protect those she wished to safeguard. "Jingli, the time is nearly up." Huang Yinlin hurriedly emerged from around a corner, approaching Lu Jingli with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" Lu Jingli, slightly startled by Huang Yinlin's sudden appearance, took a moment to respond. Ling Tian looked at her in confusion, pointing to Huang Yinlin and inquiring, "Who is this?" Regaining her composure, Lu Jingli explained, "This is Huang Yinlin, my roommate." Upon seeing Ling Tian's true visage, Huang Yinlin was equally captivated. Offering a polite nod, "Hello, I am Huang Yinlin." For reasons unknown, Ling Tian felt that the female lead's roommate bore a peculiar resemblance to Chun Jinxiang, although she did not exude fragility and spoke normally. There was something unsettling about her. Moreover, Huang Yinlin's timing was questionable. Had she overheard their previous conversation? Out of politeness, Ling Tian nodded, "Though, I am Chang Tian. Upon witnessing EC being captured just now, I feared something had happened to you." As soon as she spoke, Huang Yinlin did not even glance at Ling Tian, instead grasping Lu Jingli's hands, checking for injuries. This scene, imbued with deep affection, might lead one to believe they had known each other for ages. Leaving Ling Tian feeling like an outsider, Ling Tian furrowed her brow, sensing that Huang Yinlin was intentionally trying to exclude her. "I'm fine, thanks to Tian and her brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rescue EC and the others." Lu Jingli gently pushed her hands away, shaking her head with a smile, her gaze fixed on Ling Tian. "That it's nothing." Ling Tian remained indifferent, stepping closer to Huang Yinlin, striving to appear friendly. "Huang Yinlin, right? When did you arrive? What did you hear?" Huang Yinlin was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Ling Tian's directness. Suppressing her unease, she lifted her gaze to meet Ling Tian's almond-shaped eyes. "I heard a little that I arrived just in time to hear Jingli say she wanted to follow you. So I came to see." Ling Tian frowned at her words, unable to discern any flaws in her story, yet still harboring doubts. Noticing Ling Tian's silence, Huang Yinlin turned to Lu Jingli, asking despondently, "So you don't wish to stay here any longer?" Lu Jingli candidly replied, "Indeed, I had planned this for quite some time, and now I have found where I want to go." Before Ling Tian could ponder further, a thunderous clap echoed from the rooftop, engulfing the sky in dark clouds, followed by a resounding boom. Startled, Ling Tian and the others jumped in surprise, while Lu Jingli and Huang Yanlin were left bewildered. Ling Tian's eyes widened in alarm. Surely not. It's raining now. What about my brother? Seeing this, Lu Jingli hurried after her, leaving Huang Yanlin watching her retreating figure disappear the corridors in that I'm sorry. You possess abilities while I am utterly powerless. She lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of discontent with her own thoughts. Ling Tian's expression darkened. She felt uncertain about what to do. Venturing out in such conditions would undoubtedly be perilous. The wisest choice was to remain here. Of course, he is the villainous overlord. How could he possibly be in danger due to a trivial downpour? He has survived the zombie toxin. What else is there to fear? Why was she fretting so unnecessarily? Thus, Ling Tian murmured, that's true. Upon returning to the second floor, Gu Yixi had arranged a room specifically for Ling Tian, a gesture agreed upon by Jin Biao, who would not be overly stingy with his benefactor. Ling Tian was alone, while Lu Jingli lingered for a while before Huang Yanlin called her out. An idea sparked in Ling Tian's mind. She intended to stealthily follow them, but was intercepted midway by a pair of lurking figures. Huang Yanlin cast a sidelong glance back, faintly smirking. This duo was summoned by Huang Yanlin with the intent to prevent Ling Tian from following. Wang Xiaohong and Gao Qian had initially been skeptical of Huang Yanlin's words. Yet upon seeing Ling Tian's enchanting visage, Gao Qian's innate jealousy flared. Wang Xiaohong, on the other hand, merely observed with amusement. They were unaware of Ling Tian's extraordinary abilities. Ling Tian scrutinized these two unfriendly women, rolling her eyes before calmly stating, "Step aside." Gao Qian naturally noticed the eye roll, her temper flaring in response. "You clearly strike me as a loose woman. What are you acting so brazen for?" In her entire life, this was the first time Ling Tian had encountered someone so boldly labeling her with such a term. It was impossible not to feel anger. Ling Tian couldn't help but frown. "I must say, dear sister, ignorance is quite alarming that a little decorum in your speech would go a long way. No one considers you illiterate." Gao Qian's complexion darkened, her voice turning shrill. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Xiaohong struggled to contain her laughter, unable to resist applauding the young girl. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. "Don't understand. A good dog knows its place. Surely you comprehend that. You little brat, how dare you insult me as a dog?" Gao Qian seethed, her temper escalating as she lunged at Ling Tian, only to be blocked by Wang Xiaohong. Now, Xiao Qian, why be so angry? What is the harm in what she said?" Witnessing the exchange between the two women, Ling Tian couldn't help but wonder what kind of place the female lead resided in. She began to understand why Lu Jingli wished to accompany her. If she were in her position, she would have found it intolerable here. "Who gave you the right to address me so? Are we familiar?" Gao Qian was enraged, shoving Ling Tian aside, her face twisted in fury as she glared at Ling Tian's fox-like features. Her gaze then drifting to her alluring figure, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Truth be told, when compared, Lu Jingli was nowhere near as captivating, which only fueled her ire further. "You little minx, I bet you've used that face to ensnare many a man." Gao Qian sneered, her envy palpable. "You look like this, yet pretend to be innocent." Who wouldn't comment? Ling Tian's expression soured. Why did these women insist on making such remarks? The way she looked was beyond her control. She was innocent. Did it really require such derogatory language? "Big sister, why are you so irate?" Ling Tian retorted with a cold smirk. "Moreover, have you ever seen me seducing men without evidence? Your words are mere slander. And if you're always cursing at others, are you unhappy or merely constipated in the morning, seeking an outlet, with accusations of being a loose woman on one side and seductress on the other?" It was as if Gao Qian was an experienced hand at such matters, yet she wore an air of self-satisfaction. Wasn't that a joke? Gao Qian's face shifted between shades of white and green, eventually turning pale blue as she struggled to respond. "Haha." Wang Xiaohong could no longer contain herself, laughing uncontrollably at the sight of Gao Qian being so thoroughly bested in a verbal spar. "Goodness, this is the first time I've seen Gao Qian humbled in such a manner. This quick-witted girl is starting to win my affection." "You little brat, shut your mouth." Gao Qian had never been so insulted before. Even when bickering with Wang Xiaohong, she had never felt this enraged and speechless. Desperate, she lunged at Ling Tian, intent on grabbing her face, for that was the visage she loathed most. Watch out, Wang Xiaohong urgently warned. Ling Tian deftly sidestepped the deranged woman, causing Gao Qian to miss entirely. Ling Tian regarded her coldly, tempted to use her powers to eliminate her, but reason prevailed. After all, this was someone else's territory. And Gao Qian was Jean Biao's woman, not to mention the trouble it could stir. Filthy brat, if I cannot deal with you, then I am no longer Gao Qian, she declared, lunging once more, pushing Wang Xiaohong aside with surprising force. Get out of the way, or I will not spare you either. Wang Xiaohong had not anticipated Gao Qian's strength, as she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, her rear end stinging painfully. Ling Tian hesitated, then summoned her wind powers, sending Gao Qian hurtling backward, unable to approach. This is all Huang Yinlin's doing, that wretched girl. Who knew the meek one could be so cunning? Turning her gaze to Wang Xiaohong, Ling Tian contemplated extending her hand. Those who could assist her would be treated kindly. Wang Xiaohong paused, accepting her hand and rising. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Ling Tian turned to continue searching for Huang Yinlin, only to find nothing that ate tea this moment. Wang Xiaohong also approached, offering a cautionary reminder. Little girl, you must be wary of Huang Yinlin. If it weren't for her just now, we would not have been able to find you. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you for the warning. I will be careful that it was evident that Huang Yinlin must have been aware of the jade pendant. Otherwise, she would not have summoned the protagonist away. Those previous words were merely deceitful. Could it be that this time she lured the protagonist out precisely for the jade pendant? Ling Tian's expression shifted, her heart racing with alarm as she thought of finding the protagonist as quickly as possible. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she encountered Lu Jingli. Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and she asked with concern, Xiaoli, are you all right? I'm fine. What's wrong? Lu Jingli replied, her face filled with confusion. Ling Tian sighed in relief and pulled her into the room. Let us talk inside. Lu Jingli, puzzled by her urgency, complied. Once the door was closed, to avoid any eavesdropping, Ling Tian whispered, Xiaoli, do you still have your jade pendant? Yes, why? Lu Jingli responded, pulling out the pendant with care to show her, seeing that the pendant had not been taken by Huang Yinlin and appeared authentic. Ling Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. I believe your roommate Huang Yinlin may have ulterior motives. She seems to know the secret of your jade pendant. Just now I was following you, but she sent someone to create trouble for me, and I was intercepted along the way. In no way, Lu Jingli replied, still skeptical. She remembered the reassuring first impression Huang Yinlin had given her and could hardly believe she would act in such a manner. She even asked me to help her talk to you, wanted to join us, and I agreed. What should we do now? The protagonist's initial flaw was her lack of vigilance towards those who treated her kindly, which became a source of distress for her. However, she eventually learned to be more astute. All right, Lu Jingli nodded, noticing Ling Tian's faint dark circles, indicating she had not slept well, and advised her to rest without further disturbance. After Lu Jingli left, the evening had grown late. Ling Tian changed into her pajamas, took a shower, and lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. If only my brother were here. Without the presence of a formidable antagonist, she felt an undeniable sense of insecurity. Ling Tian felt a pang of disappointment and turned her head, only to be met with the strikingly chiseled features of a man whose cold handsomeness was accentuated by his deep-set eyes. He smiled. Brother, Ling Tian exclaimed with joy, never expecting to find him here at such a moment. She eagerly wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling the fresh scent of soap that lingered around him. Brother, have you taken a shower? Chang Yingzhu replied nonchalantly, gently stroking the top of her head. How have you been? Have you behaved while I was away? Ling Tian obediently nodded. Very well. Chang Yingzhu smiled, captivated by her alluring peach blossom eyes and the tempting curve of her lips. Overcome by a surge of warmth, he slowly leaned in, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Ling Tian blushed, realizing his intentions, yet this time she made no move to resist. His actions were somewhat awkward at first, merely grazing her lips before he gradually grew bolder. He did not deepen the kiss, but released her after a few minutes, then removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, lifting her up and pressing her down beneath him. kissing her once more. This kiss intensified, becoming fervent and passionate, their breaths mingling in heated urgency. Ling Tian felt as though her lips were no longer her own, her need for air becoming desperate. Just as she thought she might suffocate, Chang Yingzu's kiss trailed from her lips to her neck. A tingling sensation coursed through her, causing her to shiver, before she could fully comprehend what was happening. The buttons of her pajama top came undone, leaving her chest exposed to the cool air. Was as if a valve had been triggered, and in fright, Ling Tian covered her face and cried, "Brother, I'm not ready for this. Please don't." Upon hearing his sister's tearful plea, Chang Yingzu snapped back to reality, hastily fastening her pajama buttons, a hint of guilt in his voice as he said, all right, don't see or why did it was my fault for not considering your feelings, that I'm sorry. How infuriating. Why couldn't he control himself? Chang Yingzu caressed her back, closing his eyes and softly stating, "Just sleep." Chapter 49, a hint of affection when Ling Tian awoke the next morning. She found herself alone in bed. The memory of last night's embarrassing events flushed her face a bright crimson, akin to a blushing rabbit. Thankfully, her act of playing the victim had been timely. Otherwise, she might have been completely overwhelmed. Glancing down at her wrinkled pajamas, she quickly got up to tidy herself and change into a fresh dress. Upon stepping out, she noticed a throng of women gathered outside her room, whispering among themselves, "Heavens, I've never seen such a handsome man. Even Biao Ge would hold him in high regard. He must be quite powerful, or else Biao Ge wouldn't behave this way." One woman chimed in jest, "I heard from a friend that he's the one who stormed into the base yesterday, giving Hua Gu and the others a thorough beating before making a hasty escape." Another added teasingly, "And he looks like a younger brother. Perhaps he has a preference for us older sisters." One woman's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? Does that mean I could get real?" Wang Xiaohong interjected, her expression one of disdain. "Look at how you all are acting. It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Oh, you really think that young man would take a liking to any of you? It's laughable that if he were to choose someone, it would at least have to be someone who matches his caliber, right? Wouldn't you agree, little girl?" Just as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to Ling Tian, who stood behind her. Wang Xiaohong wore a smile, evidently having noticed Ling Tian earlier. If it were this little girl, she had no objections, for her looks and abilities were indeed commendable, not to mention her sharp tongue that could incite envy. Clearly, Wang Xiaohong remained oblivious to the fact that Ling Tian had a close relationship with the very man they were discussing. Ling Tian frowned, initially intending to seek out Lu Jingli before looking for her brother. Yet she overheard the women discussing him. Their focus quickly shifted to her. Ling Tian harbored no fondness for these women, who were overly talkative and loved to create trouble, a lesson she had learned from yesterday's encounter. She was astonished to discover that Jin Biao had managed to keep so many women. It felt as if the base was a stage for daily power struggles. Ling Tian felt a headache coming on as she sensed the jealous and hostile gazes directed at her from all directions. Just as she was about to speak, Chang Yingzu emerged from the room after concluding his discussion with Jin Biao, accompanied by two men who appeared to be superpowered individuals. Ling Tian was taken aback. She had not seen these two men around the base before. "Your women have quite the loose tongues. Just because I'm outside doesn't mean I can't hear you. I have no qualms about dealing with women. So consider this your last warning." Chang Yingzu admonished Jin Biao, granting him a measure of face that he cast a cold glance at the women, the aura of chill emanating from him, causing them to retreat in fright. Though the women spoke boldly, their true nature was that of timid mice when it came to action. After Jin Biao's face darkened and he dismissed them, Chang Yingzu approached Ling Tian, gently ruffling her hair. Tian, why are you up so early?" The two men greeted Ling Tian politely, and she felt none of the discomfort she had anticipated. Both had recently lost their families and were not particularly talkative. Yet they exhibited strong execution skills, akin to well-trained soldiers. One was a fire type, and the other a soil-type natural superpowered individual. It was imperative to establish their own team to grow stronger. Tian. Lu Jingli approached, her initial cheerfulness faltering as she noticed the intimate demeanor between Chang Yingzu and Ling Tian, making her feel awkward. Chung Ying-zu's icy gaze upon hearing her call Ling Tian so affectionately seemed to suggest she had committed some grave sin. Lu Jingli froze momentarily, and upon seeing her, Ling Tian began to inquire, "So, how did it go? She didn't say anything, did she?" "No. Gao Qian came to find Huang Yinlin yesterday, and they got into a fight." Leaving her face covered in scratches, if Lu Jingli had been skeptical before, the commotion caused by Gao Qian had fully convinced her. Ling Tian furrowed her brow again, suspecting that it was indeed that troublesome woman from yesterday who sought out Huang Yinlin for retribution. This made her realize that Huang Yinlin was quite cunning. Had it not been for the reminder she received, she might have fallen into her trap. It would be dangerous to have someone like that around. One could easily end up with a knife in their back. "All right, let's go find her and clarify things face to face," Ling Tian suggested. Lu Jingli nodded in agreement, but just as Ling Tian prepared to seek out Huang Yinlin, she was pulled away by the cold-faced Chung Ying-zu, leaving Lu Jingli in a state of shock. Chung Ying-zu remained silent, followed by the two men, Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, who likely sensed the awkwardness of the situation and chose to remain quiet. Lu Jingli felt awkward alone and attempted to ease the tension by cheerfully saying, "Hello, everyone." The two men exchanged nonchalant glances, responding in unison, The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension. Ling Tian found herself inexplicably drawn to a dining table that was conspicuously empty, clearly arranged for them. Chung Ying-zu finally released her, pulling out a chair to sit beside her. "Whatever we need to do, let us finish breakfast first. We need our strength." Chung Ying-zu understood that his sister needed her own space and had matters she could resolve on her own, and he felt no worry whatsoever as he gazed at the delectable spread of milk, eggs, and chicken legs laid out on the table. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of guilt for indulging in such a feast alone. What about the others, like Xiao? Just then, the expression on the villainous leader's face darkened ominously, prompting Ling Tian to swiftly silence herself. Chung Ying-zu remarked nonchalantly, "This is prepared solely for you." Ling Tian nodded vigorously, fearful of inciting his wrath, her lips curving into a beautiful smile as she replied, I understand. You're the best, brother." There was no point in provoking him. She simply felt intimidated. "So, is there any reward?" He leaned closer to her, the corners of his eyes crinkling in what seemed like amusement. Goodness, the villainous leader was becoming mischievous. Ling Tian could almost envision his lightly tinted, yet exquisitely shaped lips, her face flushing with heat. Flustered, she averted her gaze and stammered, "Didant, brother." Chung Ying's thin lips curled slightly upwards as he focused on her alluring profile, leaning in closer to her ear to whisper softly, "Tian Tian, may I kiss you? Is that all right?" The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine, and her face reddened even further. She wanted to refuse. "Brother, you promised me." Oh dear, she truly wished to fathom what thoughts swirled in the mind of this villainous leader. Ever since he had taken liberties, his gaze had become unabashedly fervent, growing bolder by the moment. Ling Tian felt on the verge of tears. "Tian Tian, do you have feelings for me?" Chung Ying-zu grasped her chin, turning her to face him, his deep, wise eyes filled with seriousness. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be love? Even though she was acutely aware of his perilous nature, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. Surely there was some fondness there. Perhaps she liked him just a little. Like? Chung Ying-zu frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer, yet he gently patted her head and said, "Very well. I shall wait until you like me completely. Until then, I shall endeavor to restrain myself." Ling Tian was taken aback. What did that even mean? Was this truly the formidable villain she had come to know? His words were so flirtatious. "Let's have breakfast." Chapter 50. Fortune upon locating Huang Yinlin, Ling Tian was startled, nearly failing to recognize her. Her cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, marred with scratches and bite marks, and her hair seemed to have been cut, indicating a recent struggle. It appeared that women in fights tended to either pull hair or claw at faces. Ling Tian felt a fleeting pang of sympathy, though it dissipated quickly. She had brought this upon herself. There was no reason to feel sorry for her. "Miss Chung?" Huang Yinlin, upon seeing her, lowered her head, shielding her still-pained face, before lifting it again to say, "I'm sorry for revealing myself like this. Wasn't this her own doing?" Ling Tian was not one to mince words. She did not hesitate to be direct. "You must be aware of the jade pendant, correct? In fact, you should have heard everything we discussed yesterday. Am I right?" Her words struck like lightning, leaving Huang Yinlin in stunned silence. I could see that moment. Lu Jingli approached from behind, her expression complex as she regarded Huang Yinlin. Observing Huang Yinlin's dazed demeanor, Ling Tian knew she had struck a chord. "You really didn't need to act this way. Had you remained compliant and not caused me trouble, I might have merely speculated without delving deeper. Furthermore, your attempts to obstruct me seem to stem from a desire for me to include you. It's nothing to be ashamed of, so why go to such lengths? Or is it that you feel guilty?" Huang Yinlin's complexion shifted to a shade of gray in an instant. She stiffened, her entire being tensed as if weighed down by a leaden heart. "As for your request, my answer is a firm refusal." Seeing her silent, Ling Tian immediately took a stand. "Humph." Huang Yinlin suddenly let out a cold laugh, staring blankly at Ling Tian and Lu Jingli. An icy sensation settling deep within her that it's easy for you to say, but have you considered my feelings? How hard I've fought to survive. Huang Yinlin stood there quietly, wind tousling her tall, slender form. Her gaze fixed jealously on Lu Jingli. "You know, Jingli, I envy you for possessing abilities and a beautiful face that I envy all those women who can protect themselves with their powers, while my survival is uncertain. Have you ever tasted the bitterness of being coerced by those perverts? Every day, I endure their torment and their twisted games, and I despise feeling so powerless. You are merely luckier than I, and I do this solely for survival. The jade pendant is lost to me. At least you have your powers, while I possess nothing that I am neither as fortunate nor as beautiful as you. I have to tread carefully, even in anger. Am I not entitled to plan for my future? Must I forever be trampled upon, confined to this cold abyss?" Lu Jingli was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Ling Tian pondered. Her words held some validity, though she was mistaken in certain aspects. This world does not treat everyone equally, and abilities are no exception. Even if one acquires the jade pendant, without the ability to protect it, it can be taken away just as easily. Ling Tian sighed softly and said, "Do you truly believe that possessing the jade pendant grants you the ability to safeguard it forever? Do not forget. What you can seize, others can as well, that in the realm of supporting characters. How could one's luck rival that of the protagonists or the formidable villains? Constantly lamenting one's suffering is merely a complaint towards life, devoid of effort. After all, there are those like her who manage to carve out a sliver of hope through their skills. Why should she not be able to do the same? Perhaps everyone has their own means of survival, and some conditions simply do not allow for it. Yet perhaps she too has had her share of luck simply by having him by her side. I have no desire to continue this conversation." Abandon the thought. Xiaoli would not agree either. Ling Tian's gaze dimmed as she pulled the still-dazed Lu Jingli away, disappearing from Huang Yinlin's sight. Watching their confident departure, Huang Yinlin clenched her fists tightly. After tidying up, Cheng Yingzhua and the others prepared to leave. They had not departed the previous day due to the heavy rain. Considering the crowded urban area, with zombies also prevalent, resources were scarce. Cheng Yingzhua decided to drive them to the outskirts. Wasn't this the countryside? It felt strangely familiar. Gazing out the car window at the sparsely populated village, Ling Tian realized this must be the village south of the original owner's grandparents. One of two remote villages in the area. The economy here was evidently far superior to that of the neighboring village to the east, as reflected in the quality of the houses and materials. Although there were still zombies, the population was scarce. As long as they secured the doors, ordinary zombies would not be able to breach their home, making it significantly safer than the city. Upon disembarking, Ling Tian stored the car in her space, recalling that she had first awakened in the countryside as well, albeit in a different village. Huang Xiaoli and Yi Zixing were dutifully on guard, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Ling Tian couldn't help but wonder if these two were robots. They remained silent and less spoken to, and their responses rarely exceeded 3 words that, if betrayal were to occur, it was unlikely to come from them. Before resting, Ling Tian approached the house and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? We're just passing through and would like to stay for a while." What if no one is home? Lu Jingli speculated from the side. Chang Yingzhua had already discerned the situation, stating coolly, "There is someone inside. They simply do not wish to come out in this apocalypse. Who wouldn't he fear death? Perhaps they were terrified of the zombies. Brother, let us go to Grandma and Grandpa's instead. Staying in someone else's home feels unsettling, since they would not open the door." She had no desire to force the issue. However, this also meant encountering Grandma Lu and Grandpa Cheng, who had turned into zombies. She questioned whether she would have the heart to end their lives. In the original narrative, they had begun to exhibit fever symptoms shortly before Chang Tian's departure, eventually succumbing to zombification at that time. The villainous leader had also been burning with fever, yet he endured the torment to care for them for several days, ultimately being the one to end their suffering. Thus, this event had cast a shadow over the villainous leader's heart, as he had acted purely out of self-preservation. After all, Grandma Cheng and Grandma Lu had treated him quite well. Ling Tian sighed, ultimately deciding against visiting. "Forget it. Let's not go." Chang Yingzhua narrowed his eyes. Noticing the worry etched on his sister's face, he raised a hand to tousle her hair, smiling as he asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you keen on visiting Grandma and Grandpa's?" Ling Tian felt he should understand her meaning. Unable to suppress a pout, she complained, "Brother, she had already mentioned that her relatives would turn into zombies." And the astute villainous leader could not possibly have forgotten. Lu Jingli, Huang Xiaoyi, and Yi Zixing stood silently to the side, discreetly averting their gazes. This was the last stubbornness of the Singletons. Chapter 51, Becoming Unrecognizable in the Vicinity. A grave was constructed for Xiao Kun, and after lingering for a while, Jin Biao and the others prepared to set off for the safe base. There exists a relatively safer area, wherein the city is delineated into several government-designated safe zones, colloquially referred to as security zones. Each of these zones is fortified with military personnel, rendering them seldom penetrable by the undead. Naturally, entry into these sanctuaries is not granted to just anyone. One must either have connections or demonstrate capability. There is no inclination to nurture those deemed useless. The women within the base are left in despair. With the departure of Jin Biao and his companions, they are left pondering how they shall survive without them. Thus, they weep and plead with Jin Biao not to leave, for they lack abilities of their own, and stepping outside would be a death sentence. The faction that instigated rebellion has already been dealt with, leaving only these defenseless women behind. Gao Qian, who usually exhibits a sharp tongue, completely disregards her image upon hearing that Biao Gu intends to leave, grasping Gu Yixi's arm with tears brimming in her eyes. "Sister Yixi, I implore you, do not let Biao Gu depart. You know the sisters depend on him. If you leave, what shall we do?" Gao Qian's expression mirrors her turmoil, having just sought out Huang Yinlin the previous day. Bearing the scars of battle, Gu Yixi feels little fondness for Gao Qian and frowns at her hypocritical display. "I apologize, but this is Biao Ji's decision. Your pleas are futile. You cannot do this. Are we to await our demise here?" In a split second, Gao Qian's demeanor shifts, her voice becoming sharp and piercing. "You speak lightly, possessing abilities, while we do not. Without the protection of superhumans, it is only a matter of time before the zombies breach our walls, leading to certain death. What difference does that make in terms of losing our lives?" Upon hearing this, some women are so frightened that they kneel before Gu Yixi, tears streaming down their faces, nearly begging for mercy. "Please, Sister Yixi, do not abandon us. Sister Yixi, we cannot survive without you. Please do not go. For the sake of our pitiable state, at least take us with you." They are all quite fearful of Jin Biao, and few possess the audacity to plead with him. Jin Biao is not known for his leniency, and should he become enraged, it would be their demise. Survival is not merely contingent upon possessing abilities. It is defined by how one conducts themselves. In my view, a person who places their hope for survival in others is no different from a parasite. Thus, this is why you will be forsaken. Do you understand? Gu Yixi, witnessing their relentless entreaties, evades their grasp with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. "It is not that you cannot defeat zombies. It is that you lack the courage. In this apocalyptic world, relying solely on others and placing hope in them is a futile endeavor. Such individuals, even if they manage to survive, will not endure for long, forever bound by the will of others. At this juncture, two of Jean Biao's subordinates approach Gu Isi, perceiving the situation as untenable, and promptly shield her from the women, urging them to disperse. Those provisions are but a final gesture of consolation. Take heed of your fate. Gao Qian finds it hard to believe and frantically descends the stairs, attempting to halt Gu Isi's departure. Yet another subordinate blocks her path. Wait, do not leave. Take me with you. I am willing to do anything. Gao Qian cries out, pushing against him, her gaze fixed on Gu Isi's retreating figure. Initially, she begs, but upon realizing Gu Isi has no intention of stopping, she resorts to curses. She is shoved against the wall, her vision blurring as bitter tears of indignation stream down her twisted face. It is unclear how long she curses, but as the figures depart, she notices a pair of feet before her. Looking up, she recognizes Huang Yanlin. Upon seeing her, Gao Qian feels a surge of energy, staggering to her feet despite the pain, and raises her hand to slap her. Huang Yanlin, unfazed, effortlessly catches her hand, her gaze cold and menacing. Did you think I would allow you to strike me again? You vile creature, pretending to be virtuous, yet daring to harm me. Huang Yanlin smirks slightly, releasing her hand. That is merely because you are foolish. She has grown weary of this existence and no longer wishes to endure it passively. Gao Qian glares at her, attempting to seize her once more, only to be kicked to the ground by Huang Yanlin. Ah! Gao Qian cries out in pain. What? Are you enraged now? Huang Yanlin looks down at her, delivering another kick to her abdomen, her face twisted in a sinister grin, so easily swayed by your temper. You fool can do nothing but bully others. What are you two doing? Suddenly, Wang Xiaohong approaches, witnessing Gao Qian writhing in agony on the ground, and she cannot muster a smile. Huang Yanlin, we are all in the same boat now. This is not the time for infighting. Huang Yanlin bursts into laughter, mocking in the same boat. I never imagined Gao Qian could be so foolish, yet you outshine her in stupidity. She covers her mouth to stifle her laughter, her expression darkening. How ridiculous. At this moment, who cares about such trivialities? Shouldn't we be most concerned about whether anyone else will perish? A life lost means one less mouth to feed, does it not? Wang Xiaohong is taken aback, Huang Yanlin's words resounding in her ears like the ominous toll of a judgment bell in the apocalypse. Her heart races, her lips tremble, and her brows furrow, gazing at this individual before her. Wang Xiaohong suddenly feels a sense of unfamiliarity. Chapter 52. Another's territory. Seeing that his sister is reluctant to go, Cheng Yingzhu also harbors some reservations. His decision to refrain from heading to the eastern village is influenced by the girl's earlier words. Recounting how Grandfather Cheng and Grandma Lu had turned into zombies, it is likely that the girl would also find it difficult to endure such a fate and would surely be terrified. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you standing at old Lu's doorstep? Ling Tian had initially planned to leave and explore other areas when a head popped out from the wall of the opposite house. It was an exceedingly ordinary-looking young woman, with relatively dark skin and small, single-lidded eyes. Had she not been conversing with him, Ling Tian would have thought her asleep. Lu Jingli glanced up and spoke first. We are from the city, hoping to borrow a place to stay for the night, but it seems the family is rather unwilling to open the door. Oh, I see. The girl nodded, a look of realization crossing her face. Then generously offered. Old Lu's family is quite timid. They are unable to provide for themselves, so they won't let you in. Why not come to my house? I shall open the door for you. Thank you. Lu Jingli's eyes lit up with joy as she glanced at Ling Tian, relieved to have encountered a kind-hearted individual. Upon entering the house, they could hear the clucking of chickens and the grunting of pigs. It seemed that some residents in the countryside had managed to stockpile a decent amount of food. After all, it is customary to cultivate vegetables and raise livestock annually, so food should not be an immediate concern for them. Ling Tian smiled gently, and as the girl opened the door, she generously offered her a bag of cotton candy in gratitude. The girl beamed with happiness, unhesitatingly tearing it open and declaring, "This candy is delicious." The treats from the city are truly exceptional. Ling Tian was somewhat taken aback. This village seemed significantly more prosperous than the eastern one, boasting a few small shops. Was there truly no cotton candy available for sale? My name is Zheng Yanli. You all look so beautiful, like movie stars, unlike me. I inherited my parents' dark complexion, Zhang Yanli remarked, munching on the cotton candy while casting envious glances at Lu Jingli and Ling Tian. Noticing they were a group of 5, she felt both awkward and apologetic. However, with so many of you, we only have 2 vacant rooms, and no worries, this works perfectly. Lu Jingli stepped forward, gesturing towards the 3 men in their group while wrapping an arm around Ling Tian's shoulder. The 3 of them can share a room, and I can stay with her. As the words left her lips, Ling Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon Cheng Yingzhu, the notorious jealous type. Indeed, he appeared displeased at this arrangement. She realized that Sweetie's boyfriend was quite the jealous one and decided it would be best not to provoke him. Right, brother? You 3 big men should be fine squeezing together. She chuckled as she approached him, wrapping her arm around his and playfully pleading, Brother, just bear with it today. With only 2 rooms, it is indeed inconvenient. Cheng Yingzhu frowned, his expression sour, yet he relented. All right. He glanced at Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, stating flatly, Let us take a stroll around the village. Brother, I want to go too. Ling Tian exclaimed, eager to assist. Stay here. We can manage without you. Noticing the sharp, serious gaze of the antagonistic figure, Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Your brother is truly kind. Unlike my sister. You have a sister? Ling Tian turned her head, puzzled. Lu Jingli was equally curious. What about your sister? Zhang Yanli pouted, nonchalantly stating, It's fine. Without her, my parents treat me much better. And I no longer have to endure their anger. By the way, have you all eaten? Let me cook for you. Zhang Yanli assumed that given their rush, they must be quite fatigued, and having developed a fondness for them. She did not wish for them to go hungry. Please, come inside. I'll prepare a meal. Zhang Yanli welcomed them into the house before heading to the kitchen to cook tea. That moment, Zhang Yanli's parents emerged, startled to find unfamiliar faces in their home. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yanli set down the knife she had just picked up and went to the living room to explain to her parents. Zhang Yanli's parents were not the type to be harsh. They understood that she had nowhere to stay and did not object too strongly. The 2 exchanged glances, and Ling Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that they were on someone else's territory and ought to lend a hand. Thus, both of them followed Zhang Yanli into the kitchen. Sister Yanli, may we assist you? Zhang Yanli skillfully and deftly sliced a potato into thin strips, and upon seeing them, she smiled lightly. No need. I'm perfectly capable of handling this alone. You both should take a rest, that we genuinely wish to help. So please don't be too polite, Ling Tian replied, observing her chopping technique with admiration. Wow, your skills are impressive. It's nothing. I've been learning to cook since I can remember, Zhang Yanli modestly responded, feeling a touch bashful at the compliment. By the way, she realized she had yet to ask their names. Oh, I haven't inquired about your names yet. Ling Tian noticed the unwashed vegetables in the nearby basket and began to wash them. All right then, I shall call you Xiao Tian and Xiaoli from now on. Xiao Tian. Ling Tian froze for a moment, as it seemed she had just acquired a new nickname. Lu Jingli also contributed by adding some firewood, noticing that the flames were somewhat dim. Having grown up in the countryside, she adeptly arranged the wood in the stove, causing the fire to blaze more brightly. Zhang Yanli glanced over and was pleasantly surprised to discover Lu Jingli's skill. Xiaoli, not bad at all. You city folks can manage this? Not really. I'm from the countryside as well, and I used to do this kind of work when I was younger. Lu Jingli was momentarily choked by the smoke. Yet it did not hinder her efforts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanli sighed in a slightly aggrieved manner, exclaiming, We are all from rural backgrounds, yet why am I not as beautiful as you? It hardly seems fair. Accepting the cabbage that Ling Tian had washed, Zhang Yanli couldn't help but envy her delicate, fair skin and curvaceous figure. Xiao Tian, how do you maintain such flawless skin? You are not only beautiful, but your figure is simply enviable. It's as if you are making it difficult for the rest of us to exist. Noticing her adorableness, Ling Tian and Lu Jingli exchanged amused glances. Sharing a silent laugh, time passed unnoticed as Zhang Yanli prepared several dishes, a delightful assortment of both meat and vegetables, and the 3 of them continued their cheerful conversation in Zhang Yanli's room. Chapter 53. Troubled during this patrol, 3 ordinary zombies were discovered. With a swift motion, a knife wielded in hand, they were promptly dispatched. Chang Yingzhu cast a cold glance and turned to search the vicinity for any remaining zombies. Brothers Wa, have you considered moving to the safe zone? Many people have been heading there gradually. For the first time, one of the typically reticent individuals, Yi Zi, spoke up. Huang Xiaoyi crossed his arms and replied with an expressionless face. The safe zone is guarded by the military. I have inquired about it from within. The government has established regulations to restrict superpowered individuals, prohibiting random killings within the base. Why must we seek refuge in someone else's safe zone? Chang Yingzhu's sharp gaze peered from beneath his long lashes. Just because it's deemed safe does not mean it's free of deception. Even with regulations, the resources ultimately benefit those in power, rife with treachery. Wouldn't it be better to establish our own? Yi Zi found his argument sound and nodded in agreement. Then it seems we need more than just ourselves. I concur, Huang Xiaoyi added, also nodding. Chang Yingzhu fell silent once more. His brows slightly furrowed, thin lips pressed together, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable complexity. In a secluded area of the city, due to its advantageous geographic location, there were few residents or sources of human traffic. This had once been constructed as a refuge for emergencies, but with the invasion of zombies, it had transformed into a safe zone. Each base here housed different teams, some dedicated to resource storage, and they operated independently. The walls were sturdy, equipped with various advanced facilities, and the perimeter was lined with electric fencing, with military personnel stationed to guard the entrance, making it difficult for zombies to breach. A vehicle came to a halt here, and a tall man rolled down the window, presenting a pass. The guards signaled for the gate to be opened, and it swung wide. His group consisted of 3 individuals, with a trembling girl wedged between the 2 men in the back seat, appearing quite young, likely still a student. Upon arrival at the base, they jumped out of the vehicle, and the 2 tall, skinny men grasped the girl's hands. Pulling her out, the girl looked bewildered, her eyes filled with fear. "Thank you for saving me. I truly appreciate it." The tall man approached, and the other 2 stepped back. He wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulders, lifting her delicate chin with his fingertips. "Stay with me, Hu Gang. I'll ensure you're well taken care of. Just remember, without me, you won't gain entry into this safe zone." The girl felt a bit uncomfortable, biting her lip in distress, forcing a smile. "Thank you, brother Hu." Seeing her compliance, Hu Gang laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. "What is this?" Hu Gang is nearly 40, yet he has such a fondness for young girls. "How utterly disgusting," Nie Xiaoyan muttered softly, her eyes revealing disdain. "There's no helping it. Life is tough now, so keep your comments to yourself. Superpowered individuals generally possess heightened senses. Be cautious." Guiyu also lamented the situation. They were not superpowered and could only rely on machine guns in combat. Although they had some skills, they were far from the convenience of superpowered individuals. Hu Gang and his companions were about to ascend the stairs. The girl's face turned pale with terror. Her gaze instinctively darted towards the armed, ordinary individuals and superpowered individuals in the hall. The crowd merely whispered amongst themselves, oblivious to her silent plea for help, or perhaps unwilling to intervene. Noticing the girl's unwilling expression, Nie Xiaoyan frowned slightly. "Xiaoyu, I feel that girl seems somewhat reluctant. She appears to be seeking our help. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you." "Xiaoyun, you'll only end up suffering," Guiyu warned sternly, her voice laden with caution. Sighing, Nie Xiaoyan replied helplessly, "I know, I don't intend to intervene. It's just that such a young girl is destined to be victimized by an old man like Hu Gang. And it pains my heart." Tiske Minkai, intrigued, suddenly leaned in closer, speaking with a hint of allure. "Those girls who have been used by Hu Gang end up discarded outside to feed the zombies. How long do you think they can endure this?" "Yu Minkai, are you out of your mind?" Nie Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, pushing him away, her expression turning sour. "You men only think about such things. It's utterly revolting that Yu Minkai feigned innocence. What? I'm just speaking the truth. Perhaps that girl also... Can't you say something decent for once? Do you have to curse others like that?" Anger flared within Nie Xiaoyan, wishing she could tear him apart. "A water-type, superpowered individual. What was so impressive about that? I've got the ability to take you down in an instant. All right, enough of the bickering." Guiyu interjected, pulling Nie Xiaoyan back, fearing she might rush over to confront Yu Minkai, holding her tightly. "Tisich, who do you think you are? Jealous of my abilities? Just wait until my brother arrives. You'll see." Yu Mingkai was equally incensed. He could not tolerate being looked down upon as a water-type, superpowered individual. Without my water, let us see how long you can survive. How dare you criticize me? What are you all arguing about? Suddenly, a magnetic, gentle voice, as if drawing gravity, resonated from the entrance. Big brother. Yu Mingkai's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer, rushing forward to embrace him, only to be evaded by Xiao Junjie. The crowd gathered to greet him, and Xiao Junjie politely nodded in acknowledgement. Nie Xiaoyun and Guiyu felt their cheeks flush, a hint of shyness gracing their faces. Everyone knew that Xiao Junjie was formidable within the base, his demeanor shrouded in mystery and humility, rarely seen in the safe zone. Many women secretly admired him. But he was the kind of person one could only admire from afar, with only a few daring enough to approach. Although Xiao Junjie had evaded Yu Mingkai, Yi Qin, Fan Xinye, and Hu Hanqing were unable to escape his embrace. Xiao Kai, what were you arguing about? He asked, an amused glint in his eyes. I could hear you from the entrance point, one man pointed out, observing the scene with a hint of entertainment. Oh. Xiao Junjie took a keen interest in the three bickering individuals, but chose not to comment further as he headed upstairs. Yu Mingkai followed suit, joining the others. Nie Xiaoyun puffed out her cheeks, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, Yu Mingkai. All right, Xiaoyun, Guiyu soothed, shaking her head. Upon reaching the second floor, loud cries emanated from room 211. Please, let me go. Brother Hu, I truly can't do this. Let you go. I saved you. Offering yourself as a privilege. You agreed just fine a moment ago. Now you're saying you can't? Hu Gang grasped the girl's wrist, pinning her onto the bed. She struggled, crying out, I didn't realize that's what you meant. Please don't do this. Is there anyone who can help me? Xiao Junjie furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying disdain. Appearing indifferent to the scene, showing no inclination to intervene, he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. That as he walked past room 211, Yu Mingkai pulled him back, seemingly aware of his intentions. You want me to save her? Mingkai nodded with a hint of embarrassment and said, Elder brother, it's rather unfortunate for such a young girl, who seems not to have reached adulthood. Xiao Junjie smirked. Is it really necessary? If I disturb that fellow Hu Gang, it would spell trouble for me. Xiao Kai, I detest complications. It's not that I'm afraid of Hu Gang. If I were truly afraid, it would only be of him. However, Hu Gang is known for holding grudges. Even if one cannot defeat him, he will still find ways to make trouble, as he never enjoys creating issues for himself. Chapter 54. The Xiao family, Mingkai pressed his lips together, wishing to salvage the situation, and boldly said, Elder brother, for my sake, please try to rescue her. I implore you to seek my assistance for such a matter. I never realized you possessed such compassion, Xiao Kai. Why had I not noticed this before? Xiao Junjie squinted, scrutinizing Mingkai, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. In that case, very well. Seeing his elder brother's consent, Mingkai was elated. Inside the room, the girl cried out in anguish, never anticipating such a fate. If this were to be her reality, she would rather be devoured by those zombies. The fabric of her dress was being stripped away, and the youthful silhouette of a boy flashed in her mind. No, she must not give up. Please spare me, brother Hu. I have someone I care for. You cannot do this. In an instant, the girl found her resolve, pushing against Hu Gang's chest with both hands. When he remained unyielding, she bit down on his lecherous hand, eliciting a scream from him. Hiss! You audacious girl! How dare you bite me? Hu Gang's face turned ashen as he slapped her delicate face, glancing at the bloody bite marks on his arm. The girl staggered back, blood trickling from her mouth, her cheeks swollen, her once whole dress now reduced to mere undergarments. You seek death, do you? He tightened his grip around her neck, angered by her defiance, struggling to breathe. The girl gasped, I beg you. I truly care for someone. You refuse the wine offered and crave punishment instead. Hu Gang sneered, his hand poised to exert force when loud knocks echoed from the door. Who dares meddle at such a crucial moment? He frowned, reluctantly releasing her as he approached the door. Standing before him was Xiao Junjie, whose outwardly sunny and handsome demeanor belied a glimmer of sharp intelligence that commanded respect. What was he doing at the base? Although puzzled, Hu Gang furrowed his brow tighter and said with forced politeness, Does young Master Xiao require something? Mingkai hid behind Xiao Junjie, drawing teasing glances from Yuqin and the others. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Not much. Just seeking a person from brother, who, Xiao Junjie replied casually to Hu Gang's expression soured at this. What woman does young master Xiao not have? Why must you insist on one I brought? I've suddenly taken an interest. Brother who wouldn't deny me this. Would he? Xiao Junjie narrowed his eyes. You? Hu Gang's face darkened, his expression suggesting he wished to tear Xiao Junjie apart. Yet he restrained himself. And if I refuse? Xiao Junjie, undaunted, stepped closer to Hu Gang's furious visage, his tone low and firm. Then I would have to apologize to brother Hu. You insist on competing with me. Do you? If that is your interpretation, I cannot refute it. I have tolerated you for long enough. Don't overestimate yourself, you illegitimate child of the Xiao family, thinking you are significant. Hu Gang could no longer contain himself, revealing a ferocious countenance as he spat. What are you even worth? The Xiao family already has a legitimate heir. You, a drifter, dare to silence. For the first time, Xiao Junjie's voice lost its usual gentleness, replaced by a chilling coldness. Hu Gang felt a tightening grip around his throat, the loss of air rendering him breathless. It was as though he had struck a nerve. Xiao Junjie's typically gentle features now radiated a sharp intensity. His eyes igniting with a subdued fury, he raised his hand, effortlessly lifting Hu Gang off the ground. Hu Gang, stripped of resistance, writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back as he seemed on the brink of unconsciousness. Old Jia, stop. Seeing this, Yuqin rushed to halt Xiao Junjie's actions. Have you lost your mind? You'll strangle him. Fan Xinye grasped his arm, cautioning old Jia. The safe zone prohibits murder. This is their rule. Do you wish to violate it? Indeed, exercise some restraint. Don't be fooled that Hu Hansheng and O Minkai were both astonished. Few could provoke Xiao Junjie to such a degree. Even in anger, he usually maintained a composed demeanor. This time, however, he was genuinely incensed. Xiao Junjie cast a fleeting glance at Hu Gang before releasing him, his expression darkening. How infuriating to have made such a blunder. Coughing violently, Hu Gang's face flushed as he gasped for fresh air. Taunting, what is wrong? Why didn't you kill me just now? Oh, right, you lack the courage. Listen closely, it's not that I lack the daring. It's that you lack the qualification. Xiao Junjie lowered his gaze upon him, a dazzling smile gracing his lips. You clearly have yet to grasp the true essence of the Xiao family. Although they do not acknowledge me, in such a grand lineage, do you truly believe one can inherit the Xiao family merely by right, without capability? Not to mention the eldest son of the Xiao family before the apocalypse, known for his promiscuity, was frequently featured in the news with various celebrities, despite the subsequent suppression of such scandals. It does not change the fact that he was a complete failure. Let alone after the apocalypse, their heir merely awakened a water-type ability. Does such a person think they can compare with me? Hu Gang, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of trepidation. If that were the case, matters could become troublesome. Xinye, carry the girl inside my room. This time, Xiao Junjie offered no hint to Hu Gang, merely exchanging a subtle glance with Fan Xinye. Nodding, he entered the room, reassuringly saying to the girl, "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. You are safe now." Trembling, the girl covered her body with her hands, realizing he was not a villain, and nodded in understanding. Fan Xinye carefully draped his coat over her, bending down to lift her into his arms. Although the girl quivered, she surprisingly felt a sense of security. As the girl emerged in Fan Xinye's embrace. Xiao Junjie smirked without hesitation. "That I shall accept this gift. Brother Hu, you know I dislike others touching my possessions." Hu Gang understood that Xiao Junjie was issuing a warning. Though furious, he recognized the need for prudence and restraint. Watching the helpless lamb escape his clutches, Hu Gang was seething with unexpressed rage. Upon closing the door, the sound of objects crashing within echoed through the the end of the corridor. Xiao Junjie cast a fleeting glance at the girl in Fan Xinye's arms before turning his attention to O Minkai. "Xinye, hand this girl over to Xiao Kai." He could not truly bring the girl to his room. That was merely for show, what? O Minkai was taken aback, still processing the situation when Fan Xinye approached him, offering the girl. Gazing into her pitiful, tear-streaked eyes, O Minkai instinctively took her into his arms. Realizing the implications, he stammered, Elder brother, why are you giving her to me? With that, Xiao Junjie and the others enter the room, leaving Mingkai alone in the corridor, questioning his very existence that he was exasperated. What was he to do now? Chapter 55. The scandal. The three women chatted for an entire day. Ling Tian learned from Zheng Yanli that she was a power-type superhuman from the system. At bedtime, she even suggested sharing a room with them, resulting in an additional room being allocated. Since Chang Yingzhu disliked sharing a bed, this room naturally fell to Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi. That night, Chang Yingzhu found it difficult to sleep, as the sounds of laughter and conversation from the three women filled the air. Early the next morning, Chang Yingzhu took Yi Zixing and the others out to hunt zombies. Naturally, Ling Tian and the others were not idle either. After breakfast, they followed Zheng Yanli to her family's vegetable garden nearby, in the apocalypse. Some people had turned into zombies, neglecting their chickens, pigs, cattle, and sheep, while some broken fences allowed livestock to roam free. Furthermore, with zombie attacks, some families' vegetable plots were damaged. Fortunately, Zheng Yanli's garden remained intact. Xiao Tian, I heard you say yesterday that your grandparents live in the village to the east, right? Ling Tian, while helping to pick vegetables, nodded yes. Why do you ask? Have you heard about that scandal in the village? Both Lu Jingli and Ling Tian were taken aback. Ling Tian set down her work, gazing at her with curiosity. What scandal? You don't know? I thought the gossipy aunties would have spread it far and wide by now. Zheng Yanli looked up in surprise, sighing, It's not unusual. We have all sorts of scandals in our village. It's hardly surprising. Wang Yinda, the elderly man from the eastern village, is approaching 58 years of age. In his youth, he remained a solitary bachelor, never having caught the eye of a maiden, and thus never married. In his quest to propagate his lineage, he often sought clandestine encounters with widows whose husbands toiled away in distant lands, yet he was always careful to maintain an air of discretion. This affair became the talk of the two villages. Zheng Yanli recounted it with great relish. Fortunately, they no longer concealed their relationship, for Li Tsuohua had boldly taken up residence in Wang's home. Lu Jingli and Ling Tian listened in astonishment, their worldviews irrevocably altered. This sparked a memory in Ling Tian of a pair she had encountered shortly after transmigrating, a man and a woman, seemingly of disparate ages. This connection led her to wonder if they were the very couple Zheng Yanli had described. Could it be mere coincidence? She swallowed nervously, reassuring herself that it might just be another couple. Surely it couldn't be that fortuitous. You two are strikingly beautiful. Best to keep your distance from the men in our village, that a little caution never hurt, Zheng Yanli advised while continuing her work. Contemplating how many vegetables she could gather to share with Ling Tian and the others. And no need to worry, Yanli Jia. We have our abilities, Lu Jingli declared, demonstrating a spark of electricity as she placed freshly picked vegetables into her basket. Just as Ling Tian was about to speak, the sound of a child crying echoed from a nearby path. What? Daddy, it's me, Shaolin. Don't you recognize me? The child, 7 years of age, ran while tears streamed down his face. His nose running freely, he was not tall and was rather slender, yet he exuded an undeniable vitality. Shaolin glanced back at a man behind him, whose mouth was smeared with his mother's blood. He emitted a grotesque, guttural sound, his face devoid of color, resembling a walking corpse. He could see that moment. The man could comprehend nothing, driven by primal instinct to pursue Shaolin, viewing him merely as sustenance. Ling Tian and the others rushed towards the sound, and upon seeing Shaolin, Zheng Yanli's gaze shifted to the boy's father, a mix of shock and pity in her eyes. She dashed forward, scooping up Shaolin, delivering a kick to his father. Daddy, seeing his father propelled several meters away, Shaolin, in a panic, sought to check if he was hurt. The child was oblivious to the fact that his father had already sustained injuries, believing instead that he was merely unwell. Shaolin, with Yanli Jie here, there's nothing to fear, Zheng Yanli assured him, holding him tightly to prevent him from moving closer. Ling Tian sighed, walking over to the zombie-s side with Lu Jingli. In this apocalyptic world, many families have been torn apart. To survive, one could not afford to be soft-hearted, nor could they allow a zombie to roam freed. If you did not slay it, it would surely bring about your demise. Ordinary low-level zombies lack the capacity for thought, akin to living corpses. The scratches on the man's shoulder indicated he had been bitten by a zombie, leading to his current state. Amidst the boy's sobs, Ling Tian and Lu Jingli reluctantly resolved to eliminate the already mutated zombie. With Shaolin's eyes shielded by Zheng Yanli, she gently stroked his head, whispering comfortingly, "Do not fear. Yanli Jie is here. Everything will be all right. Daddy has just gone to sleep." As he cried. Exhaustion overcame him, and Shaolin dozed off in Zheng Yanli's embrace. "Is the child all right?" Ling Tian observed him closely and inquired. "What is his name?" Lu Jingli, wishing to express her concern, excused herself to retrieve a basket for their vegetables. "His name is Shaolin. He is the child of Aunt Li from our village." "Who would have thought we would encounter such a situation?" Zheng Yanli sighed, her heart heavy. In their village, few possessed extraordinary abilities, some having turned into zombies. Those from less fortunate families, facing food shortages, risked venturing out in search of sustenance. Ling Tian frowned, feeling a stir of emotions. Though she lacked for food, the current apocalypse was no time for misplaced compassion that a moment's charity could not sustain one for a lifetime, especially when ordinary folks lacked the power to confront zombies. Lu Jingli approached, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zheng Yanli nodded, realizing that the priority was to ensure Shaolin's safety. "You two should head back. I wish to visit Shaolin's home first." Ling Tian shook her head. She had noticed the blood on the zombie's mouth earlier. It seemed that the creature had either devoured someone or bitten another. "We cannot allow anyone else to become a zombie. Are you going alone?" Lu Jingli immediately objected. "No way. That is far too dangerous. I will accompany you." Her unwavering positivity reassured Ling Tian. She had not misjudged the heroine. She entrusted the vegetable basket to Zheng Yanli, and with a child cradled in her arms, she felt more than capable. Chapter 56. Killing two birds with one stone unbeknownst to them. Cheng Yingzhua and his companions had already exited the village, arriving at a lush expanse of wilderness, where few dared to tread. Yet, following the tendrils of his mental energy, Cheng Yingzhua sensed something amiss. As anticipated, two mutated dogs and a mutated pig burst forth from the underbrush with alarming speed. They were once livestock from the village, likely victims of zombie attacks, their bodies riddled with bites, decaying flesh visible, that a putrid stench permeated the air as viscous fluids oozed from their mouths. Wei Xinxing and Huang Xiaoyi assumed defensive stances. Cheng Yingzhua lowered his hands, shaking his head. "Wait a moment. Let me assess the situation first." His mental abilities had grown more adept. He could now manipulate large objects with ease. However, he had never attempted to control zombies or living beings. Perhaps it would be interesting to experiment with these mutated creatures. A smirk graced his lips as he focused his mental energy, sending transparent tendrils extending towards their vacant eyes, reaching into their brains. In an instant, the mutated poultry became immobilized, as if petrified. Cheng Yingzhua raised an eyebrow, issuing commands for them to move. They began to turn on one another, engaging in a frenzied struggle. Wei Xinxing exclaimed in astonishment. "Zhuge, your ability is astounding." Huang Xiaoyi added coolly. "It seems you have mastered this ability quite thoroughly to know. These are merely ordinary infected animals. Controlling them is trivial. However, to dominate those with stronger consciousness, such as zombies and humans, is an entirely different matter." He cast a deep gaze at his palm, then toward the icy mass ahead, murmuring, "Thus, I must grow even stronger." Following Zheng Yanli's directions, Ling Tian made her way toward Shaolin's home, with Lu Jingli closely trailing behind her. The winding path bore traces of blood, some of which had turned black, accompanied by a foul odor. Ling Tian frowned, scanning her surroundings, and cautioned Lu Jingli, "Shaoli, be vigilant once we enter." Lu Jingli nodded, a bit bashful, before affirming, "Yes, you can count on me." The house appeared dilapidated, starkly contrasting with the others, revealing the family's dire circumstances, and no wonder they had resorted to searching for food. Necessity drove them. After a thorough search, aside from a pool of blood on the living room floor, they found no sign of life. Ling Tian's instincts screamed danger. Someone had likely mutated. It was probable that Aunt Li, whom Zheng Yanli had mentioned, was responsible. If she were not here, she must have ventured out in search of prey. "Let us go outside and investigate." All right. They scoured the vicinity but detected nothing unusual. Ling Tian's expression shifted. Could it be that the zombies had wandered off? Meanwhile, at the base of a nearby mountain path, the muffled groans of zombies could be discerned. Huh. Wang Yinda clasped his hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he firmly stomped down on a zombie's head. Had he not been resilient enough to endure these past few days, he would have been oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon awakening, he found himself imbued with extraordinary strength, capable of effortlessly dispatching several zombies. He felt more vigorous than he had in his youth. This was exhilarating. Who would dare mock him now? Today, he was determined to settle the score with that shameless woman. He crushed the zombie's skull with ease, blood and flesh splattering, a noxious odor wafting in the air. Wang Yinda strode forward, exuding an air of bravado, resembling a street thug, completely unrecognizable as a 58-year-old man. Ever since acquiring his abilities, Ling Tian's hearing had sharpened considerably. Even from a distance, she could perceive the commotion. Wang Yinda sought merely to teach Li Suhua a lesson, unaware that he would encounter something far more advantageous along the way. Fixating on the two girls, he felt a twinge of confusion but was overwhelmed by greed as he licked his dry lips, revealing a sinister grin. Isn't this Cheng's girl? What brings you here? However, it was fortuitous for him. Previously, he had refrained from acting due to the presence of her brother. Now, however, he possessed powers she would undoubtedly yield without resistance, allowing him to kill two birds with one stone. This thought made him smirk lecherously, his eyes glimmering with lust. Ling Tian felt a jolt of recognition. Was this not the lecherous old man she had encountered in the countryside? "Do I know you?" she exclaimed, incredulous. "Damn, I thought this scoundrel had perished in the apocalypse. Tian, do you know him?" Lu Jingli furrowed her brows. At a glance, he's clearly not a good person. That gaze, she had sensed it before the base. "It has returned, I know." Ling Tian muttered softly, "I am your Uncle Wang, a friend of your grandfather. I even held you when you were a child. Perhaps it has been too long since I visited your home, and you may not remember me." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's disdain was unmistakable. Uncle Wang. This man looked older than her father, yet here he was, shamelessly claiming the title. "Really? My grandfather never mentioned you. How could I possibly forget that I have an Uncle Wang?" Wang Yinda's smile stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Let us not dwell on that. Your grandfather may have simply forgotten. But what brings you here?" Ling Tian was acutely aware of his ill intentions and knew he harbored no goodwill. "Why should I tell you? This girl had quite the fiery spirit. The more, the better, IT added to the amusement of the game. Not to mention, had I not felt pity for them and considered our amicable ties. Your grandparents might have long since been devoured by zombies." Chapter 57. Reciprocity. Ling Tian secretly rolled her eyes. This old man lied without a shred of hesitation, his lecherous expression glaringly apparent. Were it not for her knowledge that Cheng Tian's grandparents had become zombies, she might have truly fallen for this old man's deceit. She began to suspect that both Chen Jinxiang and this old man regarded her as a fool, truly believing her to be easily swayed. "Old man, look at yourself. You can't even take care of your own living needs. How am I to believe you saved my grandparents? On what grounds?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yinda's face turned ashen with fury, flames of rage roiling within him. Who could have imagined being insulted by this little girl? Though he was older and sometimes felt powerless, he had never acknowledged his age, especially now that he possessed abilities that made him feel stronger than ever. Patience was a virtue, and Wang Yinda understood this. Thus, he would not rush. "Little Cheng, you know the world has gone awry. With many flesh-eating zombies roaming about, I too have only just managed to survive these past few days to acquire my abilities, and it was by chance that I saved your grandparents. That is merely your side of the story. I have never seen you before, and my grandfather never mentioned an Uncle Wang of your age. All right?" Ling Tian scoffed, a hint of derision surfacing in her gaze. "Moreover, my grandparents often emphasized that one should not converse with strangers, let alone trust their honeyed words." Yu Wang Yinda's ears burned with rage, his face contorting in a grimace as he forced a smile and stepped closer. Picking up a stone from the ground, which he crushed to dust in his palm, he had deceived many women in his time. He could not allow this little girl to ruin him. Ling Tian's expression shifted slightly. Yet another ability type, superhuman. "Now you see my prowess, do you?" Did he think that would intimidate her? Ling Tian found it amusing as she exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli nodded, understanding her intent. Thus, the two unleashed their abilities simultaneously, lightning and wind blades striking with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, narrowly grazing Wang Yinda's forehead, leaving a blood mark and a few strands of hair to fall to the ground. They did not aim to hit him intentionally. It was merely a misfire. The grass behind him, struck by lightning, burst into flames, smoke billowing up from the scorched earth. Wang Yinda was still oblivious to what had transpired. When he finally reacted, surprise coursed through him as he touched the blood on his forehead, a flicker of panic igniting within. Though a twinge of fear gripped him, he could not let his male pride falter. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger, he could only mutter a retort. "You little brat, how can you treat your elder like this? I'm sorry, but you were the one who struck first. I merely followed your lead. This is called reciprocity," Ling Tian replied, her eyes filled with disdain, her expression unfazed. "Old man, allow me to remind you, I do not possess the virtue of respecting my elders, especially not towards those who shamelessly take advantage of their age, with intentions clearly apparent from their lecherous demeanor. My father is younger than you, and yet you dare to claim the title of Uncle Wang? How thick-skinned must one be to utter such words without a hint of embarrassment? If you're not embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. One must have self-awareness. After all," Lu Jingli observed the exchange with a mix of astonishment and admiration. She had not expected Ling Tian to be so adept at hurling insults. "Who are you cursing?" Wang Yinda's face turned an unhealthy shade of green, contorting in fury like an enraged lion, the wrinkles on his face becoming more pronounced. "You little brat, do you really think I want to retaliate?" Enraged to the core, Wang Yinda had never felt such humiliation in his lifetime. How could he allow a little girl to insult him so? He was determined to teach her a lesson today. The audacity was beyond comprehension. In his agitated state, with his mind clouded by anger, Ling Tian swiftly delivered a well-aimed kick to his groin, sending him sprawling to the ground like a deflated football. Chapter 58. On the brink of death, Wang Yinda instantly crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin, his face contorted in pain, resembling a rat struggling in the mire. "You little brat, do you wish to die?" he hissed through clenched teeth, not forgetting to issue a warning. "Damn it, you've crossed the line. This little girl had the audacity to attack my manhood. Having finally become strong, I needed to carry on the Wang family line. That kick nearly cost me my life, just a gentle press, and the pain shot straight to his brain, leaving his face darkened with agony. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone else," Ling Tian chuckled, nonchalantly responding. "If you hadn't charged at me, I wouldn't have kicked you. Besides, I was merely helping you clear your meridians to alleviate your weakness. No need to thank me. All right, you've thoroughly provoked me." Wang Yinda's eyes glinted with an uncontrollable rage as he used his considerable arm strength to flip back onto his feet. The motion tugged at his groin, causing him to hiss in pain. Tell you the truth. I killed your grandparents, and their supplies have become my spoils. You will never see them again. This. Wang Yinda dropped his facade, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he laughed mockingly. "None of you can escape. I initially intended to savor your flavor, but now I'll send you to join them." "What?" Ling Tian was taken aback. In the original storyline, the antagonist had killed the protagonist's grandparents, sowing the seeds of her dark transformation and pushing her deeper into cold-heartedness. She had merely preempted the antagonist, yet it seemed the plot would still lead to the demise of Cheng Tian's grandparents, even if this man was not the primary villain. And what of Cheng Jinxiang? In the novel, shortly after Cheng Tian's death, Cheng Jinxiang also met her end, though the specifics were unknown, as the author had not elaborated. Now, with Cheng Jinxiang still alive, could it be due to her intervention? Moreover, she realized that the narrative was becoming increasingly unstable due to her alterations. She had to remain vigilant to avoid meeting the same fate as the original protagonist. Wang Yinda lunged at her, seizing the moment of her distraction to throw a punch. Lu Jingli reacted swiftly, pulling Ling Tian aside, just in time to evade the blow. Frustrated by his failure, Wang Yinda spat in anger, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a small knife from his belt, a sinister glare directed at them, his eyes hungrily assessing Lu Jingli's delicate features, a smirk creeping onto his lips. This little girl wasn't half bad. Ling Tian noticed his lascivious gaze, a tempest of wind whipping through the leaves, launching sharp blades toward him. Wang Yinda's pupils dilated as he barely had time to react before he was left with multiple wounds. Enraged, he felt as if flames were igniting on his head, and he charged forward, knife in hand, aiming to stab Ling Tian, only to be repelled by a fierce gust. Meanwhile, Lu Jingli unleashed a bolt of lightning at his feet, causing Wang Yinda to retreat several steps in alarm. If that lightning had struck him directly, it would have rendered his leg useless. Ling Tian folded her arms, a spectator to the unfolding drama. Is that all you've got? Not to mention hitting us. You might not even withstand our assault. Having strength alone was futile if one could not close the distance. Being a superhuman was of no use. Wang Yinda recognized he was outmatched. His earlier bravado had been due to underestimating these girls. How could he have known women could possess such abilities? And stronger than him at that? Unfortunately, his powers only manifested in close combat. What a fleeting moment of bravado, now reduced to a pitiful slap to the face. His mind raced with dread. Sensing the tide had turned, he made a dash for escape. Seeing this, Lu Jingli directed the current toward his legs. The electricity surging rapidly across the ground to him. Wang Yinda cried out in agony, his body convulsing from the electrical shock, collapsing to the ground like a person seizing. Scarcely, well done. Ling Tian gave her a sparkling thumbs up, showering her with praise. Lu Jingli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the compliment. "To be safe." Ling Tian had initially intended to eliminate this scoundrel, but who would have thought Wang Yinda's physical resilience would be so formidable? As she approached, Wang Yinda's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his gaze shrouded in darkness, as he seized the base of her foot and forcefully flung her backward. Ling Tian's expression shifted dramatically as she lost her balance. In the next instant, her body was suddenly airborne, propelled by a surge of strength. Tian. Lu Jingli's face drained of color, her heart racing with anxiety as she rushed forward, desperate to catch her. Wang Yinda seized this opportunity, weakly propping himself up, his injured body trembling as he limped away in a hasty retreat. A massive rock loomed in the distance. A collision would surely result in grave injury. And given that Wang Yinda was a power-type superhuman, he might very well meet his end. Ling Tian widened her eyes, then tightly shut them. She was not yet ready to die. Was her life truly so fragile? Why did so many harbor such hostility towards her? Would she be unable to alter the tragic fate of Cheng Tian? She attempted to access her spatial abilities, but the proximity rendered it impossible. To open a portal, she would need to use a copper coin. Yet time was slipping away. Oh no, it seemed that only the villain could ensure her safety. She truly feared for her life. Just as Ling Tian braced herself for a catastrophic impact with the rock, a powerful force gently cradled her into a familiar embrace. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up to see the handsome visage of a man, her tears threatening to cascade down her cheeks as she clung to his neck in a fit of vulnerability. Lu Jingli, relieved to see Ling Tian unharmed, sighed deeply, guilt gnawing at her conscience. "Brother, you scare me to death. I thought I was going to die. Had he not arrived in time, that little girl might truly have met a tragic end." Ling Tian's eyes were bloodshot, her voice soft and nasally as she replied, "I just sensed something was amiss and wanted to check for zombies to prevent anyone from getting infected. If you encounter any anomalies, you must inform me. Your powers are still unrefined. This is perilous. Do you understand?" Cheng Ingzu's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, his displeasure palpable. Lu Jingli approached, her voice laced with remorse. "I apologize, Mr. Cheng. It was my oversight not to protect Tian adequately." Cheng Ingzu shot her a disapproving glance, prompting Ling Tian to gently cradle his face and plant a tender kiss on his lips, playfully imploring, "Please don't be angry, brother. I promise to be obedient and not run off again. Can I sleep with you tonight?" This incident could not be entirely blamed on the female lead. After all, she had underestimated the physical prowess of superhumans. This old man truly was cunning. Lu Jingli felt a blush creep onto her fair, delicate face, momentarily flustered as she averted her gaze. This how couples behave? Thankfully, Yi Zixing and Huang Shaoyi had not accompanied them. Lu Jingli, however, felt like an unwelcome third wheel. Chung Ingzu's demeanor softened slightly, and he begrudgingly replied, "All right, that was more like it." During their journey, Chung Ingzu refrained from inquiring who had cast Ling Tian aside. I could see the moment Wang Yinda fled. He had never anticipated that Chung Ingzu was already tracking him with his mental powers. Oh, what a foolhardy endeavor. Chapter 59. Opportunities abound. Wang Yinda had no idea how long he had been running, his aching body trudging down a shortcut he once used to rendezvous with Li Tsuo. This secluded path, seldom traversed by others, had become overgrown, evolving into their clandestine route of mutual visits. Ever since acquiring his powers, his audacity had surged. Previously, he had been a coward, sneaking around, but now he was indifferent to the choice of paths. He accurately located Li Tsuo's home and banged on the door without hesitation, shouting, "Get out, you filthy whore! Open the door! Bang! Bang! Bang!" The door rattled violently, and though the nearby residents guessed who it was, none dared to speak. After all, there were zombies outside. While villagers enjoyed a good spectacle, they knew better than to risk their lives for mere entertainment. Tsuo was terrified, barely daring to breathe, her heart racing as if a small rabbit were bouncing about within her chest. Convinced that disaster loomed overhead, shouldn't Wang Yinda have been dead? How could he still be alive despite having a high fever? Li Tsuo had thought Wang Yinda was gone for good. Yet here he was, knocking at her door. What was she to do? "If you don't open the door, I'll break in." With no other choice, Li Tsuo steeled herself against her fear and opened the door. The moment it creaked ajar, Wang Yinda's furious visage appeared, and he seized her hair, growling, "Are you deaf? I've been calling for you to open the door, and you dare to run away while I'm sick? You've got some nerve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." People were saying it was a plague, and I was afraid of getting infected, which is why I resorted to such measures. Wang Yinda was now in a pitiful state, filthy and clad in tattered clothing that made him resemble a beggar. Without this wretched woman to care for him, let alone the fact that he was injured. He released her hair, pointing a finger at her nose, threatening, "You better behave. If there's a next time, I'll skin you alive. I won tea. I promise." Li Tsuo nodded vigorously, though a flicker of resentment lingered in her heart, tempered by her fear of inciting Wang Yinda's wrath. How laughable it was that he had once indulged her every whim, and now she was the one bending to his will, forced to appease his moods. Cautiously, Li Tsuo led Wang Yinda to the bedroom and helped him change into clean clothes, only to be ordered to prepare a meal, with Zhou Wenquan absent and his parents having passed away early. The familial tensions that often plagued others were non-existent, allowing Li Tsuo a relatively easier life. Yet humans are inherently greedy. Some take pleasure in disrupting the harmonious, with Zhou Wenquan often away for work. Unable to keep her company, she succumbed to loneliness and, after much persuasion from Wang Yinda, found herself entangled with him one drunken night. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, she initially resisted due to moral qualms about betraying her husband. But gradually, she succumbed to temptation, abandoning all sense of responsibility. However, secrets have a way of surfacing, and Li Tsuo decided to abandon her scruples, choosing to be with Wang Yinda. Yet, mere days later, he fell gravely ill. After preparing a meager meal of bland vegetables and radishes, devoid of any meat, Wang Yinda, having been humiliated by Ling Tian earlier, was incensed at the paltry fare before him. "You expect me to eat this?" Wang Yinda's brows furrowed in fury, his eyes fixed on Li Tsuo with unrestrained anger. "This is all I have. The meat is all gone. I've barely managed to make it this far. There's hardly any food left. So this is all I can offer." Tsuo felt innocent. Since moving in with Wang Yinda, her home as poultry had been neglected and either stolen by neighbors or escaped in these perilous times. Who dared to venture out, risking being devoured by zombies? Just as Wang Yinda was about to explode with rage, ready to overturn the table, he forcibly restrained himself in this apocalypse. Food was scarce. He could not afford to waste it upon returning to Zheng Yanli's home. Ling Tian remained in Chung Ingzu's embrace, in the presence of others, including Zheng Yanli's parents. Ling Tian felt her face flush with embarrassment, repeatedly urging him to put her down, and no matter how thick-skinned she was. She couldn't flaunt her affection in someone else's home, especially when she wasn't even injured. What is wrong with Xiao Tian? Noticing something amiss, Zheng Yamli approached and inquired, is she hurt? What happened at Xiao Lin's house? At that moment, Zheng Yamli had already calmed Xiao Lin, who was now sleeping soundly in her room. Lu Jingli shook her head, letting out a sigh. We encountered a rogue on the way. He deceived Tian Tian into thinking he saved her grandparents Changning Zhu. Naturally, would not allow any further discussion. Once the door was closed, he set her down on the bed with utmost care. Ling Tian felt a chill running down her spine. He must still be upset. She bit her lip and sweetly said, "Brother, I'm fine. Please don't be angry. Do you dare to take such risks again?" Chang Yingzhu pinched her chin, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, her voice laced with innocence as she meekly defended herself. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to slay some zombies you've leveled up, and I wanted to strengthen my powers too. Do you think that justifies your actions? Chang Yingzhu was almost amused by her audacity, but he had always been patient with her, and Wu Ti truly lose his temper. You can always talk to your brother about anything. I have plenty of opportunities for you to hunt zombies. Do you understand? Ling Tian obediently nodded. Satisfied, Chang Yingzhu affectionately ruffled her hair. After contemplating for some time, knowing the truth would eventually surface, Ling Tian's expression turned somber, tinged with regret as she finally uttered, "Brother, Grandpa, and Grandma, they're gone." Chang Tian's grandparents have been kind souls, but due to the narrative as constraints, she was unable to save them, let alone Chang Tian's parents. Chang Yingzhu was taken aback, quickly masking the tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. Your brother will take good care of you from now on. Rest well, don't dwell on these matters." Briefly recounting the events, Zheng Yamli expressed her disdain for such individuals, having always stood up for the oppressed. Upon hearing the news, she was incensed. How could someone do such a thing? "Just wait. I'll avenge you." No need to tea this moment. Chang Yingzhu emerged from the room, his tone icy, his eyes tinged with crimson, and his gaze filled with a sinister and malevolent air, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent that rendered the onlookers silent. Why were there so many nuisances, and why did they choose to provoke him? Chapter 60. Burial having finally satiated his hunger. In the kitchen, Li Tsuhua was diligently washing the dishes. Wang Yinda, observing her slightly plump figure, mused that although she could not compare to the likes of Chang Tian, she was still somewhat enticing. Ever since he acquired his supernatural abilities, he had not indulged in his carnal desires for quite some time. Ignoring Li Tsuhua's protests and the wounds that had yet to heal on his body, he forcibly led her to the room to engage in a series of indescribable activities. This time, the encounter proved to be more prolonged than ever before, devoid of any latent dangers. Satisfied, Wang Yinda felt a significant alleviation of his pent-up frustrations. After their escapade, Li Tsuhua succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Having found relief, Wang Yinda's previously inflated ego had diminished considerably, and his mood had naturally improved. Sooner or later, he would ensure that Chang Tian, that wretched girl, would pay dearly, while Wang Yinda indulged in fantasies of Chang Tian begging for mercy. He remained oblivious to the several invisible threads in the air that were slowly encroaching upon him. These threads extended to Li Tsuhua's ear, intertwining with her brain in less than a minute. Li Tsuhua slowly opened her eyes, her face devoid of expression, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a slight arc upon receiving the command. She rose to her feet, her face betraying no emotion as she gazed at him. "Why are you suddenly standing up?" Wang Yinda was taken aback by Li Tsuhua's swift awakening and found her inexplicable behavior utterly confounding. What madness was this woman exhibiting? Just as Wang Yinda was enveloped in confusion, Li Tsuhua lifted her foot and forcefully stepped down upon him. This action elicited a blood-curdling scream from Wang Yinda, who instantly regained his senses, his face contorted in agony as if he had just consumed excrement. His expression shifted dramatically, his features contorted with rage. "Li Tsuhua, are you seeking death?" One Chang Tian was already more than enough. Now, was she intent on ensuring his extinction? The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of harnessing his supernatural abilities, leaving him as frantic as a rat scurrying in desperation. Li Tsuhua stood there like a statue, seemingly impervious to his words, her face betraying not a hint of emotion. Ouch! Ah! Wang Yinda grimaced in pain, his fury boiling over as he raised his hand to deliver a vicious slap. However, with Li Tsuehua standing there, he found it impossible to strike her, forcing him to relent. Itsuo stomped down once more, and Wang Yinda's screams echoed, the agony causing him to writhe on the ground, leaving him utterly incapacitated. In his struggle, Li Tsuehua lost her balance and fell onto the bed center. Not to be outdone, he kicked Li Tsuehua in the abdomen, sending her crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Crimson blood trickled down from her forehead, which had indented upon impact, leaving an imprint on the wall. Gradually, her consciousness began to return. Uncertain of what she had discovered, yet inexplicably receiving a kick, Li Tsuehua found herself at a loss for words, her ribs fractured in several places and blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Li Tsuehua was not an extraordinary being. Her physical condition was naturally far from robust. That kick had likely cost her half her life, and without effective treatment, death loomed ominously close. This served as a rather intriguing experiment, demonstrating the efficacy of distance control. However, this was not the end. Initially, Chang Yingzhua had refrained from visiting the East Village out of consideration for his grandparents, fearing that Ling Tian would be unable to bear the sight. Now, the situation had changed. He needed to ensure that the remains of his grandfather Cheng and grandmother Lu were properly interred. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chang Yingzhua arrived at the dilapidated house alone. His grandfather and grandmother had always harbored a sense of nostalgia, having repeatedly thwarted Cheng Hua's attempts to renovate their home. Reluctantly, Cheng Hua abandoned the idea, instead sending them money each month to improve their quality of life. Chang Yingzhua squinted, clenched his fists, and entered the yard, where he indeed discovered the lifeless bodies of his grandparents. They had completely transformed into zombies, likely deceased for several days, the air thick with the stench of decay that lingered stubbornly. This odor was unbearable even for an average person, let alone for someone like Chang Yingzhua, who had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. His grandparents lay with mouths agape, their heads slightly deformed, with brain matter oozing from their nostrils and ears, solidified against the deep gashes in their necks, with a few strands of flesh still intact. Chang Yingzhua's breath hitched as he furrowed his brow and knelt down to grasp his grandfather's withered hand. His gaze devoid of any revulsion, he gently closed his grandparents' eyes, meticulously arranging their expressions before solemnly stating, "Grandpa, Grandma, rest assured, I will take good care of Tian Tian." Having spoken, Chang Yingzhua sought a suitable spot nearby, personally dug 2 graves, and laid them to rest together, erecting wooden markers for their graves. He stood silently before the burial site for a long time, an unmistakable heaviness in his gaze, upon returning to the South Village. The hour was late, and Chang Yingzhua utilized his mental powers to continuously monitor Wang Yinda's movements at that moment. Wang Yinda was using cloth to staunch the bleeding wounds. After all these years, the pursuit of a son had taken precedence over everything else, indulging the women around him with lavish provisions, yet none had borne him a child. Now, he had lost even the dignity of a man, unable to relish the pleasures of manhood, let alone fatherhood. In a fit of rage over this matter, Wang Yinda had brutally beaten Li Tsuehua to death, discarding her outside as fodder for the zombies. Wang Yinda had initially believed that Li Tsuehua was responsible for his current predicament, never suspecting there was someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Chang Yingzhua's eyes darkened, his expression devoid of warmth. To let him die so easily would be far too lenient, would it not? That evening, Lu Jingli retired to Zheng Yanli's room to sleep. Initially, Zheng Yanli was taken aback, believing that Ling Tian and Chang Yingzhua were biological siblings, astonished that they still shared a bed at such an age. However, upon hearing Lu Jingli's explanation, she realized they were a couple. This revelation thrilled the gossip-loving Zheng Yanli, who considered discussing it with Ling Tian. But halfway there, she recalled Chang Yingzhua's icy demeanor and hesitated to pursue the thought, just as Chang Yingzhua entered. Having changed into his sleepwear, Ling Tian rushed over and embraced his waist, her voice sweet and soft as she called out, "Brother, Chang Yingzhua gently closed the door and regarded her with a low gaze. Ling Tian's heart raced like never before, her cheeks flushed, You are so good to me, so much so that you're becoming less like the cold-blooded villain. Foolish girl, if I do not treat you well, who else should I treat kindly? Chang Yingzhou chuckled, brushing his sister's hair aside and gazing out into the pitch-black night, a shadow lurking in his eyes. As she remained by his side, inhaling his familiar and refreshing scent, Ling Tian felt a wave of relaxation and security wash over her. Gradually, she dozed off, leaning against him. Noticing her steady breaths, Chang Yingzhou realized she had fallen asleep and gently lifted her. Placing her on the bed, his fingertips grazed her delicate skin, and he finally exhaled a long-held breath. Chapter 61. A better solution the following day. Chang Yingzhou aroused Ling Tian, the first order of business being to confront Wang Yinda. Zheng Yanli, ever the spectator, eagerly followed along. In rural areas, there was a universal penchant for drama among the inhabitants, fully aware of Wang Yinda's whereabouts. Chang Yingzhou knew he was still in the village. This discovery alarmed him. Wang Yinda was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Wang Yinda had always been a bully of the weak, and in the face of Chang Yingzhuo's formidable presence, he dared not utter a word. So, it was you who bullied Xiao Tian, and you went to Li Cuihua's place, thinking Don Quan was truly dead. Ling Tian gasped in surprise. He is Wang Yinda? Goodness, how did she stumble upon all this wrongdoing? Is she cursed to attract scoundrels? Or is she fated to encounter individuals even more repugnant than Chen Jinxiang? At least Chen Jinxiang was somewhat bearable. This one is both old and ugly. Ling Tian felt nauseated at the thought. Lu Jingli was equally taken aback. In their childhood village, there had been unsavory incidents, but her mother had never spoken of them, and she had only occasionally overheard neighbors discussing them. In the past, it had seemed trivial, but now it felt truly revolting. Wang Yinda dared not retort, for he had just noticed the icy, murderous gaze fixated upon him, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Chang Yingzhou sneered, his eyes narrowing at Wang Yinda, his towering figure radiating an air of dominance that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure from the moment he spoke. Was it you who nearly caused my sister to crash into the rocks? Wang Yinda felt his legs weaken under Chang Yingzhuo's fierce scrutiny, the confidence he once had with his powers evaporating. His voice trembled. It was all a misunderstanding. Before Wang Yinda could react further, Chang Yingzhou delivered a ruthless kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, his stomach contents spewing forth, pinning him down. Chang Yingzhou continued to kick him mercilessly while coldly stating, I can hardly bring myself to hit you, yet you dare to strike her. What right do you have? With disdain, he seized Wang Yinda by the collar and hurled him against the wall of a neighboring house. In that moment, Wang Yinda completely forgot his identity as a power-type superhuman. Trembling in fear, unable to muster any resistance, his head collided with the wall, and he felt a loud ringing in his ears, the world spinning around him as a large bump formed on his head. Zheng Yanli watched the spectacle unfold, relishing the moment Wang Yinda made a fool of himself, venting her frustrations in the process. Xiao Tian, your man is quite formidable. Wang Yinda doesn't dare utter a word in response. It seems he is genuinely afraid. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's cheeks flushed, and her heart felt considerably lighter, in accordance with the habits of a nefarious overlord. It is unlikely that he would simply let matters rest, is it not? Bang! Chang Yingzhou forcefully struck his head against the wall, resulting in a large, swollen lump that oozed blood. You truly can withstand a beating. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more violent sounds echoed as his head collided with the wall. Chang Yingzhou furrowed his brow and released his grip. Wang Yinda, now with a head full of contusions, collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish, barely clinging to life. When he turned to Ling Tian, Chang Yingzhu's expression softened, losing some of its hostility as he beckoned her to approach. Ling Tian stepped forward, gently calling out, Brother, how do you intend to deal with him? Ling Tian was taken aback. She was not a saint and was well aware that this man had murdered Cheng Tian's grandparents, so she had no intention of letting him off lightly. Kill him. There was no hesitation in her voice. Such scum deserved to die. His demise would be a boon to society. Chang Yingzhu's lips curled slightly, his eyes darkening as he replied succinctly, to kill him would be too lenient. Brother has a better plan. The chill ran down Ling Tian's spine, an unsettling feeling enveloping her. Could it be that he harbored some twisted notion? Given the villainous nature of his character, it was entirely possible. They had discovered numerous provisions that Wang Yanda had pilfered from others' homes. This was a fortunate find, as these supplies could be distributed to those in need. Now, with Wang Yanda incapacitated, he would struggle to procure food, let alone venture outside. Here, zombies were scarce. Relatively speaking, ordinary zombies would not intrude upon private residences unless they sensed the presence of the living. Even with his newfound abilities, Wang Yanda, now legless and devoid of sustenance, could only await his slow death by starvation. This was indeed a torturous method, forcing one to experience the depths of despair. Ling Tian had to admit this was somewhat ruthless, igniting a sense of trepidation within her. If she were to provoke the nefarious overlord in the future, would her fate be similarly grim? Shaking her head, she dismissed this terrifying thought and continued to follow Cheng Yingzhu. After dealing with Wang Yanda, they intended to leave. Ling Tian wished to invite Zheng Yanli to join them, but Zheng Yanli declined, citing her responsibility to care for her parents and Shaolin. Ling Tian did not wish to pressure her, leaving behind a substantial amount of food and advising Zheng Yanli to share it with those in the village who might require it, provided they were deserving. Grateful for her generosity, Zheng Yanli accepted without objection. Suddenly, Lu Jingli stumbled into Yi Zixing's arms, who quickly steadied her shoulder and asked with a calm demeanor, "Are you all right?" Lu Jingli felt her cheeks flush, realizing the intimate nature of the gesture, and shook her head, muttering an apology. Sitting in the passenger's seat, Ling Tian caught a whiff of the unfolding situation, glancing back to observe Yi Zixing and Lu Jingli. Could it be that the female protagonist was blushing in the presence of a man other than the male lead? And a mere supporting character at that? Ling Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had no intention of disrupting the established pairings, yet with the female lead so close to her, it was impossible for her to cultivate a relationship with the male lead. After all, in the narrative, the two were indeed a match made in heaven, a golden couple. Surely her presence would not alter that. Ling Tian pondered, concluding that she lacked the power to influence such matters. For she genuinely enjoyed seeing the male and female leads together. Having taken a refreshing shower, Cheng Yingzhu and Huang Xiaoyi appeared to be engaged in an important discussion, shrouded in secrecy within the confines of a room. Ling Tian was well aware of the topic at hand. It undoubtedly pertained to the establishment of a safe zone. Such matters did not concern her, as she knew the villainous overlord would eventually confide in her. Chapter 62. Collaboration. After finishing his bath, Cheng Yingzhu emerged to find her brother waiting in the room. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Cheng Yingzhu drew her closer, planting a kiss on her forehead and tousling her damp hair. Stating meaningfully, "Brother has matters to attend to with Huang Xiaoyi and the others. You must remain here. Understood?" Ling Tian nodded, inquiring, "Where are you going?" Her face flushed with embarrassment. She stepped back several paces, feeling a mixture of indignation and helplessness. Once again, she had been charmed. Was this truly a mere 19-year-old boy? If not for the context of the story, she might have mistaken him for a seasoned seducer. "Brother, you mustn't abandon your character. What happened to the aloof and distant demeanor? Maintain an air of mystery." As Ling Tian mentally critiqued the situation, she remained oblivious to the allure of her own enchanting gaze and the faint fragrance wafting from her post-bath freshness. Cheng Yingzhu's breath hitched, knowing the young girl was shy. After offering her a few words of caution, he departed alongside Huang Xiaoyi and the others. According to Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, there was a chance they could find someone for collaboration. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Cheng Yingzhu noticed an underground exit guarded by 2 armed sentinels. Just as they were about to enter, the guards obstructed their way. Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing immediately uttered the words "Gong Wei," prompting the guards to relent, allowing them passage. Inside was a dimly lit underground club, perpetually deprived of sunlight, the air thick with humidity and a potent mix of smoke and alcohol. The lighting was a glaring shade of pale pink, indicative of an establishment of dubious repute. Upon entering a private room, a burly bald man sat surrounded by various beautiful women, smiling enigmatically as he remarked, "Isn't this Mr. Huang and Mr. Yi? What brings you to my establishment?" Noticing Cheng Yingzhu's commanding presence, the man's eyes glinted with curiosity. And who might this be? Chung Yingzu's gaze darkened as he replied coolly, Chung Yingzu, please, have a seat. Gong Wei's eyes flickered, and he dismissed the women, leaving only a few trusted associates. It seems you are not here to join me. State your purpose. Having once traversed the underworld, he was perceptive enough to grasp the situation. Chung Yingzu settled onto a relatively clean sofa, while Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing remained standing. Gong Wei, I am aware of your reputation. While the news may never report on your affairs, I know you are the only one bold enough to procure arms overseas under the government's nose. You must possess quite the arsenal. Was it those two who informed you? Gong Wei cast a casual glance at Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, who remained still. So, you seek my military supplies. His operations were consistently lucrative. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, Gong Wei had built quite the reputation. Even the military, while keen on his downfall, refrained from direct confrontation, wary of the trouble it might incite. I have no such intentions. Rather, I wish to propose a collaboration, Brother Wei. Chung Yingzu cut to the chase. As you know, the government has established numerous safe zones across the nation, and entering them is no simple task. Moreover, given your character, you would likely prefer to avoid entanglements with the military. Why not establish our own safe zone, free from oversight, where we can utilize resources to our advantage? What do you think? Gong Wei, possessing both weaponry and manpower, found the idea of establishing a safe zone appealing. Establish a safe zone? He showed a flicker of interest. Recognizing the merit in Chung Yingzu's reasoning, he had no desire to engage with the military, who were covertly plotting his eradication. Even in this apocalyptic world, this could be a mutually beneficial partnership. Gong Wei was a shrewd man, well aware of the choices before him. However, Gong Wei's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. It seems my timing is off. Are you expecting company, Brother Wei? At that moment, Xiao Junjie pushed open the door, his gaze momentarily pausing on Chung Yingzu's indifferent profile, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing exchanged surprised glances. I'm sorry, Brother Wei. We couldn't stop him. Gong Wei frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the guards who had failed in their duty. Forget it. This man possesses the ability to become invisible. It's not the first time. Chung Yingzu stood, casting a cool glance at Xiao Junjie, his expression darkening. It seems we are rather fated to cross paths. Xiao Junjie approached, his gaze fixed on Chung Yingzu, his handsome face displaying a cryptic smile. Gong Wei raised an eyebrow. Do you two know each other? Only by chance, Chung Yingzu replied, his tone polite yet detached. Since Brother Wei is a guest, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit, only for Gong Wei to call out, I find Mr. Cheng's proposal intriguing. May I have your address? Chung Yingzu's lips curled subtly as he exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Zixing, who promptly handed Gong Wei a note. Xiao Junjie's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the note in Gong Wei's hand before following Chung Yingzu out. Sir, please hold on. Outside, as he observed Chung Yingzu's retreating figure, Xiao Junjie's lips pressed together, his expression somber. Chung Yingzu halted, casting a cold glance back at him, clearly displeased. What is it? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Junjie. Noting Chung Yingzu's irritation, he remained unfazed, extending his hand with a smile that resembled a crescent moon. Chung Yingzu glanced at him briefly before refraining from reciprocating the gesture, simply stating, Chung Yingzu, I believe that will not be necessary. Chung Yingzu turned to leave, and Yi Zixing, along with his companion, followed suit. Is that so? It seems that Wei Ge has reached an agreement with someone. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Gong Wei appears to harbor some reservations toward Xiao Junjie, particularly regarding individuals from the Xiao family. After all, prior to the apocalypse, the Xiao family was considered his rival, and although they currently maintain a neutral stance, he has always been aware of their connections with the military. Indeed, it does not concern me. I initially intended to collaborate with Wei Ge during this visit, but it seems someone has beaten me to it, that I have no intention of partnering with anyone from the Xiao family. And I presume you have no desire to cooperate with me either, correct? Gong Wei was blunt, offering Xiao Junjie no opportunity to respond. Xiao Junjie seemed to have anticipated this reaction, showing no anger, merely smiling softly. Ling Tian, on the other hand, expressed little opposition and even agreed with his stance, though she felt a twinge of concern that once a safe zone was established, it might lead to betrayals akin to those in novels. That night, Ling Tian pondered this matter. After Chang Yingzhua emerged from his bath, he noticed Ling Tian looking sullen on the bed, so he approached and gently embraced her, showering her with soft kisses. "Are you unhappy?" With such intimate gestures, Ling Tian found herself growing accustomed to his affection. "That I worry about you, fearing you may place too much trust in others." "What is there to worry about? I only trust you." Her face flushed at his words, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. Strange, she thought, her cheeks often burning and her heart racing inexplicably. "I'm going to sleep now." Chang Yingzhua, seeing her flustered, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Chapter 63. Sending a woman as planned, Gong Wei reached a consensus with Chang Yingzhua, and a significant number of personnel and vehicles entered the residential complex. Some individuals, armed with guns, proceeded to clear out the few remaining zombies from each apartment. The upscale community was fortified with excellent security measures, featuring advanced electronic gates. Aside from the residents who had succumbed to the virus and transformed into zombies, none dared to breach these defenses, making it relatively safe. Once the zombies were cleared, there would be little issue with moving about the complex. However, during the eradication process, a young man stumbled upon Chun Jinxiang, Yi Jiashu, and Chao Zihua, a few lingering subordinates. The young man wasted no time, forcibly bringing Chun Jinxiang and the others to meet Gong Wei. "Boss, we found these individuals in Building 4. Chun Jinxiang was terrified, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the armed men, knowing their status was anything but ordinary. "Big brother, please spare me. We are merely residents here." "Residents?" Gong Wei gazed at Chun Jinxiang's pitiful face and smirked slightly. "Is that the reason? The apocalypse does not concern itself with property ownership. I have many brothers. What makes you think I should keep you around? If they were of no use, keeping them would merely take up space." And he had no intention of making a bad investment. "Big brother, I am a water-type superpower user. I can assist you. I will do whatever you desire." Xiao Guang sidled up with an ingratiating smile. Yi Jiashu, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown, but he refrained from speaking. Chun Jinxiang, with tears in her eyes, timidly approached Gong Wei, attempting to ingratiate herself. She reached out to touch Gong Wei's chiseled jawline, softly saying, "Big brother, qualifications aside, I will serve you well and ensure your satisfaction. I can even heal your wounds." Gong Wei showed no resistance, generously seating her on his lap, caressing her waist, and whispering in her ear, "You are a healer." After being struck by Xiao Guang that day, Chun Jinxiang had fallen ill, believing she was on the brink of death. However, after enduring 3 days and nights of high fever, she awoke not only healed but also fortunate enough to awaken a mysterious healing ability. Though lacking offensive power, her ability was still quite valuable, as some teams were desperately in need of healing-type superpower users. Chun Jinxiang smiled shyly, nodding in agreement, while Yi Jiashu stood there, dazed, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes that he clenched his fists, still too afraid to voice his thoughts, since discovering Chun Jinxiang's entanglement with Chao Zihua. He had initially believed she was being coerced. However, after hearing her explanation and witnessing her repeated interactions with these men, his idealized image of her as his first love was shattered. His disappointment in Chun Jinxiang only deepened. Gong Wei was pleased and announced loudly to everyone present in the living room, "From now on, call me Wei Gu." Xiao Guang and the others nodded eagerly, completely disregarding their former dignity. "Oh dear. Please don't be like that, Wei Gu." Chun Jinxiang giggled, and Gong Wei, ignoring the others, leaned in to kiss her. Gong Wei was typically quite open, and the men around him displayed indifference, seemingly accustomed to their leader's behavior. Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi entered alongside Chang Yingzhua. Chang Yingzhua cast a brief glance at the woman in Gong Wei's embrace, his expression darkening that, "Oh, Mr. Chang has arrived." Gong Wei halted his actions, signaling to his subordinates to escort Xiao Guang and the others away, leaving only Chun Jinxiang in his arms. "Mr. Chang, are you satisfied with my speed today?" Gong Wei smiled confidently. Although this young man appeared youthful, he possessed a maturity and ambition that rivaled his own, making him one to be wary of. Chun Jinxiang gazed at the tall, charming man, her admiration for him growing as she noted that even Gong Wei held him in high regard. This man is truly exceptional. How could Chun Tian, that foolish girl, have such a remarkable brother? I have announced the establishment of our safe zone to the public, and I believe many superpower users will come to seek refuge with us. Cheng Yingzhuo politely nodded, responding coolly, I trust Wei Ge to handle matters well. I hope we can achieve mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Gong Wei felt quite satisfied, noticing that Mr. Cheng had no woman by his side. He casually suggested, how about I gift you this woman? Unaware of Cheng Yingzhuo's sister, Gong Wei thought it appropriate that considering his youth and vigor, he might need a woman in a gesture of goodwill. He intended to offer Chen Jinxiang as a gift. Upon hearing that she might be given to Cheng Yingzhuo, Chen Jinxiang's eyes lit up, her flirtatious gaze fixed on him. This woman is a new find today. A healing-type superpower user, Mr. Cheng. Will you consider taking her? Unfortunately, Cheng Yingzhuo did not even spare her a glance, his eyes dark and revealing his displeasure. I have my sister. That is sufficient. Wei Ge, you should keep her for yourself. Sister, Gong Wei was taken aback. Not expecting Cheng Yingzhuo to have a sister, he gathered that Cheng Yingzhuo's words hinted at something more. However, if she were a biological sister, he certainly did not anticipate that Cheng Yingzhuo harbored such unconventional tastes. Realizing he had been rejected, Chen Jinxiang felt a mix of shame and jealousy, her face alternating between shades of green and white, wishing she could disappear into the ground. What was so special about Cheng Tian? She merely had the fortune of being born into a wealthy family. Aside from her looks, she was utterly lacking in merit. Why did she have such an outstanding brother? What infuriated her further was that Cheng Tian treated him poorly, often insulting him in her presence. Yet this man still held thoughts of Cheng Tian. Chen Jinxiang remained unaware that Cheng Tian and Cheng Yingzhuo were not biological siblings, mistaking their relationship for that of a brother's affection for his sister. Had she known the truth, it would have undoubtedly driven her to fury. As Chen Jinxiang seethed silently, she could only watch helplessly as Cheng Yingzhuo bid farewell to Gong Wei and exited through the front door. Gong Wei was not one to force others. Since Cheng Yingzhuo was unwilling, he would not insist. After all, Chen Jinxiang was a healing-type superpower user, and he felt somewhat reluctant to part with her. Gong Wei remained oblivious to the reluctance in Chen Jinxiang's eyes as he carried her into the thoroughly cleaned bedroom, getting straight to the point. Upon returning to his apartment, Cheng Yingzhuo saw Ling Tian chatting animatedly with Lu Jingli on the sofa. Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi, sensing something was amiss, tactfully distanced themselves from Cheng Yingzhuo. Mr. Cheng. Lu Jingli was the first to notice Cheng Yingzhuo's approach. Upon seeing his cold expression, she discreetly stepped aside. Ling Tian turned her head and exclaimed, Brother, Cheng Yingzhuo cast a low glance at her, his voice steady as he informed her, that former friend of yours has awakened a healing-type superpower. Chapter 64. Harmony brings prosperity, former friend. Ling Tian was taken aback by his choice of words. However, she was astonished to learn that Chen Jinxiang had awakened a superpower. Although it was not an offensive ability, it was still a rare gift, and undoubtedly many would seek to acquire her. Healing-type superpowers, while crystals could substitute for their healing capabilities, were exceedingly difficult to obtain without genuine strength. Noticing the worried expression on her face, Cheng Yingzhuo continued, Gong Wei has already taken her in. She is now considered one of his. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. The situation had grown increasingly dire. Originally, the officer was a character in the narrative who coexisted harmoniously with the villain. Each refraining from interference with the other, he possessed ample resources and a loyal entourage, having been a formidable figure even before the apocalypse, frequently mingling in the underworld and engaging in clandestine dealings. Moreover, now that she had entangled herself with the officer, it was highly likely he would whisper sweet nothings into her ear or devise schemes against her. Cheng Yingzhuo's gaze darkened as he caressed the soft hair of the young girl beside him. With me here, they cannot harm you. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. Yes, with my brother around, I am unafraid. Come, do you not wish to hunt zombies and level up your abilities? I shall take you there, Cheng Yingzhuo said with a gentle smile, grasping her small hand as they made their way outside, not forgetting to call Lu Jingli and Huang Xiaoyi to join them. Yet, at that moment, Ling Tian had no desire to slay any zombies. Nevertheless, Cheng Yingzhuo led her along, granting her no opportunity to decline. in order to avoid disturbances and enjoy some private time with his sister. Chang Yingzhu had deliberately split their group into two teams for the zombie hunt. Lu Jingli, Huang Xiaoyi, and Yi Zixing formed one group, leaving only Ling Tian and Chang Yingzhu together, wherever they roamed. An unpleasant odor seemed to linger, almost nauseating, upon encountering several ordinary zombies. Ling Tian wielded a cold steel knife, her demeanor somewhat timid, yet her movements, coordinated with her powers, betrayed no sign of cowardice, with a swift slice to the neck. She witnessed the gruesome mixture of crimson and white blood mingling with the putrid flesh, causing her to instinctively cover her nose. Chang Yingzhu effortlessly dispatched a few zombies, but sensing something amiss. His gaze sharpened, coldly fixating on an empty space. Raising his steel knife, "Do not play tricks before me. I despise prying eyes." To the naked eye, Chang Yingzhu's blade gradually revealed a figure, and Xiao Junjia, with a slight smirk, exhibited a warm glow in his amber eyes. "Indeed, I cannot hide from Mr. Cheng." Ling Tian was momentarily stunned. She had no idea when this person had appeared. What was that aura? It was evident he had used his powers. Could he possibly be the male lead? Ling Tian scrutinized Xiao Junjia's handsome face, noting his sunlit warmth paired with elegance, reminiscent of the male protagonist described in the original text. Xiao Junjia, too, noticed someone observing him, his eyes curving gently as he tilted his head toward Ling Tian, finding her a youthful and lovely maiden. Chang Yingzhu's attention was drawn to his sister's dazed expression directed at another man. And in a fit of jealousy, he released his weapon, grasped her arm, and pulled her close, his eyes blazing with fury. His grip was strong, causing Ling Tian to wince, her bright eyes meeting his smoldering black ones. He was indeed angry. Ling Tian inwardly lamented her predicament, nudging his arm playfully and pouting, "Brother, do not be angry. I did not mean to stare at him." Chang Yingzhu's expression remained grim. "You thought I would be easily deceived?" Xiao Junjia quietly pressed his lips together, offering a slight smile. "I did not expect Mr. Cheng to have such a beautiful sister." Ling Tian, flattered yet displeased, thought this only served to complicate matters. "What concern is it of yours?" Chang Yingzhu's voice grew colder. Xiao Junjia raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Chang Yingzhu's protectiveness over his sister. "Do not be angry, Mr. Cheng. I mean no harm, and I merely heard about the safe zone you and Officer Wei established. And I was curious to see it that I did not anticipate running into you along the way. This is not a welcome place for you." Chang Yingzhu retorted, gripping Ling Tian's hand tightly, his gaze burning with animosity. "Brother, shall we move to another location?" Ling Tian sensed the tension and had surmised that this man was indeed the original story's male lead. She wished to avoid a confrontation, realizing the male lead's fortunes were still in play. Though he was a bastard child, one must not forget that the legitimate heir of the Xiao family had only awakened a water-type ability, and with the latter's lack of ambition, the position of family head would inevitably fall to him. It would be best not to provoke him. Harmony was paramount. Her words led Chang Yingzhu to believe that his sister was advocating for someone else. He shot her a fierce glare, remaining silent yet heeding her advice. Guiding her away, Xiao Junjia did not call after them, a slight smile playing on his lips as if pondering something. Finding a seemingly safe alleyway free from disturbances, Chang Yingzhu pulled Ling Tian into a corner. She discreetly observed his ashen face, devoid of any trace of mirth, his eyes sparking with intensity. Ling Tian shivered, feeling at a loss. "Brother, what has made you more upset?" Had she uttered something amiss? Ling Tian wished to utter something to mend the situation, but he offered her no chance, his frustration boiling over as he kissed her fiercely. She had yet to speak, her breath caught off guard by the ferocity of his anger, their breaths growing increasingly frantic. Ling Tian was both astonished and bewildered, feeling the pain of his bite on her lips, yearning to escape, yet ultimately unable to evade his wrathful kiss. Chapter 65. The box. Meanwhile, Lu Jingli, a young girl, followed two men who had just dealt with several zombies. Thanks to her powers, her offensive capabilities had significantly improved, especially with Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing's seamless cooperation. Yet upon witnessing the charred remains of the electrocuted zombies, Lu Jingli felt a pang in her heart. They had once been human, and their transformation was beyond choice. She sensed something nearby beckoning her, a palpable wave of energy. Lu Jingli quickly scanned her surroundings and spotted a knife shop. Recalling her previous experience in a dessert shop, she was apprehensive about zombies lurking inside, but felt an irresistible urge to investigate. After much contemplation, her curiosity ultimately won, and she hastily approached the knife shop's entrance. "Hey, Miss Lu, what are you up to?" Having rushed ahead without informing Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, Lu Jingli caught Yi Zixing's attention first. Huang Xiaoyi frowned in confusion as he observed the girl running off. Let's hurry after her. We must avoid any mishaps." Although he found women somewhat troublesome, he could not deny that this girl was no weaker than them. Given more time, she would likely surpass them. Even so, they had to remain vigilant. After all, she was part of their team, and they needed to protect her. "All right," Yi Zixing nodded, sparing no time for further discussion as they quickly followed her upon entering the knife shop. They found an array of knives and weapons, appearing quite ordinary, with many damaged. Fortunately, there were no zombies within. Trusting her instincts, Lu Jingli surveyed the shop, eventually discovering a small hidden door. Just as she was about to enter, Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing caught up with her. "Miss Lu, please wait a moment," Yi Zixing called out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her aside, "but we do not know what lies within. Caution is advisable." Lu Jingli hesitated, glancing at Yi Zixing. "But I have a strong feeling there is something in there, and it must be something good. My instincts have never led me astray. Even if there were zombies." She was determined to explore. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyi's serious expression flickered with surprise. He had not expected this young girl to possess a talent for treasure hunting. Whether true or false, they needed to ascertain the facts. "We will go in first. You follow behind us. After all, Miss Lu is a girl. Should anything happen, you can retreat safely." "What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me?" Lu Jingli retorted angrily. Raising an eyebrow at Huang Xiaoyi, "Just because I'm a girl does not mean I cannot protect myself." Huang Xiaoyi felt a bit embarrassed. "I did not mean that." Lu Jingli ignored him, shaking off Yi Zixing's grasp and boldly stepping through the hidden door. This passage led underground, devoid of sunlight and shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the space was not vast, filled with ancient artifacts and fine blades. Lu Jingli tapped on one of the stone walls, suspecting a hidden compartment within. Activating her powers, she directed a surge of electricity at the wall, and sure enough, it crumbled, revealing a rectangular box that appeared quite exquisite. Just as Lu Jingli bent down to retrieve it, a zombie, hidden in the shadows, lunged at her with outstretched claws. She widened her eyes, abandoning the box as she swiftly dodged the zombie's advance. Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi rushed to her side. Yi Zixing was the first to stand in front of her, and at that moment, Lu Jingli felt a fleeting sense of distraction, her heart racing inexplicably before it faded. The zombie emitted a phlegmy growl, its grayish-white, lifeless eyes fixated on the duo as it staggered toward them, bloodied hands reaching out. Huang Xiaoyi acted quickly, summoning a spike of earth that thrust the zombie away. But Lu Jingli wished to take it down herself. Channeling her powers as an invisible bolt of lightning surged forward. The zombie made no effort to evade, directly struck and reduced to charred remains, letting out a horrid shriek before collapsing. "How about that? Still doubt my abilities?" Lu Jingli boasted, blowing on her fingertips where the current had been discharged, reveling in her victory. Huang Xiaoyi, unable to counter her assertion, opted for silence. The fervent agitation within her heart had become increasingly uncontrollable. Lu Jingli felt as though her temper had transformed into something extraordinarily volatile, as the energy coursing through her body surged and began to run amok. It was akin to a fate worse than death, leaving her questioning the very essence of life itself due to the oppressive heat. Yi Zixing detected the anomaly. The taut muscles on his masculine visage revealed a palpable tension. "Miss Lu, are you all right? The box? Quickly, go retrieve the box." Lu Jingli swayed unsteadily, her breath scorching, and before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed and collapsed out. Yi Zixing instinctively caught her, his fingertips brushing against her flushed cheek. And he looked up at Huang Xiaoyi, stating calmly, she must be on the verge of upgrading her abilities. "Yes, I will retrieve the box first," Huang Xiaoyi replied, displaying little surprise as he bent down to pick up the box that had occupied her thoughts. Chapter 66. The deer-cutting knife. Upon gathering at the entrance of the community, Ling Tian's lips had become swollen and red, with a faint flush adorning her cheeks, while Cheng Yingzu's complexion had markedly improved. "Miss Cheng, are you also about to upgrade your abilities?" Huang Xiaoyi inquired, not suspecting anything amiss, merely believing that Ling Tian, like Lu Jingli, was also poised for an upgrade. No, it's just the weather's a bit warm. Ling Tian replied awkwardly, eager to divert the conversation. She turned to glance at Lu Jingli, who was being cradled by Yi Zixing and the box in Huang Xiaoyi's hands, her heart sinking. Huang Xiaoyi, however, thought little of it, acknowledging that the heat was indeed oppressive today. What is this? Is Xiaoli about to upgrade her abilities? Ling Tian observed the protagonist's flushed and feverish face, then touched her own cheeks, which were merely rosy without the accompanying heat. Feeling a pang of injustice. Although she had not slain many zombies, she practiced daily. Why could she not upgrade her abilities as swiftly as the protagonist? Was this the author's favoritism, granting not only luck but also an abundance of talent? Cheng Yingzu also noticed the unusual box in Huang Xiaoyi's possession, his eyes dimming as he spoke solemnly. Let us discuss this inside. Once inside, Ling Tian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yi Jianshu pacing anxiously on the balcony of the adjacent duplex apartment. It had been several days since she last saw him, and she was taken aback by how much weight he had lost. It seemed he had discovered the betrayal he had suffered and was struggling to cope. Ling Tian merely glanced, relieved that Cheng Yingzu had not noticed. Otherwise, it would be reminiscent of the last time. Upon entering their home, Yi Zixing was the first to step into the guest room, carefully laying Lu Jingli on the bed. Huang Xiaoyi placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a deer-cutting knife, its pale green sheen glimmering like a clear autumn stream. Although Ling Tian had anticipated its contents, she was still taken aback. This knife was forged by the renowned swordsmith Su Furin's direct descendant, Su Luzi, who had devoted his life to its creation. Its name, derived from the phrase "Qin lost its deer," and the world pursues together, implies that only the greatest hero can possess this blade, as many had vied for its ownership in ancient times. The deer-cutting knife boasted an antique and elegant scabbard, housing a legendary blade measuring barely 2 feet in length in the original tale. This knife was discovered by the protagonist, who had already completed her ability upgrade, and thus did not encounter it so swiftly. Furthermore, the protagonist had joined the safety base where the male lead resided, and their relationship had flourished. The knife weighed several dozen pounds, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to wield. Hence, it naturally fell into the male lead's hands, becoming his weapon of choice. To her astonishment, the deer-cutting knife had come into their possession. Ling Tian was overjoyed, wishing to lift the protagonist and twirl around in delight. It truly is the deer-cutting knife. Huang Xiaoyi seemed to recognize the blade as well, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That little girl's intuition was indeed correct. She has found a legendary knife. It truly is a magnificent weapon. Cheng Yingzu had long sensed that this was no ordinary blade. The energy it emitted hinted at a profound essence. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaoyi remarked, "Brothers, this knife would suit you perfectly." After ensuring Lu Jingli was settled, Yi Zixing joined the spectacle, as every discerning man yearned to showcase such a precious blade. For the first time, he found himself intrigued, his eyes coveting the knife within the box. Yet he refrained from making a move, instead inquiring, "Second brother, may I take a look at this knife? You wish to handle this knife?" Ling Tian scrutinized Yi Zixing's robust physique, which exuded strength akin to a soldier. But she hesitated to undermine his confidence. Aside from the male lead, the only other person capable of wielding the blade would be the formidable antagonist, as the narrative dictated that only those with extraordinary luck could command such a weapon. Yi Zixing sensed her skepticism in her words, but brushed it aside, asking, "Does Miss Cheng doubt me?" "You may certainly attempt it," Ling Tian replied, shaking her head firmly. After all, he was eager to try. Who knew what peculiarities might arise? "Yes, you can give it a shot," Cheng Yingzu affirmed, his gaze darkening, indicating his agreement with Yi Zixing. Chapter 67. Just a facade with Cheng Yingzu as permission granted. Yi Zixing wasted no time, grasping the gleaming knife to lift it. As he prepared to raise it, an overwhelming pressure surged through his palm, radiating throughout his body. Wai Zixing's expression shifted, and he paused for several seconds as a force emanating from the deer-cutting knife repelled his hand. He staggered back several steps, staring at his rejected palm with a soft sigh. I cannot. It seems this knife recognizes its master, and I am unable to control it. Ling Tian was not particularly surprised. Instead, she turned to Cheng Yingzhu, her eyes shining as she suggested, "Brother, why don't you give it a try?" Cheng Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, seemingly disinterested, but upon seeing his eager sister, he lowered his gaze to the softly glowing deer-cutting knife. He reached out, grasping it lightly. The act was fluid and seamless, with no sign of rejection from the knife, as if it had willingly accepted him. It appears. The deer-cutting knife has recognized Brother Zhua as its master. Huang Xiaoyi declared confidently. Ling Tian had not anticipated this development so swiftly. Having feared that the author might deem the knife exclusive to the male lead, she felt relieved, though the antagonist possessed a certain degree of luck. The male and female leads inevitably surpassed him in fortune. The absence of any rejection indicated that the deer-cutting knife had acknowledged Cheng Yingzhu. With this realization, Ling Tian joyfully gave Cheng Yingzhu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "With this knife, brother, you will undoubtedly grow even stronger." Flattered by her praise, Cheng Yingzhu's lips curled into a smile, a sense of pride swelling within him. Despite having received compliments from many, none had brought him such joy as this little girl. After securing the deer-cutting knife, Ling Tian, concerned for Lu Jingli, prepared a basin of water to help her wipe away the sweat and applied a cooling patch. After spending 10 minutes attending to her, she decided to leave the room. Just as she stepped out, she spotted Yi Zixing lingering outside the door, torn between whether to enter or not. Ling Tian paused, her curiosity piqued. However, she quickly smiled warmly. "Mr. Dai, have you taken a liking to our little Li?" It was surprising to see him, usually so reserved, showing concern for the protagonist. Despite the male lead overshadowing him, she secretly preferred the pairing of the male and female leads. After all, the male lead had endured a difficult childhood as an illegitimate child. His mother, though gentle, was weak, and after giving birth to him, she faced public scorn and humiliation. The relentless mockery accompanied him throughout his youth, and his mother spent her days in tears, never daring to speak out. Ultimately, she succumbed to despair and took her own life. Having experienced the coldness of childhood and the pain of losing his mother, the male lead remained optimistic and empathetic, gaining a deeper understanding of the human condition. Without an omniscient perspective, she would likely have been deceived by his outward appearance. Yes, some individuals appear cold yet harbor warmth within, while others are fiery on the surface yet icy beneath. Although the male lead exploited the female lead initially, she ultimately provided him with healing. "Miss Cheng, you are mistaken. I regard Miss Lu as a friend and have no ulterior motives." Yi Zixing replied, awkwardly averting her gaze. Though his expression remained neutral, the gradually reddening tips of his ears betrayed him. Ling Tian remained oblivious, instead cryptically warning, "Remember what you've said. Don't find yourself eating your words later." He paused, then silently pressed his lips together, his dark eyes fixed on the slumbering face of the young girl in the bed not far away. Chapter 68. Unrequited love is still love bored in the apartment, while Cheng Yingzhu busied himself with his affairs. Ling Tian decided to take a stroll around the neighborhood. Concerned for her safety, Cheng Yingzhu had specifically asked Huang Xiaoyi to accompany her, given that others resided within the community. Although the military officer had his own principles and would not easily engage in conflict within a safe zone, an irrational and foolish act, taking precautions was always wise. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Chun Jinxiang, who was giggling at another unfamiliar man, while Yi Jianshu stood nearby. His expression darkened. Gong Wei and her brother have matters to discuss. Thus this man cannot possibly be Gong Wei. Although their demeanor is not overly intimate, Chun Jinxiang's expression suggests there is more than meets the eye. Out of the corner of her eye, Chun Jinxiang caught sight of Ling Tian, and with a coy demeanor, she exchanged a few words with the man before enthusiastically approaching Ling Tian. "Oh, is that not Tian Tian? Your brother truly is remarkable. First, I was unaware, but I never expected he would establish a safe zone alongside Wei Ge. He certainly lives up to being your brother. It is evident that Chun Jinxiang must have gleaned information about the safe zone from Gongwei. Ling Tian instinctively glanced at Yi Jianshu's head, which gleamed with an unnatural green tint. Why, Yi Jianshu noticed the sympathy and a hint of mockery in Ling Tian's gaze, which made him uncomfortable, prompting him to turn away in anger. Yes, she observed Ling Tian's eyes, following Yi Jianshu's departing figure. A flicker of joy ignited within her, and she devised a plan. Tian, you still hold feelings for Yi Jianshu, don't you? If we could pair Cheng Tian and Yi Jianshu together, it would simultaneously rid you of him and allow me to connect with your brother. It would be a win-win situation. Though the plan had yet to materialize, Chen Jinxiang was already lost in fantasies of intimate moments with the powerful and handsome man. Should she become Cheng Yingzua's girlfriend, she would relish in seeing how long Cheng Tian could remain joyful. After all, she was merely a sister. She refused to believe that a sister could surpass a girlfriend in importance. She intended to proclaim to everyone that only she could remain by his side forever. What significance did a sister hold? Ling Tian rolled her eyes at Chun Jinxiang's audacity. Are you joking? I was just praising you earlier, but it seems you're not as impressive as I thought. That if you don't like him, then please don't leave the scraps for me. Is that too much to ask? Besides, I've mentioned several times that I'm no longer interested in Yi Jianshu. Does this person have a poor memory, or is he already showing signs of senility? Cheng Tian, have you forgotten your experiences of secretly admiring him? Chun Jinxiang, unfazed by Ling Tian's dismissive attitude, merely laughed sarcastically. That was your youth, a person you spent 2 years secretly admiring. Even someone as proud as you would tread carefully around him. I refuse to believe you have no regrets that I can help create an opportunity for you that as long as you are still willing to acknowledge him. Your regrets can be addressed. It became apparent that Chun Jinxiang was quite articulate, which explained why the original owner had been so easily manipulated by her. Clearly, she had been swayed by these sweet words. Youth is reserved for those who are worthy. Why should I waste my time and energy on someone who is not invested in me? Unrequited love is still unrequited, even if masked as a secret admiration. It is merely a one-woman show that in the past was inconsequential. Youth often lacks wisdom. But now, I, Cheng Tian, am not so lacking in ambition. The original owner, consumed by romantic notions, was utterly oblivious to Chun Jinxiang's schemes and failed to recognize that her 2 years of secret admiration was merely a one-sided infatuation, even if the other party remained unaware. Furthermore, a man of such poor taste and questionable character holds no appeal for me now. After all, one cannot ascertain how many women he has been with, so he is unlikely to be any better. Chun Jinxiang's pupils constricted sharply, and she retorted, Cheng Tian, there's a limit to how one should speak. I am merely speaking from the heart. You should know best, shouldn't you? Must I be silenced? Ling Tian lowered her voice. And if you were truly innocent, would you be here? Chun Jinxiang was momentarily speechless, her face flushing with rage, her anger palpable. That moment, she found herself without a valid retort. After all, what she said was indeed the truth. Chapter 69. Knowing when to retreat, considering she still needed to rely on Chun Jinxiang to get closer to Cheng Yingzua, she swallowed her anger and forced a sweet smile. Tian. After all, I am a woman too. You are a young lady, with such a formidable brother to protect you. You need not worry about these matters, while my kin are either deceased or turned into zombies. Yi Jianshu cannot protect me forever. I am alone and helpless. What else can I do? When Chen Jinxiang pouted and looked at Ling Tian with innocent eyes, she felt only insincerity. Ling Tian scoffed. If I recall correctly, you should have awakened a healing ability, right? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Jinxiang's eyes as she recalled how Gong Wei had previously disclosed his abilities to her brother. It was unsurprising that Ling Tian knew, I have indeed awakened an ability, but as you know, my power lacks offensive capabilities. You think I can protect myself? Chun Jinxiang displayed a pitiful expression, her sadness palpable, yet a shadow of malice glimmered in her gaze. Awakening an ability signifies that one is a superhuman. Even an ordinary person can slay zombies with agility. How could a superhuman with heightened senses like you not learn to empower yourself? You claim to be a young lady, yet I have wielded a blade against zombies. Have you? You probably wouldn't even dare to let out a sound. Chen Jinxiang bit her lip, a tumult of emotions surging within her. Her chest heaving with rage and shame, yet she could not muster a counterargument. After all, she had endured worse. Sooner or later, she would make Ling Tian regret every word she had ever spoken. Her once charming and innocent visage momentarily stiffened, but she quickly reverted to her fa ade of innocence. Tian, I am truly forced into this situation. Your brother is so capable. Surely he wouldn't mind one more person joining your ranks. If you plead on my behalf, I believe your brother would agree to let me join you. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she reached out to grasp Ling Tian's arm, but her wrist was firmly seized by Huang Xiaoyi, who had approached. Ling Tian stepped back several paces, creating distance between herself and Chen Jinxiang, feeling as though she had attracted a cloud of misfortune. Chen Jinxiang paused for a moment, not initially realizing that Ling Tian had a bodyguard. This man was familiar to her. He had been following Cheng Yingzhua. How thoughtful of a brother to even arrange for a bodyguard. Chen Jinxiang was consumed with jealousy, yet maintained a friendly demeanor, masking her intent to harm Ling Tian. Sir, I was merely speaking to my classmate. I had no intention of causing her any harm. Huang Xiaoyi's expression remained indifferent, his demeanor unchanging as he released her wrist, seemingly disinterested in her. Chen Jinxiang felt a surge of frustration. He was merely a subordinate, yet he dared to treat her with disdain. Who did he think he was? Once she became Cheng Yingzhua's girlfriend, she would show him. Ling Tian was well aware of Chen Jinxiang's ulterior motives and felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, her voice laced with disdain. You are mistaken. My brother only takes in useful individuals. Someone like you. He likely wouldn't want you in our group, that we do not accommodate idlers. If you haven't slain any zombies, there is nothing to discuss, even if I were plead on your behalf. What? Chen Jinxiang was taken aback by Ling Tian's words, feeling as though she was being deliberately set up as a healing-type superhuman of the mysterious category. How could she slay zombies, lacking offensive capability? She feared for her life upon encountering a zombie. This wretched girl clearly intended to humiliate her and force her to retreat. How can you know it's impossible if you haven't even tried? Tian, your brother dotes on you. Even in this apocalypse, he protects you fiercely. Clearly, he cares for you that we are classmates. Considering that, can't you help me out? Is she really that resilient? Has Chen Jinxiang been reborn as a ninja turtle? Ling Tian narrowed her eyes, pouting in a manner that conveyed her feigned helplessness. It's true we are classmates, but whether or not to help is my decision, that I refuse to be reprimanded by my brother for your sake. He has made it clear that he dislikes me bringing troublesome people into our circle, and I am powerless to change that. Upon hearing her tone, which was both helpless and somewhat boastful, Chen Jinxiang's veins throbbed, her eyes filled with icy disdain. This wretched girl was doing this on purpose, wasn't she? Chapter 70. Two beggars. Ling Tian regarded her coolly, arms crossed, waiting to see what tricks Chen Jinxiang would employ next. Chen Jinxiang pinched the flesh of her thigh, forcing tears to well in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp, piercing female voice echoed from outside the electronic door. This is a safe zone. On what grounds are you refusing us entry? Apologies, but you do not meet the requirements. Our safe zone only permits special superhumans with abilities to enter this area, while you are merely ordinary people and cannot pass. The young man guarding the entrance spoke in a cold tone, appearing well-trained. The woman was filthy, her skin dry and yellow, her features gaunt, bearing wounds that had not healed. She resembled someone who had gone days without proper nourishment. Why are ordinary people not allowed in? Other safe zones accept them. Why are you different? Who set these rules? This woman was none other than Gao Qian, and standing beside her was Wang Xiaohong, who was no better off. Her clothes were relatively clean, but her injuries were far fewer than Gao Qian's. The young man frowned. Unless you have acquaintances inside who can come to escort you, I must ask you to leave. Gao Qian's anger intensified. You superhumans discriminate against ordinary people. Even if they are unwell, you refuse to let them in. If you don't let us in, then I will remain here. This is my final warning that if you do not leave, I will not hesitate to act. The young man skillfully gripped the gun, his aim steady on the target, poised to pull the trigger and unleash a deadly shot. Gao Qian's face instantly turned pale, and Wang Xiaohong rushed over to intervene. I'm sorry, young man. My friend was merely joking. Please, don't take her words to heart. We will leave right away. This very moment, Wang Xiaohong felt an internal struggle. She did not truly wish to depart, but the imperative to preserve their lives compelled her to tug at Gao Qian's shoulder, urging her to vacate the premises. That no, we cannot leave. It took us ages to find a safe zone. If we continue like this, we will either starve to death or be devoured by zombies. Gao Qian snapped back to reality. Even though fear gripped her heart, she recognized that this was their final opportunity. They absolutely could not leave. Huang Yanlin had already seized all the food, consuming it ravenously, transforming into a frenzied beast, killing and feasting to satiate her hunger, rendering mere mortals no match for her. Huang Yanlin had changed, becoming increasingly terrifying, no longer resembling a human. Indeed, how could one contend with a famished beast? Once a person sheds the constraints of humanity, abandoning the essence of what it means to be human, they become no more than a beast, devoid of morals, free from the law, and unpunished. They act solely on primal instincts, akin to the food chain in the animal kingdom, where only the predator and prey exist. Has this world not transformed into a grotesque reflection of itself? Were it not for the meager remnants of food bestowed upon them by man, they would likely have perished long ago or been consumed by Huang Yanlin. After narrowly escaping, their supplies had long been depleted. With hope finally in sight, they could not afford to abandon this place. Young man, I implore you, I truly cannot leave. The outside world is far too perilous. We have struggled to reach this point and genuinely cannot depart. Braving the risk of being shot, Gao Qian approached, gritting her teeth as she knelt at the young man's feet, steadfast and unwavering. Gao Qian, Wang Xiaohong attempted to halt her, but could only watch helplessly as she knelt before another. Gao Qian, known for her sharp tongue and uncontrollable temper, still considered herself above others, even if she humbled herself before man. Her inherent pride had never compelled her kneel and plead in such a manner. That moment, Ling Tian approached, recognizing the familiar voice and curious to investigate, only to discover that this was indeed the woman who had troubled her earlier. Miss Chung, they wish to enter, but per Captain Wei's orders, I cannot let them in. The young man spoke respectfully, knowing she was Chung Ingzua's sister, hence deserving of proper treatment. After that day, Captain Wei had clearly understood the size of Chung Ingzua's group and instructed his subordinates to treat anyone associated with him with utmost respect. It's you. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Wang Xiaohong, and Gao Qian exclaimed in unison, both astonished. Ling Tian hesitated. She was inclined to assist them. After all, Wang Xiaohong had once aided her. With just a word from her, they could naturally enter. However, Gao Qian had previously shown hostility towards her, raising concerns about allowing a viper into their midst. Chun Jinxiang also emerged, her recent fragility nowhere to be seen, her face contorted in mockery. Who are these people? Filthy and foul. Hurry and drive these beggars away. They are repulsive to behold. How dare you speak like that? Who do you find repulsive? Gao Qian rose, her eyes blazing with fury, as Wang Xiaohong swiftly restrained her, fearing she might charge forward. Chapter 71. Minor characters. Ling Tian frowned slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Let them in." Chun Jinxiang's face paled, staring at Ling Tian in disbelief. "You can't be serious, Tian, that you're letting these beggars in. Aren't you usually disdainful of such people? Why the sudden change of heart? Chun Jinxiang, I suggest you show some respect. They are human beings, and if not for the apocalypse, do you think they would wish to become like this?" Ling Tian's eyes glinted with disdain as she retorted, "You yourself claimed it was out of necessity. How can it be that when it comes to others, they are merely beggars? Do you have no shame?" "I." Chun Jinxiang fell silent, biting her lip, her expression darkening as she refrained from further comment. Following Ling Tian's directive, the young man dutifully opened the gates for Gao Qian and Wang Xiaohong. As they stepped inside, Gao Qian intended to express her gratitude and apologize for the previous unpleasantness. However, Ling Tian preempted her, stating, "Let me make this clear. Do not blame me for not warning you. While I have facilitated your entry, it does not imply that I will provide shelter for you. There are other groups here, and you may choose to join them. Let us go." "Wait, Tian." Just as she advanced, Huang Xiaoi swiftly intercepted her, his expression neutral. Miss Chung dislikes being disturbed. I must ask you to leave. Chung Tian is my classmate. How am I disturbing her? Do you lack the perception to see that I am conversing with my classmate? Must I seek your permission? Chan Jinxiang seethed, struggling against his grip, but the disparity in strength between men and women was evident. She was no match for Huang Xiaoi. Release me, or I shall report you for harassment. I am Wei Ji's woman. Huang Xiaoi's expression remained unchanged as he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jinxiang, his brows slightly furrowing. He then released her and stepped aside. That be why this time. Ling Tian had already moved on, rendering any attempt by Chan Jinxiang to pursue futile. Gao Qian and Wang Xiaohong noticed the commotion caused by the shouting woman, recognizing that it was she who had obstructed Gao Qian's entry, and thus offered no friendly reception. Gao Qian contemplated teaching the woman a lesson to quell her indignation, but after taking a few steps, Wang Xiaohong held her back, advising Gao Qian, do not be foolish. This is not the place to cause trouble. You must control your temper. Filthy beggars. Were it not for Qing Tian, I would have driven you away long ago. With Ling Tian absent, Chen Jinxiang's disdain was unmasked as she scornfully declared, "Humph. Do not celebrate too soon. This place is not meant for the likes of you. Sooner or later, I will ensure you understand this truth." This woman. Gao Qian's expression darkened, her hands clenched tightly, though Wang Xiaohong firmly held her back. Gao Qian, in these critical moments, we must find a secure place to stay. Clearly, this is someone we cannot afford to offend. It is best for us to coexist peacefully, that I understand, but I cannot simply let it go. Gao Qian grasped this reality, yet could not tolerate others' arrogance. Wang Xiaohong, undeterred, insisted, "All right, let us search the nearby apartments for a suitable place. In the living room." Ling Tian had deliberated, her gaze landing on Huang Xiaoi in the corner. She beckoned him mysteriously. "Brother Huang, come here for a moment." Huang Xiaoi approached. Ling Tian bit her lip, gesturing toward the remaining bread on the table, and said nonchalantly, "I would like to ask a favor. Could you deliver this bread to the two women who just entered?" Without hesitation, Huang Xiaoi nodded, swiftly grabbing the bread and departing. Ling Tian sighed, gazing at the ceiling with a profound expression that, oh well. After all, they're just minor players. They have been used by others. That it is best to help when one can, as long as they do not seek trouble or repay kindness with malice. However, she could only assist to this extent. After all, this was not a charitable foundation, and not everyone could be taken in. Their survival from here on would depend solely on their own resourcefulness. Chapter 72. Are they not siblings? After delivering the food, Wang Xiaohong and Gao Qian expressed their heartfelt gratitude, especially Gao Qian, who reflected on her past actions with immense regret. She resolved to master her temper to prevent further exploitation by others. Devouring the bread hungrily, they contemplated aligning themselves with the group Ling Tian had mentioned. That in this environment, they could do little else. Their bodies were the only means to acquire even the most meager sustenance. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, men's desires also needed an outlet, and powerless women naturally became their tools. Accepting anyone, as they were permitted entry by Ling Tian, Captain Wei not only refrained from expelling them, but even arranged for their accommodation. Chen Jinxiang's expression grew increasingly sour. She approached Captain Wei, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Wei Ge, why did you take in these two older women? Am I not appealing enough?" Captain Wei smiled warmly at her, embracing her as he kissed the corner of her mouth, saying, "She is Cheng Yingzuo's sister. She deserves some respect. Besides, the number of women has been dwindling. My men need some enjoyment. After all." Captain Wei smirked, somewhat understanding Cheng Yingzuo's perspective in this apocalypse, who still adhered to ethical considerations. "What do you mean?" Chen Jinxiang's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped the implications of Captain Wei's words, her previously coy demeanor freezing. Could it be that the wretched woman was involved with her brother? Were they not siblings? What did it mean that Cheng Yingzuo had taken her in? "It seems you hold a great concern for Cheng Yingzuo. Do you?" Gong Wei cast a measured glance at her frozen smile, narrowing his eyes as he pinched her chin, casually remarking, "At this juncture, who cares about brotherly ties? As long as one can fulfill their physiological needs. Even if it involves a biological sister, what does it matter? Truly, She is a shameless temptress, capable of ensnaring anyone. Not even her own brother is spared. Chen Jinxiang's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips remaining stubbornly sealed for a moment before she pouted and chuckled lightly. I'm not concerned about him at all. My only interest lies with Wei Ge. I simply did not expect Qing Tian to engage with her own brother. How utterly disgraceful. It's no wonder I questioned why Chang Tian's attitude towards her brother shifted so rapidly, even turning her back on Yi Jiaxu. And yet, Cheng Yingzhu, fully aware of Cheng Tian's various humiliations, still dotes on her without a grudge. Turns out Cheng Tian had already climbed in her brother's bed, receiving affection night after night. I can only imagine the prowess displayed beneath the sheets. The mere thought of that perfect man embracing Cheng Tian ignites a tempest of jealousy within Chen Jinxiang. What is so remarkable about merely being born into a good family and having a fine brother? She merely occupies the advantageous position of being closest to him. What is so impressive about that? Gong Wei seemed indifferent to her sincerity, likely accustomed to such dynamics, as they were merely seeking mutual benefit, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Oh, you know her? Yes, I am her classmate. We were once friends. Perhaps her first love harbored feelings for me. And after facing rejection, she succumbed to loneliness and foolishly sought solace in her brother. That a glimmer of jealousy flickered in Chen Jinxiang's eyes, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. After all, Yi Jiaxu favors her, and for that reason alone, Cheng Tian has already lost. Yes, that's so. Gong Wei expressed skepticism, acknowledging that while this woman possesses an appealing appearance, she pales in comparison to that girl. Of course, Wei Ge, have you forgotten about the wooden-type superhuman among us? That would be Yi Jiaxu, the one Qing Tian once admired. Gong Wei's gaze turned frosty, nodding with a perplexed smile that I understand now. It is wise to remain cautious around such women, lest he find himself embroiled in trouble later on. Chapter 73. High school classmates with Lu Jingli's powers upgraded, Cheng Yingzhu found himself frequently consulting with Gong Wei over the past few days. Ling Tian, unable to remain idle, decided to venture out with Lu Jingli to hunt zombies, informing Cheng Yingzhu in advance. After receiving his approval, and with the female protagonist having leveled up her abilities, Ling Tian felt a surge of confidence to confront first-tier zombies, vowing to remain vigilant this time. Surrounded by mere ordinary zombies, she swiftly dispatched them, intending to scout for new prey alongside Lu Jingli when they heard footsteps approaching nearby. Shall we quickly hide? Ling Tian reacted swiftly, finding refuge in a corner of the ruins, with Lu Jingli closely following, her speed astonishing Ling Tian. Xiaoya, I've searched high and low nearby, yet I can't find a morsel to eat. Supermarkets and food stores appear as if they've been ransacked, not a single edible item in sight. The organization sent us not only to gather food, but, more importantly, to locate high-tier zombies, enabling us to transmit signals via radio for support. Guiyu gestured to the small walkie-talkie on her belt, her tone laden with meaning. Ling Tian squinted thoughtfully. Why are they seeking high-tier zombies? Is it indeed for crystal cores? Could these individuals be affiliated with the government? Yet, why do they require my assistance? Minkai trailed behind them, panting as if he were not a superhuman at all. Humph. I have no idea how the captain arranged this, sending such a weak superhuman along with us. Does he not fear being a liability? Minkai, wait for me, I am not afraid. Yu Ning smiled bravely, grasping Minksai's large hand. Without Minkai, I will be frightened alone, so I wish to stay with you. Feeling the warmth of the girl's soft hand, Minksai's face flushed. Forget it, the little girl has it tough too. I'm pleased to have earned her trust. Ling Tian caught sight of the approaching girl through a gap. Momentarily stunned, her expression betraying surprise, that wasn't that Ru Ning, Cheng Tian's high school classmate. During school, she excelled academically, recognized as an exemplary student by the teachers. Ling Tian recalled that in the original text, Ru Ning had perished early. A victim of a man named Hu Gang. Nia Xiaoyan tightened her grip on her gun, unease settling in her heart as she bit her lip, muttering, if one cannot protect themselves, how can they drag along their family? They should assess their own capabilities before doing so. It was unclear how long they had known each other, yet their familiarity seemed excessive, lacking in modesty. Minksai's cheeks reddened further upon hearing this. Unsure whether it was anger or embarrassment that colored his face. As for my abilities, do not underestimate me. Without a gun, you are nothing. How absurd, and never claimed to be exceptionally strong. I am professionally trained. And even without a gun, I am still superior to you. Nie Xiaoyan retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, that young girl is only 17. It is inappropriate for her to be with a 24-year-old man like you. She ought to stay with me. As she spoke, Nie Xiaoyan tugged on Ru Ning's arm, drawing her closer. Little sister, stay with your sister Xiaoya. If he harbors ill intentions like that beast Hu Gang, you won't have time to resist. It's safer with me. I saved Xiaoning. How could I harbor such thoughts? You are the one who constantly conjures up wild imaginings, spreading misguided values. Staying with you would only lead her astray. She should be safest with me. Minkai refused to relinquish her hand, gripping Ru Ning firmly to his side. You saved no one. Your elder brother was the one who rescued her. You were likely trembling in fear in some corner while he confronted Hu Gang. Striking a nerve, Minkai clenched his teeth, enunciating each word. Nie Xiaoyun, do not push your luck. What? Did I hit a nerve? Upon noticing his furious gaze, Nie Xiaoyun's mood soured considerably. You only know how to rely on your brother for help. When have I seen you act heroically on your own? Ru Ning found herself caught in the middle. Sensing the rising tension from both sides, her large eyes blinking in confusion, observing the scene. Ling Tian frowned slightly, questioning whether these two were indeed foolish. Arguing in such close proximity could easily attract nearby zombies. Nie Xiaoyan, will you forever dismiss my abilities? Do you truly perceive me as utterly incapable? Reliant solely on the strength of others, gazing into his dimmed eyes, Nie Xiaoyan faltered, as if finally realizing her misstep. Please, stop arguing. Guiyu, having examined the decapitated zombie heads, furrowed her brow at the escalating quarrel. What time is it? How can you two still not cease your bickering? Chapter 74. The fate of Huang, Yanlin Ru Ning, sensed the situation turning awkward, releasing Minksai's hand and promptly moving to Nie Xiaoyan's side. Minkai, Xiaoya is right. It is more suitable for me to stay with her. Please, do not let this quarrel continue. Minkai and Nie Xiaoyan exchanged glances, both silent, redirecting their attention to Guiyu. These traces. Someone must have passed through here. Guiyu observed the fresh brain matter oozing from the zombie heads, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the corner of the ruined building, Ling Tian gripped her cold steel knife tightly, opting to maintain her concealment. The identities of these individuals remained unclear. Whether friend or foe was still uncertain. Lu Jingli held her breath as well. Since upgrading her abilities, her senses had sharpened considerably. Though she did not see anything, she felt a powerful sense of being watched. They must have left, Guiyu deduced after scanning the area and finding nothing unusual. Nie Xiaoyan approached, noticing the pile of zombie corpses. What sort of people could they be? Guiyu responded, superhumans, with extraordinary abilities, but we should head to the Eastern Passage. They likely Haven Tigon Its best to avoid direct confrontation. Guiyu's cautious nature shone through. She would not engage in reckless actions without certainty, knowing her words stemmed from careful consideration. The three did not voice any objections, primarily due to their trust in Guiyu, and they climbed into the vehicle to head elsewhere. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent, and Ling Tian and Lu Jingli followed suit. Once outside, Lu Jingli, seemingly curious, fixed her sharp gaze on Ling Tian, questioning could their objective be the crystal cores. Indeed, only the central part of a high-tier zombie's brain can crystallize into cores. I suspect they might have seen the zombies we just eliminated and are now inclined to search elsewhere. Crystal cores are becoming increasingly coveted. Many must be aware of their value and are eager to acquire them. Let us scout nearby to see if there are any first-tier zombies we can handle. All right, Lu Jingli nodded in agreement. As two individuals ventured into the bustling pedestrian streets of the city. They arrived at a crossroads, whereupon encountering a horde of zombies that had been wreaking havoc for several days, even the more seasoned among them were nearly paralyzed with fear. The once vibrant street lay in utter disarray. Now a haunting tableau of devastation, with an endless sea of the undead stretching as far as the eye could see. This was undoubtedly a breeding ground for the majority of the zombies. Only a handful roamed the various districts of the city, particularly active during the night, which served as their prime hunting hours. Lu Jingli was drenched in cold sweat, while Ling Tian placed her finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. In a conspicuous spot among the ghastly mob, a woman, her face smeared with viscous blood, staggered like a ghost, emitting ghastly sounds between the zombies. Her white tank top was saturated with blood, with only the straps hinting at its original color, while her thighs and arms bore gnaw marks that exposed bone. Was this not Huang Yanlin, who coveted the protagonist's jade pendant? How had she succumbed to zombification and found herself among the undead? Lu Jingli seemed to recognize her, taking a moment to recover from her shock. Just the day before, two women had pleaded to enter their safe zone at the base where she once resided. It was she who had granted them entry, likely due to their inability to remain in their previous abode. Ling Tian spoke cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. This Huang Yanlin must have been attacked by zombies to have ended up like this. Lu Jingli's thoughts wandered, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She had never imagined that Yanlin's fate would lead her to such a grim conclusion. Her brow occasionally furrowed, feeling rivulets of cold sweat trickle down her spine. It was only fair that she faced the consequences of her actions. We should leave this place quickly. Lingering here may attract the attention of the zombies. Lu Jingli cast a conflicted glance at Huang Yanlin amidst the horde, pursing her lips and saying, "Then let us depart." Chapter 75. Second stage, zombie. Fortunately, the throng of zombies was not too close to their safe haven. As Ling Tian and Lu Jingli approached, the stench of blood grew increasingly intense, a chilling sense of danger suddenly enveloping them. Indeed, upon reaching the intersection, a zombie emitted a ghastly growl, surprising them with its clean skin. Although devoid of color, its eyes shone dark and bright like those of an ordinary human. Judging by its appearance, the man seemed to be in his 20s. The zombie merely growled lightly for a moment, not advancing to attack, but instead raised an eyebrow at them, wiping the blood from its mouth and curling its lips into a smirk. "Oh, two exquisite morsels, are we?" As the zombie spoke, Lu Jingli stared in disbelief at its pallid face, her expression one of utter confusion. "You're a zombie, aren't you? How can you speak?" Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her lips pressed tightly together. This was dire. Aside from the first stage zombies, the second and third stages possessed not only heightened intelligence and senses, but also the ability to speak. More alarmingly, they could summon hordes of zombies to act as their minions. The only distinction was that second stage zombies lacked superpowers, whereas third stage zombies did. Although second stage zombies could exert a psychological pressure that instilled fear, it paled in comparison to the third stage, which could interfere with human brainwaves, leaving individuals paralyzed with fear before even launching an attack. Unless one possessed an aura that could match a third stage zombie, death would come swiftly and without warning. Such a level of zombie was exceedingly rare, and encountering one was a stroke of ill fortune. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the putrid stench of decaying flesh, causing Ling Tian and Lu Jingli to grimace in unison, nearly retching. The sky above the city was unexpectedly filled with crows, their size several times larger than ordinary ones, producing a bizarre and hoarse cacophony that seemed to herald misfortune, who claimed that zombies could not speak. The zombie licked its crimson lips, scrutinizing Lu Jingli and Ling Tian's frantic expressions. "How could you compare those inferior zombies to me?" Such delightful expressions. Lu Jingli couldn't help but marvel, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Therefore, this zombie must indeed be a second stage one. Not far off lay a horde of zombies, and if he summoned them, it would spell disaster. Ling Tian felt the zombie's intense gaze upon her. Even though it made no move to attack, she was overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety, her heart racing wildly. The protagonist was merely a first-stage superhuman, and she had yet to level up. If a formidable antagonist were to appear, she might not stand a chance. Yet, curiously, the zombie's eyes held no malice, only a sense of intrigue. With a steadying breath, she mustered her courage and spoke. "Since we have crossed paths, esteemed zombie brother, you see we mean you no harm. You may continue your lunch, and we shall take our leave. Does that sound agreeable?" Should that not suffice, the protagonist bore a protective aura that would shield her from harm. But Ling Tian was acutely aware that she might not be so fortunate. This moment, She fervently prayed for the protagonist's aura to manifest swiftly and safeguard her. The zombie, having savored its meal, glanced at the unfinished corpse on the ground, narrowing its eyes and stating, "Today, I am in a good mood. I am not the type to attack on sight. Therefore, I shall let you go, on one condition." What condition? Upon hearing that they might be spared, Ling Tian felt a slight relief wash over her. Thankfully, this zombie was not merely a mindless glutton. It appeared fortunate that he was satiated at that moment. Observing the cold steel knife in Ling Tian's hand, stained with the dark blood of the undead, he smirked, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "That knife you possess, I have a great desire for it. Might I inquire if you would part with it?" His tone was gentlemanly, and, at that moment, he appeared less like a mutated zombie and more like an ordinary man that a flash of inspiration struck Ling Tian, and she blurted out, "Very well." The knife was of little consequence. Preserving her life was paramount. Lu Jingli was taken aback by her readiness to comply, yet an unsettling premonition told her that the zombie before them was formidable, even without making any overtly aggressive moves. Then catch. For safety's sake, Ling Tian hurled the knife toward the zombie. In a swift, almost effortless motion, the zombie leaped and caught the handle with ease, completing the action in one fluid motion. Chapter 76. A fortunate misfortune having relinquished the cold steel knife, Ling Tian noticed a faint wisp of black smoke surrounding the zombie. Her eyes widened in horror as she grasped Lu Jingli's hand and instinctively retreated several paces. Lu Jingli, perplexed, asked, "What is it?" Ling Tian's face turned pale as her heart raced, her body trembling. "That is a second-stage zombie. The black gas surrounding him is zombie toxin that we cannot afford to get too close. We must maintain a safe distance to avoid infection." The man's ears perked slightly, pausing in his admiration of the knife, a flicker of surprise crossing his bloodless visage. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about high-tier zombies. You even recognize my zombie toxin. The previous superhumans who approached me met their demise due to this very toxin." Shaking his head in dismay, he continued, "Regrettably, this toxin is a skill I cannot control. I am unable to repress it." Ling Tian felt a surge of terror wash over her, the pressure emanating from him rendering her breathless. This zombie bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human, and though he displayed no overt intent to kill, his words dripped with menace and an unsettling charm, suggesting he was adept at concealment. The superhumans he mentioned had likely already fallen victim to him. "You have the knife now. Can we leave?" The man nodded, once more appraising Ling Tian's figure, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. Yet he uttered no further words. High-tier zombies lacked certain human desires. Having shed their human identities, they resembled individuals afflicted with emotional disorders, devoid of the capacity for love or empathy, utterly indifferent to such notions that it was as though all organs responsible for emotion had ceased to function. She understood this. His gaze harbored no longing or desire, only curiosity and a chilling coldness. Once they were safely distanced, Ling Tian released Lu Jingli's wrist, still feeling a chill along her spine. This was the second time someone had instilled in her such a feeling. Aside from the formidable antagonist, if second-stage zombies were this intimidating, how much more fearsome would third-stage zombies be? Lu Jingli fared little better. Perhaps due to her status as a first-stage superhuman, her psychological resilience surpassed Ling Tian's, though her complexion was slightly pale. "Oh, you mean that zombie is a second-stage one? Is he very powerful?" "Extremely powerful. He is not something we can contend with." Ling Tian wiped the beads of cold sweat from her forehead, never anticipating that they would escape from a second-stage zombie. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune that turned fortuitous. Ling Tian had initially intended to venture out in search of first-stage zombies, to slay a few ordinary ones and gain experience, hoping for an opportunity to level up her powers. As a result, not only did she fail to encounter a first-tier zombie, showing no signs of an ability upgrade, but she also fortuitously ran into a second-tier zombie, which was utterly life-threatening. Oh, why must her luck be so dismal when the villainous overlord is not by her side? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and by the time Ling Tian and Lu Jingli reached the entrance of the safe zone, several individuals had gathered by the gate. Among them were Cheng Yingzhua, accompanied by Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, whose handsome visage was clouded with a sullen expression, devoid of any emotion. Upon drawing closer, Ling Tian realized that the male lead was present as well. Along with several loyal companions, that it was no wonder the villain felt perturbed upon encountering the male lead. After all, they were sworn enemies in the original text. Ling Tian disregarded any embarrassment, boldly approaching and embracing Chung Yingzua's waist. He seemed unscathed, despite his less-than-ideal mood. Chung Yingzua still showed concern for his foolish little sister to know. Ling Tian replied, releasing him and shaking her head, her gaze lifting to his distinctly shaped chin as she softly suggested, "Perhaps next time, you could accompany me, brother." "All right," Chung Yingzua replied, tenderly smoothing her long hair, straightening it out. This moment, the onlookers felt a palpable discomfort. Upon seeing Wang Junjie, Lu Jingli's eyes betrayed her confusion, her brows subtly arching in surprise. Wasn't he that man from before? What was he doing here? Chapter 77. A long road ahead. Gong Wei, standing nearby, felt no awkwardness and directly interjected, "Since Mr. Cheng's sister has arrived, let us conclude our conversation here. I hope Mr. Cheng can properly accommodate Mr. Xiao, and I shall take my leave." With that, Gong Wei exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Junjie before striding ahead, instructing his subordinates to follow him through the gate. Xiao Junjie lifted his gaze to Lu Jingli, taking several steps toward her. As he approached, he slightly bent forward, and it seemed as though the sunlight itself was drawn into his smile, radiating brilliance and beauty. "Are you with them?" Lu Jingli retreated a couple of steps, her lips pressed together. "And if I am, what of it?" Though Yi Qin and Hu Hanshang displayed no outward signs of surprise, internally they were taken aback. It was rare for a woman to elicit such proactivity from Lao Jie, aside from matters of interest. Yet, to witness him smile in such a manner was unprecedented. They were well aware of Lao Jie's usual self-discipline, his personal life being no exception. That in the time since the apocalypse, they had not once seen Xiao Junjie entangled with a woman. "I don't want anything in particular. I merely wish to know you. I told you my name before, and now that we've crossed paths again, shouldn't you share yours with me?" Xiao Junjie's eyes curved gently as he spoke, his tone soft. "Surely you wouldn't deny me this courtesy?" Lu Jingli's crystalline gaze fell, and she let out a quiet sigh. Lu Jingli, standing beside Chung Yingzua, Yi Zixing could not help but clench his fists, his brows knitting together in displeasure, an inexplicable discomfort surging within him. Huang Xiaoyi caught sight of his younger brother's unwavering gaze fixed on Lu Jingli, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Ling Tian, somewhat distressed by the scene before her, felt a twinge of excitement mixed with complexity. Initially, the male lead had approached the female lead due to her impressive abilities, intending to utilize her. Coupled with the innate desire for conquest that most male leads possessed, the female lead's lack of overt affection only made her more intriguing to him, leading him to unwittingly develop feelings for her. Based on this dialogue, it seemed the male and female leads had indeed met before, though she had not been present. Yet the male lead's manipulation of the female lead left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Turning her gaze to Chung Yingzua, she found his attention unwaveringly fixed on her, never once acknowledging the flirtation between the male and female leads, causing her heart to skip a beat. Mr. Chung has exquisite taste. Not only does he have such a wonderful sister, but his choice of companions is commendable as well. I find myself increasingly looking forward to our collaboration. Xiao Junjie's expression brightened, his gaze laden with unspoken expectations. What collaboration? Ling Tian pondered, bewildered. Did the villainous overlord intend to collaborate with the male lead? Wasn't Gong Wei averse to the Xiao family? How then could he align himself with Xiao Junjie? This development was absent in the original text. The male lead typically brought the female lead along with his team for development. Furthermore, given the Xiao family's unworthy heir, they would naturally prefer the male lead as their successor for the sake of maintaining their prestigious status. With the Xiao family, a powerful and illustrious lineage, backing him, external support would become unnecessary. Why then was Xiao Junjie interested in collaborating with Gong Wei? The plot was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her, driving Ling Tian to the brink of frustration. Uncertainty often breeds an involuntary sense of trepidation. Casting a cold glance at Xiao Junjie, her eyes dimmed and her lips pressed together without warmth. "That is a collaboration between you and Gong Wei." Not involving me. Lu Jingli promptly followed suit, not lingering any longer. Lao Jia, is he the psychic superhuman you mentioned? Once they had departed, Hu Hanchang finally spoke that, indeed, that it seems this individual is not particularly welcoming of you. Yi Qin remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin, expressing his concerns. Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and resolute. In no matter. The future is long, and it is a win-win situation. Ultimately, it is not a losing endeavor. Chapter 78. A secret. The precise reasons behind the male lead's alliance with Gong Wei remained elusive. Gong Wei appeared intent on concealing something, aside from wishing for a harmonious interaction between the villain and the male lead. There was no clear explanation for the collaboration. Gong Wei merely cited that Xiao Junjie could be of assistance, informing Cheng Yingzhua that the male lead would also be one of their partners. Cheng Yingzhua showed little interest, as long as it did not impede his interests. He was indifferent at AS for his sour demeanor. It stemmed solely from a personal dislike for the male lead. It was likely that the incident from that day had left the villain feeling somewhat conflicted regarding the male lead. Ling Tian felt a profound sense of anguish. After all, the male lead was undoubtedly the protagonist imbued with fortune throughout the narrative. Cultivating a favorable relationship with him might perhaps alter the villain's fate as well. If she could simply avoid obstructing the male lead's development, she might find herself in a position akin to that of a loving family, just like the female lead. With this thought in mind, Ling Tian resolved to find an opportunity to mend the rift between the villain and the male lead. In a dim corner of a secure base, warm light had long been forsaken, leaving the room shrouded in chill. Under the feeble white light, several indistinct figures emerged on the floor. No, they could not merely be called silhouettes, but rather beings engaged in a brutal struggle. Within this space lay various experimental containers reflecting cold glimmers, while a sealed cold storage room housed a plethora of unknown colored substances, the center of a specialized storage platform. A myriad of colorful crystal nuclei sparkled brilliantly. The man stood outside the bulletproof glass, observing a printed data report. Clad in a white lab coat, with shoulder-length, graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared to be of considerable age. The bulletproof glass was splattered with blood, his complexion darkened, and his body bore numerous scratches, signs of infection even among superhumans. Xiao Junjie could not suppress a frown, hastening to the man's side and inquiring sternly, "Professor Yu, why have you placed superhumans in there?" It allows for optimal data acquisition that I have discovered that when first-tier zombies engage in combat with superhumans, their power reaches its zenith. In this state, the superhuman's energy is perfectly exposed, and should a zombie consume the flesh and blood of a superhuman in this condition, its strength will multiply. Professor Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he spoke softly. Moreover, the crystal nuclei within the zombies' brains evolve at a far faster rate than if they simply consumed human flesh. I believe that within a short time, we can create a puppet third-tier zombie. By then, even if our experiments are discovered, no one will be able to stop us. Also, Xiao, let me share a secret. Crystal nuclei can also form within the brains of superhumans, fostering their combat, allowing them to enhance their experiences. When the time comes for a breakthrough in their powers, the nuclei will gradually form. A smug smile curled at Professor Yu's lips as he set down the report, his gaze fixed on the fierce competition unfolding behind the bulletproof glass. Look, these two first-tier superhumans are my meticulously cultivated fodder. Should the zombies consume their flesh and blood, not only will they upgrade, but we can effortlessly acquire crystal nuclei as well. Xiao Junjie's expression darkened, losing its previous brightness, revealing a hint of reluctance. Superhumans are still normal humans. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Professor Yu nodded, his tone laden with significance. Xiao, I have always known you aspire to prove yourself as superior to the heir cultivated by the Xiao family. Now, the Xiao family has begun to take notice of you. He sighed. If you do not seize the opportunity to enhance your abilities and intimidate those from the Xiao family, given their esteemed lineage, someone will undoubtedly undermine you from behind. It seemed he had struck a chord. As Xiao Junjie's brows furrowed, his handsome face clouding with a solemn expression. You are right, he could no longer afford to be looked down upon. Chapter 79. Unable to speak after just a few days, Cheng Yingzhua packed his toiletries, and after Ling Tian placed these items into the space, he took her hand and led her outside. Waiting at the door was Gong Wei, accompanied by a few gatekeepers. While Chen Jinxiang had also prepared her essentials, strangely, Gong Wei did not say much. Once they got into the vehicle, Ling Tian was forcibly separated from the female lead and through the rear window. She caught a glimpse of Yi Jiaxu, her eyes dimming with sorrow. She couldn't comprehend the purpose behind this meeting, but she truly wished to avoid the bothersome presence of both Chen Jinxiang and Yi Jiaxu. She wondered if they would cling to her again, lamenting their plight and uttering distasteful words. Furrowing her brows, Ling Tian turned to Cheng Yingzhu and asked with curiosity, "Brother, where are we going?" "Of course. We're going to hunt zombies. The northern region has a higher prevalence of first-tier zombies. Gong Wei wishes to collect crystal cores on a large scale and has invited me to join him. This is a splendid opportunity for you to indulge in some zombie slaying." Ling Tian pouted, feeling at a loss for words. The issue was that she didn't know how to articulate her thoughts. Her desire to hunt zombies stemmed solely from the wish to upgrade her abilities, not from an actual fondness for the act itself. If given the choice, she would prefer not to kill zombies at all, as it felt akin to being in a horror film each time. Given the villainous nature of the antagonist, he probably assumed she reveled in this activity. With a faint smile, Ling Tian disregarded Cheng Yingzhu's increasingly intense gaze and turned to look out the car window. Coincidentally, in her line of sight, she noticed Xiao Junji's vehicle approaching. Her expression shifted. The male lead's sudden collaboration with Gong Wei left her bewildered. Everything felt somewhat illogical. What could possibly lead the male lead to ally with Gong Wei? Surely, it couldn't be to get closer to the female lead, as she was confident that the male lead did not harbor such strong feelings for her yet. There was certainly some fondness. But at present, his focus seemed to lie more on personal gain than on romantic interests. Although she was unsure of his intentions, this might present a good opportunity. Ling Tian's large eyes sparkled with mischief and delight, her satisfaction evident on her face. "Are you happy to see him?" Cheng Yingzhu was infuriated, his icy gaze directed at Xiao Junjie through the window, growing increasingly displeased. That fellow wasn't even half as handsome as he was. What was there to admire? Huang Xiaoi, who was driving, along with Yi Zixing in the passenger seat, could sense the tension and unconsciously swallowed hard. No, I'm just happy for my brother. Brother, aside from you, I could truly haven't develop feelings for anyone else. No one can compare to you. A slight smile graced Cheng Yingzhu's lips, his mood lifting as if the earlier gloom had dissipated at the sound of her sweet words. Is there any way to express that? Huh. Ling Tian was taken aback, noticing the ambiguous glint in Cheng Yingzhu's eyes as he leaned closer, his face steadily approaching hers. Suddenly, she understood his intentions, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. That scoundrel was indeed trying to take advantage of her. Even though there were 4 people in the car, with 2 of them as spectators, it felt rather embarrassing for a girl from the 21st century whose emotional experiences were as blank as a canvas and whose heart was pure. It felt impossible to engage in such intimate gestures in front of others. And no matter how thick her skin was, she disliked performing such shameful acts publicly. Seeing her hesitation, Cheng Yingzhu remained silent, merely fixing her with a stern gaze that conveyed his displeasure. The next moment, if she didn't act, it would no longer be as simple as merely kissing her cheek. Ling Tian deciphered his expression, her eyes darting nervously between the 2 men in front of her as she inhaled deeply. She closed her eyes, pouting her lips slightly, and gradually leaned towards his handsome profile. Cheng Yingzhu wrapped an arm around her waist, his exquisitely shaped lips brushing against her smooth, pale face. His soft lips moved to her flushed earlobe, his voice low and husky. "You're too slow." His eyes, brimming with emotion, seemed ready to overflow with desire as he leaned in closer, gently pecking her cool, red lips, warm and moist. Once it was over, Ling Tian's lips trembled, her confidence evaporating, as she buried her face in Cheng Yingzhu's chest, her ears and neck flushed with embarrassment. All she could hear was his low, seductive laughter ringing in her ears. Chapter 80. Changing targets upon exiting the vehicle, Ling Tian observed that the northern region was predominantly forested. Despite its sparse population, she couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous would occur. She scanned the crowd for Cheng Yingzhu's figure. Yet it was unnecessary to search. The perfect man naturally radiated an aura that drew attention wherever he went. Today, he donned casual attire, and even in ordinary clothing. He appeared remarkably stylish, leaving no flaws to be found. Chun Jinxiang's heart raced as she glanced at Ling Tian beside him, her initially joyful expression darkening. Why did Ling Tian get to have such an attractive man? She was undoubtedly more charming than that scheming wench. Just as Chun Jinxiang sulked, she suddenly spotted a man among the crowd who could rival Cheng Yingzhu. Taken aback, she marveled at the man's chiseled features, his rugged handsomeness distinct from Cheng Yingzhu's cool elegance, exuding a brightness that made him more approachable. This alluring charm constantly captivated her. Soon, Xiao Jun noticed someone staring at him. The gaze was somewhat overt, and he frowned uncomfortably, glancing towards the source of the intense scrutiny. A woman, reasonably attractive, but it was the look in her eyes that was unmistakable to any man. Chun Jinxiang fixated on Xiao Junjia's noble demeanor, her heart racing as he turned his gaze in her direction, causing her to beam with delight. This was the second time she found herself drawn to a man besides Cheng Yingzhu. If she could, she would leap into his arms right now, yearning for his affection. Xiao Junjia exchanged a brief glance with Chun Jinxiang, his expression displeased as he quickly averted his gaze. Chun Jinxiang approached him, her eyes glued to his handsome profile, licking her lips. "Hello, sir. My name is Chun Jinxiang. That I don't believe we've met before. May I ask who you are?" Xiao Junjia. Despite his displeasure, Xiao Junjia maintained a polite smile. "What a lovely name," Chun Jinxiang managed to say, suppressing her excitement. "Mr. Xiao, as a healing-type superpower user, I'm unable to protect myself. May I accompany you?" "A mysterious type. Is it? I should have known there was a healing-type superpower user in Gongwei's team. Could it be her? How utterly untrustworthy." Xiao Junjia's gaze darkened as he scrutinized her overly dramatic expression. "Miss Chun, you are, after all, Wei Ji's person. Such statements might lead to misunderstandings. While healing-type superpower users possess significant utility, he had no interest in associating with someone he could not trust." Chun Jinxiang's smile faltered as she contemplated how to convey her helpfulness to Xiao Junjia, but her attempts fell flat. He simply greeted her before seeking out Gongwei. With Gongwei around, how could she dare to follow? Meanwhile, Ling Tian had been watching the two with keen interest, raising an eyebrow. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she observed Chun Jinxiang, who likely felt her attempts to seduce the antagonist had failed and was now shifting her focus to the male lead. Such shamelessness was becoming increasingly common in this day and age. Shifting her gaze to the completely oblivious female lead, she angrily approached Lu Jingli and gave her shoulder a push. Lu Jingli looked bewildered. "What's wrong?" With a sigh, Ling Tian replied. "Xiao Jingli. What do you think of Xiao Junjia?" "What do you mean?" Lu Jingli, slightly confused, responded. "I don't know him well. Why was the female lead so dense?" Ling Tian felt exasperated and decided to be straightforward. "I think you and Xiao Junjia are quite compatible. You should give it a try." Lu Jingli's face flushed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected topic. It was normal to feel shy. Ling Tian paid no heed to her surprise or bashfulness. She was determined to clarify matters swiftly. "Xiao Junjia seems to have a strong interest in you. Perhaps he likes you." Her goal was to ensure that Chun Jinxiang, that scoundrel, had no opportunity to undermine her. Chapter 81. Sowing Discord. Tian. "Have you misunderstood something?" Lu Jingli exclaimed, her eyes wide as she shook her head. "That I don't like Mr. Xiao. Could you please stop saying such things?" "Oh, my dear Lu, how can you know you don't like him if you haven't even made an effort to get to know him?" Lu Jingli pressed her lips together and replied nonchalantly. "Mr. Xiao seems like a good person, but he's just not suitable for me." Ling Tian felt troubled. How could the female lead possess no feelings for the male lead? On the contrary, it seemed that the mere mention of him caused her to react with resistance. That moment, Chun Jinxiang also noticed Ling Tian conversing with Lu Jingli. Cheng Yingzhu had gone to find Gongwei, likely oblivious to the unfolding scene. Spotting that the woman beside Ling Tian was also quite attractive, pure, clean, and exuding an air of elegance that contrasted sharply with Ling Tian's beauty, Chun Jinxiang felt a pang of jealousy. One Cheng Tian was already enough, and now another unknown woman had appeared, causing Chun Jinxiang to feel even more envious. She recalled that before their departure, Gong Wei had advised her to avoid any conflicts with Ling Tian and to strive for a harmonious atmosphere. She swallowed her irritation. Tian, have you made a new friend? Adjusting her demeanor, Chen Jinxiang swept her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile, her voice soft. I didn't expect her to be quite beautiful. Though not as beautiful as you. Ling Tian observed her feigned cordiality and the insinuations hidden within her words, clearly aimed at sowing discord. I am not as stunning as Tian. Indeed, Tian is beautiful both inside and out. Lu Jingli remained unaffected by Chen Jinxiang's comments. Although the words stung Chen Jinxiang, she quickly regained her composure and offered Ling Tian a friendly and generous smile. Tian, do you still remember what I told you? Whenever you need, I will always be there to assist you. What are you talking about? Lu Jingli asked, perplexed, furrowing her brow. She felt that this woman spoke in a rather sarcastic tone that of course you wouldn't understand. That's a little secret between me and Tian. How would a newcomer like you know how close we used to be? Chen Jinxiang's face beamed with pride, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes, as if to suggest that she alone understood Cheng Tian. Ling Tian could barely suppress a laugh as she gently comforted Lu Jingli. Chen Jinxiang, Miss Chen, are we so familiar with one another? Please refrain from calling me Tian so affectionately. I fear I might have nightmares tonight. Tian. Chen Jinxiang panicked, wondering what this wretched person intended. Moreover, if you dare to speak that way to me again, I won't hesitate to slap you in front of everyone, for you seem to revel in spreading rumors. With that, Ling Tian strode forward, raising her palm as if she were about to strike her across the face in full view of the crowd. Ah! Chen Jinxiang instinctively shut her eyes, crying out in fear, her body instinctively recoiling that I haven't even struck yet. Why are you retreating? Ling Tian's gaze grew colder. This Chen Jinxiang was truly a troublemaker, relishing in her own theatrics. She hadn't even made a move yet. Just then, Yi Jiaxu happened to pass by, and Chen Jinxiang, like a startled rabbit, quickly darted behind him. Tears streamed down her face as she pitifully tugged at Yi Jiaxu's sleeve. Speaking in a delicate tone, Jiaxu, please, stop her. She wants to hit me. Ling Tian lowered her arm, letting out a cold laugh. I haven't even laid a hand on you, and you're already playing the victim? Now you're calling for reinforcements? This has nothing to do with me. Why Yi Jiaxu's expression was one of bitterness as he shook off Chen Jinxiang's grasp, his eyes reflecting only disappointment, devoid of the pure affection he once held. Chen Jinxiang's gaze turned icy as she failed to comprehend Yi Jiaxu's sudden coldness. She hurriedly caught hold of his hand, gazing sorrowfully at his handsome face. This Chen Jinxiang was a classic case of wanting both the bowl and the pot, all while wearing a green hat on Yi Jiaxu. Ling Tian wore a mocking smile. Yet regrettably, with Gong Wei present, dealing with her was a challenge. If she were an ordinary person, she would merely be a woman to Gong Wei. However, Chen Jinxiang was a healing-type superhuman, and thus held some value. Had it not been for this consideration, Ling Tian would have already slapped her, making her aware of her place and deterring her from continuing her bothersome antics. Chapter 82. Mutual communication having grown weary of Chen Jinxiang's demeanor, it wasn't long before Ling Tian decided to take Lu Jingli to find Cheng Yingzhua. Should Chen Jinxiang dare to approach again, she would certainly slap her in front of Gong Wei. However, this time, Chen Jinxiang did not attempt to ingratiate herself with Ling Tian. Nearby, several tents had been set up, and the group took a moment to rest. While others patrolled the area to avert any potential dangers, the dense trees and thick underbrush served as excellent cover in the event of a zombie attack. Cheng Yingzhua's team naturally joined this operation, and Ling Tian followed suit. The forest was vast, with other teams scattering to explore various directions. Cheng Yingzhua summoned his mental energy, extending it outward through mental tendrils that reached into the surroundings. Seemingly detecting something, his expression changed, and a dark figure, moving with lightning speed, lunged toward Cheng Yingzhua's team. Be careful. Everyone stay alert. It's a first-level zombie. Huang Xiaoyi reacted swiftly, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from the zombie. Lu Jingli was pulled aside by Yi Zixing. She had sensed something approaching, but had momentarily forgotten to evade when grabbed. She bit her lip and offered a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, and no need for thanks." Yi Zixing's expression subtly shifted before returning to its usual seriousness. He shook his head as if it were of little consequence. Having missed his target, the zombie grew agitated, its long, sharp claws and gaping maw emitting a piercing, discordant shriek. Lu Jingli and Ling Tian covered their ears. Nearly all superhumans found the sound unbearable, though those accustomed to it had a different story. Lu Jingli caught sight of Yi Zixing as Huang Xiaoyi launched an attack, unleashing earth spikes and flames without hesitation. The zombie, locked in a fierce battle with them, was disregarded by Cheng Yingzhua, who merely observed the two combatants, stroking Ling Tian's hair as if petting a well-behaved puppy. "Brother, are you not going to help?" Ling Tian inquired, recalling how her hair would soon be tousled by Cheng Yingzhua's actions, feeling a bit helpless. Fine then." Ling Tian decided to let them handle it themselves. After all, she couldn't spare the time at that moment. Lu Jingli quickly adjusted her stance, gathering a surge of electricity in her palm and directing it at the zombie's head, shielded by simultaneous attacks. The zombie had nowhere to evade. It turned its head, attempting to block the lightning with its hand, only to have its arm charred to a crisp, a viscous black liquid oozing out, triggering a chain reaction that left it convulsing. Electrocuted, the zombie became sluggish, unable to evade the fireballs and earth spikes hurled by Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi. The zombie's limbs were charred and decayed, its black, viscous pus releasing a foul stench. As the air was gradually permeated by the odor of long-decomposed corpses, that black liquid was surely the zombie's blood. However, before they could revel in their small victory, a rustling sound echoed from deeper within the forest. Cheng Yingzhua furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss in the air, he extended his mental tendrils to ensnare Huang Xiaoyi, Yi Zixing, and Lu Jingli, pulling them closer to him. The injured zombie struggled for a moment, its grotesque face still displaying an expression of malice despite its numerous wounds and the overwhelming stench it emitted. With visible speed, two zombies leapt from the trees, creating deep craters upon landing. The trio of zombies, baring their teeth and claws, emitted ghastly sounds as they fixated on the superhumans. Ling Tian observed the three first-level zombies exchanging discordant shrieks, as if engaged in communication. Could it be that first-level zombies possessed an understanding of their kind's language? Though they could not articulate words like second-level zombies, they seemed to grasp the basic communication among their peers. To witness such a phenomenon in her lifetime was a complex experience for Ling Tian, plunging her into contemplation. While first-level zombies were capable of basic communication, they could not comprehend human speech. Once infected by the virus, they perceived humans solely as food, drawn to the scent as if it were a delicacy, regardless of whether it was actually edible. Chapter 83. Controlling first-level zombies. The three zombies, filled with murderous intent, fixed their gaze upon the superhumans. Two of them, agile as monkeys, swiftly scaled the trees, while one quickly concealed itself in the underbrush. As Ling Tian realized the zombies had vanished from sight, her voice took on a tone of urgency and concern. "Everyone, be cautious. First-level zombies are quite intelligent and understand teamwork." The group became increasingly vigilant, even the slightest disturbance in the wind drawing their attention. Cheng Yingzhua extended his mental tendrils to the tree trunks. The zombies seemed to sense something awry and swiftly shifted their positions, the dense leaves rustling noisily. The heavily injured zombie, its blood scent too pungent, was easily detectable by the superhumans. Lu Jingli was the first to detect the movement, stabilizing a surge of electricity within a nearby clump of grass, 10 meters away. Instantly, the zombie was jolted forward, its body reeking of decay, black smoke wafting from it, viscous liquid seeping from its eyes. The two zombies, sensing the commotion, quickly leaped behind the group, launching simultaneous attacks while their purple, potato-like tongues secreted an unknown transparent liquid. 1 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Dodge. Swiftly. Cheng Yingzhua reacted first, utilizing his ice abilities to freeze the claws that nearly tore Ling Tian's head from her shoulders, then swung his other hand, freezing it just in time. Ling Tian was left bewildered, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. Her face paled in fear, her legs nearly giving way. Sensing the imminent danger, the zombie attempted to flee, yet was ensnared by something, unable to move. Cheng Yingzhua unleashed several mental threads, swiftly extending them towards the zombie's head, breaching its mental defenses. The first-level zombie reacted violently, its shrill roar reverberating through the air. Sweat trickled from Chung Ingzwa's brow, his eyes icy as if battling the zombie within the mental realm. Lu Jingli, along with Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoi, narrowly avoided the zombie's attacks, seizing the opportunity while the injured zombie targeted the weaker Ling Tian. Watch out! She simply lacks the upgraded powers, and it is utterly unfair to bully her like this. Goodness, she is remarkably weak, isn't she? Ling Tian's eyes widened in horror as she found herself trapped between approaching zombies, with no means of escape. Chung Ingzwa's gaze turned fierce, and with a flicker of his eyes, he summoned a barrier of solid ice to freeze the advancing zombies that a puppet-like zombie grasped the nearly incapacitated arm of another, ultimately throwing it forward, causing the creature to crash heavily to the ground. Lu Jingli also noticed the situation, unleashing a bolt of electricity that charred the head of the injured zombie into a crisp. The creature ceased all movement, and a crystalline core gradually formed within the gaps of its brain. The pungent scent overwhelmed Ling Tian, inducing nausea, but she could not bring herself to vomit. She merely covered her mouth, trembling as her body shook. Chung Ingzwa pulled his sister closer, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort, whispering, "It's all right now." After expending considerable effort, the remaining zombies were swiftly dispatched. All the cores were gathered by Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoi, while Chung Ingzwa seemed indifferent to the cores, with one being claimed by Lu Jingli through her own abilities. Upon returning, other squads encountered first-tier zombies as well, and Xiao Junjie was no exception, though he chose to give the acquired core to Gong Wei. Moreover, in an attempt to win the favor of the male protagonist, Chen Jinxiang had also tagged along. One glance at her expression revealed her evident fright. Her beauty ploy had likely failed. Still reeling from terror, Chen Jinxiang had recently learned from Gong Wei's subordinates that Xiao Junjie and his companions were planning an outing. She had perceived this as a splendid opportunity and had eagerly accompanied him, only to discover it was a mission to slay zombies. Had she known, she would never have gone, wishing instead to never lay eyes on those revolting creatures again. To add insult to injury, Xiao Junjie completely ignored her, nearly leaving her to perish at the hands of the zombies. Thankfully, his subordinates were not complete fools. Ling Tian couldn't be bothered to cast a glance in her direction. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, she retreated to her tent, intending to indulge in a restful afternoon nap and unwind thoroughly. Chapter 84. Indeed, a wretched woman, Chen Jinxiang nibbled on her fingers, her expression a mix of distress and helplessness, her thoughts consumed with how to ensnare the big fish that was Xiao Junjie. Although he had not immediately protected her, her irritation dissipated as she realized their relationship had yet to progress further. It was commendable that Xiao Junjie had instructed his teammates to thwart the zombies. How could she expect him to care for her so soon? With this realization, Chen Jinxiang's mood improved considerably, the clouds of her discontent beginning to clear in the next moment. However, she caught sight of Xiao Junjie approaching the woman beside Chen Tian, igniting a fierce anger within her. Chen Jinxiang felt a surge of urgency and quickly followed after him. She would not allow that woman to succeed. If she could not contend with Chen Tian, then she was more than capable of handling this woman. Lu Jingli stood beneath a grand tree, examining the crystalline cores that glimmered like jewels, radiating a brilliant blue light. Such exquisite cores, yet she had no intention of sharing. Suddenly, a pair of polished shoes appeared before her. Lu Jingli blinked in surprise and looked up to see a man with a radiant smile, exuding an air of noble elegance that complemented his tall, slender frame. Quite an astute one, indeed. Xiao Junjie grinned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Did you seek me for something?" Xiao Junjie paused, then replied with a smile, "Is it not permissible to seek you if I have no business? After all, we have met at least once, which makes us acquaintances, does it not?" Lu Jingli lowered her gaze. "Mr. Xiao, our acquaintance is merely superficial. Although we are collaborating now, it does not imply our stances align. I cannot consider us friends." Xiao Junjie's expression darkened slightly. He had underestimated this young lady's perceptiveness. He sighed. "Miss Lu, I believe we have a certain rapport. If possible, I would be keen for you to join my team." Chen Jinxiang, hidden behind another tree nearby, felt a surge of fury upon hearing their prior acquaintance and Xiao Junjia's desire to recruit this seductive woman. It infuriated her to no end, wishing she could slap the wretched creature right then and there. Why did every quality man always seem to have someone else beat her to it? She felt a burning resentment. Just as Lu Jingli was about to decline, Chen Jinxiang could no longer contain herself and rushed over, fearing she would be too late and Lu Jingli would accept. "Mr. Xiao, what are you two discussing?" Chen Jinxiang feigned innocence, appearing as though she were merely a passerby. Curiosity piqued. Lu Jingli regarded her with surprise, puzzled by her sudden appearance. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual conversation." Xiao Jia's amber eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, though he concealed it well. After his mother's death, he had entered society at the age of 17, juggling part-time jobs at bars while striving to complete his education. Having navigated the dazzling world of nightlife for several years, he had built a network of acquaintances and had encountered all manner of women. He could easily discern this woman's intentions. Chen Jinxiang clenched and then released her fists. She was well aware of their discussion. However, Xiao Junjia's casual dismissal was an utter affront to her. "I have no business here. I shall take my leave." Lu Jingli, spotting Chen Jinxiang, decided she could no longer remain. "Hey, don't go." Chen Jinxiang's expression was provocative, yet her demeanor feigned sweetness as she linked her arm with Lu Jingli's, giggling, "You're Tian's good friend." "Which makes you my good friend too. It seems you have a close relationship with Mr. Xiao. Is there something secretive going on?" This provocation nearly drove Chen Jinxiang to the brink of tearing Lu Jingli's innocent face apart. How had she once been unable to compete even for a single book from the Yi family, yet now appeared transformed, flaunting her skills everywhere? What a wretched woman indeed. Chapter 85. A fruitless endeavor. Chen Jinxiang quickly regained her composure. Adopting a pitiful facade, "I thought Tian had mentioned me to you. Although our relationship is strained now, we were once inseparable friends. I never expected her to harbor such disdain for me." With her understanding of men, she believed that if she appeared a bit more vulnerable, it would naturally evoke their protective instincts, making it easy to ensnare Xiao Junjia. Unfortunately, she had underestimated him. Such common tactics would not ensnare him, especially not this old routine. Lu Jingli frowned at her words, ready to retort, but Xiao Junjia interjected, "Miss Chen, it is best not to involve personal matters with outsiders. They may not wish to listen." In just a few words, he had brazenly pierced through Chen Jinxiang's concealed intentions, leaving her utterly bewildered. How could he respond in such a manner? Realizing her ploy had failed, her frustration boiled over. She resolved that this man, like Cheng Yingzhua, was not easy prey and that a new strategy was needed. I have no such intentions." Chen Jinxiang's expression stiffened before quickly shifting to a feigned sweetness. "Mr. Xiao, you are so considerate of others' feelings. It can't be for yourself, but surely for this young lady?" She gazed at Xiao Junjia's flawless, handsome face, a pang of bitterness swelling within her. She was the one who could be most helpful to them. Why must she always assist these wretched women instead? Now even Yi Jia Shu no longer heeded her. Lu Jingli momentarily froze, feeling increasingly awkward and eager to escape the uncomfortable situation. Xiao Junjia glanced at her, remarking coolly, "There is no particular reason. I merely find it impolite." "Impolite? Is it that you find her impolite?" Chen Jinxiang's eyes were bloodshot with rage, her veins taut with fury. Lu Jingli sensed the situation was deteriorating and sought an opportunity to leave this awkward place. And just then, the opportunity presented itself. "Miss Lu, Mr. Cheng requests your presence." Yi Zixing approached from a distance, his expression devoid of any emotion. Lu Jingli, eager for knowledge, replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you at once." Watching her walk away with someone else stirred an inexplicable sensation within Xiao Junjia. A tightness in his chest, as if something of great importance had been snatched from him. Chen Jinxiang was nothing if not thick-skinned. A few words would not deter her. At most, she would feel a fleeting discomfort before moving on. Her psychological resilience was formidable. "Mr. Xiao, I overheard you earlier. You wish for her to join your team. Do you not fear that Cheng Yingzhua will find out? The more unattainable something becomes, the more one craves it. Is this not human nature, Xiao Junjie remained silent and departed. He felt no fear of Chen Jinxiang revealing anything. She lacked the courage, and even if she did, her solitary testimony would be hard to believe. In this time of mutual collaboration, her attempts at sowing discord would only provoke Gong Wei's wrath, a foolish endeavor indeed. Alone, Chen Jinxiang fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, trampling the grass beneath her. Passers-by glanced at her bewildered antics, casting her incredulous looks. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before." Chen Jinxiang shot them a glare and huffed, striding away with an air of elegance. Inside the tent, Chang Ingzui shed his weariness and found his sister already nestled in her sleeping bag. A smile tugged at his lips. Suddenly, he embraced Ling Tian, drawing her into his warm embrace, gently stroking her head. Ling Tian, in a light slumber, initially startled, soon recognized him and nestled comfortably against him. "Brother, I feel so useless. Even with my powers, I still need your protection." Ling Tian encircled his sturdy waist, softly pressing against him, her heart laden with unspoken worries. "It's all right. Things will get better, if it really comes to it. Brother will always protect you and take care of you," he assured in a steady, magnetic voice. While his words brought her comfort, an underlying fear crept in her mind. What if brother were no longer there to protect me? Lacking the ability to safeguard myself, would I not become a victim of bullying? Pouting, Ling Tian playfully remarked, "Perhaps I should learn more skills, lest I become so well protected by you that I wouldn't even know how to face danger. Our sweet Tian Tian is becoming independent. What a cause for celebration." Chang Yingzhu pinched her cheek, yet the depths of his gaze betrayed an intense fervor. His other hand slipped under her shirt hem, leaving her abdomen feeling cool and oddly ticklish. Unable to withstand such stimulation since childhood, Ling Tian trembled and burst into laughter. "Huh. Don't do that, brother. I can't take it." Chang Yingzhu held her firmly in his embrace, not permitting her escape. Once he relented, Ling Tian's ears flushed crimson, her voice weakened. How utterly embarrassing. Finally, having brought Lu Jingli to a quieter spot, he awkwardly scratched his head and said apologetically, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry Mr. Chung didn't call for you. I took the liberty of intervening when I saw you in trouble. It's quite all right. I should be thanking you." Lu Jingli replied, shaking her head, her clear and bright gaze dancing across his face as though conveying her lack of concern. Her crystalline eyes, coupled with the refreshing aura she exuded, painted a beautiful picture, captivating Yi Zixing's attention. A strange feeling unfurled within him. Extending throughout his being, he had assumed he merely regarded this young girl as a friend or comrade. For her abilities were more than commendable, surpassing many male superhumans. She was lovely, gentle, pure, and sweet, radiating an ethereal beauty that was both refreshing and otherworldly, making her seem almost untouchable. Perhaps it was his own insecurities. He had never encountered such feelings before. Since childhood, he had been taken to a special training camp, witnessing the harshness of the world during missions. Being selected meant his parents would receive sustenance. That was enough. People like him were raised to serve, unworthy of any beauty in life. That it was only after his parents' demise that he realized he had been deceived. Gradually, he began to understand the ugly truths behind those who had manipulated him. The training camp grew increasingly sinister, with newcomers being captured under mysterious circumstances, leaving no opportunity for investigation. Knowing he could not combat such forces alone, he followed Huang Xiaoyi in search of a new path. Yet, every time he saw her in close proximity to other men, discomfort and a tinge of envy stirred within him. Thus, when he spotted her with Xiao Junjie, his instinct was to whisk her away from him. Something had shifted, leaving him bewildered. This moment, Yi Zixing found himself entranced, instinctively reaching out toward Lu Jingli, his long, cold fingers gently caressing her cheek. Lu Jingli paused, feeling the chill of his touch, instinctively furrowing her brow in an attempt to brush it away. He was 23. She thought of the age gap between them and how ordinary he appeared, questioning why such strange thoughts would arise. In truth, Yi Zixing was not unattractive. He bore a masculine charm that gave an impression of security. Lu Jingli did not dislike his touch. She simply found herself taken aback. Noticing his lowered gaze, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You haven't committed any grave sin, so why the need to bow your head?" As she spoke, she gently lifted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. The warmth of her hand contrasted sharply with his icy touch, while Zixing remained outwardly impassive, yet a swell of joy and excitement surged within him. I was disrespectful just now. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be nervous, a sensation he had never experienced even during his initial training at the camp, where he learned to shoot rabbits. It's nothing, Mr. Yi, that I'm not an old-fashioned girl. You don't need to marry me or anything, Lu Jingli joked, only to realize the implications of her words and nearly bite her tongue in embarrassment. What had she just said? Oh no, Mr. Yi must think she meant something else. The misunderstanding was monumental. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Jingli's face flushed bright red, her cheeks ablaze as she hurriedly explained. I was just making a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Then, recalling something, she added, also, Mr. Yi, please don't bow your head like that in the future. It not only appears subservient, but also diminishes your image. It's not good that Yi Zixing listened intently to her explanation, as if attending a concert, absorbing every word with utmost seriousness. Understood. This was the first time someone had advised him against bowing his head. In the training camp, one had to do so in the presence of superiors, regardless of performance, to avoid any semblance of disrespect, lest they face punishment. Having grown accustomed to this, he found himself reconsidering the implications of bowing his head. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he took her words to heart. Though they belonged to different worlds, the closeness felt as if he were dragging her into the depths of an abyss. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. When had he become so lacking in self-discipline? After a less-than-ideal nap, Ling Tian awoke to find Cheng Yingzu's presence absent, after hastily tidying her disheveled ponytail. She stepped out of the tent, her mind still foggy. She soon realized that the team had already dismantled their makeshift camp. Cheng Yingzu approached, striding over with long legs, and said lightly, "Pack your things. We are leaving now, Hawaii." Ling Tian exclaimed in confusion. Having just settled down, someone has discovered a nearby village and intends to explore it. A village. Ling Tian frowned, instinctively glancing around. The area was lush with trees and shrouded in mist. Could anyone truly dwell in such a place? Moreover, being in the wild, filled with beasts, who would choose to remain in a perilous environment fraught with dangers, such as wild animal attacks? Was this not akin to a survival challenge in the wilderness? And in this post-apocalyptic world, if there were infected, mutated creatures or plants, the danger would be no less than that posed by first-tier zombies, even if there were people living there without a few capable superhumans. They would likely have been devoured. The simultaneous appearance of 3 first-tier zombies only underscored the peril of this locale. A hint of unease flickered in her heart, prompting a soft sigh. Upon arriving at the village, the locals greeted them with unexpected warmth and hospitality, attending to them without a hint of complaint. This was the strangest part. With her abilities, Ling Tian could not probe further, so she took Cheng Yingzu to explore the village while Lu Jingli, Huang Xiaoyi, and Yi Zixing stayed behind to investigate other areas. All right, this is the suggestion of the Villainous overlord. Chun Jinxiang was delighted, devouring food with abandon, heedless of any potential issues. Although cautious, the others found nothing amiss with the meals after a quick inspection. Not long after, everyone began to eat heartily. With drinks consumed, many fell asleep on the ground, and the kind villagers helped carry them indoors to rest. Nearby, Xiao Jun's thin lips were pressed together, a glint of cruel mockery flashing in his amber eyes. Someone is approaching. Cheng Yingzu shot her a serious glance, maintaining his position without yielding. Hey, someone is coming. Can't you let go? It's hot. Ling Tian felt a surge of frustration, but noticed several villagers struggling to carry a large bag filled with unknown contents. Placing it onto a vehicle resembling a tractor, the villagers, drenched in sweat, muttered complaints about a bunch of pigs eating so much. All right, hurry up. There is more to transport. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Another villager urged, patting his back. Fine, I get it. The impatient villager retorted, quickly dropping the bag before departing. Ling Tian squinted, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Had she misjudged this situation? Was this merely an ordinary village without danger? Just as she pondered this, she noticed her brother gazing intently at the large black bag on the vehicle. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Brother, what is in those bags?" Chung Yingzu's eyes, shadowed and inscrutable, replied calmly, humans. Humans? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then astonished, her bright, sparkling eyes widening in disbelief. She had assumed the black bags contained food. Only moments ago had she thought nothing of it, only to discover they were filled with people. She had suspected something was off about this village. But the shocking revelation left her unwilling to think further down that path. What were these villagers doing with the captured individuals? Did they intend to eat them? This is incorrect. They were so generous when they just brought out the food that it is inconceivable they could be starving to the point of resorting to cannibalism. Is there another purpose behind their actions? Ling Tian pondered extensively, unable to fathom what these ordinary villagers could possibly want with capturing people, which left her quite vexed. Chapter 88. The ultrasonic device. Chung Yingzu's gaze was heavy with gloom as he tightened his embrace around Ling Tian's shoulders and softly whispered in her ear. Open the space and transport the motorcycle. We shall follow them and uncover their intentions. Ling Tian pressed her lips together and nodded in silence. The two trailed behind the vehicles of the villagers. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the bumpy road was ill-suited for driving, making their journey feel interminably long. Eventually, they stopped at the base of a hillside thick with wild grass. Without careful inspection, one would never realize that a sizable opening lay concealed within the dense foliage, estimated to span over 10 meters. Brother, have you discovered anything? Ling Tian looked at him with eager anticipation, considering the circumstances. It was unlikely Chung Yingzu had overlooked anything. Moreover, she always detected a peculiar scent. Not the overwhelming stench of blood, but a faint, unsettling aroma that still caused her to furrow her brow. Such a discreet entrance, emanating a scent from such a distance, suggested that the depths of this cavern harbored a sight too gruesome to behold, sending her heart racing and making her breath cautious. Sensing his sister's unease, Chung Yingzu took hold of her hand and said in a low voice, "They are breeding zombies. The place is filled with the corpses of ordinary people and even superhumans. The space is not small, approximately 250 square meters. The IT is divided into several small compartments, and the imagery is exceedingly bloody. You must brace yourself mentally." This revelation elucidated why there were so many first-tier zombies. It turned out that these villagers were cultivating them. What benefits could they possibly derive from raising zombies? Not only were they at risk of becoming food for the very creatures they harbored, but they also went to great lengths to capture people for the zombies' consumption. Could it be for the crystal cores? Ling Tian was both astonished and horrified, immediately dismissing the notion. Superhumans were exceedingly cautious when utilizing crystal cores. They only resorted to them when absolutely necessary. How could these ordinary villagers withstand the energy of crystal cores? Furthermore, first-tier zombies were not easily controlled by just anyone. What methods had these villagers employed? A villager approached, clad in thin garments, still bearing the lingering scent of fresh blood. "Ergo, what's the situation? A few zombies have escaped. They're likely hiding in the woods," the middle-aged villager replied, his demeanor exuding an unsettling calmness, as if he harbored no fear of a zombie attack on their village. Ultrasonic device. Ling Tian was taken aback. Did such a thing truly exist? This mysterious weapon had never been mentioned before in the text. Who exactly were these people? Do you think consuming the flesh and blood of zombies truly grants invincibility? Who knows? I've never tried it. Didn't the village chief always consume it? Why not ask the village chief? The middle-aged villager waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. "How could I dare? The village chief has a fearsome appearance. I certainly do not wish to confront him." The young villager immediately protested, prompting the middle-aged villager to cast a scornful glance at him. "Eating zombie flesh. They are raising zombies to feed this village chief?" Ling Tian's astonishment gradually morphed into terror. It was no wonder she had not encountered the village chief. It seemed he was concealing a significant secret. This chief was likely a high-tier zombie. It was implausible for an ordinary person to consume zombie flesh without succumbing to infection. Moreover, under these circumstances, consuming first-tier zombie flesh would yield energy at a rate comparable to that of first-tier superhumans. What should they do now? As Ling Tian looked at Chung Yingzu, she noticed that he, too, was emanating a cold aura. Her heart trembled. His gaze suddenly darted towards the direction the villagers had departed, then shifted to the concealed entrance in the weeds, a surge of explosive danger coursing through him. This sensation was unsettling and hinted at a looming threat. We should leave. Chapter 89. A return visit upon their return. Aside from the captain, several powerful superhumans remained, while the majority indulged in hearty meals and slept soundly. Lu Jingli, Huang Xiaoi, and Yi Zixing had scoured the village's back mountain to no avail. Ling Tian furrowed her brow as she observed the villagers at the table, each harboring their own secrets, a wave of unease washing over her. It was not prudent to confront them directly, lest they alarm the snake in the grass. Moreover, they had yet to ascertain the strength of the village chief, whom they had never encountered. Suddenly, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Before Ling Tian could comprehend its source, she realized her legs felt damp. Fortunately, she was wearing black pants. She hurriedly sought out a restroom, retrieved what she needed from her space, and only dared to emerge afterward. The arrival of her menstrual cycle had caught her off guard. She was acutely aware that zombies had a keen sense of smell, which could potentially attract them to. It had been over half a month since her last cycle. It seemed she had been waiting for this very moment to ensnare her. Lu Jingli noticed her pale complexion and approached with concern. Tian, are you feeling unwell? Ling Tian sighed, forcing a bitter smile. I've got my period. Lu Jingli's expression shifted to one of understanding. So that means, yes, Ling Tian lamented, of all times for this to happen. I am truly unfortunate. After venting her frustrations to the female protagonist, they gathered for dinner in the evening. The spread included chicken, duck, fish, and venison, an extravagant feast that wafted delicious aromas, causing everyone to salivate. Having only consumed a few fruits at lunch, Ling Tian felt some hunger, yet upon seeing the meat, she could not bring herself to eat. The thought of the villagers tossing people to the zombies extinguished her appetite entirely. Meanwhile, Chan Jingxian savored her meal with gusto, going so far as to feign modesty to maintain her image. Seeing her relish in the meal, Cheng Yingzhua gently patted her head, offering her a few small breads from his pocket without pressuring her to eat. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Ling Tian retired early that night and fell into a troubled slumber, plagued by nightmares. She awoke in a cold sweat, roused by Cheng Yingzhua's gentle shaking. Perhaps the traumatic memories of the second-tier zombies still haunted her, as even the recollection sent chills down her spine. Cheng Yingzhua perceived her discomfort and inquired in a low tone, "What is it? Is your stomach unwell? You look rather pale." After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to reply, "Brother, I believe the village chief must be a high-tier zombie, possessing formidable abilities. We must exercise caution. Trust me, that is sufficient. Do not worry excessively about the rest." Cheng Yingzhua tenderly kissed her forehead, his large hand gently rubbing her abdomen. "Does your stomach still ache?" "Not anymore." Ling Tian felt the warmth radiating from her abdomen, filling her with a sense of reassurance. The two indulged in affectionate moments for an hour the next morning before finally emerging from their room to prepare for breakfast. Disliking the village's fare, Ling Tian opted for some bread from her space and shared a few pieces with the female protagonist. Meanwhile, the captain questioned an older villager at the table. "Old sir, your village seems quite secure. Why have you not been attacked by zombies? I have heard that this area is rife with high-tier zombies." The elderly villager, with his graying hair, smiled warmly, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, and replied meaningfully, "Our village is nestled high amidst distant mountains, surrounded by lush trees. How could zombies possibly reach here? Moreover, our feng shui is excellent. We experience spring-like weather year-round and have never faced any natural disasters." Ling Tian could not help but twitch her lips at his words and interjected, "Old sir, just yesterday we encountered zombies in the woods. As for feng shui, your beliefs do not align with our experiences, as we have witnessed it ourselves." The elderly villager's expression shifted, his tone laced with displeasure. Since when do men speak, allowing women to interject? Was this person unwell? She had merely spoken a few words, and now there was an issue. Moreover, what was wrong with women speaking? This was not an ancient society. They were in a new era, yet he clung to such feudal notions of male superiority. Ling Tian felt a surge of anger. Even if he did not speak, she was already aware of their ulterior motives. Chapter 90. The plan Cheng Yingzua's expression darkened. He pulled Ling Tian behind him and said coolly, "Old sir, is there something significant keeping your village chief occupied? Why have we yet to meet him?" Xiao Junjie smiled, extending his long, elegant fingers to press against his temple, his eyes darkening as he caught a glimpse of the still contemplative elderly villager. It was truly unexpected. The elderly villager seemed taken aback, his expression complex as he chuckled softly. "Our village chief is not someone who can be easily seen. Even the villagers rarely have the chance to meet him. Let alone outsiders like yourselves. Isn't the village chief supposed to manage the village? Has he never intervened in the village's affairs? Furthermore, as newcomers, it seems rather unusual for the village chief to remain absent. This contradicts the responsibilities of a village chief, does it not?" Cheng Yingzua's words struck at the heart of the matter, his profound gaze radiating an aura that left those present in awe. The elderly villager was at a loss for words, his eyes darting as he slowly replied, "Other villages may operate differently, but in our village, the chief is revered as a divine being worthy of veneration. How could outsiders like you expect to meet him? We handle our own affairs. This has been our custom since time immemorial, as well as the chief's decree." Such words are, of course, met with disbelief by those who hold science in high regard. Ling Tian harbors a growing disdain for these supernatural entities, perceiving them as nothing more than fabrications. Is it not apparent that the village chief is merely a figurehead, a mere ornament with no real purpose? Moreover, the old man's antiquated demeanor betrays a deep-seated superstition. One cannot help but wonder how this village came to be. That a cold glimmer filled Ling Tian's eyes, and a smirk of derision curled her lips. Very well, then. Cheng Yingzua remained unfazed, a subtle yet charming arc gracing his lips. Ling Tian glanced at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why the villainous overlord chose not to pursue the matter further. She lowered her voice, speaking cautiously. "Brother, they have ill intentions, those zombies at the cave entrance. I have my own methods. Let us first assess the situation." Cheng Yingzua interjected decisively, gently squeezing her waist, his voice low and resonant. Ling Tian nodded, instinctively drawing closer, her heart finally at ease knowing her brother had a plan, alleviating her worries. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Yingzua led Ling Tian to a secluded spot and revealed the plan he had discussed with Gong Wei the previous night. This plan was known only to a select few, kept secret to ensure its smooth execution and prevent any potential disruptions, as Ling Tian had been in a deep slumber the night before. Cheng Yingzua had refrained from disturbing her with the details. However, Ling Tian still felt a twinge of concern, primarily due to the enigmatic village chief. Sensing her apprehension, Cheng Yingzua took her small hand once more, guiding her to a mysterious location. After a brief respite, the group intended to gather their weapons and venture out to slay zombies, as their purpose in coming here was to collect crystal cores. Yet before they could step outside, a wave of fatigue washed over them, rendering them weak and exhausted, as if they had traversed over 10 kilometers. All they desired was rest and tea that moment. The villagers eagerly assisted the weary travelers, urging them to take a moment longer before venturing out. Chun Jinxiang fared better, possessing healing abilities that allowed her to rejuvenate her strength effortlessly. Indeed, it wasn't long before the seemingly honest and simple villagers revealed their sinister true colors. "Ha! The drug is slowly taking effect. What fools they are! I was impressed by their prowess. Had they not appeared formidable, I would have drugged them yesterday. Truly, a bunch of swine. They can eat so much." The villagers wore expressions of triumph, seizing the opportunity to pillage the incapacitated travelers for valuables. Chapter 91. Gratitude. Gong Wei squinted, weakly inquiring, "Why are you doing this?" A young villager, gleefully examining a finely crafted handgun, replied with confidence, "Of course, we plan to feast upon you. Since you are superpowered beings, your flesh must possess energy. Our village chief has stated that the more superpowered beings we capture, the greater our merits. And we can select a few to consume. After all, you won't survive much longer. Rather than being devoured by zombies, it would be more advantageous for us. Perhaps you might even gain a few extra minutes of life. You are not new to such endeavors, are you?" Gong Wei's body trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on the young man, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. The young villager, seeing his remorse, became even more boastful. That's right. Our village chief taught us that we cannot simply capture people. Otherwise, the meat won't taste good, and the energy won't be effective, that we must ensure that they are in a state of joy and satisfaction for their flesh to reach its optimal state. We had been using a powerful drug, administering it as the final course, but you all were too vigilant, lower your guard. We refrained from drugging you yesterday. That today's meal featured a slow-release drug that would gradually take effect without your awareness. Although your current state is less than ideal, it suffices. Once we consume you, our entire village will become superpowered beings. At this point, you won't even be able to stand, let alone use your abilities. Gong Wei's complexion darkened. What manner of person is your village chief? How does he know all this? Consuming the flesh of superpowered beings to become superpower themselves was a notion he had never encountered before. You dare speak of our village chief? A middle-aged villager approached, raising an eyebrow and revealing a set of yellowed teeth, sneering lightly. Our village chief is a divine being. You mere mortals would likely soil yourselves in his presence. Ha ha! In the next moment, the villagers erupted into sinister laughter, their faces grotesque in their glee. In the shadows beneath the eaves, Xiao Junjie observed the farcical scene within the house with a cold detachment. His thick brows rebelliously arching slightly as his amber-hued eyes glinted with sharpness. There was not a trace of mirth upon his countenance. He clenched his fist, ultimately choosing silence. Now was not the opportune moment to intervene. As they traversed the path, Ling Tian felt an uneasy sensation, prompting her to break free from Cheng Yingzuo's grasp, asking urgently, "Brother, isn't this the plan? Why are you leading me away from the village? Are you not concerned that Gong Wei and the others may fail? They could be in danger as well." Cheng Yingzuo's short black hair appeared slightly disheveled, yet he paid it no mind. This is their task. Our primary objective is to locate the village chief. They will regroup with us later. Yesterday, I used my mental powers to observe a temple deep within the woods, but the dense black energy prevented my mental reach. Huang Xiaoyi and the others took another route. We can meet up with them. Black energy? Ling Tian's expression grew increasingly alarmed, gripping Cheng Yingzuo's hand and shaking her head. No, that is too perilous. What if it is a second-tier zombie? What if you are harmed? The thought of a second-tier zombie instilled genuine fear within her. She was deeply concerned for safety and the others. Unwilling for those who held significance in her life to face such grave risks, second-tier zombies were genuinely terrifying. The outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Yet injuries were inevitable, and the possibility of mutual destruction loomed, leading to potential fatalities. Fear not. Trust me and be brave. With me, there is nothing to fear. Cheng Yingzuo's expression darkened slightly as he tenderly ruffled her hair, taking her small hand in his. Ling Tian found herself at a loss for words. Since this was his choice, she ought to support him, ensuring she did not hinder his efforts. Fortunately, she felt a sense of relief knowing that the high mountains and remote paths here limited second-tier zombies to summoning only ordinary zombies, rendering them incapable of commanding the first-tier zombies of equal rank. Chapter 92. The muscular man, the ancient temple loomed, shrouded in a hazy mist, resembling a silhouette adrift on floating clouds. Exuding an air of solemnity and tranquility, surrounded by strange, swirling black energy. Huang Xiaoyi and the others had been waiting nearby for quite some time. Upon spotting Cheng Yingzuo's arrival, he offered a perfunctory report. I have surveyed the surroundings. This temple is thick with black energy and carries a heavy scent of blood. Moreover, as he trailed off, Huang Xiaoyi wore a complex expression, seemingly at a loss for words. Cheng Yingzuo noted his hesitation, raising an eyebrow and inquiring in a deep tone. Moreover, what? The closer we approach this temple, the more we feel an insidious sense of oppression, a pressure that breeds fear within us. Cheng Yingzuo cast a dark glance at Huang Xiaoyi, slowly articulating. So, you are afraid? Not exactly fear, but rather an uncomfortable sensation. It is nothing serious, Yi Zixing asserted with unwavering conviction. Ling Tian's complexion faltered. She pressed her hand to her chest, her lips paling as a sense of suffocation enveloped her, as if something were constricting her heart, rendering her breathless. She had not advanced to a first-tier superpowered being, and thus, unlike Huang Xiaoyi, Yi Zixing, and Lu Jingli, She possessed no resistance against such phenomena. The closer they drew, the more her fear intensified, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Lu Jingli noticed Ling Tian's distress and quickly grasped her shoulders, exclaiming with concern, "Oh no, it seems Sweet is being affected." Chang Yingzuo's expression darkened as he touched Ling Tian's pale cheek, his lips pressing together faintly. He turned to Lu Jingli, his voice tinged with trust. "Miss Lu, I must trouble you to look after her." With Lu Jingli's nod of affirmation, Chang Yingzuo swiftly drew his deer-slicing knife, cleaving through the black mist at the temple entrance. With a few deft strokes, the black energy dissipated mysteriously, not clinging to Chang Yingzuo in the slightest. Upon entering the temple, Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing took up a vigilant stance behind him, prepared for a sudden zombie attack. The stench of decay was overpowering, mingling with an exceptionally foul odor. Remnants of limbs and half-consumed corpses littered the area. Chang Yingzuo furrowed his brow, forcefully parting the black mist emanating from an inner chamber. The zombies gazed at them through the wooden walls, licking the drool that trickled from the corners of their mouths, grinning eerily. Once again, food had come knocking at their door. How amusing. Chang Yingzuo sought to employ his mental powers to probe the main wooden structure. Yet the dense energy had not fully dispersed, and the zombies emitted a deafening growl. This was a second-tier zombie. How could it possibly be unaware of Chang Yingzuo's scrutinizing intentions? That growl served to disrupt his focus. Without further ado, the zombie boldly swung open the doors and stepped out with ease, its fingertips still stained with vivid blood. IT extended its long tongue and delicately licked it, as if savoring a gourmet dish. Its physique was robust, with skin of a dark yellow hue, and it appeared quite youthful, embodying what is commonly referred to as a muscle man in modern parlance. "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my domain?" The zombie's lips curled into a slight smirk, gradually emanating an air of intimidation, regarding the three individuals before it with the disdainful gaze one might bestow upon mere ants. Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing exchanged glances, their brows knitting slightly. Their expressions were neither overtly favorable nor unfavorable, yet their bodies betrayed a tremor of unease, pretentiousness. Chang Yingzuo exhibited a heart frozen in ice, radiating an aura of desolation, indifferent to all around him. He remained largely unaffected, and without uttering a single word, wielded his glowing green deer-slaying knife, striking towards the zombie's neck with lightning speed. The zombie, caught off guard, perhaps too astonished to react, narrowly avoided being struck by Chang Yingzuo's blow. It caught the blade with its bare hand, and to its astonishment, a wound appeared on its hardened palm, black blood oozing down and dripping onto the ground, corroding it into small craters. Why is this happening? How could anyone injure me? The zombie swept aside the blade and leaped to the rooftop, its gaze fixated intently on the sharp knife in Chang Yingzuo's grasp. Intrigued, "I underestimated you, kid. May I inquire as to what kind of knife you possess?" "It can withstand my dark aura. It surely is no ordinary blade." Chang Yingzuo remained silent, prompting Yi Zixing and Huang Xiaoyi to immediately launch an offensive, executing several ranged attacks that temporarily cornered the zombie against the wall. Chapter 93. The mysterious man Gong Wei's gaze darkened as he seized the opportunity while they were still reveling in their triumph, signaling to the group of villagers who had yet to lose consciousness. They exchanged knowing glances, and a physically endowed, superpowered individual instantaneously teleported to snatch the firearm from a villager, while another weapon was aimed directly at the forehead of the most jovial middle-aged villager. In an instant, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. Several other villagers found themselves staring down the barrel of the gun as well. Gong Wei rose to his feet with an air of nonchalance, appearing utterly unfazed. "How can this be? We clearly saw you consume the food. It is impossible that it had no effect. This cannot be." The middle-aged villager surveyed the armed men around him with bewilderment, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Who told you that what you see with your eyes is the truth? The food is indeed real, but we did not consume it. What you witnessed was merely a ruse to confound you. The real provisions are right here." As he spoke, Gong Wei tossed a bag at the middle-aged villager's feet, revealing it to be filled with the morning's steamed buns and biscuits. "What?" The middle-aged villager's realization dawned upon him. Disbelief etched across his face that I will repeat my previous question. Who is your village chief? What are his intentions? Gong Wei's lips curved into a victorious smile that if you refuse to speak, I have 100 methods to extract the truth from you. The guns were all aimed even closer, suggesting that a bullet could fly into the villagers' foreheads at any moment. The young villager, terrified, stammered, "Spare me. Brave sir, please don't shoot. I will tell you everything." The middle-aged villager shot a disdainful glare at the coward, his expression grim as if he had just tasted something foul. Thanks to the young villager's account, it became clear that the village chief was not a native. He was a benefactor who had recently aided the villagers in driving away the zombies, earning their deep admiration. Due to their excessive superstition, the villagers had come to believe he was a divine savior, while the zombies were regarded as evil entities. The former village chief had been transformed into a zombie, and many villagers had also succumbed to infection. Once the zombies were repelled, it was only natural for him to ascend to the role of village chief. After assuming this position, he brought in a group of mysterious individuals, whose identities remained unknown to the villagers. They were well-equipped and possessed advanced weaponry, clearly capable fighters. Not only did they alleviate the villagers' fears of future threats, but they also provided them with excellent defensive weapons specifically designed for combating zombies. From that point on, the village underwent a transformation. The chief instructed them daily on how to wield their weapons against the undead, imparting knowledge and even keeping zombies in a cave at the mountain's base for his own consumption. The villagers believed this to be a divine directive, never daring to harbor a shred of doubt. They constructed a large pit to house the zombies, initially starting with livestock, but as the zombie population grew, they began to turn on passers-by. They crazily consumed their flesh and blood, convinced they would become superpowered beings, just as the chief had claimed. After the interrogation, due to pressing matters, Gong Wei immediately apprehended the obstinate villagers, binding them together like a bundle of radishes, awaiting their fate. Once Gong Wei and his men departed, Xiao Junja leisurely emerged from behind the eaves, approaching the pile of villagers with a knowing smile. He then remarked, "Your village chief has deceived you. Consuming the flesh and blood of superpowered individuals could significantly enhance one's energy. Zombies could do so as well. However, ordinary people could not digest such energy, and exceeding their limits would result in a fatal explosion. In such a case, this undigested energy would ultimately benefit the village chief, allowing him to enhance his power for free while using these villagers as fodder in their final moments." It was a clever scheme. Indeed, Point One could not deny that this village chief was no ordinary person. He possessed considerable knowledge. Perhaps, Xiao Junjia's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists. Once the virus invades a human body, the physical structure undergoes a radical transformation, signifying a complete reconstruction. This meant that ordinary people had become a marginalized group in this world. Chapter 94. Angered Chen Jingxian clutched her stomach, having made several trips to the restroom along the way. At last, she emerged, feeling considerably better after the earlier discomfort had been alleviated by her frequent evacuations. She surmised that there must have been something amiss with her breakfast, leading to her stomach troubles. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she turned to confront the villagers, only to find a large group in the village square bound like Zongzi. Their mouths were stuffed with thick cloth, and all that emerged were muffled groans from their throats, with not a trace of Gong Wei in sight. Chen Jingxian wore a puzzled expression as she pulled the cloth from one villager's mouth, inquiring, "Hey, what happened to you? Who did this?" The villager rolled his eyes, realizing she was completely unaware, and replied with a perplexed look, "We don't know either. We woke up tied up, and your friends have all left. We couldn't find any help until we saw you. Can you please untie us? You want me to release you? On what grounds? Your food has caused me great distress. It's a miracle I haven't punished you yet. And now you expect me to free you?" Chen Jingxian clutched her stomach, her gaze fierce, shedding the feigned fragility she typically displayed. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She harbored a grudge against anyone who wronged her, meticulously noting their names in her little notebook, awaiting the day of reckoning. "How about this, miss? If you release us, I will reveal to you the treasures hidden within our village. Consider it our way of making amends." At this, Chen Jingxian's interest was piqued. Her eyes sparkled at the mention of treasures. "What kind of treasures?" The villager smiled mysteriously. "If you promise to set us free, I will take you to see them." Really? Chen Jingxian was somewhat skeptical. Her abilities lacked offensive power, and taking on the entire village alone would be unwise, especially with Gongwei absent. Yet, one individual posed little threat. Fine. After a moment contemplation, she succumbed to temptation and readily agreed. She crouched down, preparing to untie the villagers, when suddenly, a large hand grasped her wrist firmly. No, you cannot release them. These villagers are notorious for abducting people. If you accompany them, you will only be exploited. The speaker was sweating, beads trickling down from his forehead to the earth below, his breath coming in quick gasps, suggesting he had just sprinted over. Why did you send Yi Jiashu alone? Gong Wei's intent was to gauge whether Yi Jiashu could withstand the pressure from an old flame. Given Yi Jiashu's commendable abilities, Gong Wei was merely protective of talent. Nevertheless, choosing this moment was undoubtedly perilous. Did you not say we have no ties? Chen Jingxian retorted, somewhat displeased. If we have no connections, my affairs are none of your concern. Wei Ge commanded me to keep these villagers in check. I cannot allow you to proceed. Wei Ge, since when have you been so obedient to Gong Wei? Chen Jingxian furrowed her brow. Even if Yi Jiashu no longer catered to her every whim, she could not tolerate his compliance with others. Since he had taken her in, she felt compelled to align with him. It was the least she could do. These villagers consumed the flesh and blood of superpowered individuals and nurtured zombies. Should they deceive her, their escape would only lead to further complications. Why Yi Jiashu spoke with conviction. His gaze resolute. At that point, you should be well aware of the consequences. Chen Jingxian, after your repeated betrayals and the breach of trust, my feelings for you have since faded. You cannot make decisions unilaterally. Chen Jingxian was infuriated by his words, at a loss for how to counter. In frustration, she pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Jiashu, berating him for an extended period, disregarding her own image, behaving like a tempestuous shrew. With the company of several groups, Gong Wei finally arrived at the temple, which was shrouded in ominous black mist. Fortunately, a path had been carved out by Cheng Yingzhua at the entrance. Following the trail, Gong Wei located Cheng Yingzhua and his two companions. Mr. Cheng, we have arrived. Cheng Yingzhua was engaged in a fierce struggle with a zombie inside, locked in a deadly duel, while Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing attempted to assist, but were unable to get close to the creature. They tried to unleash skills from a distance, but the zombie easily evaded them, leaving them feeling helpless as Cheng Yingzhua grew increasingly fatigued. He was still at the first tier, whereas the zombie before him had already reached the second tier. Upon entering, Gong Wei and the others felt an overwhelming pressure. Some instinctively experienced a surge of trepidation. At that moment, rushing in to help was impractical, as the infectious nature of a second-tier zombie was far too potent, and proximity could result in exposure to its malevolent aura. You seem weary. Perhaps I should grant you a moment's respite? The zombie fixed its dark, menacing gaze upon Cheng Yingzhua, its murderous intent palpable, as it yearned to eviscerate him. Cheng Yingzhua smirked coldly, unleashing a frigid wave that froze the zombie's reaching arm, then its entire body. The zombie, momentarily stunned, easily broke free from the control and proposed, "Kid, you're quite formidable, surpassing every other superhuman I have encountered. If you consider joining me, we could ascend to the third tier together, rendering us invincible. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Cheng Yingzhua retorted icily. Boring. The cutting knife shot forth, piercing directly towards the zombie's heart. Startled, the zombie hastily caught the blade's tip, blood oozing profusely. Now's our chance. Gong Wei seized the moment and commanded his subordinates to attack. Bullets and explosives were unleashed, while the superhumans cast waves of elemental abilities: wood, metal, water, and fire. The zombie, gritting its teeth, flung the knife aside, failing to manage its own strength, resulting in a deep gash across its arm. The fireballs, metallic jets, and vines bombarded it, and upon glancing at the wound on its arm, the zombie let out an enraged, hoarse roar. "You seek death." Infuriated, the zombie unleashed a powerful, ear-splitting howl towards the ceiling, shattering it into fragments. Outside, Ling Tian heard the commotion, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Could it be? As expected, a regular zombie lunged at them from behind. Lu Jingli quickly embraced Ling Tian to reposition, stunning the zombie. As it collapsed, A wave of ordinary zombies emerge around them, numbering over 10, which was relatively manageable. These ordinary zombies did not attack Lu Jingli and Ling Tian. Instead, they rushed into the temple, heading straight for those inside. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, yearning to assist, but in the current state, she feared it would only distract Cheng Ingzwa, which she could not allow to be careful. Brother. Chapter 95. Frenzy. The zombie's mouth widened grotesquely, preparing to strike from behind. When Yi Zixing shouted, "Watch out for the zombies behind," the others swiftly responded, unleashing wind blades, metallic knives, and vines upon the approaching ordinary zombies, akin to a team battle in a game. With a dazzling display of diverse powers illuminating the surroundings, Cheng Ingzwa adjusted the angle of the cutting knife, sending it flying again towards the heart of the second-tier zombie. The zombie quickly dodged, its surrounding black mist thickening and becoming murky. Xiao Junde rushed over with utmost speed, curiously observing the swirling black vapors around the zombie, his expression darkening. This zombie's energy was muddied, its internal power varied, likely a result of devouring numerous zombies and superhumans. It even spared its own kind. Noticing the cutting knife soaring through the air, Xiao Junjie felt a flicker of surprise. He had heard legends of this knife long ago, never expecting to see it in Cheng Ingzwa's possession. A shadow crossed Xiao Junjie's face as he stealthily approached, seizing the zombie's rigid arm with both hands. The zombie let out a furious roar, as if its strength was draining away. Seizing the opportunity, the others unleashed their powers to strike the zombie. The zombie's expression twisted in agony. Its skin was as tough as steel, but the sharp blade slowly penetrated its flesh, ultimately thrusting out through its body, spewing forth thick, black blood accompanied by a foul stench. Weakly clutching its chest wound, the zombie struggled to maintain its stance, disbelief etched upon its face. This cannot be. Why am I losing? As Xiao Junjie revealed himself, he had already distanced himself from the zombie by several meters, the metallic element fading from his hands. May I inquire, Mr. Cheng, how did you come by this knife? I have never seen it before. Cheng Ingzwa furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xiao Junjie's hands that had touched the zombie, his expression dark and cold. It's none of your concern. Gong Wei approached swiftly, exclaiming, "Do not kill him yet. I've learned from the villagers that this village chief is not from here. He has the backing of mysterious individuals, so we cannot simply kill him." Xiao Junjie's breath hitched as he glanced at the wounded zombie. Suddenly, its eyes blazed red, muscles bulging with fury. The zombie went berserk, teleporting to grasp the necks of two superhumans with a brutal grip. Their eyes rolled back as their necks rapidly darkened, black mist coiling around them, before the zombie hurled them out the door. With a resounding crash, the two superhumans were flung several meters away, colliding with trees along the way, their bodies left bloodied and mangled. Ling Tian gasped, her heart racing as a chill ran down her spine. Despite having witnessed countless bloody scenes, she believed she had become desensitized. Yet she found herself unable to suppress the fear coursing through her. Lu Jingli, too, attempted to check on the situation, but was halted by Ling Tian. At this point, there was no time to worry about anything else. The group united, and after over 10 minutes of effort, they finally subdued the frenzied zombie, its head severed, and it lay lifeless. As the crystal core emerged, it gleamed with a brilliant red hue, strikingly beautiful. After securing the crystal core, Gong Wei and his team hurried to the cave at the base of the mountain, a spacious cavern where second-tier zombies were confined in separate compartments, interconnected by a path. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay, with 50 first-tier zombies present. While 15 ordinary zombies had managed to break free from their cage, it was evident that considerable time and effort had been invested in cultivating so many first-tier zombies. The place was filthy and littered with bones, making it no easy task to deal with such a multitude of first-tier zombies. Fortunately, Gong Wei's team was numerous, and the first-tier zombies were confined in small compartments, allowing them to confront them one by one. Time passed unnoticed, and soon they had gathered a myriad of colorful crystal cores, much to Gong Wei's delight. Chapter 96. The little ones upon returning to the village. The sight of the villagers bound in various ways left Ling Tian at a loss for words. Yi Jiashu observed her silently, ultimately saying nothing. What sort of scheme was this? Gong Wei chuckled coldly within, maintaining a facade of warmth. Lies. It was plainly a deception. Ling Tian wanted to laugh, knowing that a woman like Chun Jinxiang, driven solely by self-interest, would let an opportunity slip by. Even a sow could climb a tree. Regardless, she was not inclined to interfere in others' affairs. Chun Jinxiang could do as she pleased, as long as she did not provoke her. She could simply enjoy the spectacle for amusement. Ditto. Gong Wei raised an eyebrow in confusion, lifting the bindings from the villagers' mouths, casually asking, "Is it true?" The villagers nodded, realizing they could not escape, and promptly divulged the concealed locations of the weapons given to them by the outsiders. It was an abandoned wooden house, long uninhabited due to fear, as it was rumored that people had died there. The superstitious villagers sealed the house and posted talismans to ward off spirits. Until those mysterious individuals provided them with advanced weapons, the villagers were unsure where to store them, and with no extra space in the village, they reluctantly decided to stash everything in that decrepit wooden house. They often locked it up after retrieving the weapons, fearing the spirits might emerge and threaten the peace of the entire village. Gong Wei's team was tasked with retrieving the weapons, while the others kept an eye on the cunning villagers. Ling Tian had intended to see what these weapons looked like, but observing the engrossed conversations between the male lead and the antagonist made her restless. This was a prime opportunity. "Mr. Chung, may I borrow your cutting knife for a moment?" Chung Ingzhua's gaze remained cold and unyielding. "I do not appreciate others touching my belongings. Mr. Chung seems to share my sentiments." Xiao Junjie smiled, his lips curving into a charming arc eye. "2. Dislike others handling my possessions." Beneath Chung Ingzhua's long, downcast lashes, his deep-set eyes shimmered like black crystals. "Since we both dislike this, Mr. Xiao should understand the principle of perspective. No need for me to elaborate." A hint of disappointment flickered across Xiao Junjie's handsome face, but he politely nodded. Ling Tian quickly approached, glancing at the cutting knife strapped to his back, cheerfully saying, "Brother, I merely wish to take a look at the knife. It won't harm anything. Why don't we?" Just as she began to speak, a piercing, icy glare silenced her. Very well. She could not provoke the male lead, nor could she dare to challenge the formidable antagonist. Ling Tian had hoped to seize the opportunity of the meeting between the antagonist and the male lead to ease the tension. But with her brother's demeanor, it seemed quite difficult. She often pondered whether her actions were justifiable. After all, her brother displayed not the slightest willingness, and what was the point of her relentless efforts? Perhaps it would be better to simply leave things to fate. With the intention of avoiding offense to the formidable antagonist and fearing his pursuit, Ling Tian decided to visit a restroom to change her sanitary pad. Upon exiting, she noticed that the restroom faced the dense woods ahead, where she vaguely spotted Xiao Junjie heading towards the thick underbrush. What could the male protagonist be up to? Curiosity piqued. Ling Tian stealthily crossed the wooden fence to follow him, treading carefully to avoid detection. A superpowered individual. She knew that as long as she maintained her distance, moving lightly and quietly, she could evade notice. However, if it were the male protagonist, she could only rely on luck. She hoped not to be discovered. Xiao Junjie suddenly halted, retrieving a compact walkie-talkie from his pocket, his long, elegant fingers deftly inputting a designated number. However, it appeared to be even smaller. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Organization. His eyes darkened as if sensing something amiss. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. The connection on the walkie-talkie was established, and Professor Yu's voice came through with a greeting. "What is it?" "Young Master Xiao, have you made a new discovery?" Ling Tian felt a knot tighten in her throat as she concealed herself among the bushes, grateful that her current position offered a blind spot, making it difficult for the male protagonist to spot her. Stunned by the conversation, she found it hard to believe. Who was the male protagonist communicating with? Did he harbor some secret he was unwilling to disclose? There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a faint, indistinct chuckle. "So, young Master Xiao has indeed visited that village." "Yes." Xiao Junjie furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he controlled his emotions. "Don't you consider the risk of your secrets being exposed while engaging in such activities?" Professor Yu chuckled lightly. "There's no need for concern, young Master Xiao, as long as he remains in the village. There are stringent measures in place to monitor him. Furthermore, when we administered the new virus, we added a slight inhibitor that not only restrains his powers, but also leads to his gradual demise. He will not be able to leak any secrets. He is destined to perish eventually. Besides, did you not just administer the serum to him? Your associates must have dealt with him by now. Correct? They're not associates. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Xiao Junjie corrected coolly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. So, you have not dealt with him directly, but have instead utilized me to resolve the issue and assist in your data collection. Is that right? Indeed, young Master Xiao is astute. Without practical combat experience, the inhibitor will prove ineffective that we must collect data on how this new virus allows for human evolution to that extent to make the best calculations for our subsequent experiments. However, I have discovered that only when humans mutate into zombies do their cells enter a state of stasis, effectively rendering them ageless and undying. In contrast, while superpowered individuals exhibit anti-aging properties and self-purifying capabilities post-virus modification, they will eventually deteriorate and perish. Zombies devoid of consciousness remain as living dead unless they ascend to a higher tier, achieving a second stage of awareness, which is a monumental challenge for them. Very few reach the second stage, let alone the third. Ling Tian covered her mouth and nose, gasping softly, feeling lost and bewildered, like a statue carved from wood. In the original novel, the author merely mentioned the existence of third-tier zombies. Yet they never truly appeared in the narrative. Perhaps it was too fantastical, and the author felt it was somewhat overpowered, opting to provide only a brief introduction. What truly shocked her was the revelation that the male protagonist was connected to an enigmatic organization. Moreover, it implied that this virus was likely concocted by said organization for their human evolution experiments. That wasn't it supposed to be that through his own efforts, the male protagonist gained the recognition of the Xiao family. And together with the female lead, they battled against the zombie onslaught to restore peace to the world. Ling Tian's expression darkened as she realized she had forgotten. The novel concluded with an open ending. Although the male protagonist had expressed a desire for world peace, the conclusion, which featured his construction of a castle for the female lead, ended before any actual action could be taken. Either the author had not completed the narrative, or they intended to leave readers in suspense, as the true nature of this apocalypse was never disclosed. The more Ling Tian contemplated, the more fear gripped her at a refreshing scent of grass wafted through her nostrils. And just as she became momentarily dazed, she found herself enveloped in a broad embrace. She turned her gaze, her brows trembling as she murmured, "Brother." Unbeknownst to her, her voice was soft and delicate, carrying an undertone of endearment. He covered her small mouth with his large hand, rendering her unable to speak, her soft, pink lips brushing against the calloused palm, a sensation both ticklish and unexpectedly sensitive, stirring a flutter within her. Chapter 98. Avoiding like the plague. Ling Tian blinked her large, glistening eyes, her expression mirroring that of a bewildered kitten. "Brother, when did you arrive?" Cheng Yingzhu pondered, momentarily distracted by her clear, bottomless gaze. Those eyes, enticing, pure, pristine, and bright, held an air of deception. Or perhaps they were merely a facade to ensnare him. Yet he could not deny the fact that he was deeply ensnared. Unable to extricate himself, he darkened his gaze, channeling his mental energy to convey a message directly into her mind. "Do not speak." "We were almost discovered." Upon receiving the message, Ling Tian obediently nodded, remaining still in his embrace, inhaling the fresh, grassy scent that clung to him. Her cheeks flushed with youthful shyness. Cheng Yingzhu towered over her. Her height barely reached his chest, making it appear as if he was cradling a small girl. They remained in each other's arms for an indeterminate time until Xiao Junjie finally switched off the walkie-talkie and departed. "Brother, how did you end up here?" Her voice was sweet and soft, laced with an unintentional allure. Cheng Yingzhu paused, his expression grave, as he bluntly stated, "My mental line has been tracking you." "Tracking me?" Ling Tian's face flushed crimson as she recalled her recent trip to the restroom. Mortified at the thought that her brother had seen her take tea that moment, she forgot all about the male protagonist and quietly turned away, trying to suppress her thoughts to avoid any misunderstanding. Facing away from him, her fingers fidgeted nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother, did you see everything?" Cheng Yingzhu, misinterpreting her words as a reference to Xiao Junjie, replied nonchalantly, "Yes." His tone was deep and calm, imbued with a magnetic quality. Ling Tian's mind went blank, her face heating up as she fled. Cheng Yingzhu furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor. Later, while gathering weapons, the little girl continued to avoid him, treating him as if he were a venomous snake, not uttering a single word. The villagers remained bound. Only when it was time for food and water were their hands briefly freed, and none were eager to serve others, much less these soulless, obdurate villagers. Now, with the leader of this so-called divine village deceased, the villagers still clung to their misguided beliefs, convinced that their actions were justified. They were left in the village center, somewhat obstructive, and ultimately tossed into the cattle pen. Upon seeing Cheng Yingzhu enter, her eyes widened in panic, and the next moment, her face flushed with embarrassment. How was she to confront him? Though merely looking at him wouldn't cost her anything. How could that girl pretend nothing had happened? Ling Tian lowered her head, nearly boring a hole into the wooden bed with her gaze. Tian Tian. He leaned closer, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "Why are you hiding from me?" Her face flushed a cherry red, her eyes shimmering with a soft, moist light as she stammered, It's because you spied on me while I was in the restroom. Even though you did it to protect me, it's still so embarrassing." Cheng Yingzhu frowned at the issue. "What issue?" "This is a significant problem," she retorted, her frustration evident. Perhaps the stress of the past few days, coupled with his own irritability, prompted him to soften his expression, his voice turning gentle to, "I saw nothing. When you entered the restroom, my mental energy automatically shielded you." "Brother, you're lying." "What do you mean automatically shielded?" "If you wish to see, it was implausible that he could have missed anything." Ling Tian's disbelief morphed into anxiety. What was she anxious about? Was it her brother? Cheng Yingzhu turned to look at her, a hint of amusement breaking through his otherwise indifferent facade as he blew softly against her flushed Does Tian Tian hope I saw something? "What? Of course not. I didn't mean that at all." Ling Tian's eyes brimmed with tears as she blushed, pushing Cheng Yingzhu away and burying her face in the bed. Refusing to meet his gaze, it truly was unbearable for him to tease her so. Chapter 99. A Fence-Sitter. Before long, the gentle sound of her breathing filled the air, and Cheng Yingzhu couldn't help but smile slightly as he lay beside her, contemplating her rosy, bashful, sleeping face. As for the villagers, they were left to fend for themselves, disregarded entirely. Upon returning to the base, the electronic gates opened, and as vehicles rolled in, Cheng Yingzhu and Ling Tian disembarked, only to be approached by a disheveled middle-aged man who seized the opportunity to rush before Cheng Yingzhu. He revealed a weary yet rugged visage, his expression brimming with surprise. "Zwair, is that really you? My dear son, I finally see you." This individual is none other than Cheng Feng, the father of Cheng Yingzhu. After all these years of remaining hidden, he has finally made an appearance. Cheng Feng has been a source of concern since childhood. He began engaging in fights as early as elementary school. And by middle school, smoking and drinking became his regular vices. His academic performance plummeted to the single digits, and he never graduated from middle school, spending his days idly at home. When his parents urged him to find work, he stubbornly refused, preferring to associate with a group of unruly friends from the village, sneaking around to peep into the windows of widows' homes. He had never accomplished anything of substance, but had certainly indulged in numerous inappropriate activities. As the eldest son, he failed to set a proper example, often shifting responsibilities onto his younger brother. He never contributed to household chores and would lie and sneak out until he was caught spying, while others evaded capture. That night, his parents whipped him for a whole night, and he was left in pain, unable to stand. From then on, he became somewhat more subdued, refraining from climbing through windows, especially as his parents tightened their grip on him. Meanwhile, his younger brother not only got accepted into university, but also found a beautiful girlfriend in the city. He planned to start a business. And with remarkable luck, his venture flourished, leading to the establishment of a company and a stable marriage, culminating in the birth of Cheng Tian, enjoying both career and love. Cheng Feng, in contrast, settled down with an ordinary woman after being introduced through matchmaking in the village. Witnessing his brother's happiness made him envious, and in a desperate bid for wealth, he borrowed money from his brother to open a pig farm in the village, intending to sell the pigs in the city. However, not only did he fail to attract buyers, but he was also swindled by a con artist under the guise of partnership. Cheng Feng, unwilling to accept defeat, discovered that his wife had not borne him child, leading him to seek medical advice, only to find out that his sperm viability was exceedingly low, making conception a challenging endeavor. To secure his future, he and his wife decided to adopt a child from an orphanage, opting for Cheng Yingzhua, who was of a similar age to Cheng Tian. However, Cheng Feng soon found the child burdensome, and his wife, unable to oppose him, ultimately sent Cheng Yingzhua to live with his younger brother. Cheng Feng continued to aspire for success, shamelessly asking his brother for another large sum of money, after which he vanished into a remote city. Cheng Yingzhua, utilizing his mental powers to communicate, allowed Huang Xiaoyi and the others to leave first. He then turned his sharp gaze towards Cheng Feng, his facial features set in a stern line. "What are you doing here?" Cheng Feng wiped at the corner of his eye, only to find it dry. Contrary to the original text where Cheng Feng became a zombie, he instead awakened a physique-based power and, in a desperate bid, sought refuge with Cheng Yingzhua. Had it not been for the fact that Cheng Yingzhua was once adopted by him, he would not have taken him in. However, Cheng Feng was akin to a ticking time bomb, indecisive and fearful. Ling Tian observed Cheng Feng's behavior with a furrowed brow, wondering if this uncle was merely a different iteration of Chun Jinxiang. Yet, the tears seemed rather misplaced. Cheng Feng furtively turned to Ling Tian beside Cheng Yingzhua, his eyes glinting with astonishment. "Is that Tian Tian? She has grown so much that even her uncle can hardly recognize her." Ling Tian felt a bit awkward and shifted closer to Cheng Yingzhua, offering a polite greeting. "Hello, Uncle Dadum. Where is Aunt?" After scanning the area, she found no one accompanying Cheng Feng. Indeed, in the original text, Cheng Feng's wife had passed away due to his cowardice. He had initially failed to utilize his powers effectively and inadvertently pushed her into a horde of zombies. The antagonist's downfall often stemmed from betrayal, and Cheng Feng's indecisiveness played a significant role in that. Cheng Feng's expression stiffened momentarily, his unkempt beard rendering his chin dark and unshaven. "Your aunt has passed away. It is all my fault for not protecting her in time." Cheng Yingzhua's expression shifted dramatically. He said nothing but cast a cold glance at Cheng Feng's disheveled state, his tone somber. "You can stay with us. I will arrange accommodations for you." Cheng Feng's heart soared with joy. "Truly, you are my good son. I have not misjudged you." Ling Tian seemed to anticipate her brother's response. She suddenly pinched his arm lightly, her touch akin to a playful scratch. The term brother carried a depth of meaning, almost as if to admonish him. Cheng Yingzhua looked down at the girl beside him, her eyes glistening like dewy blossoms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Despite understanding her unspoken warning, he maintained an expression of feigned ignorance, which only fueled Ling Tian's frustration, prompting her to silence herself. Cheng Feng was taken to a different apartment, thankfully not the one belonging to Ling Tian and her companions. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to deal with this unexpected uncle. Perhaps she would remind her brother to be wary of Cheng Feng later. In the adjacent apartment, a commotion erupted, undoubtedly instigated by Chun Jinxiang. Ever since she acquired her powers, she had begun to act as if she were superior, meddling in the affairs of women in the military ranks. Ling Tian, now equipped with enhanced hearing due to her abilities, easily caught the details. The dispute arose when Gao Qian delivered a bottle of water to Yi Jiashu, provoking Chun Jinxiang's ire. Chun Jinxiang, unable to tolerate the sight of Gao Qian, who she felt was competing with her, slapped her mercilessly, leaving Gao Qian's cheek burning and visibly swollen. This time, Gao Qian restrained her temper, no longer acting impulsively, and learned the art of patience and restraint. "What does it matter to you? Is my business any of your concern?" Chun Jinxiang shot back, her fair complexion twisted in disdain. Wang Xiaohong remained silent, her brow slightly furrowed. Yi Jiashu's expression darkened as he pulled Gao Qian aside, his voice devoid of emotion. "Chun Jinxiang, I have severed ties with you. I kindly ask you to refrain from being so aggressive." Gazing at the twisted, unfamiliar face of the girl before him, he suddenly questioned how he had ever been attracted to her. Were those qualities of innocence, fragility, and kindness merely fade? Chun Jinxiang, enraged by his eagerness to distance himself from her, stamped her foot, her face flushed with anger. She sneered, "No way. Yi Jiashu, you can't possibly be falling for this kind of woman, willing to defend her. This old hag has probably been with countless men, and you're not afraid of catching some disease." Gao Qian clenched her clothes tightly, her nails digging in her flesh, her eyes reddening as she fought to suppress her anger. "Who I choose to like is none of your business." That Yi Jiashu's gaze turned icy. "When you speak of others, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions as well." With that, he signaled to Wang Xiaohong, who promptly grasped Gao Qian's wrist, leading her away from the scene. Chun Jinxiang fumed, her eyes fixed on their departing figures, her features contorted in rage, rendering her visage quite terrifying. "Yi Jiashu, you've done well that if you ever need something from me in the future, I promise to make you beg on your knees." Ling Tian shook her head with a sigh, realizing that Yi Jiashu and Chun Jinxiang had indeed reached a breaking point. When dinner time arrived, Ling Tian peered through the window to see Chang Feng in a clean change of clothes, his beard shaven, his countenance radiating cheerfulness, reminiscent of a man who had lost his wife. Not only that, but Chang Feng also knocked on their apartment door, claiming he had come to check on his son, ostensibly for a free meal. Perhaps he had caught sight of the unfinished potato chips on her table, his eyes glinting with greed as he shamelessly asked Cheng Ingzwa for snacks. Cheng Ingzwa furrowed his brows and spoke coldly. "I seek your collaboration because Huang Xiaoi and the others deem you trustworthy. However, if you disagree with my intentions, it would be prudent for us to proceed separately to avoid any potential conflict. Moreover, I must ascertain his true motives beforehand." Ling Tian tugged at his sleeve, prompting Cheng Ingzwa to lower his gaze into a pair of glistening eyes that resembled those of a small, furry creature, softening his demeanor slightly. Noticing the fleeting warmth in Cheng Ingzwa's expression, Gongwei was taken aback and sighed. "Mr. Cheng, I assure you that Xiao Jun does not conflict with our interests, as long as he does not jeopardize us. Why must you exclude him?" Cheng Ingzwa turned his sharp yet calm gaze back to Gongwei. "That is your perspective. I do not share it. I've expressed my thoughts clearly. And as for your plans, you would do well to reflect carefully." With that, Cheng Ingzwa departed the room, taking Ling Tian with him. "Brother, Xiao Junjie is from the Xiao family. I know. Huang Xiaoi has already informed me." Cheng Ingzwa did not appear surprised, as if he had anticipated her words. "That I feel is somewhat hasty, but I still trust you." "Brother." Ling Tian paused, smiling as she linked her arm through his sturdy one, rising on her tiptoes to place a kiss on his lips, only to end up brushing her lips against his chin due to the height difference. Regardless, even if Gongwei did not sever their collaboration, Cheng Ingzwa had his own means to ensure he remained out of Xiao Junjie's sight. She also believed that the male protagonist working with Gongwei could merely be to monitor them, or perhaps to explore the capabilities of the villainous overlord. As her soft lips pressed against his chin, Cheng Ingzwa hesitated for a brief moment before lifting her waist against the wall and gently kissing her forehead. Why sweet Tian Tian is so obedient." At the corner, Yi Jiashu happened to witness this scene. Halting in his tracks, a bitter expression crossing his face, he felt a pang of discomfort, aware that he had no connection with her. During high school, they barely exchanged a few words. Apart from her shyly asking him for help with her studies, he had once thought that a girl as beautiful as her would surely deserve an exceptional boy. Thus, when he learned from Chun Jinxiang that she had a crush on him, he was somewhat surprised, as he was already with Chun Jinxiang at that time. But now, knowing the true nature of Chun Jinxiang, he found himself strangely hopeful, fantasizing that perhaps there was still a chance with her. However, that flicker of hope was now utterly extinguished. The feelings projected between them were so evident that even a fool could discern their nature, let alone their current intimacy, that he never anticipated that she would share such a relationship with her brother. Watching her wrap her legs around the man's waist, pinned against the wall, even without a kiss, anyone observing could sense the palpable sexual tension between them. Chapter 102. The alarm rings, brother. He has gone. Can you put me down now? Ling Tian tilted her head, lightly asking as she playfully nudged his sturdy waist with her leg. Cheng Ingzwa tightened his grip on her waist, preventing her from squirming, and pinched the soft flesh of her thigh, saying softly, "Don't move, I will set you down. Once he steadied the petite girl in his arms. He finally released her. As she touched the ground. Ling Tian felt her legs weaken slightly. But fortunately, Chung Ingzua's arm supported her, preventing her from toppling over. He must have misunderstood us. Ling Tian paused, not fully grasping her brother's implication. Wouldn't it be better if he thought they were not siblings? Chung Ingzua's expression remained indifferent, yet his lips curled slightly upward. I don't believe I have ever stated in front of others that we are not siblings. He might think we are engaged in inappropriate behavior. Ling Tian was taken aback by his teasing tone, which he delivered so casually, her cheeks flushing as she glanced around. Then it would be better for you to clarify that in the future. Misunderstandings are not ideal. Ling Tian continued toward the door, and just as she stepped outside, she heard Chung Ingzua's low, soft voice trailing behind her. I quite enjoy their misunderstanding. Ling Tian couldn't help but shiver. What a peculiar taste. However, thinking of the villainous overlord's Yandere tendencies, she reconciled with the thought, perhaps Yanderes do relish such dark humor. Since he did not clarify, she could always set the record straight. She had no inclination to engage in this twisted dynamic of pretending to be siblings with him, nor did it reflect well on his image, though currently, not many cared about such superficial matters. Xiao Junjie and his team had just completed a temporary mission to fend off zombies, rescuing their companions within the safe zone. Meanwhile, they encountered a particularly remarkable ally. Truly impressive, as expected from the Xiao family. Indeed, I just saw him tear off a zombie's arm with his bare hands without even getting infected. You saw that? I didn't even register it. I don't know how Mr. Xiao managed to slip behind that first-tier zombie so swiftly. You're such a fool. Don't you know that Lord Xiao possesses dual abilities? He can turn invisible and utilize the surrounding metallic elements to metallize any part of his body, thus preventing the black mist from entering. Is that so? That's incredible. I've heard that dual abilities are quite rare. The probability of appearing among all superhumans is merely 5%. Xiao Haoming grew increasingly irate, his eyes ablaze, as if fire would erupt from them, and his bulging eyes seemed ready to pop. Ahem. Xiao Junjie had long noticed Xiao Haoming, neither greeting nor inquiring about him, merely observing what he would do next. The pampered young master, who had never faced any setbacks, was being compared to someone else. Would he not feel disappointed? Perhaps even enraged. The murmurs finally caught his attention. Although they fell silent, their expressions were rife with disdain and contempt. Some even quietly grumbled. TCH, what is he so proud about? Still thinks he is the Xiao family's young master. He is just a waste. Xiao Haoming naturally overheard, striding over to seize the collar of the one who spoke, demanding loudly, Do you think that wild child is stronger than me? A mere elementary nature ability compared to dual abilities. This hardly needed comparison, let alone the fact that it was the weakest nature attribute. Water. The individual fell silent, nervously casting his gaze elsewhere. Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow and approached with an amiable demeanor. Finally speaking, Haoming, don't be so angry. Why stoop to his level? Besides, the reputation of the Xiao family is of utmost importance. You must not disappoint them. Don't call me that. We are not close enough for such familiarity. Xiao Haoming released his grip, glaring fiercely at him, aware that this was a veiled insult. Xiao Junjie. Don't get too cocky. A low-born bastard like you will never pass muster with those old geezers. Had it not been for that wild child, he would not have fallen to such depths. The Xiao family had already begun to abandon him. Without the backing of the Xiao family, he could no longer enjoy the lavish lifestyle he once had. Instead, he would have to humble himself to please others for survival. With the alarm now ringing, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by this wild child any longer. Chapter 103. The master of the Power family at that moment, a man in military attire, approached with a serious expression. Saluting Xiao Junjie at his temple with a formal military greeting, his voice resonant. Second young master, the old master of the Xiao family requests your presence for a discussion. Xiao Junjie nodded politely, indicating his understanding. Standing tall, he wore a smile that was more amused than sincere. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. It's a pity you cannot seize them, and you have no one to blame. Xiao Haoming was fuming, his usually elegant face now twisted with rage, resembling a graceful cat suddenly screeching and baring its sharp teeth. He contemplated charging forward to argue, but the man in military uniform blocked his path. Why should Xiao Junjie receive such treatment? He was merely the illegitimate child of that J-girl. Why would grandfather summon him? Xiao Haoming glared at him viciously. From the moment he became aware of Xiao Junjie's existence, he had looked down upon this illegitimate child, not merely because of his mother, but due to an inherent sense of superiority, the disparity between wealth and poverty, and disdain for the impoverished. He could never fathom why his father would have a child with someone of such lowly status. He never imagined that the illegitimate child he had once scorned would one day rise above him. Young master, the old master has already stated that the second young master is not an illegitimate child. He is a legitimate grandson of the Xiao family. Moreover, some matters are not suitable for you to be present for. I am merely executing orders. Any further discussion should be held between you and the old master. No, that's impossible. I refuse to believe that grandfather would accept this illegitimate child as his grandson. It can't be. Xiao Haoming shook his head violently, his expression teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, grasping the man's arm and shouting, "Take me to see grandfather. I want to discuss this with him face to face." I refuse to believe he would rather accept a wild child than abandon me. The man in military attire remained unmoved, his expression devoid of any emotion, still serious, yet his words grew colder. "Young master, I have made myself clear. Some matters are not suitable for your presence, but if you wish to find the old master, it would be better to wait for another day." The whispers surrounding us have intensified, with a multitude of onlookers seemingly reveling in the spectacle before them, unable to fathom that the once exalted young master of the Xiao family could descend to such a lowly state. It appears the rumors of the Xiao family intending to forsake him were not mere fabrications. Upon entering the hall, a palpable silence enveloped the room, aside from a few elderly gentlemen seated at the central round table. Only a handful of men clad in military uniforms stood rigidly by, resembling proud poplars. Xiao Junjie soon encountered the man he was told was his so-called grandfather, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. Xiao Caizhong narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a discerning gaze over Xiao Junjie, noting the brilliance in his countenance, and nodded in satisfied acknowledgement. "Come here, child. Let me have a good look at you," he beckoned. His face, lined with wrinkles, radiating warmth that a flicker of derision crossed Xiao Junjie's eyes, though he quickly masked it. Approaching, his amber-hued eyes glimmering softly, he greeted, "Hello, grandfather." "Ah, quite well. Little June, you have suffered outside," Xiao Caizhong affirmed, his expression shifting from joy to melancholy as he sighed softly. "If only Yingji could see you now. I believe he would be more thrilled than anyone else that it is all my fault. Had I not pressured him, he would not have succumbed to alcoholism and met with that fatal accident. Caizhong, that is in the past. Now, little Ji is no longer with you. Do not dwell on it, lest it harm your health." An elderly man comforted, patting his shoulder and offering him a tissue. "I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me." Xiao Caizhong waved his hand dismissively, hastily wiping away the tears that threatened to overflow, his red-rimmed eyes now fixed upon the silent Xiao Junjie. "Little June, do you still harbor resentment towards me for compelling your mother and father? Leaving you an orphan? Extra chapter. Chengtan, Part 1. I was born in the winter, though unfortunately my father, preoccupied with work, left my mother and me in the countryside. My birth, my first encounters were with my grandparents. I have loving parents who provided me with a life of affluence. Almost every desire of mine was fulfilled, and I grew up in a world where all my wishes were met. However, my anger simmered. During my time in the countryside, I had heard whispers of my uncle's family's disgraceful affairs, which I initially refused to believe, convinced that he could not possibly be that kind of man. Yet, when I witnessed him pleading with my father for money, my disbelief shattered, leaving only disgust. With hands and feet his own, why did he need my father's financial support? He even brought an illegitimate child into our home, forcing me to share my living space and possessions with him. I thought my disdain was merely a childish aversion, but witnessing his obedient demeanor before my parents filled me with dread. I feared they would come to favor him and rob me of their affection, which I believed was solely mine. His overtures and attempts at closeness were met with my harshest words, and it seemed he eventually surrendered. Yet, my loathing for him persisted. Moment by moment, deep within my heart. This was my first encounter with him. I gazed at the glass door, where a dark figure loomed. I did not scream or cry. Instead, I remained as calm as still water, as if accustomed to it. Was I the only one to react this way? My voice was youthful, laced with sharpness, resonating like a command or a threat. Chung Ying-zu's tone was faint, seemingly resigned. After all, I had grown accustomed to it. What was he so stubborn about? His hair was short and handsome, his eyebrows crescent-shaped, his large eyes and prominent nose complemented by thin, pale lips. He was tall yet slender, resembling someone malnourished. The first time I laid eyes on him, he appeared skeletal, but over the last few days he had finally gained some flesh, looking somewhat normal that I did not care. I merely took a step back, fearful of being near him, my rosy cheeks betraying a hint of aversion. You annoying pest, you'd best keep your distance from me, that I despise you. I warn you, my parents are mine. Should you dare to contest that, the consequences will be dire. I raised my delicate little fist, feigning strength in a hollow display. Chung Ying-zu remained silent, his dark, luminous eyes seemingly encased in ice, dimming considerably. I pouted, sticking my tongue out at my mother to my peripheral vision caught Chung Hua gently caressing Chung Ying-zu's head, his face radiating paternal warmth, igniting a twinge of jealousy within me. I seldom witnessed my father exhibit such expressions. Even when I aced my exams, he rarely showed me this degree of tenderness. After all, I was his biological daughter. What right did this annoying boy have? I knew my judgment was tinged with prejudice. As time passed, I grew taller, as did he. The once frail boy was no longer malnourished, having blossomed into someone remarkable. More importantly, my parents increasingly regarded him with favor, though I was reluctant to admit it. I felt a pang of bitterness that I doubled my efforts in studying, sweet-talking my father into hiring a tutor. My sole focus became surpassing him academically, yet his grades flowed upstream like a relentless current, forever beyond my reach. When a prestigious high school sought to offer him early admission, I found myself reveling in the acceptance letter from a distinguished institution. That day, I wept for what felt like an eternity. Sitting alone on a wooden bench in the park, clutching the crumpled letter in my hand, tears fell drop by drop, soaking my white dress, the fabric transparent against my fair skin. The sky was shrouded in gloom, a blanket of gray casting a darkly mocking smile upon me. Surely, rain was imminent. Perhaps even the heavens sympathized with my discontent. Bowing my head, I noticed a slender hand extending towards me, offering a white tissue. I stood frozen for a moment, then reached out to accept it. The person uttered nothing more than, "Crying is not good for girls." I dared not look up. After I raised my head, he departed, leaving me with only a distant glimpse of his profile. Yet my heart felt a warmth that it was a summer day when I encountered him, the boy who occupied my thoughts day and night. Before I could ponder further, a torrential downpour began, and the lightning that streaked across the sky sent shivers down my spine. Without hesitation, I raised the acceptance letter above my head, but after only a few paces, a large hand grasped my wrist, a sturdy umbrella shielding me from the downpour. A chilling voice followed. "Chung Tian, if you believe I would abandon home and family out of jealousy, you need not worry. I have no interest in competing with you." Reluctantly, I grasped the umbrella, casting a disdainful glance his way, retorting coldly, "My affairs are none of your concern." I had no desire to involve myself with him. My peripheral vision caught sight of my drenched dress, the fabric clinging to my form, prompting Chung Ying-zu to avert his gaze, his tone growing even colder. "You are already 16. Do not cause your uncle and aunt further worry." With that, he left without a second thought, leaving me standing there, dazed. "You pest! You scoundrel! Chung Ying-zu, I will not let this slide." Out of frustration, I cursed him under my breath. Perhaps it was my own insecurities that led me to intentionally provoke him, to employ petty tricks to assert my superiority, hoping to instill fear in him. Yet he was unafraid of me, and I found myself harboring a hint of trepidation towards him, albeit well concealed. Extra chapter. Chung Tian, Part 2. Upon entering my first year of high school, I held no expectations for the new campus life, for I had always been the center of attention, surrounded by various boys vying for my affection that I loathed their cliché approaches and would promptly reject them. Ever since that day, Thoughts of that boy lingered in my mind, his delicate, long fingers and gentle voice in my heart. No one compared to him. No one could inspire such longing within me. Oh, my astonishment. The boy was in the same class as I. I learned his name, the name that haunted my thoughts. Yi Jiashu, that I became increasingly aware of him. He excelled in every aspect, both academically and in appearance, garnering the admiration of classmates and teachers alike. His name frequently graced the pages of my textbooks and notebooks, a constant echo of his presence in my life, that if possible, his name would be the most exquisite prose. He radiated a luminous aura, and I envied the girls in class who could converse with him, who could elicit his smiles. I had never spoken to him even once for the first time. I envisioned how blissful it would be if I were the girl standing before him, rather than anyone else, that I despised weakness, having always looked down upon it. Yet one day, I found myself transformed into someone of that very ilk. Indeed, I realized I was feeling insecure. My grades plummeted as my negative mindset took hold, and I grew increasingly irritable, unable to tolerate even the slightest nagging from my parents that I recognized this behavior as wrong, but could not restrain myself. This state of discontent persisted for a considerable time, until one fateful day, when the rain fell particularly heavily, I mustered every ounce of courage to speak in his presence. Hello, do you know me? Yi Jiashu was deeply engrossed in completing the math assignment left by our teacher, and upon noticing me standing at his desk, a look of surprise flitted across his clean-shaven face. There's something on your mind. Chung, this is the first time he has spoken to me, addressing me politely, albeit not by my full name. Yet an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped me. A thought firmly settled in my mind. He actually spoke to me. Yes, I apologize. I merely wish to ask you how to tackle this problem, as I find myself somewhat perplexed at and why nerves betrayed me, as I stumbled over my words, failing to string them together coherently. Why Yi Jianshu's gaze fell, and a fleeting glimmer of something in his eyes evoked a desire to understand, yet proved elusive. I paid no heed to the confusion reflected in his eyes. I was acutely aware of my own abnormality, even my strangeness. Perhaps influenced by him, I had always been the proud and assertive girl, presenting myself in such a manner to everyone, though there were always exceptions. He simply remained unaware of that. Noticing the exercise book in my hands, he smiled with a refreshing warmth. All right, why don't you sit beside me? My desk mate is currently away. I nodded shyly, cautiously making my way over. Warmth gradually enveloped me from behind, as his voice, slightly husky yet irresistibly charming, reached my ears. Each word he uttered felt like a snowfall in December, as I sat by the window, savoring a steaming cup in solitude for the first time. His earnestness made my heart leap with childlike delight. Oh, is this not Ling Tian? What brings you to seek Yi Jianshu's help with your studies? Observing the strikingly beautiful girl before me, I frowned and vacated my seat, adopting a cold and haughty demeanor. I already know. The following day, Chen Jinxiang unexpectedly dragged me to the school rooftop, her laughter laced with meaning. Ling Tian, are you harboring a crush on Yi Jianshu? I am not. My face flushed, as if my heart's secret window had been shattered, leaving me feeling utterly ashamed. Not so. Then why the blush? And why are you writing his name in your textbook? Chen Jinxiang regarded me with a knowing smile, as if she had caught me in a trap. Astonished, I retorted, how do you know? I was uncertain of her intentions, gripped by a fear that she might divulge this matter to others. Especially Yi Jianshu. I happened to see it by chance. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. That I promise to keep your secret. Chen Jinxiang's expression was friendly, yet shrouded in mystery. That I remained silent, my heart filled with skepticism. Initially, I had no desire to engage with her, but she persisted in approaching me, often sharing updates about Yi Jianshu. Over time, I gradually accepted her and came to understand that she wasn't as intolerable as I'd first thought. Perhaps it was her close relationship with Yi Jianshu that had made me resentful. In truth, I was merely envious. On one occasion, I sought Yi Jianshu's assistance again, but as I took a few steps with my assignment in hand, my joyful expression abruptly turned pale. I saw Chen Jinxiang entwined with him, playfully pushing one another, seemingly engrossed in conversation, their faces occasionally breaking into smiles. His eyes were striking, adorned with deep double eyelids and long, thick lashes, holding bright orbs filled with laughter. pure and clear. This gaze was unfamiliar to me, reminiscent of how a father might regard an annoying child, yet infinitely more tender, directed toward another girl, not me. At that moment, I felt a heaviness in my chest, my nose tingling as if tears threatened to spill. Just work day in and day out that I scoffed lightly, shaking my head at Aunt Yin. I'm not hungry. Passing by Chang Ingzua's room, I glanced at the open door, noting its tidy yet sparse decor, which was empty of occupants. Turning to Aunt Yun, I raised an eyebrow. Where's Chang Ingzua? Oh, regardless, I had no interest in him. His whereabouts were of no concern to me. Tian, let me prepare something for you. You're still growing and must eat. That my agitation increased, and I snapped. I've told you I don't want to eat. All right. Aunt Yun sighed, seemingly accustomed to my temperament. Back in my room, I slammed the door shut, changed out of my school uniform, and headed to the bathroom for a shower, ultimately unable to suppress my tears. I loathed myself in that moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of failure. How had I become this way? Chapter 104. Outsider, his gaze darkened, yet a charming smile graced his lips, his sun-kissed features rarely displaying seriousness. What's done is done. Lamenting serves no purpose. Those are but bygone matters, and they have already reached this point. I'm not in a position to blame anyone. Perhaps my parents were simply not fated to be together. Child, I take solace in your perspective. Xiao Zhongsai's complex expression mingled sadness with joy. His silver strands of hair stood out against the black, and in his slightly sunken eyes, deep brown orbs whispered tales of the passage of time. After a moment's hesitation, he broached the topic. Xiao Jun, you are aware of my advancing age. The various powers of the Xiao family rest upon my shoulders. With the rampant zombie outbreak, it would be no surprise if my old bones were devoured one day. My greatest concern now lay with the future of the Xiao family. Initially, I intended for your brother to take over, but he has proven to be unworthy. Throughout his life, I have worried about him endlessly. Every time he found himself in trouble, it was I who had to clean up after him. Just as Xiao Junjie was about to speak, an elderly voice erupted in anger. I vehemently disagree. The elder beside Xiao Zhongsai stood, his bearded mouth tightly clenched, his eyes expressing displeasure and opposition. Zhongsai, every action you take must consider the consequences. The Xiao family is not solely your responsibility. It is a collaborative effort among us brothers that has led to the present scale. Are you certain you can entrust it to this boy? His identity aside, he knows nothing about the Xiao family. Can you be certain he will safeguard it? How do you know I'm ignorant of the Xiao family? Xiao Junjie ignored the defense from Xiao Zhongsai, understanding that if he did not speak up now, it would be challenging to earn the respect of these old men. After all, he was well aware of the family's covert activities. Duan Dong looked down on Xiao Junjie, his tone dripping with disdain. What could an outsider like you possibly understand? Xiao Zhongsai chose not to interject further, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he gestured for Wang Zhongya to sit. After so many years alongside Xiao Zhongsai, Wang Zhongya understood his intent and settled down without hesitation. Yet, I am aware that it is your family that has developed all those communication devices and modified weapons to combat zombies. Surely you must be collaborating with certain government officials. Enough, Duan Dong interjected with a frown, his mind racing with confusion and doubt. How did he know about this? Even Xiao Haoming was unaware. How could this illegitimate child, who had been cast aside, possess such knowledge? They had kept this matter tightly under wraps, known only to those at the top. Or was it possible that someone had informed him? Chapter 105. Favoritism. Xiao Junjie's eyes dimmed, and he produced a small communication device from his pocket, speaking calmly. You claim I know nothing, yet I can identify the Xiao family's creations at a glance. After all, it is only the Xiao family that remains steadfast amidst the apocalypse. Relying on government support to manufacture weapons, Duan Dong fell silent, sitting down with an embarrassed expression and a slightly pale face. Once he was assured there was no major issue, Xiao Junjie prepared to leave. He nodded politely and exited the hall with a smile. Ling Tian's ears felt raw from the exchanges, and she had little desire to engage. Unfortunately, Qing Tian's parents were destined to become zombies in the narrative. Just like her grandparents, an irreversible fate, leaving her helpless to intervene. Tian, how has Xiao been lately? Why do I never see him? Is he still upset with me? Uncle, Asking me is pointless. You should consult my brother, as I am not him. Ling Tian furrowed her brow. Uncle, do you not consider venturing outside to combat zombies while you remain at the base? Besides, you are a superpowered individual. You cannot depend on my brother for everything. He had never raised his brother. Why should he expect his brother to take care of him? She could never comprehend why the antagonist would take in such a person. Chang Feng's expression faltered, and he forced a smile. I was also afraid. You cannot imagine that I nearly died in a zombie's jaws during my first encounter. Had it not been for my wits, I might have perished without a trace. Oh, what utter nonsense. Ling Tian silently scoffed, pondering whether Chang Feng had nightmares at night after pushing his wife into a horde of zombies to save himself. Uncle, fear is not a valid excuse. If all superpowered individuals were like you, they would have long since become the zombies' next meal. Faced with such word from his younger kin, Chang Feng's countenance darkened, and he clenched his fists, torn between indignation and silence. I merely failed to react in time. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly give it a try. Ling Tian's eyes, glistening with moisture, flashed with mockery as she replied coolly, It is good that you can think this way. Uncle. Catching sight of the marinated egg in Ling Tian's hand, Chang Feng, who had been subsisting on bland bread and noodles, felt a primal hunger akin to that of a wolf spotting its prey. Unable to suppress the inner turmoil, his mouth watered at the thought. He gazed greedily at the delicacy, hinting, Tian, did your brother give that to you? Indeed, Ling Tian replied, scrunching her nose in disdain. Chang Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected this insufferable boy to be so kind to his sister while being utterly indifferent to his own father. It was a clear case of favoritism. After all, he was the father. And what was Chang Tian in comparison? Yet he could not deny that his brother's daughter was indeed quite enchanting. Noticing the change in Chang Feng's gaze, Ling Tian felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. How could two men of the same surname, Chang Hua and Chang Feng, be so vastly different? Chapter 106. Birthday. Chang Feng wiped the drool threatening to spill from his lips, nervously rubbing his palms together, and smiled broadly. Tian, since your brother has given you so much food, could you spare a little for your uncle? Ling Tian cast him a dismissive glance, her heart resolutely refusing. Why should she share with someone who might harm her brother? Better for him to starve. Yet, she found herself perplexed by the villainous patriarch's thoughts. She had warned him of Chang Feng's dangerous nature just days prior, but he remained inactive. Was he truly content to let Chang Feng repulse them without taking action? It was absurd to think he would stoop so low as to steal a child's snack. Suddenly, a chilling, magnetic voice resonated from behind Chang Feng. He turned, his expression fraught with panic. Xiaozhua? Chang Yingzhua strode toward him with long strides, coldly observing Chang Feng's disconcerted demeanor. Ling Tian quickly retreated behind her formidable brother. I merely wanted to chat with Tian. Besides, a girl like her cannot possibly eat all this food. I just wanted to share a little, not to take it. Chang Feng's voice dwindled, overwhelmed by the dark intensity in Chang Yingzhua's icy gaze, which seemed to conceal unfathomable dangers. Chang Yingzhua frowned, his voice low and laden with menace. I have never acknowledged you as my father, nor do we share any blood ties. Not call me that again. Ling Tian could only laugh inwardly. The so-called father-son moments he cherished would only bring suffering to the villainous patriarch. If he had cared for his brother, Chang Hua would never have suggested sending the villain to live with him, for he wished to spare Chang Yingzhua further hardship. Heart. Chang Hua was compassionate. Stepping out from behind Chang Yingzhua, she linked her arm with his and coldly remarked, Uncle, may I ask, have you ever truly cared for brother? When I first met him, he was nothing but skin and bones, as if he had been starving for ages. All these years, you have ignored him. Deep down, you have never regarded him as your son, have you? Chang Feng had certainly asked Chang Hua for money on numerous occasions. And given that he had squandered his fortune at the pig farm, it was evident that without Chang Hua's financial support, he could not possibly live so comfortably. You borrowed so much money from my father. Do you truly lack funds? Ling Tian scoffed, her lips curling in derision. Chang Yingzhua brushed aside the hair from her forehead, his expression inscrutable, and coldly addressed Chang Feng. You may leave now. Chang Feng lapsed into silence, his expression marred by discomfort. After he departed, Chang Yingzhua gently touched her brow and inquired, You seem to know a great deal about me. Brother, lower your head, Ling Tian said, not surprised, but instead she stood on her tiptoes and beckoned him to bend down. Chang Yingzhou was puzzled but complied. She reached out to smooth the furrows between his brows, feigning a slight fib. Of course, I am Chang Tian. Although the memories within this body are not entirely clear, I still have some awareness. Not speaking was for his own good, and who would believe they were merely characters in a novel? The thought alone was overwhelming. Don't frown. It doesn't suit you and will cause wrinkles. Yet Ling Tian smiled, her radiant beauty captivating, her eyes shimmering with allure. Chang Yingzhou paused for a moment, choosing not to press further, but rather recalling something of great significance. Tomorrow marks your 18th birthday. Does it not? Chapter 107. A clash of two forces the following day. Chang Yingzhou took Ling Tian to a relatively intact shopping center in the city, where the damage was not excessively severe. Ling Tian felt a twinge of curiosity as she followed Chang Yingzhou astride, observing the stores adorned with a variety of garments, amidst the eerie presence of decay. Today is your birthday. What would you like? Ling Tian was taken aback, realizing that Chang Yingzhou had intentionally chosen her birthday to accompany her, ostensibly to select a gift. Brother, did you come out just for this? She had not anticipated that his mere mention of her birthday the day before would lead to such a venture. Nor had she considered the possibility of celebrating amidst the chaos. After all, who still celebrated birthdays in these times? Surviving was a luxury in itself. Chang Yingzhu's expression remained unchanged, his tone serious and commanding. You're 18 now, a young lady. Let us go pick out some clothes. Ling Tian was flabbergasted. They had walked without encountering any zombies, which felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Ultimately, she was reluctantly ushered into a clothing store, where she anxiously tried on several different styles, only for Chang Yingzhou to finally declare himself satisfied after a few selections. Yet this was not enough. Chang Yingzhou also led her to a specialized cake shop, where fortunately, some ingredients remained in the refrigerator untouched and unspoiled. Just as they were about to leave, however, they were confronted by a zombie, specifically the second-tier zombie they had encountered previously. Ling Tian gasped in despair, never expecting to encounter this zombie again. Her legs trembled involuntarily. Chang Yingzhou sensed something amiss and steadied her slim waist, feeling an unseen pressure attempting to weigh down on his heart. The zombie man's gaze shifted as he sensed a strong spiritual presence approaching. He had not anticipated this unexpected encounter. Fancy meeting you again, he said, casually waving his sharp steel knife, a smirk tugging at his lips. Thanks for the knife. I've been using it quite well. Ling Tian remained silent, her grip on Chang Yingzhu's clothing tightening. Chang Yingzhou frowned, his voice low and saturated with menace. What do you intend to do? Their energies clashed, the potent elements colliding in the air, causing the stones on the ground to tremble. Ling Tian, feeling utterly suffocated, trembled uncontrollably. The man furrowed his brow, excitement flickering in his eyes. Do not worry. I'm not here to harm you. I am merely curious about your abilities. It is quite intriguing. You are the first person unaffected by my aura. Gradually lessening his oppressive presence, he made no further move to attack and turned to leave. Apologies for the intrusion. Ling Tian finally steadied her nerves, and the zombie vanished without a trace. Let us go, she breathed, following closely behind her brother, her mind racing with thoughts of the terrifying second-tier zombie. Each encounter left her inexplicably anxious. She hoped they would not become adversaries in the future. That would be quite troublesome. The zombie man stood atop a high building, briefly observing their retreating figures. His pallid ears twitching slightly, he sensed a distant sound wave carrying the scent of food, which seemed quite delectable. Inside a dilapidated, low-roofed southern house, the cries of a girl echoed, laced with a hint of sobbing, accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn. Long deprived of sunlight, the dim, damp walls had begun to crumble. The door long gone. No. Please, uncle, you cannot do this. If you do, I will surely die. No girl could endure such humiliation. Her hands and feet were firmly restrained by two burly men. Her hair was disheveled. Lying on the dirt-strewn floor, her face and body coated with grime, her lower lip bloodied from biting down in desperation. Every day, I can only watch, unable to eat. My eyes are nearly swollen shut. TCH, it's just a healing-type, superpowered individual that I refuse to believe we cannot have our way. Stop pretending to be dignified. We will simply touch you, take a small interest, and soon you will be enjoying yourself. The two men held her flailing limbs tightly, as one of them eagerly pressed forward, beginning to tear at the girl's filthy shirt. Chapter 108. An interesting meal. The surrounding ordinary zombies seemed to sense a terrifying aura, their vacuous faces betraying an unusual panic that a multitude of zombies stumbled away as if they had seen a ghost, limping in haste, as though deliberately evading some unseen entity. That a man, while walking, raised his hand to examine his stiff, bloodless arm. His silhouette flickered between light and shadow under the somber sky, surrounded by a faint, ethereal black mist. The clothing draped upon him appeared to have lost all color, rendering it almost surreal. After a few brief moments of teleportation, he found himself standing at the entrance before 3M. Is there room for me? He leaned casually against the doorframe, half his face shrouded in shadow. His voice laced with mockery. What delightful game are you playing? The three men, engaged in their business, were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to the intruder, their faces etched with irritation at the interruption. You're welcome to join, but only after we've had our fun, one man, the most amiable among them, replied. What nonsense! This is our woman. Why should we share her with him? He can take himself elsewhere. The man with the mushroom haircut shot a glare at his companion, unwilling to share the meat so readily at hand, especially with someone whose origins were unknown, who knew if he intended to claim her for himself. Be wise and leave, seizing the moment of distraction. Changru fought against her restraints, desperately grasping a piece of inadequate fabric from the ground to cover herself. With trembling arms, she cried out, "Help me, please! I didn't choose this. They're trying to force me." "Shut up, you filthy wench!" The bald man snapped back, delivering a resounding slap that silenced her cries. The blow left her head ringing, her cheek quickly swelling, and dizziness overwhelmed her as tears fell from her reddened eyes onto the ground. The man at the door wore an inscrutable expression, his lifeless eyes glinting with an eerie light, indifferent to her plight. A faint scent of osmanthus wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing him in, as if it emanated from the girl herself. Surely, she would taste exquisite. The three men, undeterred by his presence, chose to ignore him, preferring instead to indulge in their own desires, willing to enact a lively tableau of debauchery without a second thought. "No, please, save me," Changru sobbed, clinging desperately to the scant fabric covering her. The bald man, growing impatient, delivered another sharp slap. The superhuman strength only exacerbated her disorientation, blood trickling from her lips, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yet the man at the entrance merely regarded her with a detached gaze, showing no intention of rescuing her. Just when she thought despair had claimed her, the man at the door smirked mysteriously, and a powerful pressure enveloped the air. The three men halted their actions, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, do you still wish to continue?" he questioned, a wry smile gracing his pale, lifeless face, yet a flicker of murderous intent danced across his features. The expressions on the men's faces morphed into one of fear and supplication, as they knelt, desperately bowing their heads like dogs with their tails tucked in submission. "We were wrong, wrong. Please don't kill me." Their pleas were abruptly cut short as their throats were pierced by unseen blades, their bodies collapsing, eyes wide open in shock, a metallic tang of blood permeating the room. He refrained from using his hands, not wishing to soil himself further, as he would have to clean up afterward, a tedious task. Meanwhile, Changru had fainted from sheer terror. Observing the liquid on the cold steel of his blade, he sampled its taste, grimacing in distaste. Truly unpalatable. His gaze fell upon the unconscious girl, her clothing in tatters, exposing large swathes of alabaster skin to the air, the enticing aroma growing ever stronger. Rather than feeling any semblance of compassion, he approached her, fixating on her soiled, swollen face, raising his blade with the intent to pierce her throat, only to hesitate, his eyes darkening. "Never mind. I shall wait until she awakens to kill her. That would be far more entertaining." He relished the notion of devouring amusing prey, for only then would it be truly delectable. Chapter 109. I bet Changru awoke with a start from a harrowing nightmare. the final scene etched in her mind being one of despair and numbness. She could scarcely differentiate between dream and reality. The sight was horrific, a testament to the immense psychological burden she bore to conjure such a dreadful dream. Little girl, you are awake? Ah, the air was thick with the scent of blood as she looked down, her eyes widening in terror at the gruesome corpses strewn across the floor, causing her to scramble away, trembling uncontrollably. It was not a dream. Shivering, she wrapped her arms around herself, her voice quaking with fear. Please, don't kill me. As the man took a step forward, she instinctively recoiled, retreating until she found herself cornered against the wall. Tiska, little one, your words contradict one another. Did you not express a desire for death a moment ago? Why then, when confronted with it, do you tremble in fright? The man leaned slightly, his eyes narrowed with a hint of cold mockery as he reached out, his rigid hand brushing against her swollen cheek. Chang-Ru flinched away, avoiding his touch, and in a moment of realization, whispered, "Thank you." His skin was unnaturally pale, devoid of any warmth, almost as if he were specter. I intend to kill you, and yet you express gratitude? He was taken aback, but the next instant, his large hand clutched her throat, lifting her effortlessly. The dark aura surrounding him swiftly enveloped her, seeping into her skin. I find your essence quite appealing, since you wish to thank me. Why not become my meal? In a sense, it would fulfill your desire. Fear not. I shall be gentle. And no, please, spare me. Chang-Ru gasped, struggling in agony as she attempted to use her powers to resist the encroaching darkness. Her nails clawing at his hand, but the sensation was as cold and unyielding as metal. It dawned on her then. You are not human. The man smiled faintly. You guessed correctly. Thus, you shall die. With a slight exertion, he crushed her throat, her eyes rolling back as her voice faded into silence. Her neck contorted grotesquely beneath his grip. Just then, a faint sound echoed from the wall, and the man's sharp, dark eyes focused intently. Chun Mingxian covered his mouth, shaking his head at his four companions, preparing to flee, yet they looked at him with terror-laden eyes, sprinting away without a trace. Chun Mingxian turned. He caught sight of the man's pale, strikingly defined face, his expression a blend of allure and menace, a smile that seemed both genuine and mocking. The distance between them closed, and he felt the suffocating black mist emanating from the man, causing him to retreat several steps. Looking back at his companions, he realized they had abandoned him long ago. Before he could react, the man had grasped his wrist, and Chun Mingxian quickly summoned the metallic properties of the air's gold elements to stave off the encroaching darkness. A zombie! He attempted to retaliate with his other metallic arm, but the man's cold steel blade met his throat instead. Interesting, the man jested, a metal-type superhuman. Despite standing at 1.85 meters, Chun Mingxian felt dwarfed by the man, who towered at nearly 1.9 meters. Do you intend to kill me? Is that not self-evident, young one? The man spoke with a tone of amusement, his earlier actions seemingly delighting him. Interrupting my lunch comes with consequences. Noticing the boy's trembling form, the man's gaze darkened, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind. What if we make a wager? If you win, I shall let you go. Chun Mingxian furrowed his brow, the surrounding black mist tightening around him, his voice stiff. What sort of wager? It was a rare bond forged in adversity, a miracle that allowed this boy to win. The man found it difficult to articulate his feelings, sensing an indescribable sensation within him. Once, it seemed he too had hoped. A blankness enveloped him. The man rubbed his forehead, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling within. Fortunately, he chose to dismiss them. Indeed, the man did not strike, instead maintaining his distance. Yet Chun Mingxian, in his mind, was already drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 110. A sincere encounter to avoid disturbances. Cheng Yingzhu had specifically instructed Huang Xiaoyi to take Lu Jingli and Yi Zixing outside to combat the zombies. The cake was complete, adorned with a thick layer of white frosting, with chocolate letters forming a name in the center and a small candle perched atop. Although it was a simple creation, it was crafted with great care. One could not help but acknowledge that even the antagonist within the story could demonstrate such consideration. It was evident he truly cared for her, reflecting on his fate within the narrative. Ling Tian remained disinterested, her heart tormented and frustrated. It had been too long without her powers advancing. She yearned for strength, to alter the course of events, at the very least to ensure his survival. Perhaps he had grown too disillusioned with this world, yet he undeniably deserved a brighter future. Chang Yingzhu furrowed his brow. Noticing his silly sister staring blankly at the candle atop the cake, he asked, his voice low, "What troubles you?" Chang Yingzhu's gaze softened as he gently ruffled her hair, patiently encouraging, "What wish do you wish to make?" Ling Tian's smile deepened, her voice sweet and delicate. "I wish for my brother to live happily forever, without any misfortune." With a gentle breath, she extinguished the candle, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. "Silly girl, do you not fear that speaking your wish will render it ineffective? And do you truly believe your brother would die?" Chang Yingzhu's handsome face was momentarily graced by a hint of a smile, yet the subsequent words he uttered were laden with gravity. Ling Tian hastily shook her head. She firmly believed that her brother had the capacity to survive. He possessed that very ability. "As long as you believe your brother will protect you well," he said, gripping her arms with both hands, his gaze sharp after a brief hesitation. "Even if that moment were to arrive, I will not allow any harm to befall you. Do you understand?" Ling Tian's heart raced unexpectedly. Her nose tinged with a slight ache as she encircled his neck with her arms, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. But brother, I don't want you to get hurt because of me, and I don't want to be a burden to you. So please don't say such things, given the nature of a villainous overlord." For him to express such sentiments indicated he was fully prepared, and even in death, she believed he would safeguard her. Why was he so kind to her? Why was her brother so foolish? Such a person could not possibly fail to be liked. She had once thought him terrifying and had even deceived him. Despite being from entirely different worlds, she had developed feelings for him. Ultimately, Ling Tian made a bold decision, her cheeks aflame as she leaned up and planted a kiss on his soft lips, mustering the courage to ask, "Brother, can you stay with me tonight?" It was her first invitation, and she felt both nervous and fearful, her heart filled with anticipation. The nervousness stemmed from her affection for him, while the fear was rooted in the impending experiences every girl must face in her life. As her breath quickened, Chang Yingzhu's deep-set eyes darkened slightly, his voice restrained and "LOW, do you like me?" He seemed to place great importance on her response. Ling Tian smiled, her peach blossom eyes brimming with a seductive allure. "I like you, brother, very much." Her enchanting voice faded between their lips. Ling Tian shifted from her seat to straddle his long legs, breathless, her breaths mingling within his mouth, when he finally released her swollen lips. His thin lips had already moved to her tender neck. "Brother, it's daytime. At night, we can—" Noticing the young girl lost in thought, Chang Yingzhu disregarded her suggestion, lifting her effortlessly as he ascended the stairs to her bedroom, closing and locking the door, completely ignoring the solitary cake on the table. Gently placing her on the bed, he propped himself on one arm beside her face and patiently said, "Leave it to me." The moment their lips met, he gazed into her cool yet tender eyes, commanding her softly, "Open your mouth," until they finally laid bare their true selves to one another. Minutes later, the sweet scent mixed with burgeoning emotions suddenly filled the room, the temperature rising steadily. Uncertain how long it lasted, she found herself indifferent to the soundproofing of the room or whether anyone might hear them. When it was all over, she was too exhausted to keep her eyes open, succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon waking, it was already the following morning, and Chang Yingzhu's figure was absent from her side. Ling Tian propped herself up, her waist feeling sore, and was immediately struck by a chill as she realized she was still unclothed. Flustered, she hastily covered herself with the blanket, glancing around the empty room. Initially intending to dash to the bathroom in her nakedness, the pain in her body made movement laborious, just as she stepped from the bed. There was a stir at the door. Ling Tian, stifling her pain, quickly burrowed back under the covers. "Awake?" Chang Yingzhu's deep, magnetic voice resonated from the doorway as he approached her bedside, observing the girl curled tightly into a ball. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Realizing his little girl was shy, he spoke patiently and gently. "Is your body still in discomfort?" The unfamiliarity of yesterday's events made her cheeks flush at the mere thought of them, causing her to avoid his gaze. Ling Tian covered her heated cheeks, hastily shaking her head while simultaneously nodding, unsure of her own feelings, the memory of their entwined bodies, his voice, and more importantly, the scars that adorned his back. How had she not noticed the multitude of scars on his back at that moment? Breaking free from her shyness, Ling Tian realized she had not inquired earlier, having chosen not to dampen her brother's spirits. So, was there something he wished to keep from her? Let me see, she insisted, clutching the blanket with one hand while grasping his hand with the other as she pulled herself upright. Don't look. Chang'ing's steadied her delicate waist, but Ling Tian persisted, tugging at his collar and urging him to turn away. I'll do it myself. That he grasped her restless hand, unfastening the buttons of his shirt himself, tossing the garment onto the bed before turning his back to her. Dozens of intertwined scars marred his broad back, stretching from his shoulder blades to his waist, particularly along the inner side of his shoulder blades, where several deep, knife-like gashes lay. Though the color had faded, they appeared both profound and terrifying. How much pain had he endured at that time? Just as Chang'ing's intended to turn and assure her it was nothing. He felt tears fall upon his back. That it's nothing, I've already. When did you get hurt? Chang'ing's sighed. I trusted someone and was merely attacked by some people. It's nothing serious. Does it hurt? He suppressed a sigh that was about to escape his lips. Such wounds were inconsequential to him by now, and they pertained to matters he preferred not to revisit. Pain held no significance for him. He had endured worse in his youth. That I'm sorry. Brother, I didn't realize sooner. I know you aren't afraid of injury or pain, but you can still feel pain in front of me. That IT was like being tickled by delicate feathers, a bit uncomfortable yet bearable. What was more pressing was the fact that she was his beloved girl. The thought of her beauty made his throat involuntarily tighten. No, she was already fatigued. He could not put her through more trials. Ling Tian wiped away the tears that had dripped onto him. Yet a few more fell, landing on his back. Reluctantly, he turned, helping to dry the tears from her eyes, cradling her in his arms as he gently patted her shoulder. After releasing her, he suppressed the restlessness coursing through his veins, ensuring she was seated steadily before fetching a long dress for her. Get dressed first. There's something I need to tell you. Don't want to take a shower. Ling Tian's tone was slightly pitiful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, utterly defenseless. As Chang'ing donned his clothes, he glanced down to see the marks left upon her fair skin. He averted his gaze, speaking in a calm, detached tone. I already washed you. Ling Tian's eyes widened momentarily, and in an instant, she became so embarrassed that she enveloped herself tightly within the blanket once more, the moment her feet touched the ground. A wave of soreness washed over her waist and legs. After a few awkward steps, Chang'ing's had fortunately chosen a long dress for her, so her odd gait would not be too noticeable. Ling Tian, observing Chang'ing's turned back, softly said, If there is something important, brother, please tell me. He turned to face her, his tone unusually serious. There is something in a suburban area of the city. Huang Xiaoyi noticed something unusual yesterday, and I plan to investigate. You're not well, so you cannot accompany us. Stay at home with Lu Jingli. Considering her safety, Chang'ing's insisted Lu Jingli remain, for her extraordinary abilities were sufficient to protect Ling Tian. Ling Tian was displeased, eager to join, yet her brother's stern expression made it clear she must stay behind. You look a bit pale, Lu Jingli remarked, approaching with concern. Also, why did you both go to bed so early yesterday? Ling Tian, sipping from her cup, was caught off guard by the question, causing her to sputter the water she had yet to swallow. Lu Jingli stared in confusion. What's wrong? In nothing. Ling Tian's face flushed as she set down her cup, hastily wiping her mouth with a tissue, her gaze evasive. I'm feeling much better. Though Lu Jingli found her response puzzling, she chose not to dwell on it. Nodding seriously, Mr. Cheng, Huang, and ye observed the suburban area yesterday. There has been unusual activity among the plants, and the mutated animals nearby have increased in number, making them quite challenging to handle. Furthermore, I faintly heard strange sounds that didn't resemble zombies or mutated beasts. Despite knowing her brother's strength, Ling Tian could not help but feel anxious. Will they encounter any danger? It's fine. Didn't your brother say he's only investigating and won't take any direct action? That was true. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but then another thought struck her, prompting her to ask, Brother, hasn't he informed Gongwei about this? Has he? Lu Jingli shook her head. It seemed her brother had grown wary of Gongwei. She did not wish to hinder him. He had protected her so much that she wanted to do something in return. With determination, she looked at Lu Jingli, her eyes flashing with resolve. Shaoli, I want to go out and kill zombies. Lu Jingli appeared troubled. That's not possible. Mr. Ching specifically instructed me that you're unwell and shouldn't go outside, and I'm fine. It's just my waist that's a bit uncomfortable. But it won't affect my abilities. She knew her powers were weak, and even if she possessed a space, it was merely superficial. In the face of real danger, she had long forgotten how to wield it. Until she leveled up, this space would not fully recognize its owner. It could be claimed by anyone who shed blood within it beforehand. Only after an ability user leveled up would they truly receive acknowledgement from a space, marking it as a tattoo. The protagonist's jade pendant had long transformed into a tattoo etched upon her chest after her upgrade, becoming a space that she could easily access at any moment. This time, she was determined to slay zombies and enhance her abilities, willing to face any hardship that might arise. Unable to endure Ling Tian's relentless persuasion, Lu Jingli reluctantly accompanied her outside. Chapter 113. Deception and trickery. The zombies were scattered in their distribution, making them considerably easier to deal with. Lu Jingli remarked, "It's not as arduous as yesterday." Ling Tian remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, and cautioned, "We must stay alert. If a first-tier zombie catches us off guard, it could spell trouble." "You are absolutely right," Lu Jingli nodded. Suddenly struck with a brilliant idea, she considered Ling Tian's frail condition and whispered, "You provide support while I take the offensive. Remember to keep the zombies occupied as much as possible. Evade whenever you can, and don't worry about me." Ling Tian nodded in agreement and positioned herself beside Lu Jingli. As the protagonist was already a first-tier superhuman, it was reasonable for her to consider her circumstances, and Ling Tian did not question it. Ling Tian, enduring the pain, summoned the wind to gather several zombies together, allowing Lu Jingli to unleash an electrical current that charred them to a crisp. To ensure their safety, even after the zombies had been electrocuted into a darkened mass, Ling Tian transformed the air into a sharp blade and severed the heads of the zombies, just as the two women exhaled with relief. The very scenario Ling Tian had forewarned materialized. A first-tier zombie emerged. Both Ling Tian and Lu Jingli braced themselves for an attack, only to witness the first-tier zombie being pursued by a group of unknown individuals. It appeared that the zombie had fled to this location. "Damn it. We cannot let it escape. I must get my hands on that crystal core." Hu Gang cursed from behind, his grotesque visage contorted with fury. "Calm down, Ugo. It's injured. It won't run far." Several of his lackeys consoled him. The zombies, displaying a surprising cunning, did not attack Ling Tian and Lu Jingli, but instead sought refuge near them, effectively diverting the pursuing group's attention towards the two women. The zombies were already fast, and the pursuers were riding motorcycles, closing in rapidly. Ling Tian glanced around, realizing there was no time to hide. Lu Jingli furrowed her brow and suggested, "Should we capture that zombie?" His eyes flickered momentarily, his restless demeanor revealing a brutishness that was unsettling. One of the lackeys, noticing their leader's intentions, lamented, "Who go? Aren't we going to take the crystal core? Let's see." The zombie has vanished. Hu Gang shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze lewdly fixated on Ling Tian, licking his lips as he remarked, "Can a beauty compare to a crystal core? I happen to be in need of a beauty. That scoundrel Xiao Junjia has left me without any decent encounters for days. Finally, I found one. Puffed. What is Xiao Junjia? He can't compare to our Hugo. He is just a bastard, utterly insignificant. Exactly, he merely dabbles in the esoteric. Oh, why are you two even mentioning him? It's quite disheartening." He Xingwang shot them a disdainful glance. "We should focus on capturing these two women." Superhumans generally possess heightened hearing, and their words inevitably reached Ling Tian's ears, filling her with disgust and revulsion. It was clear that they were affiliated with the same base as the male protagonist, and they were not good people. Several motorcycles circled around Ling Tian and Lu Jingli, their riders displaying predatory expressions and lewd whistles. He Xingwang grinned mischievously. "Little lady, have you considered joining our boss? I guarantee you'll eat well, sleep well, and no longer have to risk your lives scavenging for food. Such an opportunity is rare. Gang, unable to contain himself, halted his motorcycle, his corpulent frame trembling as he grinned. Little girl, I'm quite capable. As long as you agree to follow me, I can provide anything you desire, much like your father. Disgusting. Lu Jingli's brows knitted together, her pure, fair face reflecting her disdain. She coldly retorted, My father is nothing like you. Indeed, why should we consent to your revolting demands? Ling Tian's eyes glimmered with cold light. At your age, resorting to deceitful tricks is quite the skill. Do you truly think we are merely naive little girls? Casting a glance at He Xingwang, whose expression was darkening, Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Insinuating, and we have hands and feet. We can take care of ourselves. What makes you think we need to submit to anyone? Chapter 114. The disparity of strength. Hu Gang's eyes fell upon several indistinct black objects not far away. The charred heads emitted a foul blend of burnt flesh and decay, an unmistakable odor belonging solely to zombies. Ling Tian wasted no time. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, she unleashed a gust of wind to break their encirclement. Damn it! He Xingwang cursed loudly, tumbling to the ground alongside several of his brothers, their motorcycles rendered useless, the tires screeching as they were destroyed. It was then that Hu Gang realized the two women were superhumans. A revelation that clashed with his ingrained gender bias. He rarely encountered female superhumans. His subconscious reinforced the belief that women were unworthy of possessing powers, or that even as superhumans, they were still weaker than ordinary men. Ling Tian recognized that these individuals were not benign. Their demeanor indicated ill intentions. However, the energy frequency emanating from their leader necessitated caution. You understand. Do not force our hand. Retreat, and let us pursue our zombies while you pursue yours. Mutual non-interference. Does that not sound agreeable? Lu Jingli remained silent, a twinge of worry flashing through her mind. Ling Tian's health was precarious, and should a conflict erupt, she would be unable to safeguard her. Such grand notions of mutual non-interference. Do you think Hu Gang was raised to be intimidated? His eyes burned with rage, revealing a hint of amusement. Do you truly believe I would let this slide? Hu Gang. Ling Tian's pupils dilated in shock. How could they encounter such individuals so far from the government-established safe zone? More troubling was the fact that this Hu Gang was a man devoid of respect for women, a malicious manipulator. Given his temperament, it was highly probable he would not let them go. Such a wonderful opportunity, and you think you can simply escape after damaging our motorcycles? He Xingwang, nursing his bruised backside, rose awkwardly, his movements both clumsy and menacing. And what about our medical expenses? Do you think you can brush this aside with mere words? Lu Jingli interjected. Then how about we offer an apology? Suddenly, an idea struck He Xingwang, that he approached Hu Gang with a cunning smile, whispering, Hugo, you've never had the pleasure of a female superhuman. Why not give it a try? It wouldn't be a loss. Now that's an enticing thought. Hu Gang chuckled, his eyes narrowing in a predatory gaze fixed on Ling Tian's delicate features, nearly drooling with desire. This girl was even more alluring than the one beside her. The thrill of the chase would surely be far more gratifying. After all, what difference did it make if she was a superhuman? In this world, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with brute force. Panic surged within Ling Tian as she realized the precariousness of her situation. Her expression darkened, facing Hu Gang's lascivious gaze. She felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his eyes. Vines unexpectedly sprang forth, coiling tightly around her arms and waist. Ling Tian's eyes darkened as she struggled, only to find the vines ensnaring her legs as well. Ha ha! I've caught her! One of the lackeys exclaimed, his excitement palpable. But before he could revel in his triumph, Ling Tian summoned the wind, transforming it into sharp blades that severed the vines binding her. Lu Jingli was engaged in combat with He Xingwang, battling against two other superhumans who were attempting to restrain her. Hu Gang smirked lightly. Your wind-based abilities seem rather limited, don't they? Allow me to show you what a true wind-type superhuman can do. He manipulated the air elements into a swirling mass, launching an invisible gale towards Ling Tian, aiming to envelop her entirely in a tornado. Ling Tian had no time for surprise. She desperately utilized her wind abilities to disrupt the tornado's formation. Striving to avoid being drawn in, though she narrowly escaped the vortex. No matter how she hurled her wind blades, Hu Gang always anticipated her movements, dodging effortlessly. She was left breathless, acutely aware of the stark disparity in their strengths. Furthermore, her legs ached terribly from the previous day's exertions, rendering her incapable of evading Hu Gang's assaults. Yet a voice within her urged her not to give up, not to disgrace her brother. Absolutely not. Chapter 115. Forced upgrade. The vines lunged at Ling Tian once more from behind, and she swiftly dispatched them with her wind blades, only for new ones to emerge. Lu Jingli, noticing Ling Tian's predicament, rushed to her aid, but a foe approached, swinging a fist her way. Little lady, losing focus during battle is the gravest sin. Let me teach you what it means to fight with a clear mind. Fortunately, Lu Jingli reacted in time, evading the punch and retaliating with a ball of electric energy that she had formed in her hand. Hu Gang effortlessly conjured a tornado and soared towards her, while Ling Tian intended to use a copper coin to momentarily stabilize the situation within the space. However, the interference from the vines once again prevented her from freeing a hand to search her pocket for the coin. Just as she noticed a larger tornado rushing towards her than before, it was too late for her to evade. Lu Jingli, witnessing this, utilized the earth beneath her feet as a conduit to electrically incapacitate several of Hu Gang's lackeys. She swiftly appeared before Ling Tian, employing a defensive technique she had yet to use, gathering an electrically charged shield that crackled ominously before her. Such a shield demanded considerable energy from a superpowered individual and would likely not endure for long. TSK. Unbeknownst to her, this young lady was indeed a rare lightning-type superpowered being. Taming her would evidently require some time. Hu Gang stroked his chin, his gaze greedy and malevolent as he appraised Lu Jingli's petite figure. A smirk playing on his lips. What a stroke of luck today. Although he had lost the crystal core, he had stumbled upon two great treasures. Shaoli, don't mind me, quickly open the space. Ling Tian shook her head vigorously. Although the space could accommodate people, the female protagonist already possessed a space of her own, which would create a conflict, resulting only in expulsion. However, the protagonist's focus was entirely on the electric shield she had summoned. This was her first time employing the electric shield, and she had to concentrate fully. Any distraction would cause the shield to dissipate in an instant, unless she could open the space within a second before its disappearance, which depended on speed. No, I might evade, but what about you? I can't do that. What if the protagonist failed? That tornado could very well claim her life, even if Hu Gang chose to halt the tornado midway. If it fell into his hands, it would undoubtedly lead to the protagonist suffering a fate worse than death. The protagonist was also fighting for her, given her abilities, as long as she was unharmed. She could retreat unscathed even when faced with numerous foes. She could not afford to be selfish and disregard the protagonist's fate. What to do? Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She slowed her breathing, gathering strength while straining to listen to the sound around her. Lu Jingli was dripping with sweat, her expression anxious and pale. Don't worry about me. I can't hold on much longer. If you don't hurry, we'll both get swept in. The scythe of death was already swinging down. Ling Tian's heart raced. What good was her superpower? She was now trapped, unable to act decisively if she did not level up. Dealing with Hu Gang would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps leveling up would provide her with a fighting chance, if struck by inspiration. She quickly retrieved the unspent crystal core from the space using a copper coin, placing it in her palm and gripping it tightly without hesitation, channeling its energy into her body. This time, it was not merely a matter of absorbing a small amount of energy as before. Upgrading her powers required either slaying zombies to gain experience or repeatedly utilizing energy to break through barriers. Although the energy from the crystal core was quick and straightforward, it was fraught with danger and lacked safety. During this process, she would have to endure the pain caused by energy flooding her entire body. There was also the risk of failure during the upgrade. Some individuals, despite succeeding, found their bodies ruptured by the energy of the crystal core within moments. This was a side effect, as the capacity to endure varied among individuals, leading to potential residual effects for a few superpowered beings. Yet, she had no other options left. The energy seeped through her palm into Ling Tian's meridians, coursing throughout her body. The overwhelming energy pounded against her organs like a hammer. Ling Tian felt a searing heat and pain throughout her body, akin to a hydrogen-filled balloon placed in an oven. As if it would explode any moment. She had to level up. She could not afford to die now. Chapter 116 must be terrifying. Changningsu had not yet entered the suburbs when superpowered individuals, emerging from unknown origins, ruthlessly attacked the three of them. Shaolin, what are you doing here? Huang Xiaoyi recognized a familiar face among them and instinctively shouted, disregarding the situation, "Oh, you remember us. We entered the training camp together." Yi Zixing furrowed his brow, dodging a fireball. Shaolin, we are not enemies. However, the superpowered individual named Shaolin appeared dazed, his eyes vacant, seemingly not comprehending their words, his offensive actions relentless. Changningsu paid no mind to their relationship. He mercilessly dispatched anyone or anything that obstructed him. Huang Xiaoyi was taken aback by Changningsu's brutal efficiency, as he did not even grant a moment for inquiry before executing the individuals. Moreover, the malice radiating from the slain superpowered beings instilled a sense of dread in him. Even Yi Zixing, trained for years, felt a tremor in his legs, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Brothers, why did you kill them all? Changningsu remained silent, instead cleaving the head of a fallen foe with his blade, exposing the crystal core as the brain matter oozed out. It was smaller than a zombie's crystal core and lacked vibrant colors. Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing were equally astonished. Superpowered beings also possessed crystal cores. I don't believe in leaving a person with a muddled mind alive. His tone was indifferent, yet laden with meaning. I sensed something amiss the moment my mental power entered their minds. Indeed, superpowered beings can also produce crystal cores. From now on, superpowered beings must be cautious not to become prey. That a flicker of concern crossed Huang Xiaoyi's eyes as he remarked, if everyone learns this secret, won't superpowered beings turn against each other? Ling Tian finally drained the energy from the crystal core, its formerly vibrant hue dimming as it transformed into powder, scattering into the air. With energy absorbed, she struggled to break through the barrier while enduring the pain of the impact. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and her powers upgraded to the first tier. A tremendous surge of energy forcibly coursed through her meridians, causing her expression to contort in agony, as the most concentrated pathways in her brain felt as if they would explode. Just as Lu Jingli was nearing her limit, Ling Tian, drenched in sweat, quickly pushed Lu Jingli aside, gathering the wind blades in her hands to exploit the favorable conditions and directly tear through the approaching tornado. Lu Jingli gasped in alarm. Tian, what happened to you? Ling Tian felt something warm trickling from her nostrils. She knew it was blood, yet she merely wiped it away with her hand, not even glancing at it. She must have looked terrifying in that moment. He Xingwang was equally startled, rubbing his still painful waist, timidly hiding behind Hu Gang, quietly asking, Brother Hu, something's off with this girl. She hasn't been affected by your tornado. Why is she bleeding? I've only heard of it. To actually witness it is astonishing, Hu Gang mused, his greasy face reflecting both regret and schadenfreude. What a pity. So beautiful, yet she probably won't live much longer. It turned out this was a side effect of the crystal core. Having never experienced it, such a physique was too unfortunate to waste. Ling Tian forced herself to maintain her stance, conjuring invisible wind blades that swiftly dispatched the two men who dared attempt to restrain her with their vines. This time, she would show no mercy. A single strike would be lethal. Lu Jingli frowned, noticing Ling Tian's continuous bleeding from her nostrils, desperately wanting to halt her actions. However, upon seeing her resolute demeanor, she sighed and joined the fray. Observing their companions falling one by one, warm blood pooling around them, He Xingwang's bravado vanished, replaced by fear. Goodness, Brother Hu, perhaps we should leave. Just as he spoke, a powerful gust propelled He Xingwang several meters away into an electric pole, leaving him bloodied and likely on the brink of unconsciousness. Hu Gang's henchmen had been decimated, and Ling Tian's eyes began to flow with blood as well, despite the intense pain throbbing in her head. She clung tightly to the wind mass, her lower lip bitten until it bled. What to do? Was she truly on the verge of death? Chapter 117. Revenge. Ling Tian once again unleashed a wind blade towards Hu Gang, but he deftly evaded it. Ha ha. Little girl, look at you now. How long do you think you can hold on in this state? Hu Gang's face was filled with arrogance, although he felt a twinge of apprehension. He was not about to be intimidated by a girl who had yet to blossom into womanhood. Ling Tian ignored him, gathering her powers once more to form a tornado. Blood continued to flow from her nostrils and the corners of her eyes. Her delicate and enchanting face smeared with her own blood, resembling a vengeful spirit from a horror film, terrifying and grotesque. Tian, stop. Lu Jingli urgently grasped Ling Tian's hand, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. Her voice hoarse, please, no more using your powers. You won't be able to bear it, but I must protect you. It is I who speaks out. When danger arises, I will bear it all. I will not come harm. Ling Tian gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with determination. She lied. Her body burned with fever, every part feeling as though crushed by immense weight, her head on the verge of exploding, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. She was merely holding on through sheer willpower. Surviving was a deception. She might very well Hu Gang had not anticipated that this stubborn girl, still holding on, would so quickly gather energy to summon a tornado. His moment of carelessness allowed the tornado to engulf him directly. Countless wind blades assaulted him at the center, and only through desperate resistance was Hu Gang able to barely suppress the tornado. His body was covered in numerous wounds, his clothing shredded to tatters. He had never imagined that even in such a state, she could unleash such tremendous power. Panting heavily, Hu Gang found himself nearly devoid of strength. At that moment, he was finally engulfed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Leave the rest to me. You should rest here for now. Remember, do not use your powers again. Lu Jingli's eyes were tinged with bloodshot urgency as she grasped Ling Tian's arms. Her heart heavy with worry, fearing she might resort to her abilities once more. Ling Tian nodded, her vision blurred from the blood loss, her eyelids heavy and difficult to keep opened up. Mr. Chung had instructed her to protect Tian. Yet she felt she had failed, allowing her to become this way. She was truly too weak. Lu Jingli's heart ached as she shot a piercing glare at Hu Gang. In a flash of electricity, she swiftly positioned herself before him. Hu Gang, jolted by the electric shock, trembled as he mockingly remarked, "Your dear companion is on the verge of death. Even if you kill me, it will be of no use." Lu Jingli's gaze was icy. With a flick of her wrist, a brilliant current of electricity cleaved through his neck, severing his head and letting the crystal cord tumble to the ground. It was her first act of murder, and she felt no remorse. Upon discovering the crystal core, she paused momentarily, crouching down to retrieve it, but just as she was about to rise, a man rushed over and kicked her. Lu Jingli, already drained of energy and weakened, could not react in time. She was not only kicked, but also sent flying several meters away. Fortunately, Ling Tian heard the commotion and quickly positioned herself behind Lu Jingli, preventing her from being thrown even farther. The crystal core was also kicked away, landing beside the corpse. Ling Tian's face paled, her body trembling violently. Suddenly, a metallic taste filled her throat, and she coughed up blood onto the ground, nearly collapsing. Tian, are you all right? Lu Jingli, blood trickling from her mouth, gazed in shock at the pool of blood around them, exclaiming, "What on earth happened to you? Could it be?" recalling the words of the man moments ago. She dared not think further. "Ha! Changtan, you too shall meet this fate." How the tides have turned. Chun Jinxiang emerged from the shadows, a triumphant smile gracing her face, reveling in her malicious glee, her eyes glinting with cruelty. During these dull days, she had been observing Cheng Tian's apartment for long stretches, partly unable to sever her thoughts of Cheng Yingzhua, partly seeking to ingratiate herself with the powerful man to glean his whereabouts. But most importantly, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate that wretched Cheng Tian. Without Cheng Tian, her path to Cheng Yingzhua would be unobstructed. Just the thought of her most despised Cheng Tian enjoying that man's embrace night after night ignited a jealousy so fierce she wished to tear apart Cheng Tian's beguiling visage. Once she learned that Cheng Tian had left and Cheng Yingzhua was absent, she rejoiced, recognizing her opportunity, and immediately instructed her closest male companion to maintain a distance and secretly follow Ling Tian. To her astonishment, it bore fruit, and she could swiftly rid herself of that vile creature. All her efforts to please those men around Gong Wei had finally paid off. Chapter 118. Move quickly, Lu Jingli's gaze turned cold. Her tone laced with hostility. You again? She remembered this woman, who had previously sought to sow discord between her and Tian Tian. She was no innocent. And so what? Chun Jinxiang replied, reveling in the sight of the once delicate and pristine Ching Tian now reduced to a bloodied wretch. Her beautiful face marred by tears of blood, resembling a vengeful spirit. Chun Jinxiang felt both satisfaction and glee, wishing only for Chang Tian to suffer further to quell her own resentment. She turned her attention to Ling Tian. Still spitting blood, her eyes glimmering with a mix of excitement and mockery. Chang Tian, in your current state, it seems you shan't survive much longer, will you? I have long awaited this day. I have endured endless humiliation for this moment. Dreaming of the day you would vanish completely, crawling on the ground like a dog begging for mercy. Ling Tian clutched her chest, the pain overwhelming her senses. All she could hear was a deafening hum in her ears. Her body racked with agony to that moment. Chun Jinxiang no longer felt outnumbered. The sharpness in her eyes revealed the predatory dragon within, its cold fangs bared. This was her true face. Chang Tian, you are truly duplicitous. Claiming to despise your brother while seducing him, that weren't you once so proud and aloof? Madly in love with Yi Jiashu, terrified he might suspect you of being with other men. How could you so readily sell your body? Do you have no shame? Why him? Of all people, your brother. Chun Jinxiang's twisted expression broke into a derisive laugh as she continued. Oh, I forgot to mention, while you were silently pining for Yi Jiashu, I was already intimately involved with him, stealing kisses in the hidden corners of the school at that time. You were likely still in the dark, thinking you had a chance. Lu Jingli stared at this grotesque woman before her. Horrified. Why had Tian Tian befriended such a person? Regrettably, she was drained of energy, and Chun Jinxiang was flanked by two male superhumans. She had no capacity to retaliate. After venting her frustrations, Chun Jinxiang smiled again, lowering her gaze to her toes, seductively stating, however, if you dare kneel and lick my shoes clean, I might consider using my healing powers to save you. Ling Tian finally managed to discern her words, gritting her teeth as she resolutely declared, I refuse. Even if it costs me my life, I will not bow to scum. Yet her thoughts strayed. If she were to perish, what would happen to her brother? Surely he would be heartbroken. Now, she dreaded him seeing her in such a pitiful state. It was too disgraceful. Chun Jinxiang's anger flared. You are asking for it. If you won't comply, I shall ensure you leave this world. Suddenly, Lu Jingli interjected, Miss Chun, Tian Tian is Mr. Cheng's sister. If anything happens to her, he will not spare you. Furthermore, did Mr. Gong teach you this? If he discovers you are using his people behind his back, you know the consequences. She then shot a piercing glare at the two men in black uniforms beside Chun Jinxiang, coldly asserting, Aren't you too afraid? This isn't a safe zone. What is there to fear? Just kill them all, and feed their bodies to the zombies. Who will know? Chun Jinxiang sneered, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes as she coolly responded, Dare to vie for my man? You ought to consider your own worth. The two men hesitated no longer, striding forward. Suddenly, dozens of vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Chun Jinxiang and her companions. Run. Yi Jiashu rushed over, urgently grasping Ling Tian's hand. He was taken aback at her condition, but thankfully, Gong Wei had instructed him to keep an eye on Chun Jinxiang. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Chang Tian, I'll carry you. Hurry up. Yi Jiashu. Though Ling Tian could not see him, she recognized his voice. Hurry. They're about to break free. He crouched down, patting his shoulder. Ling Tian, with no time to spare, grasped his shoulder and climbed onto his back. Yi Jiashu bore her weight in silence, sprinting forward, fearful of being pursued. Lu Jingli, momentarily stunned, followed suit. Chapter 119. Draw them away, caught off guard by the sudden vine attack. Chun Jinxiang soon realized that Yi Jiashu and Ling Tian had vanished. Her expression darkened. Her pupils narrowed slightly as she coldly commanded, Hurry, pursue them. I refuse to believe that a nearly dead person can run far. Why did he choose to save that wretched Ling Tian? He was courting death. Along the way, Ling Tian could not help but weakly express her gratitude. Yi Jiashu, thank you. Yi Jiashu paused, then a bitter smile crossed his lips as he replied, no need to thank me. I am merely doing what I can. In truth, he had been deceived by Chen Jinxiang. He was but a pitiable figure. However, one must always guard against others. Ling Tian held reservations, knowing he was affiliated with Gong Wei. Who could tell what his true intentions were? Lu Jingli trailed closely behind Yi Jiashu, her expression grave as she observed Ling Tian's blood-soaked clothing. It was her own blood at this rate. She would soon succumb to blood loss. The memory of her father, who had bled out while fleeing from zombies, flooded her mind. Lu Jingli abruptly halted, her intense gaze fixated on them. You two go on ahead. I will draw them away. No, that's too dangerous. Ling Tian immediately sought to dissuade her. However, the hurried footsteps indicated that Lu Jingli had already departed. Shaoli, quickly, Yi Jiashu. Catch up to her. Don't let her do this. She has already exhausted so much energy and cannot continue to fight. She urgently patted Yi Jiashu's shoulder, the gesture as light as a feather, leaving no impression, while the damp fabric and the acrid scent of blood reminded him that they could not afford to delay any longer. She is doing this to save you. Do you wish to see her perish? At that moment, Yi Jiashu's face hardened, a mask of iron determination. If you want to live, don't act recklessly. She is doing this out of kindness. Otherwise, we would all perish here. Ling Tian fell silent. He knew he had acted impulsively, and if she pressed forward to intervene, the protagonist would undoubtedly ignore her, merely increasing the danger for all three of them. Uncertain of how long she had been running, Lu Jingli deliberately presented her back to the pursuers. Yet, given her current stamina, how could she possibly outrun two robust men? You can't escape now, can you? Chen Jinxiang, with a triumphant expression, finally caught up and cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Jingli, her face immediately shifting in color as she suspiciously inquired, where are Chen Tian and Yi Jiashu? Lu Jingli remained silent. Her hair, a deep black and glossy, resembled the wings of a raven, dark and lustrous. Yet her eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion. I'm asking you, where are they? Chen Jinxiang's face fell, feeling as though her chest were a boiling pot, the pressure mounting dangerously, ready to explode. Damn it, where have those two scoundrels gone? I don't know, you don't know. Do you take me for a fool? I saw you escape with them. Her teeth ground together audibly as she commanded the two men, taunting. I refuse to believe Chen Tian would care about you. Capture her. Lu Jingli furrowed her brow, biting her lip as she summoned the energy within her palms, barely managing to launch a bolt of energy toward the two men. That if you intend to kill me, then do it. I have nothing more to say. However, Chen Jinxiang merely chuckled coldly. What a splendid opportunity to eliminate you. Chen Tian would never throw herself into danger then. Though Chen Tian appeared to be on the brink of death, Chen Jinxiang still felt uneasy about witnessing her demise firsthand. If Chen Tian survived, given today's events, it would be Lu Jingli who would pay the price. Lu Jingli lowered her gaze. She won Ticum. Do you really believe I would trust you? Chen Jinxiang, eyeing the delicate and pure visage before her, was seized by an idea and reached out to pinch Lu Jingli's fair cheek. What if I were to carve a few lines on your lovely face? Do you think you would transform into an ugly creature? At this, Lu Jingli let out a soft laugh. Go ahead and carve. I won't utter a word. After all, she was already unaware. Chen Jinxiang's expression darkened further. In the next moment, without any warning, a man behind Lu Jingli was suddenly pierced through the abdomen by a metallic hand. As he fell, blood gushed forth, his entrails visible, consciousness slipping away. Chen Jinxiang gasped in shock. Miss Lu, it's been a while. Lu Jingli found her hands free, and the charming smile of Wang Junjie appeared before her, his grin wide and playful, momentarily rendering her speechless. Chapter 120. What happened? Lu Jingli's mind was in turmoil as she involuntarily called out. Xiao Junjie replied softly, his gaze catching Chen Jinxiang's visage, instantly dampening his smile as his brows furrowed tightly. Couldn't be him. Chen Jinxiang thought, Realizing the gravity of the situation, her complexion paling as her eyes widened in fear. Hastily glancing back, preparing to flee, the other man, still unable to wield his powers, was seized by the arm, the sound of bones cracking mingling with his anguished cries, resembling a haunting elegy. Seizing the moment, Chen Jinxiang swiftly darted down a narrow path to escape. She must not be allowed to flee. Perhaps she could save Tian Tian. Lu Jingli, anxious to pursue, was halted by Xiao Junjia's grip on her wrist. Noticing her worried expression, Xiao Junjia keenly sensed something amiss and asked with concern, "May I inquire what transpired just now?" Lu Jingli's brow, once furrowed, gradually relaxed, perhaps due to the stirrings of gratitude for his assistance. As she recounted the events and the crystal core she had discovered within the mind of a superhuman, by the time Yi Jiashu carried Ling Tian to the entrance of the safe zone, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her body drenched in blood, while Yi Jiashu laid her gently on the ground, tapping her shoulder softly, murmuring, "Cheng Tan, please wake up. Can you hear me?" The guards at the gate sensed something was amiss and rushed forward. Their machine guns gripped tightly. Lowering their heads, they beheld a blood-soaked woman lying motionless on the ground, her features obscured. Another guard, witnessing the scene, hurried inside to summon a doctor. Driving faster, he finally approached the entrance, where Chang Yingzhu spotted a figure sprawled in the center, drenched in blood, a sight both chilling and horrifying that he quickly halted the vehicle, disregarding whether it should enter the safe zone, leaping out and racing toward the entrance. He was certain that the person was Tian Tian. His blood seemed to freeze at that moment, a wave of heart-wrenching pain washing over him. He had merely stepped away for a moment, and his beloved had transformed into this, Tian Tian. Chang Yingzhu immediately crouched down, cradling Ling Tian, tenderly wiping the dried blood from her face with gentle fingers, his voice hoarse and cracked. "Brother is here. Please tell me who has bullied you, and I will go and avenge you." Yet, Ling Tian remained unresponsive, her body frail as if it were that of a recently deceased corpse, utterly still. Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing, who had hurried over, were equally astonished. Ling Tian, who had been lively just hours before, now lay in such a wretched state. "Mr. Chen." Yi Jiashu attempted to speak, but was met with Chang Yingzhu's cold, wrathful gaze, which silenced him. Chang Yingzhu's lips turned pale, yet his deep, icy eyes concealed a hidden fury. His expression darkened, and the warm air around them turned frigid. The doctor, trembling, knelt beside Ling Tian, checking her condition briefly before furrowing his brow. Finally, he felt for her pulse, sighing as he shook his head. "What's wrong with my sister?" Chang Yingzhu's lips were ashen, yet his piercing gaze betrayed a simmering rage. The doctor, trembling slightly, spoke slowly. "Miss Cheng has suffered severe damage to her meridians and has lost a significant amount of blood, leading to severe dehydration. Her pulse is nearly undetectable, and I fear—" He hesitated, afraid that uttering the final word would provoke the terrifying man before him. Yi Zixing could not restrain himself. "Isn't the crystal core capable of healing? Brothers, perhaps we could let Miss Cheng try the crystal core." "Absolutely not." Huang Xiaoyi shot Yi Zixing a sharp glare. Speaking gravely, the crystal core is highly dangerous and can easily backfire. Given Miss Cheng's current condition, she likely cannot withstand its treatment. Moreover, she must have just forcibly upgraded using the crystal core. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations would not be so abnormal that if she uses it again, she will truly perish. Indeed, Mr. Huang has reminded me that healing-type superhumans are relatively safe, with minimal side effects. With a healing-type superhuman's assistance, Miss Cheng's meridians could be saved. The doctor's eyes suddenly brightened. "I recall that there is a healing-type superhuman beside Brother Hu. She should be able to help." Chapter 121. Together in Death, where is Chun Jinxiang? Chang Yingzhu felt the body in his arms growing colder, his icy gaze chilling to the bone. The guard shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. "I just checked for Miss Chun. She's nowhere to be found in the safe zone." Upon hearing this, Chang Yingzhu unexpectedly smiled. Though he wore a smile, his dark, deep eyes were filled with an icy coldness, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Everyone present shuddered involuntarily. "Mr. Chang, I must clarify that it was Chun Jinxiang who intended to put Ling Tian in danger, which is why I assisted her escape. Chun Jinxiang is not here. She is likely still outside. Why Jiashu, looking haggard and no longer the poised gentleman he once was, cast a timid and self-deprecating glance at Cheng Yingzhu. At that moment, Gong Wei hurriedly emerged, shock evident on his face upon seeing Ling Tian in Cheng Yingzhu's arms. Mr. Cheng, what has happened? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Cheng Yingzhu sneered, gently laying Ling Tian down before seizing Gong Wei by the collar. Gong Wei, let me ask you. Chun Jinxiang is under your command. A living person has vanished from the safe zone. Do you really believe she could have easily slipped past your guards to plot against my sister? Cheng Yingzhu's cold, haughty gaze seemed devoid of focus, yet the depths of his eyes were restrained with a violent fury, his grip tightening on Gong Wei's collar. The men nearby quickly raised their guns, aiming steadily at him. Mr. Cheng, please calm down. Gong Wei gestured for the men to lower their weapons. His expression darkening, he sharply surveyed the two guards, stating coolly, "Our priority now is to find a way to rescue Miss Cheng. We can settle accounts later." The two guards felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Who would have imagined that Chun Jinxiang's departure was to harm Mr. Cheng's sister? This could very well cost them their lives. Not to mention Cheng Yingzhu would certainly flay them alive. The allure of beauty is truly perilous. The doctor, sensing the urgency, applied pressure to Ling Tian's acupoints, and fortunately, her eyelids fluttered slightly. Thank goodness. There's still a reaction. Brother. Ling Tian groggily regained consciousness, having barely felt the pain subside before being jolted awake again. Tian. Cheng Yingzhu rushed over, a mixture of shock and joy washing over him as he grasped her blood-stained little hand, holding it tightly yet cautiously, as if fearing to hurt her. "You must hold on. I want let anything happen to you that don't leave me alone here, all right?" His voice was a mere whisper, and within those crimson eyes lay a chilling sorrow, faint glimmers of transparent tears barely discernible. It seemed as though he had just heard his brother's voice. This was no illusion. He was gazing at her with palpable concern. Was he crying? Ling Tian's head throbbed painfully, making her question her very existence. She yearned to raise her hand to touch his face, to reassure him that she was all right, yet the agony coursing through her body rendered her limbs immobile. At that moment, she desperately wished to utter something, her heart longing to confess her love, fearing that silence might rob her of future opportunities. However, a wave of dizziness swept over her, merging with the excruciating pain, leaving her in a state of torment. After a fleeting moment of clarity, she succumbed once more to unconsciousness, a drop of crimson tears trailing down her cheek. Cheng Yingzhu, witnessing Ling Tian's fainting spell, let out a strange, light-hearted chuckle. "Fear not. If you were to perish, your brother would ensure you never walked this path alone, that he would make certain that all who were present, those who had compelled Chun Jinxiang to release her, as well as the onlookers relishing the spectacle, would accompany her in death, in a world devoid of her. Everything lost its significance. What purpose did his existence serve? It would be far better to perish together, dragging everyone down to hell alongside him, in that realm. Sweet Tian would surely not feel lonely. Even in the depths of hell, he would grasp her hand firmly, never to let go. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her bloodied forehead, then rose, exuding a terrifying aura filled with intense murderous intent and abyssal despair. With a gaze as cold as the stars, he inquired, "From which direction did Chun Jinxiang flee?" Just a single indication, and his mental prowess would swiftly locate her presence. Chapter 122. Restoration. Unaware of how long she had been running, Chun Jinxiang felt beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, landing on her parched, pale lips. Just when she was at a loss for what to do, several transparent lines in the air rapidly extended, ensnaring her mind. Shock, anger, and confusion reflected upon their faces. More terrifyingly, a fierce aura, radiating with murderous intent and frigid light, was fixated upon her, sending shivers down her spine. Chun Jinxiang dared to glance sideways, only to find Cheng Yingzhu's brooding visage looming before her, causing her legs to weaken and collapse onto the ground. I didn't mean to. Lowering her gaze, she spotted Ling Tian, blood-soaked, lying nearby, In a panic akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, Chun Jinxiang scrambled away, tears streaming down her face. This ISN team I doing? Others try to capture her. She forced herself to absorb the crystal core's energy to it's not my fault. Chung Yingzhua had no interest in her excuses. Without hesitation, he seized a machine gun from the guard, aiming it at her forehead, coldly stating, "Rest assured, the price you must pay will remain unchanged. Now, use your abilities to heal my sister's wounds. Don't kill me, please," Chun Jinxiang cried, her tears and snot mingling in her fear. Chung Yingzhua's lips curled into a cold, blade-like smile. "You should be grateful you still possess some value, that if you don't act swiftly, you know the consequences." Gong Wei's expression shifted slightly. Although Chun Jinxiang was cunning and envious, killing her wouldn't benefit anyone. She hadn't anticipated ending up in this predicament, nor that Chung Yingzhua would disregard her presence, aiming the gun directly at her. She understood. If she dared to refuse, he would undoubtedly pull the trigger. All right. The terror of death rendered her body tremulous, her voice hoarse and urgent, fearing that any delay would result in him squeezing the trigger. Chun Jinxiang hastily crawled over on her knees, her gaze settling on Ling Tian, allowing her breath to slow, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. She placed her hands upon Ling Tian, initially examining the damaged meridians within her body. Despite her grievous state, a faint rhythm still pulsed within her heart. This wretched girl was remarkably resilient, still clinging to life after all this time. The thought of Chung Yingzhua's fury ignited a seething hatred within her. Envious and fearful, she lamented that had she possessed such a formidable protector, she wouldn't be forced to navigate a life fraught with scheming and servitude to various men. Now, in a bid to preserve her own life, she was compelled to save the very person she despised. She longed to eliminate Chung Tian on the spot, yet fear held her back. She gradually channeled her abilities into Ling Tian, the meridians densely packed, with nearly all of them damaged or ruptured, undoubtedly causing excruciating pain. Chun Jinxiang intentionally began repairs from Ling Tian's meridians, neglecting to check the condition of the crucial brain, secretly wishing for Ling Tian to become incapacitated. The sudden jolt of pain caused her face to pale. His pupils were filled with indifference, his tone laced with warning. "Do not attempt any tricks. Start the repairs from my sister's head. My patience is finite. Best not provoke me." Chun Jinxiang trembled uncontrollably. Despite her reluctance, she dared not voice her discontent. She expanded the range of her powers, directing energy into Ling Tian's head. The structural integrity of her cranial organs remained intact. Yet the connecting vessels were severely damaged, as if some energy was erratically fluctuating within, creating chaos and mutual repulsion. Chun Jinxiang was unaware of the nature of this energy. She adhered strictly to her task of repairing the vessels. Yet her current abilities were insufficient to mend such extensive injuries. She fainted after merely completing half the repairs. Useless. Chung Yingzhua cast a cold glance at the unconscious Chun Jinxiang, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 123. The demon, the unconscious Chun Jinxiang, was taken to Chung Yingzhua's apartment, specifically for the purpose of treating Ling Tian and preventing her escape. However, Chung Yingzhua offered her no comfortable quarters. Instead, he instructed that she be thrown into the storage room at the bottom of the apartment. Although termed a storage room, it was merely a place for unusable or broken items, lacking even a bed. The space was neither too large nor too small, dimly lit, with a broken ceiling light, rendering the environment appallingly grim, the walls adorned with cobwebs, resembling a dump. After a while, when Chun Jinxiang awoke, she was met with the nauseating stench permeating the cold storage room. Guided by the faint light from the far window, she glimpsed cockroaches scuttling across the floor. "Don't come near me. I don't want to be here." Terrified, Chun Jinxiang gasped in shock, as if fueled by newfound strength. She attempted to rise, her injured foot hindering her efforts, forcing her to crawl. Grasping the door handle, she turned it several times, only to discover it was locked, crying out, "No, please, help me. Is there anyone to rescue me?" The door swung open, and Huang Xiaoyi entered, tossing a crystal core in her hands. "What's this for? I want to leave. You can't keep me here. I'm affiliated with Gong Wei. You have no right to detain me. Chun Jinxiang hurled the crystal core aside, panicking as she attempted to flee, only to be restrained by Huang Xiaoyi, her hair a tangled mess. Chang Yingzhou slowly entered, his lashes lowered, exuding an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. Were it not for his sister, he would have preferred never to lay eyes on her again. Chun Jinxiang was filthy, her face streaked with dried tears and mucus, yet she continued to defend herself. Cheng Yingzhou, I didn't cause Ling Tian's condition. She encountered a group of people she couldn't defeat, and this is the outcome of her own actions that it has nothing to do with me. You've mistaken the culprit. Chang Yingzhou merely chuckled coldly, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Do you dare claim you never wished to kill my sister? Gritting her teeth, Chun Jinxiang confessed. Yes, I did want her dead, but she was rescued by the Yi family, wasn't she? Her current state I sent my doing, and I've already used my abilities to save her. What right do you have to imprison me? Just the fact that you harbored such intentions strips you of the right to refuse. Chang Yingzhou remained unmoved, his dark eyes filled with an icy glare as he kicked the crystal core towards her. Not killing you is already a significant mercy. I provide this crystal core, and you'd best obediently upgrade your abilities. No, please, Cheng Yingzhou, you cannot do this. I refuse to become like Ling Tian. Chun Jinxiang was acutely aware of the dangers of absorbing crystal cores for superhumans. Ling Tian's condition was a clear warning. It could cost her life. She felt an overwhelming rage, deeming this man a devil. That I'll repeat myself. You have no right to refuse that if you do not upgrade. I possess 100 ways to make you beg for it. A piercing coldness flickered in Chang Yingzhu's eyes as he stepped down on her arm, exerting just enough pressure to convey pain without damaging her ability to heal his sister. After all, that hand was still needed for her treatment. Incapacitating it would be untimely. Qin Jinxiang writhed in agony, her face smeared with dirt as tears streamed down. It hurts. His eerie smile was devoid of warmth. But my sister is suffering far worse. His torment was not yet sufficient. He used his mental powers to manipulate her cranial nerves, ensuring she remained conscious while sparing her brain tissue, merely subjecting her to the pain of her nerves being pulled. Chun Jinxiang could no longer endure the torment, her breakdown culminating in tears. I'll upgrade. Please stop. I'll upgrade. I'll grant you time of rest, but by tomorrow, I expect to see your abilities upgraded. Otherwise, this suffering will accompany you daily. Chun Jinxiang gazed in the direction he had departed, and at that moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with Chang Yingzhou. This man, aside from his affection for Cheng Tian, was nothing short of a demon towards others. After Huang Xiaoyi released her, he took a moment to inform her, Miss Chun, the crystal core we provided you is of lesser danger compared to others, with a significantly higher probability of successful enhancement. Focus on absorbing it to aid Miss Cheng's recovery. Without further ado, Huang Xiaoyi locked the storage room door as per Cheng Yingzhu's instructions. Chapter 124. The Indulgent Brother when Huang Xiaoyi emerged. Cheng Yingzhu turned to him and inquired, Where is Yi Zixing? He went to find Miss Lu in a hurry. He asked me to notify you, Huang Xiaoyi replied. Cheng Yingzhu furrowed his brow, remaining silent, his demeanor as cold and unyielding as ice. After a moment, the rigidity of his expression softened slightly, and he said, Please go look for him, lest any mishap occur. Huang Xiaoyi nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet his expression remained unchanged. He did not dwell on it, departing without hesitation. After Huang Xiaoyi left, Cheng Yingzhou heard a faint whimper emanating from the bedroom. Perhaps the little girl had awakened, but a slight smile graced his lips, and his icy gaze finally softened, twinkling with scattered light. Impatient, he pushed open the door, where the doctor had already set up in 4 for Ling Tian. Upon seeing Cheng Yingzhou approach, the doctor appeared tense, as if he were a taut drumskin, reporting on Ling Tian's condition. Mr. Cheng, Miss Cheng's condition is temporarily stable, that I have administered medication to halt the bleeding, but this is only a temporary measure. There are still some injuries in her meridians. Complete recovery will require Miss Chen's assistance. Cheng Yingzhou did not respond, but walked to the bedside, his gaze resting upon his sister's wan and slightly emaciated face. She had yet to awaken, though the slight fluttering of her eyelids indicated she would soon. Ling Tian had been changed into fresh garments, and the bloodstains had been thoroughly cleaned. She must have just bathed. He sat beside her, gently holding her small hand, which had become a tad frail and somewhat rough to the touch. His once healthy sister now appeared diminished. It was no wonder that when he had carried her for a bath earlier, she felt so light, as if he were cradling a mere feather rather than a person, but a pang of pain flickered in his eyes, and the clarity of his obsidian gaze betrayed a hint of helplessness. The doctor was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. He was aware that the formidable Chengingzhua had a sister, yet he had never seen him display such a tender expression, so contrasting to his usual icy demeanor. Who would have thought that such a person could be an indulgent brother? He recalled Chengingzhua's cold, murderous glare at the door, a thought that still sent chills down his spine. Why has my sister lost so much weight? This is due to excessive blood loss and severe dehydration. Increasing her intake of saline and glucose, along with a few days of dietary adjustments, should restore Miss Cheng to her former self. The doctor hurriedly explained, wary of delaying and inciting Chengingzhua's displeasure. At that moment, Ling Tian's eyelashes fluttered gently, and her eyes slowly opened. Chengingzhua, noticing, coldly instructed the doctor, "You may leave." The doctor, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, was eager to vacate the premises. Upon receiving his dismissal, he hastily gathered his belongings and departed. "How do you feel?" Chengingzhua gently brushed his fingers across her forehead, relieved to find that it had cooled, and softly inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Ling Tian shook her head. "It was painful earlier, but it is much better now. I just have no strength at all. Even walking is quite difficult." "Brother, thank you." Moved, Ling Tian began to express her gratitude. But her stomach betrayed her with an unceremonious growl. Having not eaten since breakfast, and with the current hour nearing evening, coupled with the exertion of her abilities, she had long since digested her last meal. Blushing, she covered her face, her pallid complexion now tinged with a delicate blush, rendering her exceedingly adorable. Chengingzhua's deep-set eyes glimmered with amusement. "I shall prepare you a meal. What would you like?" Ling Tian, still covering her face, pondered the dire conditions of the world, realizing that she could not be too particular, and meekly replied, "Anything will do, as long as he cooked it." She would be satisfied. Chapter 125. The powerful forces once Chengingzhua departed. Ling Tian lifted her sleeve and inspected her arm. Aside from the marks left from that day, her skin bore deep bruises in several places, likely due to subcutaneous bleeding. Wait a moment, didn't that antagonist see everything? Surely she must have bathed, given her current appearance. Ling Tian's face flushed with heat, uncertain if it was a good or bad thing. Logically, she wanted to avoid worrying her brother, yet if he were to assist her with bathing every day, he would inevitably confront her vulnerability each time. She decided not to dwell on it, covering her head and lying down, hoping to cast aside these troubling thoughts. Lu Jingli was equally perplexed as to why she was following Xiao Junjie, even allowing him to hold her hand. His large, rough palm enveloped hers, the warmth radiating from his touch causing her heart to skip a beat. Sensing something amiss, Lu Jingli instinctively withdrew her hand, her clear, watery eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness. Lu Jingli's gaze flickered, her lips pressed together. "Nonetheless, I must thank you for saving me today. If anything were to happen to you in the future, I will not stand idly by." "Really?" Xiao Junjie chuckled, satisfaction dancing in his features. He leaned closer, his voice laced with a subtle magnetism. "I look forward to it." Lu Jingli's cheeks flushed, her face resembling a beautiful cloud. Perhaps out of bashfulness, as she lowered her gaze to her toes, responding timidly, "Raise your hand." Confused, she asked him. Xiao Junjie's expression darkened slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a graceful arc, noting her delay. He eagerly took her hand, lifting it to gently place the crystals into her palm. "Why?" Lu Jingli asked, astonished. "These crystals were originally yours, were they not?" Xiao Junjie replied, his lips curving into a calm and earnest smile. "Furthermore, absorbing the crystals of a superpowered individual aligns more harmoniously with one's own abilities, significantly reducing the risk of energy rejection, thus ensuring a safer integration." "How do you know so much?" From a distance, a serious and emotionless voice interrupted, accompanied by a rigid expression. Yi Zixing approached them. Lu Jingli was taken aback, tightly gripping the crystals in her hand, astonished that Yi Zixing had found her here. Without hesitation, Yi Zixing positioned himself before her, his demeanor calm and collected, his brow unfurrowed, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were a professional soldier. Mr. Xiao, I am aware that your ties to the Xiao family are inextricable. May I be frank and inquire how you came by this knowledge? Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow, quickly discerning the underlying implications in his words, his expression darkening. His association with those individuals was neither brief nor overly extended. He was privy to many details. It was no secret that they had established a training camp specifically for cultivating professional assassins, yet there lay a deeper secret behind the camp's existence. He paused in his contemplation, refraining from delving further. Before the apocalypse, this training camp had maintained a high level of secrecy, evidently shielded by a formidable force. It was no wonder that everyone surrounding Mr. Chung was extraordinary. Having stumbled upon a thought, he merely smiled lightly, regret evident in his tone. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Yi Zixing did not press further. Understood. Lu Jingli's mind, however, was consumed with concern for Ling Tian, and she had not been attentive to their conversation. She grasped Yi Zixing's wrist with her other hand, worry etched across her features. Mr. Yi, how is Tian? She hasn't suffered any mishaps, has she? Perhaps due to the depletion of her strength. Her complexion appeared poor, her voice tinged with weakness and fatigue. Yi Zixing noticed her frailty, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone stiff and formulaic. She is fine. Miss Lu, you need not worry. Chapter 126. The Spirit of Space Relieved. Lu Jingli exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, loosening her grip on Yi Zixing's hand. Xiao Junjie's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, and he furrowed his brow slightly before reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. That is good to hear. I can only imagine how concerned Mr. Chung must be if something were to happen to my sister. After all, in this world, one's greatest worries often stem from their loved ones. A complex expression crossed his face, mingled with a hint of gravity, yet his lips curved with an unfeeling smile, devoid of warmth. It's a pity I do not have a sister. Lu Jingli blinked in surprise, her gaze fixed intently on him. The evening breeze swept through, carrying an air of decay and tousling her hair. She could sense the faint melancholy embedded within his words. The melancholy was so faint, so delicate, that it could easily be overlooked, akin to a subtle sigh from the other party. That I must say, her smile was remarkably adept at concealing deeper emotions. However, the eyes never lie. She understood that anyone capable of uttering such words must surely feel more than just a fleeting sentiment. Perhaps it was a shared sorrow. Having lost her parents, how could she not grasp the significance of kinship? Xiao Junjie. She called him by his full name once more, perhaps believing that only in doing so could she evoke a sense of intimacy. Lu Jingli took a few steps forward, emerging from behind Yi Zixing, gazing at him with earnest concern. Life continues, and everything will eventually improve. A flicker of tumult stirred within Xiao Jun's eyes, yet he smiled dismissively, speaking with profound meaning. You are correct. Everything will indeed get better. Miss Lu, let us depart. This place is unsafe. Yi Zixing's gaze darkened, and he cast a fleeting glance at her face, his eyes descending in complexity as he turned to leave. Very well. Lu Jingli matched his pace. Observing his retreating figure, Xiao Jun couldn't help but smirk slightly, calling out to her. Miss Lu, She genuinely halted, her demeanor not as aloof as before. Could this be considered a pleasant surprise? At that moment, her large, luminous eyes sparkled with confusion and bewilderment. Xiao Junjie allowed a slight smile to play on his lips, his gaze appearing hazy, rendering it difficult for one to discern his true feelings. Thank you for sharing so much with me today. I am truly glad to have had this chance to meet again. Xiao Junjie lingered for quite some time, and when Fan Xinya and the others finally located him, his expression shifted, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint that HU Gang is dead. His tone was flat, as if stating an ordinary fact. Fan Xinya was not the least bit surprised. Hu Gang's demise was, in fact, beneficial for Xiao Junjie. So, Did he stir up trouble with Xiao Lao? Indeed. Fan Xinye replied coolly. Many factions are turning against him. It's only a matter of time before he can no longer remain. Xiao Jun scoffed. My brother still fails to understand the intricacies of human relations. He has yet to learn wisdom. How could he manage such a vast entity as the Xiao family? He recklessly threw himself into the line of fire, which would only serve to deepen Xiao Lao's disdain for him, erasing any remnants of goodwill. Human nature. Once one perceives something as wretched, it only breeds further aversion. His brother is merely severing his own path. He cannot blame anyone else. Miss Liu, she is resting. It would be best not to disturb her. I merely wish to see her. Huang Xiaoyi's expression remained unchanged. Miss Chung is currently very weak. Mr. Chung has expressed that he does not wish for anyone to disturb her. It was him who prevented her from seeing Ling Tian last time, and now he was doing it again. Why did he follow Chang Yingzu's wishes so diligently? She was hardly a beast. Would she truly devour Tian Tian? Is it too much to wait a while longer to see Tian Tian? Though she felt guilty about the situation, her concern for Tian Tian was genuine. She simply wanted to check on her. Huang Xiaoyi pondered for a moment but ultimately stood firm. That must await Mr. Cheng's permission. Seeing that reasoning would not prevail, Lu Jingli's expression soured, and she stormed away. In the room, Ling Tian had eaten her fill and was now quietly asleep, exhausted and lying in bed. Her eyes were gently closed, her long lashes casting soft shadows upon her face, yet her brow was furrowed tightly. Her consciousness was drawn by an unknown force to a space devoid of substance, a vast expanse of emptiness and purity. Ling Tian, suddenly, a clear and profound voice resonated. Ling Tian's heart raced with surprise as she turned to see a diminutive, floating entity before her. Standing only a meter tall, it possessed oversized, bulbous eyes and a pointed mouth, its shape reminiscent of a monkey, not particularly attractive. Rather, it was somewhat comical. Who are you? How do you know me? I hail from Tongbi, known as the Spirit of Space, or simply the Void Spirit. Void Spirit. That doesn't seem to exist in the novels. Ling Tian's face was a canvas of confusion. This was the first time she had heard of such a being as the Spirit of Space. The Void Spirit hovered closer, its gaze imbued with mystery, scrutinizing her intently. I know you do not belong to this world. Otherwise, I would not have been activated due to your influence. This world has already gone off its axis. Haven't you noticed? Before Ling Tian could respond, the Void Spirit's pointed mouth curled into a smug smile. You should be grateful to me. Had a portion of energy not been absorbed by me for your sake, you would not have lasted long before collapsing. Chapter 127. Influence. Ling Tian stared at it, her mouth agape with anxiety, standing there in a daze, her heart racing. What do you mean by influence? The Void Spirit circled in the air, wearing a mysterious smile. The original narrative has diverged, which means these characters are no longer bound by constraints. Events will unfold randomly, and how things develop, however terrifying, are beyond our predictions. You do not belong in this timeline. The moment you were inadvertently drawn into this world, it became unstable. This was not even the worst part. You exist in the real world, while this is a world artificially constructed. Your magnetic field conflicts with this realm, and the consequences may worsen. It is very likely that this world faces imminent collapse, and should that occur, everyone, including you, will perish. Ling Tian frowned. Then what is your purpose? I do not belong to this timeline, either did I ask for why I appeared in Tongbi. It is due to your magnetic field's attraction. Tongbi serves merely as an intermediary. As a space envoy, I could traverse any dimensional space freely. To avoid detection, I utilized Tongbi to meet you. She had not anticipated that a magnetic field could potentially destroy a world. Such concepts were foreign to her, almost fantastical, and in real life, they seemed utterly impossible. But if such a scenario were to transpire, Ling Tian's expression darkened, and her heart fluttered anxiously. Is there any solution? The solution lies here. The Void Spirit blinked its bulbous eyes, effortlessly soaring without wings. Quickly tell me. I do not enjoy games of riddles. Ling Tian's eyes sparkled brightly, her tone tinged with urgency. Stop fluttering about. It's making my head spin. Humans are so dull. The Void Spirit mused in irritation. ceasing its flight and abandoning the playful circling. This space is designed by me. It can resolve your magnetic field issues, and Tongbi's space is already fused with yours, so do not worry too much. A spark of realization ignited within Ling Tian, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. That's so. You mean Tongbi's space and this space coexist, and I possess two spaces? Humph. Such wishful thinking, the void spirit scoffed, delivering a harsh dose of reality that I merely overlapped Tongbi's space with the space I designed. How could that equate to you having two spaces? Having been rebutted for the first time, Ling Tian pursed her lips, maintaining silence. After all, it meant well. Her thoughts on the matter seemed a bit ungrateful. By the way, I still have not discovered the specific reasons for the instability of this world. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, the conclusion you wish to achieve will remain unattainable. It was from that moment onward that she learned to be resilient, no longer fearing the darkness. And there was that childhood dream of becoming an artist. Perhaps it was a refusal to accept defeat. After a prolonged silence, she managed to voice in a hushed tone, "What must I do?" Chapter 128. Balancing gains and losses, I come from space and exist within it. Should I discover anything, I will naturally inform you of what to do. For now, your primary task is to serve as my eyes, constantly observing. The void spirit spoke with utmost seriousness, as if bestowing an important mission. Seemingly recalling something, Ling Tian's gaze deepened. It must possess a way to... Her lips parted slightly, rich with expression, as if ready to articulate something profound. Yet in the end, she found herself at a loss for words. Saying nothing at all, what remained was silence. Ling Tian woke from her daze, roused by warmth. As she moved, she realized a sturdy arm was wrapped around her waist. She was nestled in Chang Yingzu's embrace, his steady breaths brushing against her hair. Ling Tian glanced at the empty back of his hand, then looked up at the four-stand adorned with several empty bottles. The solution had long since been administered, and the dim sky outside was beginning to brighten. How long had she slept? Without dwelling too long on the thought, Ling Tian suddenly felt a warmth at her waist, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Cautiously, she turned, her body still a bit sore but bearable. Ling Tian kept her eyes shut, hesitant to open them, and after a moment of waiting, seeing that her brother remained still, she gradually opened her eyes. It was already dawn outside. Faint, weak light filtered through the delicate curtains, illuminating his striking features mere inches away. She gazed at him almost greedily, tracing the outline of such a perfect visage, hardly able to believe that someone so extraordinary could be standing before her. It felt surreal. She had been awake for quite some time, yet he remained oblivious to her presence. Given his usual vigilance, this was rather unexpected. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued. Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Despite her earnest desire to grow stronger, she had still caused him concern. Gradually leaning against him, she tilted her head and gently kissed his chin, feeling that it was insufficient. Thus, she ventured to peck at the sensitive Adam's apple of the young man. His alluring throat rolled gently beneath her lips, yet he remained sound asleep. The impatience on her lips seeped into her heart, emboldening Ling Tian as she delicately climbed onto Chang Yingzu's shoulder, her lips brushing against his earlobe as she softly murmured, "Chang Yingzu, I love you." It was not brother that she called out, but his name, as if that was the only way to convey the depth of her affection. Her voice was faint, barely audible even in the stillness, yet it carried a hint of shy sweetness. Noticing his lack of response, Ling Tian ceased her playful antics, closing her eyes to steal a few more moments of slumber. In the hazy darkness of the night, Chang Yingzu slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze fixed upon her serene visage, lost in thought. When he finally awakened again, the day had fully dawned, and he found himself alone. Ling Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had been asleep, she still felt too shy to face him directly. Meanwhile, Chen Jinxiang had successfully upgraded her abilities, finally catching her breath before being summoned to treat Ling Tian once more. Despite harboring frustration, she could not express it. Chang Yingzu, while tending to her, did not forget to deal with the remnants of that day, taking care of the subordinates who had conspired with Chen Jinxiang. Although those two guards were unaware of the truth, they ultimately met their demise at the hands of the officer in charge, weighed down by the balance of interests. After several days of recuperation, Ling Tian's complexion improved significantly, and her health began to stabilize. In stark contrast, Chen Jinxiang's situation deteriorated. Unable to eat or sleep well, plagued by crawling insects, she lived in constant fear, her eyes bearing a faint hue of distress and her face a pallid shade of despair. Her figure noticeably diminished. Realizing that Ling Tian was nearly recovered and no longer required her treatment, Chen Jinxiang grew anxious as Chang Yingzhou showed no sign of releasing her. Soon, the storage room echoed with her cries as she pleaded to be let out. Perhaps fearing Chang Yingzhou, she dared not raise her voice too high, lest she provoke him. Having witnessed his cruelty, Chen Jinxiang was left with a lingering shadow of dread. It seemed that the officer in charge had also recognized Chen Jinxiang's significance. Regardless of her cunning and troublesome nature, it would be a pity to lose the only healer in this safe zone. Weighing the pros and cons, he remained clear-headed. However, after several days passed without Chang Yingzhuo's decision to release her, the officer sought him out for a discussion, only to be met with repeated rebuffs. Confounded, the officer pondered why, after all this time, his sister was still not freed. Even if Chen Jinxiang harbored ill intentions toward Ling Tian, surely it could not warrant her death. Moreover, following this incident, he would ensure that Chen Jinxiang would not have another opportunity to cause trouble. During these days, Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing had also been busy, recruiting numerous superhumans eager to join their ranks, while keeping a close watch on the movements in the suburbs. Lu Jingli was overjoyed to see Ling Tian safe and sound. Her happiness akin to that of a child. She eagerly showcased her culinary skills, constantly preparing delicious meals and showering her with warmth. A foodie, Ling Tian found herself gaining over a pound from the indulgence. Meanwhile, the officer continued his relentless discussions with Chang Yingzhou, his tone revealing a hint of exasperation. Mr. Cheng, since your sister no longer requires Chen Jinxiang's treatment, why not release her? Chang Yingzhou replied with a cold smirk. Whether or not to release her is my prerogative. That I have spared her life. That is a significant concession. Ling Tian, hearing the officer's voice at the door, turned her attention to the muffled whimpers emanating from the storage room, her brow furrowing in concern. Truth be told, she had no desire to release Chen Jinxiang, for the latter had committed many shameful acts against Chen Tian and harbored murderous intent toward her. Were it not for her healing abilities, which warranted her continued existence, Ling Tian might have already sought an opportunity to eliminate her before any villain could act. However, she understood that, at present, there might still be those in need of Chen Jinxiang's healing. To kill her outright would likely cause the officer to lose face. Since Yi Jiaxu had awakened, he had matured considerably, and thanks to his assistance, Ling Tian had managed to escape. Otherwise, she might have truly met her demise. Having saved her, she felt compelled to offer something in return, perhaps ensuring that the officer would look after him more attentively. Gaining Chang Yingzhuo's attention was out of the question. Thus, she approached the door, her eyes glistening with moisture as she urged, "Brother, please let her go." Chang Yingzhou shot her a cold look, momentarily incredulous that his sister would utter such words. Was she truly suggesting releasing someone who wished her harm? Was this not akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains? Ling Tian shivered slightly under his icy gaze, yet she steadied her resolve, fixing her unwavering gaze on the officer as she spoke earnestly. "I can persuade my brother to release Chen Jinxiang, but you must agree to one request of mine." "Cheng Tian, do you understand what you are doing?" "Mr. Cheng," the officer interjected, "I assure you, I can guarantee that Chen Jinxiang will never again appear before you." The officer's masculine face bore no hint of deception. Ultimately, Ling Tian made but a modest request, that the officer look after Yi Jia's temper, Chang Yingzhuo's temper and jealousy. She had to coax him for quite some time before he finally relented. If assistance could be offered, then so be it. After sending the pale-faced Chen Jinxiang away, Ling Tian recalled the words spoken by the ethereal being in her dreams. She swiftly closed the bedroom door and sat on the bed in contemplation. If one could traverse any spatial dimension, the world would be unstable. Piecing together the information in her mind, she realized that if this were the case, the original plot would no longer follow its established course. Events would unfold randomly, subject to change. Perhaps Chang Tian's parents were still alive. She had a chance to save them. Having already allowed Chang Tian's grandparents to perish, she could not afford to let her parents meet the same fate. Even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 chance, she had to seize it. With this thought in mind, Ling Tian promptly reached out to the ethereal being. Yet, the being responded with evident impatience. Unless there is a matter of urgency, do not seek me out. I have stated that if I discover any issues, I will notify you immediately. Ling Tian, undeterred, replied with a meaningful tone, No, I merely wish to inquire. Since you are a spirit of space, capable of traversing any realm, can you locate Chang Tian's parents and determine their current whereabouts? Surely you do not intend to rescue Chang Tian's parents? The ethereal being discerned her intentions with a knowing smile. Even if I can find them, what of it? Chang Tian's parents are abroad. Possessing their location necessitates a flight to reach them. Given the global prevalence of zombies, let alone their fates, are you truly willing to take such risks? Furthermore, I must remind you that according to the original plot, they have already succumbed to zombification. Even if they still breathe, what would you offer to restore them to their former selves? Ling Tian fell silent, a deep frown forming as she pressed her lips tightly together. Upon awakening, her memories of Chang Tian had been hazy, reliant on the descriptions within the original text. She had struggled to comprehend the bond between Chang Tian and her parents until those memories gradually sharpened with time. She realized that despite Chang Tian's petulance and haughty demeanor, she genuinely cared for her parents. After all, Chang Tian would not have opposed the villain at every turn otherwise. Ling Tian had been so fixated on the events unfolding in the original text that she had neglected the lives of Chang Tian's family. Upon reflection, she recognized her own selfishness, for she occupied their daughter's body, and to do nothing would be a disservice to Chang Tian. Truth be told, she found herself somewhat envious of Chang Tian. For at least her childhood had been filled with care and affection. The ethereal being raised an eyebrow. Ling Tian suddenly pondered a question, her tone grave. Is the zombie virus artificially created? After a moment's contemplation, the ethereal being nodded. Ling Tian's eyes brightened, a flicker of hope igniting within her. If it is man-made, then there must be an antidote to control the virus. I can find a way to locate it. The ethereal being could not help but dampen her enthusiasm. Are you certain? The original text made no mention of an antidote in fact, by the story's conclusion, the male lead failed to restore even a single zombie to its original form. What makes you believe you can find an antidote to revert them? Such sarcasm was unmistakable. Ling Tian clenched her fists, releasing a sigh of relief as she countered. I distinctly recall hearing a certain being mention that this world is no longer bound by the original plot, that events are unpredictable and subject to change. So how can you be so sure there is no antidote? The ethereal being fell silent, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he eagerly accepted the wager. Very well, if you discover the antidote, I shall use my spatial abilities to help you disseminate it globally. Deal? Ling Tian's face broke into a gentle smile, her tone laced with a hint of pleading and desperation. However, I must also ask you to help me locate their whereabouts, that I wish to ascertain their fates before swiftly bringing them back. The ethereal being, pleased with her demeanor, readily agreed. All right, I shall take charge of locating them. The rest is up to you. Regardless, its presence here is not solely to assist her. It also bears the duty of a spatial spirit. In the realm it governs, it harbors no desire for any mishaps to occur. Thus, it seeks to establish a more robust and suitable facility. Fear not. I shall dispatch Huang Xiaoyi and others to the airport to investigate. Perhaps they may uncover an operable aircraft. Cheng Ingzua's anger had subsided considerably. Yet upon mentioning the Cheng couple, his heart tightened, his bushy brows twitching up and down, while his eyes, deep and enigmatic, glimmered with a complex and mysterious darkness. What of the pilots? Ling Tian's brow furrowed tightly, worry evident as her spine slightly curved. The priority remains locating an aircraft. A helicopter would suffice, along with pilots capable of flying, for otherwise, an aircraft would be of no use. Cheng Ingzua gently ruffled her hair, his voice low. It will come to pass. Chapter 131. Everything is ready in a room on the 6th floor. Chun Jinxiang had just escaped the clutches of that demon, still reeling from the experience. only to be forcibly confined within a cage. This cage was sizable enough to accommodate her basic needs, yet Chen Jinxiang's complexion changed drastically, her body swaying gently as she attempted to grasp the iron door that was about to be locked. But her efforts were in vain. "What are you doing? Why am I being imprisoned?" Clinging to the iron bars above, her eyes widened in terror. "I demand to see Colonel Gong. I must see Colonel Gong." "Cease your shouting. This is the boss's command." The man remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of warmth. "Having offended Mr. Chung and betrayed the boss, the only reason the boss has spared you is due to your unique abilities. Do you still think you deserve to meet the boss?" Another man frowned, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "That IT is this woman, whose divisive nature has led to the demise of several inexperienced brothers. While the boss is merciless towards traitors, the condition for leniency lies in their continued utility. Impossible. He cannot treat me this way. You must have misunderstood. Colonel Gong never inquired about me. It was Cheng Tian's own doing." "You are undoubtedly mistaken." Chen Jinxiang's pallor was frightful, her hair disheveled, her eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches, resembling a madwoman. "Let us depart. Allowing her to scream here will garner no attention." The two men concluded their task. Indifferent to the woman, turning coldly away to as she witnessed the two men leaving without a single glance in her direction, Chen Jinxiang gritted her teeth in hatred. Clearly, Colonel Gong regarded her as less than human. At this rate, she would surely lose her sanity. In recent days, Chang Yingzhua had refrained from visiting that suburban area, instead relying on Yi Zixing, who occasionally arrived early to report on conditions there. Hu Gang's demise elicited mixed reactions. Some rejoiced while others seethed with fury that on one side were those who had previously opposed Hu Gang due to strained relations, while on the other were those who had once supported and flattered him. Despite their outwardly harmonious interactions, they secretly bared their fangs, instigating conflict during meals, and the facade of camaraderie was violently stripped away, leading to internal strife. The situation spiraled into chaos, barely contained by military intervention to prevent further conflict. Upon receiving this news, Cheng Yingzua's eyes, reminiscent of dawn, were deep and indifferent as the night sky, his thin lips pressed together. Kongling swiftly located Cheng Tian's parents, who were indeed alive but had transformed into zombies. Fortunately, although they lacked consciousness, they remained within the same vicinity. Ling Tian finally felt relieved, knowing she could preserve Cheng Tian's parents' lives. As long as an antidote could be found, everything could revert to its former state. Finding an airport was not overly challenging, yet locating pilots proved somewhat more difficult. However, given Colonel Gong's extensive connections and Cheng Yingzua's formidable mental prowess, they managed to gather the necessary personnel within 2 days. Most of these individuals were survivors who had become superpowered beings. This time, Huang Xiaoi and other superpowered allies were retained to investigate the movements of Xiao Junjie in that suburban area. It was imperative to possess eyes and ears in the situation, and considering the circumstances, Cheng Yingzhua opted not to have them accompany him. After all, 2 individuals were sufficient, and Lu Jingli was also kept back by Ling Tian. For this was a family matter that should not burden the protagonist. Navigating around the zombies' paths, they arrived at the airport with relative ease. The airport had long ceased operations. The terminal lay in disrepair, with a thick layer of dust coating the waiting area chairs, and the walls bore dark stains and remnants of violence, scattered luggage, and a pervasive stench of decay. Although some aircraft remained intact, operating such large machines without professional aviation personnel was utterly impossible. Once everything was in place, only Cheng Yingzhua and Ling Tian remained, as all other personnel had assembled for the mission to country. Wall Street, Chapter 132. Cover. After nearly 4 hours of flight, they had just landed when the surrounding zombies surged forward, forcing Ling Tian to confront yet another battle. Her abilities had significantly improved post-upgrade, allowing her to effortlessly dispatch any approaching zombies. Information from Kongling flashed in her mind. Cheng Tian's parents were meandering not too far from Wall Street, reachable on foot. What's wrong? Cheng Yingzhua sensed his sister's unease, swiftly severing a zombie's head with a single strike. "Brother, our parents are on Wall Street, not far from here. We must hurry." Ling Tian harnessed a powerful gust of wind to push back the attacking zombies. Clearing a path for the others, leaving only two behind to guard the aircraft. Clearly, she had matured considerably, her strength amplified after the upgrade. As they sprinted a short distance, nearing Wall Street, the number of zombies noticeably dwindled compared to the throng that had greeted them upon disembarking. "Brother, something feels amiss." Ling Tian's expression grew grave. Since her ability's enhancement, her sensitivity and perception had sharpened significantly, enabling her to detect unfamiliar frequencies in the air with clarity. This energy fluctuation indicated that something lay ahead. Chang Yingzhou gazed at Ling Tian, momentarily entranced, his pupils vacant yet dark as an unfathomable abyss, as if seeking to absorb something. In a sense, his sister seemed to have developed a capacity for self-protection. Following that incident, she had become more composed. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied softly. Indeed, he now understood. It was not only he who needed to safeguard his sister. She required the opportunity to wield her powers for her own protection, ensuring she would no longer be bullied. Indeed, just around the corner, behind a few ordinary zombies, she spotted a disheveled female zombie, entirely unclothed, with numerous bite marks adorning her body, her bloodied visage glaring at them. Judging by her energy frequency, Ling Tian was confident that this zombie was on the verge of a second upgrade. Otherwise, ordinary zombies would not exhibit such fear towards this female counterpart. Chang Yingzhu's expression darkened, his demeanor turning complex. "Are you confident?" The sudden question caught Ling Tian off guard, yet she nodded affirmatively. This time, it would be her turn to protect her brother. "Very well, then I shall not assist you." Ling Tian nodded firmly, as the female zombie let out a chilling scream. Seizing an ordinary zombie and feasting upon its energy, in a flash, ordinary zombies began to fall, and the female zombie radiated a bright light. Observing this, Ling Tian quickly summoned winds to prevent the female zombie from advancing in her upgrade, only for the female zombie to shift its focus onto her, lunging forward with claws stained in dark. Unknown blood. Ling Tian propelled herself into the air, executing a backflip with the aid of the wind. Fortunately, she was wearing pants, thus avoiding any embarrassing moments. She patted her chest, grateful for her quick reflexes. The female zombie shrieked in anger, its wind blades slicing through the air, yet with a few deft steps, Ling Tian evaded them effortlessly. While Ling Tian gathered her power, the female zombie darted past her, reaching her from behind. However, Ling Tian instinctively sensed the air currents, allowing her to detect the female zombie's approach. The female zombie was suddenly engulfed as countless wind blades descended upon her, drawing forth dark, viscous blood. Truly, she was worthy of being Mr. Cheng's sister, exhibiting such remarkable prowess. I have only seen such flair in films. I never expected to witness a real-life version. "It's utterly astonishing," exclaimed the two aviation specialists trailing behind. Although they too were superpowered beings, they paled in comparison. Had they engaged, they would likely have been injured or infected by now. Let us proceed to Wall Street. Chang Yingzhou shot a cold glance at the two. Striding ahead, no one could discern his thoughts, only catching a glimpse of his furrowed brow. What the hell? Is he ignoring his sister? The two men were bewildered but followed closely behind. Chapter 133, significantly stronger, casting a glance at Chang Yingzhu's retreating figure. Ling Tian focused all her energy on the female zombie. At last, she could confront the zombies directly and independently. Although the wind blade from her tornado confined the female zombie, they merely drained its vitality. To truly vanquish the female zombie, she must sever its head and extract the crystal core. Within a few minutes, the female zombie roared in defiance, breaking free from the tornado's grip, its dark blood staining its form, and the ominous aura surrounding it grew increasingly dense. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, swiftly retrieving an unopened tang knife from her spatial realm, darting forward while maintaining her distance, aiming to strike the female zombie's neck. The female zombie reacted with astonishing swiftness, twisting her body and curling the stiff corners of her mouth, as if sensing the fear of contamination with the dark energy. In a sudden turn, she extended her hands, seeking close contact. Ling Tian pivoted to strike at one of her arms. The tang knife she wielded humming as it sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. In an instant, the female zombie's arm fell decisively to the desolate road. Ling Tian unleashed a powerful gust, pushing the zombie back, her gaze dropping to the tang knife in her hand, which trembled slightly. How solid. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Enraged by the loss of an arm, the female zombie launched a frenzied assault, the dark energy surrounding her intensifying at last. The hardened bone was severed, revealing a glimmering crimson crystal core that tumbled out. Ling Tian seized the core, glancing back at the towering building behind her before hastily departing. From a nearby hiding spot, the remaining survivors in the building were left agape in astonishment. Good heavens. Who is that? To think she single-handedly vanquished the female zombie. Just moments ago, they had suffered significant casualties at the hands of this very creature. Had they not fled swiftly, bolstered by their abilities, they would have surely become the zombie's next meal. The it appeared to be a foreign woman. Who would have thought that when women unleash their might, they can outshine even men? As a man, I can't help but feel overshadowed. A few blonde-haired, blue-eyed male superhumans couldn't help but express their admiration, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of such a formidable and striking woman, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. How they wished to get to know her. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, the foreign superhumans were in awe of her actions that day. Utterly captivated, she had followed the mental connection with Chang Yingzhua, fervently hoping to reunite with her brother and her father and mother. They lay motionless, emitting faint sounds, their eyes dim and devoid of life, their clothes tattered, though fortunately, they bore no visible wounds that a pang of guilt washed over Ling Tian. I'm sorry. Perhaps there were other factors at play, but at least now she possessed the capacity to save them. This time, she could not afford to let them go. They were not only Cheng Tian's family, but also her own. She would protect them at all costs. Cheng Yingzua's eyes glimmered with determination as he firmly stated, "They will be fine. They will surely return to their former selves." He clenched his fists, a surge of rage welling up inside him. Though he quickly suppressed it, he approached, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb, softly reassuring her, "Do not cry. Uncle and Aunt will scold us if they see you like this. Yes?" Ling Tian sniffled and nodded. Chang Yingzua's gaze softened further. Today, Tian has made significant progress. She can face danger alone now. That I believe Mom and Dad will be proud when they see this, given the proximity. He had been using his mental energy to observe his foolish sister's battle, and indeed, she had grown significantly stronger since her upgrade. Mom and Dad? Ling Tian's cheeks flushed as her gaze shifted to the two awkwardly positioned men beside her. Their expressions a mix of surprise and subtlety. Chapter 134. Wolves and leopards. After the last commotion, the safety zone had become considerably quieter, yet this tranquility bore an unsettling undertone. Nie Xiaoyun held a steamed bun, hesitating to take a bite, her gaze contemplative. Guiyu noticed her unusual demeanor and could not help but pat her shoulder, urging, "If you don't eat soon, it will get cold." Nie Xiaoyun started, snapping back to reality, and began to eat the bun while sipping soup, her eyes casually scanning the others who were still engrossed in their meals. The tea was quiet, save for the sound of chewing. Even the group that had clashed with Hu Gang just days prior had turned unexpectedly silent. Why did it feel like something was missing, despite everyone being present? Xiaoya, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Are we missing someone in the base? Guiyu frowned at her words, glancing around, questioning, is anyone actually missing? Nie Xiaoyan remained perplexed. I can't quite articulate it, but something feels off. Suddenly, the sharp wail of the assembly alarm shattered her reverie. Guiyu and Nie Xiaoyan quickly disregarded their previous musings, finishing their food in mere seconds before swiftly and orderly heading to the central hall for assembly. The objective this time was 2 pharmacies in B City. The coordinates were already displayed on the monitors on their wrists. Remember to bring all your gear. The mission must be accomplished, commanded the captain, standing on the high steps, his training uniform accentuating his authoritative presence. The group was divided into smaller units of 5, and they hurriedly prepared. Each individual cast a glance at the coordinates on their wrists before racing to the armory to gather weapons and gear. Nie Xiaoyan, while securing her gun at her waist and adjusting her radio, scrutinized the coordinates, puzzled. How strange. Is there a shortage of medicine in the base? Unclear, Guiyu replied. The captain is merely following orders from above. We are just executors. No need to speculate. Guiyu finished preparing, fastening her backpack. Xiaoyan said nothing more, gathering all her weapons, gear, and supplies before following the group out of the armory. However, in a corner of the corridor, Xiaoyan inadvertently discovered an identity card bearing the captain's photograph. "Hey, Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Guiyu was the first to notice her, her expression turning anxious. At such a time. Where's she off to? Biting her lip, Guiyu sighed, pursuing her. Xiaoyan moved quickly, reaching the captain's office in under a few minutes. Just as she was about to knock and return the identification card, unfamiliar voices drifted from within. "Are the preparations complete?" "Yes. I have given the orders. You need only prepare the zombies." The captain frowned, his tone laced with displeasure. "I fail to understand why the higher-ups would allow you to conduct such experiments, particularly at the expense of our safety zone. After much effort, we managed to implant 2 second-tier zombies with the necessary equipment. How am I to know which one qualifies to be nurtured into a third-tier zombie?" The captain chuckled lightly. "I ascend. It's simple. Just have them face off against each other to determine the stronger one." Professor Yu toyed with a book on the desk, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he languidly remarked, "Indeed. Only through comparison can we ascertain strength. The true spectacle begins post-warm-up. The clash of titans, the confrontation between the formidable. After so much time and numerous failed viral experiments, after countless lives claimed. At this very moment, he was on the brink of cultivating a third-tier zombie." Xiaoyan's hands froze, her face paling in disbelief as she fled in a frenzy. They were mere live targets. This outing was a complete and utter trap, a deceitful snare. Why? She had once believed that here she could discover a pathway to salvation in the apocalypse, a way to illuminate a hopeful future for the lost humanity of the present. Instead, she had become a tool, a live target for the amusement of zombies. The leaders of B-City were akin to wolves and leopards. This apocalypse-esque zombies likely had ties to them. Otherwise, how could they be so ruthless in cultivating zombies? Xiaoyan crumpled the identification card in her hand, her gaze dark and devoid of color, her spirit feeling utterly lost, like a long last. "I've found you." Guiyu grasped her arm, pulling her swiftly away to keep pace with the group. "What were you thinking? Why did you separate from the team?" No, Xiaoya, we must not go." Chapter 135. Too late by the time Ming noticed Guiyu and Xiaoyan emerging. He waved cheerfully. His demeanor exuded an air of self-importance, though his tone bore urgency. Guiyu and Xiaoyan both remained silent. In the past, Xiaoyan would have retorted, engaging in a verbal spar. But now she was unexpectedly calm. A flicker of confusion passed through Ming's eyes. Only when Xiaoyan's gaze fell on Runing, standing behind Ming, did her brow furrow in indignation as she exclaimed, "Why did you bring her along? Do you have any idea what could happen on this mission? Bringing her here, are you trying to increase the number of people in danger?" "Xiaoyan," Ming was taken aback, while Runing appeared utterly startled. A superhuman. LV Liang and Yu Zai instinctively sensed something amiss. Typically, someone like Xiaoyan, who had undergone specialized training, would never lose her composure to such an extent. LV Liang turned to Guiyu. "What is going on?" Guiyu pulled the agitated Xiaoyan closer, sighing, "Let us discuss this as we walk." The other teams had already departed, leaving only one vehicle behind, thankfully modified to accommodate 6 individuals. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit in a standard vehicle. LV Liang and Yu Zai took the front seats, driving, while Ming and the others sat in the back. Xiaoyan trembled uncontrollably, prompting Ming to steal a glance at her. He had never seen her so shaken, filled with such anxiety. The atmosphere inside the vehicle thickened with tension, the pressure plummeting. Guiyu bluntly stated, "Xiaoyan overheard a secret from the captain. This mission appears to be a cover for visiting the pharmacies, but in reality, it is to confront high-tier zombies, turning us into live targets." She raised her hand to glance at the display on her wrist. In addition to the coordinates of the pharmacy, there were also the displayed positions of various squads. They were under tight surveillance, making it exceedingly difficult to go unnoticed. Our operation this time had been deliberately orchestrated. The 2 coordinates indicated pharmacies marked by the presence of 2 advanced zombies, and the proximity of these locations was blatantly apparent. "What?" Ming Kai found it hard to believe his ears, nearly springing to his feet. This was a government-established safe zone. How could anyone treat us like live targets, especially under such public scrutiny? Do you have any evidence to prove that the higher-ups ordered us to our demise? Nie Xiaoyan shot him a furious glare, forcefully tossing the identification card at his face, exclaiming, "This is what I heard with my own ears. That captain is nothing but a scoundrel, and there's another individual whose identity I cannot ascertain." In his pursuit of cultivating zombies, he treats the troops as mere puppets, sacrificing them as offerings for the prelude to the zombie games. Fortunately, he aims to cultivate stronger third-tier zombies during the showdown. Ironically, even the higher-ups permit such actions. What a den of devils! Lunatics! They might even be breeding zombies over there. Otherwise, it would be impossible to devote such immense resources to nurturing second-tier zombies. The thought alone is chilling. Mingkai stared at the identification card in his hand, his expression freezing, his gaze vacant and complex. This safe zone was initially brought to his attention by his older brother, without his brother's assistance. He would have likely perished long ago while being pursued by zombies, and how could he possibly have been fortunate enough to acquire supernatural abilities standing here now? How could he accept this? Ru Ning noticed the despondency in Mingcai's eyes, her expression shifting with complexity, yearning to comfort him but ultimately refraining. She lowered her gaze, letting out a helpless sigh. Liu Liang and Yu Zai exchanged astonished glances, their faces darkening, yet they remained silent, perhaps at a loss for words in this moment. After a pause, Mingcai resolutely posed a question, his voice hoarse. "Should we notify the troops to halt this operation?" "I've considered this. Radio communication would only expose us, and a direct warning might come too late, as some squads have already reached the designated coordinates since the establishment of the safe zone. It has been under military management. Anyone maliciously obstructing the mission or violating regulations would face punishment." You observed the several red dots on the wrist display and the pharmacy locations. Fearing it might be too late. "Stop! Quick, stop! Halt!" Nie Xiaoyan suddenly shouted, her voice booming like thunder. Liu Liang and Yu Zai were taken aback, promptly halting their vehicle beside a street, exchanging bewildered glances in her haste. She grabbed the radio, disregarding everything else, calling out, "Team 04, Team 05, Team 01, do not enter the pharmacy. Please vacate the coordinates immediately. Danger." Chapter 136. A reunion as dust descended. The second torrential downpour of the apocalypse drenched the sky. The thunderous clouds rumbling like cannon fire, sending vibrations through the air, jagged flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. Water pooled on the roads, the rain creating ripples as it fell. Other teams were nearing their target location, the crackling radio frequencies intertwining with the thunderous sky. Some teams halted, preparing to inquire about the situation via radio, yet the two squads at the front had already entered the pharmacy. In an instant. The pharmacy's entrance, along with an entire wall, collapsed. The teams that had ventured inside hadn't even drawn their weapons before their heads had already fallen to a zombie, visibly gnawing on a crystal core that had dropped from a corpse, chewed ravenously with its hard teeth, producing a jarring metallic sound. The air was thick with not only the dampness brought by the rain, but also a faint metallic scent of blood. Other squads stared wide-eyed in horror, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, hastily sending out distress signals to headquarters over the radio. They shouted urgently for other squads to adjust their positions and maintain a safe distance from the target. Yet even so, they had already entered the oppressive zone of the zombies, their bodies beginning to tremble. Only a few superpowered individuals managing to withstand the pressure, retreating to a safer distance. Don't be afraid. Quickly adjust your mindset. Someone brandished a laser gun, unleashing a barrage of shots at the zombie, the bullets striking its body like mere tickles. That a cacophony of anguished cries and gunfire erupted from within, mingling with explosions, a jaw-dropping spectacle. Tears welled in Nie Xiaoyan's eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she covered her face and severed the communication, her grip on the radio faltering. The vehicle was enveloped in silence, save for her sobs accompanying the sound of raindrops tapping against the window. From a distance atop a tall building, a zombie sensed something amiss, cold raindrops drenching its shirt, outlining its taut physique. With piercing eyes, it fixated on the source of the dark energy, its brow furrowing slightly. Despite being a zombie, it appeared cleaner and more composed than any other, with no signs of decay on its face or body. Rather than a zombie, it resembled an ordinary, uninfected human. Its eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting smile gracing its lips as it spoke with a hint of menace. Someone is up to something. Just as it prepared to investigate the unfolding scene, the man noticed several figures in the area below, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, it's you again, young man. How peculiar. Why are there suddenly so many zombies?" Fong Kaigwa swung a kitchen knife frantically. Realization dawning. Oh no! Could it be that we've stumbled into a zombie den? Fong Kaigwa, must you always speak such ill-fated words? Can you not refrain from uttering them? What a stroke of bad luck to encounter you. Hey dude, you can't say that. If you hadn't insisted on going to Fong Kaigwa's house to play cards, dragging us along. Oh, come on, my mom wouldn't let me play this. She is always nagging. After finally getting a holiday, I need to unwind. Zhuang Hai raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing. You're the one who is a dead rat. Not me. Don't ever call me that again. Chun Mingshan interrupted their bickering. Enough, stop arguing. Everyone back to back, prevent the zombies from exploiting any openings. Even at this moment, they still had time to squabble. The plan worked well. The group ceased their quarrels and focused on dispatching the zombies. Fortunately, these zombies were of a common level, making them relatively easy to eliminate. At that moment, a man descended from the sky like a meteor crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon landing. But he stood firm, causing the other zombies to recoil in fear. Fong Kaigwa was left agape. What the heck? This isn't. The aura emanating from the man enveloped the four of them as he strode toward them, finally stopping in front of Chun Mingshan's fair and handsome face. His gaze appraising. Chun Mingshan shuddered inexplicably, his lips trembling despite his attempts to appear composed. The man smiled faintly. We meet again. How can you speak? Or is it that I, as a zombie, retain consciousness and do not attack you? How is it that these zombies avoid me? The man discerned his thoughts instantly, extending a long, slender finger to trace the contours of Chun Mingshan's tense face, ensuring his dark energy did not make contact. You're the first person who went to bet against me. If I were to explain why, perhaps it is simply because I find you amusing, and I am reluctant to harm you. Chun Mingshan's ears turned crimson, clearly flustered by the words of a large man, or rather, a zombie, addressing him in such a manner. It sounded rather peculiar. Chapter 137. Song Sui Zhuang Hai was taken aback. Though Chun Mingshan was quite attractive, it was hardly sufficient to attract the attention of a zombie, let alone a male one. Or could it be that the last encounter had left an impression on the zombie? Zhuang Hai had often heard girls in class discussing matters between men, and over time, he had absorbed enough to subconsciously lean in that direction. With this thought, his legs trembled uncontrollably, although he knew it was inappropriate. He couldn't help but silently signal to Chun Mingshan, speaking in a low tone, Brother, why not compromise a little, sacrifice your looks, and let him spare us? Chun Mingshan frowned in displeasure, unwilling to engage with him. Zhuang Hai, undeterred, persisted. Come on, just think of it as me pleading with you as a brother. He is so powerful. You can't just stand by while our classmates, so young, are left to die. Chun Mingshan's face flushed, and he shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? The man observed their interaction, a flicker of confusion and curiosity passing through his eyes. He had encountered many seeking his mercy, when the zombies sank their teeth into their necks. Their faces reflected desperation, yet he felt nothing, relishing the moment instead. Yet, after witnessing such scenes repeatedly, he grew weary, and when boredom struck, he felt agitated. It was rather amusing. After all, he was uncertain why he had become a zombie or what had led to his transformation. Many memories eluded him. Sometimes he would have fleeting images, only to forget them in the blink of an eye. The only thing he remembered was his name. He concealed the indifference in his gaze. Gradually easing the pressure he exerted, stepping back a few paces and teasing, Don't be so tense. I'm not that desperate. The three youths were momentarily stunned, relieved yet perplexed by his underlying insinuation. How could his words sound so unsettling? The man bore an air of arrogance, his gaze slightly shadowed, with the faintest hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Just call me Song Sui. It sounds more pleasant that way, he remarked. Chun Mingshan remained silent, no longer feeling the weight of oppression. His long lashes fluttered gently, lost in thought. As the saying goes, the individual is unhurried while those beside him are anxious. Zhuang Hai. Be quiet. Chen Mingchen firmly grasped Zhuang Hai's arm, enunciating each word with palpable intensity. In a moment, it felt as though all the blood in his body had surged to his face, a fiery heat enveloping him. At that instant, he truly felt that encountering such a troublesome friend was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Zhong Sui, pondering with his chin in hand, wore a look of innocent curiosity as he inquired, "What is CP?" This question astonished Zhuang Hai. Could it be? This big fellow was completely unaware of such a term. Even if he had been single his entire life, how could he not know this? Was he perhaps from some remote, impoverished village? Oh, it's just... Before Zhuang Hai could finish, Chen Mingchen swiftly covered his mouth, leaving him gasping for breath, his face flushed. The two others immediately rushed to intervene, urging calm. Zhong Sui watched the scene with a bemused expression, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Suddenly, his ears perked up as he sensed a faint but ominous presence in the air. A quick glance revealed a low-level zombie darting towards Chen Mingchen from behind, its claws poised for an ambush. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhong Sui would have remained indifferent, merely observing without a flicker of emotion. However, this time was different. This was his prey, and he could not allow other zombies to interfere. Zhong Sui's expression turned icy as he swiftly unsheathed the cold steel knife from his back, launching it like a javelin. The blade sliced through the air with no resistance, grazing Chen Mingchen's cheek and stirring a gust of wind. The zombie, moving in alarming speed, was struck precisely in the head, the knife penetrating its skull before embedding itself in the wall behind. Remarkably, Zhong Sui exerted little effort. The zombie lay still, lifeless. Damn. The four friends, realizing what had transpired, turned to witness the now-deceased zombie, their faces frozen in shock. They knew he was powerful, but they had not anticipated such sheer strength, capable of instilling fear in zombies and effortlessly dispatching them with a single knife. What terrifying prowess he possessed. Chen Mingchen furrowed his brow, about to ask a question when a series of roars echoed from the east and west, causing the ordinary zombies to surge towards that direction as if commanded. The noise intensified. Rain began to pour heavily from the sky, creating a mist upon the ground. Not only Chen Mingchen, but the others also fixated on this peculiar sound. A strange smile graced Zhong Sui's lips as he swiftly retrieved the cold steel knife, extracting the core from the zombie's gaping wound. After pocketing the core, he vanished into the mist, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 138. The search has begun in the darkness. The zombies became increasingly active, their movements more agile, their roars more terrifying. Strangely, however, outside the airport and in the vicinity, few zombies were visible. Huang Xiaoyi and the other superhumans had been waiting at the entrance for quite a while, each wearing a grave expression. Upon noticing Cheng Yingzuo's arrival, Huang Xiaoyi stepped forward to inform him of unusual activity in the downtown area, where numerous zombies were gathering. He seemed disinterested in her, and she decided it best not to aggravate him. After a brief conversation with Huang Xiaoyi and the others, Cheng Yingzuo hoisted a deer-slicing knife over his shoulder, leaving Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing behind as he led the other superhumans outside. "Brother, are you going out?" "Yes. Take me with you, please, that I can help you now." Ling Tian, unable to contain herself, wrapped her arms around Cheng Yingzuo's sturdy waist from behind, her soft form pressed against him, her voice tinged with barely perceptible anxiety. Regardless of the danger, she wanted to accompany him. Cheng Yingzuo felt a tightening in his chest, suppressing the restlessness that had long simmered within him, and sighed in a lowered voice. "All right." At that moment, the officers sensed something amiss and had already gathered their forces to head towards the location. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred flesh, remnants of battle scattered around them. The conflict between zombies had officially begun. Though they were of the same kind, they turned against one another, baring their vicious fangs. Ordinary zombies clashed violently, while more formidable zombies loomed behind them. The tension in the air crackled as two zombies locked eyes, an intense aura of malice and hostility radiating from them, their eyes bloodshot and clouded, resembling the vacant gaze of the deceased. Around the corner, Zhong Sui squinted, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Merely a shell, relying on instinct to fight, he could detect the overwhelming stench of decay emanating from these two zombies, their presence suffused with a noxious aura. What sort of strength could such zombies possibly wield? The nearby buildings trembled under the immense force of their struggle, crumbling into shards, while ordinary zombies grew increasingly agitated, thrashing their limbs wildly. Zhong Sui watched with keen interest until one zombie approached him. Its decaying arm reaching out as if to pierce his chest, he responded with a calm, cold laugh. He reigned in his oppressive aura, and the insignificant creature dared to overestimate its abilities. Zhong Sui stood resolutely in place. Allowing the zombie to advance, be careful. Chun Mingchen shouted, his mind momentarily blank as he rushed in front of Zhong Sui, instinctively channeling his elemental power for a shield. Yet his lack of familiarity with his abilities led to him being scratched. Zhong Sui's eyes glimmered ominously, devoid of emotion, slightly trembling as he leaned forward, effortlessly tearing the zombie's head from its spine, discarding it with disdain. It was unnecessary. Such a creature posed no threat to him. So why go to such lengths? This was but a weakling, mere prey, yet it had attempted to protect him, that he found it incomprehensible. Zhong Sui turned, perplexed, to regard the young man, his gaze falling upon the small wound on his arm. Dark tendrils of mist emanating from the surrounding tissue. Why? Chun Mingchen was taken aback. Why? He had no answer. Perhaps it was simply a reflex to save another, especially since he had once rescued him. Balancing the scales, his face paled, and he replied softly, I don't want to be indebted to anyone. We are even now. Zhong Sui was puzzled. What did indebtedness mean? Chun Mingchen, are you all right? Zhuang Hai and the others hurried over, startled by the sight of his injury. Lu Hao covered his mouth, concern etched on his face. Mingchen, you're not infected, are you? Shut your mouth. Zhuang Hai glared at him indignantly. Just then, a soft, anxious voice echoed from a distance. Chun Mingchen, is that you? Ru Ning approached with quick steps, covering her mouth, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I finally found you. She was breathless, beads of sweat trickling down her face, her cheeks flushed, struggling to articulate her feelings. At long last, she had found him. Heaven knows how much she had longed for him, whispering his name daily, hoping for his safety. Each time she ventured out, it was in hopes of encountering him on some street, to express how deeply she missed him and how much she cherished him. She would never forget. Memories of their past lingered like a dream, the moonlight weaving through her recollections, even if her gaze had been that of a thief. She couldn't bear to miss the opportunity, to leave behind a profound regret, forever haunted by the past, feeling sorrowful. If only she could muster the courage just once. Zhuang Hai and the others froze in place. Chun Mingchen, too, was taken aback, his voice weak. Are you Ning? Chapter 139. Truly grown up observing the joyful reunion of the young couple and Ru Ning's undeniable concern. Zhong Sui subtly furrowed his brow, his impatience evident in his eyes. It was strange. Why did he feel a twinge of irritation? Ming Kai and Ye Xiaoyan soon arrived, with Guiyu being the first to notice Zhong Sui standing nearby, a faint black mist surrounding him. Her pupils dilated, and she shouted, It's a zombie! All personnel, be alert! Instantly, everyone raised their weapons, aiming at him. No, he means no harm. Don't shoot. You are no match for him. Chun Mingchen stepped in front of Zhong Sui, blocking him. Chun Ming. Ru Ning watched him walk away, her face pale, reaching out to grasp his clothing, but finding nothing but air, her hand hanging limply. Lu Hao and the others positioned themselves behind Chun Mingchen, urging everyone to lower their weapons. Zhong Sui offered a soft, cold laugh. Young man, do you truly believe I need you to protect me? His oppressive aura enveloped them, causing Guiyu to panic and fire her weapon. Zhong Sui's gaze darkened, and in the next moment he propelled himself, sending the group standing in his way flying. Chun Mingchen and the others were thrust back several meters, narrowly avoiding a fall. The bullets struck his body as if bouncing off a fortified wall, leaving nothing but holes in his clothing, with no marks to show for it. Behold, this is the weapon crafted by your kind, pathetically weak. No wonder those people met such a gruesome fate. Ye Xiaoyan felt a surge of fear, her voice quaking. What did you see? And what of it? You should stay far away from here. Song Sui's unusual reminder caught their attention. It was unclear what technique he had employed, but in an instant, the belt from Lu Liang's waist was in his grasp. Liu Liang was taken aback. My belt. Borrowed for a moment. Song Sui smiled mysteriously, causing the onlookers to tremble with unease. One end of the belt was wrapped around Chun Mingchen's arm, while the other end was firmly held by Song Su's. He glanced down and noticed the wound on Chun Mingchen's arm. An unusual glint flashed in his eyes, and he softly uttered, "Come with me." Thus, Chun Mingchen was forcibly taken away. Chun Mingchen, Ru Ning yearned to pursue, yet she found herself unable to break through the oppressive weight in her heart. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her, a bitter ache that refused to dissipate. Watching the figure of the young man fade away, overlapping with memories, she remained rooted in place, powerless to intervene. Indeed, he was like air, no matter how desperately she clutched. She could not hold on to in that moment. Ru Ning felt as though she meant nothing to him at all, not even a friend, merely a stranger among classmates. Wasn't it more evident than if he had told her so himself? From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, she should have understood. No one dared to pursue the two of them, or perhaps they simply lacked the courage. Meanwhile, on the path where several zombies had been dispatched, Chang Yingzhua and his companions encountered the disheveled Officer Gong. They had set out with 100 individuals, yet now only a handful remained by Officer Gong's side, each bearing numerous injuries, their eyes filled with terror and a frenzied madness. Chang Yingzhua's gaze swept over them, his expression instantly turning cold as he ignored Officer Gong and continued forward. Ling Tian's expression grew serious. "Brother, aren't you going to ask, since we have split up? What is there left to inquire, Mr. Chung?" Officer Gong turned, his arm marred by deep lacerations, likely from a lack of effective treatment during their harrowing journey. The blackened organization surrounding him had begun to rot, causing his lips to turn pale from the pain. Chang Yingzhua turned back, raising an indifferent eyebrow. Officer Gong's expression was on the verge of cracking from agony as he gritted his teeth and warned, "This is beyond your capabilities. It's best if you do not proceed." "Thank you for the reminder," Chang Yingzhua replied politely, dismissing him. Once Officer Gong departed, Ling Tian's anxiety only heightened. She grasped Chang Yingzhua's hand tightly, her expression earnest. "Brother, if anything happens, I will open a space. Remember to hold on to my hand. Everyone else should do the same." The others nodded in agreement, silently marveling at how Chang Yingzhua's sister had truly grown. "You have indeed matured." Chang Yingzhua ruffled her hair, a barely perceptible hint of pride flickering across his typically stoic face. "Brother taught me well. Now I have the ability to protect those I cherish. Whether it be you or our parents, I will do everything in my power to safeguard them." Ling Tian gazed intently into his deep eyes, not daring to blink. Chang Yingzhua's expression softened, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Good." Chapter 140. The Black Aura. Fortunately, a few superpowered individuals had miraculously survived along the way, and after navigating several paths without encountering any zombies, they bore a number of injuries. Upon spotting Chang Yingzhua and his group, they rushed forward to report the situation, neglecting their own wounds. "Well done." Chang Yingzhua commended, rare praise for the neatly organized 8. With the superpowered individuals' cores, they could not only purify their wounds but also avoid severe side effects. The 8 nodded in relief. Finally able to exhale, as they drew closer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, with grotesque corpses of zombies littered about. Ling Tian held her breath, sensing an overwhelming feeling of being watched. She tightened her grip on Chang Yingzhua's hand, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily as she whispered, "Brother, do you feel that?" Chang Yingzhua frowned. Not only her, he too sensed a perilous scrutiny. The buildings around them had become ruins, littered with the bodies of both zombies and humans, the stench of blood assaulting their senses. Ling Tian discovered a dead zombie in an open area, its skull fractured, covered in numerous bite marks. The core embedded in its head was long gone, and a viscous substance clung to its brain, something flickering within. Her expression turned perplexed as she cautiously pried it open with her tang knife, her sharp eyes widening in shock. The cerebral tissue was intertwined with several lines, their ends resembling some sort of chip, pulsating with a red light, likely implanted prior to its transformation. Ling Tian speculated that this could be an artificially created zombie, suggesting that this device had been installed before it became a zombie. Otherwise, how could something so rigidly encased be inserted without infection? This was the only plausible explanation. She wished to call her brother over to examine it. But soon, a ghastly roar pierced the air as ordinary zombies emerged from seemingly nowhere. Brother. After dispatching a few approaching zombies, Ling Tian attempted to advance, only to be obstructed by a few relentless zombies. Summoning a gust of wind, she pushed them aside and sprinted to Chung Ingzua's side. Chung Ingzua's gaze sharpened, instantly freezing the attacking zombies, wielding his hunting knife to dispatch them one by one. The roar echoed again, a single sound wave shattering the ice, encasing the zombies. Ling Tian and the others covered their ears, feeling an unprecedented force approaching them. As she turned, she saw her brother, sweat trickling down as he wielded his hunting knife, standing against the oncoming second-tier zombie. In the next moment, the others, along with herself and the ordinary zombies, were all flung away. The zombie's eyes glowed red. Its mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its long, dark nails resembled lethal weapons. Chilling rain fell between them, soaking their clothes and raising a mist. Upon steadying herself, Ling Tian's first sight was Chung Ingzua, who was unexpectedly enveloped in a faint black aura, entirely distinct from that of the zombies, pure and malevolent, imbued with a profound resentment. Chung Ingzua's complexion was grave, his eyes icy with a bloodthirsty gleam. Suddenly, a surge of heat flooded his mind, blood trickling from his lips, and in the next instant, he too was blasted away by the zombie. Brother, hold my hand. Chapter 141. The behind-the-scenes. Seeing this, Ling Tian summoned the wind to pull her brother closer, grasping his large hand tightly, instructing the others to hold on to one another. Don't let go. Hold tight. In an instant, they were transported to a pristine white space, filled not only with the supplies Ling Tian had previously stored, but also an array of weapons and vehicles. With ample capacity, the origin of this zombie remained unclear. Confronting it head-on was out of the question, especially as it appeared on the verge of advancing to the third tier. Ling Tian had not anticipated the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, rendering them nearly breathless. Her gaze shifted to Chung Ingzua, whose face was abnormally flushed. The black aura had dissipated, and his steps were unsteady. Thankfully, Ling Tian was there to support him. Why would the antagonist be shrouded in darkness? And now it has vanished? At this moment, Chung Ingzua only felt cold, disregarding the knife in his hand as he seized Ling Tian's soft hand, drawing her into his embrace against his chest. Greedily inhaling her scent, he felt as though he were a man trapped in an ice cavern, suddenly gifted with a warm furnace, desperately clinging to this rare source of warmth, unwilling to let go. Ling Tian, overwhelmed by the heat, began to question her very existence, attempting to push the man who held her tightly away. Perspiration forming. Point two, superpowered individuals also stepped in to assist, yet they could not pry them apart. After much struggle, they finally managed to separate them. Upon emerging from the space, the horde of zombies had already dispersed. Along the way, Ling Tian encountered some inexplicable individuals and, by sheer coincidence, ran into her classmates. Yes, her classmates whom she hadn't seen in a long time, with whom her relationship was merely average, including the perennial model student, Ru Ning. What are you all doing here? Ting Ting, it really is you. Zhuang Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing his idol, an uncontainable thrill welling within him. Lu Hao, visibly at a loss for words, exclaimed, "That's great. You're alive." Ling Tian found his clumsiness amusing. Why did he always speak so awkwardly? Understanding Ting Ting's previous temperament, Feng Kaiwa chuckled. He didn't mean it that way. He was just so happy to see you. Please don't be upset. Yu Ning stood silently behind Minkai, her head bowed, her expression obscured. Ling Tian paid no mind to the three of them, her attention drawn to Nye Xiaoyun and Guiyu, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Aside from Ru Ning, who looked relatively well, the other three bore wounds, their faces smeared with dirt, a clear indication that they had endured a fierce battle. Her gaze darkened as she remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, you three are from the city government, right? I saw many individuals in uniforms like yours lying dead at the hands of zombies not far from the city center." Did they not send anyone to assist your retreat? What exactly was so significant at that location that warranted so many of you to go? The bodies there, apart from the zombies, likely number close to 1,000. It is certainly no trivial matter. The second-tier zombie she had just encountered must have absorbed a great deal of energy, its power surging to break through to the second tier, and by now, it was likely on the verge of advancing to the third tier. She yearned to uncover the truth behind the scenes, who orchestrated such a trap, leading so many to their demise. Nie Xiaoyun's expression was despondent. She merely pouted, remaining silent. Seeing them silent, their faces resembling those of mourners, Ling Tian let out a sigh and said solemnly, I do not engage in unprofitable business. Given your current state, it is evident that you require a place to recuperate. I happen to have such a place, but I only take in my own people. Whether you wish to accept this offer is entirely up to you. I will not impose. How could Zhuanghai refuse the goodwill of his classmates? Especially since none of them had a stable residence? I am willing, he declared, and so did the others. Feng Kai Guo expressed his displeasure, asking, what about Qinming Chun? He was taken by a zombie. We must find him, Ru Ning suddenly shouted. Chunming Chun will definitely be fine. Ling Tian followed her gaze to see traces of tears at the corners of Ru Ning's eyes, her spirit noticeably diminished from before. Chunming Chun? Why did that name sound so familiar? She recalled that Chunming Chun was also a classmate of Cheng Tian, though his portrayal in the novel was scant, leaving her memory vague. In Cheng Tian's recollections, she had inadvertently discovered that Ru Ning seemed to harbor feelings for someone. Could that someone be Qinming Chun? Chapter 142. The root of the problem Wei Yu and the others were initially reluctant to go, as they did not know Ling Tian and were uncertain of her intentions. However, they found themselves with nowhere else to turn out on the way. They had encountered 2 first-tier zombies, resulting in the 2 members of their group with combat abilities. Liang and Yu Zai, sacrificing themselves to cover their retreat. Leaving their fates uncertain to it was likely that the headquarters had already caught wind of their betrayal and would not let them off lightly. They needed to find a secure hiding place as soon as possible. After much deliberation, they decided to board Ling Tian's vehicle, their minds still heavy with worry for Liang and Yu Zai. Without monitors or radios, they had no means of locating them. Nie Xiaoyun understood what she meant. Let me speak. Wei Yu stepped forward to address Nie Xiaoyun, recounting everything they had discovered. Afterward, Zhuanghai and his group, having rested little, joined in the conversation, eager to search for Chunming Chun. Naturally, Ling Tian refused their request, stating that venturing out at this late hour would be tantamount to courting death. She thought it best to send someone to search the following day. It was simply too dangerous now. However, what she had not anticipated was the revelation that the mastermind behind these events was connected to the city's leadership. What immense power did they possess to engage in such reckless actions? There had to be some connection, or they were certainly harboring ulterior motives. With this thought weighing heavily on her, Ling Tian anxiously sought out her brother. Upon opening the door to his bedroom, he suddenly lunged at her, pinning her against the door. Before she could utter a word, his heated lips descended upon hers. Ling Tian turned her head to avoid him, but he gripped her chin forcefully, as if her lips were being scorched, causing her to frown in discomfort as her breathing grew labored. When he finally released her, she gasped for air, only to find herself lifted off the ground, prompting her to struggle. Brother, please come to your senses. She was not in the mood for such antics, especially now that the antagonist was about to evolve. This was precisely the moment she felt most vulnerable, and she could not afford to be injured again. She had only just begun to recover and had no desire to return to bed. Tian. Ling Tian was gently placed on the bed, his warm breath brushing against her forehead, his voice sultry yet tinged with hoarseness. Do not leave me. The corners of Cheng Ying's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, his tone losing its former gravity. Ling Tian, I have discovered the root of the problem. That moment, Kong Ling, who had remained silent for a long while, spoke up earnestly. Just now, I detected an ominous black aura emanating from your eyes. Linked to Cheng Ying's I grew suspicious and ventured into the main space for further investigation, only to uncover this troubling situation. We are in deep trouble. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Hastily pushing Cheng Ying's away and assisting the feverish figure to lie down comfortably, then settling herself at the edge of the bed, gazing at his handsome face. The dark aura surrounding him was tied to his original narrative, a consequence of the excessive accumulation of negative energy within him, which was affecting his well-being. Ling Tian's gaze darkened as she inquired, "What do you mean?" Chapter 143. The imbalance. Please allow me to finish. Kong Ling replied impatiently. This negative energy is likely intricately linked to the antagonist's demise. Every world exists in a state of balance between positive and negative energy. When negative energy surpasses its positive counterpart, the world becomes unbalanced. For an antagonist who has experienced the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world, their negative energy is likely to be more pronounced. In the original narrative, his intent was to destroy this world, which ultimately led to his confrontation with the protagonists. However, this did not eliminate his negative energy. Instead, it awakened deeper resentments. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, her doe-like eyes fixated on Cheng Ying's flushed face. The worry that once lingered now concealed within the depths of her gaze. But things are different now. My brother did not die betrayed. How could his current negative energy give rise to such resentment? This was the more troubling aspect. Variations in events or differing decisions could yield different outcomes. Though you may have prevented subsequent developments, you have not encountered the antagonist after their corruption, nor have you addressed the root cause of their grievances within the original narrative. The world has become exceedingly chaotic, resulting in the bifurcation of two timelines, and this resentment has seeped through to the present version of him from that alternate timeline that it felt as if this negative energy had transcended the confines of this world, affecting even me. How infuriating that I did not realize this sooner. T.O. seemingly resists such energy. He has been suppressing it, which is why I've been unable to pinpoint the cause. Ling Tian clenched her fists, sighing, "What should I do?" "Gather negative energy to dispel resentment." Kong Ling replied nonchalantly, "I will transport you to another timeline. You must find a way to approach the antagonist in that realm and utilize the space I have designed for you to collect the negative energy from him. Without a vessel to contain it, the resentment will naturally dissipate." This time his tone turned grave. "Let me remind you, this world has divided into two timelines. One is the chaotic realm you inhabit, and the other follows the original narrative. When you are transported, it will be during the time the antagonist has already succumbed to darkness, posing great danger, especially since Cheng Tian is already dead in that timeline. If you confront him directly, he will certainly kill you." This was not a question. It was a certainty. Ling Tian understood that this was indeed something the antagonist could do after their transformation. She was acutely aware of how much the original antagonist despised Cheng Tian. That final act of abandonment had extinguished any trace of familial affection, leaving only loathing. The fact that he had not killed her was already a sign of his restraint. The corrupted antagonist, bloodthirsty and merciless towards superhumans, kept zombies in captivity, each act chilling to the bone. No one would dare approach him. Yet regardless of the form he took, she was determined to accept him. If she were to appear, not only would the antagonist view her as a specter, but so too would anyone acquainted with Cheng Tian. How long will I need to stay? What if it takes too long? I still have other matters to attend to. Kong Ling floated about, an expression of unutterable frustration and helplessness on its face, its heart still filled with concern. After all, this was a significant matter. Ling Tian felt as if she had been bitten by a snake, her heart aching intensely. Suppressing her irritation, she took a deep breath. "Oh, not worry. I'm not that weak. Furthermore, have more faith in me. I will not allow anyone to harm me again. I swear it." For the first time, Ling Tian's countenance was grave, as if forged from iron. That is the best mindset to have. Kong Ling was somewhat taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at the motionless Cheng Ying's lying on the bed, unable to hide its frown. Without further ado, it began to weave the spatial tunnel, slowly opening the gateway. Chapter 144. The mutated flower. A flash of white light enveloped Ling Tian before she could prepare herself. And upon lifting her gaze, she found herself facing a first-tier zombie with dried blood caked upon its distorted visage. Reacting swiftly, she drew her Tang Dao from her spatial pocket and swung it with precision. But the zombie adeptly dodged, forcing her to retreat and maintain her distance. In this dark domain, warmth was a distant memory, replaced by the disorienting sounds of the undead. through the scant light of the moon. Ling Tian observed the grass underfoot and the goalposts scattered around her. The sinister expression crossed her alluring face as she muttered, "What kind of place has this fool sent me to? Of all times, why did it have to be night? Was this a deliberate trap?" The biting cold wind sent a shiver down her spine, and she inhaled sharply, her body trembling involuntarily. The zombies had no time for her complaints. Perhaps underestimating her, they charged at her without fear. Hearing their approach, Ling Tian executed a backflip to evade their outstretched arms. Then harnessing the wind element, she leaped to strike at their back with her Tang Dao. The unmistakable sound of metal meeting bone echoed in the air. Was this reality a juxtaposition of winter and summer? Thankfully, she had packed some winter clothing in her space. She donned a few layers and began to survey her surroundings. There stood the teaching building, the playground, and the cafeteria dormitories. It was Chung Tan School. Yet here lay an eerie silence, devoid of survivors, save for the grotesquely decayed corpses and the nauseating stench that permeated the air. Ling Tian frowned, faint sounds still reaching her ears, likely emanating from the dormitory building above. She strode briskly towards the dormitory building, ascending the stairs with determination. With fluidity, she drew her Tang knife, executing her movements seamlessly as the zombies staggered down the corridor. Emitting a disconcerting clattering sound, Ling Tian leapt past them, swiftly severing the heads of several ordinary-level zombies. The knife's sharp edge dripped with dark crimson blood, each drop hitting the ground with a chilling sound that resonated in the air. Having dispatched the threats, Ling Tian sought a relatively clean dormitory to ensure a restful night's sleep. Despite the absence of electricity, she was not picky. She retrieved a blanket from her spatial storage, closed the door, and barricaded it with a cabinet to prevent any zombies from intruding and disturbing her slumber. In this timeline, Chung Tian had already perished, and she could not reveal her identity in front of the antagonist. Nor could she let anyone know she was Chung Tian, for that would be difficult to explain. Moreover, she needed to collect negative energy, and whether she could survive even a second in front of the antagonist was uncertain. The darkened villain was exceedingly dangerous. One misstep in his mood could lead to him taking pleasure in the demise of superpowered individuals. Thus, if she were to encounter him, she must maintain a considerable distance. However, given his current mental prowess, it would be challenging not to be detected. It was best to deliberate carefully. Ling Tian pondered deeply, ultimately deciding to close her eyes and cease her thoughts. When she awoke, daylight flooded in, and she quickly prepared herself before embarking on her first stop of the day, the safety zone of the city government. She was curious about what secrets the safety zone concealed in the original storyline and how it differed from her previous timeline. The author had never elucidated this clearly, as most perspectives were focused on the cunning battles between the male and female protagonist and the antagonist. Seizing this opportunity, she intended to conceal herself within, gathering information while devising a way to assist the antagonist, an endeavor that would serve dual purposes. "Xiao Yun, hold on." A suddenly familiar yet unfamiliar female voice echoed from the south. Ling Tian strained to discern the source of the voice, summoning the wind to hasten her pace. Navigating through the streets and avoiding areas dense with zombies, she soon spotted several individuals in the outskirts under attack by mutated plants. As she approached, she recognized Xiao Yun and Guiyu among them, but to her surprise, it was indeed them. Guiyu's eyes widened as she fired at the roots of the mutated flower, causing thick green sap to ooze forth. Yet even so, the vines ensnaring Xiao Yun did not relent. Instead, they tightened their grip. A pain groan escaped Xiao Yun's lips as her firearm clattered to the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Tian's gaze sharpened, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth to her astonishment. It was merely a first-tier mutated flower. Chapter 145, Fear of Fire. Liu Liang was preparing to manipulate earthen spikes to attack the mutated flower when Ling Tian stepped in front of the four, her eyes glinting with warning. "Fire is effective against most plants, but if we attack recklessly, you may sustain injuries." The group paused, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar girl. "Then allow me to test it." Seizing the moment, Guiyu hoisted the unconscious Xiao Yun to safety. Ling Tian, gripping her Tang knife, raised an eyebrow at Liu Liang, who stood nearby. You are an Earth-type superpowered individual, correct? Yes, that's right. Liu Yang's gaze lingered on Ling Tian's exquisitely beautiful face, his cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Very well. Assist me in loosening the soil around its roots that I wish to ascertain whether the flower's crystal core is located there. To eliminate a first-tier mutated plant, one must separate its crystal core. She then turned to Yu Zai, who possessed fire abilities, and commanded without hesitation, "You, provide cover for me." Yu Zai pointed to himself, glancing back at Guayu, who nodded, prompting him to remain silent, with the soil obscuring it removed. The massive roots of the mutated flower were exposed, thick and twisting, pulsating like a beating heart. This was indeed the right spot. Ling Tian exchanged a glance with Yu Zai, who promptly unleashed fireballs at the encroaching vines of the mutated flower. Due to their overwhelming number, Yu Zai could only fend off half of them, while Ling Tian deftly dodged and swung her tang knife. Noticing an anomaly at the flower's core, she quickly conjured a whirlwind to retreat as she neared the roots. Prioritizing safety, quickly retreat. Watch out for its sap, Ling Tian shouted to the group, pulling Yu Zai behind a large tree while keeping her eyes fixed on the mutated flower's roots. Guayu, hearing this, urgently pulled the still-dazed Ming back. That moment, the flower's core erupted, spewing green, viscous liquid that corroded everything in its path. As the roots were severed, dark red, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, filling the air with a nauseating odor. Ling Tian frowned as a green crystal core suddenly shot toward her forehead, merging in her mind. In an instant, she felt a gentle energy infusing her spatial realm. This energy was unlike the forcefully absorbed energy she had experienced before. It was not domineering or aggressive, but rather tender and harmonious, enveloping her in warmth. That a message seemed to resonate within her mind, and she realized that her spatial realm had also leveled up. This meant that her space could not only store items, but could also manipulate an indescribable element in the air to create an independent, wondrous space of varying sizes, dependent on her mental strength. "Thank you for your assistance," Guayu approached, admiration evident in her gaze as she regarded this formidable young woman. Aside from one individual in the base, it's rare to find such a powerful female, superpowered individual. "You're welcome. I simply happened to pass by and wanted to take a look. This is for you, as a token of gratitude for your help. I can't possibly keep it all for myself." "We cannot accept this." Liu Yang and Yu Zai almost synchronized their rejection. Ling Tian, uninterested in their protests, tossed the item to Liu Yang with a flare that left Yu Zai and Liu Yang momentarily stunned. They had never encountered such a stunning woman and were genuinely taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, Guiyu bit her lip and inquired, "Miss, may I know your name?" Ling Tian hesitated for a brief moment, her eyes revealing no emotion as she softly replied, "You may call me Ling Tian." Chapter 146. Identification Card. Upon noticing Ling Tian alone and heading to the safety zone, Guiyu wasted no time in escorting her. As they traveled, Ling Tian observed the scenes beyond the car window. Streets, shops, and buildings were all in disrepair. The remnants of both zombies and humans had long turned to bones, and the sky appeared much dimmer, casting a somber pall over the world, far more silent and bleak than the timeline she had known. That if one were to describe it, this place was devoid of vitality, embodying an eerie atmosphere. Upon entering the base's gates, Ling Tian exited the vehicle, while Guiyu and Liu Yang hurried to take Nie Xiao Yun to the medical facility, leaving her to wait outside, intending to explore. She soon caught the attention of a soldier clad in military garb. The soldier approached, blocking her path, saluted formally, and stated, "Miss, please present your identification card." The safety zone was known for its strict protocols, and soldiers routinely checked the credentials of newcomers to prevent any potential infiltration that could jeopardize the base. Identification card. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian immediately recalled Guayu mentioning something about it when discussing the captain. It seemed to serve as a means of verifying identity. That moment, Guiyu, having finished her task, quickly stepped in front of Ling Tian, also saluting the soldier. "I apologize. She is my sister. It has been quite a challenge to locate her, and I intended to introduce her to the captain, but I temporarily forgot her here." The soldier, upon hearing that she was a relative, said nothing further and nodded before departing. Ling Tian furrowed her brow and asked. Captain, yes. Only with an identification card can you freely enter and exit the base. The simplest and most effective way to obtain one is through the captain. As long as he approves, the registration process is straightforward. Guayu gestured towards the base and added, "Follow me." Ling Tian's expression darkened as she kept pace with Guayu. After traversing several corridors and turning a corner, they arrived at the captain's office. Guayu knocked on the door, and a stern voice from within commanded, "Enter." Complying, Guayu gently pushed the door open, standing tall as she saluted. "Report, Captain, this is my sister, and she wishes to apply to join our unit." Ling Tian stood behind Guayu, casually surveying the room until her gaze settled on the captain. He was a middle-aged man in a black uniform. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he was robust and full of vitality. His gaze exuding authority. She stepped forward, her mind racing, and stated coolly, "I am Ling Tian, the cousin of Guayu." The captain narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ling Tian's enchanting visage, his face maintaining an indifferent expression that contrasted with his cold demeanor, exuding a unique aura. After several minutes of silence, the captain finally acquiesced. "Very well. Take her to obtain an identification card. Ensure her information is recorded." Ling Tian frowned, surprised by how quickly he had agreed. "Isn't there any testing required?" "All right," Guayu nodded. After completing the registration at the central recording station, Ling Tian's face flashed on the screen, and an identification card was automatically issued from the window below. Gazing at the pristine identification card, Ling Tian exchanged a few parting words with Guayu before following the room number indicated on the card. Step by step, she ascended the staircase until she reached her designated room. Upon entering, an eerie silence enveloped the space, for individuals within turned their curious eyes upon her, scrutinizing her with an intensity akin to cats, their expressions shimmering with an enigmatic light, as if beholding a beautiful, kaleidoscopic dream. "Hello, my name is Luo Yuhao. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" Luo Yuhao was the first to extend a hand towards her, a gentle smile gracing the corners of her eyes, revealing two shallow dimples on her cheeks. "You may call me Ling Tian." Ling Tian politely shook her hand, but fatigue overtook her, and without uttering another word, she disrobed, snuggled under the covers, and lay down on the bed. Not long after, the four women in the room began to whisper among themselves. "Who is she? She seems to exude an aura of elegance that I've never seen her before. She must be new to—" "I think so too. But she appears rather unapproachable." "I find her quite approachable," came Luo Yuhao's voice. Ling Tian slowly opened her eyes, her lashes partially obscuring her sharp, dark peach blossom eyes. Chapter 147. Urgent mission the following day. Ling Tian donned a uniform and display device provided by Guayu. Following the blaring alarm of the troops, she gathered in the central hall, where she received the unit information displayed on the device. Specifically, it detailed the information and mission coordinates of her group. As she perused the display, she meticulously organized her gear. The label indicated that her team was not a combat unit, but rather a reconnaissance group. Although they would not engage in direct confrontation with zombies, should any situation arise, they would be the first to charge ahead. The reconnaissance team was tasked not only with assessing the surroundings and acquiring necessary supplies, but also with alerting the combat unit to potential danger zones. To mitigate the risks posed by the reconnaissance team's limited abilities, it was customary for superhumans to collaborate with ordinary individuals. Conversely, the combat unit consisted entirely of superhumans. "Stop staring. You're with our group now," announced Nie Xiaoyun, who approached from behind, ready to tap her shoulder. Startled, Ling Tian's body reacted instinctively. Having ascended to a new level, she had become overly sensitive to her surroundings, combined with the acute senses of superhumans. She reflexively unleashed a gust of wind, pushing Nie Xiaoyun away from her. The force of the wind sent Nie Xiaoyun stumbling back, nearly colliding with a wall several meters away, eliciting astonished gasps from onlookers. Fortunately, Guayu was quick to catch her, preventing any unfortunate mishaps. Ling Tian regained her composure. She turned to check if Nie Xiaoyun was injured, her eyes briefly reflecting a flicker of remorse. "I apologize. Are you all right?" She had not understood what had transpired, but upon sensing someone behind her, her defense mechanism had activated. Ever since her powers had reached the first tier, coupled with the recent spatial upgrade. Her reactions had become increasingly vigilant and sensitive. "I'm fine." Xiaoyan shook her head, pressing her lips together before taking a deep breath and chuckling softly. "Young lady, Xiaoyu has already informed me. Had I known it was so perilous behind you, I would have addressed you directly. Nonetheless, thank you. Welcome to our investigation team 07. We'll be teammates from now on." Standing tall, Xiaoyan took a few steps toward Ling Tian. Her eyes wide with focus, as if harboring an invigorating energy. Perhaps it was the sincerity in her gaze, coupled with the smile that danced at her lips, that touched Ling Tian. Her lashes fluttered, and she could not help but extend her hand in return. "Yes, it is an honor." However, she pondered, how long could this last? For the sake of her adversaries, she could not tarry here too long. There were pressing matters to attend to. This mission was urgent, a distress signal dispatched by certain squad en route, prompting not only the combat unit but also various reconnaissance teams to mobilize, causing a flurry of activity among all personnel to avoid suspicion. Ling Tian had no choice but to participate in this operation, as it was her first foray into the unit. Once the opportunity arose, she intended to carefully observe and seek out information regarding the captain, hoping to uncover details about the mysterious figure Guayu had previously mentioned, in such an advanced and orderly base. She could hardly believe they had no communication records. Surely, there must be documentation. After all, the male lead had utilized one, had he not? As their vehicle approached the designated coordinates, Ling Tian felt a sense of foreboding settle in her chest, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Even before reaching the target location, the stench of blood wafted toward her from ahead, heavy and foreboding. Suddenly, she realized, this is bad. Get out of the vehicle. The next moment, the vehicles ahead overturned in an instant, the occupants barely managing to scream before tumbling out at breakneck speed, landing on the roadside. Fortunately, Ling Tian's timely warning spared Xiaoyan and Guiyu's group from harm. While some members of other squads managed to escape, most were agile superhumans. Those with slower reactions bore the brunt of the disaster, crushed beneath the vehicles. Suddenly, fireballs, wind blades, and vines of supernatural energy erupted, as a dozen individuals clad in distinctive attire launched an assault from both sides, catching all the squads off guard and prompting a retaliatory response. I could see that moment. The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire and grenades. Ling Tian stepped back, observing these individuals, ostensibly of the same species, engage in a brutal conflict due to differing allegiances, her eyes dimmed and devoid of emotion. Noticing that Guiyu and Xiaoyun were struggling, she hurried over, channeling her powers to conjure a small tornado. The two adversaries were immediately drawn into its vortex, thrashing about in a frenzy. In the next instant, Ling Tian felt a faint yet familiar chill envelop her, causing her to hold her breath instinctively. Chapter 148. Absolute domain. A frigid aura of murderous intent permeated the air, as if frozen in time like a frame from a comic. Ling Tian straightened her spine defiantly, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere of hatred and hostility. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Ingzhua had taken his place beneath a tree at the roadside, observing the unfolding chaos with an air of detached indifference. A knife appeared in his hand, stained with crimson liquid, droplets falling to the ground with a rhythmic plop. The fierce struggle among the crowd seemed to devolve into a farcical display. He exuded a chilling demeanor. Not the superficial kind, but a bone-deep coldness, a disregard for existence itself, suffused with a deathly aura that permeated the surroundings. This was a side of Cheng Ingzhua she had never witnessed before. Not only was there a palpable malevolence, but an obscure darkness enveloped him, his face betraying no concealment of his lethal intent. Ling Tian found herself at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions, tinged with discomfort. Fortunately, she was clad in the same uniform as the rest of the team, rendering her less conspicuous. The antagonist would not focus on identifying individual faces, yet an unguarded glance from her caught Cheng Ingzhua's attention. Reacting swiftly, Ling Tian hastily tousled her hair to obscure her profile, her mind racing with the impulse to activate her spatial powers. In an instant, his icy gaze fell upon the diminutive figure in the throng, her features obscured by her hair. Despite his impassive countenance, a lethal intent lurked within him, compelling him to consider the removal of her eyes. Unaware of the peril, Ling Tian clenched her fists, and for the first time, she summoned her spatial abilities, erecting an absolute domain, as the name suggests. The absolute domain was a protective barrier formed by her spatial powers, capable of withstanding any assault for a brief duration and allowing her to counterattack by compressing the space around her adversaries until they were reduced to pulp. This was the remarkable strength of her upgraded abilities. Naturally, the duration one could maintain the absolute domain depended on the strength of one's mental energy. If weak, it would be easily shattered, while if strong, it could deflect any substantial harm and retaliate without incurring damage. His mental force collided with the invisible barrier, only to be repelled. Chang Ingzwa paused, his sharp features transforming into a mask of icy menace. He had underestimated her, just as he prepared to shatter this seemingly trivial barrier. His gaze shifted to the knife hurtling toward him. Unfazed, he discarded the now useless blade, his expression hard as stone. The descending, deer-slicing knife was caught by Xiao Junjia, who shot Chang Ingzwa a warning glare. "Mr. Chung, I advise you against such actions in the future. You have already claimed many lives among you you truly wish to make an enemy of the safe zone, as if you were not concerned about the bloodshed." The order to retreat rang out that moment. Lu Jingli rushed in from the front, channeling massive electrical currents from the ground, targeting the enemies amidst the crowd. Chang Ingzwa utilized his mental force to direct his team members, compelling them to shield him from the oncoming electric surge. In an instant, those superhumans were rendered unconscious, their bodies battered and broken. Fortunately, Ling Tian managed to keep Guiyu and the others safe from such a grim fate. At that moment, she longed to see her brother, yet feared being discovered and subjected to his wrath. She could not reveal herself now. If he laid eyes on her face, she was certain that, even if she survived, given his nature, she would not escape unscathed. Her brother was currently steeped in malevolence. She needed to devise a clever plan to approach him. Lu Jingli, flustered upon realizing her electric current had harmed her allies, furrowed her brow in anger as she prepared to retaliate against Chang Ingzwa. He effortlessly evaded her attack, redirecting eyes to freeze Lu Jingli. Seeing this, Xiao Junjia rushed forward to embrace her waist, preventing her from harm. "Xiaoli, are you all right?" he asked, rising to support her, his amber eyes filled with concern. Lu Jingli shook her head, retreating from his embrace. Xiao Junjia unleashed the cutting deer knife to first disrupt Chang Ingzwa, reminding him with words of caution, "You help the troops retreat first. He is entrusted to me." Lu Jingli nodded, her concern not forgotten. "You must be careful." Chapter 149. Grievance. As Lu Jingli dodged several lightning orbs while evading incoming abilities, she summoned vehicles from her spatial dimension, continuously ushering the remaining individuals into the cars, struggling against the onslaught of enemies. With limited space in the vehicles, Ling Tian refused to board, instead forcibly pulling Guiyu and others to abandon their resolve to fight. Realizing their own survival was at stake, observing the female protagonist's arduous efforts, she grappled with whether or not to assist. Those in the vehicle shouted, "Captain Lu, don't worry about me, I'll be fine." As the car drove further away, Lu Jingli glanced at the unfamiliar face, asking, "Why aren't you leaving?" Ling Tian, pushing back the enemies driven by a fierce wind, could not help but search for Chang Ingzwa's figure. The two were nowhere to be seen in their fierce struggle. It appeared the male protagonist had deliberately lured away the antagonist. With Chang Ingzwa absent, the attackers ceased their advance, seemingly intent on retreating. She sensed no immediate danger, though she had noticed the dark aura surrounding the antagonist had intensified significantly. "I'll accompany you." Lu Jingli was momentarily startled by her delicate face, feeling an inexplicable warmth flush her cheeks. "It's all right. I can manage without the car. My abilities can take me anywhere." Ling Tian glanced at the small display in her hand, which showed their coordinates, and frowned. She longed to discard this device. Feeling uneasy as if it were a tracking tool, Lu Jingli remarked in surprise, "I've never seen you at the base. Are you a new recruit?" After exchanging a few words with Lu Jingli, Ling Tian helped her lay the bodies of their fallen comrades on the grass, digging a large hole to bury them together. Once they departed, Lu Jingli's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a tinge of guilt. Ling Tian intended to offer some words of comfort, but as they reached the city streets, she spotted a familiar figure. With just a glance, Ling Tian recognized him as Chao Zihua, one of the thugs who had tormented Chang Tian. She had seen him before, the one her brother had slain. The text had not revealed the thug's true name, or did she know if he was alive or dead? A gentle breeze swept through her brows, her sharp eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty coldness. Tea that moment. Chen Jinxiang had perished, yet the mastermind, Chao Zihua, was still alive and well. Without a second thought, Ling Tian altered her course, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Her pace quickening. Ling Tian, what's wrong? Lu Jingli followed her, perplexed. This was not the direction toward the safe zone. Chao Zihua limped along, his clothes caked in filth, as if he had not washed in ages. His body covered in dust, his hair a tangled mess. Ling Tian stood before him, blocking his path. A ghost! Chao Zihua screamed, dropping his bread, his pupils dilating in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. Ling Tian advanced step by step, her gaze as if she were looking at a corpse. I didn't mean to. Chang Tan. Miss Chung, please don't come for me. I know I was wrong. I was just following orders. His legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, causing him to soil himself in terror. Lu Jingli watched Ling Tian's back closely, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Why was this man calling her Chang Tian? Ling Tian paid no mind to Lu Jingli's gaze. After all, she was unaware of the truth. You should not speak these words to me, but rather convey them to her in the underworld. With that, Ling Tian kicked him fiercely several times, causing Chao Zihua to spit blood, his cries echoing in the air. She manipulated her spatial abilities, relentlessly compressing the space around Chao Zihua, blood gushing from him. Perhaps her control was insufficient, as he was not immediately reduced to a pulp. Nevertheless, he was close to death, and Ling Tian summoned Wind Blade to sever his neck before she would relent. Lu Jingli witnessed it all. Although she had seen similar scenes before, her gaze towards Ling Tian was filled with curiosity and bewilderment. What grievance drove this girl to such extremes? How did her words contradict those of that man? Chapter 150. You did not die. Ling Tian turned, casting a faint glance at the bewildered Lu Jingli. Let us go. Lu Jingli nodded, refraining from voicing her thoughts or inquiring about her name. Perhaps out of respect for the other's privacy or unspoken burdens. However, across from them, hidden in a derelict building, Yi Jiashu suddenly froze, his brow furrowing, his hair stirring as he realized. Chang Tan? In that instant, gazing at the face below that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chang Tian, he stared intently at Ling Tian's retreating figure, breathing short and spasmodically. Was he seeing a ghost or experiencing some sort of hallucination? Was this not Chang Tian? At that moment, Chan Mingshan approached, seemingly having observed the same, his eyes wide with shock that Yi Jiashu remained silent, uncertain if she was truly Chang Tian. After all, in his memory, Chang Tan lacked abilities. Yet, he had clearly witnessed how she had slain Chao Zihua, so he was sure this was no illusion. But he could never forget that face. Upon discovering her tragic fate, Yi Jiashu was overwhelmed with guilt. He had never imagined Chen Jinxiang would be so malicious, deliberately luring Chang Tian into an alley without his knowledge. Had he not been deceived by Chen Jinxiang's words, he would not have discovered it so late. Initially, he felt guilty, but with Chen Jinxiang whispering in his ear, he slowly convinced himself it was an accident. Never suspecting her until he overheard her conversation with someone else, in despair, he fled without confronting the truth, lacking even the courage to question Chen Jinxiang. Subsequently, she perished, seemingly unable to remain with Chao Zihua. In her desperate escape, she used Chen Jinxiang as a human shield. She was bitten to death, ultimately turning into a zombie. Her head severed by some superpowered individuals. Just moments after, Ling Tian's gaze met Yi Jiashu's above that instant. He was taken aback, his astonishment morphing into determination, rushing down the stairs with urgency to uncover the truth. Yi Jiashu, don't act impulsively. Chan Mingshan called after him. Yi Jiashu hurried towards Ling Tian, shouting, Chang Tian, is it really you? You did not die. Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. She did not wish to see him. After all, just the thought of this version of Yijiashu indirectly causing Chang Tian's demise was enough for her to remain hostile. Lu Jingli also sensed the tension, gently interjecting, "Sir, my teammate's name is not Chang Tian. She is Ling Tian. You may have mistaken her for someone else. Perhaps it's just a resemblance." As she prepared to leave, Yijiashu approached fearlessly. "It's impossible. You look exactly like her. I remember Chang Tian only has one brother. No twin sister." Why, Yijiashu had never met Chang Tian's brother. He had only learned of him through Chen Jinxiang. Ling Tian's indifferent smile lingered on her lips, seemingly mocking. "So what if I am her? Do you think you still have the face to confront me?" Her voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. He faltered, bowing his head. "I'm sorry. Do not appear before me again, even if we meet in the future. You must avoid me, that I do not wish to see you." With that, Ling Tian took Lu Jingli, who remained perplexed, and summoned the wind element to accelerate her pace, vanishing without a trace in less than a second. "Is she Chang Tian?" At that moment, Chan Mingchen finally spoke. "I do not know." Yijiashu was troubled. Despite the identical face, the aura was entirely different. This was a quality Chang Tian had never possessed. It felt familiar yet foreign, and he could not comprehend it. But he knew that face was unmistakable. Having evaded the bothersome Yijiashu, the two finally reached the safe zone. Ling Tian and Lu Jingli were not in the same group and were separated shortly after entering. Identification cards were typically kept on one's person, making them difficult to retrieve. However, if she did not search for clues, would that not undermine her efforts in this place? Chapter 151. Effective to be cautious. Ling Tian went to the restroom ahead of time, hiding the display behind the toilet tank and locking the stall door before climbing out. Once finished, she stepped into the office after a quick look around. Ling Tian approached the bookshelf on the left side of the desk. She did not immediately disturb the books, but instead scanned with her eyes. Searching too thoroughly would leave traces. Her current objective was to find critical information without leaving a single clue. Her gaze landed on the scattered documents and reports on the desk, finally fixating on a report detailing various weapons quantities and uses. Among them were displays, positioning, and tracking. What was the difference from being monitored remotely? Ling Tian's expression turned icy, a cold smile escaping her lips. These weapons were certainly not conjured from thin air. The presence of displays and radios among the troops indicated that the base must have a designated area for producing such equipment. Moreover, the mention of supersonic devices on the report was enough to confirm everything. Ling Tian sought to uncover more clues, yet the faint, distant sound of footsteps outside compelled her to straighten her back and exit the office without hesitation. A while later, the captain entered the office with a grave expression, followed by the muffled sound of the door closing. She concealed herself around the corner, narrowing her peach blossom eyes sharply, her gaze piercing as if to discern all truths. The specialized training ground, the cafeteria, the automated doors, and the latest modified vehicles. All were abundantly supplied, even the medication. She had anticipated that the urban area would house such a well-prepared safe zone. As if foreseeing the impending apocalypse, Ling Tian walked and observed she failed to locate any area for weapon manufacturing. Instead, she mostly witnessed superpowered individuals competing in the training ground. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Liang unexpectedly found her, his face flushed with anxiety. "Aren't you going to look for Guai Yu and the others?" The captain turned dark when he learned about my mission failure. Ling Tian was unfazed and replied nonchalantly. What if his face turned dark? He merely gives orders. The captain. Shouldn't he set an example rather than focus on a failed mission? Lu Liang was about to correct her when a harsh, mocking laughter cut through the air from behind. "Haha, little girl, aren't you afraid of me telling your team's captain? If he learns how you regard him, I doubt you'll remain here for long." The speaker was Hu Gang, accompanied by several subordinates. He approached, stroking his chin, his gaze leeringly scanning Ling Tian's alluring figure, followed by a lewd chuckle. Not bad, not bad. How did I not notice that our base harbors such a beautiful maiden?" Lu Liang stepped in front of Ling Tian, anger flaring within him. "This is a safe zone, Hu Gang. I advise you to refrain from going too far." "Oh, what have I done? I merely complimented this young lady beside you. Is she your girlfriend?" Lu Liang swallowed his words, his face reddening with embarrassment. Upon seeing Hu Gang, Ling Tian frowned unconsciously, then smirked coldly. Uncle, you might be mistaken. Without evidence, do you think the captain would heed your one-sided account? Moreover, I merely expressed a minor concern, a personal opinion, that it's not that I think poorly of the captain, that if you report this, it may backfire. It's uncertain who would be expelled in the end. The weight of her words regarding reporting was heavy, not just due to her disdain for him, but also to convey that it was a childish trick, lowly. The two words indeed struck a nerve, causing Hu Gang's expression to shift drastically. Who had ever encountered such a brazen woman? Calling him uncle? How contemptuous! Beside him, He Xinguang began to speak foolishly. Little girl, mind your tongue. You wouldn't want to drive away our boss. Would you? Hu Gang shot He Xinguang a furious glance, clearly incensed. Realizing his mistake, He Xinguang promptly shut his mouth. Hu Gang's demeanor grew even more unpleasant as he scrutinized Ling Tian. You seem unfamiliar. You're not a newcomer, are you? And if I am? Ling Tian stepped forward, bypassing Lu Liang, her icy gaze fixed upon them. As if her eyes could speak, Hu Gang's expression remained scornful, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Since you're new, have you undergone the initiation test? What abilities do you believe you possess to remain here? Don't think that flaunting a few tricks will suffice, without real substance, out there. You'd only end up as food, he continued. Take Lu Jingli, who stands by Xiao Junjia. She possesses remarkable abilities, yet fails to utilize them, and has caused many superpowered individuals to pay for her foolishness. In critical moments, she still relies on men, doesn't she? Following the recent mission failure, the combat team suffered significant casualties. By the time they arrived, many teammates had perished and several squads had met their doom. Later, it was discovered that the distress signal was merely a trap, deliberately mimicked to mislead, while the original squad had already died, with the true objective aimed at the rescue team. He was well aware of this. Lu Jingli was indeed beautiful, but had it not been for the interference of Xiao Junjia, the illegitimate child, she would have been his by now. Contemplating all this, he yearned to strip these two of everything. Yet with Xiao Junjia's current status, he dared not provoke him. Unrepentant, Ling Tian concealed a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes, inwardly mocking. Did Hu Gang wish for another taste of death? Hu Gang, do not impose your repugnant thoughts upon Ling Tian. Captain Lu clearly intended to assist. How does that render her foolish in your eyes? Lu Liang's anger flared, and the frustration he had been holding back finally erupted. No need to say more. Since you believe my abilities are lacking, let us have a contest, a little test. If I lose, do as you wished, and if I win, you shall walk around the safe zone, slapping yourself while loudly declaring you're a worthless fool, vowing never to disrespect women again. What do you say? Ling Tian frowned deeply, her gaze turning profound, her tone resolute. The next moment, her words provoked a chorus of laughter from those present. Ha! Especially He Xinguang, who laughed until tears streamed down his face, mockingly retorting, little girl with those thin arms and legs, don't say I didn't warn you. My boss is a first-level, superpowered individual. If it comes to blows, you'll be crying in pain. Hu Gang chuckled triumphantly, reveling in satisfaction. Ling Tian regarded the spectacle with disdain, her eyes flashing with contempt, yet she nonchalantly replied, Oh, how fortuitous. I am as well. Without further ado, Hu Gang and Ling Tian occupied the training ground, the crowd gathering outside to witness the spectacle. Don't blame me for bullying you. You presented yourself on a silver platter. Don't complain when I show no mercy. Hu Gang exuded confidence, clearly dismissing Ling Tian as just a Navi girl. Such needless chatter. Ling Tian launched her attack, harnessing the winds around her for acceleration. Landing a kick squarely on his abdomen, Hu Gang gasped as his hefty frame was propelled several meters away, nearly regurgitating his earlier meal. Damn it, he cursed. Channeling his abilities, he unleashed a tornado aimed at Ling Tian, who merely chuckled, swiftly evading by turning aside, dispersing the ensuing wind. The consequences of underestimating her were evident. He would pay for his arrogance, leaving Hu Gang incapacitated. Ling Tian summoned 3 wind blades, diverting his attention. For a corpulent individual like Hu Gang, even as a superpowered being, the excess weight remained a burden, making his evasion, though seemingly agile, riddled with openings. After just 3 wind blades, he began to struggle. Her eyes sparkled with intensity beneath her brows, resembling a flame amidst thorns. The tremendous impact and pain left Hu Gang questioning his existence. He was soon kicked out of the training ground, staining his pants with blood. "Ah, it hurts." Hu Gang rolled on the ground, clutching himself, his face ghostly pale, tears streaming from the agony. Xing Wang stood frozen, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. The onlookers fell silent, astonished by the spectacle. It was only then that Xing Wang reacted, rushing to assist Hu Gang, anxiously stating, boss, are you all right? Hurry and take him to the infirmary. From now on, you might only serve as a eunuch." Ling Tian approached, her spirit invigorated, unable to suppress a smile. "By the way, don't forget what your boss promised. Remember to walk around the safe zone, slapping yourself while shouting loudly. I'd hate to miss it." Xing Wang's face turned pale, too intimidated to retort. This woman was not to be trifled with. Liu Liang, still processing the battle, gazed at Ling Tian's profile, filled with boundless admiration. Perhaps too engrossed, Ling Tian noticed and turned to catch Liu Liang's dazed expression. Raising an eyebrow, "What's wrong?" Liu Liang, flustered, managed a smile. Nothing. You're amazing." Ling Tian disliked the way he looked at her, her tone turning cold. "Tell Guiyu I'm feeling a bit fatigued today and would like to rest. So I want to be looking for her." Chapter 153. An imposing presence upon entering the room. The first sound that reached Ling Tian was Luo Yuhao stifling her sobs, her cries barely audible. Only tears streaming down her face. She was alone in the room. Her 3 roommates had long since vanished. Ling Tian gently closed the door, frowning. "Where are they?" Luo Yuhao glanced at Ling Tian, her eyes bloodshot and her voice hoarse. "We're fine on the road, but suddenly a group of people emerged and caught us off guard. They, as part of the combat team, sacrificed themselves to help us escape. I barely managed to flee as a healing-type, superpowered individual. Thanks to my luck since childhood." She sniffled, her eyes brimming with anger and helplessness. "I truly don't know who those people are or why they repeatedly kill my comrades, thwarting our efforts." Ling Tian remained silent, her expression turning complex. She approached and gently patted Luo Yuhao's shoulder. After a moment, she spoke softly, "I will help you uncover the truth. Not only that, but will also put an end to this apocalyptic loss of humanity." After comforting Luo Yuhao, Ling Tian spent the night contemplating the specific distribution of the safe zones, finally sketching a map in her mind. She consistently found herself unable to locate that particular area on the map. If they were to construct weapon manufacturing equipment outside the designated zone, not only would transportation be laborious, but the lack of defensive measures would also pose a significant danger. Moreover, such a fortuitous opportunity would undoubtedly attract the attention of the villains, who would likely seize it upon discovery. The higher-ups in the municipal government could not possibly be oblivious to this. Ultimately, Ling Tian speculated on 2 points, which were the only plausible explanations. Either the safe zone concealed a secret area, or they had effectively and discreetly fortified that region from the outside. After all, given the weapons and equipment present in the safe zone, it was difficult to imagine that they possessed extraordinary technological prowess. Early that morning, Ling Tian arose, finishing her breakfast while reminding Hu Gang of the matter he had promised to address the previous day, her expression fierce, due to the enhanced physical prowess of superhumans. Hu Gang had been sent to the medical facility after sustaining injuries the day before, and it wasn't long before he stopped bleeding. However, the damage had been too severe, even with the medical personnel's restorative efforts. The functionality was irrevocably compromised. Contemplating this, Hu Gang was filled with anguish, throwing objects and swearing in a fit of rage, nearly resorting to violence. In a state of desperation, he resembled a zombie, shouting and slapping himself around the perimeter of the safe zone. His movements zombie-like, but his expression filled with rage. Almost everyone in the safe zone secretly watched Hu Gang's plight, finding immense satisfaction in his disarray. Xiao Junjia, who had also suffered injuries at the medical facility, naturally heard the ruckus. He glanced out the nearby window, a flicker of surprise crossing his amber eyes, his lips curling slightly. "Hu Gang, have you been bullied?" Yesterday, Ling Tian had bested Hu Gang in a sparring match, which explained his current state. Nevertheless, I find that newcomer Ling Tian quite intriguing. She possesses an extraordinary demeanor and commendable abilities. I could see that moment. Lu Jingli handed him a bottle of water. Xiao Junjie accepted the water, took a few sips, and placed it on the countertop, a hint of amusement dancing in the corners of his eyes. Oh, Xiaoli, this is the first time I've heard you praise someone. Upon saying this, he gently grasped Lu Jingli's small hand, giving it a playful squeeze before continuing. I might become upset. His tone turned tender, almost with a hint of coaxing, causing Lu Jingli to freeze momentarily, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she abruptly withdrew her hand. Speak normally. Xiao Junjie was unfazed, puzzled. I am perfectly normal. Lu Jingli, at a loss for words, could only walk away. Seeing Lu Jingli's departing figure, Xiao Junjie instantly concealed his smile, shifting his gaze back to the window. Ling Tian, at that moment, he had been too preoccupied with dealing with Chang Yingzhua to clearly see her face or discern her abilities. It was indeed time to investigate further. Hearing Hu Gang's resounding cries lifted Ling Tian's spirits considerably. However, she could not forget her primary objective. Seizing the opportunity while heading to the restroom, she exchanged a few words with Guiyu, discreetly searching for any potential secret entrances or restricted areas within the base to avoid suspicion. With the aid of her abilities, she moved swiftly, yet ultimately found nothing of consequence. Miss Ling Tian furrowed her brow, quickly turning her head, her expression calm and composed, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Xiao Junjie pressed his lips together, his tall and slender figure casting a shadow over her, his amber eyes glinting with a hint of sharpness. The distance between them felt somewhat close. Despite being 2 steps apart, Ling Tian instinctively took a large step back. Feeling more at ease, upon hearing the male lead's voice, she had anticipated this encounter and was not surprised. Xiao Junjie observed her subtle movements, closing his eyes slightly, his brows furrowing, perhaps reacting to her demeanor as he also took a step back to maintain a comfortable distance. Is there something you need, Mr. Xiao? You know me. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Ling Tian chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, Who doesn't know you? Your achievements are well known throughout this safe zone, and considering the formidable power behind you, it would be strange if I were unaware. Xiao Junjie's expression shifted slightly, his eyes quietly curving as he turned his head to look elsewhere, a light chuckle escaping him. Miss Ling, as you are a newcomer, I took the liberty of inquiring about your information earlier. I have a question. Are you truly Guiyu's cousin? Without hesitation, Ling Tian nodded. Xiao Junjie's gaze shifted to her strikingly beautiful face. Taking a subtle breath, and he smiled. Very well. I have no further matters to discuss. I apologize for the intrusion. When filling out her information, she had only indicated her wind-type ability, omitting any mention of a second ability, mainly because it was quite unique and she did not wish for others to be aware of it. Ling Tian frowned upon hearing his inquiry, realizing she must remain cautious around the male lead in the future. And to find Guiyu, Xiaoyan immediately approached her without reservation, hugging her tightly while exclaiming, I'm so furious. It's all that Omingtsai's fault. He opposes me at every turn. Ling Tian pried Xiaoyan off her. Inquiring, did he provoke you? The two began bantering, leading to a lively argument. Guiyu tugged Xiaoyan's arm, playfully hitting her shoulder. However, Ling Tian merely shrugged off the situation, exclaiming, You two are quite the odd couple. Could it be that you secretly like each other? Instantly, Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed, flustered, and stammering in denial. No, absolutely not. I would never like someone so weak. Ling Tian shook her head, sighing, choosing not to engage further. It was futile to advise them. Matters of the heart were theirs to navigate, and she was merely an outsider. Seeing this, LV Liang mustered his courage to approach Ling Tian, awkwardly scratching his head. Ling Tian, our base has a simulated training room that can effectively enhance a superhuman's abilities. Since there are no missions today, why not give it a try? Noticing Ling Tian's growing displeasure, LV Liang, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, added Yuzai. Yuzai will go too, right? LV Liang wildly gestured to Yuzai, pinching his arm, leaving Yuzai momentarily stunned. Yes, I want to go too. Ling Tian sensed LV Liang's intentions, initially intending to decline and leave, but then considered the potential to enhance her abilities, causing her to hesitate. After much deliberation, She thought it better to take this opportunity to inform LV Liang not to harbor any unrealistic hopes. After all, how much of his current admiration for her stemmed from her appearance and abilities? She already had someone she liked, making it impossible to accommodate another. Ling Tian concealed her emotions, her doe-like eyes glimmering like a still pond, sparkling like stars as she gazed around. Very well. Upon arriving at the training room door with LV Liang and Yu Zai, Ling Tian discovered that initiating the simulated training required a recognition card for authentication. Strangely, the simulation's projected targets were automatically operated by a projector above, creating a surprisingly realistic experience despite being virtual. The operation screen displayed numerous combat data of various superhumans. She could not leave any traces here, especially not her combat data. Even the slightest exposure could be detrimental to her. LV Liang, how do I delete this data? Upon hearing her request, LV Liang approached, glancing at the screen in confusion. Why do you want to delete it? Ling Tian had already prepared her reasoning, responding straightforwardly. This is of no use to me, and I should have the right to delete it, shouldn't I? LV Liang remained silent, obediently assisting her in removing the rolling data. As they were leaving, out of a sense of conscience, Ling Tian turned to LV Liang, uttering a simple yet earnest statement. Laden with emotion, LV Liang listened, maintaining silence to some extent. It seemed he understood. The flicker of hope in his heart was abruptly extinguished by a splash of cold water. He stood there in a daze, forcing a bitter smile, unable to comprehend the situation, leaving Yu Zai at a loss as well. The heartbroken boy, considering her limited time and inability to ascertain the specifics regarding the origins of these weapons. Ling Tian had patiently awaited the resupply of materials in the safe zone for the past 2 days, following the loss of various equipment due to the villain's machinations. During this time, she closely monitored the influx and outflow of weapons in the safe zone, discovering that the base had neither dispatched personnel for transportation nor communicated any specific missions, merely allowing some small teams to patrol without further incident. Therefore, the issue must lie within the safe zone itself. Ling Tian was now certain of this, her intuition indicating that a secret lay hidden within. Otherwise, why the secrecy? However, keeping her priorities in mind, she realized that addressing the negative energy stemming from the villains was paramount. With this thought, she mysteriously utilized her recognition card to exit the safe zone, leaving the display device behind in the simulated training room. During her training, she had discovered that the electromagnetic waves emitted from the training room could effectively interfere with the display device's positioning function. Ling Tian had no concrete knowledge of the villain's exact residence. Even if she found it, approaching would be challenging, and time was not on her side. The base's roll call system was exceedingly strict. Having traversed through a horde of zombies, she instinctively made her way in the direction of Chung Tian's residence, fully aware that the antagonist was unlikely to be found there. Yet, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to pursue that path, only to be met with a sudden strike. Ling Tian swiftly adjusted her position, narrowly escaping the blow. As she looked up, she was confronted with the pale, enigmatic face of Song Sui, whose skin bore no trace of blood, yet appeared unscathed. In disbelief, she uttered, "Is it you?" The oppressive aura surrounding them was palpable, and unlike before, she no longer trembled involuntarily. On the contrary, aside from slight discomfort within, she found herself able to confront him directly. Song Sui raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, and remarked, "Have we met before?" It appeared that amidst the superhumans he had encountered, he had no recollection of her whatsoever. In the next instant, Song Sui launched a forceful attack, prompting Ling Tian to activate her absolute domain for protection. Song Sui's dark eyes momentarily faltered, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. "That I prefer one-on-one combat. After all, it's far more entertaining to personally eliminate you superhumans." He observed the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, gradually increasing the pressure of his grip as he casually commented, "Little girl, your defenses are commendable, but alas, you are still at the first tier." Even as Ling Tian summoned fierce winds to hinder his advance, his speed and agility eluded her grasp, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location, causing her attacks to miss their mark. In a flash, Song Sui exerted more force, tearing through her protective barrier. His aura was formidable, And while his abilities were exceptional, his control over spatial mental energy and strength still fell short. Perhaps if he were to advance to the next tier, he would indeed find it impossible to breach her protective space. Ling Tian retreated rapidly, yet the dark energy surging towards her nearly scorched her skin. Remarkably, Song Sui did not pursue her as she had anticipated. Instead, he paused for a few seconds, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Ling Tian swiftly retrieved a tang knife from her spatial realm. Yet before she could properly wield it, he struck with a direct blow. Leaving her momentarily bewildered, in the next heartbeat, the knife let out a piercing crack, shattering in two and falling to the ground with a resounding thud. The half of the blade remaining in her hand instantly became useless scrap metal. Desperate to repel his claws and the encroaching dark energy, she found that Song Sui was still a step ahead, his hand grasping her wrist with an icy grip, his nails sinking into her flesh like hardened metal. The searing pain mixed with the dark energy sent chills down her spine, rendering her abilities uncontrollable. Having seized one of her hands, Song Sui wasted no time, delivering a kick to her abdomen before releasing her. Despite the agony, Ling Tian instinctively shielded her stomach with a broken blade, using a reverse gust of wind to prevent herself from being sent sprawling. Consequently, the tang knife was utterly destroyed, and without hesitation. She discarded the remnants that a glance at her wrist revealed deep nail marks, the dark energy encircling it like a collar, gradually eroding her skin and causing her right hand to tremble with intense burning sensations. She realized she had been infected. Her first thought was that the situation had become precarious, as if a familiar yet aggressive energy was invading her consciousness. Sui, stop. She is my classmate. Chun Mingchen rushed forward, positioning himself between them in a desperate attempt to intervene. True to his word, Song Sui refrained from attacking further, replying coolly, Chun, I was merely toying with her. Ling Tian regarded him with confusion, although she was unaware of Chun Mingchen's connection to the zombie. It was evident he possessed the capability to pierce through her chest or wrench her arm off during their scuffle. Yet he had opted merely to kick her away. Why would a zombie show her mercy? Moreover, his restraint seemed almost deliberate, as if to ensure her infection that it was all too conspicuous. Chun Mingchen turned to Ling Tian, noticing the dark energy swirling around her wrist, his expression shifting to one of alarm. You've been infected? Ling Tian brushed it off, her sharp gaze scanning past Chun Mingchen that Jia Shu has not arrived. Rest assured, he will not appear before you. Chun Mingchen met her gaze, his eyes dulling. Song Sui frowned, frustration flickering in his eyes, yet a smirk lingered on his lips as he called out, Do not disregard my presence. Chun Mingchen's face flushed crimson, his ears turning a shade of scarlet as he covered his nose. Casting a furtive glance at Song Sui and awkwardly clearing his throat. Amidst this ambiguous atmosphere, Ling Tian sensed an unusual tension. She had no desire to squander time here. It was imperative to purify her wound quickly, lest the situation escalate. Therefore, she politely expressed to Song Sui, Thank you for your leniency. Chun Mingchen furrowed his brow, questioning, Leniency. Song Sui merely replied with a mysterious smile, choosing silence over explanation. After parting ways, Ling Tian found her breathing increasingly labored, a surge of murderous intent rising within her. She struggled to control this frenzy, opting against heading toward the luxurious district, for she could not afford to be so picky. Instead, she sought refuge in a dilapidated shack, opening her spatial realm. From it, she procured a crystal core, enduring the pain as she channeled its energy into her injured wrist. The dark energy had already corroded a layer of her skin, advancing towards the dermis. Being a first-tier superhuman, utilizing the energy of a first-tier crystal core to purify her wound posed no significant threat to her. Her mind clouded, her ears burned, and her body felt feverish as an intangible energy intertwined with the invading force, leaving her gasping yet acutely aware. All these signs indicated one thing. She was on the verge of an upgrade. The process of enhancing her abilities required enduring an indescribable heat and a tumultuous surge of power within her. By the time Ling Tian completed her upgrade, she was drenched in sweat, her body glistening. The advancement of her abilities also significantly enhanced her mental acuity, allowing her to manipulate space with newfound ease. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a voice suddenly erupted from behind the wall, causing her pupils to constrict in alarm. Chang Feng, you dare to compare yourselves to me? Let me be frank. Chang Yingzhua is my son, and his possessions are mine. Even if you were to present them to him, he likely wouldn't spare them a glance. Chang Feng wore a smug expression, his eyes gleaming with greed as he beheld the shimmering food and crystal cores. That is splendid. The city's safe zone is overly restrictive, and entering is such a hassle. It is said that Mr. Cheng's team enjoys greater freedom. We desperately need a sanctuary. The two listened with delight. Yet a flicker of confusion crossed their minds. They had never heard of Mr. Cheng having a father. After all, this matter involved more than just the two of them, and it would be prudent to clarify. After a moment's thought, they hesitantly inquired, "Is Mr. Cheng truly associated with you?" "What? I bear the surname Cheng, and so does he that I am his father. Is there any doubt?" Chang Feng erupted in anger, his brows furrowing in fury. Before they could react, he seized the supplies from their hands. "That I will assist you with your matters. When the time comes, I will notify you too, and you can bring your people along." Having delivered his ultimatum, Chang Feng disregarded their reactions, clutching his bounty and humming a satisfied tune. "Chang Feng, you truly are remarkable." "Who?" Chang Feng felt a chill sweep past him, only to turn and find no one there, causing him to tremble in fear. Turning back, he was met with Ling Tian's icy, radiant visage, causing him to collapse in terror, the supplies scattering around him. "Is this a ghost I see in broad daylight? I thought that little girl was dead. How is she still alive?" When he had secretly overheard the news of her demise, he had reveled in it, believing that with Chang Hua dead, there would be no one to rival him. With his son now a coveted figure in this apocalypse, even the city's safe zone was forced to tread carefully around him. Thus, he had secured considerable benefits and reveled in his newfound arrogance. He had been somewhat surprised, thinking his son would harbor some affection for Chang Tian after years of living together. Yet he remained cold-hearted, indifferent to her plight. Chang Tian, you weren't." Chang Feng stuttered, his expression mirroring that of Chao Zihua before his demise, nearly wetting himself in fear. Ling Tian's voice was frigid as she warned, "Mind your tongue. Utter another word, and I shall sever your jaw." Chang Feng immediately nodded, his eyes reddening, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Ling Tian pressed her foot down on his instep, her tone stern. "From here on out, I shall pose a question, and you shall provide an answer. Should you dare to lie, you know the consequences. Where is your brother's base?" Chang Feng paused, realizing she likely sought vengeance, and was inquiring about its location. As he had neither harmed her nor turned a blind eye to her suffering, as long as he remained alive, she could pursue anyone else. Chang Feng, paralyzed by fear and forgetting his status as a superhuman, surrendered without resistance. 200 meters ahead, just around the corner, Ling Tian's gaze shifted to the scattered food and crystal cores, her eyes narrowing in intensity. "In your brother's name, how many supplies like these have you hoarded?" Chang Feng appeared bewildered, his lips quivering in reluctance. He cunningly squeezed out a few tears, kneeling before her, helplessly pleading, Tian, how can you do this to me? I am your uncle. Xiaozhua is also your brother. How few relatives remain in this apocalypse. I have struggled to survive until now. Why must you torment me?" Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of nausea that it seemed unnecessary to keep you around any longer. It was imperative to cut losses promptly. The horn of the hunt blared, and Ling Tian summoned a whirlwind, drawing Chang Feng into its eye. Realizing he had a communicator, Chang Feng attempted to contact someone, only to be engulfed in the vortex, rendering the device nothing more than scrap metal. Ling Tian cast a cold glance back, pausing momentarily as if struck by a revelation. She swiftly activated her absolute domain. The ethereal threads of her consciousness halted by an invisible barrier. A moment of surprise flickered across her face. Her first instinct was to think of her brother. Unexpectedly, she had yet to seek him out. Yet he had come searching for her. The presence drew nearer, and Ling Tian glanced down at the hardened mud beneath her feet. Disregarding everything else, she bent down to smear the dirt across her cheeks, only ceasing when her face was thoroughly soiled. She understood that such childish tactics were all too easily seen through, especially given Ling Tian's signature peach blossom eyes, which were rather conspicuous. Well, it was worth a shot. Perhaps he wouldn't see through it at first glance. The sound of her boots striking the ground matched the rhythm of her heartbeat, and within a minute, his arrival caused the approaching zombies to retreat, leaving her standing foolishly, still unaware of the formidable figure advancing towards her. Ling Tian gazed at him. His face was strikingly handsome, yet his gaze was icy, as if he were regarding lifeless objects. She could distinctly see his thin lips pressed tightly together, emanating a chilling demeanor. Yet his lip shape was undeniably alluring. Chang Yingzhu cast a swift glance around, his attention settling on the solitary Ling Tian. Her petite silhouette caught his eye, and those familiar peach blossom eyes made him pause momentarily, his deep, phoenix-like eyes narrowing. The shadowy, ruthless gaze landed on Ling Tian, akin to a dagger imbued with frost piercing her heart, sending a jolt of pain through her, cold and hard, filled with palpable malice. "Who are you?" Chang Yingzhu's lips parted. Even those few words dripped with frigid menace. Ling Tian tightened her fists, choosing not to respond. A malicious thought flickered in Chang Yingzhu's mind. He had long harbored the notion of killing his own sister. With a forceful psychic thread, he attempted to ensnare her, but Ling Tian concentrated her mental energy to maintain her absolute domain. Deflecting his psychic force, Chang Yingzhu sneered, manipulating the ice to instantly solidify Ling Tian's spatial barrier. Ling Tian bit her lip, effortlessly summoning a blade of wind to slice the ice clinging to her barrier into tiny fragments. "Brother, you force my hand. I shall reciprocate in kind." Chapter 158. Weakness. Ling Tian summoned a colossal tornado. Directing it towards Chang Yingzhu's position, he narrowed his eyes slightly, erecting a formidable wall of ice that effortlessly held the whirlwind at bay. Realizing this approach was futile, Ling Tian compressed the space around him, leveraging the wind's speed to shift her position. Chang Yingzhu was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, retreating several meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. To her astonishment, she possessed such power. Ling Tian, breathless and weak, slowly approached but dared not come too close, ultimately halting, her gaze filled with concern. "Are you all right? Leave." That was a warning. Ling Tian was taken aback, forcing herself to regain her composure, managing a strained smile as she softly replied, "You needn't say it. I can walk on my own, and please show a bit of courtesy." With that, she suddenly felt a surge of energy, uncontrollably turning to flee until she reached a corner. Her lips were pale, gently biting down on them, her frail body leaning against the wall, her face smeared with mud and grime, while her enchanting peach blossom eyes were already rimmed with red. Chang Yingzhu quietly observed the direction she had departed. Where her figure had vanished, he furrowed his brow tightly, his distaste for her filthy appearance evident. Those eyes were increasingly irksome, a desire to gouge them out battling with reluctance, a deeply conflicted sentiment. His gaze shifted to a nearby disfigured corpse, its expression as devoid of life as a corpse, before a twisted smile crept across his lips, aware that he had matters to attend to. Chang Yingzhu did not linger long, swiftly departing to another location. Upon waking, she found herself in the infirmary, lying on a hospital bed, with Luo Yuhao seated on a stool beside her, holding 2 steamed buns. When he noticed Ling Tian's awakening, he broke into a cheerful smile, presenting the buns to her. "You're finally awake. Dinner is long past. I saved these buns for you in the cafeteria. Take them." Ling Tian's lips were parched as she accepted the buns, her heart stirring with emotion, her eyes reddening. "Luo Yuhao, thank you. Here, you're truly a good friend to me." Luo Yuhao saw himself reflected in her eyes, feeling a twinge of joy, yet his tone turned serious. Fortunately, the examination showed no issues. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Ling Tian felt an unexplainable heaviness in her heart, a warmth mingled with complexity, as she glanced down at the unfamiliar nightgown she wore. Luo Yuhao, after much hesitation, finally spoke up. "This is my nightgown that I figured you might be uncomfortable in your damp uniform, so I went to my room and found this for you. I hope you don't mind." Ling Tian shook her head, offering a faint smile. "As long as you don't mind that I've worn your nightgown, that of course not." Luo Yuhao waved his hand. seemingly recalling something. By the way, I took your uniform to the laundry. Once it's dry, I'll bring it back to you. Ling Tian took a few bites of the buns, her expression shifting to one of displeasure as she cast a glance at the dark, gloomy night outside the window, her brow twitching ever so slightly. Luo Yuhao intended to assist her, but upon seeing her serious demeanor, he refrained from insisting and took his leave with reluctance. Chapter 159. Intrigue, however. As she approached the door of the training room, preparing to swipe her access card in the dim light, Ling Tian suddenly sensed a presence nearby. But there was no one around. How could she feel this way? With her powers upgraded, her perception had grown sharper. Although she couldn't see anyone, even the sound of the wind rustling felt extraordinarily vivid, let alone the sound of footsteps. Even if the intruder moved lightly, they couldn't help but disturb the ground beneath them. Ling Tian swiftly concealed herself in a shadowy corner, holding her breath cautiously, like a still scarecrow in a field. She sensed someone ahead, even feeling their gaze directed toward her. Though she couldn't see their figure, the sense of being watched was unmistakable. The other party had surely detected her scrutiny as well. The only explanation for such concealment was the male protagonist's abilities. At that moment, with energy limited, unnecessary lights would automatically shut off after a certain time, so the lighting in this training area should have been dimmed. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, and once she noticed the individual was no longer watching, she quickly donned her uniform. The black uniform blended seamlessly into the dark environment, serving as the perfect camouflage for her. For safety's sake, Ling Tian didn't follow too closely if the person was indeed the male protagonist. With his keen senses and reflexes, she needed to tread carefully. Unable to see anyone, she relied entirely on her instincts. She had to admit, sometimes vigilance was beneficial. After traversing several corridors, Ling Tian realized she had arrived at the training ground. However, she sensed that the presence had vanished. Even the aura completely dissipated. Ling Tian turned in circles, unable to uncover any mechanisms, ultimately deciding to abandon the search. The only certainty was that there were secrets within the training ground. Otherwise, a superhuman's presence could not vanish so swiftly. Moreover, that individual was likely the male protagonist. Though the surroundings were dim, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the glass seams. Under normal circumstances, she should have seen some shadowy outline. Yet she discerned nothing. Thus, the male protagonist must have been in a state of invisibility. According to the original text, at this point, the male protagonist had nearly silenced all opposing voices within the Xiao family and had ascended to become the most influential heir. Meanwhile, the young master, Xiao Haoming, had long been marginalized due to his lack of heir status and had been devoured by zombies during a mission. Soon, the male protagonist will become the dominant figure in the Xiao family. Reflecting on this, it was hard to imagine that even in the apocalypse, the Xiao family managed to maintain a foothold, which surely wasn't merely due to their previous standing. It was likely that they had engaged in other ventures or garnered support from powerful individuals. The capability to manufacture such weapons could hardly be attributed to anyone other than the Xiao family. A smirk graced Ling Tian's lips, her eyes shimmering with newfound resolve. It seemed that this original narrative bore little difference from that reality. While events were unpredictable, their essence remained unchanged. The male protagonist was undoubtedly formidable, and he had deliberately aimed the spotlight at the antagonist to divert attention. Moreover, the clandestine actions he undertook had never been clearly elucidated in the original text, merely alluded to in vague descriptions, leaving readers perplexed. A sharp glint flickered in Ling Tian's gaze, her expression radiating confidence and determination. Eventually, unable to resist any longer, her eyelids grew heavy, succumbing to a tranquil slumber, accompanied by the sound of steady breathing. Chapter 160. Resonance. Ling Tian rose early, primarily wishing to avoid lingering in the infirmary, as she had never been fond of the scent of disinfectant. What she did not anticipate was that Guiyu and Ye Xiaoyan had already arrived to pay her a visit. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Tian's eyes. She had kept her outing quite discreet yesterday. After setting down the monitor, she had not informed anyone of her whereabouts. So how did the two of them know she was in the infirmary? After some explanation, Ling Tian learned that although Luo Yuhao possessed extraordinary abilities, he was unable to carry her due to his lack of strength. Therefore, he had sought the assistance of Guayu and Ye Xiaoyun to bring her to the infirmary. Luo Yuhao had also explained to them that he thought of them because he often saw Ling Tian spending time with them, being part of the same team, and at that moment, he did not know whom else to contact. Ling Tian felt a tumult of emotions. She seldom encountered such thoughtful individuals. In reality, such people were rare. And among her friends, few genuinely cared for her. She had always been somewhat of a transparent figure. Now, suddenly, she found herself with several friends who cared for her. How could she not feel elated? Returning to her room, she intended to return the pajamas to Luo Yuhao and express her gratitude, only to discover that no one was inside. A frown creased Ling Tian's brow, remembering the monitor on her wrist. She wasted no time searching for Luo Yuhao's coordinates, only to find that he was a mere dozen meters away from the safe zone and moving further away from it, dropping the pajamas. Ling Tian exited her room, her steps quickening, until she inadvertently collided with Lu Jingli, who was also approaching. Fortunately, Ling Tian reacted swiftly, halting just in time to avoid crashing into her. Lu Jingli stood momentarily stunned, noticing the urgency etched on Ling Tian's brow, and softly inquired, "Ling Tian, what's the matter? Why the rush?" Ling Tian extended her right hand, revealing the monitor, and stated coolly, "Why is this coordinate drifting further from the safe zone? Does Team 09 have some sort of mission?" Lu Jingli's gaze fell upon the monitor on her wrist, and a realization seemed to dawn upon her, causing her to chuckle lightly. And no need to worry. Typically, only urgent and significant missions require assembly in the central hall. Before any tasks are assigned, the captains of other teams are authorized to freely dispatch their members to hunt zombies and gather supplies. Your friends must have ventured out to search for resources. Ling Tian furrowed her brows at this, recalling that the last distress signal was a trap set by the antagonist, as that team had already been wiped out. Given the antagonist's current disposition, they would not be foolish enough to employ the same tactics, but should a real danger arise, they certainly would not hold back. That be why the time help arrived, it would likely be too late. She was indeed that kind of person, perpetually fixated on the worst outcomes. Captain Liu, while rescue is crucial, time and capability are equally important. Relying on others for support is inherently uncertain, as one can never ascertain if their arrival would be timely or effective. If I possess the capability, I need not depend on others. I will protect those I wish to safeguard in the swiftest and most secure manner. A resolute and tenacious glint shone in Ling Tian's eyes. Thus, I cannot remain idle. After stating this, she pressed on toward the preparation room. Lu Jingli stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining her composure and following after her. Wait, for reasons unknown. Lu Jingli felt a deep resonance with Ling Tian's words. If she had the capability at that moment, who would not wish to save those they cared for? She had once thought this way herself. But since becoming stronger, very few had spoken to her, and they always addressed her politely as Captain Liu, leaving her devoid of true friends. Moreover, with the one she admired possessing the ability to protect herself, the number of people she wished to protect and save dwindled. Even during rescues, she increasingly regarded protection as merely a task, becoming numb, like a human machine. Lu Jingli watched Ling Tian's retreating figure, gritting her teeth as she resolutely declared, "Ling Tian, I will accompany you." After all, comrades were still her friends. Chapter 161. Courage prepared, Lu Jingli followed Ling Tian as they boarded a vehicle and exited the safe zone. With the advantage of their abilities, the presence or absence of a vehicle was inconsequential to Ling Tian. However, Lu Jingli insisted, and they ultimately utilized a heavily armored reconnaissance vehicle, military grade. Ling Tian could not help but survey her surroundings. After just a brief pause, her focus shifted to the display screen within the vehicle, where the coordinates matched those on her monitor. "Lu Captain, how long do you think it will take us to reach this coordinate?" Ling Tian nearly misspoke, but thankfully corrected herself just in time. Otherwise, she would have struggled to explain. The distance was not far and should not take long. Lu Jingli concentrated on driving, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Tian. Her gaze sharp and curious. "Just call me Lu Jingli. There's no need for formalities outside." Ling Tian hesitated for a moment. Then, after a few seconds of contemplation, she clenched her fist and released it, lowering her voice to ask, "Can I call you Xiao Li?" "Sure." Although aware that those with extraordinary abilities had keen hearing, Ling Tian was still surprised. After all, she and the female lead were not particularly close yet. Even if she held this intention, there was no guarantee the female lead would agree to in later developments. The female lead would possess combat prowess comparable to that of the male lead, undoubtedly not lacking in strength. Sensing her confusion, and realizing this was rather abrupt, Lu Jingli's eyes sparkled with understanding as she spoke. Ling Tian, I don't know why, but I feel a certain warmth and familiarity from you. Ling Tian's gaze momentarily faltered. Her eyes fixed on the display screen as they drew nearer to the coordinates. She opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained, merely biting her lip. Perhaps it's because I have a friendly appearance. Did the female lead sense something? After that, silence enveloped them, both maintaining a quietude, as Ling Tian recognized that she could not speak further at that moment. Their team was besieged by 2 first-tier zombies. And nearly every superpowered individual in the group had engaged. The 2 zombies coordinated seamlessly, and after several exchanges, the 4 superpower members found themselves at a disadvantage. Ling Tian swiftly manipulated her spatial ability to compress the 2 zombies. Not to kill them, but to secure them in place. Drawing forth the last remaining cold steel knife from her space, she approached Luo Yuhao, who was still in a state of panic, and handed her the weapon. Regardless of one's abilities, courage could empower even a healing-type, superpowered individual to slay zombies. No one remained perpetually weak, for strength and weakness are processes. Luo Yuhao paused momentarily, perhaps inspired by Ling Tian's encouragement, as she accepted the knife with a mixture of tension and anticipation. She had never wielded such a weapon against zombies before. During training at the base, she had only practiced marksmanship, which paled in comparison to the skills of an ordinary person. In that instant, Ling Tian's voice resonated with authority. Remember, strike with force at the neck. Luo Yuhao did not hesitate. Though the act was laborious, she swiftly severed the heads of both zombies. Exhaling deeply, the tension in her face finally eased. Lu Jingli observed intently, her gaze resting on Ling Tian, pondering deeply. Her curiosity about the girl grew. Despite appearing to be of similar age, why did she always feel so enigmatic? Recalling how that man had referred to her, Ling Tian, Cheng Tian. The name Cheng Tian was unfamiliar to her, yet it felt oddly familiar. Once the 2 crystal cores emerged, Luo Yuhao found herself at a loss, initially wishing to give one to her teammates, or Ling Tian, but was thwarted by Ling Tian, who insisted she keep one for herself and the other for her teammates. Luo Yuhao was reluctant, yet she could not overpower Ling Tian's resolve. Gripping Luo Yuhao's arm, Ling Tian urged, "Quick, scatter!" However, she did not anticipate that this ice spike possessed a tracking function. Upon realizing it had missed its target, it redirected towards another individual, piercing through the chest and resulting in immediate death. Huang Xiaoyi's earth spike followed suit, targeting Lu Jingli, who reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the attack with agility. In that instant, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent and an abyssal despair that sent chills down her spine. Chapter 162. Examination. Ling Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, for she could distinctly sense the powerful and familiar frequency oscillating in the air. Gradually, she came to the realization that from the moment she stepped out of the safe zone, she had been locked onto. However, the adversary had concealed their presence so well that she had not detected it at all. As she had suspected, her brother would not allow her to escape so easily. Unbeknownst to her, 2 mental threads had latched onto Luo Yuhao's brain, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. With a fierce grip, she raised the cold steel knife towards Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian furrowed her brows. Deflecting Luo Yuhao's hand and employing a barrier to block her aggressive assault while searching for Cheng Yingzu's location at that moment, the female lead was still engaged in combat with Huang Xiaoyi. While other superpowered individuals began to call for radio support or fled the scene, in less than a minute, the members of Team 09, one by one, had their gazes turned vacant and lifeless as they advanced towards her. From a distance of several dozen meters, Cheng Yingzu observed her quietly from the vehicle, a 17 or 18-year-old girl with her long hair tied in a simple ponytail, her slender legs accentuated. and her once dirted, alluring face now pristine. Resembling Ling Tian perfectly, he narrowed his sharp, phoenix-eyed gaze, cutting straight to the point. Ling Tian was undoubtedly her. There was no mistaking her appearance, yet the feeling was different. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression blanked for 2 seconds, seemingly losing patience. Lu Jingli swiftly retrieved a fog grenade from her belt bag and hurled it towards her out-of-control teammate, striking Huang Xiaoyi with lightning speed and sending him sprawling several meters away. Trembling, Huang Xiaoyi was fortunate that the earth had insulated him from her electric current, yet he still suffered some unavoidable injuries to his flesh. The surroundings gradually succumbed to a thickening fog, prompting Lu Jingli to hasten towards Ling Tian, deftly deploying paralyzing currents to render their adversaries temporarily immobile. Xiaoli, take them and flee quickly. I will draw their attention away. Ling Tian instructed, calling her by that name for the first time, causing Lu Jingli to feel an unexpected familiarity rather than embarrassment. I have marked our current location with coordinates. Junjie will lead the troops here. If worst comes to worst, I can open a space for you to hide. The tone of the female protagonist suggested that she was aware of Cheng Yingzu's proximity and even contemplated using the military to suppress him. If that were the case, she certainly did not wish for her brother to encounter any peril. Then we'll maintain radio contact. All right. There was no point in prolonging the conversation. The fog grenade would not last much longer. Upon her agreement, Ling Tian entrusted Luo Yuhao into Lu Jingli's arms, straightened up, and took a few steps outward, intentionally revealing herself to Huang Xiaoyi and his subordinates, before quickly dashing towards the alley's entrance ahead. Follow her, a surge of information from Cheng Yingzu flooded Huang Xiaoyi's mind, momentarily pausing his thoughts. This was clearly a ruse to lure the tiger from its den. Why would deliberately orchestrate this? Regardless, the boss's orders were to be followed, and there must be a rationale behind it. Unbeknownst to him, these thoughts had already been conveyed to Cheng Yingzu through the spiritual line with utmost clarity. As Ling Tian ran, she sensed the spiritual line trailing behind her. Why did they not attack or restrain her? It was not until she reached the alley's dead end that she paused. Having no intention of resisting, if danger truly arose, she could always open a space that a flicker of surprise crossed Huang Xiaoyi's indifferent gaze as he tersely commanded, "Take her away." Thus, Ling Tian was seized by her shoulders and forced into their vehicle. Once inside their base, she was confined to a pristine interrogation room, sitting on a chair as she gazed at the floor-to-ceiling glass opposite her, alongside a rectangular table positioned at an angle, with a solid wooden chair beside it. Cheng Yingzu entered after pushing the door open, having removed his black trench coat, revealing a tall and slender figure that appeared even more charming beneath his thin shirt. He turned to sit down, crossing his long legs. His gaze shifted to Huang Xiaoyi, and he coldly instructed, "Leave." Without a hint of doubt, Huang Xiaoyi exited the small room, leaving only Ling Tian and Cheng Yingzu. His eyes locked onto her, icy and devoid of emotion, as he demanded, "Name." Ling Tian bit her lip, lowering her head to hide her stubborn gaze. Ling Tian. However, Cheng Yingzu sneered, rising to his feet and striding over to her, towering above her. "You killed Cheng Feng, didn't you?" She clasped her hands together in silence, pausing for a few minutes before responding, "I don't understand who you're referring to. All I know is that I only kill those who pose a threat to me. Isn't that the most basic instinct of self-defense? I don't believe I have offended you in any way. You know the truth within yourself." Cheng Yingzu saw through her immediately, but refrained from confronting or pursuing the matter directly. He drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and positioned it just above her shoulder, the blade slicing through the black fabric, revealing the dark undergarment beneath. "The uniform is off." Ling Tian's slightly startled expression did not escape Cheng Yingzu's notice, but he remained unfazed. She sighed, clenching her fist. "Fine, just put the dagger away, and I will remove it." After shedding her uniform, she was left wearing only a dark long-sleeved shirt, the surrounding cold air catching her off guard, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yet in the next moment, a sharp blade once more tore through the fabric on her shoulder, exposing her smooth skin to the air. Ling Tian, momentarily stunned, shouted in anger, "Cheng Yingzu, are you out of your mind?" Though she did not feel pain, she sensed warm liquid trickling down from her shoulder, instantly soaking her sleeve. Perhaps Chung Yingzhu offered no comment, his handsome face laced with sarcasm. As within moments, her long sleeves had become tattered rags. Leaving her to shield her chest with what remained, he scrutinized her right shoulder intently, seemingly reluctant to make contact, his slender fingers hesitating slightly. After examining her, he began to grasp her hands, which she had instinctively placed in front of her chest, his icy gaze piercing through her. Ling Tian felt a sense of suffocation, her body pressed against the cold wall, her concern evident as she studied his expression. How did it come to this? Chapter 163. Arrangement. After inspecting her back, Chung Yingzhu released his grip, allowing Ling Tian to catch her breath before she swiftly turned around. Clutching the remnants of her blouse over her chest, just as he prepared to leave, she boldly grasped his sleeve. "No matter your thoughts, I am here to assist you." He met her gaze, seeing his own reflection in her pupils, and coldly retorted, "I have heard those words countless times. Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Ling Tian's gaze faltered, and she loosened her grip, creating distance between them. Chung Yingzhu cast a glance at the part of his clothing she had touched, then wordlessly unbuttoned his shirt, discarding it onto the floor with a swift and decisive motion. His tall, lean physique was impressively muscular, but marred by a multitude of horrific scars that elicited gasps of shock. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. This was far more than she had seen previously. She longed to inquire, yet was uncertain how to frame her question without revealing too much. It's bad. Xiao Zhi has ambushed many of our brothers set up in the suburbs with his troops. We have suffered significant losses." Huang Xiaoyi's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, his tone calm, yet betraying a hint of urgency. Chung Yingzhu furrowed his brow, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. If not for his frown, Ling Tian would have felt as if none of this concerned him. "I will go as well. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Please take me with you." Realizing he intended to depart, Ling Tian mustered the courage to grasp his arm, desperate to contribute something at this moment, even if he currently despised and mistrusted her. Sensing her delicate touch, Chung Yingzhu lowered his eyes to glare at her, disdainfully shaking off her slender hand. "That a person of unknown origin wishes to assist me. Who do you think you are? Touch me again, and I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant." Ling Tian stepped back, the heavy door slamming shut behind her with a dull thud as she watched his figure vanish beyond the threshold. Huang Xiaoyi was taken aback to see Chung Yingzhu emerging shirtless, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. "Call Scarcely over." Huang Xiaoyi paused, quickly grasping his intent, and nodded. "I will inform her." Without another word, he strode away. Shortly after Chung Yingzhu exited, a tall woman entered, her expression one of astonishment upon seeing Ling Tian's disheveled appearance. The woman approached slowly, her demeanor neither particularly friendly nor overtly hostile. But upon noticing Ling Tian's shoulder injury, she spoke in a calm tone. "My name is Scarcely. I will be responsible for your arrangements from now on. If you have any daily concerns, feel free to ask me. Let us head to the infirmary first." Scarcely removed her coat and gently draped it over Ling Tian's shoulders. Avoiding her wound, Ling Tian, compelled by courtesy, uttered a brief, "Thank you. It is the least I could do." Although Ling Tian was puzzled, she opted for silence. They traversed a corridor until they halted before a white door. Scarcely suddenly asked, "May I inquire your age and name?" With a sigh of relief, Scarcely smiled for the first time in a while, opening the door to usher her inside. Just then, Ling Tian stopped her, asking, "What does your leader intend to do with me?" Scarcely's expression shifted slightly, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. "Leader, are you referring to Mr. Chung?" Upon receiving a nod from Ling Tian, she inhaled deeply, her demeanor turning somewhat disheartened and resigned. "I apologize, but I have little interaction with Mr. Chung, and he does not appreciate having his privacy invaded. He merely instructed Captain Huang to inform me, without any specific directives. You may need to ask him directly." As they walked, passers-by often regarded Ling Tian with curious glances. She frowned, quickening her pace to keep up with Scarcely. After ascending the stairs and turning a corner, they arrived at an imposing black ornate wooden door at the end of the corridor. Scarcely finally turned to her. "This will be your room. You may enter and freshen up. Clothes have already been arranged and will be delivered shortly." Before departing, In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Xiao Cixi kindly advised, it would be best to ask me any questions promptly. I cannot remain with you to answer everything. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, recalling the equipment and weapons they had taken upon her arrival, and ultimately decided to pose one question. Where have you placed the equipment on my person? Chapter 164. Sincerity. Xiao Cixi's expression slightly darkened. We will safeguard these items for you. Without Mr. Cheng's command, I cannot disclose their whereabouts. Ling Tian furrowed her brow even more tightly, resigning herself to the situation. When an opportunity arises, it would be prudent to retrieve the radio to prevent the female protagonist from being unable to reach her, as it would be troublesome if she assumed something untoward had befallen her and clashed with Chang Yingzhua. After bidding farewell to Xiao Cixi, she turned the doorknob. The door was unlocked and swung open effortlessly. Inside, the decor was starkly monochrome, dimly lit, with the windows sealed tight and heavy curtains draping over them, allowing no light to penetrate. The room remained unlit, enveloped in darkness and an oppressive atmosphere. Ling Tian stepped inside, perplexed, and gently closed the door behind her. In the faint light, she felt her way to the light switch, only to discover that the lamp showed no signs of illumination. With a sigh, she chose not to dwell on it any longer and proceeded to the bathroom, shedding her outer garment. Fortunately, the bathroom light was still functional. After removing her undergarments and loosening her hair, she stood beneath the shower head, relishing the warm water cascading over her curves, tilting her head back to enjoy the comforting embrace of warmth. After about half an hour, she emerged wrapped in a large bath towel. Facing the mirror, she dried her hair, observing the reflection of a petite girl, her features striking, with a slender figure that was nonetheless curvaceous. Earlier in that room, Chang Yingzhu had seemingly searched her for something, yet it evidently did not meet his expectations. Could it be that there was something remarkable about Chang Tian? Ling Tian felt a twinge of confusion as she examined herself. Finding nothing of note, she let out a soft sigh. The current antagonist must be around 25, she mused. I wonder how he is faring. Surely he can handle the male protagonist. Just as she was about to open the bathroom door and step out barefoot, Ling Tian contemplated drawing back the curtains at the window, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that her bath towel was not conducive to such an action with the dim light of the environment. She made her way step by step to the large bed nearby, intending to sit for a moment while awaiting someone to bring her clothing. However, the moment she perched on the edge of the bed, the atmosphere shifted ominously, the cold air creeping closer to freezing. The texture beneath her felt oddly unsettling. Ling Tian leaned forward to investigate, only to meet a pair of piercing, chilling eyes fixed upon her. A sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Her shock, another figure was seated on the bed, none other than Chang Yingzhu, the very person she had been thinking about. How did you? Ling Tian quickly regained her composure, standing and extending her hand toward him, cautiously inquiring, You're not hurt, are you? Chang Yingzhu furrowed his brow, evading her touch, his demeanor devoid of warmth. Silence. Ling Tian froze, suddenly realizing the implications. This was his room, explaining the unsettling familiarity of the decor. Why had he brought her to his quarters? He also rose to his feet, flicking on the switch by the wall, instantly illuminating the previously dim space. She looked up in astonishment. Glancing back at the switch by the door, she belatedly recognized her mistake. The actual switch was situated next to the bed. Chang Yingzhu's gaze swept over her, his dark eyes betraying no hint of emotion. You bear a striking resemblance to my sister. His statement was delivered plainly, yet it emanated an ominous chill. Ling Tian bit her lip nervously, her stubbornness preventing her from looking away. She was at a loss for words. Noting her silence, Chang Yingzhu approached her, nonchalantly declaring, However, she is dead, having been killed 7 years ago. Ling Tian stared at him in disbelief. He smirked, his eyes glinting with a cold, eerie amusement. Do you know how she died? I witnessed her tragic end and did nothing to help. Enough. Ling Tian's brow furrowed tightly as she scrutinized Chang Yingzhu's face from his brows to his nose and lips. Feeling a sting in her shoulder, What? Can't bear to hear it. Chang Yingzhu's expression was laced with mockery. Ling Tian gritted her teeth, replying, No, I simply find it difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, he seized her wrist, gripping her throat and pushing her down onto the soft bed. She felt the mattress dip under his weight as he settled beside her, gradually loosening his grip. Ling Tian did not struggle. However, the bath towel wrapped around her loosened with each movement, threatening to fall away entirely. Cheng Yingzhu found himself puzzled. Why was it that he was repulsed by this identical face, yet found it impossible to act with cruelty? A familiar agitation returned, and as he narrowed his eyes at her exposed skin, his breath quickened, his mind swirling with confusion. Leaning closer to her delicate face, his voice unexpectedly softened yet laced with a deadly intent, he commanded, "Smile." Ling Tian gazed at him, a genuine smile curving her lips. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes exceptionally alluring. Light-hearted, despite her sincere smile, Cheng Yingzhu's expression momentarily faltered before he derisively released her, creating distance between them. His eyes, now filled with an even greater perplexity, bore an unconscious hostility, and the dark aura surrounding him began to surface. Chapter 165. Shamelessness. Ling Tian tugged at her towel and rose, her gaze drawn to the dark aura enveloping him, the ethereal voice echoing in her mind. Quickly, this was her chance. She needed to draw closer without him realizing. Ling Tian blinked in surprise, not expecting the ethereal presence to recover so swiftly. Cheng Yingzhu frowned slightly, seemingly sensing something amiss, and turned to regard the silent Ling Tian. His eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The ethereal voice vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ling Tian reacted quickly, her smile taking on a sardonic edge. "Mr. Cheng, so now, are you considering killing me? Just like your deceased sister?" He paused, his voice cold and unyielding. "I do not currently harbor the desire to kill you, but that does not mean I wouldn't like to." Although she understood he was utterly devoid of compassion at this moment and should not nurture any hope, a pang of pain pierced her heart. Thankfully, he had yet to end her life. She truly did not wish to engage him in a confrontation again. Their gazes locked. His eyes were neutral, revealing nothing of his intentions. Recalling the ethereal voice's earlier warning, Ling Tian stepped closer to him. "Whatever I did, please do not misconstrue it. It was all to assist us." With a determined expression, she raised her hands, firmly cradling his face to bring him down. Contemplating that a kiss would better divert his attention, she stood on tiptoe and awkwardly pressed her lips against his. The softness of his lips felt eerily familiar, causing Cheng Yingzhu's pupils to constrict as he abruptly raised his hand, intending to shove her away, only to hesitate and lower it. Clearly, Ling Tian had miscalculated. The kiss did not distract him, but rather made him acutely aware of the peculiar situation, especially as the fragrance emanating from her intensified. It struck him as oddly familiar, and the space around them seemed to draw upon some of his energy. Easing his turbulent emotions, he chose not to resist her, his gaze growing peculiar as it remained fixed on her tightly closed peach blossom eyes, which were squinting in nervousness. He was well aware of his nature. His dark and twisted rage would never be endearing to anyone, nor had he ever sought to conceal it, channeling his negative emotions toward the zombies and those superhumans he found distasteful. Even his loyal subordinates held a secret fear of him, seldom approaching, as he himself preferred solitude. Ling Tian did not overstep boundaries, merely pressing her lips gently against his, doing nothing more to tea that moment. Scarcely arrived with the clothes, clearly unaware of Cheng Yingzhu's presence inside. She knocked on the door but halted her hand upon seeing it slightly ajar, stepping in, however, as she took a step forward. Preparing to make her presence known, her face drained of color, her mind blank, forgetting entirely the purpose of her visit. The sight before her, a girl clad in a slightly loose bath towel, sharing a kiss with a man considerably taller than her, was shocking. Even though the man's expression was mild, he showed no sign of rejecting her. The wrinkled bedcovers further fueled the imagination. Ling Tian quickly withdrew, releasing him and feeling utterly awkward. Cheng Yingzhu straightened his spine, his icy gaze locking onto Scarcely at the door, revealing no emotion. "Put down the clothes and leave." Once Scarcely departed, Ling Tian clasped her hands together, her face pale, her tone weak. "I apologize. It was unintentional. I warned you that if you dared to touch me again, I would ensure your demise is most unpleasant." Chung Yingzhu scoffed derisively, his words laced with contempt. How utterly shameless, as he spoke. He wiped his lips with a finger, his expression revealing no true revulsion. Yet his smile held an inexplicable quality, his gaze tracing her figure with ambiguous intent. It's your first time. Yet it feels so familiar, but I must admit, it was rather pleasant. So, what do you intend to do? Kill me. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Tian had gradually become accustomed to his mockery. Suddenly, Chung Yingzhu raised his hand, causing her to nearly summon a gust of wind to push him away, only to find he merely lingered his hand in the air for a few seconds before lowering it, revealing he was not twisted enough to end her life himself. Chapter 166. Captivity. Chung Yingzhu frowned, adjusting his collar without uttering a word as he strode out of the room, the sound of the door closing echoing dully behind him. Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief as she glanced at the clothes on the table. She hurried over, set the bath towel aside, and began to put on each piece of clothing. Once dressed, she pondered her next steps when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, scarcely," came the cautious reply from outside. Recalling the earlier awkwardness, Ling Tian slowly clenched her fist and, after a moment's hesitation, reluctantly said, "Come in." Yes, soon as she spoke, scarcely pushed the door open. Her expression was neither entirely pleasant nor unpleasant. Rather, her lips were stiff, and her gaze toward Ling Tian was tinged with a mix of embarrassment and confusion. "I am sorry for earlier. I thought Mr. Ching wasn't in the room yet, and when I saw the door ajar, I intended to leave the clothes and go, but I didn't expect." Ling Tian chose to overlook the confusion in her eyes and instead shifted her focus to the ointment in her hand, redirecting the conversation. "You came to find me because, this is what the doctor from the infirmary forgot to give you. This ointment can quickly heal your wounds. Just apply it again tonight, and given your constitution, you should be healed by tomorrow." Ling Tian received the ointment, glanced at it, and softly said, "Thank you." Noticing that she had taken the ointment, scarcely did not leave immediately, but instead regarded her thoughtfully. Appearing somewhat hesitant, "What is your relationship with Mr. Chung?" Ling Tian, however, deflected the question to, "Is it really that important?" At this, scarcely's expression froze oddly for 2 seconds before she awkwardly averted her gaze to the ground and then back up. "I apologize for prying." With that, she left, her demeanor tense. Ling Tian watched her retreating figure with a complex gaze, realizing she was a woman with feelings for Chung Yingzhu. However, knowing his character, even if he sensed her interest, he would likely reject her outright, or worse, act in a manner that could be extreme to draw nearer to him and siphon off negative energy. She would have to touch his heart, but it couldn't be too direct. Yet, she yearned for a swift resolution, as she had pressing matters to address in her original timeline. Nevertheless, with the peculiarities of the city's safety zone and the unpredictable actions of the male lead, it was prudent to clarify the situation first. Ensuring that the antagonist did not encounter the male lead too soon, a haunting voice echoed once more, seemingly aware of her thoughts, reminding her of her primary task. "I know, no need for reminders. I merely wish to understand the context and the underlying trajectory to prepare for what comes next. I am not planning any immediate action. After all, this was not a complete world, but merely a fragment. And to uncover the reasons behind it, she would need to restore the whole. Right now, she was merely seeking clues and observing the terrain. Without further ado, her first priority was to establish radio contact with the female lead and resolve the immediate issues at hand. Seeking out the female lead directly would be cumbersome and fraught with risk. It would be far more convenient to approach Chung Yingzhu, even if he was likely to refuse her. Still, the odds of success were not negligible. As Ling Tian traversed the corridor, she spotted a door in a dim corner and, almost instinctively, turned the handle. She had not realized that this door had exceptional soundproofing, and the scene outside was utterly astonishing. Inside was an expansive, circular space, ample in size, surrounded by a layer of glass. In the center, there was a small gate, presumably for delivering prey. Several first-tier zombies were hungrily gnawing on some unknown, flesh-colored objects. And some had even begun to consume their own kind. This what the antagonist kept. Ling Tian's body seemed to freeze momentarily, struggling to process the sight. "If you wish to see, you may enter." Chung Yingzhu's magnetic, Icy voice resonated behind her, but he stood there, his black coat long gone, now clad only in a shirt that exuded an unsettling chill in the clear light. His lips appeared slightly pale, and his deep-set eyes reflected a dispassionate gaze as they fell upon her. Ling Tian felt her body stiffen further. She closed the door and cautiously assessed Chang Yingzhu, her keen senses picking up the faint scent of antiseptic mingled with some medicinal aroma. "Did you go to the infirmary?" Suddenly realizing something, she approached him, her fingers brushing against the fabric of his sleeve, only to have him pull away. "Are you injured?" Ling Tian, undeterred by his frigid stare, boldly moved closer. Once she grasped his arm, she rolled up his sleeve to reveal a layer of bandages. Frowning, a mix of guilt and concern washed over her as she asked, "What happened?" Chapter 167. Purpose. Chang Yingzhu snorted coldly, withdrawing his arm with a dangerous edge to his tone. "Don't think a few words of concern will sway me. Remember this. No one escapes from my grasp, unless they are dead." His eyes seemed to pierce into her soul, much like a cat finds amusement in a mouse feigning death. Ling Tian lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and replied calmly, "Very well." Now, the antagonist regarded her with suspicion. Believing her every action had ulterior motives, she suppressed her emotions and slowly lifted her head to be by the way. "Mr. Chung, could you instruct your subordinates to return the radio to me? I believe you wouldn't want unnecessary complications arising from my presence." The antagonist should have known whom she referred to, as he must have witnessed the incident. Even if he was unaware of her identity, the female lead certainly would be by now. "You have an inflated sense of self-importance," Chang Yingzhu retorted, lowering his sleeves and fixing her with an intense gaze. "Besides, do you think I would be afraid?" Ling Tian blinked and brushed her damp hair back, meeting his cold, unwavering stare. "But if you refuse, I will follow you until you agree." "Are you certain?" Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Chang Yingzhu scrutinized her face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Qing Tian, yet there was an aura about her that felt distinctly different. It was difficult to reconcile that she was not Qing Tian, for both her appearance and identity exuded suspicion from head to toe. Ling Tian kept pace closely behind Chang Yingzhu, her eyes fixed on his steps, maintaining a careful distance so as not to bump into him or lose him. The subordinates they passed displayed surprise in their expressions, casting subtle glances her way, but under Chang Yingzhu's frigid aura, they dared not linger. Even when Huang Xiaoyi approached to report to Chang Yingzhu, his expression remained indifferent, though internally he harbored a flicker of confusion. Eventually, Ling Tian misjudged her speed and collided forcefully with his rigid back. The lingering scent of antiseptic mingling with a clean fragrance wafting from him. He turned his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. "What is the matter?" "Sorry," Ling Tian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stepped back. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, two men entered, dragging another man with visible injuries that, "Mr. Chung, we've captured a live one from the city's safety zone. Should we imprison him or—" Chang Yingzhu's gaze remained fixed on her, offering not a single glance to them, and merely instructed in a commanding tone, "Take him to the breeding ground." Ling Tian observed his expression, which bore a familiar shadow, upon hearing him coldly utter those words. Her attention shifted to the injured man, who appeared utterly disheveled. Though his clothing was intact, it was filthy, stained with grime and blood. He stepped forward, his voice icy. "Follow me." Uncertain of his intentions, which could hardly be benign, Ling Tian clenched her fists but chose to follow. Ultimately, they entered that ominous door, and the man was ruthlessly thrown into the lower chamber. The door swung open, and he was unceremoniously pushed out. Instantly, a horde of zombies descended upon him like ravenous wolves. Despite his desperate struggle, his strength was minimal, and he quickly succumbed to the throng. The glass muffled much of the sound, yet the sight was enough to instill terror. Chang Yingzhu's expression remained devoid of amusement, his chin slightly raised, eyes cast downward, exuding a chilling calmness as if this brutal game of life and death held no intrigue for him. His gaze, however, carried an aura of ruthless decisiveness. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Ling Tian, his dark eyes fixating on her with a brooding intensity. "So, what do you think? Do you wish to end up like him?" Ling Tian regarded him coolly, choosing silence. Chang Yingzhu stood with his hands clasped behind him, maintaining his icy demeanor. I know not what your intentions are, but should you fail to be forthright, I can ensure you experience the same fate within moments. I can grant you life or subject you to unbearable suffering. Ling Tian's brow furrowed deeper, yet she remained silent. Chapter 168. A change of heart after a pause, as she observed the grotesque remnants caught in the zombies' mouths. Ling Tian's expression turned grave, prompting her to speak. What exactly do you want me to say? Is it merely because I resemble your sister? Do you? Chung Ingzu replied with a bizarre cold laugh. You are an exact replica. His gaze shifted dismissively, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. You must know I refer to more than just that. Ling Tian turned her head to scrutinize his face, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, smiling as she spoke. Then, if I tell you what you want to hear, will you return the radio to me? Chung Ingzu, however, was not swayed by her proposition. His voice remained icy as he replied. No one bargains with me. Here, what makes you think you possess any leverage? I shall remain silent, even if you cast me into the depths. Ling Tian's tone shifted to one of petulance as she raised her gaze to observe his expression. A flicker of uncertainty coursed through her mind. Such words might very well provoke him. Yet, she dared to wager that at this moment, Chung Ingzu would not resort to harming her if he truly wished for her demise. He would not have waited until now. He must seek to extract something from her, as those anxious yet expectant eyes fixed upon him. Chung Ingzu was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of vitality. And for an instant, he found himself feeling alive once more that a man like him, who had long since relinquished any beautiful aspirations, who had already plummeted into the abyss. What need had he to concern himself with trivialities? Regardless of her identity or intentions, she should not impede his path. Yet, her every action was shrouded in suspicion, particularly the space she had opened up at that moment. Should she pose even the slightest threat, he would not hesitate to end her life. Without regard for the reason, as he strode forward, a faint aura of darkness began to emanate from him. Ling Tian hurriedly followed, acutely aware of the ominous presence surrounding him, which induced a headache, urging her not to draw too close to in a public setting. It was ill-advised to utilize her spatial abilities. She turned the corner and glanced to the right. She found that aside from inconsequential individuals, he had seemingly vanished without a trace, weighing heavily on her heart. Why had he employed mental energy to divert her attention? Was it to evade her? Just as Ling Tian was at a loss for where to search for him, a man approached her, extending a radio. Hello, I am Ren Shurchin. That Mr. Chung instructed me to deliver this to you and mentioned that how you use it is of no consequence. The moment she received the radio, Ling Tian felt profoundly that Chung Ingzu's temperament could change with the flip of a page. Only moments ago, she had thought him to be in refusal, yet he had suddenly presented her with such a surprise, leading her to question his true intentions. After delivering the item, Ren Shurchin departed, maintaining a courteous demeanor without looking back at her. However, it slowly dawned on Ling Tian that this name might. She had yet to discern Ren Shurchin's face, her gaze trailing after his silhouette until she spotted him with Xiao Cixi, her expression laden with intrigue. Biting her lip, she resolved to focus on the matter at hand with the radio, seeking a quieter place, virtually devoid of people. Regardless of the antagonist's intentions, she would accept them. Communication established, Lu Jingli's voice came through almost instantaneously. Ling Tian, do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for your call? I nearly feared for your safety. Where are you right now? Have you managed to shake them off? The urgency in her tone was palpable, bombarding Ling Tian with questions. Ling Tian, the outside world is perilous. There is no place that can be deemed absolutely safe. Have you encountered any trouble? Truly, as the protagonist, her thoughts were astute. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, softening her tone. Shall we consider this? If something had indeed happened to me, would I still be standing here speaking with you? Chapter 169. My sister time slipped by as Ling Tian labored to dispel the protagonist's doubts. While the sensation was not overwhelmingly strong, she nevertheless detected a lingering feeling of being watched. Even after severing the communication, that sense persisted. Instinctively, Ling Tian suspected the one observing her was the antagonist. The moment she finished her call, Huang Xiaoi, seemingly aware of her whereabouts, found her, greeting her with a polite nod. Perhaps unfamiliar with her name, he paused momentarily before stating, "Miss, I am here to escort you to dinner." Ling Tian nodded and quickly stowed away the radio. Following Huang Xiaoi, the dining area was situated within a circular building, adorned predominantly in shades of gray and black, both simple and unremarkable, teeming with a diverse array of diners in a post-apocalyptic world. Such a pleasant dining environment was a rare blessing. Many would perish from hunger or fall prey to zombies before ever tasting a meal. Ling Tian kept pace with Huang Xiaoi as they entered a private dining area where many awaited. To her astonishment, the woman who stood before her was originally from the city's safe zone. Chen Yingzue neither imprisoned her nor subjected her to torture, allowing her to roam freely. Was he truly so composed? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, the captain could not resist a jest. "Mr. Chung, you certainly have a knack for amusement. This girl hardly appears of age. I doubt she can withstand you." Her face tightened slightly, yet they were near the dining table, and within a few steps, she had arrived, taking a seat beside Chen Yingzue without waiting for his command. Remaining silent throughout, he cast a sidelong glance at her, the corners of his eyes subtly curling with cold disdain. Though he harbored extreme resistance, he forced himself to gently stroke Ling Tian's hair. "No, she is my sister. She is inherently different from those others." Sister? Chen Yingzue referred to her in such a manner. What did he intend? Witnessing his uncharacteristic behavior, Ling Tian's body stiffened, her heart brimming with astonishment, though she did not allow her expression to betray her thoughts. "So, Mr. Chung had a sister?" The captain's face bore a hint of shock as he scrutinized Ling Tian, his gaze laden with meaning. "I never anticipated that after all this time, Mr. Cheng's sister would remain unharmed. It is indeed a fortunate twist of fate. My affairs require no congratulations from others," Chen Yingzue retorted with a cold smirk. His eyes, devoid of warmth and shadowed, stated flatly, "Let us eat." The atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. Who could find joy in dining under such tension? Ling Tian, upon seeing an exquisite array of delicacies before her, felt it would be a shame not to partake. After a brief internal struggle, she dismissed the stares of those around her, lifting her chopsticks to select a piece of meat. Just as it neared her lips, the captain interjected, "Recently, the quality of this meat has been questionable. It may be time to apprehend new sources." Ling Tian's expression hardened, pausing for several seconds. Ignoring the captain's words, she promptly consumed the meat. Observing her reaction, the captain inquired softly, "Young lady, are you not concerned that you might be consuming human flesh?" Since the antagonist acknowledged her as his sister, what was there for her to fear? Thus she aligned with Chen Yingzue's intent, cautiously responding, "What of human flesh? When I fought for survival, I would consume even the wild grasses from the ground. I have long ceased to care what I eat. Had it not been for the fortunate awakening of my abilities and joining the safe zone, I would have perished long ago and never encountered my brother. However, I find it perplexing that if you possess abilities, why did you not seek out Mr. Chung, instead opting to join the safe zone?" The captain pressed on, his inquiries relentless. Chapter 170. The spy Ling Tian set down her chopsticks, having discerned the underlying hostility in the captain's words. "Your assertion is exaggerated. My time in the safe zone has not been extensive, and I am unaware of my brother's precise location. Finding him is indeed a challenge. Comparatively, you should direct such inquiries to my brother, should you wish for clarity." Throughout this exchange, Chen Yingzue had not touched his food, instead reclining in a chair with hands interlocked, subtly observing the two, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from their interaction. Whether he succeeded in uncovering any truth remained known only to him. "Captain," he suddenly interjected, his gaze deep and piercing, lips pressed thinly, exuding a quiet warning. "She speaks the truth. If you have concerns, you ought to address them to me directly, rather than instilling fear in her." Who has been frightened? Ling Tian wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The captain furrowed his brow, remaining skeptical of Chen Yingzue's newfound sister, yet wary of displeasing him, in a state of intense internal conflict. He finally spoke, "Mr. Chung, I understand your protective instincts towards your sister. Yet we must also guard against spies within the safe zone. It is prudent to clarify certain matters to avoid exploitation. Chung Ingzwa retorted icily. What? Are you instructing me on how to proceed? The captain lowered his head apologetically. I beg your pardon. I have a stake in this matter as well. If Mr. Ching feels I've overstepped, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chung Ingzwa's cold laughter resonated. Captain, it seems you have overlooked something. To the side. Huang Xiaoyi stood rigidly. Yet this remark finally revealed an emotional shift upon his expression, his fists clenched tightly. Chung Ingzwa shot a glance at the captain, who, in turn, averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. If you wish, you may leave at any time. I harbor no objections to your departure with any possessions, yet you must leave behind what you owe. His voice, devoid of inflection, bore an undercurrent of danger. The captain's complexion paled, his mouth snapping shut. Seemingly in repentance, he was acutely aware of the implications behind Chung Ingzwa's words. This was a topic he wished to avoid. In a bid for vengeance against the military's years of oppression and surveillance, he had secretly devised a plan to pilfer military supplies, resulting in the abduction of several of Chung Ingzwa's men, including his trusted aides. The outcome had been disastrous, leading to significant losses among Chung Ingzwa's personnel, culminating in the death of one key subordinate who had been gravely injured and ultimately took his own life. In pursuit of this matter, Chung Ingzwa nearly took his life. Had it not been for the fact that he still found some utility in her, the thought alone would have been unthinkable. Ling Tian observed the expression of the officer, feeling no surprise. Rather, what astonished her was that Chung Ingzwa would actually defend her in front of him. Chung Ingzwa turned his head to glance at the silent Ling Tian and casually remarked, "Dinner." Uncharacteristically, he personally picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl, causing Ling Tian to feel an unsettling chill run down her spine. This series of unusual behaviors led her to believe that he had ulterior motives. She forced herself to cease her thoughts, maintaining her silence as she obediently consumed the food in her bowl. The meal was far from enjoyable, a fact she had anticipated on the way back. As Ling Tian followed Chung Ingzwa, she momentarily forgot to change her address to him, calling out, "Brother, where do I live?" Instinctively, she felt that it was inappropriate, but upon reflection, she realized that this could bring her closer to him. So she refrained from saying anything further. Chung Ingzwa gently pushed open the door, surprisingly considerate as he waited for Ling Tian to enter before closing it behind her. "I'll go take a shower. I need to think about the questions I want to ask later." Chung Ingzwa stared ahead with an impassive expression, his sharp gaze unfocused, as he unfastened the buttons of his shirt while heading towards the bathroom. Ling Tian stood there watching his silhouette, deep in thought as she surveyed the room, her brow furrowed. When the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, she recalled that she needed to apply medicine to the wound on her shoulder. Chapter 171. Justification. Taking advantage of Chung Ingzwa's shower, Ling Tian removed her outer garment, slowly unbuttoning it to reveal a fair shoulder, and extracted some ointment from her pocket to apply to her wound. Once she hastily donned her clothes, the door swung open, revealing a figure shrouded in steam from the bathroom. Chung Ingzwa stood there simply clad in a towel, his long, powerful legs striding towards her. Just as she finished applying the ointment, she looked up to see him approaching her with his bare torso exposed. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he was the very embodiment of masculinity. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. As he drew near, he turned to retrieve a black shirt from the dresser, putting it on with an air of nonchalance, leaving the buttons undone. Ling Tian hadn't anticipated his speed. Fortunately, she had managed to dress in time to avoid an awkward situation. Chung Ingzwa approached once more, his facial features appearing more pronounced in the mist. "If I'm not mistaken, you possess dual abilities, don't you?" Ling Tian was taken aback by his question, but she quickly met his gaze, responding lightly. "And what of it?" Did he discover her secret? Chung Ingzwa's elongated eyes narrowed, his tone cold. "Do you truly believe that such petty tricks can deceive me?" Ling Tian sensed an odd tension between them, an instinctive awareness stirring within her. Yet she hesitated to voice it. Had even this been uncovered? This spatial ability was something she had never encountered before. What method had she employed to achieve it? Ling Tian stepped back, contemplating as she averted her gaze, her mind echoing the ethereal words conveyed to her in the void. "Approach him." Those same words resonated. She was already sufficiently close. What more could she do? "I merely wish for you to have it a little easier." I harbor no ill intentions. The space I use could not harm you. So you need not worry about me causing you any harm. Before the dark energy even manifested, how could one absorb negative energy? Harm me. Just you. Chung Ingzua's gaze turned frigid, a depth of unfathomable emotion lurking behind his piercing eyes. The cold, ruthless aura surrounding him intensifying, as he furrowed his brow, and without waiting for her response, succinctly stated, I could kill you at any moment, wherever and whenever I choose. His words struck her like bullets. Ling Tian bit her lip, averting her gaze from his chilling stare, mindful of her purpose, determined not to reveal too much. Even if she were to tell him, he might not believe her, let alone cooperate. Thus, she pressed her lips together. Mr. Chung, considering I am now your sister, if I behave well, would you reconsider your intention to kill me? Chung Ingzua remained silent, passing by her to sit at the edge of the bed. His gaze fixated on her slender form, as if observing a doomed soul. After a long pause, he spoke indifferently. Come here. Ling Tian hesitated to approach, primarily fearful of any demands Chung Ingzua might impose. Yet she did not wish to provoke him. After a few moments of stillness, she made her way over. Chung Ingzua stood again, towering over her, his voice suddenly taking on an eerily gentle tone. Moreover, what do you possess that would merit sparing your life? Ling Tian gazed intently at his lips, an overwhelming urge to kiss him surging within her. She was uncertain of Chung Ingzua's intentions, and she had no compelling reason to plead for her life. Yet the current situation compelled her to act. Lowering her gaze to his exposed abdomen and chest, marred by deep scars, she abruptly closed her eyes and boldly wrapped her arms around his waist. If this was shamelessness, then so be it. After all, she had received her fair share of ridicule. Chung Ingzua's body stiffened momentarily before he swiftly grasped her hands and pinned them against the wall. Bending down to meet her gaze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is this what you intend to offer? She could not discern whether he was being deliberate, yet witnessing the stark contrast between two spaces left her feeling both conflicted and sorrowful. Regardless of the reason, he had achieved his aim. Yes, I merely wish to embrace you. Fearing any misunderstanding, Ling Tian hastily added. Chapter 173. The spar having finally secured Chung Ingzua's cooperation, she had anticipated swiftly absorbing the negative energy and completing her task. However, the ethereal voice informed her that only when the villain's murderous intent ran stronger and the dark energy became most pronounced could she fully absorb the negative energy. The amount she had gathered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Not only that, she had been treated like a mere tool, used and discarded at will. During the night, he forbade her from moving or making any noise while she slept. That night, Ling Tian found little rest and was awakened the next morning by the blaring wake-up call from the base. Her arm hung over the edge of the bed as she sat up, noticing that Chung Ingzua had long since vacated the premises, the bed neatly made without a trace of having been slept in. It seemed he had left quite some time ago. Ling Tian shifted slightly, her fingers brushing against the collar of her shirt. Her shoulder wound had nearly healed, leaving only a scar, devoid of any scabs. She dressed quickly and descended the stairs, taking a turn around the living room before finally stopping by the window, drawing back a corner of the curtain to gaze through the floor-to-ceiling glass towards the rear of the base. A multitude of individuals stood in orderly formation, being addressed by Huang Xiaoyi, yet there was no sign of Chung Ingzu. Typically, Huang Xiaoyi was seen accompanying Chung Ingzu. Why was he absent now? Ling Tian pondered this as she rummaged through her clothing for the radio, preparing to contact the female lead. After waiting a few minutes, however, there was no connection. She hastily tidied her belongings. By the time she exited her room, Huang Xiaoyi had concluded his address, raising his hand just as he was about to knock on her door. Their eyes met, Huang Xiaoyi's expression neutral, devoid of any awkwardness. Mr. Chung has given specific instructions. Due to pressing matters, he cannot attend to you himself. He has ordered me to stay by your side to ensure your safety. In other words, it was merely surveillance. Ling Tian lowered her gaze slightly, gently closing the door behind her, her mind swirling with confusion and concern. She feared that the villain might be meeting with the male lead. Given the recent assaults on the city's safe zone by the Villainous base, negotiations could very well be underway. Yet, she was uncertain if today was the day, as the villain would not divulge such information. The previous day, Huang Xiaoyi had spoken to Cheng Yingzhu in a veiled manner, seemingly considering her presence. His words had not been particularly clear, but undoubtedly related to negotiations. "Miss Ling, I assume you have yet to eat?" She nodded politely in acknowledgement. "Then please follow me." Following Huang Xiaoyi's lead, they walked in silence to the dining area, where most had already finished breakfast and left, with only a few lingering tea first glance. Ling Tian spotted Xiao Cixi approaching a man who stood to greet her. He nodded at her before speaking, naturally taking her hand in his. Xiao Cixi did not withdraw, obediently taking a seat beside him. Ling Tian stood frozen for a moment. Her steps halted. Wasn't she interested in Cheng Yingzhu? Why was she with... Wait a moment. Ling Tian remained silent, instead turning her gaze towards the man, whose figure seemed familiar. Puzzled, she redirected her steps towards Xiao Cixi's table, her eyes inadvertently scanning the pair across the table, whose demeanor appeared somewhat intimate. Upon seeing her, Xiao Cixi's expression stiffened, and she spoke. "Miss Ling, is there something you need?" "Nothing in particular, just came to take a look." Ling Tian shook her head, now certain that the man in question was Ren Shurchen, the one who had delivered the radio to her. Huang Xiaoyi trailed closely behind her. Upon seeing him, Xiao Cixi's face flickered with surprise as she nodded in acknowledgement. Ren Shurchen followed suit, nodding at Huang Xiaoyi, his expression remaining unchanged. "This is Mr. Cheng's sister," he stated. Xiao Cixi's expression shifted to one of both astonishment and complexity, and she replied, "I heard that Mr. Cheng has a sister, but I didn't mean. I just find it a bit hard to believe." Before Ling Tian could utter a word, Huang Xiaoyi regarded her with an impassive expression. His gaze sharp, he spoke coolly. "Miss Xiao, certain matters ought to be articulated, while others should remain unspoken. It is irrefutable that Miss Ling is Mr. Cheng's sister, and Mr. Cheng does not take kindly to anyone scrutinizing a sister. Therefore, I advise you to tread carefully. My apologies. It was my oversight." Xiao Cixi felt a wave of frustration, and Ren Shurchen, sensing her distress, gently grasped her hand and stood up. "Xiaoyi, Cixi did not mean any offense. It is only natural to have questions, given that we have never encountered Mr. Cheng's sister before, and he has never mentioned her." Observing Ren Shurchen's defense of Xiao Cixi, the unspoken dynamics between them hinted to Ling Tian that there was something amiss. Not to mention, Ren Shurchen's clandestine dealings with Chang Feng did not help matters. It was indeed a volatile spark. Huang Xiaoyi's expression remained unchanged, and he refrained from further comment, leaving his stance ambiguous. Ren Shurchen understood Huang Xiaoyi's character well. He would not indulge in superfluous chatter unless assured of the situation's stability. His execution was unwavering, completely loyal to Cheng Yingzhu. The fact that he had been able to remain alongside Cheng Yingzhu for such a duration was attributed not only to him, but also to Yi Zixing, who had accompanied him. When Yi Zixing was present, Huang Xiaoyi's demeanor was considerably more amiable, but since Yi Zixing's incident, his words had dwindled, and his expressions had grown increasingly rigid and devoid of color. Ren Shurchen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, his gaze landing on Ling Tian, his demeanor respectful, devoid of any overt scrutiny. "Miss Ling, I presume you haven't dined yet. Why not stay and join us?" Ling Tian, with natural grace, decided, "Then I shan't be polite." She cheerfully took her seat, while Huang Xiaoyi stood stoically beside her, his expression inscrutable. Though his eyes were focused ahead, he subtly observed the delicate interplay among the three. Xiao Cixi could no longer endure the atmosphere. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the moment she met Ling Tian's gaze, she felt as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare, especially following that incident when she had inadvertently intruded and learned of their sibling bond. Facing Ling Tian became all the more unbearable. With a heart heavy and unable to articulate her feelings, she had never anticipated feeling so foolish. "I'll fetch you some food," Ren Shurchen remarked, having noticed Xiao Cixi's unusual state. His eyes dimming significantly that Mr. Cheng must hold Miss Ling in high regard, as he has tasked Xiaoyi with her protection. Previously, there was someone named Chang Feng, who was purportedly Mr. Cheng's father, but Mr. Cheng never acknowledged him. It is said that Chang Feng was slain by individuals from the safe zone, and Mr. Cheng displayed little change in demeanor. It seems their relationship was not particularly close. Ling Tian's gaze drifted to the barren branches swaying in the wind outside the window. Her expression inscrutable. She chuckled lightly. Of course, my brother has always indulged me. And no matter how mischievous or willful I may have been, he has always forgiven me. When suspicion looms over a person, they inevitably sense it. Especially when that person is covertly scrutinizing them. That a glint of sharpness flickered in Ling Tian's eyes as she feigned concern. By the way, Mr. Run, what do you usually do while in my brother's company? It should be on par with Mr. Huang's responsibilities, no? Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Merely arranging various matters. For Miss Ling, it must seem rather tedious, and I do not consider myself in competition with Xiaoyi. However, in Mr. Cheng's presence, Xiaoyi is indeed more capable than I. Tedious? Ling Tian's lips curled into a smirk as she echoed his earlier words, her tone flat. Mr. Rin hardly knows me, so how could you presume to understand my lack of interest in such matters? If I were to say I was interested, would you kindly enlighten me on what you have arranged? Rin Shurchen's calm demeanor faltered momentarily, his brows knitting as he narrowed his dark eyes at Huang Xiaoyi. Huang Xiaoyi, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, Miss Ling, that pertains to the secrets of our base. It would be best not to press Mr. Ren. If you truly wish to know, I suggest you consult Mr. Chang for clarification. It appeared that the antagonist was rather indifferent to Rin Shurchen, perhaps as depicted in the original text, being excessively cautious. Only when the antagonist met his demise did his true intentions emerge. Shortly after Rin Shurchen's negotiations with Chang Yingzhu, the base's supernaturals, influenced by Chang Feng, were deliberately diverted towards him, secretly laying a trap for Chang Yingzhu. This resulted in Chang Yingzhu being ambushed during his conflict with the safe zone, leaving him vulnerable and ultimately captured by the protagonists. Although Chang Yingzhu swiftly eliminated the traitors, he could not withstand the combined forces of the protagonists, not to mention that Gong Wei inadvertently discovered Chang Yingzhu's intention to exploit his psychic abilities to obliterate this world, leading to a collective demise in the heat of battle. However, he panicked and fled, inadvertently granting the protagonist the opportunity to extinguish Chang Yingzhu's suicidal aspirations. Alone, Huang Xiaoyi was no match for the forces against him, and those supernaturals who had followed him perished in the ensuing chaos, while Gong Wei led others to safety, ultimately betraying Rin Shurchen. Isolated and devoid of support, he ultimately failed to unleash his final strike for mutual destruction, succumbing instead to boundless resentment. Yet, the underlying reasons for Rin Shurchen's betrayal of Chang Yingzhu remain unexplained. What hatred could drive him to such treachery? Ling Tian's expression darkened, her gaze lowered as she pursed her lips. Very well. Chapter 175. Negotiation. During their meal, Xiao Sisi and Rin Shurchen faced each other, while Ling Tian silently stuffed her mouth with steamed buns, the expansive space around them echoing with the solitude of their table. The mere thought of the ongoing situation filled her with inexplicable agitation. If she were to disclose everything to Chang Yingzhu, it would not only deepen his suspicions but also subject her to his biting sarcasm, or, worse yet, something more dire. Though she ought to focus on how to completely absorb the negative energy, she found herself unable to detach from his affairs. What troubled her further was the necessity of revealing his negative energy, which would likely manifest during his moments of emotional turmoil, or perhaps propelling the plot forward was the best course of action. However, wouldn't that amount to inflicting harm upon him? Was this truly the most effective method of resolving negative energy? Ling Tian's complexion darkened, her movements in selecting food slowed considerably. Huang Xiaoyi's keen gaze fixated on Ling Tian's slender back, and he began to understand why Chang Yingzhu had dispatched him here. This young woman was indeed peculiar, suddenly inquiring about the base's operational arrangements. For a newcomer to pose such questions was unusual. Were it not for her being the sister Zhua, he might have suspected her to be a spy sent by the enemy. Yet upon reflection, she could have easily asked him or Zhua, but she deliberately chose to question Rin Shurchen, as if revealing a deliberate flaw. Rin Shurchen's demeanor was also somewhat strange. Ling Tian clenched a piece of steamed bun and suddenly bit into it vigorously. After swallowing, she composed herself and stood up, suppressing her emotions. I'm full. You all continue. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and walked away. Observing this, Huang Xiaoyi followed closely behind, casting a discreet glance at Ren Shurchen. His brows slightly furrowed. Within the base, Ling Tian wandered about, her gaze fixated on the entrance, leading her to a corner where she stared into space, her striking features drawing attention from passing male supernaturals. However, Huang Xiaoyi soon dispersed their gazes with a warning glare. "Miss Ling, if you find yourself bored, you might consider visiting the cultivation area. Mr. Cheng often spends his time there," Huang Xiaoyi quietly suggested to the lost in thought Ling Tian. Such affairs were typically the domain of the antagonist, and she had no interest in such pastimes. "Indeed, that is so." "Oh," Ling Tian replied lightly, inhaling deeply as she gradually withdrew from the scene, entering deeper into the base. Her eyes growing tense and restless. Upon reaching the door, she halted Huang Xiaoyi's steps, deeming it inappropriate for him to enter. "Very well then. Should you require anything, Miss Ling, do remember to use this communicator to summon me. I shall come at once." Huang Xiaoyi casually retrieved a communicator for her, its simple design reminiscent of a breathing apparatus, unlike the elaborate full-screen devices used in the safe zone in the original text. Due to resource scarcity and a lack of specialized personnel, the antagonists typically repurpose communicators stolen from the safe zone for their own use. Ling Tian grasped the communicator, and once Huang Xiaoyi departed, she opened the door, placing the communicator aside before pulling out a radio to contact the female protagonist. Fortunately, this time, Lu Jingli's line connected. Instantly, Ling Tian grasped the situation and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Considering this, Lu Jingli's brow furrowed tightly. "Yes, I must prepare for negotiations early this morning. The situation is quite dire, and we may face significant issues. Not merely significant issues, but potentially much more, as a considerable controversy was indeed unfolding." Chapter 176. Return. As they dined, Xiao Cixi and Ren Shurchen sat across from each other, while Ling Tian quietly stuffed her mouth with steamed buns, leaving their table as the sole occupied space in the vast room. The mere thought of these matters filled her with inexplicable irritation. If she were to directly inform Chang Yingzhu, it would not only deepen his doubts, but also subject her to his icy ridicule. Or perhaps something worse. Although she should redirect her focus toward completely absorbing the negative energy, she found herself unable to distance herself from his affairs. What troubled her even more was the necessity of fully manifesting his negative energy, which would likely occur during his moments of emotional instability, or perhaps propelling the plot forward was the optimal approach. Yet, would that not equate to causing him harm? Was this truly the best solution for resolving negative energy? Ling Tian's expression grew somber, her hand movements in selecting food slowing considerably. Huang Xiaoyi's sharp gaze rested on Ling Tian's delicate back, and he began to grasp why Chang Yingzhu had sent him here. This girl was undoubtedly strange. Her sudden inquiries about the base's operational arrangements were unusual for a newcomer. Had she not been Zhu's sister, he might have suspected her of being a spy sent by the enemy. Yet, upon reflection, she could have easily questioned him or Zhu, but chose to approach Ren Shurchen, as if intentionally revealing a flaw. Ren Shurchen's demeanor was also slightly peculiar. Ling Tian tightened her grip on a piece of steamed bun and suddenly took several vigorous bites. After swallowing, she decisively stood up, suppressing her emotions as she declared, "I'm full. You all continue. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. Huang Xiaoyi, observing this, followed closely behind, casting a discreet glance at Ren Shurchen. His brow slightly furrowed. Within the base, Ling Tian wandered about, her gaze fixated on the entrance, leading her to a corner where she stared into space, her striking features drawing attention from passing male supernaturals. However, Huang Xiaoyi swiftly dispersed their gazes with a warning glare. "Miss Ling, should you find yourself bored, you might consider visiting the cultivation area. Mr. Cheng often spends his time there," Huang Xiaoyi quietly suggested to the lost in thought Ling Tian. Such affairs were typically the domain of the antagonist, and she had no interest in such pastimes. "Indeed, that is so." "Oh," Ling Tian replied lightly, inhaling deeply as she gradually withdrew from the scene, entering deeper into the base. Her eyes growing tense and restless. Upon reaching the door, she halted Huang Xiaoyi's steps, deeming it inappropriate for him to enter. "Very well then. Should you require anything, Miss Ling, do remember to use this communicator to summon me. I shall come at once. Huang Xiaoyi casually retrieved a communicator for her, its simple design reminiscent of a breathing apparatus, unlike the elaborate full-screen devices used in the safe zone in the original text. Due to resource scarcity and a lack of specialized personnel, the antagonists typically repurpose communicators stolen from the safe zone for their own use. Ling Tian grasped the communicator, and once Huang Xiaoyi departed, she opened the door, placing the communicator aside before pulling out a radio to contact the female protagonist. Fortunately, this time, Lu Jingli's line connected. Instantly, Ling Tian grasped the situation and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Considering this, Lu Jingli's brow furrowed tightly. "Yes, I must prepare for negotiations early this morning. The situation is quite dire, and we may face significant issues. Not merely significant issues, but potentially much more, as a considerable controversy was indeed unfolding. Merely condemning and protesting proves futile. Action must be taken when the time calls for it. The years of probing and scheming have not been in vain, for many secrets have been unearthed as a result. It must be said that Chang Yingzhua has expertly navigated this realm without a single flaw. All the evidence he intended to release has been disclosed with precision, regardless of the lives lost. He perceives no fundamental fault on his part. Conversely, the municipal safe zone has grown anxious and has turned to slander him. Thus, both sides remain steadfast in their positions, unwilling to yield, inevitably leading to conflict. From a female protagonist perspective, it was revealed that the municipal safe zone had not inflicted any tangible harm upon Chang Yingzhua. Ling Tian exhaled a sigh of relief and advised the female, Li, to take care of herself before severing communication. Shortly thereafter, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Had she not heard it with her own ears, Ling Tian might have mistaken it for an alarm set on her phone. Upon opening the door, she found Huang Xiaoyi standing resolutely by the entrance, as if he had been waiting nearby all along. "Let us go," she urged in a tone laced with urgency, striding forward without a second thought, completely forgetting to close the door behind her. Fortunately, Huang Xiaoyi promptly assisted in shutting it. Ling Tian dashed outside, likely oblivious to how much she resembled a love-struck individual waiting for her beloved. Upon spotting a tall, upright figure, she joyfully leaped into Chang Yingzhua's embrace, clinging to him like a koala, her legs instinctively wrapping around his narrow waist. This overly intimate gesture prompted those present to awkwardly avert their gazes. Being siblings, they harbored no suspicions, merely perceiving it as a sign of a close sibling bond. Chang Yingzhua's body stiffened. He had not anticipated Ling Tian's boldness. His cold lips parted, but emitted no sound. And in resignation, he feigned a casual gesture. Attempting to remove the clingy girl from his person, he slowly uttered 2 words, "Stop it." Only then did Ling Tian realize the presence of others, her complexion shifting slightly as she took a step back, her ears tinged with warmth. Meanwhile, Xiao Cixi, who had been observing discreetly, felt a pang of distress. Although this was not her first encounter with their affectionate behavior, anyone unaware might assume it was merely a display of sibling affection. Yet, she alone understood the deeper implications. The mere thought of it all was enough to unsettle her, compounded by the turmoil of lost love and heartache from the past few years. She recognized that this suppressed emotion relentlessly tormented her, especially witnessing their closeness while feeling utterly powerless. Aware of her identity, she refrained from crossing any lines with Chang Yingzhua. Xiao Cixi turned her gaze away, staring at the ground, her eyes slightly reddening. Her hands slowly forming fists that moment. Huang Xiaoyi approached, leaning in close to Chang Yingzhua, whispering something that seemed to warrant his attention. Chang Yingzhua's expression darkened as he nodded ominously. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Ling Tian, his tone indifferent. "Let us go." Run Shichun, standing nearby, gazed at their departing figures in confusion. Huang Xiaoyi turned to him, saying, "Run, Mr. Cheng will remain here for the time being to make arrangements. We need to keep an eye on the outskirts. It would be best if you personally dispatch someone to monitor the situation." Rin Shichun maintained a calm demeanor, patting Huang Xiaoyi's shoulder. "Understood. I shall prepare to depart immediately." Chapter 177. Sweet Nothings. Ling Tian trailed closely behind Chang Yingzhua, unable to discern his expression. Throughout their journey, She contemplated her words. Yet when it came time to speak, she hesitated. I have made up my mind. Once they reached the threshold of the room, Ling Tian mustered her courage. Positioning herself firmly between him and the door, Chang Yingzhou gazed down at her, momentarily taken aback, his expression as impassive as a statue, though inside, his heart raced inexplicably. This sensation unsettled him, even as he sensed a hint of danger without knowing its source. Ling Tian, unfazed by his aloofness, flashed a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chang Yingzhou found it difficult to maintain eye contact, his demeanor still cold as he diverted the conversation. Why did you inquire about Ren Shurchen today? Realizing Huang Xiaoyi must have informed him, Ling Tian offered no pretense. Of course, I find him suspicious. It was merely a test. He raised an eyebrow, appearing far more composed than she anticipated, retorting, this doesn't concern you. In fact, the one who seems more suspicious is you. However, Ling Tian found herself wanting to confront him, contemplating his disbelief. After all, Ren Shurchen had been by his side for quite some time. It was only logical to question the situation. Let us discuss this inside. It's not appropriate here. Avoid eavesdroppers. Ling Tian carefully grasped his arm and pushed the door open, entering the room. Chang Yingzhu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he considered shaking off her small hand but miraculously refrained from doing so. Once the door closed, Ling Tian did not release him. Instead, she tugged at his arm, seemingly unconcerned, rolling up his sleeve as she had done previously. What are you doing? Chang Yingzhu's frown deepened as he reached to stop her. But Ling Tian anticipated his reaction, exerting surprising strength to hold him firmly in place. Upon unveiling his arm, she found the bandage had long been removed, revealing a deep scar underneath. Ling Tian exhaled in relief, allowing his sleeve to fall back down. Chang Yingzhou observed the worry etched across her face and then gently pushed her away, his control precise enough not to cause her harm. His expression darkened, eyes filled with disdain. Do you think I need your pity? I'm merely concerned. Please don't reject my care. Ling Tian replied earnestly, I currently lack definitive evidence. But this is a critical time. You absolutely cannot overlook Ren Shurchen and the people and matters surrounding him at the base. If I am mistaken, then do as you wish with me. Ling Tian approached Chang Yingzhou, seemingly fearful of his potential objections, wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing the corner of his lips as she murmured, I truly do not wish for you to come to harm, even in the slightest. Please trust me. She murmured vague sentiments he could scarcely comprehend, eventually resorting to sweet nothings learned from novels. I won't hinder you. I will assist you to my heart is yours every moment. How could I possibly bring you harm? In this world, all I desire is you. At this moment, she felt that expressing such sentiments required an artful touch, for she bore the weight of immense embarrassment, her heart racing with 1,000 fluttering feelings. Chang Yingzhou clenched his fists, his lips pressed together tightly, yet he made no attempt to push her away. He averted his gaze from her, staring blankly at the wall, engaging in a futile act of self-soothing. The truth became evident, regardless of Chang Yingzhu's outward calm and indifference. The crimson hue staining his ears betrayed his true feelings. Revealing his inability to resist Ling Tian's affectionate words, the sound of their lips meeting echoed vividly within the room. The softness of their contact left Chang Yingzhou in a state of discomfort, ultimately causing him to grasp Ling Tian's arm and gently push her away before striding purposefully toward the bathroom. Chapter 178. Guilt. Ling Tian observed the hazy silhouette behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door, a smile creeping onto her face as she recalled her previous actions, her cheeks flushing with warmth. In that moment, she realized that the antagonist did not despise her closeness. Perhaps there was even a hint of fondness. After all, he could have easily evaded her advances or halted her attempts to kiss him. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to press on. Brother, what's wrong? It's still early. Are you washing up so soon? Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Chang Yingzhou cast her a fleeting glance, quickly returning his focus to a corner of the room. His voice, deep and resonant, was laced with a hint of gravel. I will be quite busy in the coming days. You should remain obedient. I will have Huang Xiaoyi keep an eye on your words if... He paused momentarily, stepping forward to close the distance between them. his lips curling disdainfully. What I trust is not your words, but rather my desire to eliminate any potential threats to myself. Besides, you can articulate such hypocritical phrases. Don't you find it repugnant? Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock, her dark irises brimming with hurt. Perhaps the more one cared for someone, the more weight their words carried. Even if they were somewhat hurtful, I understand. I truly do. But those words come from the depths of my heart. I do not find them repulsive, nor do I consider them hypocritical. She admitted there was a slight cheesiness to her sentiments, but to label them as disgusting was excessive. Her feelings were genuine, yet in his eyes, they seemed worthless. Did he truly think her insincere? Chang Yingzhou caught the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes, his brow furrowing deeply as he finally emitted a strained response. You know the truth within your own heart. In the past, he had wholeheartedly believed in someone, only to be met with betrayal and ridicule. The thought was laughable. He had never been particularly strong, and yet had meddled in matters that did not concern him. The scars upon his back served as a constant reminder of his foolishness, urging him to remain wary of trusting others. If he were to be deceived once more, he feared he would. As Chang Yingzhuo's thoughts spiraled deeper into frustration, a dark aura began to envelop him. His gaze becoming menacing, but he yearned to alleviate this tumultuous emotion and sought a resolution. Ling Tian watched him intently, unaware that at some point he had drawn a dagger, its blade now pressed against her throat. Though he could easily eliminate her with his extraordinary abilities, he merely drew forth the dagger he habitually carried, hesitating to act decisively. The look on his face was one of restrained anguish, and she understood that he was suppressing his murderous instincts. The cold blade pressed against her delicate neck, and Chang Yingzhuo's forehead throbbed with tension. He had inadvertently broken the skin, a faint trickle of blood staining the knife. But why such a sudden shift? His dark aura. Ling Tian's lips trembled before she tightened them, her expression turning grave and earnest. I cannot speak for others, and you surely bear your own suffering, yet my love for you has never wavered. You may not yet comprehend the essence of affection or love, but I can help you feel it. Reveal to you that being loved can indeed bring tranquility. Ignoring the sharp dagger at her throat, she reached out to caress his taut, handsome face, feeling no pain even as the blade dug deeper into her flesh. Strangely, she did not employ her spatial abilities, and his dark energy began to dissipate significantly. Chang Yingzhuo swiftly discarded the dagger, visibly conflicted as he grasped her soft, delicate hand on his cheek. As he gazed intently at the cut on her neck, he suddenly recognized the depths of his own depravity and malice. This was the second time he had harmed her with this very knife. The first was a mere inspection, an attempt to see her form, to draw blood deliberately. But now, he was engulfed by profound guilt. I am a wicked man. Countless lives have perished by my hand. You need not squander your emotions on me. I do not require love or admiration from others. I am tormented, as all humans are, yet my affliction will only bring you harm. Thus, do not attempt to enter my life. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Chapter 179. Decision. After Chang Yingzhuo spoke, he released her hand and glanced at her next wound. Slowly, he clenched his fist and averted his gaze, striding out of the room with heavy steps. Perhaps at that moment, he lacked the intent to harm her. Evasion seemed a viable option, but he remained shrouded in uncertainty regarding her. And should he choose to trust her so easily, he would be wagering everything on his future, relinquishing the power of choice to another, a notion that represented a different kind of destruction for him. Moreover, he had already begun to contemplate letting her go, a significant concession for someone who would rather kill than spare. This was indeed a first, and it would be the last. Ling Tian yearned to pursue him. Yet she understood that even if she did, he would not welcome her. He was an impenetrable fortress, cold and unyielding, a relentless assault without an invitation. Even so, if given another chance, she would choose to speak her heart again. This was her sincerity, a truth he must confront and remember, for her feelings for him were unwavering. Shortly after Chang Yingzhuo departed, a doctor arrived to examine her wound, undoubtedly a result of his arrangements. Though he feigned indifference towards her injury, he still cared. Despite the objections from the other soldiers, he remained resolute. Ling Tian. This was somewhat unbelievable, but he had previously instructed her to remain still. What had prompted his sudden change of heart? Xiao Cixi, observing from the sidelines, learned of the situation too. Although it did not directly concern her, her mood brightened considerably, and she could not help but release a long sigh of relief. Thus, Ling Tian sought him out. Locking her gaze with his, he met her eyes, no longer avoiding her stare, yet the atmosphere was permeated with an unsettling tension. "Why are you sending me away? You do not belong here." His tone was dismissive. His expression dark and frigid, his words laced with an icy chill, as if he intended to repel her with his gaze. "Brother, since I am your sister, I should be by your side, that I do not wish to leave. I do not want to go." Ling Tian felt no fear. Instead, she grasped his arm, hoping he would take her external identity into account and refrain from such actions. However, in the next moment, he ruthlessly yanked his arm away without a hint of hesitation. "You have no power to choose. I have made my decision." Chang Yingzua's voice bore an undeniable command, one that brooked no refusal. Who was he? No one could threaten him. He was accustomed to making decisions for others, regardless of their willingness. Once he had resolved the matter, he would not consult anyone, undeterred by public scrutiny. "Absolutely do not leave. It is not permissible." If she departed, what would become of his negative energy? What would he do? Ling Tian furrowed her brow, then urgently clung to his arm, her voice hoarse. "Are you truly so heartless? What must I do for you to allow me to stay? Should I die?" Silence. Chang Yingzua's body jolted, and he covered her mouth with his other hand, the cold indifference emanating from him diminishing slightly. But his anger intensified. Something felt amiss. Huang Xiaoyi observed Chang Yingzua and Ling Tian with a hint of confusion. But it was only a fleeting moment. Chapter 180. Compromised, the officer stood silently at a distance. Watching the pair, he vaguely sensed an intimate tension between them, one typically reserved for lovers. Perhaps he was overthinking. With Chang Yingzua, such a notion was utterly impossible, especially given that she was his sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Cixi cast furtive glances at Chang Yingzua, careful not to be noticed, relieved to see no sign of relaxation on his face. She exhaled silently. Chang Yingzua pressed his thin lips together, his deep-set eyes alight with fury, his gloomy and detached demeanor radiating an aura of chilling menace. How dare she threaten him with death? "Stop this foolishness. This is no jest. I know you would not dare." Ling Tian's gaze sharpened. She could not bear to meet his eyes, focusing instead on his lips, her hands gradually tightening into fists. She knew she could not yield now. If he truly sent her away, she would lose her chance forever. She was uncertain of Chang Yingzua's feelings towards her, yet she trusted her own. She could only gamble, resolved to momentarily disregard her thoughts, to ignore gain and loss. Hesitation would mean defeat. "Brother, I am serious." Suddenly, Ling Tian withdrew the discarded dagger from her pocket and pressed it against her throat. Reopening the freshly scabbed, wound deeper than before, blood cascading down to her collarbone. Chang Yingzua's brow furrowed deeply. As he moved to intervene, an invisible barrier had already formed around her, evidently to thwart his approach. Clearly, he should not care for her life or death. Her demise might even serve him best, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to that loathsome sister of his, one he regretted not having killed himself. Wouldn't he witnessing his identical sister's suicide exhilarate him? So why did he feel no thrill, but rather a sense of agitation and fear? He had never found grounds to mourn his losses. What was he afraid of? Was it that familiar sensation, watching the blood from her neck flow more freely? The mask he wore, perpetually cold and devoid of any fissures, finally began to show signs of cracking. Fine, do not leave, that he relented, but that did not equate to surrendering everything to her. He did not trust her, even if he did not wish for her death. Deep down, he believed this would not alter his resolve. Yet he was mistaken. He still did not want tragedy to unfold in this round. She had won. Her significance in his heart had been solidified, and her self-harm had proven worthwhile. Chang Yingzua embraced her, forcibly snatching the dagger from her grip and tossing it to Huang Xiaoyi, swiftly signaling him with his eyes. Huang Xiaoyi caught it and nodded, heading towards the infirmary immediately. Ugh! As she shifted in Chang Yingzua's arms. Her neck wound pulled painfully, and she could not help but emit a low cry of pain. He paused, glancing at her injury, his brow knitting together. Unconcerned with the surrounding gazes, he lifted Ling Tian and hastily made his way back to the room. uninterested in further conversation. Upon entering, Chung Yingzhou left the door ajar as he placed Ling Tian on the bed, preparing to leave. Do not go. Stay with me. Please. Ling Tian began to plead. Chung Yingzhou, however, was unmoved by her charm. His expression cold as he replied, "A doctor will be coming. You must remain still." With that, he disregarded her once more and exited. Due to the severity of her wound, the doctor provided a simple dressing and cautioned her to remember to change the bandages regularly, lest she be left with an unsightly scar on her neck. After the treatment, Ling Tian initially intended to seek out Chung Yingzhou. However, Huang Xiaoyi preemptively informed her that Mr. Chung did not wish to see her and requested that she refrain from disturbing him. She simply did not want to leave. Could this truly provoke his ire and silence? Had he not previously threatened to kill her? Surely, this was intentional. Chapter 181. An odd dynamic this time. The City S security zone officially declared war on Chung Yingzhou, citing his repeated assaults and ambushes against their forces, asserting that he held no regard for the military or the city government, vowing to eradicate his influence. Upon receiving the news, Chung Yingzhou intensified his defenses and strategies, devoting nearly every day to rigorous training. While the zombies in the breeding grounds were used as live targets in the days that followed, Ling Tian's injury healed swiftly, while the spirit of the spatial realm informed her that she could not alter the original plot of this timeline. Even if she killed Chung Feng or Ren Shichun, this timeline would find its own way to propel the original narrative forward. She could not change anything. Therefore, for the sake of this world, the spirit had already devised a method for her to fully absorb negative energy, which would be most effective when the antagonist met their demise. However, this decision was met with a rebuttal from Ling Tian, who felt that it was profoundly unjust to the antagonist. Watching him perish and subsequently collecting his negative energy undoubtedly constituted a form of cruelty, not only towards him, but also towards her. Ling Tian found herself perplexed. Could such a method of eradicating negative energy truly address the root of the issue? Why resort to such coercive measures? Even during their slumber, Chung Yingzhou barely glanced at her, washing up and retiring to bed with a noticeable distance between them, as if he were keen to avoid any contact. This peculiar mode of interaction finally made Ling Tian realize that he was unilaterally engaging in a cold war with her. And it was indeed quite frigid. As she sought out Huang Xiaoyi for information, she spotted Xiao Cixi, disheveled and injured, entering through the base's main gate. As she passed by, Xiao Cixi inexplicably remarked, "Sometimes, falling for someone you cannot love is a profoundly painful experience. Isn't it?" Xiao Cixi seemed disinclined to linger, vanishing around a corner before Ling Tian could respond, her silhouette slender and melancholic. Ling Tian stared in the direction of her departure, momentarily dazed before sinking into contemplation. Miss Ling, at that moment, Huang Xiaoyi suddenly appeared behind her, his tone imbued with a subtle politeness. Ling Tian turned to him, glancing from Huang Xiaoyi to the direction Xiao Cixi had gone, and asked with a hint of curiosity, "What happened to her?" "It's nothing. Mr. Huang, could you please inform me of my brother's whereabouts? I wish to see him. He has been ignoring me for several days." Huang Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly, appearing quite troubled. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Mr. Chung is currently occupied with important matters and cannot be disturbed. Don't panic that if he truly wished to see me, nothing could impede him. He is merely evading me, consistently using this decisive battle as a shield." Ling Tian's eyes, resembling peach blossoms, darkened with a hint of malice as she clenched her fists and strode away in the opposite direction of Huang Xiaoyi, no longer inclined to inquire further. The more he behaved this way, the more determined she became to uncover the truth. Huang Xiaoyi sighed softly at this display. Unlike Chung Yingzhou, who possessed the ability to effortlessly detect locations, Ling Tian could only rely on her instincts to find where Chung Yingzhou might be. His aura was familiar enough that, with her current abilities, she should not be unable to locate him. She searched every conceivable place until she finally stumbled upon a lounge, where she found him. At that moment, Chung Yingzhou was seated with his legs crossed, hands resting on the sofa, eyes closed, his steady breathing suggesting he might be asleep. Ling Tian approached quietly, crouching down to observe the handsome face that had matured over the years. His slightly curled eyelashes resembled delicate fans, while his sensual, proud lips bore the faint trace of stubble. At T25, Chung Yingzhua appeared significantly more mature than he had at 19. Even in slumber, his expression remained taut, as if he could crush a fly with the furrow between his brows. How disingenuous, she thought, instantly recognizing his pretense of sleep. Chapter 182. Trajectory of Operations. A smile crept onto Ling Tian's lips as she gently grasped his chin, her fingers caressing the stubble that tickled her fingertips. His chin was manipulated without reservation, and he visibly stiffened, the furrow in his brow deepening. Let go as if the facade could no longer be maintained. Chung Yingzhua opened his eyes, his expression somewhat rigid. Yet rather than taking action himself, he spoke in a low tone. I dislike having my chin pinched. Let go. Had it been anyone else daring to treat him thus, their hand would scarcely have touched him before they were incapacitated. Finally dropping the act, Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, a provocative glint in her eyes, yet she did not release him. Instead, she tightened her grip on his chin. Drawing closer, I know you are troubled. I simply wish to assist you to the best of my ability. You have no notion of what lies ahead, nor what may transpire within you. Her voice was slightly hoarse, laden with profound fatigue and a hint of helplessness. Chung Yingzhua sensed the concern and anxiety woven into her words, his expression devoid of emotion, his feelings exceedingly complex as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Squinting, he feigned indifference, responding coldly, "This is not your concern." Did he truly grasp the gravity of his actions? Ling Tian, however, revealed a cruel smile. Do you comprehend what awaits you? Are you aware of how much? As she was about to utter the words negative energy, a powerful force overwhelmed her, rendering her breathless and paling her complexion. An ethereal voice echoed, "You cannot disclose this information directly to him. Have you forgotten what you intended to tell him before? Every world has its own trajectory. Although this world is unstable, certain violations of rules cannot be revealed." Chung Yingzhua paused, sensing that her words concealed deeper meaning, his gaze growing more profound, intrigued by the enigma that was this girl. Yet, as he regarded Ling Tian's pallid countenance, his arm instinctively lifted to touch her, only to be interrupted by the unfamiliar energy emanating from her, causing him to radiate a murderous intent. "What is it that I possess?" Ling Tian looked up to find his ominous expression. Momentarily taken aback, she carefully chose her words. "I cannot tell you. But one day, you will understand." That was a day she dreaded to witness. Even if she could not alter fate, she did not want him to endure such suffering. To her surprise, Chung Yingzhua did not press further, instead falling into silence for a moment before softly acknowledging her. Ling Tian began to feel a sense of restlessness. Observing Chung Yingzhua's calm demeanor, she finally noticed the paper tucked at his waist. A glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes as she surmised it might contain vital information. Leaning slightly forward, she extended her slender arm to seize it, but Chung Yingzhua swiftly grasped her hands, pulling her into his embrace. In an instant, Ling Tian found herself seated upon his long, powerful legs, her movement freezing in place, her body paralyzed by the unexpected intimacy, his head naturally nestled into the crook of her neck, his heavy, slow breaths brushing against her sensitive skin. Ling Tian glanced down at the corner of the white paper behind him. Biting her lip, she implored, "Could you show me what is behind you? I wish to know what it is." Chung Yingzhua coldly denied her request with an authoritative tone. "No, I want to see." With her hands restrained, she found herself unable to move. Don't even think about it. "I beg you." She began to squirm, feeling the warmth radiating from him and the familiar scent enveloping her, which only served to heighten Chung Yingzhua's rigidity. Be quiet. Chapter 183. Suggestions. The two were nestled together on the narrow sofa, Chung Yingzhua embracing Ling Tian's waist, his towering frame effortlessly enveloping her petite form. Ling Tian observed the shift in his demeanor, uncertain whether to feel elated or relieved, though she couldn't deny that relief prevailed. However, in the next moment, embarrassment and urgency surged through her, reminding her of the critical nature of this situation. Her sense of relief felt rather premature. Suddenly invigorated, she withdrew and pride opened his grasp, straightening her attire as she regarded him with newfound seriousness. "Chung Yingzhua, I am not your sister. This time, You cannot command me. Ling Tian extended her hands toward him, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Give it to me. It was rare for her to adopt such a serious demeanor. It was as though the next moment he dared to refuse, she would not hesitate to take it by force. What will happen if I don't give it to you? In that moment, Ling Tian resembled an elegant, gentle cat revealing its sharp claws, lending her an air of subtle intimidation. Soft methods had failed, and it seemed a firmer approach was in order. His eye twitched violently as he replied coldly. Devoid of emotion, you can certainly try. Ling Tian frowned, advancing to push against his side with an unusual force, spotting the edge of the paper. Without hesitation, she reached out. However, the moment she grasped it, Chung Ingzua's large hand seized her wrist, making it impossible for her to disregard him. She lowered her gaze, forcing out two words. Let go. Don't push me. She could distinctly sense his suppressed breathing and simmering anger. Ling Tian ceased to placate him, boldly declaring, You are the one forcing me. Chung Ingzua, I truly do not comprehend you. You clearly need me, yet persist in uttering contradictory statements. Chung Ingzua momentarily lost focus, the fiery anger and murderous intent within him escalating. For few dared to defy him. Yet, as her words struck at the ugliness of his innermost thoughts, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Dealing with her was indeed troublesome. He suddenly felt averse to meeting her gaze, reluctantly releasing her as other matters occupied his mind, rising silently to depart the lounge. Ling Tian refrained from calling after him, picking up the paper to unveil a large illustration before her eyes, depicting a familiar location, as if she had seen it before. Indeed, it was the training ground within the city's safe zone. Why would the antagonist possess this? Ling Tian's expression grew grave as realization began to dawn upon her. This day passed in a blur, and by the following morning, Ling Tian, wishing to prevent Chung Ingzua from slipping away unnoticed, rose particularly early. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Chung Ingzua cast a glance at the two disheveled individuals. The guard station in the outskirts had been nearly vanquished by Xiao Jun's men, leaving only these two wounded survivors. Huang Xiaoi spoke gravely. Brother Zua, I believe we can wait no longer. Xiao Junjie must be aware of our operatives in hiding and is gradually beginning to take action, that we must dismantle their base. Otherwise, defeating them will be exceedingly difficult. Xiao Cixi, her wounds healing rapidly, bit her lip in indignation and declared, Do they truly think their actions are unknown to others? Their attempt to eradicate us to silence this matter is sheer arrogance, compared to Huang Xiaoi. Do you have any better suggestions? Chung Ingzua inquired, nodding slightly, his eyes narrowing coldly. Xiao Cixi's expression stiffened momentarily. She gazed at him in confusion before anxiously stammering, just tell me directly, don't be nervous. Surprisingly, Chung Ingzua exhibited remarkable patience regarding this matter. I concur with Mr. Huang's suggestion. However, this may provoke our adversaries. IT would be prudent to refrain from sending our operatives into action just yet that I am aware of Mr. Cheng's capabilities. Why not first probe their movements before proceeding with our next steps? Would that not be safer? Chung Ingzua raised an eyebrow, his demeanor cold and haughty, making him seem unapproachable. He refrained from rebuttal, merely stating, So, you wish for me to go? Indeed, Mr. Chung is the most suitable and reliable candidate. Chapter 184. Kind intentions inside, they had conversed for an indeterminate duration. Once the others departed, Chung Ingzua lingered in the lounge, making no move to exit. Did you hear everything? Chung Ingzua did not look at her, rising briskly to gaze out the window at the increasingly dim and dreary weather. Today is particularly cold. Are you certain you wish to go? She hesitated, wanting to continue speaking, but a sudden wave of discomfort made it difficult for her to articulate complete thoughts. Hence, she abandoned her intention and said, I will accompany you. There's no need for you to go. I've already made arrangements. Following their previous encounter, their relationship had inexplicably grown more strained. She recognized his aloofness as an attempt to dissuade her from participating. His coldness was indeed excessively harsh, yet Ling Tian could not bring herself to harden her heart against him. This was all superficial. He merely did not want her to meddle in this chaotic situation. Do not speak to me in such a commanding tone. I have told you. I am not your sister. I am going, without fail. In the past, he would never sacrifice his own comfort to appease others. A person like him, who was so unorthodox, would, when enraged, seek to fulfill his own twisted desires. Yet when facing her, he found himself increasingly reluctant to heed the distorted voice within him, striving to endure as best he could. While she remained oblivious to his well-meaning intentions, Chung Ingzwa felt a surge of irritation. His dark eyes concealed a flicker of anger, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Do as you wish. When the time comes, your death will be of no consequence to me." Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, her lips pressed tightly together. She could not afford to be angry with him. Even if she were, her anger would not last long, for she understood he was strenuously restraining his emotions to avoid harming her. This was indeed the greatest indulgence from a person laden with resentment. If it were anyone else who dared to speak thus, they would surely pay dearly. Only she could afford to act this way. Others could not. With this thought, Ling Tian's mood lightened instantly, her brows unfurling in a fleeting moment, appearing unperturbed. The group departing together was divided into two factions, apart from Chung Ingzwa and Ling Tian. Xiao Cixi and Huang Xiaoyi were there for better support. This operation was merely a small-scale endeavor, aimed at clarifying the situation and vulnerabilities within the city's safety zone before preparing for the remainder to act opportunistically. "Brother Zwa, everything is ready." Ling Tian instinctively glanced at the seat beside Chung Ingzwa, ultimately complying and taking a seat in the back of the car, remaining silent. Xiao Cixi and Huang Xiaoyi shared one vehicle, while Ling Tian stubbornly squeezed into Chung Ingzwa's car. Even though he was not the driver, she could not sit beside him. With Xiao Cixi present, it implied that Renshurchen's matters were unrelated to her, and Chung Ingzwa had no reason to involve someone who posed a threat to him. However, Ling Tian found herself perplexed by the ambiguous nature of her previous interactions with Renshurchen. Chapter 185. Distorted Relationships. Chung Ingzwa adjusted his black coat, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Tian, still providing no unnecessary explanations or expressions. Once the driver entered the vehicle, he calmly issued the command, "Let us depart." The driver was exceptionally steady, adept at concealing his true self, perhaps the reason Chung Ingzwa entrusted him with the driving position. The back seat was not occupied solely by Ling Tian. Two other superpowered individuals accompanied her. In the base, aside from Xiao Cixi, it was rare to encounter another female superpowered individual, rendering the entire compartment male-dominated, apart from Ling Tian. The man beside her remained immovable amidst the swaying, while Ling Tian, despite her strong resolve, found it difficult to withstand the occasional jolts. During two sharp turns, her head nearly collided with the window. Chung Ingzwa, seated in front, observed the scene through his peripheral vision, his brow slightly furrowed, his annoyance palpable as he averted his gaze to the window. Upon reaching their destination, Chung Ingzwa stood by the car, his eyes lowered as he regarded Ling Tian, who was still checking her equipment. Lost in thought, "Mr. Chung, should we not circumvent to the unguarded area here, temporarily disable the high-pressure pulse shield, allowing your mental strength to seamlessly penetrate the safety zone's base? No need for such complications. When I activate my abilities, keep a vigilant watch on the entrance of the safety zone, if anyone emerges, be sure to report to me promptly." The three men nodded in unison, while Ling Tian remained silent, neither voicing her opinion nor providing any input. Just as Chung Ingzwa turned around, Ling Tian stepped forward and grasped his arm, speaking in a hushed tone. "There are risks involved. I should go instead. I am now a member of the city's safety zone. I can assist you." Chung Ingzwa glanced at her, his deep-set eyes sharp as if hunting, and surprisingly acquiesced. "Very well." Ling Tian felt a twinge of unease, perhaps sensing that he did not regard her words with much seriousness. Therefore, she resolved to demonstrate her commitment through action. "Even if this change yielded little result, I will aid you, so please refrain from taking action until I return. Just listen to me this once, all right?" Chung Ingzwa studied her intently, pinching the bridge of his nose before awkwardly reaching out to ruffle her hair, simply uttering two words. "Go ahead, some individuals are like children who refuse to comprehend." Such individuals often lack security, akin to reclusive ostriches, ignoring all that frightens them. This is both an act of evasion and self-protection. Ling Tian exhaled deeply, relinquishing her inner turmoil as she turned ahead toward the entrance of the safety zone. "Brother, I love you. Take care of yourself and wait for me." Chang Yingzhua was momentarily stunned, almost reaching out to stop her, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Their relationship had always been distorted. Even he was unsure whether to believe her. He felt that this emotion might not endure long, and once she was gone, he might forget her. He cared for her only a little. He was not dependent on her. And with the passage of time, everything would eventually be all right. Chapter 186. Leverage. Ling Tian presented her identification card, and upon entering, her first priority was not to seek the training ground, but rather to find Xiao Junjie or Lu Jingli. Perhaps seeking Lu Jingli now was the best course of action. Apart from a few others, including Guiyu and Luo Yuhao, Lu Jingli, while not wholly trusting her, posed the least risk in their interactions. Though the male protagonist outwardly displayed little suspicion regarding her words, it did not imply he had entirely dismissed his doubts, especially given her prolonged absence. Even if others did not question her, the male protagonist certainly would not be easily fooled. He might have already had someone observing her discreetly upon her arrival. This time, Ling Tian aimed for a swift resolution. She directly contacted Lu Jingli via radio. Relieved when the latter answered, Lu Jingli was somewhat surprised upon receiving Ling Tian's call. She glanced at Xiao Junjie, who was focused on driving, her brows twitching slightly. "What is it? Let's discuss later. I'm currently unable to communicate." Xiao Li, who was on the line. Once Lu Jingli ended the call, Xiao Junjie's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his gaze sharpening. Lu Jingli maintained a neutral expression, betraying no emotion, and replied, "Just a superpowered individual who is a good friend of mine. I quite like her. Until our matters are resolved, I do not wish for her to become entangled, as the situation is precarious, and the outcome is uncertain." She refrained from revealing the name of this friend, perhaps wishing to keep it from him, knowing Xiao Junjie harbored suspicions about Ling Tian. During their previous conversation, when she inadvertently mentioned Ling Tian, his reaction had already revealed his doubts. Xiao Junjie's eyes narrowed, quickly pressing for clarification. "She is not from our safety zone?" Lu Jingli, identifying the gap in his logic, replied meaningfully while touching the radio screen. "Of course, she's from our safety zone. Otherwise, how could she connect to my radio? Your question is rather foolish, clearly a deliberate test. Everyone in the safety zone is aware that communication via radio can only connect to devices manufactured by the Xiao family. Any other modified communication equipment is rendered ineffective, which is precisely where its sophistication lies. Well, I am not afraid of your deceit, but it is rare to see you with such acquaintances, and it leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy." Xiao Junjie offered a faint smile, his tone softening as he continued. "Since this involves our safety zone, it is impossible to evade the impending conflict. It would be best not to indulge your friend." Lu Jingli's gaze shifted subtly, observing Xiao Junjie's sharply defined profile, his driving demeanor both gentle and focused. As she turned her head to look ahead, "I have my own decisions to make. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering." After the protagonist severed the communication, Ling Tian chose not to reconnect, pondering the protagonist's earlier words. After taking a few steps, she lifted her gaze to survey the unusually quiet base. Was the protagonist not present at the base? The monitor was broken, and she recalled that the protagonist had no monitor in hand. The absence of the protagonist tightened her chest with an inexplicable dread, a premonition of impending misfortune. She no longer wished to consider other factors and hastily made her way to the captain's office. Instead of knocking, she stood by the wall. Even though the sounds inside had dwindled, Ling Tian could still vaguely hear voices. "Mr. Gongwei, I truly did not expect that you would possess our communication device. I can assist you in eliminating Chang Yingzhua." The captain smiled faintly, revealing his skepticism. "That won't do. What if you conspire with Chang Yingzhua to deceive me? The losses would be substantial," Mr. Gongwei scoffed. "Do you truly believe I would betray you? If I am not mistaken, Mr. Gongwei, you must harbor a strong disdain for us, correct? We once sought to persuade you, yet you remained unyielding. What accounts for this sudden change of heart? This is something I have contemplated for quite some time, and now I have achieved clarity." Mr. Gongwei's voice resonated with a tone of resignation and depth. "That I possess incriminating evidence against you, detailing your sordid dealings, that I deliberately withheld this crucial evidence from Chang Yingzhua. Should I expose it, not only would hostilities ensue, but the government would be the first to take action against you. The leadership of your city and everyone in the safety zone would face dire consequences. Moreover, I have heard that your Tier 3 zombie experiment failed, so it would be prudent to consider your options carefully. This evidence was acquired not long ago, perhaps reflecting a certain self-interest, as he had not handed it over to Chengzhua. When she heard the name Gong Wei, Ling Tian was taken aback, swiftly retrieving the communication device that Huang Xiaoyi had given her to connect with him. Now, not only could she hear clearly, but Huang Xiaoyi could as well. Those destined to betray would indeed betray. Those marked for death would meet their fate. What, then, was her role in all this? Chapter 187. The sound of explosions. Ling Tian had no intention of seeking out the captain, as she would not linger for long, and her presence might only create unnecessary complications. She placed her trust in Huang Xiaoyi, confident that he would promptly report to Chengzhua and thwart Mr. Gong Wei's defection. After severing the communication, she chanted Conling softly as she headed toward the training grounds, fixated on confirming one particular matter. Once that was resolved, she would hasten to find Chengzhua. Ling Tian skillfully avoided the heavily monitored corridors, maintaining a vigilant eye for any suspicious movements. Upon arriving at the training grounds, she was met with a congregation of numerous combatants, almost filling the entire arena. Ling Tian had no intention of joining the throng. Instead, she cautiously surveyed the architectural layout, particularly the central area of the ground. Realizing that Kong Ling was still present, she engaged it in silent conversation. Kong Ling, could you assist me in discerning whether there are any hidden compartments or concealed passages here? This place? Yes, Ling Tian affirmed. Beneath the base lies a hidden passage that connects to the center of this training ground. For reasons unknown, Kong Ling was unusually forthcoming this time, revealing this information directly. Thank you. I appreciate it. Along her path, Ling Tian intercepted a female superhuman, retrieving a cold steel knife from her space to pass on to Luo Yuhao, as she had no further reason to remain. She hoped that one day she would possess the capability to protect herself. This cold steel knife symbolized her small token of goodwill. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar, capturing all of Ling Tian's thoughts, as well as the attention of everyone in the city, drawn toward the distant sound of the blast. What on earth had transpired? Quickly report to the captain. The individuals on the training ground rushed out to assess the situation. Some hurried to the preparation room, while others went to inform the captain. Ling Tian lifted her gaze to the dissipating smoke in the sky, her brow furrowing in concern as she dashed toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, however, the guards obstructed her path, informing her that the situation was exceptional. All personnel entering, except for those designated as special, were required to obtain approval from higher authorities before exiting. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the direction of the rising smoke, her impatience mounting. Clenching her fists, she turned and, taking advantage of the guards' momentary distraction, summoned a gust of wind that sent them flying. They barely had time to cry out before they vanished from sight. Moments after emerging, a loud alarm echoed throughout the safety zone. They must have discovered her. Moreover, she felt an unsettling sense that the safety zone was less populated than usual. The number of individuals in the training ground seemed disproportionately low, and the guard's words compelled her to consider ominous possibilities. Ultimately, Ling Tian could not suppress her inner turmoil and sought out Chengzhua. Just as she suspected, he was gone. He had not waited for her, but had left abruptly. Her foreboding intuition intensified, and Ling Tian could only hope he had received the information from Huang Xiaoyi that prompted his sudden departure. Fearing that the smoke signified Mr. Gongwei's desperate struggle rather than an assault orchestrated by the male lead. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, prompting her pace to quicken as she desperately fished out the communication device, hoping for a swift connection with Huang Xiaoyi. However, the device remained unresponsive. Ling Tian clenched her fists, her hands and lips trembling, her mind plagued by ominous visions, her heart racing like a tumultuous storm, restless and unable to find peace. Encountering several ordinary zombies along her path, she disregarded them, sending them all flying with her winds, none daring to approach her. Chapter 188. Beyond rescue, Ling Tian traversed several streets, advancing toward the source of the explosion. Aside from zombies, she encountered superhumans lurking in the shadows, ready to attack. It was evident that they had laid an ambush. She was certain she had wandered into a trap. The number of zombies had significantly dwindled. And a mere 100 meters to the east stood Cheng Ying's base, amplifying her sense of impending danger. Upon crossing intersection, 7 or 8 superhumans launched an assault against her, fireworks exploding from the windows of the high-rise buildings as artillery. Smoke grenades and grenades rained down upon her. Ling Tian dodged. She erected a protective barrier around herself, while simultaneously compressing the space within the high-rise corners until the structure teetered on the brink of collapse. She evaded the falling debris while utilizing her abilities to eliminate the attacking superhumans. Leaving only one remaining, he fled. He tossed a smoke grenade and an unidentified green object into the air. Instantly, the area was shrouded in smoke, prompting Ling Tian to retreat cautiously, creating distance from the mysterious object. Shadows swiftly emerged from the ground, dividing into numerous tendrils. That moment, a vine struck from behind, only to be thwarted by her barrier. She summoned wind blades to sever the advancing vines. Upon teleporting closer, she beheld a sunflower, nearly human-sized, with a gaping maw at its center, resembling a bloodthirsty mouth. Spewing seeds like blades, its roots were as thick as a thigh, sprouting additional tendrils that a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Tian's eyes as she swiftly dispatched the growing vines with her wind blades. Seizing the opportunity to slice through the mutated sunflower's roots, a green crystal core erupted, accompanied by a surge of green liquid. Deprived of energy, the sunflower gradually withered, void of vitality. Ling Tian blew away the liquid, gathering the crystal core while continuing to scan her surroundings, her grip tightening around the core. Could it be that not only the male lead's forces were present, but others had infiltrated as well? This mutated sunflower bore similarities to the mutated flowers in the forest. What powers enabled these plants to spring forth from thin air and be readily mobilized? Regardless, without the crystal core, the mutated plants rarely exhibited formidable aggression. As she drew closer to the location of the energy fluctuations, the air grew colder, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky, swirling like goose feathers and carpeting the ground. The snow melted upon contact, soaking into the earth and clinging to her clothing, adorning her like a cloak of silver. Ling Tian anxiously searched for Cheng Ying's figure, her other hand clutching the communication device, when suddenly she detected a faint frequency emanating from it. She turned toward the ruins behind a multitude of corpses, her body now completely engulfed. Beneath a massive stone block, a lifeless hand lay sprawled on the ground, its blood congealed upon the earth. Ling Tian approached hesitantly, summoning the wind to clear the debris, her gaze fixed with trepidation upon the indistinct face, her palms clammy with cold sweat. Though her features remained obscured, the attire and the communicator in hand left no room for doubt. This was Huang Xiaoyi. He was dead. Now, any hope of salvation was extinguished. And what of Cheng Ying's? She gazed mournfully at the indistinct visage of Huang Xiaoyi, her fists clenched tightly as the swirling snowflakes descended upon his blood-stained collar, staining it with a vivid crimson hue. Ling Tian meandered down a narrow, shadowy alley, the surroundings plunging into darkness. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence behind her, and before she could brace herself, she was drawn into an embrace. Ling Tian froze, her eyes already reddened with tears, and upon catching a glimpse of that familiar silhouette in the dim light, she eagerly wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, her cheek resting against him as her voice quivered. "I thought something had happened to you. Are you all right now?" Just as she finished speaking, a chill swept through her, and a faint metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses. She looked down to find deepening stains marring his black shirt. Blood. Chapter 189. Words unspoken. Ling Tian panicked, on the verge of uttering something when he tightened his grip around her throat, breathlessly forcing out a question. "Why did you come here?" "To save you." She met his wrathful gaze, neither struggling nor expressing surprise, and without a second thought, she confessed her intent. Cheng Ying's furrowed his brow, veins throbbing on his forehead. After receiving news from Huang Xiaoyi, he had abandoned any plans to invade the safe zone and rushed to find the officer. offering no chance for defense before eliminating him and the remaining superpowered individuals by his side. Yet shortly thereafter, he found himself flanked by Xiao Junjia's men, enduring relentless assaults and amidst the chaos. He was unexpectedly slashed by an unidentified high-level zombie. After dispatching them, Chang Yingzhou lost contact with Huang Xiaoyi, failing to locate the original site. Only remnants of the battle and scattered corpses remained. When he discovered Huang Xiaoyi buried beneath the rubble, a fury unlike any he had ever felt surged within him, that a savage emotion engulfed his being, intensifying with each passing moment. He was desperate to find an outlet, to eliminate everyone who opposed him, to exact the price for those who had perished by his side. Get lost. Never show yourself before me again. Chang Yingzhou released her throat, unhesitatingly pushing her away. His gaze icy and laced with an inescapable malice. The tumultuous negative energy and dark aura radiating from him were more potent than ever, perhaps presenting Ling Tian with a rare opportunity. However, in that moment, she had no desire to absorb his negativity or heed his command to leave. Instead, she took a reckless chance, channeling the energy from the crystal core in her hand to mend his wounds. Chang Yingzhu's eyes reddened, a tremor coursing through him. Though his hands remained steadied, I do not require your assistance. I simply need you to vanish from my sight. Immediately, Ling Tian fell silent, yet raised her dazed eyes to meet his. All extraneous thoughts dissipating, she could no longer afford to ponder. His fury morphed into a twisted smile. Why the silence? Or do you truly wish for me to take action? Ling Tian finally spoke. What do you wish for me to say? You've already made up your mind to cast me aside. No matter my words, they are rendered meaningless, so why prolong this conversation? Moreover, if you truly intend to strike, permit me to heal your wounds first. Lest you faint, he had grown so cold that communication felt futile. Even if she spoke at length, it would serve no purpose. Her earlier words were merely a plea for him to reconsider. Chang Yingzhou was no fool. He understood the necessity of discernment in his favor. A mere scratch was inconsequential to him, yet he was still flesh and blood, and wounds could indeed affect his combat effectiveness. This time, he was determined to eradicate all who obstructed him, allowing no distractions whatsoever. Absolutely none. Chang Yingzhou fixed her with a penetrating gaze, his irritation palpable. He struggled to reconcile himself to a gentler demeanor towards her, fearing that his restraint might falter, leading him to commit unspeakable acts. Torn internally, he questioned why she did not simply perish, why she bore such a striking resemblance to that vexatious Chang Tian. Just the thought of it filled him with revulsion, a desire to eliminate her, to assuage his vexation. Yet reason and their shared experiences reminded him that she was not Chang Tian. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Once her wounds were treated, Chang Yingzhou refrained from attacking her, instead turning to depart in the opposite direction, intent on confronting Xiao Junjia and his allies, ready to tear them apart. His fists were clenched tight, cloaked in a shroud of darkness and malice. Ling Tian did not impede his path. Even if she attempted to intervene, she could not alter his resolve, and thus she silently trailed behind, determined to protect him. However, given his mental acuity, how could he possibly overlook her presence? He merely chose to feign ignorance, exhibiting a stark contrast between his sharp tongue and tender heart. Chapter 190. The choice the streets lay in disarray. The sounds of explosions and gunfire ringing incessantly as the snowfall intensified. Chang Yingzhu's subordinates fell victim to ambushes, two superpowered individuals succumbing to gunfire while the others engaged in desperate battles, fervently hoping for Chang Yingzhu's swift return. Xiao Cixi, accompanied by the remaining superpowered individuals, rushed to the scene to provide reinforcements. Soon, Chang Yingzhou sensed an anomaly, hastening his steps toward the eastern district, his aura saturated with lethal intent. Ling Tian closely followed, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. As expected, at the crossroads, Xiao Junjia and Lu Jingli emerged simultaneously. Initially unnoticed by Ling Tian, it was only when a troop of soldiers clad in military uniforms encircled them that Xiao Junjia and Lu Jingli stepped forward. UV lost. Xiao Junjia, also clad in military attire, stood tall, a smile reminiscent of melting spring snow gracing his features. It seems my plan has unfolded seamlessly. Fortunate that I had some insight into Mr. Chung, or the outcome might have been quite different. His demeanor remained composed as he delicately covered his lips, shrugging with feigned indignation. It was unexpected that the officer would meet his demise so quickly. Just half an hour ago, he was earnestly plotting to conspire with me to eliminate you. Yeah, I hardly coveted his assistance. What a pity. Had you not sought out Huang Xiaoyi, perhaps there would have been an opportunity for a turnaround, or to defeat me. However, you chose to act impulsively, missing the optimal moment for rescue. I suspect the rescue team has already been dispatched by the military. Wouldn't you agree? Chung Yingzhou paid little heed. Recognizing that certain matters had reached an irreversible conclusion, his gaze bore into Xiao Junjie, the weight of his murderous intent palpable. Huang Xiaoyi. Was it you who killed him? Xiao Junjie brazenly acknowledged. It was indeed I who did so. At this juncture, what is there to shy away from? He had no intention of concealing the truth. In the next moment, ice rapidly spread from under Chung Yingzhuo's feet, freezing the ground beneath him into a glimmering sculpture of ice. The soldiers, witnessing this, scattered in haste, some leaping onto buildings, while 2 or 3 unfortunate souls were transformed into lifeless ice figures. Breaking free from the encirclement, Chung Yingzhou advanced to launch an attack against Xiao Junjie. With Lu Jingli joining the fray, plunging the scene into chaos, flames erupting all around. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tian intervened to assist Chung Yingzhou against the formidable soldiers. The government's military was not to be underestimated, though not particularly strong. They were certainly not weak. Chung Yingzhou momentarily distracted, Xiao Junjie swiftly swung his blade towards his neck, but Ling Tian reacted instinctively, positioning herself before him to create an absolute defense against the strike. Chung Yingzhou furrowed his brow, and in her clear gaze he seemed to glimpse his own reflection. He squinted, the urge to utter cruel words rising within him, yet her delicate fingers pressed gently against his lips, silencing him. Lu Jingli stared in disbelief at Ling Tian's back, her emotions a tumultuous blend as she hesitated before calling out, "Junjie, stop!" Xiao Junjie, though taken aback, furrowed his brow and indeed ceased his actions, lowering his weapon. However, as his gaze fell upon the fallen soldiers and Lu Jingli's tense expression, he averted his eyes, closing them momentarily to suppress his feelings, forcing out a stiff remark. "Xiaoli, whose side are you truly on?" Lu Jingli paused, her tone resolute. "I am, of course, on your side, but I have a question for her." Ling Tian caught a glimpse of her from the corner of her eye, then lowered her fingers, turning to face Lu Jingli. This was the very scenario she had dreaded, and now it had come to pass. Lu Jingli lowered her head in silence for a moment, before finally raising it to gaze elsewhere as she hastily inquired, "Why are you doing this?" Ling Tian exhaled deeply. "Xiaoli, I wish I could explain, but some matters you may never grasp. It is challenging to elucidate clearly for you. Regarding today's choice, I can only offer 4 words. I will accompany you to the end." Lu Jingli pursed her lips, her gaze shifting to Ling Tian as she sought any hint of jest upon her face. But none appeared. It was as if she were trapped in a dream, for Ling Tian had now become her adversary. That it was perplexing. She had once believed that Ling Tian would become a close friend. Yet fate had rendered them foes. Chapter 191. Nightmare nightfall had descended, blanketing the earth in a shroud of white. Enveloped by the relentless snowfall, Chung Yingzhuo's gaze remained fixed on Ling Tian's petite silhouette, dark circles under his eyes betraying the sleepless nights he had endured. Every time he lay beside her, a haze of indistinct images would materialize in his mind, shadows of figures whose faces remained obscured. Yet, with every recollection, his heart, which had never been truly filled, curiously swelled with a warmth akin to that of a lived experience. The scene, whether populated by people or objects, exuded a sense of tenderness that he found neither repulsive nor perplexing. Rather, it felt familiar, as though this was the life he had longed for, a life of simplicity suffused with happiness. Gazing at her silhouette only deepened this impression. In that moment, he relinquished all internal struggles, casting aside the winding thoughts and obsessions that plagued him. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, her presence gradually transformed his negative energy, softening it significantly in her vicinity. Whether he won or lost became inconsequential, for in his eyes, This wretched world was destined to meet its end. That he was acutely aware that Xiao Junjia had planted a bomb here, and his arrival was merely to settle scores. He was prepared to embrace death, which he found not terrifying, but rather a necessary conclusion to be reached. In a sense, she had salvaged this world. Her existence ignited a flicker of hope within him, suggesting that perhaps circumstances were not as dire as he had imagined. Just as Xiao Junjia, Lu Jingli, and a handful of remaining soldiers prepared to launch their assault, Cheng Yingzhua grasped her wrist, suddenly recalling the name he had been unable to remember on that fateful day. Leaning close to her ear, his lips barely moved. Ling Tian, I love you. So don't worry about me. In the next instant, he took decisive action, forcefully flinging her away, standing alone against the throng. No. Safely landing, Ling Tian looked up in panic, swiftly exerting herself to break free from the mental tether. The distance and obscurity rendered her unable to see clearly. Only the sounds of combat and the flashes of friction reached her ears. Utilizing the faint light, she hastened toward the central area. However, just as she believed she could reach it, an explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding light that surged forth from the center. Unlike the previous minor explosions, this one shattered the surrounding building glass, sending debris flying outward. The force of the blast propelled Ling Tian a considerable distance, and in an instant, she glimpsed the collapse of structures, reduced to ruins. Her complexion paled. Her mind clouded until she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Ling Tian jolted awake, her vision clouded by indistinct figures and an unrelenting heartbeat. Gasping for breath, her gaze flitted about the familiar room, where darkness still enveloped the window. Turning her head, she found him still there, lying beside her. Her brother was alive. He had not perished. In this moment, she could no longer discern the reality of her surroundings. What happened? Cheng Yingzhua, recovering from high fever, had returned to normalcy. He sat up, his large palm brushing across her pale cheek, his deep-set eyes reflecting a strange yet tender warmth. Did you have a nightmare? Ling Tian, overwhelmed, could not contain her emotions and clutched him tightly. As if fearing he might vanish in the next moment, he gazed at her intently, his expression shifting, his voice low and hoarse. Why the silence? Is there something I should not know? She exhaled deeply, contemplating her words before speaking. I had a nightmare in which you died, without even a body. Cheng Yingzhua pried her hands apart, his expression betraying no surprise. Though a subtle smile played on his lips. Do not fear. Am I not here, alive and well? Chapter 192. Convergence. Ling Tian had lost the will to inquire about the ethereal being. It likely was not present now. In this vast expanse of worlds, it could not be expected to oversee this realm perpetually. Many times, if she did not ask it, days would pass without a word from it. Cheng Yingzhua. She felt a connection, as if they shared a telepathic bond. Cradling his face in her hands, she watched the slight flutter of his curled eyelashes against his deep-set eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. Nervously, she declared, I will always be by your side. Do not even think of abandoning me. Cheng Yingzhua's gaze turned enigmatic as he gently caressed her icy cheek, sighing softly. I want tea. He took her delicate hand and suddenly slipped his long fingers beneath her collar, grazing her smooth shoulder. Upon feeling a faint scar, he furrowed his brow in concern but withdrew his fingers after a tender caress. He intended to remind her to rest, yet before he could, she lunged forward, pulling him down onto her. The warmth of her body, mingled with a subtle fragrance, enveloped him. Cheng Yingzhua quickly tensed, his breath growing heavy, his body rigid. He was acutely aware of his recent enhancement of abilities. Although it had stabilized, it was merely superficial. What if he lost control and harmed her? Moreover, a hint of helplessness crossed his brow. His voice low. Stop it. Ling Tian gradually rose, her arms propping against either side of his head as she met his rigid gaze, drawing closer until their breaths intertwined. Brother, don't you desire this? Cheng Yingzhua's brow relaxed. The stiffness in his eyes softened, revealing a hint of gentleness. Suppressing the burning desire within, he leaned forward slowly, inching closer until his lips met hers. Their kiss was fleeting, even more innocent than their first. All right, now sleep. He embraced her, reclining against the headboard, turning his body to hold her tightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ling Tian felt a mix of confusion and irritation. She had been so proactive, yet all she sought was a single kiss. Her lips grew parched, and with her doe-like eyes glistening, she pressed her soft body against him, her delicate arms encircling his waist. The temperature in the room was no longer the chill it had been. Warmth enveloped them. Even the breath she exhaled was heated. "I don't want to sleep." Cheng Yingzhua closed his eyes, cloaked in the dim light that no one could perceive, the storm of madness and darkness roiling beneath his calm exterior. He vividly remembered how reluctant he had been. Her words and expressions lingered in his mind, yet it had all come too late. Thank goodness he had not truly died. She remained by his side. What he once believed to be an exquisite fantasy was now proved real, not mere delusion. One knew how taut his sensitive nerves were, but she was his little girl, a treasure he wished to cherish with his life. As long as he could maintain control, the warmth of her breath fell upon his lips, her presence intoxicatingly sweet. After a moment's hesitation, he discarded his thoughts, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Kissing the corner of her lips with patience and gentleness, that moment. Ling Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, her mouth covered, rendering her voiceless. 1 second, 2 seconds. Cheng Yingzhua could hear his heart racing, soon resembling a startled fawn. As the rush of blood echoed in his ears, excitement surging through him, he tightened his grip around her waist, his fervent kisses gradually trailing downwards. The night was enchanting, the temperature in the room steadily rising. Both succumbing to the escalating heat. Last night, they had been preoccupied until late. Though Ling Tian had upgraded her abilities, she still felt somewhat unwell. Nevertheless, she rose, for there was a battle to be fought, one of great significance for many. She had memorized the layout of the city's safe zone, identifying the most suspicious areas divided between the suburbs and the training grounds within the safe zone. The suburbs were perilous. Cheng Yingzhua had ventured there before, where mutated flora flourished. The optimal point of attack lay in the city's training grounds, yet it was heavily guarded, with military personnel stationed in the safe zone, making it equally challenging to breach. Moreover, certain individuals within the safe zone were undoubtedly conducting nefarious experiments. The chips from that time must have been advanced weaponry. Otherwise, such formidable zombies could not have been controlled. Chapter 193. Disappointment after a long pause. A trace of bitterness flickered across her gaze as she struggled to find the right words. Finally, in a tangle of emotions, she spoke. "Do you know what my parents are currently experiencing?" Suddenly. "Are they worried about me?" However, her parents, though cold and unreasonable, somewhat greedy, had never shown much concern for her. Yet blood runs thicker than water. Since they had given her life, she could not simply disregard them. On one side were those who cared for her, while on the other were the parents who had given her life. Most would likely choose the latter. Yet, she was different, wrestling with her conscience, desperately in need of a reason. The ethereal being seemed somewhat awkward, more rigid than anything else, as it pondered her words, finally responding. "Your parents are demanding compensation from your school. That is all I can disclose." Compensation? Ling Tian echoed the 3 words that had seized her attention, realization dawning upon her. The hope in her eyes dimmed, slowly lowering her gaze, rendered speechless and lifeless. Those 3 simple words explained everything. She was a soul traversing realms. Her physical form still at the school. She felt no anger. Surely someone would assume she had perished. The school could not escape culpability until investigations revealed whose fault it was, lacking solid evidence to prove the school's wrongdoing. They would not incur losses. Unless her parents were exceedingly desperate for the money, they would not rush to demand compensation without having established the exact cause of her death. Moreover, her physical form was intact, showing no fatal wounds or signs of poisoning. This action left her without justification for their demands. After pausing for a few seconds, she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes rimmed with red, and a sardonic smile graced her lips. "Is this all they are concerned about regarding me?" Kong Ling raised her brows in confusion and remarked with a calm demeanor, "I do not quite understand the worries of you humans. In any case, your parents have mentioned compensation the most." Kong Ling remained silent. After Ling Tian finished speaking, she felt utterly drained, her throat parched, and her entire body trembled slightly as she raised a hand to shield her eyes. She was unsure of what she ought to be sorrowful about. She thought she had matured enough to refrain from shedding tears easily. Yet here she was, weeping like a child over this. Look at you, Ling Tian. You truly are a jester. You care deeply within, yet the other party has never regarded you, constantly engaging in actions that cause you pain, leading to your disappointment. Countless times in her childhood. On those pitch-black nights, she had cried in this manner, with no one aware of her plight, save for herself. Ling Tian was uncertain when she had started to control her emotions. She merely instinctively sought out Chang Yingzhua, who stood outside the enclosure where Chang Tian's parents were trapped, gazing intently at their pale, contorted faces, his brows furrowed. Chang Yingzhua had noticed her, turning to follow her gaze, observing the redness around her eyes. And as his gaze swept across her delicate face, a hint of concern emerged. He strode toward her, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace with one arm, while gently caressing her fair cheek with the other. "Have you been crying?" Ling Tian met his complex gaze and haughtily shook her head. Chang Yingzhua was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming slightly dazed as he aligned his gaze with hers, their noses almost touching, their breaths intertwining. "Ling Tian, some things are evident without needing to be spoken. Do not keep them bottled within." Ling Tian was slightly startled, her long lashes concealing the anomaly in her eyes, and she took a few steps back, breaking free from his embrace. "You, brother, it seems you have never called me that before." Indeed, in the past, Chang Yingzhua would call her by her full name, Chang Tan, never by Ling Tian, as he understood that she needed the identity of Chang Tian as the best disguise. Yet the other him, though similar in tone, bore subtle differences. Could this be the consequence of the merging of timelines? Chapter 194. Infiltration. Chang Yingzhua was always so quiet, coldly serene, yet his expression bore a smile that somehow harmonized with the word gentle. Perhaps she had gone mad, for she found it oddly pleasing to the eye. There was an unsettling feeling, indescribable in its discomfort, entirely unlike before. Yet Chang Yingzhua turned her face toward him, directly conveying, "I remember everything. Everything the other me has done is etched in my mind, that if we were not the same entity, I might even feel jealous." Tian Tian. Ling Tian locked eyes with his dark, stern gaze, and he caught a glimmer of joy within her eyes, stirring a ripple of emotions in his heart. "Is this what you have longed to tell me? That I will die at the hands of Xiao Junjia?" His lean muscles were well defined beneath his thin clothing. At such close proximity, they were nearly in each other's embrace. Instinctively, Ling Tian shook off the abnormal thoughts, stepping aside to the railing outside the enclosure, her expression turning grave as she looked upon her long-sought parents. "You will not die, and no one will perish. Innocent lives will certainly be spared. Only the true instigator shall pay the price." After discussing concrete actions with Chang Yingzhua, Ling Tian gathered Lu Jingli, Huang Xiaoyi, Yi Zixing, and all the capable superhumans to relay the entire plan, primarily intended for infiltrating the city's safety zone base. The majority of others aimed to create trouble for the city's safety zone, drawing the attention of the male lead, while Chang Yingzhua and Ling Tian were tasked with secretly infiltrating the safety zone. However, the plan proved to be challenging. Halfway through, Chang Yingzhua managed to control the guards, allowing them to enter the safety zone smoothly. Ling Tian was entirely focused, meticulously distributing routes and calculating distances with remarkable precision. She guided Chang Yingzhua according to the terrain, bypassing several superhumans, until they reached the training ground. With Chang Yingzhua's assistance, the underground entrance at the center of the training ground opened, and upon entry, it obediently closed behind them. Ling Tian gazed in astonishment at the underground corridor, where lights flickered to life one by one upon their arrival, illuminating a lengthy path leading to an undisclosed destination. Chang Yingzhua remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Ling Tian pressed onward, traversing dimly lit corridors lined with numerous small, mysterious laboratories, filled with unidentifiable specimens contained within jars. She absorbed the sight of this laboratory and equipment, which she had only ever witnessed in science fiction films. There was no one around. It seemed unlikely anyone would be present, as these laboratories were too small to accommodate anything other than specimens. However, Ling Tian soon grew uneasy. As they approached the corridor's end, A sudden crash of shattering glass and violent impacts erupted from a tightly sealed laboratory nearby, accompanied by faint, agonizing cries that sounded horrendous. There could only be one possibility. Something sinister was confined within, most likely a zombie. Chung Ingzwa appeared even more excited than she was, a rare glimmer of exhilaration breaking through his calm demeanor. They truly know how to hide. He shielded Ling Tian behind him, his expression turning serious as he commanded, "I will investigate the situation. You must continue forward, and I will be right back. It's too dangerous. What if it's a formidable zombie? Moreover, this door does not seem ordinary. If discovered, it could spell trouble." Chung Ingzwa chuckled awkwardly, ruffling her hair. "I have my own methods. You need only proceed ahead. I won't come a harm. Be good." Ling Tian had always known he was powerful. Her worry stemmed from the possibility that those individuals might have completed the third-tier zombies, a being so formidable that even the original author of the novel dared not include it. Chapter 195. Evidence. Ling Tian furrowed her brows, her voice lowered. "No, I absolutely cannot allow you to undertake such a perilous task. Brother, this time, you must heed my words." She grasped Chung Ingzwa's hand, stepping forward resolutely. Let alone zombies, this enclosed space posed a risk. If discovered by the individuals within, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed, and she could not permit him to take such a risk. Chung Ingzwa couldn't help but smile, secretly pleased by her concern, yet simultaneously feeling regretful, for he yearned to uncover what secrets lay hidden within that laboratory. After traversing a lengthy corridor, it seemed someone had already detected their presence. As an alarm suddenly blared up by the time they reached the exit, Ling Tian had already retrieved her long-unused phone, devoid of signal, to capture several photographs and record a video for evidence. Upon exiting, she was met with an unexpected delight, a massive machine connected to a conveyor belt and a gate at the exit. Laden with manufactured weapons, surrounded by numerous tents filled with countless parts. Behind them stood 7 or 8 tent-like structures. The area was lush with vegetation, dense woodlands reminiscent of the safety zone as terrain. "Someone has intruded. Quickly, notify Professor Yu and Chang Xiaoye. Contact him immediately. An outsider has broken in. Hurry and summon assistance." The personnel inspecting the machines panicked, some contemplating escape. They appeared to be ordinary individuals. Ling Tian and Chung Ingzwa managed to subdue them all. However, they were remarkably obstinate, refusing to divulge a single word, even attempting to attack Ling Tian with the weapons at hand, only for Chung Ingzwa to freeze their arms with his powers, their expressions contorted in pain. And one individual, overwhelmed by fear, attempted to reveal the truth, but a horrific scream erupted, producing a violent sound wave that caused the ground to tremble. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. Ling Tian muttered a curse, while Chung Ingzwa narrowed his eyes, unhesitatingly grasping the wrist of the girl beside him as they retreated deeper into the woods. "They are coming. Huang Xiaoyi will need a bit more time to provide support. We cannot engage yet." He sprinted while holding Ling Tian, surveying the terrain with keen observation, and skillfully lifted her into his arms, utilizing his remarkable leaping ability to land upon a thick tree trunk that could support their combined weight. Indeed, mere seconds after they ascended, individuals arrived, likely from the city's safety zone, but not military soldiers. Where did they go? They must not be allowed to escape. A man in a white lab coat. Professor Yu approached with a smile, saying meaningfully, "Rest assured, everything here is filled with my meticulously crafted treasures. Escaping this suburban area won't be easy." Ling Tian felt an ominous premonition, tightening her grip on Chung Ingzwa's broad palm, suddenly recalling the mutated plants. Who is this man? As they departed, Huang Xiaoyi, accompanied by several superhumans, also entered the suburbs in search of Chung Ingzwa, encountering mutated plants along the way. Meanwhile, Lu Jingli was still entangled with Xiao Junjie, while Yi Zixing engaged other superhumans in thwarting the ordinary individuals and superhumans attacking with artillery, resulting in a chaotic scene. "Miss Lu, I do not wish to become your enemy. The military will arrive shortly. It would be best for you to leave swiftly." Xiao Junjie spoke calmly, his tone steady, albeit with a slight tremor. His shirt bore signs of wear, and a scar marred his once impeccable face, which had long since lost its usual elegance. Lu Jingli paused momentarily, turning to exchange a glance with Yi Zixing, her lips pressed tightly together to why Yi Zixing remarked, "It's about time." Lu Jingli nodded, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on Xiao Junjia as she activated the electromagnetic field to create a localized explosion, providing cover for Yi Zixing and the remaining teammates to escape. However, at that moment, soldiers from the military arrived, and to her surprise, the leader was the captain who had not left the base for an extended period. "Hurry, pursue them. Do not let them escape." Xiao Junjia frowned, his gaze sharp with concealed ulterior motives as he intercepted the captain, his voice slightly hoarse. "Captain, with you leading these soldiers, are you not concerned about potential traps in this pursuit?" His hidden hand instinctively tightened its grip. Chapter 196. Distinction. Song Sui halted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Mingchen, arching an eyebrow as he inquired, "Your injury has healed. Should you not seek out your companions? Why are you following me?" Chen Mingchen was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the smooth, unblemished skin of his arm, lost in contemplation. After being taken away by Song Sui, he could not deny a twinge of fear within him, subconsciously believing that Song Sui might consume him like other zombies. After all, he could think of no other reason for capturing him that would benefit Song Sui. Following his infection, he gradually came to terms with his fate, having resigned himself to death, until Song Sui held a crystal core in his palm and, with his other hand, gently guided a wave of soothing energy into his wound, as he watched the injury heal gradually. The light from Song Sui's clenched fingers dimmed until it vanished entirely along with the crystal core. The reason for saving him with the crystal core was merely a convenient absorption of its energy while offering assistance, coupled with a hint of his own selfish desire. Transforming into a zombie would undoubtedly lack excitement and purpose. He had never kept a living prey or attempted to cultivate one, but at least it would alleviate the tedium. And this boy was indeed rather Navi. I still do not know their exact location. Searching for them would be too troublesome, and I have no idea where to go. Staying by your side allows me to search for them, while also seeing if I could be of any assistance to you. Are you suggesting that you would help me? Chen Mingchen nodded. Song Sui's brow relaxed, a smile gracing his lips, though with a hint of regret he replied, "I am sorry, but you may not be able to assist me." Chen Mingchen recognized his own limitations, aware that he lacked the innate talent to grow stronger. Yet, the more he felt that way, the more he believed he should strive to learn. Strength was never merely a matter of talent, but rather a product of effort, experience, and hardship. Without enduring these trials, one could not claim true strength. Mr. Song, you are speaking in possibilities. I do not owe anyone anything. Even if I cannot help, it is still good to accompany you. Accompany me? Song Sui seemed captivated by a particular phrase, the usually placid depths of his eyes shimmering with subtle ripples. The casually indifferent expression he often wore shifted to one of earnestness, but he stepped closer to Chen Mingchen, fists clenched in an effort to contain the black energy emanating from him, though a portion still leaked out, swirling around him like an uncontrollable emotion. As a zombie, do you think that if I were hungry, I might consider you a temporary snack to replenish my nutrients? He was but a small step away, yet that distance felt like a limit, perhaps one that they both needed to maintain. Getting too close would only lead to harm. Chen Mingchen understood that Song Sui was attempting to intimidate him, but remained unfazed. If you wish to consume me, you would not have waited until now. Nor would you have saved me. You are not a zombie. You possess consciousness, thought, and capability. Aside from the physical changes, you are no different from me or anyone else. There is no need for you to distinguish yourself so. Song Sui paused, his gaze steady yet profound. Is that so? Is it truly that way? Then why? When he became conscious, did he possess no memories at all? Yet in the next moment, the distant sound of footsteps and gunfire caused his expression to darken. Chen Mingchen also grasped the situation, his demeanor tightening as he urged Song Sui to hide, but he remained motionless. I am nearing the conclusion of this. After the main text concludes, I will write several side stories to fill in the gaps. Chapter 197. Leakage pursued relentlessly by the military. They pressed on, and over here, Guayu, having located Lu Liang and Yu Zai, joined forces with Lu Jingli and Yi Zixing, bringing along a contingent of superpowered individuals. Their numbers paled in comparison to the military and the city's security forces, as many were newly joined superpowered individuals, lacking the strength of those from the city's security. Chen Mingchen noticed a few of his classmates among the approaching group and attempted to reach them, only to be halted by Song Sui. They seem to have encountered trouble. Why are you stopping me? Song Sui's expression turned grave, his brow arching slightly as he replied coolly, going alone would be futile. And do you not see that those pursuing them are clad in military uniforms? And so what? They're my classmates. The MY family is gone. The only familiar faces left are them. While I do not understand why the military is pursuing them, I cannot simply ignore them. Observing Chen Mingchen's agitation, Song Sui suddenly became intrigued. I never said I would disregard them. Why the rush? In a moment of clarity, he detected an unusual aura, his gaze sharpening as he met Chen Mingchen's rigid stare. The jovial light in his dark eyes extinguished. Have you noticed someone watching us? Chen Mingchen paused for a few seconds, and as Song Sui turned to activate the magnetic field, the dust on the ground trembled, and the atmosphere of pressure surged at AS. If sensing the opponent's position, he refrained from attacking, instead smiling in confusion. The temperature of the scene plummeted, and a hint of murderous intent seeped into his tone. Xiao Junjie revealed himself, preparing to speak, when his communicator vibrated ominously. With a furrowed brow, he silently turned away from the group. Quickly follow him, Chen Mingchen urged, pursuing him without hesitation. In roughly 4 minutes, Xiao Junjie reached the base. Every time a superpowered individual spotted him, they greeted him with respect, to which he politely nodded. Yet even this could not impede his hurried pace as the central mechanism of the training ground activated. Xiao Junjie entered the secret passage without hesitation, proceeding into the laboratory. Professor Yu, clad in a white lab coat, was engrossed in the data, scrolling across the screen while typing on the console. And the zombie contained within the central chamber remained silent, its body punctured with data tubes, eyes shut tight, features tense. Our secret base has been compromised. 2 individuals have infiltrated the passage and captured evidence. Professor Yu halted his task, pressing a button that swiftly redirected the screen to footage captured by the cameras, revealing the faces of Ling Tian and Cheng Yingzhu. Xiao Junjie glanced at it, pondering for a few seconds. So, where are my people? Young Master Xiao, I will ensure the safety of the technician from the Xiao family. Rest assured, they're still here, but Xiao Junjie furrowed his brow, his eyes icy. But what? I regret to inform you that some individuals suffered severe frostbite, and the cold has penetrated their bodies, causing them to miss the critical rescue window, resulting in their deaths. Xiao Junjie's face darkened to the point of near blackness. Gripping his collar with one hand, his expression a storm of fury. Is this your notion of protection? What capability do you possess to safeguard anyone? What did you promise me before? Young Master Xiao. The primary concern now is to eliminate these individuals to prevent the laboratory's secrets from leaking. Otherwise, should the evidence circulate, our enemies will not be trifling in number, and the Xiao family will find itself in grave peril. Do you understand what I mean? Reluctantly, Xiao Junjie released his grip, suddenly smirking coldly. I am not one to be commanded with a firearm. Spare me the orders. Even the captain has been deployed. What is there to argue about? Young Master Xiao. Professor Yu merely smiled faintly. Xiao Junjie, however, remained indifferent, scoffing, by all means, utilize the government's power. When that day truly arrives, it remains uncertain who will be in peril. Weighing his options, he had no choice but to venture into that perilous outskirts. For he had yet to formally secure the position of family head, though the elders superficially acknowledged him and entrusted him with various matters concerning the Xiao family. They remained wary, never fully relinquishing authority to him. The past loomed vividly in his mind. He needed to quicken his pace. Chapter 198. Illusion 1. Their fingers intertwined. The two ventured deeper into the increasingly dense woods, Cheng Yingzhu vigilantly scanning for potential dangers amidst the wispy mists that lingered in the air. Ling Tian tread carefully on the slippery ground, overgrown with moss and weeds, grateful for his guiding hand to prevent her from stumbling. After what felt like 3 laps, they realized they had lost their way. Ling Tian's gaze fell upon a triangular stone beneath the trees, and she tightened her grip on Cheng Yingzhu's broad palm. This mist definitely harbored some mystery. Otherwise, they would not have traversed the same area thrice without finding an exit. Cheng Yingzhu's eyelids flickered as he affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice low and steady. Let us take a rest. Ling Tian nodded, her legs slightly sore from the recent exertion, uncertain of the situation ahead. She realized that prolonging this state would only waste her energy. It would be wiser to take a moment to rest. She found a clean spot to sit down, while Yingzhu remained standing nearby, gazing into the distance. "Brother, do you think Huang Xiaoyi will be unable to find us?" "No, he won't," Yingzhu replied, his voice resonant and melodious. Despite his unchanged expression, it provided a comforting sense of reassurance. At some point, the fog thickened around them. Ling Tian squinted, her gaze fixated on his cool silhouette. The drowsiness overwhelmed her, and she could not resist the urge to close her eyes. Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Here. Upon waking again, Ling Tian groggily stood up in reflex, only to find her math teacher glaring at her from the podium, while the rest of the class snickered and whispered amongst themselves. "What's wrong, teacher?" Ling Tian rubbed her sleepy eyes, utterly bewildered. The math teacher, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, "You still have the audacity to ask me what's wrong? Sleeping in class. Are we feeling rather proud of yourself?" Only then did Ling Tian realize, hastily shaking her head, "No, that's not it. How did I even fall asleep? Enough. Come to my office after class and sit down." Ling Tian nodded resignedly, casting a thoughtful glance at her classmates who were relishing her embarrassment, then closed her eyes again. After class, she went to the office where the math teacher gave her a severe reprimand, her nagging rivaling that of her parents. Finally escaping the office, she intended to seek solace from her good friend next door, only to discover she was absent. Frustrated, Ling Tian clenched her fists. She could no longer contain herself. Upon entering, she immediately clashed with a female classmate, and a fierce brawl ensued, with classmates unable to quell their fight. This incident escalated to the homeroom teacher, and the female classmate emerged with scratch marks on her face and disheveled hair, weeping pitifully. In contrast, Ling Tian bore no significant injuries apart from a slightly messy appearance, clearly emerging victorious. However, when her parents arrived at the school, they did not inquire about the circumstances. Instead, they delivered a stinging slap. Ling Tian was caught off guard, reeling from the impact, her cheeks ablaze. Turning to glance at the plump woman before her, tears brimming in her eyes, she managed a bitter smile. The homeroom teacher, witnessing this, stepped protectively in front of Ling Tian, intervening. Hey. Ling Tian's mother, please calm down, that we haven't even investigated the reason yet. Hitting her like this is inappropriate." Yet her mother dismissed this, her tone irate. "My daughter misbehaves. What's wrong with me disciplining her?" Chapter 199. The allusion to this ordeal seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and no matter how she tried to explain, as soon as she spoke, her mother would lay the blame squarely on her shoulders, even though it was not solely her fault. When the other girl's mother arrived and threatened her, Ling Tian's mother merely watched coldly. Luckily, the homeroom teacher intervened, preventing any further escalation. Ultimately, Ling Tian's apology brought the matter to a close, but she understood that this issue would never truly end. It lodged itself like a thorn in her heart, imparting a lesson that felt both clear and elusive, a pain beyond words. Her friends, oblivious to her injuries or how long she'd waited at the door, gleefully introduced her to strangers. Ling Tian offered a perfunctory greeting. Trailing behind them in that moment, she realized her childhood friends had changed. Her world was no longer solely her own. Ling Tian watched as they laughed and chatted, feeling increasingly excluded, her words unspoken despite lingering on the tip of her tongue. Gradually, she slowed her pace, and they continued their merry conversation, utterly unaware of her withdrawal, not even sparing her a glance, and as their figures faded into the sea of people, a wave of despair washed over her, a suffocating discomfort flooding her heart. This was wrong. She did not belong here. She should be by Yingzhu's side. This thought sparked a moment of clarity, her mind wrestling with conflicting emotions as she struggled. A familiar face emerged before her. Ling Tian joyfully embraced him, tears of relief cascading down her cheeks. "Brother, I'm so glad you know I." Her voice abruptly faltered. Ling Tian gazed at him, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. "What's wrong?" Yingzhu reached out, gently ruffling her hair, smiling. "Why did you stop speaking?" Ling Tian released her grip, slowly distancing herself as she softly replied, "Brother, Didn't you say you would make me my favorite braised pork? Why haven't I seen it? Ling Tian nodded, her expression darkening. Chang Yingzhu stepped forward, enveloping her in a tender embrace. His warm breath enveloping her, yet only made her feel uncomfortable. An unfamiliar scent wafted toward her. And Ling Tian fought the impulse to push him away, swiftly conjuring a wind blade to pierce through his back. Chang Yingzhu staggered back, clutching his bleeding wound. Disbelief etched across his face as he uttered, "Tian Tian, why?" Ling Tian remained silent, launching several wind blades that pierced his chest. Chang Yingzhu was covered in wounds, blood soaking his body, yet he persisted, asking why. "Are you asking me? Should I commend your acting skills or point out your glaring inconsistencies? While I do enjoy the braised pork you make, do you think I would still want it under these circumstances?" Ling Tian's face bore a cold smirk, her eyes darkened with intensity. Having been in a relationship with Chang Yingzhu for some time, she was acutely aware of his every move, his breath, and his body. No one could impersonate him. Chapter 200. The Illusion 3. Chang Yingzhu's demeanor twisted into something sinister, his once tender voice now sharp. "I underestimated you." In the next instant, the surrounding illusion shattered like glass, and Ling Tian awoke with a start. She stood, her gaze fixated on the large tree behind her, oozing a green liquid, her expression turning grave. The forest remained unchanged, yet Chang Yingzhu was no longer by her side, and a dense fog enveloped her, obscuring her vision. Ling Tian pressed on, spotting Huang Xiaoyi and others a short distance away. She rushed toward them, only to find many trapped in the illusion, unable to break free. Others were similarly ensnared, lamenting before a tree, as if caught in a nightmare. Ling Tian finally comprehended that the illusion was a manifestation of one's vulnerabilities and deepest fears. Memories of her mother's slap and her friend's indifference flooded her mind. As she struggled, the illusion conjured a false Chang Yingzhu to manipulate her, but she saw through this petty trick. Was this the manifestation of a psychic plant mutation? Ling Tian pondered, swiftly making her way to Huang Xiaoyi. The tree seemed to sense her intentions, its thick branches lunging at her, ensnaring her waist and lifting her off the ground. Ling Tian's expression shifted. She attempted to sever the branch with a wind blade, only to find one of her wrists ensnared by another branch. After several futile struggles, she summoned her powerful abilities. Condensing a tornado at her core, the fierce winds effortlessly severed the branches binding her, and as she landed, she seized the opportunity to confront Huang Xiaoyi, gripping his shoulder tightly. "Wake up! This is an illusion. Don't be deceived," Ling Tian shouted, and her voice seemed to rouse him from his stupor. "It's dangerous here. This entire forest is filled with psychic plants. We need to wake everyone else up." He nodded, rising to call the others, while Ling Tian stood guard against the encroaching branches. The trees, unable to grasp anyone, shook their branches in frustration, cascading leaves as projectiles. The leaves sliced through the air like sharp blades. And Ling Tian realized the danger, activating her absolute domain to shield them from the attack. Yet several controlled superhumans remained trapped in the illusion, attempting to assault her from behind, but Huang Xiaoyi intervened just in time. Recalling how Chang Yingzhu would use psychic threads to manipulate others, she directed her wind blades toward their heads, striking wildly. To her surprise, the connections were severed, and they awoke. Ling Tian, unwilling to relax, ordered, "We need to retreat to a safe area." Despite the numerous trees resembling starving wolves, frantically lashing out with their branches, her absolute domain provided protection. Huang Xiaoyi led the others quickly to a relatively safe area, where the fog was thinner. Offering a semblance of safety, "You all wait here. I will find my brother." Following the sound, she rushed towards it, only to find Xiao Junja crouched on the ground, clutching his head in anguish, murmuring, No, it's not like this." Ling Tian furrowed her brows, exhaling in relief as she prepared to search elsewhere for Chang Yingzhu. But within minutes, Xiao Junja swiftly broke free from the illusion, charging toward her with a kick. Ling Tian paused for a moment, quickly sidestepping, her gaze fixed on the figure of Xiao Junja before her. The glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. "To strike without so much as a greeting is hardly the behavior expected of a gentleman, Mr. Xiao." Chapter 201. Confession: Xiao Junja was slick with fine beads of sweat, his complexion somewhat pallid. Gradually, he clenched his metallic hand, then released it. As if a thought had crossed his mind, he bowed his head and sighed. You may leave. Ling Tian furrowed her brow, perplexed. Why must you? He swiftly interrupted her. Miss Ling, I do not wish to repeat myself. If you prefer not to be on the receiving end of my wrath, I suggest you depart promptly. Ling Tian was taken aback. How did he know her surname? Did he have knowledge of events from that timeline? Yet, she had no time for further contemplation. Noticing that the male lead had ceased his aggression, she felt a sense of relief and turned to swiftly exit his line of sight. Xiao Junja watched her disappearing silhouette, his lips pressed tightly together, a self-deprecating smile escaping him. Indeed, I nearly forgot how those individuals deceived me. Memories surged back. He recalled everything. Even the admonitions from his mother's letter were vivid in his mind. Upon reflection, he realized he had always been a mere pawn, engaging in numerous morally questionable actions. The sole exception was the elimination of the old guards of the Xiao family, a decision he harbored no regret for. He had assumed the role of family head solely to avenge them, to eradicate them. This was the only act he could perform for his mother. He had believed he would dismantle the Xiao family as planned. Yet he gradually lost himself in the pursuit of power, forgetting his mother's words, ultimately transforming into one of those he despised. They, fearing him, had torn their masks off, nearly leading him into a trap. Thankfully, there was still a chance for redemption. He could no longer continue down that path. As Ling Tian walked, she observed intently the enormous, battered tree not far away, sensing something amiss, just as she was about to approach. The surrounding mist cleared entirely, and a figure wielding a sickle dashed past her. Ling Tian exclaimed joyfully, Brother, are you unharmed? Cheng Yingzhu inquired, brushing his hand against his sister's cheek, after verifying she bore no injuries. He sighed in relief and offered her a brilliantly polished crystal core. That it has all been dealt with. You can walk away without worry. This crystal core, could it be? Ling Tian gazed at the shimmering object in her hand. Her gaze shifting to the tree, still oozing green liquid, and she returned it to Cheng Yingzhu. This is for you, brother. I do not wish to keep it. You should use it yourself. Cheng Yingzhu frowned, resolutely shoving the crystal core back into her hands with an unyielding tone. This was meant for you. Accept it. His eyes darkened as he took Ling Tian's small hand, leading her and Huang Xiaoyi's group out of the outskirts. At that moment, Lu Jingli and Yi Zixing arrived to join them. Having evidently lost sight of the military presence, Yi Zixing stepped forward, his demeanor serious as he reported to Cheng Yingzhu the events of their journey. It turned out that while they were being pursued by the military, Captain Gong had suddenly intervened with his men, claiming he wished to settle matters with the military, but was secretly aiding them. They were likely still engaged in battle with the military. Cheng Yingzhu frowned, his expression complex, yet he spoke calmly. The others should assist Captain Gong. Leave a few to accompany me. Guiyu nodded, and Ye Xiaoyun and Yi Zixing followed suit. Other superpowered individuals obeyed orders, heading towards Captain Gong, leaving only Minkai, Zhuang Hai, and Lu Jingli behind, while Huang Xiaoyi was determined to stay with Cheng Yingzhu. Lu Jingli's gaze remained fixed on Ling Tian. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly approached her, hesitating. Ling Tian. Yes. Ling Tian turned to look at her. I finally understand what you meant that day. Now I comprehend. I am genuinely pleased we remain friends. Although I am unaware of your true origins, I truly cherish you. Ling Tian was taken aback by this sudden confession, feeling a mix of surprise and warmth. Even Minkai was rendered speechless, his expression one of disbelief as he awaited the unfolding drama. Zhuang Hai, meanwhile, cast a lewd glance at Lu Hao and Feng Kaigua, both of whom shuddered and averted their gaze. Cheng Yingzhu, however, was less than pleased. Upon hearing her words, his previously frosty demeanor darkened ominously. Chapter 202. Morning Glory. Lu Jingli noticed Cheng Yingzhu's intense gaze and, blushing, quickly added, Mr. Cheng, please do not misunderstand. My affection is not of that nature, but rather the fondness shared between friends. Ling Tian clasped Cheng Yingzhu's arm tightly, yet he merely snorted in response, maintaining his silence. Min Cheng, are you all right? Lu Hao's peripheral vision caught sight of Chun Mingchen approaching from a distance. and upon noticing he bore no signs of mutation, his spirits lifted. Wonderful. I knew you would be fine. Zhuang Hai rushed over, eager to embrace Chen Mingchen, but he dodged, leaving Zhuang Hai empty-handed. Chen Mingchen gave him a cursory glance, shaking off the arm on his shoulder before stepping forward to hug Lu Hao and Feng Kaigua. Then his gaze shifted to Ling Tian, momentarily stunned. Classmate Cheng, you are here as well? No sooner had he spoken than Song Sui, standing not far away, sensed unusual fluctuations in the outskirts, and his expression darkened. Frowning, he immediately suppressed his emotions, and without allowing them the time for idle chatter, he dashed swiftly into the outskirts, leaving Chen Mingchen no chance to react. Song Sui, Chen Mingchen instinctively called out. His name is Song Sui. Ling Tian paused, releasing Cheng Yingzhu's ARMAT that moment. Her mind raced with a singular thought. She must not allow Song Sui to face this alone. Almost simultaneously, Lu Hao and his companions noticed Chen Mingchen disregarding his safety to follow, and Ling Tian found herself powerless to stop him. I shall go see as well. Lu Jingli also sensed something was amiss and followed into the outskirts. Xiao Li. Ling Tian was at a loss as to why the female lead would also venture in. The roar she had heard earlier in the woods was anything but ordinary. Such recklessness was perilous. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of anxiety that I hope it's not what I fear. Cheng Yingzhu observed her unease, gently stroking her hair, his tone steady. In that case, we shall also proceed. After all, we have yet to clarify the situation. That high-level zombie seems to possess knowledge that Minkai felt compelled to join them, trailing behind in the group, unable to remain idle due to his weaker abilities. A.S. Song Sui moved with remarkable speed. Chen Mingchen quickly lost sight of him, becoming disoriented amidst the verdant wilderness. Utterly unable to discern direction, he had never been here before. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a vine suddenly sprouted from the grass, ensnaring his foot. Chen Mingchen froze, summoning metallic elements to form a blade in the air, attempting to sever the vine. However, the plant evidently did not intend to let him escape. A thick morning glory swiftly emerged from the underbrush, wrapping around his body in segments. The vine bore morning glories dripping with a transparent liquid akin to saliva, coiling around him like a serpent, rendering him immobile. Chen Mingchen furrowed his brow, channeling his powers to metallize his body. Yet the morning glory was no ordinary mutated plant. The liquid corroded his metallic arm, searing through flesh and leaving him pale with pain. He wielded the air-formed golden blade to strike, but his efforts only provoked the plant further, tightening its grip and making it difficult for him to breathe. Chen Mingchen bit his lip, suddenly unleashing all his strength, gathering the metallic elements in the air into a blade. Though he could not sever the vine, the plant, like any being, recoiled from pain and reluctantly loosened its hold. He glanced at the corrosive wound on his arm, barely catching his breath when the morning glory's tendrils unexpectedly elongated, re-ensnaring him and dragging him into the underbrush. Chen Mingchen's expression shifted, cold sweat trickling down. The powers he had just expended left him utterly drained, making it exceedingly difficult to break free from the vine-esque grasp. This mutated plant was evidently of a higher tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be struggling so immensely. Chapter 203. Protection being pulled into the underbrush was perilous, a fact Chen Mingchen understood all too well. He quickly braced himself, pushing against the vine to prevent it from dragging him away. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and he felt himself being inexorably pulled deeper into the foliage. Desperate, he struggled to tear away the vine constricting his waist, but it was futile. Just as he contemplated giving in, a powerful gust of pressure swept in from behind, grasping the vine, ensnaring him, and effortlessly tearing it in two. The morning glory wilting alongside it, Song Sui turned, his tall figure casting a shadow over Chen Mingchen, who was still ensnared by the vines. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "This place is perilous. It is not where you belong. Now that you have found your friends, there is no need for you to continue following me." Bending down to meet Chen Mingchen's gaze, he held the vine that had lunged to attack him with one hand, his tone laced with annoyance. "If I hadn't appeared just now, you would likely have become their next meal." Chen Mingchen, however, was resolute. "I have promised to accompany you. You are my friend. He paused for a brief moment, quickly brushing away the withered vines clinging to him. Upon noticing the morning glory in Song Sui's hand continuously secreting liquid, his heart tightened, transforming into a metallic arm. He intended to assist him, only to be halted by Song Sui. Lowering his gaze, Song Sui chuckled. Surely, you don't believe this mere corrosive liquid could affect me? Do not forget, my skin serves as a natural barrier. This is trivial compared to my blood. Your only concern should be for yourself. Indeed, even when the liquid touched his hand, no corrosive effect manifested. Not even a single wound. With a gentle tug, the vine snapped once more. Chun Mingchen remained silent, yet clenched his teeth in frustration. Why was he so powerless? The morning glories in the grass appeared irate, rapidly sprouting vines and spraying a transparent liquid in all directions. Observing this, Song Sui's eyes narrowed with intensity, and disregarding the faint dark aura surrounding him, he leaped forward to embrace Chun Mingchen, using his own body as a shield. The fabric of his back was pierced and corroded, revealing skin pale and devoid of color. The flicker of panic crossed Chun Mingchen's eyes as the dark aura enveloped them. He was so close to Song Sui that he could feel his cold breath and the lack of warmth emanating from him. In such scorching weather, his body remained frigid. Worry gnawed at him. What had become of Song Sui? He longed to help, yet was restrained, unable to move. The morning glories attempted to ensnare them with vines. In response, Song Sui released Chun Mingchen, instantaneously seizing the morning glory's vital point, tearing apart the bothersome vines, and extracting the core within. Devoid of its core's energy, the morning glory withered at a visible pace. Approaching Chun Mingchen, Song Sui observed him untainted by the dark aura and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved he had instinctively maintained a safe distance and sufficient time. After a brief treatment of his injuries using the core, Song Sui reluctantly decided to take Chun Mingchen along, finding it troublesome yet impossible to abandon him. This was not like him. Song Sui felt he had changed, having to protect a mere morsel of food, a notion he deemed foolish. Each of Chun Mingchen's steps was deliberate as he noticed the smoothness of Song Sui's straight back, the defined lines of his muscles drawing his gaze. As his focus intensified, he seemed to recall something, only to avert his eyes, his ears flushing slightly. This was wrong. It shouldn't be this way. They were both men. Why should he feel embarrassed? Chun Mingchen surmised he had likely never been protected in such a manner from zombies. Feeling ashamed was surely not due to any peculiar reason. Chapter 204. Never-ending Song Sui, now moving at a pace Chun Mingchen could keep up with, reached the entrance of the laboratory. Here, apart from the corpses, the whereabouts of the living were nearly unknown. Machines and a multitude of research equipment had been swept away, with only the immovable heavy machinery left behind, all of it damaged. Song Sui first entered a tent, where some heavier apparatus remained, yet had been rendered unusable to avoid detection. The small experimental bed in the center was empty, with the iron shackles at each corner left unfastened. Other tents mirrored this scene. They had arrived too late. The inhabitants had fled. Covering his aching head, Song Sui's jet-black eyes brimmed with coldness and malice. This was the first time he had felt pain since awakening. His first awakening had also occurred here. Bound and unable to move, surrounded by men clad in white. They spoke in tongues he could not comprehend, while an unknown liquid was continuously infused into his body. Once freed from restraint, he found himself confined in a cage, forced to battle others like him, observed by those men as though he were a circus act, an interminable cycle. Subsequently, he was transported to another laboratory, lying on an anesthetic table, his body bound by specialized wires. Blinded by glaring lights, with a tube inserted into his neck, his mind flashed with vague images and a name, and he felt a surge of rebellious strength, struggling against the wires, tearing away the tube, and eliminating everyone present in a massacre. Upon escaping the laboratory, he faced little resistance. He wandered aimlessly, unable to quell his hunger, killing and consuming others, gradually realizing he had become a zombie. Chun Mingchen sensed something amiss. Despite the astonishment lingering in his eyes, he couldn't help but voice his concern. Sir, what is wrong? It felt as if something were interfering with his consciousness. He fought through the pain and replied coolly, "I am fine. You should keep your distance from me. I am not like you. Stay here. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot concern myself with you." With that, Song Sui vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Mingchun unable to follow. Exiting the tent, Chen Mingchun felt a touch of despondency, yet refrained from entering the opening ahead, aware that he would be of no assistance inside. Under the flickering dim lights, Song Sui caught sight of blood-stained traces on the ground, the pungent scent of blood filling his nostrils. This aroma, far from unpleasant, stimulated his mind. Frowning, he strode toward the shattered door of the laboratory, which lay in ruins, the entrance reduced to debris. Inside, corpses donned in lab coats were nothing but bones, while the control panels, containers, and compartments were devoid of any recoverable cores or specimens. Blood splattered everywhere. Within one of the rooms of the laboratory, Song Sui discovered a zombie, its head severed, the stench overwhelming the air. He crouched down to inspect it, and as his gaze fell upon the zombie's vaguely familiar face, the pain he had managed to alleviate surged back, more intense than he had anticipated, igniting his inner turmoil. Gripping his head in agony, he wreaked havoc upon the equipment surrounding him, struggling to maintain his balance. He stumbled to the screen, collapsing against the control panel. The screen flickered to life, as if afflicted by a virus, the data flashing frantically before finally settling on a distribution map of the suburbs, marked by several red and blue coordinates. Ling Tian followed closely behind Cheng Yingzhu, retracing the route they had taken upon their exit. Compared to other unknown territories, this path appeared relatively safe, with minimal mutated flora. Feng Kaigua and his companions had long since vanished, yet they lacked the ability to protect themselves. Fortunately, the female protagonist was with them, which should avert any major issues. Ling Tian's only concern lay with the laboratory in the suburbs. The closer they approached the laboratory, the more anxious she felt. Chapter 205. Fought throughout their journey, Lu Jingli acted like a bodyguard, slicing through vines, ensnaring Lu Hao, or rescuing Zhuang Hai from the green liquid. Feng Kaigua nearly fell victim to an ambush from a branch behind him, all thanks to her vigilance in mitigating danger for the three men. Their abilities were ineffective against the mutated flora, and while she saved them, her incessant chatter was a source of irritation. If only she had practiced her skills more diligently, why venture into such peril? It was as though she were intentionally hindering their progress. With a heavy sigh, she admonished the three to manage their mouths, her gaze constantly scanning for threats until she spotted a trace of blood in the underbrush. The blood trailed to the right front before vanishing. Lu Jingli sensed a faint sign of life nearby, accompanied by the subtle scent of blood. Casting a complex glance at Lu Hao and the others, she spoke in a low tone. "There's something up ahead on the right. I'll check it out. That IT could be dangerous. You three should move on. I'll catch up with you shortly." Zhuang Hai hesitated. "That might not be wise. You're a girl." IT seemed rather unmanly to have a girl protect three men. And he suggested, "Why don't we go together?" Feng Kaiwa's expression grew serious. Lu Hao nodded. "Yes, we should go together." Lu Jingli, exasperated by their reluctance, shouted, "Stop the nonsense. If you can't even protect yourselves, how can you protect me? If danger arises, none of us will escape." The three men were instantly taken aback, surprised by the seemingly delicate girl's formidable presence when angered. Once they turned, Lu Jingli wasted no time heading toward the source of the disturbance. The closer she got, the more she recognized that familiar aura. Gazing down at the sporadic bloodstains, her heart raced. It couldn't be him, could it? Furrowing her brow, her body tensed until she stumbled upon the unconscious Xiao Junjie, bloodied and battered. Junjie. Lu Jingli's heart ached, as though it had been cleaved in two. She knelt and cradled his shoulders, rolling up his blood-soaked sleeve to reveal a massive bite wound. The bones network clearly visible, the surrounding tissue exuding a thick, dark energy, with much of the flesh on his arm missing. "How could this happen? What have you done to yourself?" Her eyes brimmed with tears. Embracing his increasingly cold body, the crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. "No, it's all right. Don't cry," Xiao Junjie murmured, his voice feeble, his pallor alarming, as he wiped away her tears, smearing the blood across her face. "Unfortunately, I still let that guy escape. His voice was so faint it seemed he could slip away at any moment. You fool. You should have waited for me to resolve things. A shadow of despair crossed Lu Jingli's eyes, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Upon observing your demeanor, it seems you have recalled everything. You must be blaming me, for I have committed numerous transgressions, even taking advantage of you and leading you to believe I am a good person. Do you perceive me as hypocritical? A bitter smile crept across his face as he gazed at her. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, the loss of blood, and the dizziness clouding his mind, he persevered, gritting his teeth to maintain his composure. Xiaoli, my affection for you is profound. From the very first moment I encountered you, I sense you were an exceptionally pure soul, one so incongruous with my own character that it leaves me questioning my worthiness of you. No, it isn't as you think. Lu Jingli clasped his large hand tightly, tears swirling in her eyes. She beheld his strikingly beautiful eyes, now narrowed into slits, bloodshot and weary, his lips thin and his complexion alarmingly pale. It was she who had felt inferior, yet he uttered such words. Several wounds marred his thigh, and each slight movement sent jolts of pain through him, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. His brow unknotted. My feelings for you are genuine. I am terrified that you remain unaware. I know. I am fully aware. Please, do not speak. I possess a crystal core and will commence your treatment immediately. Lu Jingli's voice trembled as she felt his cool breath caress her face. She bit her lip to suppress her emotions, determined not to lose her composure before him, after spending so much time together. She knew him intimately, yet she could not escape the shadow of his hatred and the wounds within his heart. If only she had noticed sooner and intervened, perhaps he would harbor less guilt. Ultimately, she too bore some responsibility. I am sorry. Junja, do not dwell in guilt any longer. Chapter 206. Exposure. Xiao Junja trembled, his amber eyes glinting with urgency. With one hand still capable of movement, he gritted his teeth and pushed her away, collapsing onto the grass in a state of utter disarray. No, this place is not safe. It is perilous in this area. Do not concern yourself with me. Leave quickly. Lu Jingli froze, holding her breath in tension as she reached out to assist him, only to have him evade her grasp. His weak voice rose again, yet it bore an unmistakable firmness. Leave this place at once. She shook her head, her eyes reddened with emotion, her nose pink as she swiftly retrieved a green crystal core from her space, cradling it in her palm while channeling her energy into his wounds. The reason for not using the core directly was to employ her body as a conduit to safely guide the energy to him, effectively mitigating the risks involved and enhancing the efficacy of the treatment, allowing him some relief. Although the energy from the plant-based crystal cores is highly compatible with superhumans, it does not imply the absence of danger. First, she must absorb the energy into herself to eliminate any risks, and then channel it to the injured superhuman. While this method can protect others from danger, she might have to shoulder that risk herself. In other words, if during the transfer process the superhuman mishandles it, the risks for the one acting as the conduit can exceed those of direct absorption. Hence why few superhumans utilize this technique unless they are sufficiently capable and confident. Xiao Junja was immobile, not due to physical pain, but rather from sheer exhaustion. His lips, parched and cracked from dehydration, rasped. Lu Jingli, do you comprehend what you are doing? Do not waste your time on me. I have told you to be silent. Even in the face of danger, I must first tend to your wounds. Lu Jingli disregarded his protests, firmly placing one hand on his shoulder while the other held the crystal core. Infusing him with healing energy, she was resolute in saving him. She could not allow him to perish. Meanwhile, Ling Tian had reached the original exit, finding no one around except for corpses and damaged machinery. A faint metallic scent of blood wafting from within the cave. Cheng Yingzhu, attuning his mental faculties, had discerned signs of struggle upon arrival. Scattered remnants of chaos. The occupants of the tents long gone, likely having fled to avoid detection during the commotion. Yet, it mattered not. The discovery of such a hidden base meant there would be ample individuals willing to confront them. They had fully exposed themselves. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush, relief washing over them as they recognized each other. Ling Tian, how wonderful! You have also arrived. Zhuang Hai felt a surge of joy upon seeing Ling Tian. Cheng Yingzhu cast a cold glance at the exuberant Zhuang Hai, causing him to falter, quickly retreating behind Lu Hao, realizing he had provoked the MNAT that moment. Chun Mingchun lingered at the cave entrance, and Ling Tian, silent, merely nodded at Zhuang Hai before stepping over to stand beside Chen Mingchen. The zombie named Song Sui has already entered. Why have you not followed? Chun Mingchen clenched his fists. His lips pressed together. What purpose would my entry serve, except to hinder progress? Ling Tian sighed. Observing his restrained profile, she offered a faint smile and replied, "When we go in, if you wish to join, then do so. Whether you choose to accompany us is your own decision, and no one will interfere with your thoughts." Her words hung in the air. A realization struck her. She scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the female lead. A flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes as her expression darkened, her gaze falling upon Lu Hao and the others. By the way, where has Lu Jingli gone? Was she not with you? Feng, Kaiguo replied. She went to scout the area nearby, telling us to proceed first and that she would rendezvous with us shortly. Zhuang Hai timidly added, "Yes, I was about to mention that." Lu Hao frowned. Unable to suppress his concern, Ling Tian felt a tightening in her chest. Chapter 207. Born as a human, Cheng Yingzhu's expression hardened as he reached out to ruffle his sister's hair, his gaze fixating on the depths of the forest, his countenance shifting slightly. "If you are worried, I shall search for her. You should proceed into the laboratory, and we shall act separately." Ling Tian regarded him, hesitating momentarily before ultimately nodding in agreement. Cheng Yingzhu bid her farewell, then ventured alone into the depths of the forest until his figure vanished from sight. Ling Tian glanced back at the four individuals still lingering behind, positioning herself at the forefront as she cautiously entered the cave. Seeing his classmates enter, Chun Mingchen furrowed his brow in distress, feeling torn until he could no longer hold back, and he followed in their footsteps. That moment, Huang Xiaoyi emerged from the tents, burdened with thoughts, and upon noticing they had entered, he immediately pursued after them. The tunnel lights had evidently been damaged, several flickering out, while others emitted a strobe effect, casting an eerie atmosphere over the dim space. Ling Tian quickly navigated the route to the laboratory door, only to find it shattered and in disarray, with Song Sui unconscious on the central control console. Oh, Minkai behind her exclaimed in astonishment. "I never anticipated such a place existed." "Song Sui, do not rush in. Let us assess the situation first." Ling Tian surveyed the scene, noting the corpses strewn about and the blood pooling on the floor, cautiously scanning for dangers before allowing him to proceed. "My goodness, there are so many crystal cores." Zhuang Hai's eyes widened as he discovered treasures within the adjoining room, secretly thrilled as he touched the disordered array of crystal cores on the surface. TSK. What is this?" Lu Hao lifted a glass vial from the shelf containing a green liquid, while other vials bore liquids of various hues, and another cabinet housed hazardous chemicals. The moment Huang Xiaoyi stepped inside, he was drawn to the open chamber, confidently entering to examine the headless zombie on the operating table amidst an array of surgical instruments, his expression darkening. The screen displayed a rapid stream of data that scrolled too quickly for her to analyze before it changed again. Ling Tian's gaze landed on the console's keyboard, her fingers hovering over the buttons, uncertain of her next move. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to hesitate any longer. Ling Tian understood the significance of time. This laboratory surely contained a type of advanced zombie, as indicated by the central container and the roars emanating from within the cave. The absence of any living soul, combined with the gaping holes in the containers, the corpses and the lingering scent of blood in the air, compelled her to consider the worst-case scenario. Steeling herself, she began pressing buttons haphazardly, using a counterattack approach to strike a few keys, and to her surprise, the screen responded positively, calming down considerably. The visuals shifted, revealing basic information on various zombie research subjects, including personal details and clear photographs. The name Song Sui was inscribed within, shocking Chun Mingchen, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, his attention wholly captivated by the displayed information. Huang Xiaoyi quickly approached, his expression momentarily stunned, a cold smirk breaking through his previously calm demeanor, one of derision. His information, Yi Zixing's, and that of all the individuals who had injected and subsequently fled the training camp were laid bare. Identities, ages, family backgrounds, and all past actions meticulously detailed. What did this blatant revelation signify? He knew, of course he knew. He simply did not wish to dwell on it. They were merely fortunate to stand here today, or else they would not have made it. This FAR.IT had been a mistake from the start. He should have heeded his parents' advice to stay behind. Not only had he caused them harm, but he was also now left without a single relative by his side. Zhangjiago Training Camp. Is this also a base? Ling Tian observed Huang Xiaoyi's silence, deep in thought for a moment, before the screen shifted to reveal a schematic of the suburbs, with several coordinates suddenly highlighted. The expressions of everyone present immediately changed, and Ling Tian's face grew increasingly grim. Oh no. Feng Kaiwa was tripped by a severed limb, crashing onto a rack, from which several chips tumbled out of an iron box above. Clutching his injured abdomen, his face pale from pain, he shakily got back on his feet, while Zhuang Hai wore a look of schadenfreude. What happened? Ling Tian turned. Noticing Feng Kaiwa's pained expression, her gaze shifted to the chips at his feet as she crouched down to pick one up for inspection. Indeed, it was this chip. She gripped the chip tightly, her expression chillingly severe, an unprecedented worry flashing through her mind. The ominous premonition had truly arrived. Cheng Yingzhua swiftly located Lu Jingli's position. She was still attending to Xiao Junjia's wounds, the energy from the crystal core fluctuating alarmingly. Seeing Xiao Junjia in such a critically injured state, he couldn't help but frown, though his expression remained as placid as water. Mr. Cheng. Lu Jingli's forehead was beaded with sweat, as Xiao Junjia bore too many injuries to be fully healed in a short while. Cheng Yingzhua's brows finally relaxed, coldly mocking. Mr. Xiao, I never imagined you would end up like this. Xiao Junjia was not surprised. Instead, he offered a bitter smile. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. I won't fight back. He narrowed his eyes coldly, a refreshing chill emanating from him. Yet he remained silent. Xiao Junjia, have you lost your mind? Lu Jingli exclaimed in disbelief, gripping the crystal core in her palm, biting her lip as she shouted at Cheng Yingzhua. Mr. Cheng, if you truly intend to kill him, then you might as well kill me first. Cheng Yingzhua glanced at his blood-soaked wounds, his gaze darkening slightly. Kill him in this manner. He found it beneath him. The suppression in his demeanor transformed into something else, his voice low. You know well what you have done. And, of course, I am not a virtuous person either. I will weigh the implications that I won't do anything foolish out of personal vendetta. I give you this chance not out of pity, but because of your utility. Remember that. With that, Cheng Yingzhua produced a green crystal core and, without a moment's hesitation, directly infused energy into him. With the dual energies for healing, Xiao Junjia quickly began to recover. Lu Jingli lowered her gaze, feeling ashamed. I'm sorry, Mr. Cheng. No need to apologize to me. You're not at fault, nor is anyone else. Life is not easy for anyone. It is merely the methods of survival that differ. I do not look down upon anyone. Cheng Yingzhua cast a glance from the corner of his eye, his cold, piercing gaze instilling fear, as he said gravely, as human beings, are we not all striving to survive by any means necessary? His words surprised Lu Jingli. This was the first time Cheng Yingzhua had spoken so much to her in the past, or even during that time. It was rare to hear him utter a single word. However, he seemed disinclined to delve deeper into this topic, and she too was not eager to face his icy gaze. Perhaps it was for the best. Xiao Junjia remained silent. But what about his own thoughts? Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, causing the ground to tremble once more. Even the mutated plants shrank back in fear, unwilling to emerge from the thicket. Xiao Junjia stood up, his expression changing dramatically. This is bad. It's coming. Chapter 208. Third Stage Zombie. The third stage zombie unleashed a mental pressure, its eyes devoid of emotion, its skin ghastly pale, with noticeable blood stains on its hands and mouth, and a slight wound on its arm. Run! Xiao Junjia felt a jolt of fear, an oppressive wave washing over him, as if an invisible force was controlling his body. He broke through this pressure, grasped Lu Jingli's hand, and hurriedly attempted to retreat. Cheng Yingzhua, observing their attempt to flee, smirked coldly. So this is how easily you are frightened. I see your true abilities now. As he spoke, he unleashed his mental power to counter the surrounding atmosphere, neutralizing the mental pressure exerted by the zombie, which only served to infuriate it. Xiao Junjie froze momentarily, halting in his tracks and releasing Lu Jingli's hand, instinctively feeling the urge to flee due to the zombie's aura. The zombie roared loudly, shaking the ground, the harsh sounds causing leaves to rain down from the branches. In an instant, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive fire torrent aimed at the three of them. Chang Yingzhuo broke into a sweat, swiftly repositioning himself. The blazing flames grazed his shoulder, yet still scorched his skin, forming a small blister. Xiao Jun, an idea seemed to strike Chang Yingzhuo as he glanced at Xiao Junjie, who was holding Lu Jingli, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Xiao Junjie, hearing this, turned towards Chang Yingzhuo, as if seeking some sort of hint in his gaze, yet he still could not decipher his meaning. He tightly gripped the deer-slaying knife and threw it towards Xiao Junjie, his voice low and hoarse yet surprisingly relaxed. Catch! Xiao Junjie quickly caught the deer-slaying knife, dodging the zombie's attacks while simultaneously casting a complex look at Chang Yingzhuo's profile. His lips pressed together tightly, and he noticed blood congealing on the knife handle, a flicker of white light passing through, and the deer-slaying knife unexpectedly recognized its master anew. This knife had clearly already belonged to him. Why return it? Chang Yingzhuo's gaze sharpened slightly, channeling cold energy to create a flow that gradually spread to freeze all surrounding flora and fauna, temporarily incapacitating the zombie. Seeing this, Xiao Junjie directly propelled the deer-slaying knife towards the zombie's chest, with Lu Jingli also channeling her abilities to double the attack. However, in the next moment, the zombie seemed to ignite, bursting through the ice and effortlessly deflecting all incoming strikes with a wave of its hand. The knife was knocked into the roots of a tree, and an electric current struck behind it, creating a small crater as the three retreated several steps. The zombie showed no signs of fatigue and was quite intelligent, understanding the advantage of a counterattack, wielding flames as it launched dozens of fireballs through the air like bullets, targeting them. The surrounding ice was swiftly melted by the flames in the next instant. Ling Tian rushed forward, activating her absolute domain to shield them from the onslaught, while the others followed closely behind. Big brother, are you all right? Minkai sprinted ahead of Xiao Junjie, noticing the large bloodstains on his clothes. Concernedly asking, what happened to you? Xiao Junjie shook his head. I'm fine at my goodness. This zombie is a bit different. Zhuang Hai exclaimed in shock. Enough noise. This zombie is controlled by a chip. Ling Tian strained to maintain her absolute domain. Her expression taut. A third-stage zombie. How should we deal with it? Lu Jingli, seeing Ling Tian in front of them, grew anxious. Tian, be careful. Chang Yingzhuo moved to embrace Ling Tian's waist, his agile movements bringing her to safety. He initiated an invasion of the zombie's brain with his mental power. However, it was incredibly sharp, severing his mental connection in a matter of moments. Ling Tian dismounted from him, and upon seeing this, used wind blades to pierce the zombie's eyes. The zombie was thoroughly enraged. Even without its sight, its powerful senses allowed it to locate them with ease, launching into a frenzied hand-to-hand combat, emanating a thick black mist. Damn! Zhuang Hai gasped, nearly struck down by the zombie's punch. Lu Hao and Feng Kaiwo retreated repeatedly, using their abilities from a distance, but to the zombie, it was merely a tickle. Ling Tian frowned, suddenly sensing an abnormality in the air. Huang Xiaoyi also felt something amiss, his gaze fixed on Chang Yingzhuo as he shouted, Brothers, get out of the way! Ling Tian had no time to react. In a flash, she leapt onto Chang Yingzhuo, rolling with him onto the damp grass. In the next second, a powerful flame shot past them, barely missing by less than 10 centimeters. The air soon filled with the scent of charred flesh. At that moment, a celestial voice echoed in her mind. Ling Tian, the spatial ability I gave you is not meant solely for defense. You can compress the space around the third-stage zombie, using your mental power to limit it as much as possible. Chapter 209. Antidote. Song Sui suddenly opened his eyes, the pain in his head having subsided, yet his expression remained grim, his gaze filled with intense, killing intent. Song Sui, are you all right? Chun Mingchun, noticing he had awakened, allowed his tense expression to relax, attempting to help him up, only to be stopped. "Don't waste your abilities on me." Chun Mingchen struggled to keep up with him, his gaze shifting to the crystal cores on the lab table, his expression contemplative. Meanwhile, as Ling Tian and Chung Ingzwa steadied themselves, the zombie continued to spew flames, setting the surrounding trees ablaze, the temperature rising sharply, causing everyone to sweat profusely. "Celestial, I'm currently finding it difficult to execute spatial compression. I cannot concentrate my mental power. Moreover, the moment I pause, the zombie seems to pinpoint my location, hurling fireballs with ferocity." Celestial shook her head, helplessly responding, "You must find your own opportunity. Do not expect me to assist personally, that I cannot interfere with everything here. Activating your spatial abilities is the greatest concession I can offer you. Beyond that, I am powerless." Ling Tian frowned, silently inquiring, "Then do you know where its weakness lies?" Celestial raised an eyebrow. "Don't you already know where the chip is located? So that's how it is." Ling Tian pressed her lips together, a wave of anxiety surging within her, while Chung Ingzwa caught a glimpse of his sister's worried expression, his gaze darkening, his demeanor becoming grave that he clenched his fists tightly, his mental energy enveloping him entirely, while a bone-chilling cold gradually intensified around him. This marked his inaugural attempt at wielding two extraordinary abilities simultaneously, undoubtedly requiring immense power to that moment, as the sky remained unshrouded. Snowflakes began to descend in a flurry, the sweltering temperature plummeting sharply. Each delicate ice crystal, sharply defined, resembled lethal hidden weapons. The flames extinguished, and the previously clear sky was suddenly transformed, unleashing snowflakes that fell like arrows. Xiao Junjie raised his hand to catch the snowflakes, and merely the brief moment they landed in his palm was enough to draw blood. Everyone gasped in astonishment, fearing the snowflakes might strike them, and hurriedly sought refuge beneath the trees. The zombies, covered in snowflakes, finally bore cuts on their hardened skin. At this juncture, Song Sui arrived, teleporting with a grand gesture, seizing the zombie by its neck, two distinct streams of dark energy colliding. "Brother," Ling Tian understood that this was the work of Chung Ingzwa, yet could not help but smile faintly, her previous irritation evaporating entirely. The pure snowflakes hindered the zombie's movements, while Song Sui's attire was riddled with numerous slashes. Observing this, Ling Tian summoned the wind to push Song Sui away from the melee with the zombies, concentrating her mental energy to compress the dimensional space occupied by the zombies. The third-tier zombies were not easily controlled. Ling Tian exerted every ounce of her strength, cold sweat beating on her body, as an immense pressure bore down on her brain. She endured the pain and issued a command to everyone. "Quick! Focus all your abilities to attack the zombie's temples, ideally severing its neck." The swirling frost around them coalesced into a bizarre blizzard. Chun Mingchen had also successfully upgraded his abilities, sprinting alongside Song Sui. Exchanging glances, and they, along with the others, unleashed their powers in an explosive strike against the zombies' temples. Pooling all their strength, the zombie's resilient skull could no longer withstand the lethal blow, its internal chip disintegrating into ash. A third-tier crystal core falling beside the corpse. Ling Tian released her powers, exhaling in relief, her body utterly drained, her legs trembling and unable to support her. Fortunately, Chung Ingzwa came over to catch her. "It's all right now," he said, his breath heavy and slow, tightly enveloping her in his embrace. Ling Tian buried her head against his chest, her voice faint. Now was not the time to relax. She was uncertain about the situation with Gong Wei and needed to expose the evidence swiftly. Then find an antidote for Xiao Junjie. He was occupied with matters concerning the base, assisting Minkai and Lu Jingli. Ling Tian understood that the male lead harbored no animosity towards them. At least at that moment, they shared the same stance and would not undertake actions detrimental to them. Otherwise, they would not have offered their assistance. With the male and female leads present, they should fare well. Lu Hao also informed her about discovering an unidentified liquid in a cabinet. Ling Tian located the agents in the glass bottles, cautiously refraining from opening the lids, instead taking one vial into a surgical room where a deceased zombie lay. Pouring the solution onto it to observe for any changes. Indeed, as she had anticipated, the zombie's body gradually returned to normal at a visible pace, its tissues and blood transforming into a healthy pink. It appeared that some individuals had hurriedly left, neglecting to erase their traces, resulting in this crucial antidote remaining intact. With this discovery, Ling Tian's parents would be saved. Chapter 210, a match made in heaven upon collecting the antidote and crystal core. When Ling Tian and the others arrived, Gong Wei had achieved a resounding victory, with minimal casualties. During this time, when Xiao Junjie attempted to expose the captain's true nature to the military soldiers, urging them not to sacrifice their lives for such a person, the soldiers remained steadfast in their duty to obey orders. Xiao Junjie was not their superior, and regardless of how much he pleaded, he could not sway their resolve. Consequently, in aiding the captain's escape, the military employed their full strength, prepared to sacrifice themselves. Reluctantly, Xiao Junjie and Gong Wei resolved the situation with those soldiers, yet the captain managed to flee. Thus, Xiao Junjie returned to the municipal safety zone base, not only to assess the situation, but also to meet with Xiao Zhongsai to resolve his own matters, his greatest concern being their absence. He could no longer afford to ponder further. Initially, both individuals were taken aback, but upon witnessing their parents speaking normally, their complexions rosy and overwhelmed with joy, Ling Tian could not help but shed tears, perhaps due to the emotions stirred by the original owner's memories. Cheng Yingzhua, though less expressive than Ling Tian, could not suppress a faint smile. Only upon encountering genuine zombies outside the safety zone did they come to a sudden realization. Zhang Xiao gently caressed Ling Tian's face, concern evident in her voice. Tian, my dear daughter, you've lost weight, but no, brother has taken excellent care of me. I've gained weight. While Ling Tian felt warmth in her heart, a hint of bitterness washed over her. Was this what it felt like to be cherished by a mother? Yet, would she be heartbroken to learn that her true daughter was no longer present? He grasped her delicate hand, restraining his emotions, his gaze filled with determination. Uncle and aunt, I love Tian. We have confirmed our relationship, and I hope you will support us being together. Chenghua, who had always favored Cheng Yingzhua, was utterly disheartened by this revelation, raising his hand in anger to slap him, accusing him. Do you even realize what you are doing? She is your sister. Have you considered her feelings? Cheng Yingzhua tilted his head in silence, yet his dark eyes revealed a seriousness. Unable to witness Cheng Yingzhua being struck, Ling Tian rushed forward to shield him. Dad, I also like him. If you believe this is wrong, then punish me instead. Zhang Xiao sighed, calming the still fuming Chenghua. Let it be. Since they like each other, let us support them. Xiao Zhua is no outsider. He won't let our daughter suffer. Cheng Yingzhua gently pushed Ling Tian aside, standing tall and steady, his voice calm. Uncle, I will take responsibility for my actions, that I understand that mere words are meaningless. I do not intend to speak sweetly. If it will ease your anger, then strike me. I will not retaliate. Chenghua furrowed his brow, witnessing his unwavering resolve, reflecting on the times he had protected his sister in their absence. Some of his anger dissipated. Fine, but I must warn you. Tian is my daughter. No matter who you are, if you dare to bully her, I will ensure you pay dearly. Understood. Cheng Yingzhua took Ling Tian's hand once more. His eyes filled with joy as they exchanged glances. Ling Tian blushed, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Hey, who permitted you to hold hands? Chenghua interjected discontentedly, stepping between them to separate their hands, his tone displeased. Let go. Zhang Xiao chuckled, shaking her head, increasingly convinced that they were a perfect match. After all, she had watched them grow up. Chapter 211. Lingering on in pursuit of capturing the true culprit, Ling Tian refrained from employing the spatial expansion technique suggested by Kong Ling, opting instead to focus on addressing the root of the problem, that if this issue were not resolved, even if the world returned to normal, individuals with malicious intent would likely repeat the past. Thus, the time was not yet ripe. Ling Tian waited. When Xiao Junjie entered the municipal safety zone in search of Xiao Zhongsai, the Xiao family had already departed. They possessed remarkably swift intelligence. Apart from a few technical personnel, he had covertly recruited who remained. The rest had vanished without a trace, even the research data and weapons swept away. Meanwhile, Ling Tian acted swiftly, engaging in brief reminiscing with her family before publicly disclosing the photographs and videos captured during her infiltration of the B City's safety zone virus research base. She collaborated with the technical personnel retained by Xiao Junjie to upload them to the national government's application system for official broadcasting. Upon learning of this, the leaders of B City dismissed the videos and images as fabrications, and without waiting for verification, promptly fled, leaving ample evidence of their guilt. In a fit of rage, the national government furiously withdrew the military station to B City's safety zone, issuing a nationwide manhunt for all leaders in B City, including the main commander who had issued military orders. Even more astonishingly, the national government uncovered illegal technologies and the existence of secret research bases, a company that had previously been publicly commended by the government for its contributions. This revelation shocked everyone. Once this news broke, it spread rapidly, reaching countries abroad, inciting outrage and demands for accountability from the national government. Under pressure, the government issued a statement, assuring that they would take responsibility for the incident. In her efforts to expedite the resolution of the current crisis, Ling Tian played a significant role behind the scenes, utilizing information from Cheng Yingzhua and Xiao Junjie to provide potential hiding places and escape routes for the leaders of B City. The area below was crowded, with not only individuals from various safety zones, but also military soldiers collaborating with Ling Tian to devise appropriate plans. Following the strategy, Huang Xiaoyi quickly organized teams, leaving those without combat capabilities behind. Even Cheng Feng, who had been living leisurely in the base, was coerced by Cheng Yingzhua to join the ranks, while other teams commenced their operations. Upon seeing Gui Si, Lu Jingli was overjoyed. After exchanging pleasantries, she seemed to recall something and could not help but ask, "Sister EC, was that person captured?" Indeed, Gui Si was reluctant to delve further into the topic, merely stating in a subdued tone, "He has passed away as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingli fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. The destination of the leaders from City B was the training camp in Zhangjiago, where Huang Xiaoyi and Yi Zixing had once been stationed. The troops were divided into two lines, the overt and the covert. As part of the overt line, Yi Zixing led his team southward. The soldiers, along with another contingent, serve as the overt line to divert the enemy's attention, thereby granting the covert team an opportunity to strike decisively. Indeed, the advantage of numbers proved beneficial, despite the enemy's advanced weaponry. Ling Tian and his comrades ultimately succeeded in neutralizing their foes through their sheer numbers and strategic cunning. The battle raged for 4 hours, and after capturing the leader of City B, they uncovered numerous human experimentation subjects, a plethora of viral samples, and some remaining antidotes. Xiao Junjie had been relentlessly pursuing the shadow of Xiao Zhongkai. In the training camp, strewn with corpses, he searched high and low until he finally spotted Xiao Zhongsai. Injured and bleeding, collapsed in a pool of blood, yet still clinging to a faint breath of life. Xiao Jun, hurry, save me." Upon seeing Xiao Junjie, Xiao Zhongsai appeared to glimpse hope, his aged hands trembling as he reached out. "Use the crystal core. I'm fading fast. You two have come to this day." Xiao Junjie remained unmoved, only offering a cold smirk. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. The only reason you value me is that you deem me useful, a mere dog to bring glory to your ludicrous Xiao family. You think that, having harmed my mother, maliciously slandered her, and caused us to live in the shadow of your son for over a decade, leading to her demise, I would save you." Xiao Zhongsai's body stiffened, his complexion pale. "Xiao Jun, it was unintentional. I had no idea it would cast such a long shadow over you and your mother. I merely wished for your mother to leave. I never expected it would come to this." Xiao Junjie's eyes darkened, as if shrouded in ash, a glimmer of derision mixed with disdain reflected in his gaze. "You know what? I do not care for your remorse. As I've stated, the past is past. I have already destroyed that which you held dear. You have nothing left now, and my purpose has been fulfilled. You may die now." Chapter 212. A grim conclusion. Lu Jingli stood outside, observing the profile of Xiao Junjie. Once a bright and sunny boy, he now appeared cold and unfeeling as he witnessed the gradual downfall of his adversary. Xiao Junjie cast his eyes downward, merely offering a nonchalant remark as he brushed past her. I am well. Then why won't you look me in the eye? Lu Jingli retorted. Shout Junjia. You cannot deceive me. You have always cared. Otherwise, you would not. Not what? Xiao Junjia halted abruptly. Lu Jingli wanted to mention his mother, but his crimson gaze left her momentarily speechless. In that instant, she comprehended that despite the profound wounds and heartache he had endured, he had never faltered or shed tears. Yet now, upon witnessing the demise of the architect of his childhood trauma, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears, not for the deceased, but rather a release of pent-up emotions accumulated over the years. Lu Jingli exhaled deeply, slowly approaching him, her gaze softening as she regarded his reddened eyes. You have always cared deeply for your mother. I know you have tried. So hard to find happiness, your smile. Your indifference, how much of it is genuine and how much is a fade, I can see clearly. Sometimes concealing your feelings too deeply becomes a source of suffering. You must have an outlet for your emotions. Don Tiu, as she bit her lip, seizing the moment while he was momentarily distracted, she tugged at the fabric of his collar and, rising on her toes, bestowed a gentle kiss upon his trembling eyelids before quickly stepping back. A smile gracing her lips. I wonder, Mr. Xiao Junjia, if I might have the honor of being your outlet? Just to clarify, it is not a physical engagement. It is merely a verbal catharsis, though tears are welcome as well. The delicate sensation of her lips lingered vividly in his memory, igniting a longing within him. Xiao Junjia instinctively touched his eyes, his fingertips grazing his eyelids, yet it lacked the softness that had stirred his heart moments earlier. She rarely took the initiative. It had often been he who made the first move. This was far more intoxicating than any awkward kiss. It sent his heart racing. He chuckled lightly, his spirit rekindled as he gazed at her. Nodding in agreement. All right, Chang Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Ling Tian observed her lowered head, her fingers nervously fidgeting. She raised an eyebrow. What is it? Ru Ning suddenly grasped her hand, leading her to a secluded corner of the community, her tense expression gradually easing. Chang Tian. She looked earnestly into Ling Tian's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Chun Mingchun. I have always liked him, but I do not know why, but I have never dared to voice it in front of him. I am terrified, though I cannot pinpoint my fear. I have imagined countless scenarios of him rejecting me, and have come to terms with that possibility, while also secretly hoping he might like me in return. Yet, I cannot face him. Although she had never experienced unrequited love, Chung Tian understood, through her memories and feelings, that it was a bittersweet ache. The sweetness was scarce, yet the bitterness was abundant, making Chung Tian willingly endure the pain. She recognized that Chun Mingchun likely did not harbor those feelings for her. Ling Tian regarded her thoughtfully, lowering her gaze before summarizing. You should know, you still have the opportunity to meet him. Regardless of whether he reciprocates your feelings, you at least have the chance to confess your affection, to bring closure to your past feelings. Many people, out of cowardice, miss their opportunities, only to realize their folly when it is too late, understanding what regret truly means. Consequently, there are many such individuals in the world. Fate does not always grant you chances. Once lost, they are irretrievably gone. After this conversation, Ling Tian finally helped her gain clarity. The crux was not whether they could be together, but rather that he should know a girl once loved him. This was what truly mattered. Ling Tian pondered this for a long time. And Chung Tian's experiences of unrequited love gradually imparted many lessons to her. Even if it ended poorly, daring to try was far better than remaining in ignorance. Chapter 213. The spread inspired by Ling Tian's encouragement. Ru Ning mustered the courage to seek out Chun Mingchun, only to find him with Song Sui. Having received the antidote, Song Sui, after a day of soaking, finally returned to his former self, color returning to his cheeks. Chun Mingchun, watching the bare-chested man emerge from the tub, felt his ears grow warm but nonetheless handed him a towel. Song Sui accepted the towel and dried his still damp hair, turning nonchalantly to remove his wet trousers. Reaching for a clean pair that had been prepared, as he changed, he inquired, "What is the current situation?" Chun Mingchun, quick to avert his gaze, nervously glanced around, stating, "Those individuals have all been handed over to the government. Their research has been largely destroyed, and with the antidote available, I believe all regions will return to normal in a few days. Song Sui's eyes curved with quiet amusement, seemingly unconvinced that yes, that's so. His peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure outside the window, and he tilted his head to look at Chun Mingchun, droplets of water glistening in his hair. It seems someone is looking for you. You should probably go out, lest they fail to find you. Chun Mingchun felt puzzled. Could it be those three individuals? Odd, didn't they know he was here? Observing Chun Mingchun's hesitant demeanor, Song Sui approached and opened the door. Sure enough, it was the girl. Young lady, are you searching for a boy named Chun? He is here. Yu Ning was momentarily taken aback, having never seen a boy bare-chested before, her face flushing in surprise as she covered her eyes and nodded. Song Sui, unfazed, maintained a calm expression. What are you doing? Chun Mingchun rushed over, astonished to see Ru Ning's dazed expression. Are you Ning? Caught in an awkward moment, Chun Mingchun met Ru Ning's gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He inadvertently noticed her clenched fists and slowly approached her, tentatively asking, Ru Ning, are you looking for me about something? Ru Ning, with her heart racing, bit her lip and summoned her courage to declare, I like you. He was momentarily stunned, gazing at her with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. It was not that he doubted the sincerity of the girl before him, but rather that it seemed inconceivable. Their interactions had mostly consisted of polite exchanges and discussions about assignments. How could she have developed feelings for him? Even if he remained perplexed, he could not overlook the emotions radiating from her eyes or the clarity of her confession. Ru Ning nervously fidgeted with her fingers, eager to say more, to reveal how she had quietly admired him throughout high school. However, the countless rehearsed confessions vanished from her mind, leaving her with only the simple words. Thank you for liking me, I understand. During these past few days, Ling Tian had not been idle. Upon learning that those individuals had been captured, she entrusted the matter to the government for resolution. Yet, she remained uneasy about allowing Cheng Yingzhu to supervise with his abilities, only feeling reassured after confirming that the government handled the situation fairly and justly. Ling Tian, free from her previous hesitations, sought the assistance of Kong Ling upon discovering the antidote. She wished for it to aid her in eradicating the zombie virus plaguing the world. However, she was informed that this task ultimately rested upon her shoulders. Hidden within her unique spatial abilities lay the potential to disperse the antidote across the globe, albeit for a limited duration and under the condition that her space contained nothing other than the antidote itself. Should any extraneous items be present, they would be expelled along with the antidote. Reluctantly, following Kong Ling's verbal instructions, Ling Tian meticulously cleared her spatial belongings and introduced half of the antidote. She then sought a discreet location and, step by step, followed Kong Ling's guidance to activate her spatial powers, concentrating her mental energy. After what felt like an eternity, the antidote had successfully spread, leaving Ling Tian utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. It was the second time she had ever experienced such a profound sense of relief from sleep, a blissful escape where she could indulge in her slumber without concern for others. The world, now purified by her efforts, witnessed the revival of the majority of the zombies, who returned to their former selves, experiencing a second chance at life. However, a small fraction, having succumbed to severe decay, could only remain as lifeless corpses. The global community took a full day to recuperate, and with the zombie virus eradicated, various nations began lifting their alerts, strategizing on the restoration of their economies to swiftly recover what had been lost and ensure future growth. The relentless heat of summer gradually gave way to the true essence of the seasons, as the cold winds of winter began to sweep across the eastern continent. Many donned their winter attire. Meanwhile, Chun Jinxiang, who had long felt like a caged bird, succumbed to despair and took her own life. Her prolonged confinement, devoid of assistance, compounded by the traumatic experience with Cheng Yingzhu, had eroded her temperament, leading to an increasingly volatile state. It wasn't long before she was afflicted with severe agitation, screaming in madness, prompting others to avoid her for fear of harm, often resorting to crystal cores for healing without ever seeking her out. Eventually, Chun Jinxiang could bear it no longer and ended her life. When the news reached Ling Tian, she felt little surprise, although she had not been the one to deliver the fatal blow. The anguish of being imprisoned and suffering a fate worse than death was far more devastating than a swift end. Perhaps this was poetic justice, deserving of no sympathy. Since that day, Ling Tian had not laid eyes on Runing again. But she did hear some pleasant tidings that it was said that Lu Jingli and Xiao Junjia had opened a restaurant on the pedestrian street, which was thriving. Minkai appeared to have confessed his feelings to Nie Xiaoyan, and they confirmed their relationship, planning to travel elsewhere for a romantic getaway. As for Song Sui and Chen Mingqian, their circumstances remained unknown. Ling Tian continued her third year of high school diligently, striving for acceptance into a prestigious university. As her studies intensified, she found herself immersed in her work late into the night, often succumbing to fatigue. During these instances, she would drift into sleep, only to awaken in a daze, finding herself cradled in someone's arms, ultimately waking up in her bed. After an indeterminate duration, Ling Tian successfully completed her college entrance examinations and graduated. As her family awaited her results with bated breath. The moment the scores appeared on the screen, a collective sigh of relief filled the room, and joyous smiles lit their faces. Chang Hua expressed a desire to host a celebratory banquet in her honor. To her astonishment, Ling Tian's scores exceeded her expectations, filling her with a sense of elation. Without hesitation, she chose the restaurant owned by the protagonists and was delighted to find Lu Jingli assisting there. After exchanging greetings and engaging in a brief conversation, she intended to invite the couple to dine with her, but their thriving business left them unable to join, prompting Ling Tian to ultimately forego her invitation. After ordering, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Ling Tian shared her aspirations regarding university with her parents, who not only supported her but expressed enthusiasm, igniting a warmth within her that she had never before experienced. As they stood at the restaurant's entrance, Chen Yingzhu took her small hand and, with a meaningful expression, inquired, "Uncle and Auntie, may I take Tian for a stroll?" The couple exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles at the sight of the two children walking side by side. On the street, Chen Yingzhu held her delicate hand tightly, raising his other hand to gently caress her cheek, his voice low and earnest. "Ling Tian, no matter what happens in the future, you must never think of escaping my grasp." Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, tears welling in her eyes. "Yes, you too," she replied, resolutely committing herself to him. Regardless of the trials that lay ahead, this man would remain by her side, promising to share a lifetime together. Fulfilling the promise of their bond, the main text concluded, followed by the epilogue, the story after the original book. After a year of construction, Hope City was finally completed, a grand castle base capable of accommodating 70,000 people. Established under the auspices of the Xiao family, this monumental development brought newfound hope to those who were still struggling to survive amidst the chaos of scarcity, drawing them towards the Xiao family in search of refuge within Hope City. As they gazed upon the towering city walls, they were filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and joy, willingly offering their resources in exchange for entry. Xiao Junjia did not refuse, but declared that all who entered must abide by the city's regulations. Soldiers were appointed to enforce these rules, and any violators would be promptly expelled. Naturally, those who had committed heinous acts were not considered for entry. Within a few days, Hope City thrived, populated mostly by superhumans. With not a single zombie in sight, the Xiao family's research team developed a new type of protective barrier to reinforce the walls, ensuring that no zombies dared approach, maintaining a respectful distance from Hope City. During this time, the city flourished with agriculture and livestock farming, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, while ordinary animals roamed freely, all raised naturally without mutation. Lu Jingli seized an opportunity to confront Xiao Junjia. Brandishing a paper bag and questioning, "What is this? You intended to show it to me, didn't you?" Xiao Junjia, taken aback, struggled to articulate a response, eventually lifting his chin slightly and murmuring in a husky voice, "I killed them. The antidote was destroyed." The secrets hidden within that document would unveil the truth of the apocalypse and reveal how he had colluded with those unsavory individuals. From birth, Xiao Junjia was different from other children. Raised in a single-parent household without a father, and his features bore little resemblance to his mother's. This disparity subjected him to a lifetime of gossip and scorn. His upbringing was far from easy. He often overheard harsh words directed at his family and endured the taunts of mischievous children who would throw stones at their windows. He struggled to comprehend the reasons behind such cruelty, as his mother never offered explanations. Understanding dawned upon him at an early age. By 6, he began to defend his mother's honor, arguing with their sharp-tongued neighbors, even getting into fights with their children at school. Though these endeavors yielded little reward, often resulting in reprimand from his mother to alleviate their financial burdens, Xiao Junjie took on part-time work to support his mother, spending his holidays either earning money or studying. The funds for his second-hand phone were earned through his efforts, and he frequently saw the Xiao family topping the trending news. He remained oblivious to his own lineage and cared little for it. His sole aim was to care for his mother, as he understood her insistence on keeping him in school stemmed from her desire to shield him from the grim realities of life. Yet, he merely wished to protect her. That fateful night, Xiao Junjie's eyes seemed to lose their vibrancy as he held his mother's lifeless, decaying body, grappling with the reality of her suicide while reading her farewell note. From that moment on, he became aware of his connection to the Xiao family, embarking on a quest to gather information about them while balancing work and mingling with influential individuals. Young and strikingly tall, he attracted the attention of many girls at school, and his part-time jobs often involved less than reputable environments, drawing the interest of wealthy women seeking to support him, all of which he deftly sidestepped. Although he recognized that physical allure could be a shortcut, the abhorrent actions of the Xiao family left a distasteful impression on him, and he was determined not to become like them. Graduating smoothly from high school, Xiao Junjie gained admission to the best university in the city, excelling in the computer science program while discreetly monitoring information about the Xiao family through connections formed within societal circles. He encountered a mysterious elite who seemed intrigued by his background and expressed a willingness to assist him to dispel any suspicions. This individual candidly shared details regarding the Xiao family's affairs and secrets. And recognizing the sincerity of this offer, Xiao Junjie seized the opportunity to confide in him, thereby forging a bond of revolutionary friendship. Thus, he reached a consensus with that individual, assisting him in various tasks, studying viral samples, and resolving technical issues related to computers. Ultimately, in the experimental results, he deliberately allowed one subject to escape, even injecting himself with the same virus present in the test subject, all with the intention of becoming stronger and swiftly fulfilling his desire to obliterate the Xiao family's legacy. He understood that once the apocalypse descended, annihilating the Xiao family would not pose a significant challenge. Rather, those belonging to the Xiao clan would find themselves trampled underfoot, perishing in agony, one by one. A high fever persisted for 3 days, yet unlike the test subjects, he did not transform into a zombie. Instead, he emerged as a superpowered being, endowed with dual abilities. Upon awakening, he found the world irrevocably altered, with zombies rampant and the wails of humanity echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, the Xiao family, barely surviving, managed to establish a connection with the leaders of city. Xiao Junjie joined the city's security base, accumulating numerous achievements, consciously drawing the attention of the Xiao family, while quietly securing the allegiance of 2 loyal subordinates. In a fleeting moment, his vacant gaze locked onto her, only for him to stiffly avert his eyes. The girl also joined the city's safe zone, facing ostracism while seeking him out to express her gratitude. Xiao Junjie did not refuse. Rather, he aimed to hone her skills, intending to exploit her potent offensive abilities for his own gain. Time and again, he positioned her at the forefront during confrontations, sparing himself from exertion. Complicating matters, he did not anticipate encountering a maniac like Cheng Yingzhu amid the apocalypse, who continuously hindered his endeavors, not only eliminating superpowered beings, but also nurturing zombies. Each interaction grew increasingly fraught, with Cheng acquiring numerous clues against him. In that moment, Xiao Junjie realized he had found a formidable opponent. The girl gradually evolved, becoming stronger, her abilities honed through practice and application. After several encounters, Xiao Junjie nearly fell victim to Cheng Yingzhu's lethal intentions, yet with her assistance, he unexpectedly began to harbor feelings for her. Her laughter, her tears, her warmth, indelibly rooted themselves within him. Impossible to erase, he felt he should no longer exploit her. The mere thought of letting go stirred an inexplicable sadness within him, accompanied by feelings of shame and loss. Xiao Junjie ascended through the ranks, and those who had once spoken ill of him now regarded him with increasing respect. The Xiao family formally abandoned their previous heir in favor of him, and he sensed a shift in their attitudes, skillfully concealing his satisfaction and pride beneath a veneer of indifference. After gaining the Xiao family's trust, he could no longer contain himself. He orchestrated a scheme to lead the Xiao family members directly to the test subjects, where they ultimately met their demise through infection. After a hard-fought gamble that eliminated Cheng Yingzhu, he found himself unburdened by worry. Yet, desire remained the original sin behind it all. Having acquired power, he still yearned for her. Perhaps it was all predestined, leading them to this moment, where he encountered her and fell in love, hoping to share a life together until old age. But would she accept him as he was? Xiao Junjie pondered for a long time before finally offering her a token. Yet this act left him troubled. Fearing he might lose her, he stood atop the city wall, witnessing the devastation of the city. His gentle and handsome face shadowed with melancholy. Hope City was originally constructed for her. Her disdain was inconsequential, as he merely wished for her to remain by his side. Lu Jingli approached, noticing him on the wall. Momentarily captivated by his broad shoulders, recovering from her reverie, she walked up to him and solemnly inquired, "Xiao Junjie, did you truly do this?" He turned to meet her gaze, his voice low and enchanting. "Yes." Lu Jingli felt a chill in her heart. "Why would you do this?" Xiao Junjie smirked sarcastically, his lips parting slightly. "If I say it was for myself, would you despise me?" "I don't know." Lu Jingli replied, her heart in turmoil. Anger surged within her, yet she found herself unable to genuinely hate him. Her emotions were complex. "Baby," his gentle voice was akin to a seductive poison, addictive and enthralling. "Please don't leave me." Tears welled in Lu Jingli's eyes as she gradually closed them, droplets cascading from the corners of her eyes. They both tasted the faint saltiness of their tears. And still, he did not release her Dasuichen side story. The first encounter, Zhangjiago, located in the northwest region, serves as a crucial geographical juncture between Jincheng and Wuqing, facilitating the bustling exchange between the two cities. Despite its status as a hub of economic activity, few are aware of the Zhangjiago training camp. Its location is notoriously elusive, not only due to its concealment, but also because it is dedicated to training military personnel to provide manpower for the nation. However, this is merely the facade. The true nature of the training remains shrouded in secrecy, and one knows that most individuals seeking to join or enter the training camp must not only be prepared to obey orders, but also consume a special drug. The training camp operates with remarkable discretion. The government of City B has never intervened, nor has it conducted any inquiries, perhaps tacitly endorsing its operations. Behind the scenes, the true extent of the camp's outrageous experiments remains unknown, and few are aware that another facility stands within the camp, utilizing it as a cover. Research on viral samples is conducted smoothly within the experimental base that facilitate the experiments. The initial test subjects were drawn from the camp's personnel. Many of these recruits were orphans, either without parents or in conflict with their families, seeking training as a means of escape. For safety, the selected candidates were predominantly orphan trainees. Song Sui was among the first batch of test subjects, initially receiving orders under the impression that it was a simple task. After consuming the special drug, he was assigned a numerical code and confined to a sealed experimental chamber, undergoing various examinations while awaiting the implantation of the virus. This special drug bore a striking resemblance to the medication administered prior to entering the camp. However, the two substances were fundamentally opposed. Consuming one would result in no adverse effects, but taking the other would provoke a rejection, incapacitating the brain. Not every virus yielded successful results. The experimental base researched multiple viruses, employing this group of test subjects to identify the most effective strain. The true nature of their predicament was concealed from them until they experienced the side effects of the virus, at which point they realized they had been deceived. Song Sui was undoubtedly either fortunate or unfortunate. He alone exhibited no signs of rejection among the test subjects, while his companions, subjected to various viral samples alongside him, succumbed to the side effects. The number of mutated test subjects continued to rise. Each day, Song Sui endured countless tubes inserted into his body, engaging in relentless combat. The comrades who had entered the camp alongside him met their demise at his hands, their lifeless bodies becoming his sole sustenance. The physical degradation and psychological torment gradually warped his perception and memory, yet a powerful will enabled him to persevere, refusing to become a mere puppet. Neither human nor ghost, like the others, all of this was merely to survive. Until one day, he was taken into an operating room, forcibly restrained on an anesthetic table, tightly bound with specialized steel wires. A blinding light shone upon his brain, and for the first time, he began to resist, aware that if he did not fight back now, he would lose his chance forever. Song Sui struggled, unleashing an unprecedented strength, breaking free from the steel bindings and swiftly eliminating everyone present, blood spilling everywhere. He had never felt such exhilaration before. Upon escaping to the outskirts, Song Sui could no longer recall his identity. Each time he neared the brink of collapse in a laboratory, the only thought echoing in his mind was his name. Apart from that, he had nearly forgotten everything. He wandered the city's every corner, akin to a newborn babe discovering the world anew. Even in his hunger, he refrained from preying upon others, for in his subconscious, despite losing his memories of being human, the essence of the mutated test subjects starkly contrasted with that of the living, prompting his instinctual aversion. In truth, he retained remnants of rational thought characteristic of a normal person, even if he could no longer truly identify as human. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently spread the virus within him. Gradually, the pangs of hunger and desire became unbearable, compelling him to avoid crowded areas that he fled into an alley, gasping for breath, his dark eyes glimmering with ferocity and longing. Controlling his emotions, he inched away from the alley when suddenly someone collided with him, jostling his shoulder. "Hey, you bumped into me. Aren't you going to apologize?" The individual rubbed their sore shoulder. Their attire and hairstyle were this year's trend, but their appearance was shifty and untrustworthy. Song Sui lowered his head in silence, continuing on his path. The person cursed, "Damn, I'm talking to you." Still, Song Sui did not halt his steps. This was the first time someone had ignored his words. The individual, infuriated, hastily approached and seized his collar, demanding, "What the hell is your problem? Are you deaf or blind?" Just as the person raised their hand to strike him, Chun Mingchan appeared from behind, unable to contain themselves. "I saw you were the one who bumped into him. How come the villain is the one crying foul?" Hai Zhuang followed closely, whispering in his ear, "Are you insane? I told you not to approach him. Now you're in trouble." After finally managing to convince this bookworm to join him in a game, he hoped not to encounter any issues. The individual scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "Who the hell are you? Looking for a fight?" Thus, Lu Hao and Feng Kaigwa soon followed suit. Song Sui hung his head, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Chun Mingchan's pristine cheek, his gaze shrouded in darkness. In the next moment, the man felt a searing sensation in his hand, causing him to loosen his collar. Oblivious to the oddity of the situation, upon seeing the 5 individuals, his expression contorted into one of malice. "You mother of cur, just you wait." Song Sui's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Without uttering a word of gratitude to Chun Mingchan, he bizarrely licked the corner of his lips and resolutely kept pace with the man. Zhuang Hai muttered a few complaints, deeming Chun Mingchan to be overly kind-hearted. Not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also wasted their time. The man, having noticed Song Sui, simultaneously located his street thugs, preparing to administer a lesson. Yet in an instant, Song Sui twisted both the man and the thugs down to the ground, leaving onlookers aghast, their faces pale with shock. Chaos erupted, with someone shouting for the police, others fleeing in panic, and some collapsing in fear on the street. His true nature laid bare, he was met with a sea of terrified eyes from those present. His heightened senses allowed him to hear their venomous words, branding him a monster and their attempts to hurl objects at him. Song Sui merely smiled faintly, unfazed as he departed, humming a tune he had recently learned. From that day forth, he resolved to no longer conceal his instincts. Despite his reluctance to invite trouble, it always seemed to find him. Thus, Why not let things unfold naturally? As the virus spread and the number of fevered individuals swelled globally, and as zombies emerged, Song Sui continued to thrive. He was acutely aware of his constitution and felt no guilt. He had witnessed far too much fratricide and the apathy of those who turn a blind eye to death. Sympathy eluded him, and he felt naught but indifference. His enthusiasm for slaying zombies waned, and he found himself capable of taking lives, ordinary individuals, including those with abilities, day in and day out, the duration of which was uncertain. Until one fateful day, he encountered that boy once more, who had transformed completely. Epilogue. Cheng Yingzhua, Part 1. Before Cheng Yingzhua became an orphan, his original name was Chun Feng, but he once had a younger brother whose temperament was the polar opposite of his own. Lively, energetic, and willful. His brother often bullied him, and their parents reserved all the delightful treats and amusements for the younger sibling. Regardless of any wrongdoing, their parents invariably sided with the brother. Particularly, their mother, when she glanced at him, seemed to harbor an undercurrent of dark, damp resentment in her eyes, brimming with disdain. In this seemingly harmonious household, he always felt like an extraneous presence. Yet a flicker of hope persisted within him, as he believed their favoritism towards his brother was merely a slight inclination, still leaving room for affection towards him. When their mother approached him, she would casually inquire about his grades, and upon seeing his perfect score, instead of expressing joy, she subjected him to cruel ridicule. Who would ever like you? What good are grades? They mean nothing in your case. Once your brother is in elementary school, he'll undoubtedly outshine you. At merely 6 years of age, he had grown accustomed to such treatment. As long as his brother was present, no matter how well he performed, their mother's biting words would always juxtapose him unfavorably against his sibling, offering him no semblance of kindness, even in public. At school, classmates shunned him. He had no friends, and even when he ranked first in every exam, the teachers displayed little warmth towards him, offering mere verbal praise without further acknowledgement. Sometimes, Cheng Yingzhua pondered whether his character was the reason for their disdain. Thus, upon turning 7, he diligently practiced smiling each day. However, lacking the finesse required, he faced mockery from his peers, and his mother seized the opportunity to express her contempt. One fateful night, while heading to the restroom, he noticed the main door ajar with light spilling out. He overheard his mother's piercing voice. "When are we sending him to the orphanage? I can't bear to see him any longer. Xiao Feng is still your biological son. How can you cast him away like that? Aren't you afraid people will find out? Why should I care? He is not yours. Every time I see him, I am reminded of that wretch, that if my parents hadn't insisted on preserving my reputation, I wouldn't have had to endure this. I only kept him because I had no choice. Why isn't he dead yet? Just wait. When the opportunity arises, I'll make arrangements that in the shadowy corner." Cheng Yingzhua huddled against the wall, the chilling words piercing through him like invisible blades, freezing his very blood. After their conversation, they extinguished the light and fell asleep, entirely oblivious to the child hiding in the corner, privy to their most sordid secrets. In the darkness, tears blurred his vision as he gradually comprehended the reasons behind his parents' aversion. He found himself at a loss for how to confront this reality. Upon returning home, his brother relentlessly nagged him. "Hey, help me with my homework. There's a problem I can't solve. I can't help you. Ask mom or dad." Cheng Yingzhua replied coldly, continuing with his own assignments. "Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you can't do it. If you refuse to help, I'll tell mom and dad you're bullying me." Cheng Yingzhua paused, glancing at his younger brother, yet remained silent, resuming his task. "How dare you ignore me?" His brother, Chun Ming, exclaimed in frustration, suddenly lunging to snatch Cheng Yingzhua's homework. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket, holding it high above his head. Seeing the lighter, a flip-top kind, Cheng Yingzhua's expression shifted. "Where did you get that?" Though he didn't know its name, he had seen someone use it before. It ignited with a flick. "Why do you care? If you don't help me, I'll burn your homework and see how you explain it to the teacher tomorrow." Cheng Yingzhua disregarded the threat and lunged forward to seize the lighter. "That is too dangerous. Give it to me." "No way." The two grappled, and Chun Ming pushed Cheng Yingzhua away, igniting the lighter as he attempted to set fire to the homework. Hearing footsteps, he panicked, dropping the lighter. It hit the floor with a dull thud, colliding with the corner of the desk. igniting the wiring beneath and creating a patch of blackened char seeing the flames. Chun Ming covered his face and cried, "Mom, brother is bullying me." Chun Yingzua quickly stood up, searching for the lighter he had thrown, his voice tinged with urgency. "It's not what you think, smack." Before he could finish, his enraged mother slapped him hard. Causing the 7-year-old to topple to the ground, he fell silent, staring at his mother, whose face was flushed and swollen. His eyes reflected sheer disappointment, akin to a piercing cold wind. She gazed back, seemingly reminded of a dreadful night. The loathsome and contemptuous gaze of another man flooding her thoughts. "Don't look at me like that, you disgusting child," she barked. Chun Yingzua silently picked himself up and exited the room. Why then? Their father had rushed over, perplexed. "What is going on?" "Ah!" she shrieked, struggling to control her emotions. "Get him out of here. It's all his fault." "Calm down. The child is right here." Chun Yingzua closed the bathroom door and sat behind it, apathetically listening to his mother's breakdown. Unbeknownst to him, the outlet remained connected to the wiring, and under the heat of the lighter, an explosion occurred almost instantaneously, despite their father's attempts to intervene. It was already too late. The flames swiftly engulfed the entire bedroom, spreading into the living room, drowning out the cries amidst the roaring inferno. Chun Yingzua sat quietly behind the door, even as smoke seeped through the cracks. He gently closed his eyes. Let it die. Death would be a release. No one would shed a tear for me. My existence merely serves to atone for another. Epilogue. Chun Yingzua, Part 2. Things did not unfold as he had anticipated. The thick smoke alarmed the neighboring residents, prompting someone to dial the fire department. The firefighters arrived with astonishing speed, extinguishing the blaze. During the rescue, they discovered him, disregarding his protests and forcibly placing a mask over his face before whisking him away. Emerging from the chaos, Chun Yingzua felt as though a mountain pressed down upon him, unable to find joy that he never imagined. That the family who had shown him no warmth was now reduced to ashes, leaving him utterly alone. Was it truly just him left? Had the Shun couple perished? Given the severity of the fire, they must have perished, but how had he survived? I'm not sure, but I've heard a rumor about their family, though I can't attest to its truth. What is it? A cluster of women gathered, their eyes sparkling with curiosity at the prospect of gossip. This tale had long been whispered, especially after the family abruptly relocated. The son of a mining magnate quickly married, while his mother left home. It is hard to believe, but if it were indeed true, one could only imagine the gravity of the situation. And no wonder his mother treated the child in such a manner. If I were blessed with a child of such excellence, I would be unable to suppress my joy. How tragic it is that he has lost his family, leaving him an orphan. Surely, they wouldn't send him to an orphanage. Would they? The cacophony of voices surrounded him, whispering incessantly about his plight. Chun Yingzua was acutely aware of their intentions, and a profound chill gripped his heart. He sought no pity from others, though the neighbors feigned sympathy. Not a single one wished to bear the burden of him, as they were already preoccupied with their own children. Who would want to take responsibility for another's child? Ultimately, he was sent to the orphanage, where he was received by a male director. When the director inquired about his name, Chung simply stated that he had none, prompting a slight nod from the director. "Then you shall be called Yingzua. If anyone wishes to adopt you and wants to change your name, we shall discuss it then." Chung Yingzua felt indifferent. At this point, any name would suffice. Life in the orphanage was hardly pleasant. He found himself isolated, shunned by many other orphans who preferred not to engage with him. He welcomed the solitude, as he had long ceased to feel the need to alter himself for the approval of others. However, being an outcast inevitably labeled him as an anomaly. Even the purest of children harbor a darker side. The inherent malevolence of human nature transcends age. Some children, perceiving him as an eyesore, would seize opportunities to bully him, even going so far as to lock him in a room for extended periods. Chung Yingzua soon grew accustomed to this grim reality. That was until a man appeared, shattering his entire understanding of the world. He heard others speak of this man, who, for several months each year, devoted his time to charity work at orphanages. Having visited nearly everyone, all the children adored him. His amiable demeanor and successful appearance made him a figure of admiration. While many affluent individuals engage in charitable acts, few visit orphanages with such frequency. Despite the man's kindness towards all children, Chung felt a deep-seated aversion, particularly when he selected a girl from the crowd for private conversations. And the same applied to boys. Having been inherently cautious from a young age, Chung sensed something was amiss. He remained oblivious to the man's true nature until one day he caught a glimpse through a crack in the door. The man, clad in a suit, was engaged in a shocking act with another individual of a completely different physique, suggesting this was not their first encounter. This revelation, overwhelming for someone as naive as Chung Ingzwa, filled him with an unprecedented sense of physiological revulsion. That it was as if he had witnessed something profoundly filthy, and he raced to the bathroom, violently retching at the sink. That so-called good man really just talking to people? Chung Ingzwa was still reeling from the incident, his complexion pale. I don't know. I've never spoken to him. He only talks to the pretty, good children. Duan Yong spoke with a hint of envy. If possible, I would like to speak with him too. Perhaps he would take a liking to me and adopt me. Then I wouldn't be an orphan anymore. Chung Ingzwa remained silent, his gaze distant. Even if he voiced his thoughts, the man's hypocritical facade would likely lead no one to believe him. Consequently, Chung withdrew further from social interactions, desperate to avoid the repulsive man. Yet, the man's striking appearance and aloof demeanor drew his attention nonetheless. The man attempted to manipulate him with despicable sweeteners to gain his trust, yet Chung remained impervious to his tricks, even feeling disgusted at the thought of standing beside such a person. Then, a couple arrived. At first, Chung Feng appeared indifferent, allowing his wife to choose a child. Perhaps due to her beauty, she unexpectedly selected the reticent Chung Ingzwa from the crowd. Chung was taken aback, and a wave of jealousy washed over many children. Their eyes filled with disdain. Why him? Indeed, I had put forth considerable effort. He didn't even speak a word before selecting him. How unfair. I have no idea how long I waited, yet he was chosen almost immediately. Why do adults favor him? Though their voices were faint, Chung Ingzwa heard their discontent, and he gradually clenched his fists. The director, wearing an apologetic expression, stated, "I apologize, Mr. Shang, but someone else has already completed the adoption process ahead of you." The man was evidently furious. A prize slipping through his fingers would infuriate anyone. When did this occur? The director, sweating profusely, confessed, "Yesterday." Chung Ingzwa found himself taken to the countryside, where his grandparents treated him with kindness, preparing delicious meals for him daily due to his frail appearance. Though he outwardly accepted their care, an undercurrent of fear simmered within him. He questioned whether this was merely an illusion, a fleeting dream that might ultimately leave him yearning for a familial bond. After settling Chung Ingzwa in, Chung Feng's wife took great care of him, and for a fleeting moment, he felt that this family might not be so bad, as his longing for connection compelled him to gradually open up. Just as he began to envision a long-desired home, however, Chung Feng's professional setbacks plunged him into the turmoil of their constant arguments, leaving him unable to escape. Familiar scenes flooded his mind as the days passed. His dread of abandonment grew. Each night, he was tormented by the same nightmare, unable to sleep, lying awake and silently weeping at the ceiling, when his adoptive parents decided to relocate despite lacking blood ties. Chung Hua felt a pang of compassion for his nephew. After some discussion, they agreed to take him along, informing him that he had a sister. Chung Ingzwa's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of hope ignited within him. However, Chung Tian's unfriendly demeanor quickly extinguished that flicker. Her malice, mockery, and disdain reminded him of his former brother, and he gradually found himself growing repulsed by her presence. He tolerated his sister's mischief, fearing abandonment, and endeavored to excel. Hoping to one day possess his own belongings, like a tea school, he continued to have no friends. Even though many sought to approach him, he never reciprocated. "Hey, didn't I tell you to bring money? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Have you considered the consequences? My mother is ill, and I have no money left." Chung Ingzwa merely cast a fleeting glance, furrowing his brow, unwilling to meddle in others' affairs. Don't think I don't know you've been juggling multiple part-time jobs, and my little brother is quite well informed. I see you need a lesson." The delinquent, exasperated, shouted, "Who the hell is meddling?" Chung Ingzwa's handsome face turned cold as he towered over the delinquent, who retreated a step, sneering. Where did this fool come from? Ultimately, They were swiftly overpowered by Chung Ingzwa, who left them in disarray as they fled. The boy, witnessing Chung Ingzwa's prowess, expressed his gratitude, initially wishing to treat him to ice cream, only to be declined. From that day forth, the boy persistently pursued his friendship, gradually chipping away at Cheng's defenses, allowing him to engage in conversation. The boy eventually confided his secrets, revealing his background as a child from a single-parent household, having relied solely on his mother. Unlike Chung, the boy's mother was always gentle with him to alleviate his mother's burdens. He took on several part-time jobs to cover his tuition. Chung Ingzwa felt a sense of resonance, gradually lowering his guard and becoming friends with him. However, in reality, friendships are often fragile. One day, the boy confided that his mother was gravely ill and urgently needed money. Without hesitation, Chung Ingzwa offered his hard-earned scholarship funds during their meeting. Upon receiving the money, the boy did not express joy, but instead nervously led Chung to an alley. Well done, brother. You really brought your good friend along. Chung Ingzwa's expression darkened, his eyes icy with rage. While the boy merely hung his head, the delinquent brandished an iron rod, flanked by his companions, also wielding weapons, all clearly prepared for a fight. Where's the money? The boy timidly lifted a wooden box. Murmuring here, the delinquent erupted in laughter. There really are foolish people. You actually brought the money. Who would trust a cowardly person like him? What a naive fool. Chung Ingzwa sneered, his voice low and menacing as he moved to seize the wooden box. Yet, as he did, the delinquent struck him down with a blow. Damn it, I'll make you pay for this. Now that we have weapons, no matter your skill, you'll only end up taking a beating. If you don't want to be killed, hand over the money. Chung Ingzwa remained silent, clutching the wooden box tightly. Damn! Hit him! The delinquent ordered, and several of them surrounded Chung Ingzwa, swinging their iron rods down upon his back. Blood stained his shirt. Soaking the fabric, he vaguely heard the boy tremblingly apologize, which felt like bitter irony. Even as the cold iron rod struck his flesh, he felt no pain, for when he closed his eyes, the cruel taunts and the agony of abandonment flooded his mind, pushing him to the brink of despair. He lost consciousness, and the delinquents, realizing the situation had escalated, fled in terror. A kind passerby rescued him and transported him to the hospital. Upon learning of this incident, Chung Ingzwa naturally reported it to the authorities, resulting in the imprisonment of those responsible. Aside from Chung Ingzwa, no one else was aware of the matter. Chung Ingzwa also preferred not to mention it to anyone. From that moment on, he developed a disdain for deceitful words and a profound aversion to the treachery of others. The end.